My dear friends, today at the seaside, a fellow shouted SwordCome, and lo and behold, the sky was instantly filled with swords. Even Hawkeye's massive black blade knight soared through the air, leaving Zoro utterly dumbfounded. This remarkable individual is none other than the time traveler, Chuba. It was only after his wedding night that the system arrived, presenting him with an astonishing beginner's package. Now, as pirates descend upon him, he is poised to demonstrate his prowess. What happens next? Allow me to share. Today's events were nothing short of extraordinary. I witnessed a man standing by the shore, raising a single hand skyward and exuberantly exclaiming SwordCome. The next moment, a deluge of swords rained down from the heavens. Most astonishingly, even the colossal black blade knight came whizzing past. Everyone was left in shock, with Zoro's eyes nearly popping out of his head. You may wonder who this remarkable individual is. His name is Chuba, my childhood friend. You might find it hard to believe, but he is a time traveler who has resided in the world of pirates for 18 years, yet his golden finger has yet to manifest. Just as he was on the brink of living a mundane life, with his childhood sweetheart and the affluent beauty of the village, pursuing him, ready to settle down in complacency suddenly. On the very next day, after their wedding night, the system has arrived. My friend was incensed, realizing that the system only decided to show up after he had lost his virginity. This system is rather peculiar, named the 10,000 Realms Son-CollectingSystem. As long as someone calls him daddy, he can draw prizes. Can you fathom it? The tide of fortune has finally turned in his favor. In a bid to unlock the beginner's package, he went all out. He immediately sought out the stuttering little beggar in the village and engaged in a bit of persuasion. The beggar stammered out Bibawang, and astonishingly, the system deemed it a success. I must tell you, the intelligence of this system is rather questionable. It can be tricked by homophones. Then, upon opening the grand package, I was left in disbelief. A perfect grade, thunder fruit. Level 1 observation hockey, and a plethora of extraordinary skills. Among these skills, one stood out, strongman appraisal technique, which essentially allows him to cause anyone he gazes upon to endure the trials of pregnancy and childbirth, serving as a form of mental assault. Another is called embryonic gaze, which, when used in conjunction, can directly seize the abilities of others, not merely replicating, but outright stealing. Just imagine if you were to snatch Whitebeard's tremor fruit or Shank's conqueror's hockey, he would be utterly invincible. However, the most remarkable skill is the passive ability named No One in the World is Unfamiliar with You. Its effect is astounding. Upon seeing him for the first time, everyone is compelled to exclaim Bibawa. Reflect on that it's essentially a forced recognition of paternity. My friend realized that this was the true trump card of the beginner's package. Thus, he began to make his presence known throughout the village. From one end to the other, the air was filled with cries of Bawang, leaving the villagers utterly bewildered, unable to call him by any other name. By the end of the day, he had reached the maximum limit for lottery draws. Although he drew an abundance of pig trotters and mineral water, he also obtained infinite stamina and the ability to teleportally game-breaking powers. Indeed, tranquility does not reign in the village. The steward of Koya's household, Clabater, is far from a virtuous man. He is none other than Captain Kuro of the Black Cat Pirates. He has been lurking for 3 years, scheming to seize the family fortune. My acquaintance is well aware of his true nature and has long harbored intentions to eliminate him. Yet out of concern for Koya's feelings, he has chosen to let him live a little longer. Just when he was pondering how to increase his chances in the lottery, the pirates made their appearance. Usopp and his young companions rushed to inform him that the Straw Hat Jolly Roger had been spotted. Upon hearing the news, he was filled with joy. Luffy and his crew had arrived. The narrative was set in motion. When he reached the shore, he found Luffy, Zoro, and Nami facing off against Usopp. As soon as Luffy spotted my friend, he jovially extended his hand, declaring, "I am the man who will become the Pirate King, Ba. Bob would join us." Wait, he was momentarily taken aback by his own blunder. Zoro, doubled over in laughter, quickly chimed in, "Luffy, you fool. His name is Ba. Babwa." The atmosphere turned quite awkward. Only Nami, with her keen intuition, sensed something amiss. Before they could exchange much more, Kira's Black Cat Pirates charged in. Luffy and his crew, true to their camaraderie, offered their assistance in the battle. What transpired was unexpected. Luffy and the hypnotist, Zhang exchanged blows, both succumbing to slumber under the spell. Zoro, already injured, was overwhelmed by the combined might of the Cat brothers. Meanwhile, Nami and Usopp found themselves besieged by a horde of minions, as a soldier's blade threatened to strike Nami. In that critical moment, my friend sprang into action. With a swift teleportation, he embraced Nami, pinching the blade's edge between his fingers. Then came the scene I mentioned earlier. He stood resolutely, radiating an aura of grandeur, pointing skyward, and proclaimed, "Let the swords come forth." With a resounding hum, the sky filled with Blade Zoro's 3 swords, along with the elusive black blade, Uru, belonging to Mihawk, descended upon the pirates like a torrential downpour. It was a masterstroke of countless swords returning to their origin, a physical exorcism. In a single strike, the Black Cat pirates were vanquished. Zoro, in disbelief, surveyed the devastation and then turned to behold my friend's aloof figure, instantly resolved to seek him as a mentor. Nami, too, gazed at him with newfound admiration, contemplating, could this formidable individual defeat Arlong and save my village? Then came an even more audacious maneuver. He picked up the fallen black blade, Uru, and tossed it to Zoro, saying, "Here, consider this a ticket for Koya and me to board your ship." Zoro was taken aback, astonished that a legendary sword would be offered as a mere ticket. What divine intervention is this? Yet, he accepted it with utmost reverence, treating it as a relic of his ancestors. At that moment, Luffy awakened, and upon learning of the events, gazed at my friend with profound admiration. Meanwhile, Koya, in her villa, sensed something was amiss. All the servants had taken leave, leaving only the steward, Melly. As she exited her study, she found Melly sprawled in a pool of blood, struggling to utter her final words. "Miss Flea, Clabater is a pirate. He intends to kill you. Quickly, escape with Mr. Babwa." Koya was instantly thrown into a state of panic, unsure of where to place her trembling hands. At that moment, the door was forcefully kicked open with a resounding bang. I must tell you, it was none other than the butler, Kralbatel, but now he must be referred to as the Cunning Clow. The fellow strode in, his gaze as frigid as ice, eyeing Koya as though she were a lamb awaiting slaughter. Could I allow him to display his arrogance here? Absolutely not. Accompanied by Luffy and the others, I stepped forth from the shadows, radiating an undeniable presence. Upon seeing me, Koya burst into tears and flung herself into my arms, resembling a wilting flower, exclaiming, "Hero, you must flee. He desires my money, and I shall give it to him." Remarkably, Clow paid her no heed, instead opening a chest and retrieving a pair of claw-like gloves adorned with 10 long blades, exuding a menacing aura. He muttered to himself, lamenting that it seemed his subordinates had all been vanquished by us, calling them a bunch of useless fools. His bravado was so ludicrous that I almost felt compelled to applaud. As I comforted Koya, I nonchalantly assured him, "Fear not, for I am not here to embrace demise." And guess what happened next? Luffy, with his characteristic obliviousness, focused on Koya with wide eyes and exclaimed, "Wow, you must be Lady Koya, right? I heard your family owns a mine. Could you grant us a ship?" At that moment, I was utterly flabbergasted. Family? Who could comprehend this? His emotional intelligence was plummeting to the depths of the Mariana Trench. Nami immediately erupted in fury, delivering a punch to his head that left a sizable bump, before hastily apologizing to Koya. I caught a glimpse of jealousy in Nami's eyes. It seemed I detected a hint of vinegar in the air. A woman's intuition is indeed a mysterious phenomenon. I stepped forward, positioning Koya behind me, and pointed an accusatory finger at Clow, declaring, "Clow, if you dare to deceive Koya's affections, you shall pay the price today." The scoundrel, still brimming with arrogance, adjusted his glasses and retorted, "Is that so? Do not presume that defeating my 2 feline brothers and the hypnotist makes you invincible." Just as I was preparing to teach him a lesson, Luffy, with a fierce shout, charged forward, claiming he had merely been asleep and was now ready to demonstrate his true strength. I thought to myself, very well, if you seek punishment, I shall not hinder you, and perhaps this will serve as a lesson in the harsh realities of the world. What transpired next? I must tell you, it was a one-sided thrashing. Clow possessed a skill called silent steps. Moving with a speed akin to a ghost, Luffy couldn't even graze the hem of his clothing. In a mere half-minute tetrally, just half a minute, Luffy was left with gaping wounds that revealed bone. Although he managed to land a punch on Clow's nose, if this continued, my future captain would soon bleed out and meet his end. Seeing this was untenable, I quickly called for a halt. "Luffy, that is enough. You have proven yourself. The rest is my responsibility." Nami promptly concurred, urging Luffy to step back. He scratched his head, finally heeding the advice. At last, it was my turn to take the stage. I regarded Clow leisurely and inquired, "Cunning Clow, do you consider yourself a formidable opponent?" The young man licked the blood from his claws and let out a cold chuckle. "Well, why not give it a try and find out?" "Very well," I nodded, prepared to face my wrath. No sooner had the words left my lips than I unleashed a deadly gaze upon him. "Activate!" Powerful identification technique. Let me tell you, this skill is extraordinarily formidable with a mere glance. It enables the target to relive the entire experience of a 10-month pregnancy and childbirth within a span of 10 seconds. It primarily delivers a psychological blow that transcends dimensions. In the next moment, the entire assembly was taken aback. The once arrogant Baiji, Klo, suddenly collapsed to his knees with a thud. He clutched his abdomen tightly, his face flushed crimson, beads of cold sweat cascading down like a torrential rain, his expression reflecting agony surpassing that of real childbirth. I approached him and placed my foot upon his forehead, towering over him. "Ah, Captain Kuro, it appears you are not the formidable warrior you claim to be. What is the matter? I merely cast a glance your way, and you have already knelt before me in submission." He was so pained that he could barely speak, squeezing out a few words through gritted teeth. "If you have the capability, grant me a swift end." "Very well, I shall oblige." I signaled to Nami, who understood my intent immediately, rushing over to cover Koya's eyes. Then, with a swift motion, Kuro's head rolled away. This matter was thus conclusively resolved. Koya, being kind-hearted, refrained from disclosing Kuro's treachery to the villagers, instead claiming he had returned home for a family visit. After all, that scoundrel had pretended to be a good man for 3 years, and his image was still rather noble in the eyes of the villagers. To celebrate, we held a grand feast. During the banquet, Nami and Koya began a covert rivalry, exchanging barbs that brimmed with thinly veiled aggression. Koya clutched my hand tightly, her palms sweating with tension, resembling a little cat guarding its food. That night, she quietly asked me if I truly intended to set sail with Luffy and the others. I smiled and replied, "Of course. Do you not wish to explore the world beyond with me?" With that, I had her completely captivated. That night, let us omit 1,000 words of indescribable actions. On the following day, we prepared to depart, and Usopp wept profusely as he bid farewell to the villagers. But do you know what was the most amusing part? As our ship sailed away, I turned back to see the village of Shurub village ablaze with festive decorations, drums and gongs resounding as if it were New Year's. The village chief led the way, setting off firecrackers to celebrate the departure of this demon. While idling aboard the ship, I indulged in a series of 100 draws. Guess what I obtained? Besides a combat skill called Demonic Possession, I acquired a grand piano, a tailcoat, and a mastery of piano playing at level 10. Even more astonishing, I drew a miraculous skill called Instant Teleportation. It is akin to Goku's technique from Dragon Ball. Once I mark an aura, I can go anywhere in an instant. Dressed in my tailcoat, I played a tune on the deck, instantly captivating Nami, who gazed at me with heart-shaped eyes. This skill proved immensely useful, as my daily system task required 100 people to call me father. If I fell short of the target, it was simple. I would teleport back to Shurub village, and the villagers, upon seeing me, would tremble and call me Demon King, completing the task in no time. Days passed like this until Zoro approached me. With admiration in his eyes, he said, "Demon King, I wish to learn that sword technique. It's so cool. Please teach me." Seeing this as an opportunity, I decided to entertain him. Since I had nothing better to do, I might as well amuse myself. I solemnly began to weave a tale, claiming that I had once practiced this technique for 10 days and nights without food or drink, growing gaunt in the process. Instead of scaring him off, Zoro became even more resolute, insisting he would endure any hardship for his dreams. Luffy, overhearing this, chimed in, claiming that sword techniques could also allow for flight. I dismissed him with a wave. "Your comprehension is lacking. Focus on developing your rubber fruit abilities." I then commenced Zoro's training, instructing him that the first step was to envision the sword within his heart, that all things could become a sword, and that he must sleep holding his blade every night, even giving a kiss before bed to nurture their bond. In secret, I employed my other skill, blade nurturing technique, to cultivate a bond between him and his sword, Wado Ikemanji. This skill was quite extraordinary. It could foster affection for any object, and, at its peak, even a mere kitchen knife could become a sentient blade. To my astonishment, I actually succeeded in manifesting a sword spirit. That day, Zoro was nearly brought to tears, exclaiming, "I can feel it. It is speaking to me." Now he converses daily with a spirit named Xiaowen and can truly fly upon his sword. Usopp and the others were left in utter disbelief. My actions had completely altered the landscape of swordsmanship within the pirate world. It is rumored that Mihawk now sleeps with his black blade, Euro, while Shanks incessantly murmurs to his beloved sword, imploring it to give him face. It was simply outrageous. Luffy was on the verge of a breakdown, repeatedly asserting humans and swords cannot be together. True friends are forever. Amidst this chaos, one day Usopp shouted from the lookout, "There's a restaurant on the sea ahead." Upon hearing this, Luffy dashed to the bow of the ship, his eyes sparkling with excitement, declaring, "Fantastic! We're in need of a chef. Let us recruit one." Upon arrival, we discovered the restaurant was named Baratai, quite renowned. However, as soon as we arrived, we encountered an ill-mannered Navy lieutenant named Iron Fistful Body, who not only damaged the restaurant ship with cannon fire, but also dared to gaze at Koya with lewd eyes. How could I tolerate such insolence? I was immediately irked. That fellow even made threats, so I teleported right in front of him and unleashed a barrage of martial techniques. Wind God leg, shadowless foot, powerful King Kong leg. A flurry of strikes that left his bones shattered before I kicked him into the sea to feed the fish. The restaurant owner, Zeph, and Chef Sanji were left dumbfounded, likely having never witnessed such ferocity in leg techniques. Luffy, due to the previous cannon blast being his fault, was captured by Zeph and forced to wash dishes in the kitchen as recompense. Serve him right. At that moment, a famished man burst through the door. It was the infamous Chef Jin. He had been thrown out by other chefs after being beaten up, but Sanji, the golden-haired chef with a cigarette, could not bear to watch and secretly prepared a fried rice dish for him. Seeing Sanji's kindness and culinary talent, Luffy immediately wished to invite him aboard. However, Sanji was unwilling, stating he intended to remain a chef at Baratai for life. This was where I made my move. Arm in arm with Koya, I sauntered over to him, a wine glass in hand, and with a light chuckle, I said, "But your restless heart has long been yearning for something more. Sanji, do you not wish to discover all blue, that legendary sea that belongs solely to the fables?" Sanji was momentarily stunned, nearly dropping his cigarette, his eyes wide with shock as he gazed at me. "Demon King? How do you know I wish to go to all blue?" Strangely, he intended to call me by my name, but the words came out as Demon King, leaving him flustered. I took a sip of my drink and offered him a mysterious smile. "Not only do I know your dream, but I also know all about your boss, Zeph's past." Upon hearing this, you wouldn't believe it. Sanji's pupils dilated as if he had just witnessed a miracle, his gaze fixed on me. The name Zeph was like a forbidden incantation, not uttered for over a decade. Yet, when I mentioned it so casually, he appeared to be transported back in time. However, his mind was sharp, and he quickly regained his composure, nearly dropping his cigarette, his expression turning wary. "What exactly do you want? Or rather, what do you want me to do?" Oh my, that look in his eyes was as if he were guarding against a thief. I couldn't help but chuckle, laying my cards on the table. "Sanji, do not look at me with such suspicion. If I wish to lay a hand on you, not even your boss Zeph at his peak would be a match for me. So relax. I am merely here to share a meal and observe the unfolding events." With that, I ignored him and resumed dining with my beloved Koya, leaving him with a cryptic silhouette to ponder. This left Sanji utterly baffled, unable to decipher the situation. He ran to Luffy for answers. Well, he certainly picked the right person. Luffy, with his big mouth, could not keep a secret for long. In less than 3 seconds, he divulged my entire backstory. Upon hearing this, Sanji was left petrified, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. One move took down the entire Black Hat pirates? You eliminated Captain Kuro? Your swordsmanship is superior to Mihawk's? And you're Zoro's master now? You taught Zoro to summon his sword spirit? Zoro can now fly on his sword. He recounted each point, his expression shifting from shock to horror, ultimately transforming into awe. I must tell you, his gaze upon me has transformed entirely, as if he were staring at some prehistoric behemoth. Previously, he had witnessed Zoro conversing with the sword known as Unomanji, referring to it as Little One, and at that moment, he sensed something amiss. Now, everything has fallen into place. He is utterly convinced. His heart is tumultuous, as if a storm were brewing within. Goodness, not only is this fellow's leg technique extraordinary, but he is also a top-tier swordsmanship prodigy. The leg skills of Zeppo old man must seem trivial in comparison. He is torn, desiring to learn a few techniques from me, yet feeling tethered to this floating restaurant. After all, Zeppo saved his life. He wishes to repay that debt, yet yearns for greater strength. Who among my kin understands this feeling of being both inexperienced and playful? It is quite the predicament. At that moment of internal conflict, a fellow named Akin, the one who had fainted from hunger and was rescued by Sanji, gazed tearfully at the mountain of food Sanji had packed for him. Sanji patted his shoulder, lit a cigarette, and casually remarked, "Your brothers must be hungry too, right? Take this back for them. I know all too well the pangs of hunger." Akin was profoundly moved, departing in his small boat, glancing back thrice. Meanwhile, Zeppo, up on the second floor, observed everything with keen eyes. He understood perfectly well that he could no longer impart anything to Sanji. Gazing at my figure, his expression was intricate, perhaps contemplating, if only I were 30 years younger, I would kneel and request to be his disciple right here. He turned to the other cooks and said, "This lad is destined to leave. Our little pond cannot harbor a dragon like him. Our dream is to find all blue. Since we have not found it, let him pursue it for us. You see, these burly men who jest and bicker daily when it comes time to bid farewell to a child. Each resembles a father giving away his daughter, their eyes glistening with unshed tears." At this moment, I was preoccupied. I must tell you, my luck today has been abysmal. Out of 100 lottery draws, 90 were utter failures. I was at my wit's end, feeling a dark transformation take hold, and I silently implored the system, for the last 10 draws, I offer Luffy's hair as a sacrifice. Deliver me a bounty. Beep. Acquired LV1 Observation Hockey. Beep. Acquired LV1 Armament Hockey. Beep. Acquired LV1 Conqueror's Hockey. Beep. Acquired Feminization Ability. All things can be feminized. Good gracious, it truly delivered. But upon reflection, a chill ran down my spine. No. Dear God, I was jesting. Luffy cannot possibly go bald, can he? The image is too beautiful for me to bear. The Pirate King as a shiny-headed individual? Will he ever find a partner again? Ah, never mind. His single status is of no concern to me, as I am not a solitary dog. Then my attention fell upon that feminization ability. I directly accosted the elderly gentleman on the subway. How is it that in the year 2025, I am still bestowed with such absurd abilities? Should I first feminize my opponent before subjecting them to the agony of childbirth? Is this the conduct of a decent person? I urge you, system, to show mercy. Just as I was pondering this, Luffy emerged from the kitchen, clutching a handful of hair, looking utterly worn out, resembling a panda that had not awakened. It is peculiar. Why does it feel like he is experiencing significant hair loss lately? Usopp gasped in alarm. "Luffy, what happened to you?" I cleared my throat and solemnly fabricated. "Usopp, your inquiry is quite profound. In my view, Luffy is prematurely entering a midlife crisis. Hair loss and baldness are entirely normal." Upon hearing this, Luffy collapsed in despair, clutching my leg and wailing, "No, I refuse to be bald. Oh, Great One, help me. How can the Pirate King be bald?" With a look of disdain, I kicked him away, saying, "Luffy, accept reality. While you still have hair, hurry and take some handsome photos to cherish. Otherwise, you will have no chance left." Luffy, utterly despondent, stormed into the kitchen and smashed 2 plates. I shook my head, my gaze shifting to Usopp. Luffy's hair has been sacrificed. Should I try Usopp's next? I believe I have discovered the correct utilization of the Straw Hat crew. Usopp, feeling the weight of my stare, stammered, "Oh, Great One, why do you look at me like that?" I replied softly, "I feel you're on the brink of a midlife crisis as well." Usopp, terrified, abandoned his meal and scampered off to take a nap, claiming he needed to protect his hair. At the dining table, only Nami and I remained. Observing the cloud of worry on Nami's face, I instantly comprehended her thoughts. It was undoubtedly about Arlong. Having witnessed my prowess, she was likely contemplating a proposition, yet hesitated to voice it. After all, if she sought my assistance, what could she offer as recompense? Money? My dear Yaya is quite the affluent lady. Her body? Glancing between my wife beside her and herself, she probably deemed it hopeless. Noticing her conflicted expression, I deliberately picked up a bounty poster, my finger tracing over it, depicting the fishman Arlong. This struck at her very core. Could he possibly possess mind-reading abilities? Nami's mind must have been in turmoil. Gazing at that face, her body began to tremble. Then, she made a decision that left me utterly flabbergasted. Taking a deep breath, as if summoning immense courage, she raised her head and looked at me with a daring gaze. "Oh, great one, do you need a daughter?" The entire restaurant fell into a profound silence. I was momentarily stunned. "Nami, what did you just say?" She repeated, "Do you need a daughter?" I burst into laughter. I could have speculated 1,000 possibilities. Yet this was not one of them. To persuade me to save her village, she would even offer to be my adopted daughter? The moment her words left her lips, she regretted it, tears welling in her eyes, evoking my sympathy. Noticing her impending tears, I erupted. "Why are you crying? Is it shameful to be my daughter? Let me tell you, those who wish to be my daughter could line up from the Navy headquarters to marry Ehua. I give you one last chance. Hold back those tears, or I might reconsider. I cannot tolerate a girl crying." Nami was left bewildered by my outburst, with tears clinging to her eyelashes, afraid to fall. I must say, this girl is quite resilient. She has indeed developed feelings for me, yet recognizing my bond with Yaya, she fears losing me and concocts this absurd idea of becoming my adoptive daughter, allowing her to remain by my side. The folly of a woman in love truly renders her intellect to naught. Seeing that she was no longer crying, I gently lifted her face. "All right, now you are the obedient daughter of the Great One. As my daughter, no one shall bully you." As I spoke, my heart ached, and I retrieved a quaint little box from the system space, offering it to her. "Here, a welcoming gift." Nami opened it to reveal a gleaming embroidery needle. Confused, she inquired, "What is this?" Suppressing my anguish, I explained. "The Rui Jingu Bang, the sea-calming needle, weighs 13,500 jin. Try it." She murmured, "Big, big, big," and the needle instantaneously transformed into a towering black iron rod, adorned with golden hoops, inscribed with a line of text. In that moment, the entire floating restaurant was enveloped in golden light, resembling a celestial realm. Nami's eyes sparkled, utterly captivated. I thought to myself, this is an exquisite divine weapon I obtained through sheer luck, and I am giving it away. To my astonishment, Nami suddenly produced her own 3-section staff from her bosom and handed it to me. I held the still warm staff, bemused. "Nami, are you offering me a token of affection?" "Is still warm." Her face flushed crimson. "You big fool. If you do not want it, return it." I quickly tucked it away. Once given, a gift cannot be taken back. Seeing me accept it, she felt a surge of delight, likely thinking she could now travel the world by my side. I observed her expression and smirked. Merely receiving gifts is insufficient. You must express your gratitude. "Express what?" she asked, her face innocent. "Your form of address. What will you call me?" Her face flushed deeper, and after much hesitation, she finally called out softly in a voice so sweet it could almost be squeezed for nectar. "Baba." "Indeed, I am truly Baba's obedient daughter." Satisfied, I affectionately ruffled her hair. This revelation caused quite the uproar within the Straw Hat crew. Luffy nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. Nami, you actually recognize him as Baba?" Nami, with a sense of pride, swayed her little feet and replied, "It's my personal matter. Why should I share it with you all?" Sanji, overhearing, felt his heart shatter. He had long suspected Nami harbored feelings for me, and now witnessing her sacrifice her dignity to stay by my side as a daughter made him feel utterly indignant, likely cursing me 100 times for occupying a position without contributing. Lost in his own melancholy, he envied my agility, fantasizing about becoming my disciple. Suddenly, loud banging echoed from the door, followed by a crash as it was kicked open. A towering figure wrapped in bandages strode in, followed closely by a kin. "I am the ruler of the East Blue, Clique. Surrender your food and ship, and I shall spare your lives." What a scene, reminiscent of the fable of the farmer and the serpent. Patty was infuriated, pointing at Akin and shouting, "You scoundrel! Sanji saved your life, and you dare to repay kindness with malice." The patrons in the restaurant were terrified. Outside, The dilapidated yet massive Black Panther head warship marked Cliquet's pirate crew. Jappu, unfazed, bellowed, "Prepare for battle. Deploy the fish fin combat platform." Sanji took the lead, leaping onto the platform. "If you wish to seize the old man's restaurant, you must first contend with me." Akin, filled with reluctance, cried out, "Sanji, you must leave. You cannot defeat our captain." He added that they had encountered a man akin to Hawkeye in the Grand Line, who single-handedly dismantled their fleet of 50 ships with a single slash. The chefs of Baratai were left dumbfounded. Could one truly slice through 50 ships in a single blow? At that moment, Zoro's pupils dilated, and his hand trembled around his sword. He had heard the key words. With eyes like an eagle, a single slash shattering a fleet. The battle DNA within him surged. It was him. Undoubtedly, it was the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk. He excitedly whispered to his sword spirit, "Shao One. Can you feel it? The blood within me is boiling. I finally have the chance to challenge the strongest in the world. My great sword has long been thirsty for battle." Meanwhile, I had already brought Kia to the upper deck, securing the best vantage point to witness the unfolding drama below. Kia, mesmerized, softly asked, "Baba, do you know that fellow down there dressed like a tin can?" I couldn't help but chuckle, pointing at the golden-clad Cliquet, and explained, "This chap is Cliquet from the East Blue, nicknamed the Unlucky Admiral." Kia was puzzled. Isn't he the ruler of the East Blue? How can he be unlucky? I thought to myself, what a pertinent question. Clearing my throat, I elaborated, "Consider this. In the Grand Line, even someone of Jappu's caliber can spend a year there. And the Lumba pirates, who graduated from a music academy, can survive for 3 years. Yet Cliquet, who made the grandest entrance with 50 ships, met his fate in just 1 week. He directly encountered the warlord of the sea, the world's strongest swordsman, Mihawk. 50 ships, all sliced like tofu by a single man. Had he not been fortunate enough to encounter a storm, he wouldn't have had the chance to swim back. Wouldn't you say he is indeed unfortunate?" As I spoke, Jappu's gaze turned suspicious as he wondered how I knew so much insider information. Below, Luffy began to stir things up again, eagerly bounding over to Jappu, innocently asking, "Old chef, if I knock that tin can away, do I get to stop washing dishes?" I nearly burst into laughter. His companions, Zoro, Nami, Usopp, cast him disdainful glances that practically screamed, "Idiot." Luffy, growing agitated, exclaimed, "Hey, why are you all looking at me like that?" Sanji, lighting a cigarette, exhaled a puff of smoke and disdainfully remarked, "This restaurant is not in need of your protection, outsider." Cliquet was reveling in the fear he instilled, but when he glanced up and saw Kia and me watching from the second floor, his expression froze. He likely thought, "Why are those two watching me like a circus? Especially that woman. She is quite attractive. I might just take her for myself." Ah, what a beautiful thought. Little did he know, some people are not to be trifled with. Just then, a thunderous crash resounded as a figure adorned with shields descended from above, resembling a mobile marketplace for pot lids. Cliquet's henchman screamed, "It's Iron Wall Bala." Luffy's taste, I must say, was remarkable. His eyes lit up, and he shouted, "Wow. So many shields. So cool." The entire gathering, including Cliquet himself, fell into a stunned silence. How could anyone comprehend this aesthetic that was a league ahead of its time? As Sanji prepared to practice with the shielded figure, chaos erupted on Cliquet's side, his men screaming in terror. "Lord Cliquet, that man is pursuing us." One minion dropped to his knees, weeping. Wasn't it just disturbing his sleep? Does it warrant being hunted to the ends of the earth? No sooner had he finished speaking than an invisible pressure enveloped the entire scene. Jappu, Sanji, Zoro, and even Cliquet all turned their gazes toward the distant sea. A coffin-shaped small boat was cutting through the waves. Jappu turned pale, his voice trembling. No way. How could this man appear in the East Blue? He began to educate those nearby about one of the warlords of the sea, the world-renowned strongest swordsman, Mihawk. I listened to his discourse about Hawkeye's yellow eyes, black top hat, maroon jacket, and a black sword capable of cleaving giant ships in two. Jappu suddenly realized something was amiss. His gaze fixated on Hawkeye, and he gasped. Sanji quickly inquired, "Old man, what is wrong?" Jappu's voice quivered. "His sword, Hawkeye's black blade Yoru, is missing." "Goodness, To a swordsman, his sword is his life. To have stolen Hawkeye's blade is a feat of divine intervention. Just as everyone was in shock, a green figure sprang into action. Zoro, donning a headscarf, appeared with a massive cross strapped to his back. I focused and realized, was that not Hawkeye's black blade Yuru? Hey, the world's greatest swordsman. Zoro's voice rang out across the crowd. Are you looking for this? Hawkeye's gaze sharpened to a lethal edge, locking on Zoro with an intensity that could freeze one in place. Who are you, and how dare you steal my weapon? Hawkeye's voice dripped with icy disdain. The next moment, an even more explosive scene unfolded. Zoro leaped from the second-floor deck, and his sword, Wado Ikamanji, zipped beneath him, supporting him steadily. Sword flight. The crowd fell into a stunned silence. Hawkeye appeared bewildered, his mind racing to process what had just transpired. Sword technique. He must have thought this was merely a legend. The crowd below began to murmur, recognizing him. It's him, the pirate hunter Zoro. How did Hawkeye's sword end up in his hands? I remember. The sword immortal incident from half a month ago. Was it he who caused all the swords in the East Blue to fly to Ziliuobu village? Suspended in midair on his flying sword, Zoro radiated an overwhelming presence. Meeting Hawkeye's gaze, he stood tall and declared, I am the man destined to become the world's greatest swordsman, Roronoa Zoro. Then, he glanced my way and loudly proclaimed, and I am also the anonymous disciple of Mr. Baba. I was taken aback, and Luffy exclaimed, Nanny? Kriya looked at me in confusion. Baba Wong. When did you take him as your disciple? I sighed, realizing that this lad was adept at seeking powerful allies, with a boldness rivaling that of a city wall. However, seeing his cautious glances towards me, I remained silent, tacitly accepting the situation. Upon noticing my lack of opposition, Sauron immediately grew bolder, likely elated within. The most intriguing aspect was Eagle Eye. His gaze towards me was a mixture of shock and wariness. He attempted to call my name, but the words that escaped his lips were Ba Ba Wong. He was momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brow as if sensing the complexity of the situation. Why did he instinctively want to refer to this fellow as Ba Ba? Sauron, observing Eagle Eye's awkwardness, nearly grinned from ear to ear, casually tossing the enormous black sword. Yoru, back to Eagle Eye, he challenged, Mihawk, dare to accept my challenge. Eagle Eye caught the sword, his expression a blend of complexity as he glanced between me and Sauron. Finally, he responded solemnly, Roronoa Zoro, I acknowledge your spirit. As the world's greatest swordsman, I accept your challenge. The first swordsman of the East Blue versus the world's greatest swordsman. The battle is about to commence. Oh, I almost forgot about the Ironkin nearby. Cleek, seeing that neither of them regarded him, lost his composure and pulled out a cannon, aiming it at the two. You two bastards. Am I invisible? Boom. The cannonball was fired. Eagle Eye, without even turning his head, coldly remarked, noisy. Swish. An invisible slash sliced through the air. Cleek's already dilapidated flagship was split cleanly in two, sliding seamlessly into the sea. Cleek was left petrified, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. Sauron, witnessing this scene, broke into a sweat, but soon burst into laughter, haha. Now, this is what it means to be the best in the world. The more formidable the challenge, the more valuable it becomes. Eagle, I sheathed Yoru, and then produced what I hoped I wasn't mistaken about, a small fruit knife shaped like a cross. He said to Sauron, apologies, but at your level, you one need Yoru. Sauron instantly exploded with rage. Who do you look down on? Eagle, I remained unfazed. I'm not like those fools who exhaust themselves chasing rabbits. You are far too weak. This mockery reached its peak. Sauron roared, crossing 3 swords and charged with a technique known as the Ghost Slash. Now a practitioner of the 4-sword style, he synchronized with Dowie Winsey, sealing all angles. However, with a clang, a crisp sound rang out. Eagle Eye, wielding that fruit knife, precisely struck the intersection of Sauron's 3 swords, halting his Ghost Slash with a mere small blade. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Luffy shouted anxiously, Sauron. Japu was also dumbfounded. How is this possible? Sauron himself could hardly believe it. He felt all his strength drained by that tiny blade, immobilized. Was the disparity in our strengths so vast? Eagle Eye chuckled lightly, flicking his wrist, sending Sauron flying. Nami, beside me, was frantic, asking Babawon, can Sauron win? I shrugged and replied honestly, of course not. Seeing her nearly in tears, I leisurely added, but don't worry, with me here, he won die. Nami finally breathed a sigh of relief and took the opportunity to plant a kiss on my cheek. Kaya, watching from the side, pouted. I quickly changed the subject. Pointing below, look, the Plane A monsters are about to get serious. On the field, Sauron was thoroughly rattled, his mind drifting back to his promise with Goina, causing his movements to falter. Eagle Eye seized on the opening, thrusting his small knife into Sauron's chest. A truly heart-wrenching moment, my friend. Blood dripped steadily down. Eagle Eye observed Sauron, who remained steadfast despite the blade embedded in his chest, and for the first time expressed admiration. Why do you not retreat? Do you wish to be pierced through the heart? Sauron coughed up blood, smiling. I don't know. I only know that if I take a step back here, all my past oaths and promises will turn to mere words. Therefore, even if it means death, I cannot retreat. Eagle Eye was taken aback by his unwavering will. Instinctively stepping back half a pace, he sheathed the fruit knife and solemnly drew Yoru from his back. Boy, state your name. Roranoa, Sauron. I shall remember you. Eagle Eye raised the world's strongest black sword and declared, to honor a swordsman, I will use this blade to send you off. Sauron gazed at the ominous black sword, his eyes turning red. He knew he was about to lose, yet he assumed his final stance. He glanced back at me on the second floor, his eyes filled with determination. This lad was intent on embodying his sword path in his own way. I looked at Sauron, who was prepared to face death. My voice, though soft, reached his ears. Sauron, do not perish here. Your future lies in the vast sea of stars. He flashed a smile and replied, understood, master. I tell you, the atmosphere at that moment was extraordinary. Below, the members of Cleek's pirate crew were like pickled vegetables in seawater, their eyes nearly popping out, all to witness the clash between Sauron and Eagle Eye. In the next second, all inhaled sharply. Why? Eagle Eye had drawn Yoru, the sword as large as a door. Remarkable. The very sword that had cleaved an aircraft carrier in two. Instantly, whispers of dread spread through the crowd. It's over, he has unsheathed his sword. The real deal is coming. Sauron's two little subordinates, Johnny and Joseph, broke down right there. One was praying, the other was holding his head and shouting, Big brother, don't fight anymore. We'll lose our lives. But with the battle already reaching this point, could they stop? Eagle Eye, with a swish, instantly appeared before Sauron, moving so swiftly that not even a shadow could be discerned. He lunged with a slash, exclaiming, perish. Sauron, desperate, unleashed his ultimate techniques, such as the four-sword style, 3,000 worlds, wielding his swords like a whirlwind, creating a deafening sound. However, truth be told, this was insufficient against Eagle Eye. With a clang, Eagle Eye and Sauron's figures passed by each other. Sauron's sword shattered into several pieces, leaving only me and Dowie, Wenzi, somewhat intact. Then, with a splatter, blood gushed from his chest, leaving him dazed. Defeated? He likely hadn't anticipated this. Murmuring, is this the power of the world's greatest? Then, my friends, the most explosive moment arrived. Sauron, swaying, bloodied but standing firm, did not flee or beg for mercy. Instead, he turned, arms wide open, facing Eagle Eye with a smile. Eagle Eye was at a loss, wondering what this lad was up to. Was he trying to provoke him? Suddenly, Sauron passionately declared, the scars on my back are the disgrace of swordsmen. Let me tell you, upon hearing those words, Eagle Eye's gaze transformed. It was the look of a hero appreciating another hero. He must have thought, how wonderful it would be if this lad were my disciple. Alas, he follows that surname Chu. In the next moment, Eagle Eye struck with his blade once more, delivering another slash across Sauron's chest, blood erupting like an unrestrained fountain. Luffy and Usopp cried out in anguish, their voices hoarse from shouting. Sanji, watching from the side, was equally shocked, muttering, this guy is truly mad, sacrificing his life for ambition. Sauron's vision darkened, and with a thud, he fell into the sea. His two little subordinates leaped in frantically to rescue him. Luffy, incensed, charged at Eagle Eye, his rubber head colliding with the deck, nearly eliciting laughter from me. Eagle Eye, suppressing a chuckle, reassured Luffy, "Do not worry. That man is still alive." Indeed, Zoro was rescued. Although he appeared close to death, he still clung to life. Nami, the spirited girl, finally breathed a sigh of relief, clinging to my arm and rubbing against me incessantly, inquiring, "Baba, how did you know that Hawkeye wouldn't strike to kill?" What could I say? I certainly could not divulge that Hawkeye was quite astute. On one hand, he saw in Zoro a reflection of his own youthful vigor. More importantly, dear friends, it was because of me, if he dared to act with malice. The mere hint of murderous intent that I had just released would be more than sufficient to keep him at bay. He had long recognized the chasm between us, an insurmountable divide. Such actions were tantamount to risking his very life. Thus, I imagine Hawkeye was drenched in cold sweat at this moment. He first bowed respectfully towards me on the second deck, as if to apologize for injuring my disciple. This left the nearby red-leg Zeph utterly dumbfounded, likely reeling from shock. After this display, Hawkeye turned to the barely conscious Zoro to assert his dominance. "You are far too early in your quest for death. Young man, I am StealMihawk. Behold the world clearly and grow stronger. Regardless of how many years it takes, I shall await you at the pinnacle of strength." Listen closely. He hesitated when uttering the words the strongest. Naturally, with my presence here, how could he dare to claim such a title? He was losing face. At that moment, Zoro stirred, shakily raising his undamaged sword, Wado Ikamanji, and summoned all his strength to shout in my direction, "Baba, did you hear me? I will not lose again. In your presence, I refuse to face defeat a second time. Do you have any objections?" His voice, tinged with desperation, resonated deeply. All eyes turned to me in unison. From my elevated position, I gazed down upon them, a smile curling at the corners of my mouth. "I have no objections." Upon hearing this, Hawkeye likely felt even more unsettled, knowing that a grudge had been established, and he would have to await this young man's vengeance. He wasted no time, concocting an excuse to leave, claiming he had played enough and needed to return for rest, before hastily boarding his small coffin-like vessel and departing. However, just as he left, the foolish giant named Kurohige reemerged, seeing Hawkeye's retreat as an opportunity. He pointed towards a floating restaurant, shouting, "Men, advance! Seize the ship!" His subordinate, known as Tekai Barrera, clanged 2 iron plates together, boasting of his battles without shedding a drop of blood. The curse man, Akin, also emerged, yet he looked at Sanji with an expression of reluctance, clearly unwilling to engage. Sanji, however, stood firm, declaring, "Anyone who dares to touch the fruits of my labor shall face my wrath." No sooner had he spoken than Tekai Barrera swung his shield at him. Sanji's kick was indeed impressive, his movements almost ghostly, delivering a barrage of strikes. Yet the problem was that Barrera was clad in iron armor. Sanji's feet were nearly bruised. Unable to breach his defenses, I watched from the second floor, sipping my drink while observing the spectacle. Unable to endure the sight any longer, I let out a loud slurp, drawing attention on the battlefield. I call out to Sanji, "Sanji, what are you kicking? Is that some kindergarten exercise? Did you learn that from Red Leg Zeph?" Pathetic. Sanji instantly erupted, his brow furrowing, eyes reddening as he glared at me. "You may insult me, but you shall not insult my master." I leaped from the second floor, turning my back to them, and gave Tekai Barrera the middle finger, casually stating, "Allow me to demonstrate what true kicking technique looks like." The pirates, seeing a man in casual attire emerge, erupted in laughter. Yet, in the next moment, their laughter ceased. I vanished in a flash, employing the wind god kick, moving with an unnatural speed. The surrounding minions fell like wheat before a scythe. Then I directed my swift legs at Tekai Barrera, the shadows of my kicks resembling a tempest. Rumbling thunder echoed in the sky. As the dust settled, Barrera's prized iron shield lay shattered in 2, and he was left incapacitated, a deep wound gushing blood from his chest. I retracted my leg, sighing, "It seems rather unfair to use such skills against you." In truth, my system had just issued a task for me to eliminate Kurohige's crew, promising a reward of an interdimensional summoning card. Well, it was time to gamble on my luck. I resolved then and there to sacrifice Luffy's good fortune. I must receive something extraordinary. At that moment, Kurohige, the fool, finally realized what was occurring, witnessing his commander fall in an instant, yet still believing himself capable. He launched a poisonous gas grenade at me. To me, it was no more than inhaling smog, utterly useless. Once the gas dissipated, he continued to threaten, proclaiming his intent to care for my companions. Without a second thought, I charged forward, executing a series of Shaolin 12-way tan legs, leaving him defenseless within 10 seconds. His face resembled that of a pig. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy shouted and rushed forward, delivering a rubber bullet that sent the wounded Kurohige plummeting into the sea. Task completed. Received interdimensional summoning card X1. Luffy sheepishly scratched his head, apologizing for inadvertently claiming a kill. Nami, however, showed no mercy, delivering a love-infused iron fist. Luffy yelped in pain, and Nami, mimicking his tone, said, "Sorry, I couldn't control myself and accidentally hit you." I glanced at the rapidly swelling bump on Luffy's head and the tufts of hair falling away, unable to suppress my commentary. "You should treat your captain better. You only have one Luffy, and if he breaks, there will be no more." Then came the moment of parting. After a series of tearful scenes, Sanji officially joined the Straw Hat crew. Watching him set sail, I began to ponder my reward. However, my attempts at a lottery yielded nothing but televisions, gaming consoles, and other trivialities. Infuriated, I rolled up my sleeves, muttering incantations, and decisively sacrificed Luffy's good fortune. Ding! Obtained super skill, divine resurrection technique, goodness. My friends, what a remarkable reward. This skill can resurrect the deceased and randomly draw one of their abilities. The first individual that sprang to mind was Gold, Roger. Just then, I overheard Luffy boasting to Sanji, "I am the man who will become the Pirate King." I couldn't help but chuckle. Want to become the Pirate King? That is simple enough. I have a plan. Once I reach Lowtown, I shall resurrect that Pirate King, Roger, and then, with a flick of a skill, I'll wed him, thereby claiming the title of the Pirate King S-Man. Such a title sounds utterly formidable. As I contemplated how to marry Roger and ascend to the pinnacle of life, I turned to see Usopp fussing over Zoro. Zoro, wrapped like a mummy, still insisted that his scars were badges of honor. I thought to myself, if he accumulated more of those honors, he would be severed in half. He called out to Hawkeye, vowing revenge, yet the moment he moved, he grimaced in pain. Unable to bear any longer, I approached and patted his shoulder, advising him to behave. If his wound opened, I would not heal it. To my surprise, the look in his eyes shifted dramatically. It was filled with admiration. Friends, who would understand? In one moment, he was brimming with arrogance, and in the next, he transformed into a starry-eyed admirer. Indeed, he had witnessed me borrow Hawkeye's black sword, and Hawkeye had not dared utter a word. He understood all too well the implications. It was clear he saw me as superior to Hawkeye and yearned to cling to my coattails. This young lad was secretly patting himself on the back, thinking, "Zoro, you clever little rascal. This anonymous disciple is a tremendous gain." He even fantasized about becoming an official disciple one day, harboring grand ambitions. In truth, I had little interest in engaging with him. I had come to become the man destined to be the Pirate King, not to run a training academy. But guess what? Suddenly, a spark ignited in my mind, and the system sprang into action, cultivating a world-class swordsman. The rewards were indeed quite enticing. How fortuitous! An opportunity for a key performance indicator had presented itself, and I would be remiss not to seize it. So, I tease him, "Hey Zoro, why do you still call me by my full name? Are you not considering a change?" The lad, perceptive as ever, immediately knelt down with a thud, his posture utterly impeccable, likely aggravating his wounds in the process. "Four-sword style Roronoa Zoro, at your service," he proclaimed with an impressive volume. Well then, since he had taken on the role of apprentice, I felt compelled to inquire about his training regimen. I asked him, "How long do you think it will take for you to become the best?" He hesitated, looking rather sheepish, and finally admitted, conservatively, it would take me over 20 years. He confessed that he had been overwhelmed by StealMihawk's small blade, realizing just how great the chasm between him and the world's strongest swordsman truly was. I couldn't help but chuckle at his estimation. 20 years? By then, one could hardly expect to see the flowers bloom again. I held up 2 fingers and leisurely remarked, "With my guidance, it won't take that long. I can accelerate your progress tenfold. In 2 years, or at most 3, you shall undoubtedly become the world's greatest swordsman." Zoro's jaw practically hit the floor, his expression akin to that of a ghost, clearly in disbelief. Without further ado, I summoned the 3 worn blades at his waist, which couldn't even resist the might of the Wado Ikamanji. Watch closely, young brother. Today, I shall provide you with a preview of premium content. The first technique, the 9 swords of Dugu. I assure you, there's no need for a real strike. The moment the sword intent manifests, it shatters all forms, emphasizing the principle of countering the foe's attack. Zoro's eyes widened in astonishment. But that was not the end. The second technique, the 6 meridians sword. I pointed towards the ocean, and lo and behold, a laser-like beam erupted from my fingertip. Boom! A massive crater formed on the sea's surface. Zoro's mouth gaped wide enough to fit a fist inside, Nanny. A finger can wield the might of a sword. Next came the celestial sword from beyond. That strike was swift and fierce, reminiscent of the most sensational memes of 2025. It was simply incomprehensible. The unity of man and sword was dazzling in its execution. Finally, the grand finale, the 10,000 swords returning to one. With a flick of my hand, thousands of sword shadows cascaded down like rain. It was a spectacle that would leave anyone in awe. After demonstrating this exquisite martial art, I returned the blades to him. Zoro stood there utterly dumbfounded, his very being petrified. After a lengthy pause, he finally reacted, bowing deeply with his head, striking the ground repeatedly. "Master, you are my rebirth and my savior. I, Zoro, shall remember this for eternity." Just as I finished imparting my knowledge to Zoro, chaos erupted on the deck. That glutton Luffy took advantage of Sanji's momentary distraction and devoured all the food. Sanji, enraged, retaliated with a punch that sent him flying. What a sight! Life aboard the ship was always a whirlwind of chaos. Amidst the uproar, I noticed Nami lost in thought, gazing at the tattoo on her arm, and I knew she was contemplating her past with Arlong. I approached her and said, "My dear, fear not. With your godfather here, no one shall bully you." Kaya also came over to embrace her. I had already shared Nami's backstory with Kaya, who felt deeply for her. I directly hinted at her situation, saying, "Nami, you must be nearing your goal of 100 million, right? I advise you not to place too much faith in Arlong's promises." Nami gasped, covering her mouth and asking how I knew. I smiled and replied, "Arlong will never betray money, but he is quite the trickster. He plays both sides, you see. The hard-earned money you gather could easily be seized by the Marines, leaving you empty-handed." Nami, ever astute, grasped the implication immediately, her face paling. However, she quickly composed herself, smiling as she pulled me and Kaya along. "Baba, Mama, Sanji made barbecue. Let us hurry to eat." Such a sweet call of Mama made Kaya blush. Upon hearing Nami's arrival, Sanji transformed into a devoted puppy, showering her with attention. Did he think I was oblivious to his little schemes? He aspired to court my goddaughter while seamlessly expecting me to teach him the art of footwork. "Young man, your ambitions are perilous." As we indulged in our meal, the ship suddenly lurched violently. I initially assumed Luffy had engaged in another meat-related scuffle, but upon peering into the sea, I was taken aback. A massive sea bull, several times larger than our Golden Mary, emerged. Luffy, with eyes alight, exclaimed, "Beef! It's enormous." Sanji was equally bewildered. "Is that a cow? Can cows swim?" Johnny, terrified, paled. "It's a sea beast." What is a beast from the Grand Line doing here? The creature, named Moo Moo, was a pet of Arlong's, likely drawn by the aroma of our barbecue. Luffy, never one to back down, declared, "Dare to steal my meat?" Gum Gum pistol, and launched a punch. Sanji followed suit, kicking out. "How dare you steal Miss Nami's food? You seek death." Their barrage, however, amounted to naught. The sea bull's thick hide absorbed the blows, merely eliciting a pained bellow from it. At that moment, Zoro emerged, roused from his slumber. Spotting the colossal beast, he seized the opportunity to hone his skills. Duga 9 Swords break sword technique. I tell you, it was but a single strike. In an instant, a deep gash appeared on the sea bull, revealing bone beneath. Moo Moo let out a terrified cry, paralyzed in fear, particularly as I glared at it. It trembled like a leaf. Those who understand the dynamics of fear will know. Just moments ago, it was blustering with bravado, and now it was utterly cowed. Sanji hoisted the freshly cut meat onto his shoulder, praising Zoro, his eyes filled with envy and admiration. He realized that Zoro had truly latched onto a formidable ally, his strength skyrocketing. Nami, observing the quivering sea beast, expressed her disgust and asked how we should proceed. I looked at the frightened creature, and a brilliant plan struck me. I smiled at Nami, saying, "My dear, imagine if Arlong's most loyal pet turned against him and led us to his lair. How would he react?" Upon hearing this, Nami's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Fisherman Arlong was known for his brutality towards humans, yet he was fiercely loyal to his own. I explained to Nami, "Consider this. How delightful would it be for someone like Arlong to experience betrayal from his most trusted companion?" Nami's expression transformed, a mix of hatred, fear, and a hint of excitement. Hatred for Arlong, who had killed her adoptive mother in her presence. Fear of his monstrous strength. Yet now, an opportunity to psychologically unravel him lay before her. Her eyes gleamed as she asked, "Baba, how do we execute this plan?" I replied simply, "We shall convert Moo Moo into our ally." Nami voiced her concerns, but it possesses intelligence. It won't be easy. I laughed and assured her, "Fear not. I have a clever scheme." Just then, I held up a radiant golden orb in my hand. The brilliance nearly blinded us. Luffy, as usual, was mesmerized, drooling and exclaiming, "Wow, Baba, are you performing magic? That little pill looks delicious." With a resounding thud, Nami struck Luffy on the head, creating a comical bump, scolding him, "Luffy, be quiet." Then she turned to me, her demeanor softening. "Baba, please continue." I glanced at Luffy, contemplating how resilient his head truly was. I raised the golden elixir, and to our astonishment, a tremendous roar emanated from within. The sound alone sent shivers down our spines. Usopp, terrified, scrambled on his Sanji's head, trembling. "What on earth is that?" I smiled gently and revealed, "This is the evolution elixir of the supreme ruler of the Starry Forest, the Tianqing Nyohuang." This item had been acquired through a previous lottery, and in another realm, it was considered a top-tier beast core. I must tell you, as soon as I revealed this object, the eyes of the sea cow, Moo Moo, instantly bulged with astonishment. Its intelligence might be lacking, yet the instincts of a beast informed it that this small, golden orb before it was a superpower that could elevate it to the status of the Sea King. If it were to consume it, not only would it command the respect of other sea creatures, but the entire ocean would acknowledge it as their superior. Moo Moo was so exhilarated that it let out a series of ecstatic bellows, and had it not been for my imposing presence, it would likely have lunged at me right then and there. Observing its eager demeanor, I playfully inquired, "Do you desire it?" You would not believe who reacted most fervently. Luffy. His head bobbed up and down like a chick pecking at grains. "Yes, yes, yes." The rest of us were at a loss for words. Well, this is quintessential Luffy. Without a moment's hesitation, I raised my hand and tossed the priceless golden elixir into the air. Luffy's eyes widened as he watched Moo Moo gulp it down in one swift motion, and the pain in his heart was palpable, drool cascading from his mouth. The very next moment, I assure you, the surface of the sea erupted like a boiling cauldron. Thunder roared, and a tempest arose. Moo Moo emitted a heart-wrenching roar, its entire form undergoing a chaotic transformation. The spectacle was utterly spectacular. As the blinding light dissipated, we all stood in stunned silence. Before us loomed a terrifying beast with the head of a bull and the body of a python, stretching over 100 meters in length. Before we could gather our wits, this creature astonishingly spoke in human tongue, its magnificent voice echoing through the heavens. "Master, Sea Cow Moo Moo, at your service." The Straw Hat crew was petrified, their jaws dropped to the ground. I maintained my composure, surveying it thoughtfully, and remarked, "The name Sea Cow Moo Moo lacks charm. Henceforth, you shall be known as Shao Qing. After all, you have existed as a spirit beast for 100,000 years. you should be able to transform into human form. Correct? From now on, you will serve as my personal bodyguard, responsible for my and Koya's daily needs. How'd that sound? The 100-meter giant, now addressed as Xiaoqing, responded with utmost reverence. As you wish, master. No sooner had the words left its mouth than a flash of white light enveloped it. For those who understand, this transformation was astounding. That giant beast morphed into an incomparably beautiful woman clad in azure garments. Sanji's eyes transformed into hearts, and he was ready to take flight, murmuring, "What a stunning girl." I was momentarily taken aback. It turned out I had summoned a beautiful maiden. Xiaoqing, now in her human form, radiated an ethereal beauty, and as Nami and Koya exchanged glances, a palpable tension filled the air. I quickly cleared my throat, attempting to dispel the awkwardness. Ahem, Xiaoqing, you shall be responsible for the daily needs of Koya and me. Is that agreeable? Xiaoqing smiled, enchanting, captivating all. Your wish is my command. At this moment, the Mary exploded with excitement. Usopp and the others screamed in disbelief. A sea beast that could transform into a human, and such a stunning one at that, willingly serving me. The very fabric of their understanding shattered before them. Meanwhile, 100 nautical miles away at Arlong Park, what was Arlong doing? Engaged in a sordid exchange of power and money with a sleazy naval captain known as Mouse. They were both laughing, exchanging cash, reveling in their corruption. Just as their transaction concluded, Arlong and his subordinates felt an inexplicable chill at the nape of their necks, a primal fear stemming from the depths of their bloodlines, causing them to erupt in alarm. He sensed that a terrifying presence had emerged from the ocean, igniting an unsettling unease within him. Little did he know, his greatest surprise was yet to come. He pondered, dispatching someone to investigate while contemplating. Nami, that girl, must be close to amassing 100 million berries, right? It's time for that rat to assist me with some dirty work. Simultaneously, the old smoker in Logtown sensed this terrifying aura, his expression shifting dramatically. He understood that a world far more tumultuous than the great pirate era was about to unfold. As we finally approached Kokoyashi village, Nami's mood grew increasingly somber. She tightly embraced her sister Nojiko, tears streaming down her face. Sanji, in his usual manner, was unable to resist the allure of a beautiful woman and rushed to shower her with attention. Nojiko, however, paid him no mind, her gaze fixed on me, brimming with wariness and suspicion. Once Nami had explained everything, especially when Nojiko heard Nami refer to me as her godfather, she was left utterly bewildered, her expression resembling that of someone questioning if her sister had been manipulated. Observing them, I casually remarked, as if commenting on the fine weather, "Since my daughter has suffered here, I shall liberate this village and dismantle Arlong's reign." Nojiko and Mr. Ake immediately froze at my nonchalant tone. Just a few of us? What a preposterous notion. Xiaoqing was visibly displeased, pouting and prepared to protest, but I halted her with a mere glance. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Nami peeked through the door, and her face paled instantly. To her horror, a battalion of Navy soldiers had arrived, led by none other than Captain Mouse. Nami's heart sank. My ominous prediction had indeed come true. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. These Navy soldiers had not arrived earlier or later, but precisely when she was on the verge of gathering 100 million berries. It was painfully obvious that something was amiss. Captain Mouse, with a smug expression, chuckled derisively. "You must be the thief Nami, right? I hear you have hidden away the treasures you pilfered. Now, our government will seize them all." Nami, furious, attempted to intimidate him with Arlong's name, only to find that Captain Mouse laughed even harder. "Little girl, do you think he sent us? Did you really believe Arlong was on your side?" In that instant, the truth dawned upon Nami. Arlong had secretly surveilled her, plotting her downfall from the very start. Her body trembled with rage, her chest heaving. I had warned her before not to harbor any illusions about Arlong. Enough was enough. Nami retrieved a sewing needle from her hair, shouting, "Rui, Jingu Bang." The needle instantly transformed into a golden staff taller than a person, radiating formidable energy. She charged at the Navy soldiers, shouting, "I will not allow you to touch my orange grove. Every single berry belongs to me." and you shall not take a single one." At that moment, Mr. 8 could no longer contain himself, bellowing at the Navy, declaring that this money was for Nami to save the entire village. Nojiko finally revealed the truth to Nami. For many years, the villagers had been aware of her actions, all pretending to be oblivious to alleviate her burdens. I tell you, at that moment, the emotional dam broke for everyone. Nami stood frozen, tears streaming down her face. Yet, the oblivious Captain Mouse continued to provoke, urging his men, "Hey, you lot, haven't you found 100 million berries yet?" This was the final nail in the coffin. Mr. 8 confronted him, questioning how he could know the exact amount. It was then that Captain Mouse realized he had let something slip, stumbling over his words in a futile attempt to defend himself. But for Nami, this was the last straw. Her final flicker of hope in Arlong was extinguished. I watched her despondent state and finally stood up, placing my hand on her trembling shoulder, softly assuring her, "Do not worry. With your father here, no one shall lay a finger on you. A mere Captain Mouse is insignificant. If he dares to touch my girl, I would not only upend this Navy branch, but the entire Navy headquarters as well." The moment I uttered those words, it was as if a weight had been lifted. Nearby, Mr. 8 and Nojiko erupted, pointing fingers at the Navy soldiers, accusing them of being in league with pirates. A disgrace to justice itself. Those who understand the situation know that the Navy paid no heed to our protests, directly storming into Nami's orange grove to start digging. In no time, a chest full of money was unearthed. The captain, resembling a rat, gleamed with greed, clutching a handful of berries and inhaling their scent. His expression one of sheer rapacity, as he proclaimed that money is money, even if stained with blood. As I listened, my fists clenched in disbelief. Was this truly human discourse? Nami, unable to contain herself, appeared as if she had lost her spirit, muttering for them not to touch her. And she walked straight towards Colonel Mouse. Nokigao and Ajin hurried to intercept her, fearing for her safety. However, Colonel Mouse proved to be a formidable opponent. Without uttering a word, he drew his gun and aimed it directly at Nami. Bang! With the crack of the gunshot. I had already positioned myself in front of Nami and the others. The bullet, ignited and spinning at high velocity, hurtled toward my face. What followed was astonishing. It halted a mere centimeter from me. Clink! The bullet fell to the ground, and a profound silence enveloped the room. I spread my fingers, having just caught the projectile between two of them. Nami's eyes widened in astonishment as she quietly exclaimed, "Baba." Colonel Mouse, utterly terrified, turned pale, beads of sweat cascading down his face, his mind likely malfunctioning, utterly unable to comprehend how one could catch a bullet with bare hands. I chuckled, gazing at him, and remarked nonchalantly, "Too slow. Is this all the Navy is capable of?" At that moment, my quirky teammates could no longer contain themselves. Sanji elegantly lit a cigarette, asserting that he would relieve Miss Nami of her anguish. Zoro stood up from beneath a tree, brandishing his treasured sword behind me, clearly indicating that anyone who dared to speak out would face his wrath. Such fervor ignited not just us, but the entire village. Ajin raised his arm, rallying everyone to grab their tools and surround us. Hoes, harpoons, wooden clubs, an assembly ready to fight to the death. Nami, witnessing this scene, was overcome with tears, unable to articulate her emotions. Colonel Mouse, thoroughly panicked, shouted in a blustering manner, "Rebellion! Are you challenging the Navy? Open fire! Kill them all!" Bang! 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 Another barrage ensued. I tell you, this time I could hardly be bothered to move. The bullets flew towards us, only to collide with an invisible wall, bizarrely suspended in midair. In the next moment, a purple aura erupted from my body as I conjured a long purple blade composed of thousands of fragments. Indeed, it was my new toy, the magic blade of 1,000 edges. I tilted my head and asked the now bewildered Navy, "Are you seeking death?" Their legs quaked, trembling like leaves in the wind. Colonel Mouse attempted to leverage the name of the world government to intimidate me, but I paid him no heed, advancing with my blade. In desperation, he shrieked at his subordinates to continue firing. Too slow, I shook my head. No sooner had I spoken than the magic blade of 1,000 edges exploded into a scatter of thousands of purple fragments, resembling a swarm of drones. whizzing through the air with a piercing sound. The sounds of slicing filled the air as the Navy fell in droves like wheat being harvested. As Colonel Mouse prepared to utter his final words, a shard pierced his throat, silencing him forever. In less than a minute, not a single Navy soldier remained standing except for us. Usopp and the others were left in stunned silence, swallowing hard. Zoro's eyes gleamed with admiration, fixated on a magic blade of 1,000 edges, likely already scheming on how to procure a similar one for himself. I disregarded their astonished expressions and approached Nami, gently rubbing her arm. The humiliating tattoo of the Fishman pirate crew vanished without a trace. Rest assured, I have promised that no one shall bully you while I am here. Nami wept uncontrollably in my embrace. The villagers were equally stirred, eager to kneel before me. With a mere thought, a gentle force prevented them from doing so. I gazed at them and smiled. Folks, this is merely the beginning. The true enemy is Arlong. Now, let us witness the moment of freedom together. Half an hour later, at Arlong Park, we bypassed the entrance and I kicked down a wall, making a grand entrance with Luffy and the others amidst a cloud of dust. Zoro even tossed Colonel Mouse's corpse forward nonchalantly, as if discarding trash. Hey, where is Arlong? Come forth and face your demise. Luffy, as always, was straightforward. The fishmen opposite us were taken aback, especially upon seeing the colonel's lifeless body. Arlong's long face twisted with rage, yet he feigned calmness, slowly addressing Nami. Nami, have you brought these worthless scoundrels to challenge me? I stepped forward, overpowering his presence with my own, disdainfully curling my lip. Fishman Arlong? Quite arrogant, aren't you? A fool who couldn't survive in the Grand Line. Luffy, as usual, was mesmerized, drooling, forced to flee back and exclaiming, back to the East Blue after being defeated by Jinbei. In my eyes, you are no more than an ant. My words struck home, piercing Arlong's pride. He crushed a nearby chair in fury, his eyes aflame. His minions roared in anger, rushing toward us, but Sanji dispatched them effortlessly, like bowling pins. A fisherman named Xiao Ba began to blow a strange tune, claiming he would summon his pet manatee to turn us into snacks. The sea began to churn violently, raising monstrous waves. Arlong's crew wore smug expressions, but the next moment, their grins froze in place. Emerging from the water was not a manatee, but a terrifying beast. 100-meter-long creature with the head of a bull and the body of a python, crackling with electricity. The scene was nothing short of spectacular. Arlong stood, dumbfounded, stutter. What kind of monster is this? What left him in utter disbelief was the creature, my loyal companion, Shao Qing, bowing respectfully before me, uttering in a thunderous voice, Master. Tianqing Niupong, Shao Qing, pays respects to the master. Instantly, silence fell over Arlong Park. Arlong and his subordinates gaped, their mouths agape, as if their worldview had been shattered. Shao Qing transformed into a stunningly beautiful woman, barely glancing at them, coldly commanding, kneel and speak. As Arlong attempted to maintain his defiance, he felt his knees buckle, crashing to the ground uncontrollably. I chuckled, stepping forward to place my foot on his face. What? You seem quite unconvinced? Arlong's subordinate, Crocodile, witnessing his leader's humiliation, drew his weapon and charged at me. However, Zoro swiftly intercepted him, sword at the ready, declaring, Pirate Hunter Roronoa Zoro, now the unnamed disciple of Lord Bawang. Anyone who disrespects my master shall meet their end. The scene was nothing short of magnificent. Zoro assumed a stance, muttering something about a swift sword from the west, and in an instant, a blinding flash of sword light passed, and Crocodile fell to his knees, blood gushing, unable to utter a final word. This shattered Arlong's crew, who regarded me with the horror reserved for the Grim Reaper. Arlong, trembling beneath my foot, bellowed with all his might, Charge! All of you! Kill them! Kill that Bawang! With his command, the fishmen surged forward at terrifying tide, resembling mutated shrimp freshly dredged from a sewer, claws and fangs bared. Zoro and Sanji's expressions shifted, realizing the overwhelming numbers were too much for the villagers to withstand. Yet, you know what? The Bawang dismissed them entirely. He laughed heartily, declaring that no matter how many there were, they remained worthless, and with a powerful leap, he soared into the sky. The sight was utterly astonishing. The fishmen stood in bewilderment, their jaws metaphorically dropped, pondering how this human could ascend like a rocket. The formidable Ba Wang hovered majestically in mid-air, resembling a celestial being surveying the ragtag assembly below. With a mere gesture of his finger, he unleashed a barrage of ferocious attacks. Navy 6-style finger gun. The spectacle was simply breathtaking. His finger moved with the rapidity of a Gatling gun, raining down destruction with pinpoint accuracy. The fishmen barely had time to react before their heads exploded like ripe watermelons, one after another. In the blink of an eye, over 100 fishmen met their demise, while the remaining ones lay moaning on the ground, missing limbs and suffering more than death itself. Ba Wang showed no mercy to his enemies. Along knelt helplessly, pinned down by my foot, forced to witness his subordinates fall like leaves in autumn. Blood spewing from his mouth in fury, teetering on the brink of madness. Nami stood nearby, equally dumbstruck, her heart racing as she fixated on Ba Wang's finger, which seemed to leave an afterimage in the air. This was no paradise for fishmen. It was a one-sided massacre, a veritable purgatory for them. Yet, truth be told, no one felt sympathy for these wretches. They had terrorized the village of Kokoyashi for nearly a decade, committing unspeakable atrocities. Nami's adoptive mother, Belmir, had fallen victim to their cruelty. They deserved nothing less than damnation. As the villagers witnessed this spectacle, a decade's worth of repressed emotions erupted in a wave of jubilation. Look, it's Mr. Ba Wang taking action. My goodness, is he even human? With one move, he annihilated the entire pirate crew? That finger must be harder than steel. In the next moment, the villagers collectively cried out, tears streaming down their faces, ready to kneel before Ba Wang, hailing him as their savior, their guardian deity. Yet, Ba Wang's thunderous roar commanded, "Stand tall. Even the King of Heaven has perished. None are worthy of your kneeling." His voice boomed like thunder, an invisible force lifting everyone, rendering them incapable of bowing. Nami rushed to assist the village chief and a Jian, explaining that Ba Wang did not favor the weak-willed. This gesture moved the villagers deeply, tears flowing freely as they perceived his greatness. He had saved the entire village without a trace of arrogance. The village guard, a Jian, stepped forward, leading everyone in a deep bow to Ba Wang and the Straw Hat crew. Even Luffy was taken aback, removing his straw hat and revealing his bald head as he bowed in respect, perhaps feeling guilty for not being able to assist. Zoro, chewing on grass, grinned broadly, remarking on his master's adeptness at winning hearts. Usopp and Sanji shared the sentiment, feeling a sense of pride in fighting alongside such a formidable ally, emboldened for future tales of valor. At that moment, Ba Wang suddenly placed his hand on Nami's head, pointing into the distance, saying, "Little thief cat, what do you see over there?" Following his gaze, they spotted a feather quill on the ground, stained with dried blood. Luffy picked it up, and his expression darkened instantly. The villagers' eyes reddened. They understood. This was the very quill Nami had used as a child, drawing nautical charts while imprisoned, her hands worn and bloodied. Along, still seething with impotent rage, ranted about the Fishman Empire and world domination. Ba Wang, unfazed, uttered two words, "Slap him." Xiao Qing, momentarily taken aback, quickly responded with a series of resounding slaps, sending a long as prize shark teeth flying, leaving him utterly defeated, unable to muster a single protest. Ba Wang's actions were a cathartic release for Nami. He was sending a clear message. Anyone who dared to harm my daughter will face consequences. Overcome with emotion, Nami collapsed into Ba Wang's embrace, tears streaming like beads from a broken string. Having been an orphan her entire life, she had never experienced such a paternal love. And in that moment, the twisted seedlings of her affection for him flourished wildly. Ba Wang gently ruffled her hair, saying, "Do not weep. Father will show you something wonderful." He then beckoned with a wave, calling out, "Tiger Fool Su Chu, come and entertain everyone." In an instant, the ground trembled with the sound of galloping hooves as a massive, fiery steed charged forth, towering over 2 stories high. More astonishing was the figure astride the horse, a giant clad in crimson armor, wielding a siege hammer capable of demolishing city gates, radiating an aura that seemed to pierce the heavens. This entrance was nothing short of a spectacle, overwhelming to behold. The villagers recoiled in fear, believing the giants had come. However, the giant leapt from his steed, kneeling before Ba Wang with a voice like thunder, proclaiming, "Tigerful Su Chu, at your service. What is your command?" Silence enveloped the crowd. The terrifying giant was in fact Ba Wang's subordinate. My goodness, he had even tamed a giant. Zoro and Usopp were likewise astounded. This level of combat prowess was beyond comprehension. Ba Wang smiled with satisfaction, pointing to the building that had imprisoned Nami, issuing an unexpected command. "Su Chu, destroy that building. Reduce it to rubble." Along was bewildered. Was such a grand display truly necessary for the sake of a mere building? But Su Chu paid no heed, roaring his compliance as he leaped, wielding the colossal hammer against the structure. With a resounding crash, the 50-meter-tall edifice was cleaved in two, debris flying as if an earthquake had struck. The villagers' eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. This was Along's decade-long endeavor, obliterated with a single blow. Su Chu continued his assault, bang, 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 and within half a minute, the entire building was reduced to a heap of ruins. The nautical charts Nami had drawn danced in the air before being consumed by flames, shattering Along's ambitions to dust. In that moment, only Nami fully understood Ba Wang's intentions. He was not merely showcasing his might, but was shattering the nightmare of her childhood, demolishing the prison that had confined her heart for a decade. Such kindness was impossible for her to ignore. Overwhelmed, she kissed Ba Wang on the cheek in front of everyone, tearfully exclaiming, "Thank you, Ba Ba." Ba Wang chuckled, saying, "Silly girl, wherever you find discomfort, Father will help you obliterate it." This scene left Sanji, who had been quietly smoking, utterly speechless. He extinguished his cigarette and murmured, "What a magnificent gentleman." Unfortunately, Nami-san, you arrived just a moment too late. With the fall of the evil dragon's domain, the villagers' 10 years of suppressed fear evaporated, and the entire village erupted into celebration. Preparing for a grand feast, Ba Wang summoned the innocent Navy Captain George, coercing him to return with the truth. Lieutenant Mouse was slain by my hand, and the fishman Along was eradicated by me. Capture the remaining fishmen, and the credit will be yours. Ascend in rank and fortune. His approach of carrot and stick was transparently effective. Having resolved these matters, Ba Wang intended to depart swiftly to avoid further complications for the village. However, the villagers' exuberance compelled him to stay for 2 days of jubilant festivities. During the celebration, someone proposed erecting a monument in Ba Wang's honor, only to be met with a swift reprimand and a beating from him. "I've struggled to distance myself from you, and you wish to impose a monument on me?" At the party, a little girl named Lan Chi, whose father had been slain by Along, searched for the hero who had vanquished the evil dragon. Guided by Nami's sister Noki Gao, she first laid eyes on Luffy, the bald-headed figure, stuffing his face with food like a ravenous specter. The girl's dreams of heroism shattered in an instant. Noki Gao quickly corrected her, "Not him. Look at the one behind him." Lan Chi peered in and beheld the formidable Ba Wang, impeccably clad in a tailcoat, gracefully playing the piano. The melodious strains entranced everyone present. The young girl's eyes sparkled with countless little red hearts as she exclaimed, "Wow, he's so handsome. I want to marry him when I grow up." Nwokigo teased her, remarking that he already had a wife. However, little Lan Chi, with utmost seriousness, countered, "I could be a concubine. He is so powerful and gentle. Having a few more concubines is hardly excessive." This remark left Nwokigo momentarily speechless as she gazed at the man shimmering amidst the music, inexplicably blushing, her heart racing uncontrollably. I must tell you, the atmosphere of the party was electrifying, with applause echoing from the entire village as if it were free. Yet, our esteemed Chu Ba Wang turned to me and said, "Hey Nwokigo, it's time to wrap things up." I was not pleased and twisted my little hands behind my back in frustration, exclaiming, "What? Leaving already? Everyone still wants to treat you to a proper meal." My elder brother chuckled. "If we stay any longer when the Navy arrives to gather evidence, this Kokoshi village will become a den of criminals, and we will face unnecessary troubles." Upon hearing this, I realized the logic in his words. However, My mind began to concoct a plan. What if I secretly slipped onto the ship? Who could resist a hero saving a beauty, especially one so dashing and brimming with artistic flair? My brother, perceptive as ever, saw right through me and grinned. Don't worry. I have a way to teleport back anytime. If you truly miss me, I will return a visit. My eyes sparkled with excitement. Is that true? He playfully tapped my head, laughing. What? Do you not trust the words of your savior? My face flushed with embarrassment, feeling as though my secret intentions had been laid bare. I quickly changed the subject, naturally linking my arm through his. Oh, let's not mention that. Aren't you looking for Nami? I just saw her at the tattoo shop. Come, I'll take you there. The tattoo shop? I was puzzled. What was Nami doing there? Hadn't my brother already removed the fishman birthmark from her arm? Suddenly, a thought struck me, leaving me both amused and bewildered. Consider this. Years ago, Nami had been forced to join the fishman crew and had gotten a tattoo, which had pained her deeply. To support her, Nwokigo had also gotten inked. Now that Nami was free, she might be looking to get a different design to accompany Nwokigo, fearing her friend would feel lonely. Sure enough, upon reaching the shop, we heard Nami's voice. Boss, could you please tattoo a small piano on my left arm? The tattoo artist was taken aback, thinking, this girl just managed to remove that ugly tattoo. Why is she now subjecting herself to this? A small piano? Wait, isn't there only one person in this village who plays the piano? Upon seeing the design Nami had drawn, the artist understood but still tried to dissuade her. Yet, Nami resolutely declared, this experience is an indelible memory for me. I want to engrave it in my flesh forever. The artist sighed deeply, realizing how stubborn she was. Internally lamenting, silly girl. With a man as remarkable as Ba Wong, the line of suitors could stretch to the Grand Line. If you truly like him, you should take it slow, starting with a proper courtship. Strangely enough, Nami seemed to take this to heart, her eyes lighting up as if she had unlocked a new potential. The tattoo artist panicked internally, thinking, no way, I was just joking. Don't take me seriously. Hey, he your godfather. Your devotion can't waver. In any case, we eventually bid farewell to Kokoshi Village and boarded the Golden Mary. Nami left behind her hard-earned 100 million berries for the village, taking only a few orange trees with her. The following day dawned bright and fair. A seagull delivering newspapers landed on the ship's railing. This was no ordinary bird. It belonged to the World Economic News Agency, specializing in intelligence and public opinion, wielding considerable influence. Nami approached the seagull as if she were haggling at a market, pointing at its head and exclaiming, Hey, why has the price gone up again? These newspapers are too expensive. If the price increases again, I want to buy them. The seagull appeared bewildered, likely encountering such a thrifty customer for the first time. Usopp, while repairing the ship, muttered under his breath, It's just a couple of newspapers. Is it really that serious? Nami, with her keen ears, raised an eyebrow, retorting him, What do you know? You wouldn't understand the value of money if you weren't the one managing it. All the expensive bones I buy for you have been wasted? At the mention of meat, Luffy sprang to life, bouncing excitedly. Meat? Where's the meat? I want to eat meat. The entire crew wore a look of exasperation. In truth, Nami, the little money grubber, had her own calculations. She aimed to save more for her future dowry, while she was lost in her fantasies of a blissful married life. A pair of black hands stealthily reached for the orange trees. Bang! A loud noise erupted as Nami delivered a punch that sent Luffy sprawling, a large bump forming on his forehead. Tears welled in Luffy's eyes as he protested. I just wanted an orange. Why are you hitting me again? Sanji, with a cigarette in his mouth, glared at Luffy, warning, Luffy, stay away from that orange tree. It was specially replanted by Miss Nami for Ba Wong. How dare you steal from it? I must say, Sanji had fully awakened. In his quest to master my brother's suave leg techniques, he had descended into the depths of servitude. Zoro, clutching his sword, scoffed dismissively, feeling quite smug. Serves you right for mocking me back then. Now you regret it, don't you? Realizing the importance of having a strong ally. Too late. Thankfully, my skills have improved tremendously. At that moment, Nami suddenly exclaimed, What's this? Something fell out of the newspaper. She picked it up and froze in surprise. Is this a bounty notice for Ba Wong? Usopp leaned in for a closer look, and when he saw the figures, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, stammering, 99 million berries? Zoro was equally astonished. Having been a bounty hunter before, he understood the significance of such a number in the East Blue, where the average bounty was merely 300,000. Even the notorious Kureha had only a bounty of 17 million. Then Sanji, ever the opportunist, chimed in with a man as powerful as Ba Wong. Only 90 million? Isn't that a bit low? Luffy, on the other hand, had discovered his own bounty notice, grinning widely. Look, I have one too. 30 million. Huh. I'm being hunted. We were all speechless, utterly baffled by his reasoning. However, Luffy pointed at his bounty notice, complaining, "Why do I look so ugly? Why does Ba Wong look so handsome? Who among us could understand?" Luffy's bounty notice depicted him with a shiny bald head, the glare almost blinding. In contrast, my brother's notice featured him in a white suit, sitting beside a piano, his melancholic profile capturing the essence of artistry. Compared to his, Luffy's was akin to a poorly taken photograph. Nevertheless, the fool soon forgot about his baldness, overjoyed by his first bounty of 30 million. At that moment, my brother, who had mysteriously positioned himself behind us, casually remarked, 90 million. That seems rather low. It's not even 100 million. Am I viewed so poorly in the Navy's eyes? Am I not even worth as much as a petty criminal in the Grand Line? After speaking, he shook his head, adopting an expression that suggested he had resigned himself to his fate, eager to return to the company of his beloved, the affluent Koya. Meanwhile, in the New World, true chaos was about to unfold. On the territory of red-haired Shanks, an unexpected visitor arrived, approaching in a small boat resembling a coffin. Who could it be? The legendary Mihawk. The minions of the red-haired crew were struck with fear, brandishing their swords at the infamous swordsman, inquiring, "What do you want?" Eagle Eye's gaze was as sharp as a knife. "Do not be alarmed. I'm not here to cause you trouble. We're your officers." The little leader scurried away in a panic to relay the message. Shanks, nursing a hangover, languidly reclined under the sunshade and remarked, "Ah, it's Eagle Eye. A rare visitor. What brings you here? Another duel, perhaps? I'm not feeling quite up to it." Eagle Eye scoffed, "I have no interest in your severed arm. I've come across an intriguing young lad that I believe will pique your interest." With that, he tossed over the glimmering bounty notice of Luffy. Upon seeing it, Shanks initially froze before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha, it's that kid. His first bounty is 30 million. Not bad, not bad. He hasn't embarrassed me." However, he quickly shifted to a suspicious gaze directed at Eagle Eye. "Wait a minute. Did you come all this way for such a trivial matter?" The first mate, Ben Beckman, also caught on, his expression sharpening. "Eagle Eye, you must possess other significant intelligence. For it is not merely Luffy that would warrant the attention of the world's greatest swordsman." Sure enough, Eagle Eye, stroking his black blade, wore a grave expression as he dropped a bombshell. "During my time in the East Blue, my black blade was stolen." The room fell silent. Shanks forgot to swallow the drink in his mouth. Every member of the red-haired crew was petrified. What kind of international joke was this? The world's greatest swordsman had his sword stolen? Jesus Burgess, Usopp's father, stared at Eagle Eye in disbelief. "This cannot be. Who could possibly snatch a weapon from you?" With a bitter smile, Eagle Eye replied, "The world's greatest swordsman? Ha ha, in front of that man. I am unworthy of such a title. If I cannot even safeguard my own sword, what face do I have left?" He then produced another bounty notice, slamming it onto the table. "Shanks, can you imagine? In the presence of that man, I lacked even the courage to draw my sword." He proceeded to recount the incident of the myriad swords returning to their master that had occurred in Syrup Village. The members of the red-haired crew were left slack-jawed. The chicken leg in Luffy's hand fell to the ground as he registered the news. Controlling all swords within a 100-mile radius? Even Eagle Eye's black blade could not resist being drawn? Was this the manifestation of a sword deity? Shanks's expression turned rigid as he fixated on the name on the bounty notice, muttering, "Ba Wong? You mean his name is Ba Wong?" Suddenly, he paused. "Wait, I meant to call him by his real name. Why did I slip up?" Flustered, Shanks cleared his throat, feeling the pressure of maintaining his image as one of the four emperors. "I refuse to believe it. True Ba Wong. Damn it. Wrong again. One more time. True Ba Wong. Ba Wong." After several failed attempts, he finally gave up, feeling utterly disheartened. As a renowned emperor, to call a stranger Baba in front of his crew was utterly humiliating. The officers exchanged bewildered glances, finding the situation exceedingly strange. Not only did this person possess bizarre sword skills, but even his name seemed to carry a curse. Ultimately, it was Lucky Lu who broke the awkwardness by picking up the bounty notice. Wow, his initial bounty is a staggering 90 million berries. Upon seeing this, Shanks burst into laughter again. Ha 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 ha. What are the Marines in the East Blue doing? How can they place a bounty of 90 million on a monster that even Eagle Eye dares not draw his sword against? Who are they looking down upon? I tell you, this is a cruel move. Those billion-berry pirates who are unaware of the situation will provoke him and, after being beaten, will probably curse the world government down to their ancestors. Ben Beckman wore a peculiar expression. This tactic is truly a trap. Eagle Eye, sensing that his message had been received, stood to leave. He needed to retreat for a period of training, having been greatly shaken. Shanks did not detain him, but turned to Lucky Lu, issuing orders. Disseminate this bounty notice. Inform our crew to avoid provoking this Baba Wong at all costs. I have a feeling he will soon arrive in the new world, and it will undoubtedly become lively out there. He contemplated for a moment and added, if necessary, we might attempt to befriend him. Just say that I wish to meet him. If I could invite him for a sparring session, that would be even better. Meanwhile, aboard our ship, my brother awoke in a daze, discovering that his lottery system had reset to a full 100 draws. What was going on? Did 100 people call out to him as Baba Wong in their dreams last night? Unable to fathom it, he decided to proceed with the lottery. Obtain KFC Super Value Family Bucket X1. Obtain Mr. Krabs Burger King's Secret Recipe X1. Obtained Empress Photo Album Volume 1 X1. Obtained Advanced Busasho Hockey. Upon seeing the Empress's photo album, my brother was left speechless, grumbling about how the system was so unserious. Yet, as he flipped through it, he thought, this is quite enticing. I must definitely draw the second volume next time. With only 10 draws remaining, he rolled up his sleeves with a serious expression. It's time. I shall sacrifice Usopp's hairline to turn my luck around. He began muttering incantations, invoking all manner of grand entities. Beep. Obtained Iron Man's complete Mark armor set. Beep. Obtained Saitama Sensei's One Punch Man legacy technique. Goodness. He struck gold with 2 golden legends. The Iron Man armor was impressive, and the One Punch Man legacy technique required a daily regimen of 100 push-ups, sit-ups, squats, and a 10-kilometer run, with a note stating, bald heads receive an extra buff. My brother's eyes lit up as he gazed at the lively crew aboard the ship, revealing a dangerously mischievous smile. So this is the correct way to utilize the Straw Hat crew. Next time, should I sacrifice Zoro's romantic fortunes for a test? At that moment, Zoro, who was napping, suddenly shivered and furrowed his brows tightly. And just like that, retribution arrived swiftly. Luffy, munching on meat, glanced at Usopp and said, Hey Usopp, why does your hair seem so sparse? Usopp touched his scalp on the verge of tears. It's all Zoro's fault. He chats with his sword spirit until midnight, leaving me sleep-deprived. Baba Wong himself warned that insufficient sleep could lead to early menopause for men. Luffy leaned in closer, presenting his shiny bald head earnestly. No worries, just stay strong. If it comes to it, you can shave your head like me. The best way to confront fear is to face it. Usopp was on the verge of tears, his last few rebellious hairs standing defiantly as he dashed into his invention room, determined to research how to grow hair. At that moment, Zoro, practicing sword flying in the sky, shouted, Look, there's a new island. What island? Luffy plopped down onto the ram's head. My brother, linking arms with Kaya, smiled and said, That is Low Town, the town of beginnings and endings. It is where the pirate king, Roger, was born and ultimately executed. Upon hearing this, Sanji became excited. A major town. There must be a market. We need to stock up on ingredients. He promptly lit a cigarette and stealthily moved to the downwind side, keeping a distance from Kaya. Ever since my brother mentioned that secondhand smoke was harmful, he had been more cautious. Zoro licked his lips, eyeing the magical sword, Qianren, at my brother's waist. I need to visit the weapon shop. A 3-sword style cannot rely on just one sword. My brother had promised that if Zoro defeated Eagle Eye within 2 years, he would pass this blade to him. This fellow dreamed of cuddling the sword in his sleep. Usopp adjusted his hat, attempting to cover his precarious hairline. I also want to go to the tool shop and buy a hat. Nami chimed in, Sanji, before we leave, pick some oranges. I want to make some orange juice for Babawang. Upon hearing that it was for my brother, Sanji eagerly climbed the tree. Meanwhile, Nami wore a sly smile, her gaze sparkling with excitement as it swept across my brother's broad chest. That look was something else. The next moment, she leaned in close to my brother's ear, her voice dripping with sweetness. Babawang, were you exhausted last night? Would you like me to make you some orange juice to replenish your energy? I must say, that little girl was utterly mischievous. The sound from my brother in Kaya's room last night had been a live broadcast through the wall, and to top it off, there was a hole in the wall. She was as if she had discovered a new continent, lying there and gazing for an entire night, exhilarated as if she had received a surge of adrenaline, her mind filled with all sorts of indescribable images. That night, she seemed to have transitioned directly from adolescence to maturity. My brother was somewhat bewildered, wondering if his body still needed replenishment. After all, it was merely 2 hours of intense labor. It was just a little perspiration. If there was to be any replenishment, it should be for your mother, Kia. Nevertheless, he acquiesced, saying, All right, let us see your skills. To which Nami approached with a glass of orange juice, her smile laden with meaning. As soon as my brother took a sip and praised the sweet and sour flavor, Nami leaned in close and delivered the final blow. How does this compare to Kia's? In an instant, my brother sprayed orange juice all over Nami's face, performing an impromptu display of chaos. The scene was striking. Her innocent yet slightly alluring face was drenched in an unknown liquid, creating an ethereal effect that left even my brother, with his remarkable composure, feeling his heart skip a beat. Coughing, he suddenly remembered that he had pressing matters in Luoga town. He immediately considered a hasty retreat. Wait, you Haven Tea, answer my question. Nami insisted, unrelenting. What question? My brother swiftly maneuvered away, taking the maid, Xiaoqing, with him, internally raging. How should I know which is better? Besides, Kia has never given birth. So how could she know? Meanwhile, at the naval base in Luoga town, chaos erupted. A burly man, smoking 2 large cigars, was none other than the commander's smoker, who was listening to his subordinate's report. Colonel, a formidable individual has emerged in the East Sea. The Straw Hat crew, with a bounty of 30 million, and there's someone even more fearsome. They killed a naval colonel with a bounty of 90 million. No regard for life. Smoker's expression shifted dramatically. 90 million? And a no-holds-barred bounty of such severity? This was virtually unheard of in the East Sea. Even Arlong and Kuro did not receive such treatment. What kind of heinous criminal could command such a script? Just as he sensed that something significant was about to unfold, another subordinate reported, Sir, a pirate crew has been spotted at the port. Smoker waved his hand dismissively, exuding calmness. What's there to panic about? Here, even 90 million bounty criminal 1T escape. With that, he shouldered his sea stone weapon and headed out, only for his subordinate to lament behind him, Colonel, you forgot to check the wanted poster for the photos and details. In another scene, our friend Zoro stood before a weapon shop window, contemplating the meaning of life. His pockets were emptier than his face, and purchasing even one sword seemed daunting. Borrowing money from Nami came with exorbitant interest. Entering the Grand Line empty-handed would be a disgrace to his master. Just as he was frowning in despair, my brother, like a divine being, patted his shoulder and said, Come, master will take you to a good place and get you sorted. Zoro's heart sank. He feared his destitute appearance had been exposed. How humiliating. However, my brother did not mention money at all, leading him straight into a venerable old weapons shop. The shopkeeper, initially dozing, snapped awake upon seeing my brother, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she stuttered, Welcome, Mr. Babawang. Goodness, she had forgotten how she even knew his name. Her gaze solely fixated on his handsome face. Choose 2 suitable swords. Consider it a welcome gift from me, my brother said nonchalantly to Zoro. Zoro was overwhelmed with emotion. His master truly was exceptional. At that moment, the door swung open with a bang, and a short-haired girl with glasses burst in. It was Dasky, Smoker's subordinate. She had come to collect a sword, but was instantly captivated by my brother and Xiaoqing, rendered speechless by their stunning looks. Upon noticing the legendary sword in Xiaoqing's hand, her eyes widened in excitement. Is that the famed Wado Ikamanji? She dashed to my brother, exclaiming, Mr. Baba Wong, is this sword for sale? I'll pay double. The words slipped out before she realized. What am I saying? Why am I calling him father? And how do I know his name is Chuba Wong? Am I seeing things? Xiaoqing frowned, pushing back. Forget it. This sword is being kept for someone. It's not for sale. A master. Dasky was taken aback, glancing at the ethereal Xiaoqing and then at my brother, her imagination running wild with a narrative of a possessive love story. Her gaze toward my brother, filled with indignation and sympathy for Xiaoqing. As the atmosphere became increasingly awkward, Zoro emerged from the back room, cradling 3 swords, a look of delight on his face. Yet, upon seeing Dasky, he froze in place. This girl looks exactly like my childhood friend Kuina. Dasky hadn't recognized Zoro yet, continuing her tirade. 3 swords? Sounds like that bounty hunter Rorinoa, treating swords as mere tools for profit. What a disgrace to swordsmen. Zoro's face darkened. To be insulted in front of him? This was a heart-stopping moment. Dasky continued her righteous declaration. One day, I will reclaim all the legendary swords from the hands of villains. My brother found this amusing, a smirk curling his lips as he flicked his wrist, and in an instant, a cracked, purple long sword appeared from thin air. What about this sword? Do you intend to take it as well? The moment the sword appeared, the air in the room became suffocating. Zoro's breath quickened. Only defense, no offense, the cursed sword, Chindai Gish. Dasky was also taken aback. Though the sword appeared tattered, it emanated an overwhelming sword intent that nearly suffocated her. This was undeniably a presence beyond even the legendary Daikaido. Gazing at my brother's handsome face, she nervously stammered, Mr. Baba Wong, I didn't mean it that way. My brother ignored her and turned to Zoro. Let's not waste time. Zoro placed the selected 3 swords on the counter, and my brother glanced over, suddenly smiling mysteriously. Is this it? The resilience is so poor that it doesn't even qualify as a decent sword. Haven't you noticed that this shop conceals a true treasure? Zoro looked bewildered, and my brother directed his gaze toward the pile of dilapidated weapons, declaring in a deep voice, Sandame Kitetsu, recognize your master at once. As soon as he finished speaking, with a whoosh, a demonic purple long sword soared through the air, hovering steadily before my brother. This is the cursed sword Sandame Kitetsu. Dasky's voice trembled. It was said that no swordsman who wielded this sword had met a good end. My brother extended 2 fingers, lightly flicking the blade, producing a resounding clang. The sword quivered as if it had been tamed. Take it. It will be your companion from now on. My brother offered the sword to Zoro. The shopkeeper nearly burst into tears, desperately pleading, you can't sell it. This sword brings disaster. It will kill. Zoro accepted the sword, feeling its eerie power, and instead laughed. If it's given by my master, I'll accept even death. I want to see if my luck is stronger or if it's curses. With that, Zoro, without hesitation, hurled Sandame Kitetsu into the air. Then his left arm, he extended it straight out. Stop. Are you crazy? Dasky screamed. Everyone's hearts leaped into their throats. That was a sword that could slice through iron like mud. The sword spiraled down, its blade seemingly ready to sever Zoro's arm. Just at that critical moment, the blade unnaturally twisted, gliding past the sweat on his arm. With a clang, it embedded itself deep into the floor. I did it. Dasky was so frightened she collapsed onto the ground, appearing utterly broken. I assure you, while she was malfunctioning, my master, Chuba Wong, was not idle. The venerable elder, arms crossed and a mysterious smile adorning his face, addressed the proprietor of the weapon shop. It appears that my rather unremarkable novice disciple is indeed the chosen one, having been recognized by the 3 generations of Guiche. Thus, we shall accept this sword. Zoro, outwardly calm and collected, effortlessly drew the blade from the ground, yet internally, he was elated beyond measure. What a character, pretending to be composed. Thank you. Master Ba Wang, for bestowing this blade. Yet within, he mused, a novice disciple? I am finally promoted from an anonymous wandering apprentice. A bottle of 1982 Lafite is certainly in order for celebration. At that moment, Dasky regained her senses. Her CPU rebooted, and her eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at my master, her mind racing with thoughts. Such an impressive swordsman is merely a disciple? How formidable must his master be? Let me tell you, when a woman begins to harbor curiosity towards a man, it is essentially the onset of her downfall. My master, unconcerned about the cost, waved his hand to settle the bill. However, the shopkeeper's wife, caught in a romantic daze, rushed out from the back room. Her face flushed like a monkey's backside, stammering, Mr. Ba Wang, please wait. To everyone's surprise, she presented her family heirloom, a swift and fine blade, insisting it was a gift, hoping my master would take it along on his journey to the Grand Line. Zoro, beside her, was making all sorts of exaggerated faces, whispering, Master, rest assured, I will absolutely not inform Mistress about you accepting another lady's token of affection. His cheeky demeanor was truly something else. My master found himself both amused and bewildered, pondering the meaning behind such a token of affection. Was he expected to surrender his life for a blade? Nevertheless, he likely felt a sense of satisfaction. Channeling a domineering persona, he raised an eyebrow at the shopkeeper's wife. What is your name? Jessica. Jessica, is it? I shall remember you, he said. My goodness, the intensity was palpable. Those who understand what I mean know the allure of such charm. After acquiring the sword and bidding farewell to the blushing shopkeeper's wife and the still-dazed Dasky, we strolled through the streets. Then the most absurd incident unfolded. My master's passive skill, renowned across the land, turned into a spectacle of social embarrassment. Wherever we went, passers-by, upon seeing him, would uncontrollably shout, Ba Wang. The pronunciation echoed like cries of father. The entire street reverberated with shouts of father, as onlookers wore expressions of bewilderment, caught between wanting to curse and holding back, their frustration evident. My master found this amusing, deliberately weaving into crowded areas. As I was lamenting his peculiar sense of humor, I turned around and was startled to find Zoro had vanished. With that distinctive green hair, he had somehow gotten lost. I was astounded. His lack of direction seemed ingrained in his DNA. Even while trailing behind, he managed to go astray, truly a remarkable talent. Meanwhile, Dasky was still in a state of disarray, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of my master's handsome visage. Upon returning to the Navy office, a bounty notice was suddenly thrust into her face. Upon closer inspection, the striking profile in the picture was none other than my master. The notice clearly stated, extremely dangerous individual, White Demon Ba Wang. Bounty, 90 million berries. No questions asked. Dasky exploded with fury, cold sweat trickling down her brow. So, you knew all along that I am with the Navy and have been toying with me. She stormed off to report to Smoker, but in her fervor, her words began to stray. Colonel, I saw that white demon, but I must say, he is even more handsome in person, that visage. Smoker, taken aback, wore a perplexed expression, as if to say, what are you babbling about? We are in the middle of an anti-terrorism meeting, and you are here swooning? Have you been enchanted by him? Amidst the chaos in Road Town, Zoro, lost in his own thoughts, was lying on the steps when suddenly, Luffy appeared from a corner. Lo and behold, two navigational misfits had united. Just as they were pondering their way, they heard a commotion ahead, announcing a duel between the strongest gunman in the East Blue and a child-bearing bounty hunter. Upon approaching, they were amused to find that the trembling figure in the duel was none other than Usopp. Usopp was nearly paralyzed with fear, his face contorted in a grimace. While the crowd jeered, go for it, long nose. If you die, we'll collect your remains. Just as Usopp prepared to throw a smoke bomb and flee, my master and Sister Ching made a grand entrance. The crowd parted like the Red Sea, and the background music played. Upon seeing my master, Usopp's fragile self-esteem surged. Once a rival, how could he back down in front of his competition? If death was to be his fate, then so be it. However, he was unaware that the gunman, named Daddy, who was initially confident, felt his heart drop upon spotting my master. Wait a minute. Isn't that the white demon with a bounty of 90 million? The one who defeated Arlong and took down a Navy colonel? What is he doing here? What connection does he have with this long nose? He is not someone I can afford to provoke. As the duel commenced, the countdown reached 0. 10. With a bang. 2 shots rang out. Usopp's firearm was sent flying, and the second bullet grazed the brim of his hat. He survived, but his spirit was utterly shattered. He knelt, overwhelmed with despair, feeling inadequate and embarrassed, like a mere clown before the Straw Hat crew. Luffy and Zoro hurried to console him. At that moment, my master stepped forward and bellowed, commanding silence. A man does not kneel, save for his parents and mentors. Stand up. In that instant, his authoritative presence silenced the crowd. Even Daddy, standing by, broke into a cold sweat, contemplating, how is it that such a prominent figure has a mere bounty of 90 million? Shouldn't he be valued higher? Usopp, roused by my master's roar, lifted his head, tears still flowing, yet he began to apologize. Ba Wong, I'm sorry. This is all my fault. I should not have acted so rashly. It was my error. Let me tell you, this boy finally had an epiphany. Crying aside, his attitude was genuinely sincere. But in the next moment, he wiped away his tears, standing tall, defiantly addressing the gunman. Daddy, come on. I admit defeat. If you wish to kill me, then let it be. I, Usopp, shall face my end standing. Oh my, I was taken aback. Was this truly the same boastful character? Daddy aimed his gun, the barrel ominously pointed. Yet he hesitated, casting a furtive glance at my master. His expression was one of sheer terror and confusion, as if to say, Master, is this part of your plan? In an instant, he realized that the entire duel had been a setup orchestrated by my master. A rite of passage for Usopp to emerge transformed. Understanding this, the way he looked at my master was filled with reverence, akin to viewing a deity. I, too, was apprehensive. What if Daddy was truly a ruthless individual and harmed Usopp? But then I witnessed my master, calm and collected, glancing at the little girl beside Daddy, his daughter. Just that single look, sharp as a blade, sent the girl scurrying behind her father in fright. Then my master leisurely spoke, his voice soft, yet each word struck like a hammer upon Daddy's heart. Are you certain you wish to proceed, Lieutenant Daddy Masterson? Boom! For those who understand. With that one statement, the gunman turned pale. Masterson was his full name, and it was already intimidating enough. The title of lieutenant stripped him of all bravado. This was his identity as a Navy officer from decades ago, a fact long forgotten by others. In that moment, he fully comprehended his position. He was not a victor. Rather, he had been merely a pawn on my master's chessboard, manipulated with utter clarity. If he dared to lay a hand on Wusuopu, my master would undoubtedly ensure that both he and his daughter vanished from this world. The man was furious, veins standing out on his forehead, feeling the discomfort of being controlled, yet there was little he could do. With responsibilities above and below, and a child beside him, he could not afford to gamble. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he opted to concede. He took a deep breath, holstered his weapon, and feigned superiority before Wusuopu. Young man, the disparity in our strengths is too vast. Let this matter rest. When you grow stronger, we shall engage in a true duel. With that, he instructed his daughter to return the stolen goggles to Wusuopu, grasped her hand, and swiftly departed, not wishing to linger even a moment longer. His retreating figure was one of utter disarray. Zoro, astute as ever, had surmised from the outset that my master was orchestrating events from behind the scenes, his admiration unmistakable in his gaze. He patted the still-dazed Wusuopu and explained, Are you foolish? If it weren't for Master threatening him with his daughter, your life would have ended here today. This is a duel among men. We must not intervene. You should be grateful to Master for saving you. Realization dawned on Wusuopu, leaving him utterly drained, and he hurried back to apologize to my master. My master waved him off, dismissing it as a trivial matter, and casually remarked, Your father, Yesub, was far braver in his day. Upon hearing this, Wusuopu's eyes lit up, as if invigorated with newfound energy. You knew my father? He suddenly recalled that his father was a significant figure associated with the Red Hair Pirates. My master advised him, if you wish to meet your father, strive to grow stronger. Let your bounty spread across the world, and he will surely notice you. This imparted a sense of purpose to Wusuapu, his fists clenched, his eyes alight with a newfound desire for power. With that matter settled, my master vanished in a flash, declaring his intention to visit the renowned site of Joel D. Rogers' execution in Logtown. Just as he departed, the skies over Logtown darkened, heavy clouds gathering, thunder rumbling as if heralding the end of days. Concurrently, chaos erupted at the naval base. Smoker's din mushy rang incessantly, a frantic call from his informant stationed at the execution platform, the voice distorted with panic. Colonel, trouble. Someone has invaded the execution platform. The men are all unconscious. He had discovered my master. With a crack, the call was severed. Smoker's face turned pale. The execution platform of Lowtown was a sanctum, fortified like a fortress. How could someone infiltrate it, as if strolling through their own backyard? Without hesitation, he rallied a team and charged toward the scene. Meanwhile, the clown Buggy and his accomplices were seeking revenge on Luffy. Noticing the Navy rushing in one direction, they sensed an opportunity and followed the throng toward the execution platform. In an instant, the air in Lowtown was charged with anticipation, all eyes fixated on the platform. At that moment, atop the execution platform, my master stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his cloak billowing in the tempestuous winds. He removed his hood, revealing a face so striking it could incite envy among gods and men alike. Surrounding him, the Navy had encircled the area, their weapons aimed menacingly. Smoker emerged from the crowd, 2 cigars clenched in his mouth, exuding authority as he bellowed. White Demon, Chubawang, leave the execution platform at once, or face annihilation. My master heard him but chose to disregard the provocation, instead gazing skyward as if in conversation with someone unseen. Roger, the era you initiated is on the brink of chaos. I shall witness how you, the king of the old world, will fare in the new. As he spoke, he took a step, defying gravity, ascending towards the pinnacle of the platform with each deliberate stride. The crowd below was in disbelief. Was this some form of anti-gravity? Smoker, incensed, roared, "Aim." At that critical juncture, a voice resonated within my master's mind, a sound only he could perceive. A manic smile crept across his lips as he uttered 2 words, "Revive." In that instant, the skies over Lowtown reverberated with a proclamation nearly etched into the DNA of every individual across the globe. Do you seek my treasure? If so, I will grant it all to you. Go forth and find it. I have placed all my treasures there. Incredible. This was Roger's dying declaration. In the next moment, a blinding white light erupted from the execution platform, dazzling all who beheld it. From that brilliance, a towering figure adorned with a red captain's cloak, sporting a distinctive mustache, materialized from the void. I was utterly transfixed. My consciousness seemed to warp as my mind blanked. That legendary figure bore the 2 bloodstains from the spears that had pierced his chest long ago. Gold, Roger, the Pirate King, resurrected before my very eyes. Silence enveloped the crowd, even the wind stilled. Smoker's cigar tumbled from his mouth, his eyes wide as saucers. All Navy officers, pirates, and onlookers stood paralyzed with terror. The recently returned legend shook his head, appearing somewhat disoriented. He slowly raised his gaze, surveying the multitude of Navy personnel below, and rasped, "Where is this place?" Upon realizing he had returned to Lowtown, a flicker of nostalgia illuminated his expression, swiftly replaced by a stern demeanor. He turned to the enigmatic Chubawang, his voice steady as he inquired, "It is you who has brought me back?" To my astonishment, he hesitated to utter the word king. The next moment, a pallor washed over Roger's face, his expression akin to swallowing a fly. Why, he had intended to address his benefactor by name, Chubawang. Can you pronounce that? Chubaba. Was he not, in front of the entire world, inadvertently calling the man father? How could one not appreciate the audacity of such a name? Chubawang, unfazed, shrugged and acknowledged, "Indeed, it was I." I had expected the Pirate King to explode in fury, yet Roger surprisingly refrained. After all, he was a man who had weathered storms, likely viewing this as a mere triviality. He paused, adopting his serious tone. "I'm already a dead man. My will has been passed on. I have no regrets in death. Why go to the trouble of resurrecting me? No sooner had he spoken than the atmosphere shifted dramatically, the wind howling like a blade. Chubawangis aura surgi. Roger squinted, his mind racing with questions. Who is this young man? His presence is more formidable than that of Rox himself. Could he be the one destined to inherit my will? As Roger contemplated, Chubawang spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the world, laughing maniacally as he declared, "Because I have come to this sea, but a sea without you cannot satisfy me." At that moment, I thought, is this man here to issue a challenge? The crowd was dumbfounded. Had this youth truly dared to provoke the Pirate King Roger? The most astonishing part was that Roger, instead of being incensed, had fire ignited in his eyes. He instantly understood that this young man cared not for the inheritance of will or the world's evils. What he desired was conquest. Chubawang's laughter grew more unrestrained as he proclaimed, "I have arrived. I have seen. I shall conquer. The unfulfilled tasks and the dreams you dared not pursue will all be forged by me." Seeing the situation escalate, Smoker could no longer restrain himself. Bellowing, "Open fire." Bang, bang, bang. Countless bullets were fired towards the execution platform. Before we could react, a commanding voice cried out, "Freeze." In the next instant, every bullet hung motionless in midair, unable to move. The maid named Xiao Qing waved her delicate hand, and the bullets fell clattering to the ground. After accomplishing this feat, she did not seek the limelight, but quietly retreated behind Chubawang, pledging her unwavering loyalty to him. Roger was utterly astonished. Wasn't this the power of the gold lion's float fruit? Could it be that the gold lion had perished as well? He gazed at the strong and beautiful woman, pondering the significance of Chubawang, wondering how such a formidable individual would willingly serve him as a little sister. Chubawang paid no heed to the astonishment of the crowd. Drawing the enchanted blade, Qian Ren, from his waist, he emanated a purple aura of magic, his icy gaze sweeping over the Navy soldiers, delivering a terse ultimatum. If you wish to live, then flee. The murderous intent was palpable. Hundreds of elite Navy soldiers were rendered weak-kneed by his mere presence. Smoker's pupils dilated in shock, contemplating whether this was indeed the sword that had defeated Arlong and vanquished Captain Mouse. Just how many lives had to be taken to cultivate such lethal energy? Some astute pirates sensed the impending danger and swiftly made their escape. However, the Navy soldiers dared not move. Fleeing without orders would brand them as cowards, sealing their doom. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Smoker shouted urgently, "Retreat. Only those with abilities should confront the ability users. Now you wish to run? It's too late." Chubawang sneered, raising his magical blade and bellowing, "Divine avoidance." A deafening roar reverberated as a terrifying wave of sword energy swept forth. With a single strike, the entire plaza was cleaved, creating a chasm over 1,000 meters deep. The ground fractured beneath the might of his blow, showcasing the prowess of a grand swordsman. Roger's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his mouth agape in disbelief. Wasn't that my divine avoidance? How did he wield it? And with even greater power than I possess. At that moment, a cacophony of curses emerged from the ruins. Cough, cough. Who's so wicked as to dig a pit in the road? A dirt-streaked, red-nosed figure crawled out of the pit, revealing himself to be the clown Buggy. He had intended to ambush Luffy, but had nearly met his demise by falling into the pit instead. His terrified subordinates trembled, exclaiming, "Boss, lower your voice. The White Devil is coming." Buggy turned rigidly, locking eyes with Chubawang's frigid gaze, and promptly knelt. "My lord, the White Devil, spare my life." "I didn't mean it." Roger, spotting him, was taken aback. "Red-nosed Buggy, what on earth are you doing here?" Upon seeing his savior, Buggy scrambled to cling to Roger's leg, wailing pitifully, "Captain Roger, save me. It's me, the clown Buggy." Once a mere intern aboard Roger's ship, Buggy had been contemporaneous with Shanks, who now stood as one of the four emperors. In contrast, Buggy found himself in East Blue's novice village, bested by a newly embarked Luffy. Truly a pitiful sight. Chubawang, witnessing Buggy's cowardice, could hardly be bothered to take action. Roger, feeling helpless, found himself in an awkward position, pleading with Chubawang. Might I ask you to spare my inept subordinate? Internally, he felt aggrieved. To think the Pirate King would lower himself for such a minor character, it was a disgrace. Especially since he had just been resurrected and was in poor condition. Confronting the enigmatic Chu Ba Wong head-on was unwise. As Chu Ba Wong pondered whether to grant this favor, a clear and anxious female voice pierced through the chaos. Quick, organize a rescue. Colonel Smoker, are you all right? It was Tashiji, standing before the bombarded plaza, utterly stunned. Smoker emerged from the smoke, relieved to report, I'm fine. Thankfully, his sword energy lacked haki, otherwise I would have perished. Tashiji glared at Chu Ba Wong, drawing her sword. Bastard, you are truly despicable. I thought you were a fellow swordsman. I vow that one day you shall face the justice you deserve. Chu Ba Wong couldn't help but chuckle, kicking Buggy aside and regarding Tashiji with a mocking grin. Tashiji, I hear your reports are commendable. Care to be my dedicated secretary? Tashiji's face flushed with anger. You insult me. I would never become your lackey. Smoker, feeling a surge of urgency, interjected, as if witnessing his cherished cabbage about to be devoured by swine. I will never allow you to take Tashiji. His confidence stemmed from being a Logia user, believing Chu Ba Wong could not harm him. Smoker, you old bull chasing after young grass. This is not your place to speak. Chu Ba Wong coldly retorted, then addressed Tashiji. So you refuse to come with me? Very well, then I shall kill him now. Tashiji would not yield, defiantly saying, You wish. Colonel Smoker is far stronger than you think. A forcibly coerced fruit is never sweet, thought Chu Ba Wong, amused. He turned to Smoker. Very well, if you are so confident, let us engage in battle. Smoker, now elated, thought, You foolish novice. You have no idea of the terror of a Logia user. Lacking haki, how do you intend to fight me? Roger, unable to watch idly, sought to intervene on Chu Ba Wong's behalf, but was halted by Shao Qing, who assured him, Do not worry, my master will not be made a fool. Smoker, emboldened, transformed into mist, charging forward while shouting, White fist, white smoke cannon. He swiftly surrounded Chu Ba Wong, laughing, White devil, surrender. Without haki, you can't even touch me. Come on, strike me if you dare. Chu Ba Wong regarded him with an odd expression, as if to say, What audacity. Smoker, this is your own request. Chu Ba Wong remarked leisurely, rolling up his sleeves. Have you ever seen a fist the size of a sandbag? One punch could end you. Come on, if you don't give it your all, you show me no respect. Smoker continued his taunting. Very well, I've never heard such a ridiculous demand in my life. With a sigh, Chu Ba Wong stepped forward, delivering a colossal punch directly to Smoker's face. Boom! A dull thud resounded. Smoker's smile instantly vanished, and he was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing through several buildings before embedding himself into a wall, sliding down like gelatin. Silence enveloped the scene. Every Navy soldier, including Tashiji and Buggy, rubbed their eyes in disbelief. How could this be? The Logia user, Colonel Smoker, was defeated by a single punch. Roger's lips twitched. There you go, showing off. Serves you right for flaunting. Let us take him away. Smoker emerged from the rubble, bloodied and panting, incredulously shouting, You. How could you use haki? All gazes fixated on Chu Ba Wong's fist. A collective gasp filled the air. That fist, as dark as ink, was unmistakably the mark of hardened haki. My goodness, how old could he be? He mastered haki in his teens. Smoker felt as though his worldview had been shattered, a chill coursing through him. Had he truly wasted the majority of his life? Roger was utterly unsettled, gazing at Chu Ba Wong's glistening black fist, his mind consumed by a singular thought. This individual, clearly adept in the advanced art of armed haki, was merely masquerading as a harmless creature. I must tell you, this was far from an act of deception. This fellow was nothing less than an ancient dragon cloaked in pigskin. I was standing nearby, and I could see Roger's jaw nearly drop to the ground, his eyes filled with bewilderment at the state of the world. Beside him, the jester Buggy was so terrified that his legs turned to jelly, repeatedly thanking his lucky stars for having fled swiftly. Otherwise, there would have been a pool of blood on the ground. Oh, my family, who can comprehend the calm demeanor of Chu Ba Wong? It was as though that punch he had just thrown was merely a casual flick of ash from a cigarette. He shook his hand in the dark. Lustrous armed hockey dissipated in an instant, proceeding leisurely towards Smoker as if nothing had transpired. The surrounding Navy personnel parted like the Red Sea, not out of cowardice, but because they were simply outmatched. This individual could easily subdue even those of the Logia type, and for them, with no abilities of their own, to engage would not be valorous, but rather a death wish. Smoker lay on the ground, his features contorted, muttering in disbelief. Had this scoundrel been practicing his hockey since birth? I assure you, he felt a profound sense of humiliation, convinced that Chu Bawang was deliberately undermining him, for there was no way he could have suffered such a crushing defeat otherwise. Little did he know that Chu Bawang had not even exerted 1% of his strength. He was merely cautious not to strike so hard as to burst Smoker's head, splattering blood everywhere and frightening the glasses-wearing girl Dasky, whom he intended to recruit as his secretary. Chu Bawang approached Smoker, placing a hand firmly on his shoulder. Smoker, attempting to maintain his dignity, gritted his teeth and retorted, "I do not require your pity. Do not assist me." And guess what? Chu Bawang shrugged, feigning innocence as he replied, "You misunderstand. I have no intention of helping you." Smoker was taken aback. Then what was his purpose? "Ah, my friends, prepare yourselves for the most outrageous line of the year." With utmost seriousness, Chu Bawang declared, "I merely wish to secure you in place for the convenience of my right fist." The entire room gasped in shock. For the sake of convenience, is this even human discourse? Smoker, overwhelmed, urinated himself, witnessing that colossal fist ready to descend upon his face. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Wait! I concede! I concede!" While he shouted, he gestured to Dasky, urging her to flee quickly. Yet, Chu Bawang paid him no mind, his fist poised steadily at Smoker's nose, leisurely stating, "A true duel determines both rank and fate. Surely, you do not believe a mere admission of defeat suffices?" Without granting any time for a response, he delivered a crushing blow. The sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed ominously. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, rendering Smoker utterly incapable of uttering sound. It was only then that Dasky, finally coming to her senses, rushed forward, weeping like a rain-soaked flower. "You monster! Cease this at once." However, just 2 steps into her charge, Chu Bawang, without even raising his eyelids, uttered a spell with a flick of his finger, and Dasky suddenly froze in place, immobilized as if the game had been paused. Terrified, she exclaimed, "What have you done to me?" Only then did Chu Bawang grip her chin, his voice dripping with mockery. "Little Earth Girl, as per our agreement, you're now mine." Dasky was infuriated, opening her mouth to fiercely bite down on the finger he had inserted. What was the outcome? A resounding crunch echoed, nearly shattering her delicate white teeth. The pain brought tears to her eyes, leaving her utterly dazed. The surrounding Navy could no longer bear the sight, brandishing their firearms and shouting, "Release Miss Dasky at once." Yet, the attendant, named Xiao Qing, cast a glance their way, and the oppressive aura emanating from her was chilling and tyrannical, penetrating deep into their souls. One by one, the Navy personnel collapsed to their knees, unable to stand. Dasky fell into absolute despair, crying out for them to flee. Chu Bawang laughed heartily, effortlessly slinging Dasky over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes, swaggering off as he casually commanded, "Xiao Qing, take care of these troublesome souls." The scene shifted to several days later at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, which had erupted into chaos. In the highest military conference room, Sengoku, Garp, the 3 admirals, and Admiral Tsuru were gathered, their expressions darker than the bottom of a pot. Sengoku slammed a top-secret document on the table, and the room fell silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. After a prolonged silence, Admiral Tsuru cautiously inquired, "Is this intelligence from Fleet Admiral Sengoku truly accurate?" Sengoku took a deep breath and confirmed. It was Smoker who risked his life to relay this information. The man who sparked the great pirate era, Joel D. Roger, has indeed been resurrected. Upon hearing this, everyone was left stupefied. They knew all too well that Roger had surrendered voluntarily. The fact that he had been revived was unfathomable. If he were to rally his old allies, the likes of Rayleigh and Shanks would surely respond, plunging the world into utter disarray. Akainu pounded the table, exclaiming in fury, The most urgent matter is to apprehend that villain known as Chu Bawang. However, his words faltered mid-sentence, his face turning crimson. Kizaru struggled to contain his laughter, wearing an expression that said, "I knew it would come to this. I must tell you, the name Chu Bawang is laden with power. Whoever utters it becomes his child, a pure psychological attack." Sengoku cleared his throat, awkwardly admitting, "That name possesses an unsettling aura. I have fallen prey to its charms as well." But he soon regained his composure, articulating the most terrifying possibility. "My concern is not Roger, but rather the capabilities of this white devil, Chu Bawang. If he can resurrect one, he can surely resurrect another. If he were to unearth the likes of Rocks and the Golden Lion from their graves." Before he could finish, a cold sweat broke out on the brows of all those present. This was no mere upheaval. It was the end of the world. Garp, feigning ignorance while picking his nose, mumbled, "Do not look at me. I am too old to fight." Sengoku dismissed him with a wave, issuing commands. "Akiji, you are to pursue Chu Bawang and Roger. Akainu, you will engage with Blackbeard. Issue a new bounty. White Devil Chu Bawang, bounty set at 10 billion berries. For the sake of justice." The conference room erupted with shouts. Simultaneously, the entire world descended into madness. In the new world, Marco of the Whitebeard Pirates clutched the bounty notice, his eyes reddening as he contemplated whether he could resurrect Ace. In Dressrosa, Doflamingo cackled sinisterly, reveling in the intrigue of the world. On a distant island, Mihawk opened his piercing eyes, brimming with battle intent. The world quaked at the mere mention of name, causing tremors in the hearts of all the powerful figures. And what was our protagonist, the tumultuous Chu Bawang, doing at that very moment? He reclined leisurely on his ship, indulging in hot pot and singing merrily. In the next instant, he patted the shoulder of a Navy girl, Dasky, slung over him, turning to Xiaoqing and saying, "Let us go. It's time to wrap up. I must tell you, Xiaoqing's combat prowess is no joke." Though she claimed she had yet to fully digest the inner core of the Tianqing Neo Python, with just those 2 moves, she had single-handedly dispatched the remaining navy in Roguetown. Except for Smoker, who was a Logia user, none of the others posed any challenge to her. Our protagonist contemplated, thinking it wise to provide Xiaoqing with some specialized training in armed hockey, lest she struggle against Logia types in the future. While we're tidying up the mess, on the other side, the Jester Buggy watched our retreating figures, his legs still trembling. He clutched the freshly revived Roger, filled with excitement. "Captain Roger, why not join me? I can protect you." Oh, my friends, who could fathom that Buggy, with his meager abilities, could protect the Pirate King? Roger patted his shoulder, speaking earnestly. "Buggy, I appreciate your intentions, but you are far too weak. Following me would only lead to your demise. The elder brother I recently acquainted with is rather formidable, and I decided to follow him for the time being." Upon uttering those words, Roger swiftly pursued us. Upon catching up, he immediately inquired, posing an utterly critical question. "Bawang, from whom did you learn that swordsmanship?" His expression was one of existential doubt, stating that the force with which you cleave through the air seems eerily reminiscent of my own Shinbi, yet I have never imparted this technique to anyone. I must say, our protagonist is remarkably candid, not concealing anything. As he casually strolled through the shops in Luaga Town, he nonchalantly revealed, "Oh, you mean that? That's your sword technique." Roger was instantly taken aback. "Mine?" It seemed his mind was racing, speculating whether Rayleigh had secretly taken on an apprentice. The protagonist laid bare his trump card. "My ability is known as the Shinji Fuhuoshu. To put it simply, I can resurrect the deceased. And each time I do so, I can randomly procure a skill from you. Your swordsmanship is a product of this." I was observing nearby as the protagonist divulged this astounding secret while also perusing items at a roadside stall, even purchasing attractive lingerie to take home as a local specialty. I was utterly astonished by his audacity. Roger was left dumbfounded, his eyes wide as saucers. How is that possible? Such a bugged ability exists in this world. After a prolonged pause, a sly grin crept across his face, laced with skepticism. "You just divulged your greatest secret to me? Aren't you afraid of my ulterior motives?" The protagonist raised an eyebrow, amused. "Indeed, I only acquired your swordsmanship. You may have other secrets. However, should you consider me an easy target, feel free to test that assumption. Moreover, I must remind you that the current seas are no longer your era. It is now the year 1522 of the High Yuan calendar. A full 22 years since your execution. 22 years. Roger was instantly petrified. In the next moment, he leaped up, frantically clutching his hair, his voice trembling. Bolong, do you know someone named Ace? Observing his expression, I realized the gravity of the situation. His demeanor lacked the confidence of a pirate king, replaced instead by anxiety and concern, resembling a father worried for a son he had never met. The protagonist handed the unconscious Dasky to Xiaoqing, his expression darkening as he said, Roger, are you certain you wish to know? This may not be good news for you. Please tell me. Roger's hands trembled uncontrollably. The protagonist retrieved a bottle of liquor from his pocket and tossed it to him, enunciating each word. Your wife, Lu Jiao, has passed away. Boom. I watched as Roger appeared as though struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. The bottle slipped from his grasp, shattering on the ground. He trembled violently, his expression a mix of agony and sorrow. In the next instant, a primal roar erupted from his throat. Ah, goodness! As his emotions surged, the ground of Luoga town began to tremble violently, thunder rumbled, and fierce winds howled. The invisible aura of Haki instantly incapacitated a significant portion of the town's residents. I couldn't help but ponder, is this the true weight of being the Pirate King? Those who understand will know. Our protagonist was still there, stroking his chin, contemplating whether to take advantage of Roger's emotional turmoil to strike again, hoping to elicit a burst of Haki. The sheer cunning of it was astounding. As Roger's cries intensified, the protagonist could no longer bear to watch. He dashed forward and delivered a resounding slap. With a sharp crack, it echoed through the air. Crying? What nonsense! What kind of man are you? Is it merely the loss of a wife that brings you to tears? Have you forgotten who I am? I can resurrect you, and I can resurrect your wife too. That slap silenced the Pirate King. The extraordinary phenomena ceased, and Roger, teary-eyed, gazed at the protagonist, quivering as he asked, Do you truly intend to help me resurrect Lu Jiao? The protagonist waved his hand in annoyance. Enough of your blubbering. Let's be clear. If you allow me to kill you a few times to recoup my investment, resurrecting your wife is entirely feasible. Then you can retrieve your son, poor Ghastly Ace, and your family will be whole again. How splendid. Roger, still caught up in the notion of family unity, appeared on the verge of tears once more. The protagonist swiftly added another jab, clearing his throat and leisurely asking, But before that, I must inquire if you can accept your son calling another man father? Huh, gah. Roger, who had just taken a swig of alcohol, promptly spewed it out, barely avoiding the protagonist. His eyes reddened, and he pointed skyward, shouting, Damn you, Carp! I considered you a brother, and yet you wish to be my son's father? I will not tolerate this. The protagonist. I was left utterly bewildered by Roger's thought process. He explained with exasperation, Be quiet. It's not Carp. Roger paused, taken aback. Before I could catch my breath, he erupted in impotent fury. Damn it. That scoundrel Whitebeard. It was you who betrayed me. I was considering forming a bond with you, and now this. As I stood by, watching the Pirate King, a mess of tears and snot, weeping like a child, I nearly pulled out my phone to record this moment, knowing it must not escape public knowledge. The protagonist, equally disgusted, tossed a pack of tissues his way, finally unable to contain himself. Can you please let me finish? Carp did not betray you. Whitebeard did not betray you. At last, Roger fell silent, tears still glistening on his face as he gazed at the protagonist. The protagonist sighed and revealed the truth. Your wife, Lu Jiao, to preserve your bloodline and prevent the world government from discovering it, relied solely on her willpower, carrying Ace for 20 months after your death, before he was born. Unfortunately, she perished from exhaustion immediately after. Upon hearing this, Roger fell completely silent. He wiped his face clean of tears and alcohol, pouring a bottle of liquor onto the ground, his eyes filled with nostalgia and guilt. The next moment, with a resounding thud, he knelt on the ground, the hard stone path cracking beneath him, his forehead striking the earth heavily. I entrust everything to you. Balong, please aid me in resurrecting my wife. If you agree to help, my life belongs to you. The protagonist helped him to his feet, replying coolly, "Rest assured, I will ensure your family is whole. However, before resurrecting your wife, it would be wise to mend your relationship with your son." At the mention of his son, Roger's fury reignited, gritting his teeth. "Humph. When I see Whitebeard, I shall surely crush him. Why must he choose my son as his own?" I stood by, rolling my eyes at his blubbering demeanor, contemplating how he could ever confront Whitebeard. Just when I thought this family drama would reach a conclusion, Roger suddenly recalled something and inquired, "Where's that old fool Whitebeard? I must gather my crew to confront him." I responded succinctly, "It's too late." I informed him that Whitebeard was on the verge of death. Upon hearing my words, Roger froze in shock, as if struck by lightning. I thought to myself, such is the nature of an aging man. Lifelong friends entangled in love and rivalry, unable to accept the news of each other's demise. After all, the bonds among the titans of that era were complex and intertwined. Suddenly, I must say, the next moment, this old fellow nearly sent me packing. "What did you say?" "Whitebeard is dying." He erupted into raucous laughter, as if he had won the lottery. Well done. He deserves it. His demise is splendid. Truly remarkable. Even the heavens cannot bear this old beast any longer. I thought to myself, dear friends, who could possibly understand? I now regretted bringing him back to life, as it was merely inviting suffering upon myself. Am I still able to shove him back into hell? Only through close contact can one truly comprehend that the notorious pirate king, Luo Jie, is not the valiant hero he seems, but rather a comical and petty individual. He stands there, flailing his arms and cursing, spitting words like a tempest, as if he were about to hurl a fist into Baihu's face. "Baihu! Oh, Baihu! Look at you now! Back in the day, I kindly informed you of the whereabouts of the great treasure, yet you pretended to be noble, insisting that family was all that mattered. You left me in a difficult position, and you deserved your demise." My head ached from his incessant chatter. Was he mute in his past life? Why is he so talkative in this one? I lifted my leg, ready to leave. The longer I stayed, the more I feared my intelligence would be infected by him. We already had a Luffy on board. Another one would surely turn the ship upside down. Hey, Bao Wang, don't go." He flashed in front of me in an instant, his eager gaze tightening my resolve. Goodness, could this fool possibly have taken a liking to me? I wiped my face in exasperation and impatiently said, "Spit it out, and let us get on with it. My wife and children are waiting for my return." Only then did Luo Jie shuffle closer, rubbing his hands with a sheepish grin. "Ahem, I just wanted to ask, how did Baihu die so quickly? Don't get me wrong, I have no intention of saving him. I merely wish to deliver another blow before he meets his end." I was utterly speechless. How could a grown man exhibit such slender traits? If he wanted to save someone, he should just say so instead of being so duplicitous. I scoffed. "This is all your son, Ace's fault." Luo Yepao said bewildered. "What do you mean my son is a fool?" I disdainfully replied. If he and T stubbornly pursued Blackbeard, would he have been captured by the Navy? If he and T been caught, his identity as your son Woon T have been exposed, triggering the greatest war in pirate history? In just a few words, I recounted how Blackbeard seized the fruit. Ace was captured, the war erupted, and Baihu sacrificed his life at Marineford to save his son. Luo Jie was left in shock, standing there like a wooden post, muttering about the future and how it was impossible. I observed his expression shift from astonishment to fear, then to caution. What was he imagining? His gaze towards me was as if I were some legendary demon. I was puzzled. I took a mirror from the system's space to check myself. There was no issue. With such a handsome face, how could I possibly resemble a villain? Finally, he snapped back to reality and sighed. "Baihu, you old rascal, your fate is indeed grim." In the next moment, his demeanor changed. He gazed at me with intense enthusiasm and asked conspiratorially, "Bao Wang, if Baihu were truly dead, would you, resurrect him?" As he reached for my shoulder, I swiftly batted his hand away. Are we that familiar? Seeing his attempt to get close thwarted, his eyes darted around before he concocted a new scheme, enthusiastically pitching. "Bao Wang, I'm only looking out for you. Baihu possesses the strongest tremor fruit in the Paramecia class. Just think, if he dies and you resurrect him, wouldn't that power belong to you? Even if you don't desire it, his conqueror's haki would suffice. Just imagine combining it with your swordsmanship. Even the admirals of the Navy would be no match for you. His beady eyes blinked at me, sending chills down my spine. I nearly lost my composure and punched him. Ultimately, I could not restrain myself. I delivered a swift jab to his gut, transforming him into a large lobster. Luo Jie, it's not your fault for being ugly, but it is inappropriate for you to scare people, I coldly remarked. And don't think I'm oblivious to your little schemes. You want me to resurrect him so you can take advantage of him when he is at full strength, right? You think you can use me as a weapon? You're still too naive. This old rascal with his thick skin merely felt embarrassed for a moment before plastering a sycophantic smile back on and continuing his pitch. Ba Wong, hear me out. The tremor fruit is truly formidable. With just one punch, the sea will roar. What about the marine fleets? They will all be swept away. If he weren't so powerful, would he dare to claim sons across the seas? To be honest, I was indeed somewhat tempted. After all, the abilities I could obtain through my resurrection technique had no weaknesses against seawater or sea stone. However, I could no longer bear his incessant chattering. I interrupted. Stop. Whether to resurrect him or not is my decision. No need for your concern. Seeing his astonished expression, as if I were refusing a treasure he deemed invaluable, I felt a bit frustrated. Had I known he could ramble like this, I would have refrained from divulging anything. Even a nearby Xiao Qing was stifling laughter, prompting me to shoot her a fierce glare. What are you laughing at? You'll be in trouble tonight. Xiao Qing blushed, her breath quickening, and softly said, Master, isn't that inappropriate? My lady, I waved my hand dismissively. What is inappropriate about it? It's decided. My authority as your master cannot be challenged. Can she dare to argue with me? Beside us, Luo Jie looked as though he had swallowed a lemon, grumbling sourly. Damn it. Once my wife is resurrected, I'll also be flaunting my love daily. I chose to ignore him and, once everything was settled, called out, Let us go home. Just then, at the port of Rog Town, on the Mary, Nami and the others were nearly frantic. Suddenly, darkness enveloped the sky, ominous winds arose, and towering waves surged. As a colossal waterspout barreled toward the harbor, Luo Jie, the battle fanatic, instantly became exhilarated, shaking off the effects of alcohol, and was ready to engage. But I stopped him. I stepped forward and bellowed with all my might. Duo la gu, do you dare to obstruct my path? Are you tired of living? My voice echoed like thunder, and the terrifying waterspout came to an abrupt halt. Luo Jie's eyes nearly bulged out, muttering, How is this possible? How old is he? From within the waterspout came a deep voice. How do you know it is me? As the words fell, the waterspout dissipated, revealing a man clad in a dark green trench coat, his hood obscuring his face. It was none other than the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Meng Qidi. Duo la gu. He intended to call me Chu Ba Wong, but stumbled and ended up exclaiming, White Devil Ba Wong. It sounded akin to calling out to a father. And even he appeared stunned, likely recalling the childhood trauma of being chased by his father, Carp, wielding a slipper. I had no desire for idle chatter. I retrieved the magical sword Qian Run from Xiao Qing, and with a tremor, the blade resonated like thunder. Today, I shall witness the prowess of your legendary fruit ability. Duo Lagu's tone dripped with sarcasm. What? Do you wish to strike at me? The next moment, his smile froze on his face. My aura shifted dramatically. My gaze became clear, and the surrounding tempest could not touch even the hem of my garment. Unbeknownst to me, I had entered the legendary state of unity with heaven and man. Duo Lagu stood dumbfounded, his expression a mixture of disbelief. I could tell that he was on the verge of questioning my very existence. As for me, I felt the moment had arrived. The world before me suddenly accelerated. Everything around me became crystal clear. I placed my hand upon a magical sword Qianren and smiled at him. Duo Lagu, shall we engage in a friendly spar? Let me tell you, my sword, with its cracked blade, appeared as if it would shatter at any moment. Yet upon seeing my hand on it, Duo Lagu's hair stood on end, as if he were being targeted by some prehistoric beast. Without further ado, I drew the sword and thrust it upward. With a resounding clang, the sound illuminated the entire night. Luo Jie's eyes nearly popped out, his mouth agape, muttering, "My goodness, what kind of monstrous swordplay is this? Surely it surpasses even the greatest sword masters. Thank heavens I didn't act foolishly earlier. Otherwise, I would have been turned to ash." My only thought was, young people should be spirited, seize the sword, and charge forward. With a fervent cry of flame blade, normal attack, I leaped forth like an eagle snatching a chick. Can you believe it? Just a single basic strike, and the flames on my blade surged forth, setting half the sky ablaze. The scene was reminiscent of a drunken Van Gogh's Sunflowers, wild and unrestrained. Duola G's face turned a sickly green. His lips twitched uncontrollably as he exclaimed, "Brother, you lack martial ethics. You open with your ultimate move?" He likely thought he was merely facing off against a street thug, not realizing he had encountered a true master of the art. With a thunderous crash, my blade cleaved the ocean, boiling the seawater in its wake. His tempest clashed violently with my flames, creating a spectacle of sparks and lightning. As I beheld the inferno, it dawned on me that Duola Gu possessed the natural type storm fruit. How intriguing. Unfazed, he conjured a long spear from the air to counterattack. I couldn't help but chuckle. The game was over, my friend. I was merely curious about your abilities, and you truly believed you could match me? In a flash, I darted forward like a cannonball, delivering a single, magnificent strike. His storm spear shattered into countless fragments. The figure at the heart of the tempest let out a muffled groan, revealing his true form. A man clad in a dark green trench coat, his face obscured by a hood, slowly descending. My strike had carved a substantial gash in his shoulder, yet oddly, not a single drop of blood was shed. He yanked off his hood, revealing a face imbued with an aura of profound depth. His voice was hoarse as he remarked, "Such formidable swordsmanship." Meanwhile, Roger, resembling a buffoon, circled Duola Gu with a wide grin, asking, "Are you really the son of that old man Carp? You don't resemble him at all. How did such a clever fellow emerge from that bumbling fool? Did someone plant a patch of green grass in his mind?" I was at a loss for words, thinking to myself, "Roger, you loudmouthed fool. Do you not realize who you're calling a fool?" I nonchalantly tossed my sword to Shao Qing and directly exposed his identity. "Pleased to make your acquaintance. The world's most notorious criminal, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Munki de Duodajiu." Let me tell you, just uttering that name could send shivers down anyone's spine. Yet, what was the result? Duola Gu regarded me as if I were insane, scrutinizing me for a while before hoarsely saying, "No wonder you dare to resurrect the Pirate King. You possess some substance." However, those who stir the tides of an era often do not meet a favorable end. He cast a sidelong glance at Roger. His meaning crystal clear. Associating with Roger was akin to carrying a ticking time bomb. The whole world yearned to extinguish you. How could you possibly sleep peacefully? How did I respond? I smiled and said, "Stirring the tides of an era? I have no interest in such titles. My resurrection of Roger is solely because, without him, the sea lacks much joy." Duola G's temper flared, his eyes narrowing, exuding a palpable killing intent. "Joy? Do you treat all of this as child's play?" No, I shook my finger. "You misunderstand. To me, this is merely a game. You may face death and pain, but for me, it is about amusement. I despise boredom above all else. Of course, while as a game, it is also one worth playing earnestly." Duola Gu was rendered speechless, and Roger was equally astonished, likely having never encountered such audacious words in their lifetimes. Shao Qing, my maid, gazed at me with stars in her eyes, her expression conveying that I was indeed worthy of being her master. Once Duola Gu regained his composure, he began to lecture me on values, claiming that my actions were no different from those of the celestial dragons, treating the lives of the lower classes as mere toys. He rambled on about how the weak also have the right to pursue freedom and happiness. My ears nearly calloused from his tirade. I interrupted him to save your brainwashing for your subordinates. If you wish to be a hero and save the world, go ahead. I have no interest in it. But do not attempt to impose your moral standard upon me. I paused, my face adorned with derision. And how dare you say such things? You, the world's most notorious criminal, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Ask yourself, have you done anything worthy of praise from the people? Your so-called pursuit of happiness for the people is nothing but empty rhetoric. Duola Go laughed in anger. What do you mean? We have overthrown several corrupt kingdoms. Have you not heard? Ha! I retorted, overthrowing a few militarily weak kingdoms. Does that warrant pride? The Revolutionary Army has been established for decades, and you dare to act tyrannically in places beyond the reach of the world government. Your comrade, Tyrant Kuma, has been transformed into a killing machine by the world government, and you don't even dare to make a sound. Yet you call yourself a savior of the world? Given the chance, you would be utterly useless. Roger, unable to contain himself any longer, shouted in agreement, exactly. With all this time, I could have become Pirate King 3 times over. The two of us, in perfect harmony, left Duola Go speechless. His fists clenched tightly, his face flushed, yet he could not refute a single word, for all I spoke was the unvarnished truth. After several moments of silence, he managed to squeeze out, "We are waiting for the perfect opportunity." At that moment, the Navy girl, Dasky, who had been feigning ignorance, perked up her ears, likely overjoyed. My goodness, Tyrant Kuma is part of the Revolutionary Army. This is an earth-shattering secret. I cannot leave. I must stay as an undercover agent to gather intelligence. I couldn't help but chuckle. Was this not a covert mission turned farcical? I looked at Duola, my lip curled. Duola Go, remember, opportunities are not merely awaited. They are forged by one's own hands. As soon as I finished speaking, Roger approached as if he had discovered a new continent, his eyes wide with excitement, swirling around Duola Go while intoxicated, pointing at the tattoos on his face and exclaiming, "Hey, tell me, are you really Carp's son? Goodness, your life must be terrible." Carp, with his thick brows and large eyes, could be so harsh to his own son. Look at those marks on your face. Doesn't it look like someone slapped you with a slipper? The pattern of the soul is so clear. If I were you, I would definitely get my revenge while he is asleep. I could hardly contain myself, and Xiao Qing and Dasky shared my disbelief. Duola Go's face instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot. What the hell, those are not shoe prints. They're tattoos, for goodness sake. Yet to be fair, the tattoo did bear a striking resemblance to a shoe print. Duola Go took a deep breath, deciding to ignore Roger, and turned back to me, forcibly redirecting the conversation. "Sir, I hope you will not interfere with Luffy's future. He deserves his own adventures." While he spoke those words, he was undoubtedly thinking, "The plague, with a bounty of 90 million. If the Navy discovers you can resurrect the dead, your bounty will surely skyrocket tenfold. Stay away from my son." I felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, I had just sacrificed Luffy's hairline and romantic prospects. If his father found out, wouldn't he come after me? Yet, I maintained a calm facade, pointing directly at Roger. "What are you worried about? Roger is now my crew member, primarily for companionship. With him as a bodyguard and life mentor for Ace and Luffy, isn't that more than sufficient?" Roger blinked in surprise, about to protest. When did I agree to this? But upon remembering that his wife was still waiting for me to resurrect her, he instantly transformed into an actor, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, the captain is right. I, Roger, officially joined today and will start as a grassroots pirate. By the way, what is the name of our pirate crew? Duola Go was utterly bewildered, his expression as if to say, "Pirate King, if you're being kidnapped, blink." Realizing this tactic was futile, his demeanor turned cold, a murderous intent emanating from him as shadows of warships loomed ominously in the surrounding mist. He was summoning his forces from the East Sea. Just as he assumed a combat stance, Xiao Qing beside me grew displeased. She let out a cold snort. Her gaze struck Dorag like a jolt of electricity. Xiao Qing merely mouthed the words, "If you wish to survive, obey." In that fleeting moment, Dorag felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, every hair on his body standing on end. He exploded backward over 100 meters, his complexion as pale as a ghost. The speed was such that even a rabbit could not keep up. From a distance, he trembled and shouted, "Are you threatening me?" I raised an eyebrow, entering protective mode. "If you cannot withstand even this slight pressure from my maid, you are unworthy of discussing cooperation with me." Dorag laughed in anger. "Cooperation? What qualifications do you have to negotiate with the Revolutionary Army? You think your trio can topple the world government that has ruled for 8 centuries? His words carried weight, for the Revolutionary Army had amassed strength over many years. But in his eyes, we were merely a resurrected pirate king, yet to regain his peak. An enigmatic maid and myself. In the face of true war, individual power ultimately proved limited. To a seasoned veteran like him, no matter how formidable a singular individual might be, they could not compete with a well-organized, vast force. I must say, Dorag's expression at that moment was as if he were declaring that we, a motley crew of misfits, were unfit to negotiate with him. He believed that his trump card, the Death Army, had us firmly in his grasp. Yet, our Bawang showed no sign of anger. Instead, he appeared amused, as if observing a clever child. When he spoke, it was a bombshell. Dorag, I initially thought you were a clever man, but today, it seems I overestimated you. Your vision is limited, truly too limited. That statement rendered Dorag momentarily speechless. His eyes bulged wide, likely screaming internally, I, leader of the Death Army, the future subverter of the world. You dare say my vision is limited? He was so incensed that he chuckled, grinding his teeth, then enlighten me. How is my vision so limited? Bawang remained composed, as if imparting wisdom to a junior, and began his lecture. You must learn to leverage identity and reputation to create momentum. This is the highest form of strategy. Upon hearing this, Dorag's mind raced, immediately conjuring the thought, are you implying I should emulate Pirate King Roger? But he quickly dismissed the idea, realizing that Roger's name was now a double-edged sword, attracting more trouble than benefit. Even if he were to rally a crew, it would not shake the foundations of world domination. I nearly burst out laughing at the absurdity of it all. Dorag was battling with himself, analyzing the situation thoroughly, yet completely missing the mark. Bawang shook his head, his gaze brimming with pity. I told you that you are but a frog at the bottom of a well. You refuse to believe it. Dorag's face flushed crimson, defiantly retorting, then speak. Do not keep me in suspense. Let me see whose name holds more weight than that of the Pirate King. Finally, Bawang leisurely uttered a name, one capable of shaking the very foundations of the world. Fisher Tiger. The moment those 4 words left his lips, Dorag appeared as though struck by lightning, freezing in place. I witnessed the shock ripple through his eyes, his mouth slightly agape, clearly grappling with overwhelming waves of realization. Fisher Tiger was no ordinary individual. He was the legendary hero of the Fishmen, who single-handedly liberated thousands of slaves and dared to confront the celestial dragons head-on, shattering the myth of invincibility that surrounded world domination. It is no exaggeration to say that Dorag's formation of the Death Army was largely inspired by this remarkable figure. More importantly, Fisher Tiger's reputation among the Fishmen was akin to that of a deity. Even Jinbei, a member of the 7 warlords, would respectfully refer to him as Brother Tiger. His name represented the very essence of Fishman Island's stance. In an instant, Dorag connected all the dots. His breathing quickened, his expression shifting from shock to intense longing as he fixed his gaze on Bawang. Can you resurrect him? If you can meet a living Roger, surely you can meet a living Fisher Tiger. Bawang casually remarked, think for yourself. If this spiritual leader of the liberation movement were to return and join your ranks, what would transpire? How much support would Fishman Island, this military powerhouse, provide you? What seismic shifts would occur in the world's landscape? There was no need for further elaboration. Dorag's mind began to race with possibilities. With Fisher Tiger, he could potentially save a decade of struggle. Fishman Island would become his most formidable revolutionary stronghold. All oppressed slaves worldwide would reignite their hopes. Just as Dorag's face flushed with excitement, envisioning a bright future, Bawang suddenly doused him with cold water. You wish to cooperate with me? He sneered. No, Dorag, you have misunderstood. The initiative to resurrect him lies in my hands. It is not I who seeks to cooperate with you. Rather, you must plead with me. What a masterstroke. Dorag was left utterly bewildered, comprehending that from the outset, Bawang had no intention of engaging in an equal dialogue. He had instead painted a grand illusion while firmly gripping the reins of the conversation. Dorag, a cunning old fox, quickly regained his composure, posing a critical question. How can I trust that you can control him? Fisher Tiger despised humanity until his dying breath. Balwang merely smiled. Small powers may be reversed, but great ones cannot be defied. Such a person is destined to become a banner. Once he is resurrected, the tides of history will propel him onto that path, requiring no intervention from us. This statement was remarkably astute, a bold maneuver. Dorag recognized that he had no choice. The temptation was too great to resist. He took a deep breath and finally lowered his proud head. "Speak. What are your terms?" Balwang initially jested, pointing at Dorag. "If you allow me to stab you a couple of times, granting me a taste of your stormfruit ability, this matter will be settled." Dorag's face instantly turned green, likely cursing under his breath. Balwang, observing his reaction, waved his hand dismissively. Then his gaze drifted to Roger, eyes glinting with predatory intent. Akin to a wolf spotting a lamb. Roger's hair stood on end, crossing his arms protectively over his chest, his expression one of feigned fear, utterly vulnerable. I could hardly contain my laughter. How could the Pirate King be such a comedic figure? Balwang, too, wore an expression of disdain, his lips twitching as he warned, "Roger, listen well, from now on, keep silent in my presence. Speak once, and I shall kill you. Speak twice, and I shall kill you twice." Roger immediately wilted like a withered plant. He had no choice. His vulnerabilities were firmly in Balwang's grasp. His wife, his son, and his old crew awaited Balwang's resurrection. Once he had dealt with the conspicuous Roger, Balwang finally revealed his true conditions to Dorag. He erected a soundproof barrier and leaned in, whispering into Dorag's ear. Though I could not hear, I saw Dorag's expression shift from somber to peculiar, culminating in a lewd grin that any man would understand. "One is not enough. I desire them all." Balwang's final words were spoken with conviction, and I heard them clearly. What kind of sordid deal were these two concocting? Once their transaction concluded, Dorag agreed to facilitate introductions, then inquired, "Are there any other demands?" "One more promise," Balwang stated, revealing his true intentions in due time. "I will need your assistance in confronting someone when I go to rescue a friend from the Navy's prison." Dorag's expression turned grave. "Who?" Balwang smiled slightly, uttering a name that made the air almost freeze. "Magellan." "The Warden Magellan," Dorag exclaimed, gasping in shock. "My heavens, is your target the underwater prison impel down?" His gaze towards Balwang was akin to that of a man observing a complete lunatic. Even Roger, standing beside him, appeared visibly shaken, his lips twitching as he likely pondered. Could this fellow truly intend to unleash my sworn enemies? Balwang reassured him, saying, "Fear not. All you need to do is hold off Magellan. The rest shall be entrusted to me." Dolitch's mind had entirely short-circuited. He required time to digest this audacious scheme. Ultimately, he departed, burdened with Balwang's verbal assurance. Once he was gone, the onlooker Roger approached, visibly displeased. "Seriously, you let him leave just like that? What on earth did you discuss that was so mysterious?" Balwang shot him a glance, his mood buoyant, disinclined to engage. "The time is not yet ripe. I shall gather a few more elements before commencing my plan." "You truly thrive on chaos." Roger began to incite trouble again. "If I were to release my old adversaries, the world would descend into pandemonium. Chaos or not." Balwang shrugged indifferently, for one must break in order to rebuild. As he spoke, he patted Roger on the shoulder and departed, promising to introduce him to an intriguing individual who would surely resonate with him. Balwang was contemplating the young man adorned with a straw hat. I can scarcely imagine the expression on Roger's face when Luffy declares, "I'm going to be the king of the pirates." The very thought sends shivers down my spine. While we were fervently orchestrating significant events, the Mary had devolved into utter chaos. A sudden gust propelled the ship several nautical miles away, leaving Nami and Kaya frantic. Zoro, ever the bold one, offered, "How about I go find the master?" Usopp and Sanji immediately wore expressions of dismay, their eyes seemingly conveying, "Dude, with your abysmal sense of direction, sending you to find someone would likely necessitate a worldwide search." Nami, in desperation, sought out their captain. Upon discovering him, she found Luffy sprawled on the deck, feigning death, his complexion ashen, his gaze vacant, resembling a fish that had lost all hope. Usopp approached and touched him, startled. "Goodness, he is nearly cold." "Luffy, my friend, Is missing the execution platform really such a dire matter? As it turned out, this lad was indeed like a broken record, feebly muttering, "No, you don't understand. I am Luffy, the man who will become the king of the pirates." His voice was so faint it resembled the buzzing of a mosquito. Yet he insisted that without witnessing the execution platform, one could not claim the title of king of the pirates. Just as one might expect, this ignited a significant reaction. Suddenly, a large face loomed over Luffy, its features almost pressed against his, demanding, "What is this? You wish to be my man?" At that moment, another figure appeared. Upon seeing the newcomer, Nami's eyes lit up, and she joyfully exclaimed, "Bawa!" Like a cannonball. She launched herself into his embrace. Oh dear! Kaya's expression was one of frantic annoyance, likely thinking, "Sister, I am the rightful one here. You are overstepping your bounds." In the blink of an eye, the man who had just questioned Luffy, none other than Roger, delivered a swift kick that sent Luffy crashing away. With a resounding thud, the Mary's deck was left with a gaping hole, and Luffy found himself ensnared within it, utterly bewildered. The scene was nothing short of chaotic, the ship trembling as if it were boiling over. Luffy lay in the pit, his mind buzzing. Who is this? Who struck me? The speed was astonishing. Meanwhile, our attention was wholly fixated on the recently returned Chubawang. He affectionately ruffled Nami's hair, and in a flash, he pulled Kaya into his embrace, holding them both. The swiftness of his movements astonished even Roger, who likely mused, "Goodness, this fellow concealed his prowess while dealing with Dolage? This is not merely rapid. It's akin to spatial teleportation." Kaya's keen eyes soon caught sight of a fainting girl slumped over Ching's shoulder, Desiki. She inquired, "Bawang, who is this?" Chubawang, with remarkable audacity, pointed at Desiki and casually remarked to Kaya, "I thought you would need a secretary for your apothecary. So I brought her along when I fortuitously encountered her in Road Town." Family, who could possibly misconstrue this as anything other than a street acquisition? Roger's lips twitched in disbelief, having witnessed how Chubawang had effortlessly subdued Smoker and taken him away. Kaya was equally astonished. "You didn't forcibly abduct a lady, did you? A secretary for an apothecary? This is unheard of." Chubawang remained obstinate. "Impossible. Do I appear villainous?" Desiki, currently unconscious, could not refute his claims. In the midst of this somewhat harmonious atmosphere, Usopp suddenly slapped his thigh. "Wait, didn't something just get kicked away?" Sanji, with a cigarette in his mouth, echoed, "It seems so." Zoro abruptly turned around. "It's Luffy. I can't believe it. In my haste to converse with Bawang, I forgot about our captain." Share my disbelief. The three of them rushed over, and upon witnessing Luffy's pitiful state, they immediately cast accusatory glares at Roger. Yet, they dare not take action, as the formidable Chubawang remained composed. At this juncture, it was Nami who, with her perceptive nature, fixated her gaze on Roger for several moments, her expression turning slack-jawed, struggling to articulate. How can this be? The legendary Pirate King is here." Upon hearing this, Zoro and Sanji also grasped the situation, and upon scrutinizing Roger's attire, they turned pale, their jaws nearly grazing the ground, as a chill surged through them. Roger paid no heed to their reactions, effortlessly lifting Luffy from the pit as if he were a mere chick, and menacingly queried, "Hey kid, stop playing dead. I'm asking you, who did you say you wanted to be?" Luffy, ever the stubborn one, his body feeling as though it had collapsed, rolled up his sleeves and shouted out his iconic declaration. "I said, I am the man who will become the king of the pirates." Insanity. Pura insanity. Zoro, Usopp, and Sanji's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. "My captain, you dare proclaim your ambition to become the king of the pirates before the very face of the Pirate King?" Roger's expression darkened. "Oh, you don't recognize me? It's over." Luffy's face blindness has struck again. He had no concern for what the former Pirate King looked like. So after scrutinizing Roger for a moment, he bluntly shook his head. "I have no recollection of you, you scruffy old man. Regardless of who you are, you cannot hinder me, for I am destined to become the king of the pirates." Before he could finish his sentence, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp rushed forward, hastily covering his mouth. Zoro was nearly in a frenzy. Luffy, be quiet. You have no idea how serious this is. As a result, Luffy, in a fit of air, sent all three of them flying, his expression disgruntled. Why won't you let me speak? This old man isn't that terrifying. He was about to raise his hand to speak again. Hey, old man. I'll say it one last time. My dream is to become the king of the pirates. Zoro could no longer contain himself, seizing a piece of meat and shoving it into Luffy's mouth. Growling, stop talking. This old man is the legendary pirate king. Luffy was momentarily stunned, then shook his head vehemently. Impossible. Roger is dead. This fellow must be an imposter. The murderous aura emanating from Roger was palpable, overwhelming. Chuba Wong, observing the unfolding drama, found it immensely entertaining, likely thinking, let you a fool irritate me in Rogue Town. Finally, someone can put you in your place. Sanji and the others were utterly terrified, questioning Chuba Wong about what was happening. Ching succinctly recounted the events in Rogue Town, suggesting that Chuba Wong had consumed a peculiar fruit, thereby resurrecting Roger. After hearing the words, Sauron nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. How could such luck be so extraordinary? Yet Luffy, in his trademark stubbornness, insisted, no, he is absolutely not the pirate king. Luffy am a true pirate king. Even the mighty Chuba Wong was left speechless, seriously doubting whether becoming the pirate king came with an intelligence debuff. In the next moment, Luffy charged forward, his hands forming a cannon-like shape. Dare to impersonate the pirate king and deceive Mr. Ba Wong. Gum Gum Rocket Cannon. Boom. With a resounding explosion, Luffy found himself back in the familiar pit. Usopp crouched down, clutching his head, too frightened to watch. Nami couldn't bear any longer and shouted, Luffy, stop. Someone could really get hurt. Bang. Luffy, with two large lumps on his head, sprang out of the pit like a weeble, declaring, I won't. I will become the pirate king. Seeing that Chuba Wong had no intention of intervening, Roger became invigorated, cracking his knuckles and thinking, this kid dares to covet my throne. Today, he shall learn why the flowers bloom so red. Gum Gum Gatling. Luffy's fists rained down like a torrential downpour. However, Roger merely swayed and vanished, leaving Luffy bewildered, unable to land a single punch on his foe. Luffy was astonished. Could this be the observation hockey that Bawang had spoken of? Before he could react, Roger suddenly appeared before him, having snatched a wooden sword from Sauron. His arm enveloped in armament hockey and swung it at Luffy. Clang! Luffy attempted to block with his arm, howling in pain. So that's armament hockey. Even you know how to use it, you scruffy old man. Just as he finished speaking, he was sent flying once more. At this point, Chuba Wong chimed in, embracing Nami and Koya with a gleeful expression. Luffy, Sauron, Sanji, you three should have some fun with Roger. I'll let you in on a secret. This guy just revived and is still quite weak. If you want to beat the Pirate King, now is the time. This opportunity won't last. Roger's face turned green at once. Come on, don't betray me like this. Upon hearing this, Sauron's eyes lit up. A chance to thrash the Pirate King? Sounds delightful. The three exchanged glances, revealing grins that embodied villainy. Let me tell you, what Chuba Wong said was true. The current Roger was only slightly stronger than Smoker. Luffy alone could toy with him, but with Sauron and Sanji joining in, Roger's stamina was unlikely to hold out. Sure enough, as the three engaged, Roger could no longer easily dispatch Luffy. As the fight progressed, Roger began to pant, while the Straw Hat Trio grew more emboldened, quickly beating Roger into a bruised mess. Enraged, Roger resorted to literary references. A dragon in shallow waters is mocked by shrimp. A tiger fallen in the plains is bullied by dogs. Sanji immediately fanned the flames. Green algae head, he's calling you a dog. Sauron retorted without hesitation. Nonsense. He's clearly insulting you. You perverted chef, golden-haired dog. Luffy quietly added, I think whoever eats the most is the dog. The crowd fell silent. It was the first time anyone had heard someone insult themselves. Amid the banter, the trio's strikes remained relentless. Sauron roared, Pirate King Roger, I claim your first blood. He instantly appeared before Roger and swung his sword. Roger was astonished. This kid's talent was terrifying. He hurriedly raised the wooden sword to block. With a clang, sparks flew. Roger felt a surge of admiration. "Kid, would you be interested in learning swordsmanship from me?" Sauron simply scoffed. His eyes filled with disdain. "I don't believe your swordsmanship is superior to my master's." Wow, that was quite the display of arrogance. Roger instantly felt dejected, pondering. "I am one of the top swordsmen on the seas. Is my skill really so despised?" Sauron, uninterested in further dialogue, had his sword, Wado Ikamanji, unsheathed on its own, unleashing a slash that flew forth. It was Roger's first encounter with a sword that could attack independently, leaving him momentarily stunned. In that brief moment of distraction, a gash opened on his chest, blood seeping out. Roger, incredulous, exclaimed, "You actually wounded me without armament hockey." Sanji, observing from the sidelines, felt a pang of jealousy. Grumbling like a sour lemon, "Ba Wong is so biased. Sauron learned so much, and all I got was the skywalk." Just as he intended to address Chu Ba Wong about this unfairness, he turned around only to find that Chu Ba Wong, Koya, Nami, Shaoqing, and Dasky had all vanished. A bold idea flashed in Sanji's mind. Could it be that Ba Wong is taking on 4 opponents alone? Truly a model for us all. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Roger, furious from being beaten by the 3 youngsters, decided to stop playing around. "You've pushed me to this point." His gaze landed on the weakest one, Luffy. "Little brother, don't blame me for being ruthless. You are but a soft persimmon." Roger tightened his grip on the wooden sword, its aura intensifying. The ultimate sword technique, divine avoidance. Boom! Luffy's body froze, his face pale, once again transforming into a shooting star. Crashing heavily onto the deck, Roger sheathed his sword, coldly declaring, "Mission accomplished." The next target is the Blackleg. Taking them out one by one is the most efficient way to fight. As soon as he finished speaking, Usopp, our attention-seeking friend, erupted like the sky was falling. He let out a howl and charged towards Luffy, his legs moving as if they were aging. Sauron and Sanji's pupils dilated, immediately transforming into protective guardians. Standing firmly in front of Luffy, their gazes fierce enough to swallow Roger whole. Yet, to be fair, Luffy was remarkably resilient. That last strike would have knocked anyone else out, but he, despite trembling like a leaf and his face as pale as an A4 sheet, somehow managed to stand again. Family, can anyone understand? His strength may lag behind Sauron and Sanji, but his resolve as captain remained unwavering. He would rather stand and die than hide behind his comrades. Roger was momentarily taken aback, thinking, this kid truly has no regard for his life. Panting heavily, Luffy declared his ultimate bombshell. "I made a promise with Shanks. One day, I will become the Pirate King and return this hat to him personally." As he spoke, he removed the straw hat from around his neck and ceremoniously placed it upon his shining bald head. The atmosphere had been built up to this point, creating a fiery ambience. However, upon hearing this, Roger went into shock. He stared intently at the straw hat, his mouth agape, as if it could fit an egg. "Wait, did you just say who? Shanks? That red-haired kid who was an intern on my ship?" "Yes." Luffy beamed with pride. In the next moment, Roger erupted like a volcano, his face reddening in fury as he jumped up and yelled, "That damn red-haired kid. The will of the straw hat I passed to you, and you gave it to this brat." He pointed at Luffy's head, roaring, "That's my straw hat. Get it back to me." Luffy exploded in response. "What do you mean everything is yours? The Pirate King is yours, and now the straw hat is yours too? Are you a crab, strutting around sideways?" He yanked the hat off and clutched it tightly to his chest, terrified it would be snatched away. The two were like fighting roosters, each shouting, "It's mine." And no, it's mine. The scene was utterly chaotic. Sauron and Sanji stood by, utterly stunned, their heads filled with black lines. The great Pirate King was bickering with a child in the street. The absurdity of it all was beyond comprehension. At that moment, Usopp, our conspicuous friend, took action. He turned and emerged from the cabin with a large box of straw hats, sincerely stating, "Isn't it just a straw hat? I have plenty of them here, in all sorts of styles for you to choose from." Swish! 2 deadly glares locked onto him instantly. This move was so absurdly reckless that it ignited both explosive personalities. The scene quickly descended into chaos. while on the other side, the atmosphere with Chu Ba Wang was much warmer. He was unboxing in Xiao Qing's room, demonstrating his gift-giving prowess. He claimed to have brought local specialties from Logtown, but with a grand flourish, he revealed a room filled with colorful, intimate garments. Koya's eyes sparkled as she immediately fixated on a white dress. Nami, with an air of curiosity, picked up a garment and inquired, "Oh, this fits perfectly. How did you know my size?" The moment these words escaped her lips, Kuya's gaze towards Chu Ba Wang shifted dramatically, filled with shock and disbelief. "How could you? You scoundrel! Move so quickly against my goddaughter?" She then glanced down at her own figure, and the atmosphere became exceedingly awkward. Chu Ba Wang rolled his eyes, utterly disinterested in offering an explanation. After all, it was quite clear that this little thief had been sneaking around while Kuya was away, indulging in mischief. How could he not be aware? Ignoring the commotion, he turned to Xiao Qing, selecting a few bikinis and sleepwear, stating, "Xiao Qing, after accompanying me for so long, you should accept these." Initially hesitant, Xiao Qing was encouraged by Kuya's generous demeanor, who boldly declared, "They are gifts from Ba Wang, so just accept them." However, Nami, with her keen eye, noticed the brand name and felt a surge of urgency. Goodness, it seems Xiao Qing is even older than I am. I must act swiftly to solidify my position. Just as these individuals were each plotting their own schemes within the room, a loud knocking resonated from outside, heralding the arrival of Zoro. "Master Ba Wang, this is dire. Usopp has been foolishly boasting that Luffy's straw hat is worthless. And now Roger and Luffy are teaming up to take him down. Sanji and I can hardly contain them." The women inside were utterly baffled. What sort of absurd plot was this? In the midst of a skirmish, how had it transformed into an alliance against a common ally? Saiging, Jubawan Lamentet, my fellow countrymen, truly is a hopeless case. As a ranged ADC, instead of developing properly, he chooses to taunt two brutes. Isn't he just asking for trouble? Upon stepping outside, he beheld Roger and Luffy like two wild bulls pursuing Usopp. Clearing his throat, he spoke blandly, "Roger, Luffy, for the sake of Chu Ba Wang, please cease your attack." In the heat of the moment, Roger, without a second thought, replied, "No way. This brat dares to belittle my straw hat. He must be taught a lesson." "Oh, so you refuse to grant me face?" A smirk played at the corners of Chu Ba Wang's mouth. Before anyone could comprehend his movement, a fleeting shadow passed, followed by a resounding thud as Roger was sent flying into the sea, emerging moments later with several large bumps adorning his head. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji stood dumbfounded. What just happened? Did he take down the Pirate King in an instant? Is this the power of the White Devil? Truly terrifying. Chu Ba Wang, flexing his fist, turned to Luffy and reiterated, maintaining his calm demeanor, "Luffy, for the sake of Chu Ba Wang, please do not continue fighting." Luffy, eyeing the size of his fist, swallowed hard but remained obstinate. "But I haven't finished my duel with that old man. Goodness, this lad truly fears nothing." Chu Ba Wang, amused yet infuriated, prepared to retaliate when suddenly a notification chimed at his mind. Hidden task rebellious Luffy activated. Option 1. Ignore Luffy's provocation. Reward. Imperial artifact of multidimensional vision. Option 2. Pretend not to hear. Reward. Imperial artifact of multidimensional vision. 100 bottles of 1982 La Fight. Option 3. Give him a sound thrashing on the spot. Reward. Imperial artifact of multidimensional vision. 100 bottles of 1982 La Fight. 100 sets of Michelin 3-star gourmet meals. At that moment, Chu Ba Wang mused. This system is clearly geared towards companionship. I assent it. If one dozes off, it presents a pillow. Do I even need to choose? It feels as though I'm being compelled to teach Luffy a lesson. My apologies, Luffy, but for those 100 sets of Michelin meals, you must dive into the sea alongside Roger today. Chu Ba Wang's expression darkened. It seems I've been too lenient, allowing you to mistakenly believe I am a soft-hearted person. Since you refuse to show me respect, do not blame me for lacking mercy. With a powerful upward swing of his fist, Luffy was sent soaring, tracing a perfect arc before landing next to Roger, where they successfully reunited. Much better. Chu Ba Wang clapped his hands and instructed Zoro, "Go retrieve that waterfowl. We cannot let him truly drown." Roger can be revived should he perish. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the task reward. As the system's notification echoed, Chu Ba Wong felt a chill wash over him. In the next instant, descriptions of a new ability flooded his mind. This ability, named Imperial Artifact of Multidimensional Vision, boasted a plethora of functionalities, including X-ray vision, telescopic sight, and foresight. However, all Chu Ba Wong could think about was one particular function, X-ray vision. Instinctively, he glanced towards Kuya, Nami, and Xiaoqing behind him. Hiss, Master, are you all right? Have you been eating oranges and getting overheated? There is so much blood from your nose. Xiaoqing turned around to find Chu Ba Wong with an unusual expression. Blood trickling beneath his nose. The atmosphere became palpably awkward. Chu Ba Wong swiftly turned away. Oh, it's nothing, just a bit of heat lately. Upon hearing this, Nami rushed over, her face filled with concern. What? How could that be? Let me take a look. Oh dear, this is becoming clearer. Chu Ba Wong felt his nosebleed intensifying. He quickly closed his ability, restoring his composed demeanor. It's nothing serious. Let us go eat. The meeting point is in Xiaoqing's room. We must ensure Luffy, that glutton, does not discover it. Eating? Nami questioned skeptically. I just had Sanji's meal. I am quite full. Chu Ba Wong chuckled and shook his head. No, absolutely not. Sanji's cooking is horrendous. The moment these words left his mouth, Nami exploded with anger, raising her tiny fists and charging at him. You are being too unreasonable. Sanji's culinary skills are exceptional. How can you say they are bad? Xiaoqing chimed in softly in agreement. Chu Ba Wong feigned innocence. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Compared to my prized dishes, his cooking is merely mediocre. If you don't believe me, you may ask Kuya. Kuya, a bit embarrassed, nodded in agreement, though I hate to admit it. Ba Wong's cuisine is indeed so exquisite that it has spoiled my taste buds. Nami, pouting in disbelief, retorted, Humph, I do not believe that. There cannot be such delicious food in the world. With her hands on her hips, she defiantly declared, even if I starve or jump off this Mary, I will never accept a single bite of your food. As her words resonated with conviction, one could not help but question why they were so confident. It was because they had feasted well that morning and were not hungry at all. However, they had not accounted for the fact that Chu Ba Wong was no ordinary person. In an instant, he whisked Kuya into Xiaoqing's room, immediately setting up a scent barrier. It dawned on me. This was to thwart Luffy's keen sense of smell. After all, those 100 sets of Michelin 3-star meals in his system would not even suffice for Luffy's appetite. In the next moment, with a wave of his hand, an abundance of dishes appeared out of thin air, filling the table to the brim. There were superlative Buddha jumps over the wall, prime steaks, and a bottle of 1982 Lafite poured elegantly for Kuya and himself. The aroma exploded, saturating the room with an enticing scent that could entice anyone. Kuya could no longer contain herself, her little nose twitching as she inhaled deeply, her eyes sparkling. Wow. Ba Wong, you have a new menu. Chu Ba Wong, with a tender smile, pinched her cheek. Little glutton, do try it. I observed Nami and Xiaoqing, their faces turning green with envy. This was an open display of affection. Kuya picked up a beef ball, took a bite, and her eyes widened. So chewy. With that, Nami and Xiaoqing completely succumbed. Though they claimed to refuse, drool flowed freely. The aroma, even from a distance, was enough to entice the very soul. For them, it was sheer torment. Even Dasky, the naval girl feigning sleep on the bed, was secretly wiping her drool as the cravings within her stomach began to stir. Chu Ba Wong, ever the schemer, deliberately waved a beef ball teasingly under Nami and Xiaoqing's noses. Come, take a whiff. I senti it delightful. The two young ladies could hardly withstand this. Their bodies were far more honest than their words, instinctively leaning in with eager faces, greedily inhaling a deep breath. Fragrant, exquisitely aromatic. Nami lost control on the spot, letting out a howl as she lunged forward to take a bite. What was the result? With a crisp sound, Chu Ba Wong swiftly pulled back his hand, leaving her to bite into thin air, her upper and lower teeth clashing painfully together, nearly bringing tears to her eyes. Baba, you are so wicked, Nami exclaimed, covering her mouth in pain, stomping her feet in frustration, and rushing to complain to Kia. Kia mama, you must discipline him. He is bullying me. Meanwhile, Kia, with her mouth full of delicious food, wiped her lips and smiled contentedly. This beef ball is so tender and juicy. With just one bite, I feel like life is complete. Nami and Xiaoqing were left utterly astonished. Hey, how could even Kia have learned such bad behavior? This scheming nature must be contagious. After observing the spectacle, Chu Bawang decided he had seen enough. He consumed the beef ball himself, then shouted in sheer delight. Wow, this is truly delicious. As he exclaimed, he joined the ranks of the hungry diners. The way he devoured the food was simply astounding. The juices exploded in his mouth, filling the air with an intoxicating aroma, and he was in sheer ecstasy. Now, the room was filled with the sounds of 3 individuals swallowing their saliva. Nami, Xiaoqing, and the feigning asleep Desiki, creating a peculiar harmony. Chu Bawang looked at their pitiful expressions and, with a hint of conscience awakening, chuckled as he retrieved 2 bowls, placing a beef ball in each. All right, seeing how eager you are, go ahead and have a taste. Upon seeing just 1 beef ball in her bowl, Nami immediately pouted in dissatisfaction. Is this it? Just 1 for each of us? This is an insult. Chu Bawang extended his chopsticks, feigning to reclaim it. Don't want it? Then I shall take it back. Oomph. This is truly insulting, Nami retorted, putting on a brave face, but acting with the swiftness of lightning. She snatched the bowl and popped the beef ball straight into her mouth. But Nami, will not let delicious food slip away. Xiaoqing followed suit, and in the next moment, the entire world fell silent. Nami and Xiaoqing's expressions transformed from shock to ecstatic joy, culminating in an indescribable elevation, worthy of a set of emoticons. Before Chu Bawang could utter a word, Nami dashed before him, grasping him tightly with tear-filled eyes, pleading pitifully, "Baba, I want more." Chu Bawang chuckled leisurely while sipping milk. Who was it that said they would rather starve than eat my food? You called it an insult, and now you want me to continue insulting you? Without a second thought, Nami knelt before him, tilting her head back, her smile radiant. Of course. Kia's face darkened at the sight. While Nami remained on her knees, Xiaoqing squatted on the other side, resolutely proclaiming, "Master, I too wish for you to continue insulting me." Those in the family understood. These 2 were engaging in a playful banter for the sake of food. They claimed that Sanji's cooking paled in comparison, like the difference between 1 and 1,000, entirely from different realms. Chu Bawang feigned the demeanor of a righteous person. That simply won't do. One of you is my adopted daughter, and the other is my sword attendant. How could I engage in such despicable acts? Nami shot him a glare. How can a man say he cannot do it? I do not care. You must do it today. You must thoroughly insult us. If once is not enough, then twice. Xiaoqing fervently nodded in agreement. Yes, master. You must act like a scoundrel today. With that, they disregarded his consent, plopping back down at the dining table and attacking the remaining delicacies with a whirlwind of speed. I was left speechless. In the blink of an eye, the 3-person meal vanished. Kia hurriedly poured them drinks, fearing they might choke. In the end, Chu Bawang presented another serving, finally satiating their appetites. He mused, whose little piglet is this? How can they eat so much? At that moment, a clear gurgling sound echoed through the air. The room fell silent as everyone turned to look at the bed. Desiki's stomach growled. There was no hiding it now. Desiki blushed like an apple, slowly rising, timidly asking, may I have a bite too? Chu Bawang smirked mischievously. So, does this mean you agree to be Kia's secretary? I thought you had more backbone. Desiki obediently nodded. She had long since come to terms with it. Being an undercover agent was not shameful. It was about getting in on the inside first. Days later, Chu Bawang commenced his daily lottery. I tell you, it was a scene of utter misfortune. Items such as cotton gloves, desk lamps, plain water, English level 4 exercises, and Lao Ganma appeared, and his face darkened like a charred pot bottom, infuriated. He donned the boxing gloves he had just drawn and dragged Roger and Luffy outside to use as punching bags. Perhaps this was the essence of luck. After thrashing them, he drew again, and a miracle occurred. Ding! Congratulations, You have won the Supreme Noah's Ark aircraft carrier. Ding! Congratulations, you have won 1,000 sets of Michelin 3-star dessert packages and 1,000 sets of perfect man Han Quan Shi. What a tremendous wealth arrived without warning. After drawing a pile of rubbish, he graduated in one punch. He was no longer angry, embracing a bounty of delicacies, envisioning a fleet filled with beautiful women. A few days later, as the ship was about to enter the Grand Line, Chubawang gathered everyone on deck, his expression serious. Everyone, once we pass Reverse Mountain, I will no longer travel with you. Everyone was bewildered. Sanji frowned and asked, if you don't come with the ship, how will you travel? Chubawang waved his hand. Don't worry, I'm not leaving immediately. As for my mode of transport, I have acquired a super warship. The entire deck erupted in chaos. A warship? Zoro's imagination began to whirl, his face filled with shock as he speculated. No way. Master, you wouldn't be planning to raid the Navy headquarters and conveniently steal a ship, would you? At that moment, I thought this reasoning made too much sense. With his strength, it was indeed possible. Chubawang, however, gave Zoro a light smack on the head. What are you thinking? Do I even care about the Navy's scrap metal? I have consumed a miraculous devil fruit called the Imagination Fruit. Reviving you is its first ability. Conjuring a warship out of thin air is my newly developed second ability. His fabricated tale was delivered without a hint of embarrassment. Yet, Roger surprisingly believed him. With a look of astonishment, he remarked that this fruit was far too overpowered, calling Chubawang a genius in fruit development. Luffy, simple as ever, exclaimed, "Oh, what an incredible fruit," and accepted it without question. Luffy and Usopp's eyes sparkled with excitement, clamoring to see the super warship. All right, I'll let you see. Chubawang instructed them to move the merry a distance away, then propelled himself into the air with Moonwalk. He pointed to the ocean below, pressing his hands gently down, and called out, "Come forth, Noah's Ark!" Boom! The entire sea seemed to explode as if a bomb had been thrown, creating towering waves. Immediately, a colossal shadow emerged from beneath the water, a gargantuan vessel that surpassed all the Navy's ships combined, appearing before everyone. The Straw Hat crew, along with Roger, collectively gasped in awe, their jaws dropping to the floor. That ship was nothing short of a mobile fortress on the sea. Rather than being merely a ship, it resembled a floating steel city. The deck was absurdly vast, larger than 5 football fields combined, densely packed with ominous cannon barrels, providing 360-degree fire coverage, targeting air, land, and sea. The Mary beside it looked like a small rubber duck in a bathtub, pitifully weak and helpless. My Supreme Noah's Ark aircraft carrier was a technological marvel at least 800 years ahead of this world. Luffy and the others had never seen anything like it. They were as bewildered as a child entering a grand garden for the first time. I waved my hand, inviting them to come aboard and witness its grandeur. What could I say? I certainly couldn't explain what an aircraft carrier or an automatic navigation system was. That would be too exhausting. I simply shrugged it off, attributing it all to the prowess of my imagination fruit, capable of generating wonders at the press of a button. In this world, the workings of the human mind are quite simple. That which cannot be explained is undoubtedly the doing of the devil fruit. That fellow Luffy, with his eyes transformed into 2 large stars, nearly drooling over the deck while clutching a cannon even thicker than himself, exuberantly exclaims how incredibly cool it is, refusing to let go. If it weren't for his robust constitution, I suspect he might have fainted from excitement on the spot. Usopp, too, is in awe, caressing the gleaming metal hulls as if witnessing a miracle, muttering to himself how such a large ship requires no crew to operate. Reflecting on his daily toil at the helm, tears nearly brimmed in his eyes. Upon seeing the kitchen larger than any restaurant, Sanji became utterly entranced, holding a sink so shiny it could serve as a mirror, adamant about staying there, proclaiming it was his lifelong dream. Zoro, gazing at the training ground more professional than any dojo, turned green with envy, immediately declaring his intent to establish one of his own. At this moment, Nami, with a cold chuckle, quipped that Zoro should first repay the high-interest debt he owed her, leaving him utterly petrified. Roger, the old rascal, rolled his eyes beside them. and I could easily decipher his thoughts, undoubtedly mocking me internally for this young man who seems to revel in showing off. Yet, despite his jests, he knows full well that with this ship, I possess the capital to navigate the world with confidence. After the tour, I ushered everyone back onto the Mary. Once aboard, Luffy slumped, leaning on the railing, sorrowfully inquiring if, given the ship's prowess, I intended to become the Pirate King. What would happen to him if I succeeded? I couldn't help but laugh, retorting that the title of Pirate King comes with a detrimental buff to one's intelligence, a burden I would rather not bear. Look at you and Roger. Neither of you exemplifies brilliance, and I certainly do not wish to become like you. Enough of the frivolities. It was time to attend to serious matters. The Mary continued its voyage, with the destination aimed squarely at the entrance to the Grand Line, Reverse Mountain. The weather began to shift ominously, dark clouds gathering as if heralding the apocalypse. Luffy, energized as if on a caffeine high, bellowed that he was coming for the Grand Line, thumping Sanji's back rhythmically like a drum. Sanji retaliated with a kick that sent Luffy flying, who then ran to pound Zoro, whose expression darkened. Had he not been outmatched, he might have taken the opportunity to slice this troublesome captain. Nami, clutching the sea chart pilfered from the clown buggy, began to educate everyone, explaining that the water on the mountain flowed backward, with ocean waters gushing to the summit before spilling into the Grand Line. It sounded fantastical, just as Zoro was about to question the reliability of this dubious map. Nami confidently asserted that it had been confirmed by me, silencing Zoro immediately. It seems I have inadvertently become the steadfast anchor for this ship's crew. Roger, the old rascal, felt emotionally moved by the scene, thinking he had grasped my intentions, murmuring to himself that I was departing for Luffy's growth, truly a thoughtful endeavor. In reality, I simply found the ship too crowded, making it inconvenient for me to indulge with my beloved companions. As we spoke, Reverse Mountain loomed ahead. It was not merely a mountain, but a sheer wall reaching into the clouds, its peak obscured. The storm arrived suddenly. Torrential raindrops hammered down, making it nearly impossible to keep our eyes open. The Mary floundered like a fragile leaf, spinning wildly in the colossal waves, perilously close to being sucked into a deep-sea whirlpool. Sanji and Usopp struggled at the helm, their faces turning a deep shade of purple. Then, with a crack, the ship's wheel broke. This was disastrous. The Mary was on the verge of crashing uncontrollably into the iron gates beside the entrance, an absolute calamity in the making. In this critical moment, Luffy, without a moment's hesitation, leaped overboard, shouting, "Gum Gum Balloon!" With a thunderous boom, the ship's momentum slammed into his belly. I watched as his face turned an alarming shade of purple, veins bulging, yet he held his breath, using his body as a cushion to propel the ship into the correct course. Just as he was about to plunge into the sea, Zoro grasped his hand, yanking him back, though Luffy's face met the deck with a thud, creating a dent. Roger, with his usual irreverence, chuckled at the duo, remarking that they had a couple's chemistry. I couldn't help but join in the jest, suggesting that I had recently unlocked a new ability called feminization technique and jested about trying it on them. Sanji and Usopp immediately felt a chill, while Sanji's eyes transformed into hearts, envisioning cat girls and fox girls. Roger, bewildered, pondered the incredible nature of this ability. I grinned mischievously at Roger, declaring him the perfect test subject. Roger, suddenly sober, shouted that the kitchen's gas was left on, sprinting away. But it was too late. A pink light emanated from my fingertip, and with a swift motion, I shot it towards the fleeing Roger. Bang! It struck him squarely in the back. A cloud of pink smoke enveloped him. Sanji and Luffy craned their necks, eagerly awaiting the outcome. As the smoke dissipated, I gasped. One image. Roger, now a plump lady with wrinkles and absent-mindedly picking her nose, stood before everyone. The scene erupted in chaos. Sanji wailed as if mourning his parents, lamenting his eyes, rolling on the deck. Luffy, too, expelled his lunch in a fit of nausea. I, unfazed, patted Luffy on the shoulder and teased, "Luffy, weren't you always saying you wanted to be the man who becomes the Pirate King? Well, here's the Pirate King, and it's female. Go for it." Luffy turned pale, sorrowfully gazing at me, implying that he wanted to be the man who holds the title. not become a female pirate king. Roger, now a woman, pleaded with a voice that could crush flies, begging me to revert her back. At that moment, I was utterly taken aback. My initial intention was merely to enjoy a little amusement with my observation hockey, but what a mental assault I encountered. The feminized Roger was shockingly hideous, enough to make anyone retch at first sight. I could no longer bear it. Each second this form persisted polluted the beautiful world around us. I hastily reversed the transformation, desperate to restore her to her former self. One more glance, and I feared I would have nightmares that night. This incident left a considerable psychological scar on the Straw Hat crew, particularly on Luffy, who, it is said, from that day forth, never again declared in crowded spaces that he would become the man who would be the Pirate King. Perhaps this is growth, a painful enlightenment. After this minor interlude, the Mary resumed its charge towards Reverse Mountain, an exhilarating ride akin to a roller coaster on water. Just as we slid down from the peak, Zoro suddenly furrowed his brow, claiming he heard something. Roger, familiar with the crew, playfully patted Zoro's shoulder, chuckling, "Well done, young man. No wonder you are the apprentice of Belong. You're quickly grasping the threshold of observation hockey." Sanji, overhearing, turned pale, feeling utterly defeated. It felt akin to struggling in the novice village while your rival is already acquiring legendary gear from the world boss. The sourness in his heart was palpable, sensing that he had ended up with nothing. Just then, Usopp pointed ahead, trembling in fear. "Nami, look ahead. What is that?" "A wall." As I focused my gaze, I was astonished to discover that what appeared to be a wall was, in fact, a colossal whale, one as large as an island. In the presence of such a magnificent creature, our small vessel seemed no more than a mere model. Roger, standing beside me, spoke in a low voice. "That's the island whale of the West Sea, though its condition appears quite peculiar." Just as our little ship was about to collide with it, our captain, the ever-impulsive Luffy, had a sudden flash of inspiration. Believing he could navigate our way out, he seized a cannonball and fired at the whale, hoping to decelerate via the recoil. To our dismay, while our speed did indeed decrease slightly, we still crashed into the whale with a resounding thud. Even worse, the beloved sheephead seat at the bow of the Mary, which Luffy cherished, snapped off of the neck and fell right in front of him. The entire crew was taken aback. Luffy's face darkened instantly, as if someone owed him a fortune, and he pointed at the whale, exclaiming, "What have you done to my special seat?" It was truly bewildering. The whale, having just been fired upon, remained silent, while Luffy was the one who became irate. Sanji and Usopp hurriedly paddled, wishing to escape, for the whale loomed like a mountain, with eyes larger than our ship, instilling a sense of terror. Yet Luffy, in his characteristic recklessness, leaped up and punched the whale right in its glaring red eye. This act of folly stirred the creature's wrath. The whale emitted a thunderous wail before opening its enormous maw, capable of swallowing a warship, creating a tremendous suction that drew the sea water in like a waterfall. The Straw Hat crew was left paralyzed with fear. Usopp lamented, "I knew it, this crew is doomed." Roger, seizing the opportunity, prepared to showcase his prowess. But as I cast a glance in his direction, he instantly recalled the terror of being under the influence of the transformation spell and retreated, clearing his throat. "Ahem. I'll just observe. Such a grand spectacle is best left to you, my lord." I ignored him and turned to Nami, little cat burglar. "It's your time to shine. If you don't act quickly, your captain and the others might end up as the whale's dessert." Nami paused for a moment, then quickly understood. With a commanding shout, she declared, "Rui Jingu Bang, suppress the four corners." From her flowing hair, she produced a needle-sized golden light that rapidly expanded into a thick golden rod. Without hesitation, she hurled it into the sea, reciting an incantation. The sight was nothing short of spectacular. With a resounding thud, the once turbulent sea within a 10-mile radius became as solid as jelly. Not a single drop of water stirred. The whale, with its mouth agape, found itself unable to ingest even a drop of seawater, leaving it utterly bewildered. Roger's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment as he stammered, "What kind of divine artifact is this?" Nami, hands on her hips, replied gleefully, "Hee hee, it's a welcome gift from the great Baba, the sea-stabilizing needle." Roger remained silent for a full half-minute before turning to me with a serious expression. Baba, do you need a godson? I could serve as a leg ornament. The entire Straw Hat crew simultaneously gestured rudely at him. I paid no heed to their antics and swiftly leaped onto the back of the whale, which was called Labu. At that moment, a familiar notification chimed in my mind. The system was alive once more. Option 1. Pass by, reward a common telephone bug. Option 2. Roast the whale. Reward a hacking telephone bug. Option 3. Help it find companions. Reward a panda-themed network telephone bug. How intriguing that option 2 leaned toward a lack of decorum. I inquired about the system. The hacking telephone bug could eavesdrop and such, but the panda-themed network telephone bug was a remarkable upgrade. It could monitor, infiltrate, simulate voices, and conduct all-weather intelligence reconnaissance. Such a choice was clear. As the renowned Chu Ba Wong, known for my benevolence, I leaned down, inhaling deeply, and mused, Koya, am I too kind-hearted? Koya, blushing fiercely, pushed me away and shot me a disdainful look. He said, Lisoli itop lepu, recounting the tale of how Labu had been ramming against the Red Earth continent for 50 years, waiting for the Rumbar pirates. The crew listened intently, the atmosphere turning somber. Seeing it was time to act, I stood, stretched, and smiled at the massive whale. Little whale, consider yourself fortunate to have encountered me today. Nami's eyes lit up. Baba, are you going to help it? Of course, as soon as the words left my mouth, I performed a binding spell on Labu. Then, to the astonishment of all, I effortlessly lifted the several-ton creature with a single hand. Following that, I assumed a standard shot put position, engaging my core and flinging Labu into the air. The whale, akin to an island, transformed into a dark speck, vanishing beyond the horizon. It was a physical transcendence, propelling it forward. The entire crew stood in shock. Nami, trembling, pointed at the sky, stammering, did a giant black rat just fly by? Roger's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Is this your way of helping it? Where did you send it? I clapped my hands nonchalantly. Oh, wasn't he the Rumbar pirates annihilated in the Devil's Triangle? I completed my good deed by sending it over there to reunite with its old friend Brooke. Upon hearing this, the Straw Hat crew collectively adopted serene expressions, silently clasping their hands in prayer for the little whale's journey. Farewell. May there be no Chu Ba Wong in heaven. Moria nodded, satisfied with his subordinate, who proved remarkably reliable when genuine trouble arose, handling matters with a serious demeanor. In contrast to the childish and often absent Perona, he found himself completely at ease with Absalom. This was his most loyal subordinate, endowed with strength and obedience. What supervisor would not appreciate that? Moria contemplated the possibility of bestowing any unneeded treasures upon Absalom, who would surely be eternally grateful and unyielding in loyalty. As Absalom exited the meeting room, he revealed a smile characteristic of a withered uncle. It seemed I might have an opportunity to engage with the petite Perona once more. This time, I hoped not to be ensnared by her ghostly puppets. Though he appeared polished and charming, he was, in truth, a fervent admirer of delicate yet fierce women. Possessing the transparent fruit, he often exploited his abilities to spy on women. He frequently voiced complaints about his colleagues, Perona and a zombie maid, Cindely. Just as he was about to leave with a cheerful demeanor, a thunderous noise erupted from the sky. A gust of wind howled past his ears as Absalom slowly raised his head. His smile froze in shock. How could a whale the size of an island be falling from the sky? There was no time to evade. Absalom was struck directly by Labu, his bones crushed into pulp. Boom! 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 The enormous terror-inducing three-masted ship shuddered violently. What on earth was happening? Could it be an earthquake? No. The Devil's Triangle had not experienced an earthquake in decades. Moria stood dazed. A little lackey rushed over, panting, to report, Boss Moria, something terrible has happened. For some unknown reason, an island whale just fell from the sky. Commander Absalom was crushed into a puddle of meat. Moonlight Moria stared in bewilderment, slowly forming a series of question marks. Alas, what cruel fate must befall me? After laboriously nurturing a capable subordinate, he is abruptly struck down by an extraterrestrial whale. Congratulations. You have completed a hidden choice mission and received the reward. 1 Panda brand Tianwang telephone insect, and 100 servings of perfect Michelin 3-star staple food. Furthermore, congratulations on successfully eliminating the LSP transparent fruit user, Absalom, and receiving the rewards: 7 recording pointers and 7 permanent pointers. Is there a glitch in the system? How could I have inadvertently completed 2 hidden missions simultaneously? The bewilderment now falls upon the formidable Chubawang. The hidden choice mission necessitates triggering and fulfilling concealed conditions to make a selection and receive rewards upon completion. In contrast, the hidden side mission purely relies on chance, as even Chubawang himself is uncertain how to activate the hidden task. However, after the events at the sea restaurant Bartai and the encounter with the whale Labu, Chubawang has formed a slight hypothesis: simply follow the narrative. There is an age-old adage that suggests, follow the plot, and you shall live to see 99. Perhaps that encapsulates the essence of it. As for Absalom, Chubawang's recollection of him is rather vague, largely due to the difficulty in remembering foreign names. Yet, upon mentioning the transparent fruit, his memory sharpens significantly. In the original tale, this character had the audacity to spy on the thief cat Nami, and even attempted to abduct her for marriage. If a list of certain demise within the pirate world existed, Momonosuke would undoubtedly top it, with Absalom, the user of the transparent fruit, also making the cut. Chubawang never anticipated that he would inadvertently slay this despicable wretch. Yet, a dilemma arises. Though he harbors animosity toward Absalom, he genuinely hadn't the chance to attack. Could it be that the whale Labu's landing point fortuitously crushed this scoundrel? After much contemplation, Chubawang connects the incident to the whale Labu, which he had hurled into the Devil's Triangle. While he indeed threw Labu into the depths, he hadn't paid heed to the precise landing location. Naturally, Chubawang would not allow Labu to perish, yet he could not guarantee where it would land. Could it be that, by some miscalculation, he inadvertently cast Labu onto Moria's territory? This seems plausible. If so, what unfortunate luck for Absalom, a man at home, yet struck by a whale from the heavens. Chubawang remains remarkably composed, feeling no sorrow for such a scoundrel. After all, should they cross paths, he would ultimately meet his demise at his hands. Better to perish sooner than later. However, this leads to another question. If Absalom is indeed deceased, where has his transparent fruit gone? As a high-ranking LSP, Chubawang is quite concerned about the fate of this devil fruit. He is but a small butterfly. Even the slightest flutter of his wings could instigate a tremendous upheaval in the world, creating a significant butterfly effect. As he ponders how to locate the transparent fruit, Nami suddenly appears behind him, clutching 2 perfectly ripe oranges. "Baba, what are you thinking about? Would you like to try my freshly squeezed orange juice? It's absolutely delightful. Certainly no less than Mama Kaya's." Chubawang retorts, "Could you refrain from such innuendo? The river crab-divine beast might come and take us away for tea. Besides, your Mama Kaya doesn't have any juice. She hasn't given birth yet, so there's none to be had. Under most circumstances, women who have not given birth do not possess such juices, as the hormones required for its secretion are insufficient." Of course, Nami likely lacks understanding of this physiological nuance, leading her to misinterpret Chubawang's interactions with Kaya. After all, Nami, too, has not borne children. "Let us skip the juice. I'll just have an orange." Any restaurant. Sanji became utterly entranced. He says, ignoring the provocations of the little thief cat and reaching for the orange in Nami's left hand. However, as soon as he grasps the orange, a remarkable transformation occurs. The once golden orange visibly morphs into an exceedingly peculiar strawberry-shaped fruit. What on earth is happening? Nami is utterly bewildered, wondering how the large orange she just picked has suddenly turned into a massive strawberry. Chubawang's mind sharpens, and he begins to connect the dots. Could today be yet another day of fortuitous fortune? Surely, my luck cannot be this overwhelming. System, provide me with information regarding this fruit. If there is anything unclear, consulting the system is undoubtedly the way to go. Congratulations, you have acquired the superhuman devil fruit, the transparent fruit. Note, it can be enhanced into a perfect grade transparent fruit using the Great Furnace. eliminating its weaknesses to seawater and kairosaki, while transforming it into a delectable fruit. According to the lore of devil fruits, each is a unique entity. Only upon the death of the user does it reappear. It appears today as drop rate is indeed exceptionally high. Who would have thought that as soon as Absalom perished, the transparent fruit would materialize at my side, defeating foes and obtaining gear? How generous! In this case, I shall not be polite and will gladly claim the transparent fruit. I wonder what the great furnace S specific functions are capable of eliminating the flaws of a devil fruit. Could this lead to an immediate rise? Should I be granted another opportunity for serendipity, perhaps I might draw this treasure. The African chieftain Chu Bawang silently commends himself. Nami, splendid work. You are truly a blessing and a cherished companion, bringing me good fortune upon your arrival. Before Nami could register his words, Chu Bawang playfully touzles her delicate face. Oh, Baba, what are you doing? If Mama Kaya sees, it'll have a very negative impact. Nami's face instantly reddens, resembling a small apple, her expression adorably cute. Though Nami feigns disdain, her body is quite honest. She resembles a contented kitten, resting against Chu Bawang's thigh, her face displaying immense enjoyment. Chu Bawang raises an eyebrow and exclaims, "How could this be? As your godfather, is it too much for me to affectionately ruffle my goddaughter's hair? I think not. If a godfather does not shower affection upon his goddaughter, whom shall he cherish? Come closer, little greedy cat. I have a delightful treasure to bestow upon you." A delightful treasure? Nami pauses, recalling the Rui Jingu Bang that Chu Bawang had gifted her at Baratai. She quickly waves her hands in refusal, exclaiming, "No, no. Those gifts are far too precious. It will be a waste in my hands. Only in Baba's possession can these treasures truly shine and flourish." The more she understands the utility of the Rui Jingu Bang, the more astonished Nami becomes. At first, she believed that the Rui Jingu Bang was merely a broken stick. Yet she was astonished to discover its terrifying ability to quell tsunamis. Should this artifact fall into the wrong hands, it would undoubtedly incite a fierce scramble across the globe. She felt immensely satisfied to possess such a treasure. Rest assured, this item is not particularly valuable, but it holds great significance for you. Without it, navigating the Grand Line would prove exceedingly difficult. With a casual wave of his hand, Chu Bawang presented the 7 recording pointers and 7 permanent pointers he had just acquired from the system. What? How could there be so many? Wasn't it said that recording pointers were always in short supply? Nanny, to her astonishment, there were even a considerable number of the rarer permanent pointers. Nami was taken aback, utterly shocked. She had longed for a recording pointer to document her sailing journal, but such items were exceedingly rare in the East Sea, to the point that it could be said they were valuable yet unobtainable. To think she would encounter them today. Chu Bawang gently ruffled Nami's hair and smiled slightly, saying, "Choose your favorite recording pointer to mark the first stop of our voyage." "Daddy, you are so kind to me," Nami exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement, and she playfully kissed Chu Bawang on the cheek. Due to the damage inflicted on the Melee by the whale Laboon, the shipwright needed repairs, causing the Straw Hat crew to remain at Twin Cape for several additional days. Within that short span, they experienced a myriad of weather phenomena: spring, summer, autumn, winter, wind, frost, rain, and snow, leaving them utterly bewildered by the climatic oddities of the Grand Line. Just moments ago, they had been engulfed in heavy snow, with Luffy and Usopp even building snowmen and engaging in snowball fights, only for the next moment to transform into brilliant sunshine and clear skies. The Grand Line is truly peculiar, Nami mused while peering out the window. Just when she had bundled herself up like a rice dumpling, she found herself shivering from a cold. Now, she longed to don a recently purchased bikini and bask in the sun. A vague sense of unease gnawed at her, as if she had overlooked something significant. Glancing up at the leisurely clouds in the blue sky, Chu Bawang held a cup of pure milk, feeling as though he had neglected some detail. It seemed related to Laboon's condition, but he could not recall anything concrete. As he pondered, Usopp suddenly sneezed and muttered, "The weather on the Grand Line is truly bizarre. I never expected the climate to turn cold so suddenly last night, even causing this brave warrior of the sea to catch a cold." If we get the chance, I should suggest to Luffy that we find a ship's doctor as a companion. A ship's doctor? Chu Ba Wong frowned slightly, his heart racing. Oh no, that is why I felt something crucial was amiss. I completely forgot to retrieve Roger's former ship's doctor, Crocus, from inside Laboon. Crocus, who served as the lighthouse keeper at Twin Cape, was once the doctor for the Roger Pirates, possessing extraordinary medical skills. He was the only doctor capable of alleviating Roger's ailments. After the disbandment of the Roger Pirates, he returned to Twin Cape, moving into Laboon's body to treat him and prevent him from harming himself repeatedly. Realizing this, Chu Ba Wong felt a wave of shame wash over him. This meant he had not only abandoned Laboon and Moria's territory, but also Roger's old ship's doctor, Crocus. I hope you can still hold on, old man, he thought, offering a silent tribute to Crocus for 2 seconds. That was more than enough. He could not afford to waste any more time. Under Nami's call, the Straw Hat crew convened. Holding Chu Ba Wong's recording pointer, she stated earnestly, "Everyone must remain vigilant, as we do not know what challenges lie ahead. I have confirmed that this sea area belongs to the Grand Line, and only now do I fully comprehend its terrifying nature. Even my navigational skills are rendered ineffective here. There can be no mistake. Since when did the little thief cat, Nami, start being so honest?" Roger quipped, raising an eyebrow. "Admitting your shortcomings so neatly. Aren't you afraid of your teammates' reactions? What? Nami is Chu Ba Wong's goddaughter? Oh, then it's all good," he remarked nonchalantly. According to the recording pointer's guidance, the Golden Melly sailed for approximately another half-month, finally reaching the first stop of the Grand Line, Whiskey Peak. Although it was called Whiskey Peak, it would be more accurately described as Cactus Peak. This island was remarkably peculiar, featuring a town that superficially welcomed pirates, but in truth, it was a haven for bounty hunters and a subordinate branch of the clandestine criminal organization Baroque Works. Many inexperienced young pirates fell prey to these bounty hunters. As they continued along the canal on the Melly, the surroundings became increasingly shrouded in mist, rendering the island even more eerie. A timid Usopp muttered, "There can't be any monsters in there, can there?" Chu Ba Wong, eager to tease Usopp, replied with a sly grin, "Of course. This is the Grand Line. Anything can happen. Boss, I'm not well read, so please don't scare me." Usopp pleaded. Luffy pondered for a moment before laughing. "If we really encounter a monster, we'll just leave quickly." Zoro and Sanji exchanged eye rolls at this. "Huh, if you truly encounter a monster, you'll be the first to jump up in excitement. Kids, have you forgotten the operational rules of the recording pointers? You must remain on the island for a while for the pointers to record the island's magnetic force. Otherwise, you won't be able to reach the next island. Of course, if you have other recording pointers, then I won't say anything. But I must warn you, recording pointers are not easily obtained," Roger remarked, pulling out a jug of liquor leisurely as he eyed Zoro, eager to challenge him to a drinking contest. Zoro's face turned sour at the sight. This month, in an effort to keep up with Roger, he had borrowed several thousand berries from Nami at exorbitant interest rates. That incorrigible Roger did nothing but seek him out for drinking contests, truly a troublemaker. Zoro attributed all his debts to Roger, thinking, if it weren't for Roger insisting on drinking with him, he wouldn't owe Nami so much. Nami nodded in agreement, recalling Chu Ba Wong's advice. Roger is right. The speed of recording the magnetic fields varies on different islands, so some places only require a few hours to gather full magnetic force, while others may take several days to proceed. As she spoke, she stole a glance at Chu Ba Wong, who was sunbathing on the deck with Koya, her mind drifting back to his handsome face as he attentively advised her. The father, when serious, possesses an undeniable charm. The only curiosity she harbored was regarding why Chu Ba Wong seemed so profoundly knowledgeable, exhibiting such a remarkable understanding of the duties of a navigator and the intricacies of the Grand Line. Could it be that Chu Ba Wong is, in fact, a concealed master navigator? This implies that even if the treacherous island ahead necessitates an escape, we must remain there until the magnetic records are complete. Usopp's heart raced with anxiety. Nami shrugged and said, "Indeed." Usopp furrowed his brow, whispering, "Everyone, allow me to express my heartfelt truth. My old ailment has suddenly flared up. I find myself afflicted with an ailment that prevents me from reaching the island." Zoro, Sanji, and Roger mocked, Cowardly Usopp, as expected of you. To avoid the island of monsters, you would concoct such a baseless lie. As they approached Whiskey Peak, the fog thickened ominously. Despite everyone being on deck, a disorienting sensation of blindness enveloped them. Within the layers of mist, shadowy figures flitted about, clutching foggy telescopes, whispering, "Look, another new pirate crew has arrived. Finally, fresh pirates have come. It has been ages since my sword has tasted blood. If that is the case, then let us proceed as planned and teach these inexperienced pirates a lesson." Luffy leaned forward from his exclusive seat, exclaiming, "Everyone look! It seems there are figures moving ahead." The number of dark silhouettes multiplied, and at a glance, there appeared to be hundreds. They resembled a military force, poised to ensnare them. Nami warned sternly, "Everyone must be cautious." Usopp donned the sniper goggles acquired from Rogatown, gritting his teeth. How infuriating. Have we encountered formidable foes upon just arriving at the Grand Line? Regardless of whether they are monsters or not, let them come. Roger cast a deep glance his way, inwardly scoffing, "If we overlook your trembling legs, your words do carry a certain weight. Master Chubawang and Mother Kia are currently napping. I cannot allow those ruffians to disturb their peace. If anyone seeks their own demise, they shall not blame me for my ruthlessness." Zoro gently placed his hand on the sword hilt, ever ready for unforeseen circumstances. As the foremost disciple of Chubawang, he understood well that disturbing his master's slumber could lead to dire consequences. Last time, a drunken Roger was heavily punished for disrupting Chubawang's morning rest, leaving him unable to walk for an entire week. As the merry progressed, the Straw Hat crew gradually discerned the nature of the dark figures. They were not foes, but a group of hospitable residents. Young and old, stout and slender, large and small, male and female, they all bore warm, welcoming smiles. They cheered and celebrated the arrival of the merry pirates. "Welcome to the Grand Line. We are the hospitable town of Whiskey Peak. Please indulge in the conveniences we offer. Welcome, welcome. A warm welcome. Long live the heroes of the sea." The Straw Hat crew stood in stunned silence. Observant Usopp even noticed many children waving red welcome flags. This overwhelming hospitality felt akin to a leader's inspection. Wow, so many lovely girls. They must be delightful. Before Nami could offer a warning, Sanji had completely succumbed to the allure of the beauties, his eyes sparkling with hearts. Indeed, pirates are considered heroes in the hearts of many. Brave warriors of the sea receive the finest treatment wherever they go. Usopp felt as if he might float away. Luffy, seated in his exclusive spot, emitted a joyous, monkey-like laughter, clearly ecstatic. Hospitality implies he could indulge in a feast without cost. How should we proceed? I can only hope you do not provoke Master Chubawang, who has a notoriously bad temper upon waking. Otherwise, it could lead to serious trouble. Zoro rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. If they were foes, he could simply eliminate them, but the villagers' overwhelming warmth made it difficult for him to harden his heart. As the merry docked, a middle-aged man with a large curly hairstyle stood at the forefront of the welcoming party, clutching a small saxophone. He spoke, clearing his throat. "Welcome. My name is Ike Alarm, the mayor of Whiskey Peak. This town is renowned for its brewing and music, and we take great pride in hosting guests. We possess a wealth of fine wines as vast as the ocean. If you wish to share your adventurous tales as we dine, please follow me to enjoy a splendid banquet. Of course, we will be delighted." Faced with such an inviting town, Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp felt no trepidation and eagerly rushed into the crowd, joyfully as though they were 200 pounds of glee. "These three fools are far too relaxed," Nami sighed, shaking her head. Regardless, she had her trusty Rui Jingu Bang. If the villagers harbored any ill intentions, they would soon learn the consequences. Nami inquired, "By the way, may I ask how long it would take to record the magnetic field of this island?" "Record?" Ike Alarm appeared momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of lewd amusement. "Ha ha! Let us set aside such trivial matters for now. Rather, let us relieve our travel fatigue here at Whiskey Peak. Everyone, let us commence our banquet and properly entertain our adventurers." He strolled toward Nami, attempting to play the role of an enthusiastic guide, clearly accustomed to charming naive girls. As that large hand neared Nami's delicate shoulder, A glimmering blade abruptly hovered in the air, issuing a warning between the hand and her shoulder. The ethereal blade, infused with the spirit of the Toryu sword and Doichi, startled Ikealarm, causing him to shudder. What on earth is this? Violet was taken aback. It was her first time witnessing a blade levitating without a swordsman holding it. Was she hallucinating or experiencing a supernatural event? Zoro, without lifting his gaze, stated, Mr. Ikealarm, if you wish to keep that arm of yours, I suggest you refrain from touching this girl. There sure are many fools in this world. To dare reach for the daughter of Chuba Wong, you must be tired of living, if not for the villager's pure and kind nature. Zoro would have severed Ikealarm's arm as a warning long ago. At the same time, he couldn't help but silently rejoice that the formidable Chuba Wong was still taking a nap. Otherwise, Ikealarm's life would truly be in peril. To expect mercy from the white demon, Chuba Wong, was akin to dreaming the impossible. The atmosphere grew decidedly frosty. Observing the innocent villagers fixated upon him, Zoro felt his tone had grown somewhat harsh, prompting him to soften his words. Mr. Ikealarm, do not be afraid. I am here to save you. Villagers murmured. And Ikealarm responded, could you kindly remove the blade from my neck? Your words lack even a shred of credibility. Nonetheless, Ikealarm was indeed intimidated by the aura emanating from Zoro, rendering him immobile. He recognized that this swordsman was a man of his word. If he dared to make a move, the other would undoubtedly sever his arm without hesitation. The previously harmonious atmosphere had abruptly frozen, as none anticipated Zoro's utter disregard for their dignity, leaving no room for negotiation. Do not act rashly. We may not be a match for this man, Ikealarm thought, casting a wary glance at his companions, fearing they might recklessly confront Zoro, turning him into collateral damage. Stealing a furtive glance at the three blades at Zoro's waist, Ikealarm's heart quaked. It turned out he was the infamous Rorinoa Zoro, the pirate hunter who instilled terror in countless pirates across the East Sea. Did this fellow not practice the three-sword style, but rather adopt a four-sword technique? The thought sent another wave of shock through Ikealarm, intensifying his sense of impending doom. If the three-sword style was already formidable, transforming into a four-sword style was akin to a cow soaring through the skies. Suddenly, a mocking laugh echoed from above. Chuba Wong, entwined with Koya's arm, gazed downwards. His eyes, bright as stars, flickered with a fleeting glimmer of anger, rendering anyone unable to meet his gaze. Even a distant glance could reveal the dangerously threatening aura emanating from him, instilling a sense of dread that compelled people to keep their distance. The crowd instinctively looked up and called out the man's name, Papa Wong, Papa Wing, Papa Wing, though they intended to pronounce Chuba Wong. The words escaped as Papa Wong. In that moment, hundreds, perhaps thousands, recalled their fathers, deeply understanding the profound nature of paternal love. The scene was undeniably bizarre. Have you ever witnessed a multitude of people simultaneously calling someone father? Chuba Wong had not just once. Back in his hometown of Shiloabu village, it was his favorite post-meal entertainment. My goodness, could this fellow possibly be the white demon who killed a naval captain? With an initial bounty of 90 million berries, he stands as a paragon among new pirates. And today, I find myself entangled with such a formidable character. The situation had become rather precarious. The villagers exchanged glances, each realizing the gravity of their predicament. Clearly, these villagers were unaware of the astonishing events unfolding in Rogue Town. Nor did they know that Chuba Wong's bounty had surged from 90 million to a staggering 1 billion berries. Otherwise, they would have fled long ago. Not every organization could afford the luxury of a den mushy. Moreover, the news at sea was notoriously delayed, making their ignorance of the Rogue Town events somewhat understandable. Zoro, you truly are my excellent disciple. I specifically instructed you to protect Nami. Is this how you do so? Chuba Wong regarded Zoro with a gentle smile. This time, it seems a group of Sabi has dragged us all into this mess. Zoro's heart skipped a beat, though he appeared calm on the outside. His insides were a whirlwind of anxiety. His master was about to unleash his wrath, the kind that was fierce and violent. I hope I make it out unscathed. Zoro steeled himself and stepped forward. Master Ba Wong, please remain calm. I shall promptly teach this ungrateful old lecher a lesson. After spending so many days together, Zoro had gained some insight into Chu Ba Wang's character. Cunning, protective, quick to anger, and reckless in his actions. Whatever he set his mind to, he would achieve. Whoever he wished to eliminate, he would not fail to do so. Zoro's expression darkened as he shot a scornful glance at Ikalame, thinking him a fool to have become the town mayor with such pitiful qualities. The only concern Zoro harbored was that Chu Ba Wang might unjustly vent his anger on the innocent villagers. As for Ikalame's fate, it had become less significant. With each step Zoro took forward, it felt as though he was treading upon the hearts of the onlookers, sending shivers down their spines. He exuded an aura belonging to a true warrior. No one dared impede Zoro's advance. On the surface, this appeared to be an ordinary village, yet it was, in truth, a den for bounty hunters. The name Roronoa Zoro, the three-sword-style pirate hunter, was not unfamiliar to these people. In a sense, Zoro was akin to a colleague, a former comrade from their days of labor. No one understood the terror of his prowess better than they. Among bounty hunters, Zoro held the second position, and none dared claim the first. Now, having become Chu Ba Wang's disciple, his swordsmanship had reached an unparalleled level of purity, making him appear as a fearsome beast in human form. Ikalame had completely despaired. He never anticipated that he had provoked two formidable deities simultaneously. Merely facing one pirate hunter would be insurmountable, let alone the white demon Chu Ba Wang with a bounty of 90 million berries. Zoro, could he really intend to kill Ikalame? Nami felt a twinge of alarm. In a flash, a sharp blade gleamed, and others barely perceived the angle from which Zoro struck. Ikalame, the first to bear the brunt of Zoro's ire, trembled, completely devoid of the will to flee, standing as if resigned to his fate. My life is forfeit. Princess Vivi, I'm truly sorry. The burden of being an undercover agent in Baroque works will now fall upon your shoulders. Ikalame despairingly closed his eyes, filled with guilt. Originally, he had infiltrated Baroque works to save Alabasta, but after finally embedding himself within the enemy's ranks, he now faced demise over such a trivial matter. If King Cobra were to learn of this, he would surely be unable to rest in peace. Daddy, Nami tugged at Chu Ba Wang's sleeve, her heart a mix of warmth and anxiety. The warmth of the scene was palpable as the notorious Chu Ba Wang acted with such audacity and dominance. It was merely a reaction to nearly being bullied, yet she felt a tinge of fear. She was genuinely worried that the obstinate Zoro would, in front of so many villagers, directly execute Ikalaram. This man did not deserve death. A minor punishment would suffice. Chu Ba Wang uttered this with a calm demeanor. Although his actions were often reckless and devoid of foresight, he was a man who repaid kindness with kindness and vengeance with vengeance. Ikalaram's actions were motivated by a desire to gain the trust of the Baroque works, and thus save his imperiled nation, not from any malicious intent. Otherwise, a mere minor punishment would not suffice. Upon hearing this, Zoro was overjoyed and swiftly redirected his blade. However, his haste led to a strike that could not be entirely evaded. He swung the blade, striking Ikalaram's face with the back of the sword. The sound of the impact echoed, and Ikalaram was sent flying, his face resembling that of a pig, tumbling through the air for several dozen meters. Zoro suspected that the cunning Chu Ba Wang had deliberately chosen this moment to speak, fully aware that Zoro could not retract his blade in time. The force of the blow left Ikalaram's face in a state that would not see the light of day for a good 10 days to 2 weeks. Yet, considering that Ikalaram had inadvertently gained a second chance at life, Zoro felt that the man had profited immensely from this blow. The crowd, taken aback, could not help but swallow hard, their expressions a mix of bewilderment as they witnessed the ferocity of the duo, Chu Ba Wang and Zoro. Was this truly the so-called minor punishment they spoke of? Surely, they hadn't intended to beat him to death. With a bounty of a staggering 90 million berries, they could not afford to provoke such a formidable figure. Initially, they had hoped to apprehend a minor thief and enjoy a simple meal, but instead, they had encountered a ruthless white devil. As the villagers exchanged glances, they shared mutual disbelief and shock. Among bounty hunters, Zoro and the child-carrying daddy were already considered elite. Yet their level of strength could only contend with pirates worth around 20 million berries. Did they truly expect to confront Chu Ba Wang directly? They were not foolish enough to think they could win. Zoro turned to the villagers, his voice booming, urging them to act. What are you standing around for? Hurry and help him. Do you truly wish for Ikalarum to die here? The villagers responded, questioning whether it was they who wanted Ikalarum dead, or if it was Zoro, the human-killing machine. The sheer force of the back of the blade had sent Ikalarum flying. What would have happened had he used the edge? Nevertheless, despite their grumbling, the villagers rushed to assist, as finding a figure of the mayor's caliber among them was no easy feat, especially since they would need Ikalarum to deceive the newcomers among the pirates in the future. The wine brewed from the finest grapes, although tasting exquisite like fine wine, was devoid of alcohol, ensuring that one could drink it without fear of intoxication. It was rather delightful. Would they care to try some? At the banquet, it was rare for Chu Ba Wang to partake in a wine party with the Straw Hat crew. Although the food in the pirate world was not particularly appetizing, the winemaking techniques were of a high caliber, reminiscent of the English-style wine of the 19th century. In another life, such craftsmanship would have earned a fortune with every sip. Nami, lurking in a corner, seized the opportunity to slip a packet of white powder into the wine, wearing a sinister smile. After adding the powder, the once deep red wine transformed into a dazzling array of colors, its hue almost imperceptible. This was a concoction specially prepared by a doctor in Cocoa West Village, potent with effects. Tonight would be the night she turned raw rice into cooked rice. Nami stepped from shadows, holding the wine, and approached Chu Ba Wang with a cheerful gait. Typically, he rarely consumed beverages aboard the Mary. Even her freshly squeezed orange juice was seldom touched, making it difficult for Nami to find the perfect moment to execute her plan. However, this occasion was different. The night, the wine, the crowded atmosphere all conspired to create an opportune moment. If she did not drug and incapacitate Chu Ba Wang now, when would she? Father, I toast to you, thanking you for your care during this time, Nami said sweetly, presenting the wine to Chu Ba Wang. As long as he drank from this cup, her plan will be halfway to success. This would open the door for her opportunity. Chu Ba Wang accepted the wine, seemingly oblivious to Nami's ulterior motives. Zoro raised his glass, laughing heartily. Master Chu Ba Wang, I also toast to you. Sanji, not to be outdone, chimed in, I toast to you as well. The two shared a glance, both determined not to fall behind. Though the gesture was minor, every little bit counted. Luffy and Usopp each snatched a cup for the servers, their faces lit with joy. Cheers! Chu Ba Wang lifted the wine that Nami had offered without hesitation, discreetly snapping his fingers behind him. A gust of wind swept through the room just as he prepared to down the wine. Suddenly, the entire room was engulfed in darkness. Huh? Why did the lights suddenly go out? Luffy exclaimed, curiously setting down his cup and gazing outside. A breeze had blown through, extinguishing the candles. Ikalarum, his face swollen and bruised, trembled as he held his glass, mumbling indistinctly. Soon, someone relit the candles, and the room returned to its bright and jovial atmosphere. To deep feelings, let us drink. Cheers! Chu Ba Wang wore a faint smile as he downed the wine in one go. Cheers! Cheers! Luffy echoed, raising his glass with a wide grin. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the base of his glass emanated a mesmerizing array of colors. This cup had clearly been swapped by the cunning Chu Ba Wang. At that moment, Luffy remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, unaware of the outrageous antics he would unleash that night. I distinctly witnessed my father consuming the Tsueching wine. So how did it suddenly end up in Luffy's hands? Before I could even process this bewildering turn of events, Luffy had already drained the glass containing the Tsueching potion to the last drop. Delicious. Waiter, bring me another. It seemed that Luffy, still unsatisfied, was lingering over the taste, licking his lips with a certain fondness. Nami's eyes widened in shock as she stared blankly at the empty glass. She felt as if she were about to explode, nearly stumbling in her haste. That was my only portion of the Tsueching potion. Could it be that my father had already sensed the corruption of my filial piety? Nami turned back, only to meet the iconic sly grin of Chu Ba Wang, who even winked at her. This smile, this gaze reeked of conspiracy. Wait a moment. I think I understand why the candle was extinguished. Nami shivered slightly, suddenly recalling a terrifying scenario. The simple-minded Luffy, under the influence of a potent dose of Tsueching, creating chaos on a night filled with revelry, while Roger and Zoro, fearing exposure, had agreed to drink heavily upon their return. Could it be that Chu Bawang intended for Luffy, under the stimulation of the potion, to engage with the intoxicated Pirate King, Roger? Luffy declared, "I am the man of the Pirate King," to which Roger, sobbing and seemingly effeminate, replied, "How dreadful. I am already yours. You must take responsibility for me." The mere thought of this potentially unfolding scene sent shivers down Nami's spine. "Oh, Roger, I can only hope you and Zoro do not succumb to intoxication. Otherwise, tonight, you might lose your virtue." Under the immense intimidation of Chu Bawang, the innocent villagers refrained from spiking the drinks with any soporific substances. The Straw Hat Crew's celebratory feast at Whiskey Peak continued well into the early hours. Upon returning from the banquet, Zoro's first order of business was to fulfill his drinking contest agreement with Roger. Both were notorious alcoholics aboard the Mary, and their encounter was like a clash of titans. Neither would yield. As the drinks flowed, this silent contest of endurance culminated in both collapsing to the ground in a drunken stupor. Sanji, quite helpless, dragged their unconscious bodies to the boys' dormitory, blissfully unaware of the pair of beast-like eyes that had opened in the depths of the night. Those eyes belonged to Luffy. Now under the influence of the Tsueching potion, the following day dawned bright and warm, with gentle breezes and drifting clouds. The air was fresh, and the springtime radiance was captivating, a perfect day for basking in the sun. Chu Bawang, well acquainted with the surroundings, retrieved a sunshade, a beach chair, and an entertaining magazine, a photo collection of the Empress, reclining with a lack of ambition. Beside him stood Xiao Qing, her face adorned with a gentle smile, holding a fruit platter, and Dasky, her expression a mix of indignation and reluctant submission. They flanked Chu Bawang, one to the left and one to the right. As Chu Bawang opened his mouth, Xiao Qing, with a knowing look, began to feed him glistening water grapes, her delicate fingers deftly delivering the fruit. However, as Xiao Qing leaned down to offer the grapes, Chu Bawang inevitably caught glimpses of things he ought not to see. I gaze. I continue to gaze for a while longer. The life of a big shot is indeed so mundane, tedious, and monotonous. How infuriating to stare for so long at such indecorous sights. This is utterly corrupt. Dasky stamped her foot in playful frustration. She was not a daring little thief, willing to sacrifice her morals and even serve Tsueching potion to her guardian. Having grown up in Road Town, her personality was decidedly more conservative. Chu Bawang gestured for Dasky to take her turn in feeding him fruit. Taking a deep breath, Dasky, with a forced smile, filled her hand with crystal grapes and shoved them into Chu Bawang's mouth. "Eat, eat, eat. Today, I shall make you burst from your decadent lifestyle. Why was she so angry? I rescued you from the dreary and perilous existence at the Navy base. You ought to be grateful. Come on, give me a smile." This overwhelming hospitality felt akin to a leader's inspection. Wow. Chu Bawang, with a big heart, did not mind Dasky's offensive actions, swallowing the fruit in a few bites. There are not many men in this world as gentle and kind, who never bully women, like me. He even gave himself a pat on the back. Hey, Dasky, with a professionally disingenuous smile, clearly found his self-commendation absurd. She had never encountered someone so brazen. The very villain who forcibly took her from the Navy base pretended to be a benevolent figure. Sigh, I must be too kind-hearted, unwilling to deal you a fatal blow. Thankfully, I still have Xiao Qing. As long as she is here, I believe she can mold you into the perfect secretary. Chu Bawang shook his head in exasperation, lamenting his inability to shed this carefree demeanor and transform into a ruthless and formidable force. In a jesting manner, Chu Bawang commanded, "Xiao Qing, take Dasky to your Mickey Mouse clubhouse and properly train her in the basic qualities of a secretary. Upon your return, I want to hear her address me with heartfelt respect. Do you understand?" Xiao Qing, with a slight nod and a blush on her face, understood Chu Bawang's intent without needing further verbal instruction. Do you think I will submit to your whims? I assure you, that is utterly impossible, Dasky declared defiantly, standing tall with a brave demeanor. Xiao Qing, however, would not grant Dasky the opportunity to continue her protests, swiftly tugging at her collar and dragging her into the Mickey Mouse clubhouse. The subsequent details of the training are omitted for brevity. An hour later, a flustered Dasky, resembling a limp noodle, approached Chubawong. With a gentle smile, he regarded her. "Now, do you realize your mistake?" Dasky, gritting her teeth, appeared flushed, seemingly still struggling internally. Xiaoqing casually blew a warm breath near her ear, causing Dasky to shiver, as if recalling some unspeakable experience. "Master, I have realized my error." The sweet, melodic tone flowed forth, enticing one to listen longer. Dasky's earlier vow never to yield to Chubawong had vanished in a thin air. Her reservations were entirely obliterated, though she fully recognized she was in the depths of torment. Inexplicably, she found herself beginning to enjoy this place. Dasky questioned her very existence. Could it be that a masochistic inclination lay dormant within her? Indeed, I did not expect Xiaoqing to possess such a talent for training. Chubawong cast a look of appreciation toward Xiaoqing. If even the steadfast Dasky yielded, could there be any woman in this world Xiaoqing could not train? "Master, your praise is too much." The blushing Xiaoqing lowered her head, unable to meet the gaze of Chubawong. She feared that she might involuntarily commit some inappropriate act. In her eyes, Chubawong was a figure of sacred inviolability, and even the faintest hint of lustful thoughts should never be conceived. Before others, she could be the imperious queen who suppresses the masses. Yet in front of Chubawong, she was merely a humble sword attendant. Such is life. It is truly as lonely as snow. Under the attentions of two stunning beauties, Chubawong reclined in a beach chair, increasingly resembling a lethargic salted fish devoid of ambition. Alas, is this the private life of a successful person? How dull and monotonous it is. During breakfast time in the conference room and dining area of the Melee ship, something seemed amiss. Green Algae Head, go and call Luffy and Roger. What on earth is going on with those two? Why are they still sleeping in? Sanji, with dark circles under his eyes, looked in confusion at the two empty seats at the table. While it is true that there are many wines at Whiskey Peak that do not induce intoxication, the vast majority possess a high alcohol content, and even Sanji, with his tolerance, cannot consume too much. In a moment of impulsivity, both Sanji and Usopp found themselves somewhat tipsy. Last night, Sanji had to endure his fatigue, dragging the utterly wasted Zoro and Roger into their rooms before finally succumbing to a blissful sleep. Waking up so early today to cook without dark circles would indeed be a ghostly occurrence. Zoro yawned, appearing equally unrefreshed. "All right, I shall go find them." Was it merely an illusion? Last night in the boys' dormitory, I heard some exceedingly strange sounds. Nami quietly lowered her head, attempting to hide her guilt behind a mound of rice. The late rising of Roger and Luffy should have little to do with me, right? As the enormous puppet stirred at Ling Hushua's startled cry, it moved aside, revealing a pair of large brown eyes fixated on him. Upon entering, a vast courtyard came into view, with a high platform constructed of jade, where a few cultivators sat scattered about. The rest held their breath, their expressions grim. For the physical destructive power of the true essence gun is formidable, especially when wielded by a master like Zhuang Yin, capable of penetrating even a tank's armor. Outside the city, Lu Bu, upon hearing Han Xion's words, felt a surge of battle intent rise within his tall frame, eager to engage in a showdown. Lin Yuju suddenly gazed towards a brightly lit area in the distance, a flicker of pale blue light passing through her eyes. The fox, having just spoken, felt a chill wash over one side of his body and, stiffly turning, saw the silver wolf's green glowing eyes fixated upon him. Yusheng waved his hand, stepping first into the spatial passage. A faint ripple of spatial power flashed, and he vanished from sight. At this moment, the 7 members of the Greedy Wolf also looked toward Zhang Wei, each attempting to decipher the thoughts swirling within him. At this instant, Ruan Yu-chun was entirely oblivious. He merely heard Ruan Qini's question about whether he liked her the most, and without a moment's hesitation, he nodded. This response brought a look of disappointment, even sadness, to Giolina's face, and she fell silent. Almost as soon as his words had escaped his lips, his figure descended before the 5 supreme beings. Clearly, she did not wish to delve too deeply into this topic, simply providing Yang Cheng with the contact information and address of the troop commander before hanging up the phone, uttering not a word more. In this regard, there are still a few days until the next Antiquity Exchange meeting. Considering that the Antiquity Exchange is merely a loose organization, relying primarily on the mutual sharing of information among its members, it does not serve as a reliable choice. It is worth noting that he has only just completed the engraving of the Path of Greatness, entering the realm of the Path of Greatness. He has yet to ascertain the direction toward the 3rd layer of the Path's form, yet he strives to remember each symbol in this place. Such opportunities related to the ultimate destination of the Path do not come by often. As his vision cleared, the moment he exited the dense forest, the fresh air washed over his face, and his entire body felt significantly lighter. Previously, while piloting the gold coin through space, Enchilu had no concept of resistance. However, aboard the student ship, where air existed, Enchilu felt as though something was hindering his flight, leading to a bizarre fear of colliding with an air wall. Richard hesitated. Though his mind was filled with countless pieces of knowledge, this particular question fell outside his range of answers. After all, he had never encountered that peculiar creature before, so how could he know why it called out Yugen? Indeed, a patrolman sat with his back to Leo, clad in a red scarf and bronze light armor, with a distinct scar gracing his profile. The misty eyes cast a sharp gaze, directly targeting Leo and Sonia, who were mounted. In an instant, they skillfully maneuvered to the side of the horse, akin to an unyielding wind, exhibiting great aggression. "My lord, my lady, the meal is prepared." At that moment, Wang Shi entered, bowing respectfully. Meanwhile, 54-year-old Liu Biao was on the verge of expanding his territory by 1,000 miles, leading an army of 100,000 to his final glory. Upon seeing Zhao Donglai and Chasing Moon approach from outside, Donghua Xiangxian and Lu Qingxi promptly rose to greet them. One must note that Li Yuan was already in his 80s this year, with his eldest son Li Hai in his 40s and his second son Li Jin in his 30s. Tan Tian, displeased, remarked, "Even if I have committed a crime, I cannot join the underworld. What is there to discuss with you?" This is Du Dala, 9 years old this year. In the middle is Du Erlang, also 9, though significantly shorter. And this is Du Sanlang, who does not even know his age, the old beggar who took them and named them in the order they were rescued. Li Fuguei raised his head proudly, expressing his joy. "Fourth brother," Zhang Tianbing cried urgently, but just as she was about to rush to help, she felt a gust of wind at her back. Turning abruptly, a powerful surge of energy transformed in mid-air into a lion's head, bearing down upon her. It was as if Yang Ji's eyes reflected astonishment. The colossal dragon slowly raised its head, and with a ripple, it transformed into a young man. That Ge Hongji is no ordinary person. We have been observing the developments in Zhongzhou over the past few years. This individual acts in ways that are unpredictable. His methods are always above board, his vision long range, and his dealings smooth. What astonishes me most is his remarkable patience. The elder known as Seventh Uncle spoke slowly, his gaze darkening. The patriarch of the Yin family, named Yin Wufeng, is a formidable figure in the realm of Shun He and currently controls the Yin family, orchestrating the harassment of Feng Yanting. Qiao Chun silently pondered. The surname Huangfu is rare, and just as he intended to speak, he suddenly caught a whiff of a faint, delicate fragrance, reminiscent of elegant orchids and bamboo. Unable to resist, he gently inhaled, raising his head only to find himself slightly taken aback. In light of this, the Eastern Expeditionary Army regards its air force as a hidden treasure, treating it as a deterrent force. Even Chi Huili Nai, who had just been frightened to tears, found herself momentarily dazed by the humor of the two conversing before her. Faced with the teasing of Mu Jiqing, Jiheng could no longer contain himself. In a swift motion, he flipped over, pinning Mu Jiqing beneath him, showering her skin with kisses like raindrops. As Lin Jiping's ears were graced by the deep, husky, and magnetic voice of Zhou Mingmu, an instinctive realization dawned upon him that Lin Dongxian still resided within the Yi residence. Lin Jiping comprehended the situation well enough. If he did not understand it, so be it. Without further ado, he turned and departed, leaving his words of gratitude unspoken as he vanished from sight. Miss Nami, I must say, I wholeheartedly agree. Lord Ba's actions this time have truly crossed the line. You must inform Mistress Kia about this matter. We cannot allow Lord Ba to continue his descent into depravity. Surprisingly, Dasky chose this moment to align herself with Nami. To her perspective, Lord Chu was the epitome of pure malevolence in the world, while Xiao Qing was merely his loyal lackey and enforcer. As for Nami, she still possessed a flicker of conscience. To successfully escape Chu's clutches, Dasky believed it necessary to cleverly persuade the kind-hearted Nami. Otherwise, her escape would be nothing short of a futile dream. Even the formidable Marine Colonel Smoker was no match for Lord Chu, and Dasky did not harbor any illusions about her chances of escaping through sheer force. Nami, are you certain you want to disclose this matter to Kia? Lord Chu's gaze flickered, casting a lingering glance at Dasky. He had not anticipated that this young girl was quite astute, knowing to seek allies for herself. Alas, her hopes would ultimately prove fruitless. The deeds of Lord Chu in Cocoa West Village had profoundly moved Nami. It was not merely a matter of saving her life. He had spared the lives of the entire village and alleviated her deepest fears. It could be said that even in death, Nami would never entertain the notion of betraying Lord Chu. Should I report this matter to Mama Kia? Yet, even if I did, it seems unlikely to bear any fruit. Nami halted her steps, evidently ensnared in hesitation. After a brief moment of contemplation, she made her decision. She turned and nestled into Lord Chu's embrace. Her demeanor as gentle as that of a small kitten, her face alight with joy as she declared, "Father, how could I ever commit such an ungrateful act when you treat me so well?" Nami was acutely aware that Kia was excessively indulgent towards Lord Chu, never truly restraining his freedom and nature. Even if she were to secretly report him, it would only tarnish her image in Kia's eyes as a troublemaker, potentially inciting Lord Chu's ire, leading to a situation where the cost outweighed the benefit. Moreover, having the opportunity to act coyly before Lord Chu, to be playfully teased by him, was undeniably delightful. "Ah, I am truly fortunate to have such a thoughtful little daughter," Lord Chu remarked with a faint smile, expertly ruffling Nami's hair. This spirited girl was both audacious and quirky, and Lord Chu, being fond of her, had no intention of reprimanding her excessively. Nami, I must admit, I misjudged you. I never thought that merely having your head patted by your father would lead you to be swayed by this great rogue." Dasky exclaimed in bewilderment, her gaze darting between Nami and Lord Chu. What the devil? I had just devised a cunning plan to sow discord, only for it to perish before it could even take root. Fixating intently on Nami, who was on the verge of purring with contentment, Dasky fell into contemplation. Could it be that being gently caressed by this imperious overlord was genuinely pleasurable? Perhaps I should also allow Lord Chu to pamper me. As this thought crossed her mind, Dasky found herself compelled to take a step forward, offering to massage Lord Chu's shoulders. The gesture was gentle and intricate. "Well, it seems that you have quite the discerning eye," she mused. As a professional secretary, one must possess a keen intuition, knowing precisely when to alleviate their boss's fatigue and stress. Lord Chu instinctively clasped Dasky's delicate hand, whimsically declaring, "There's an old saying, a secretary handles matters when there are tasks, and when there are none. Cough, cough, my apologies. I said nothing, and you all remember nothing." Nami and Xiao Qing exchanged eye rolls upon hearing this. "I knew you were a lecher. So the fox's tail has finally been revealed, has it? Just days ago, you claimed that Miss Dasky was Kia's dedicated secretary. How did she suddenly become yours? Furthermore, you audaciously uttered those ridiculous words about secretaries working only when there's something to do. This is blatant misconduct, showing utter disregard for our law enforcement." Only Dasky appeared startled, her body trembling as she withdrew her hand from Lord Chu's warm grasp. In an instant, her face flushed crimson, akin to a pressure cooker on the verge of boiling over. How terrifying! What has come over me? Why did I instinctively massage his shoulders? Could it be that I have unwittingly succumbed to this rogue's charm, stepping into the role of his secretary? Dasky's heart raced, her emotions tumultuous. Originally, she intended to be a diligent spy, beside Lord Chu, ready to flee the moment the opportunity arose. She had not anticipated that she would find herself ensnared. Moreover, not much time had passed, and the Overlord had yet to unleash any seductive tactics against her. Had she already surrendered so easily? No, no, I am Dasky, who swore to collect the world's famous swords from the hands of villains. I shall not yield to Lord Ba's lecherous dominance. Dasky shook her head vigorously, muttering to herself. Indeed, a naive girl can be quite endearing. Lord Chu chuckled heartily, affectionately ruffling Dasky's hair. Little one, if you wish to collect the world's famous swords, it is no simple task. Moreover, I must confess, I do not possess merely one of the legendary swords of the magic blade, Thousand Blades caliber. What? You possess other world-famous swords? Dasky's eyes widened in astonishment, entirely oblivious to the warmth of Lord Chu's hand resting atop her head. What? Aside from the magic blade, Thousand Blades, you possess other world-renowned swords. Dasky was flabbergasted. She had witnessed firsthand the terrifying prowess of the magic blade, Thousand Blades, whose sharpness and characteristics far surpassed those of the renowned good fast knife, third-generation Ghost Cut. Dasky even suspected that the magic blade in Lord Chu's possession could rival the illustrious Supreme Great Fast Blade, 12th generation series. If asked what her greatest dream was at that moment, it was undoubtedly to escape from Lord Chu's clutches. If it were possible to effortlessly reclaim the magical blade, Qianren, that would indeed be splendid. Chu Bawang, are you not contemplating nonsense? Such a magnificent item as the magical blade Qianren, would I simply bestow it upon you? You little girl. What? Do you not trust my word, my lord? Of course, I do not trust you. You, the formidable Chu Bawang, must surely be boasting. While it is true you are a prodigy in the cultivation of armed color hockey, each supreme great blade of the 12 works possesses a significant history, with many having been lost to the sands of time, never to be seen again in this life. Dasky shook her little head vigorously. How could she possibly believe such claims? For an ordinary swordsman, possessing even a single fine blade is a daunting task. Even Mihawk, the world's foremost swordsman, possesses but one supreme great blade of the 12 works. This clearly reflects the rarity of true world-renowned swords. To possess a blade comparable to the supreme great blade is already terrifying. She could not believe that Chu Bawang possessed any other world-famous swords. Care to wager? How shall we wager? Dasky raised her head confidently, convinced of her victory. If I can produce another sword of equal caliber to the magical blade Qianren, then you must kiss me. If I lose, I shall teach you the cultivation of armed color hockey. Gazing at the innocent Dasky, Chu Bawang felt a playful impulse arise within him. This naive little girl needed to be taught a lesson. Otherwise, guarding against thieves all day would become quite exhausting. So my reward for winning is merely to train in armed color hockey with you. I thought you would let me go, you lecherous fellow. Dasky mumbled softly, her momentary disappointment quickly fading. Upon reflection, it made sense. After all, Chu Bawang had gone to great lengths to abduct her from the heavily guarded Rog Town. So how could he easily let her go? Yet, perhaps this was for the best. If Chu Bawang were to solemnly promise her release, she might question whether he harbored other ulterior motives. However, if she were to win, she would have the opportunity to learn armed color hockey from Chu Bawang. That reward was indeed tempting, but if she lost, she would have to surrender her first kiss. No way, Dasky would never lose. How could anyone in the world possess two weapons that rival the supreme great blades? Reflecting on the formidable armed color hockey that Chu Bawang had exhibited while effortlessly defeating Smoker in Rog Town, Dasky's heart began to race uncontrollably. Despite her reluctance, she could not deny that Chu Bawang possessed an extraordinary talent for the cultivation of armed color hockey. Even the Pirate King, Roger, had lauded Chu Bawang's prowess, underscoring the remarkable nature of his abilities. The prospect of this prodigy guiding her training in armed color hockey sounded rather appealing. Very well, I accept your wager. However, you must produce at least two weapons that are on par with the magical blade Qianren for your claim to be valid. If I lose, well, I simply cannot lose. Dasky looked up at Chu Bawang, her gaze brimming with confidence, clearly convinced of her impending victory. The chance to learn from a master of armed color hockey, who had even bested Roger, symbolized absolute strength. How could she not be enticed? Of course. The main reason was that Dasky was certain Chu Bawang could not possibly possess 3 supreme great blades of the 12 works. To have one could be attributed to luck. To possess 2 could be deemed a stroke of extraordinary fortune. But to possess 3 supreme great blades simultaneously, Dasky would have no choice but to kneel before him. In recent decades, the only supreme great blades to have emerged were Mihawk's Black Blade Yuru, Whitebeard's Murakamajiri, and the first generation of Kitetsu, which was allegedly held by an unknown mysterious figure. Whether that figure truly possessed the authentic first-generation Kitetsu remains uncertain. She could not believe that Chu Bawang, relying solely on his own strength, could amass more renowned swords than those known in the world combined. Chu Bawang, with a knowing smile, remarked, "Is it truly so difficult to gather merely 3 world-renowned swords?" Dasky rolled her eyes. Such a question was utterly foolish. It was self-evident. If world-renowned swords were so easily obtainable, would there only be 2 supreme great blades in existence? Chu Bawang deliberately poked his cheek and smiled lightly. "Dasky, you must consider carefully. Should you lose this wager, you will have to fulfill that promise to me." Seeing your eagerness to agree, do not try to backtrack if you happen to lose. Dasky waved her hand with bravado, declaring impossible. Dasky, will absolutely not lose. Nami's expression was one of amusement. It was her first time encountering a girl so audacious as to wager against Chu Bawang. What difference did that make from giving it away for free? "Bawang, I also wish to participate in your wager with Dasky. Are you betting that I will win? Truly, you are my father's darling little cotton-padded jacket." Chu Bawang affectionately pinched Nami's soft cheek, which felt as delightful as jelly, making it irresistible. Nami's face tightened, and she replied seriously, "No, father. This time I wish to stand with Sister Dasky. I bet you cannot produce 3 supreme great blades. If I lose, I too shall kiss you." Xiaoqing. Dasky. Chu Bawang placed a hand on his forehead, equally speechless. "I wondered why you were so eager to join this gamble. It turns out you were aiming for the grand prize of failure. When it comes to giving things away, Chu Bawang, would name Nami as the strongest. P.S. Please support me with rewards, data, and encouragement. Nami, are you certain you wish to side with me?" Dasky felt a flicker of warmth in her heart. She had never expected Nami to support her at this moment. In this realm of human indifference, there truly exists goodness and beauty. After all, the Nami before her was undoubtedly a kind-hearted person. Nami, despair. This is the first time I have received a good person card, and I never thought it would be from a girl, were it not for the opposing status of Nami's devilish father. Dasky would have been moved enough to give Nami a hearty and warm embrace. "Sister Dasky, rest assured, I will support you until the very end. Even if we lose, I shall face the punishment with you." Nami nodded her little head, her expression one of noble fervor. How infuriating! Such a wicked Bawang does not deserve to have such a kind and warm goddaughter. Surely, Miss Nami, like me, is a good girl who has been forcibly taken into this den of evil. She must have endured much hardship these days. If given the chance to escape, I will make sure Miss Nami and I flee this hell together. The innocent Dasky was almost moved to tears, secretly contemplating. However, at this moment, Nami's heart was already blooming with joy. Regardless of victory or defeat, she was guaranteed to profit. If Chu Bawang lost, failing to produce 3 supreme swords, Nami could remain by his side, closely following him for hands-on training in the mastery of hockey. If Chu Bawang emerged victorious, it would be even better. What could be more exhilarating and anticipated than kissing Chu Bawang passionately under the bright sun? This was a dream that could only be fulfilled in Nami's beautiful fantasies. At this moment, she felt she was merely a step away from her dream. Whether winning or losing, she was bound to gain. Nami thought gleefully, "Master, Xiaoqing actually wishes to partake in this wager as well." Beside her, Xiaoqing timidly raised her small hand, displaying a pitiful expression. Her demeanor and expression were so enchanting that it could only be described as ethereal beauty, evoking cries of neglect and nourishment. However, to be fair, Xiaoqing was not much different from a transformed female demon. Although she was a sword attendant, her freedom was hardly constrained. and even Kuya had never treated her as a slave. With leisure time, Chu Baowang naturally did not mind indulging in playful banter with Xiaoqing. Then you shall be included. Which side do you stand on, mine or Dasiki's? I believe my master will undoubtedly win. At that time, I hope my master will take the time to teach Xiaoqing about the mastery of hockey, she said with a sweet smile, expressing her unwavering trust in Chu Baowang's strength. Perhaps in this world, the vast majority of the 12 supreme swords had indeed faded into the annals of history. Yet, Xiaoqing had faith that her master was a man capable of creating miracles. With a score of 2-2, the match was now tied. Chu Baowang took a sip of his red tea and smiled faintly. He already had plans to instruct Xiaoqing in mastering hockey, though he had yet to implement them. Dasiki was not anxious, as she was already quite satisfied with Nami's support. She waved her hand, saying, I believe there is no need to delay any longer. Chu Baowang, please reveal your trump card. Both Chu Baowang and Xiaoqing turned their gazes toward Dasiki's face. The former calmly asked, What did you just call me? I was actually calling you my lord. Dasiki, who was rather blunt, had intended to call Chu Baowang by name, but suddenly recalled an embarrassing memory, turning beet red, resembling a boiling kettle. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. Otherwise, I would have been scolded by the devilish Xiaoqing. Dasiki patted her chest in relief. Xiaoqing's world was akin to a torturous yet pleasurable hell, a scenario Dasiki never wished to experience again. This time, I will let you off, but next time, if you dare to call me by name again, there will be consequences. Chu Baowang stood up, lazily stretching. His robust and perfect physique was momentarily revealed, becoming even more enchanting in the morning light. Even Dasiki, who had been unwillingly taken, could not help but gaze in awe, marveling at the existence of such a perfect man. It was indeed true that heroes struggle at the hands of beautiful women, a sentiment that applies equally in reverse. In this world, when it comes to the collection of renowned swords, Chu Baowang would claim the second position, with none daring to claim the first. Chu Baowang strode confidently to the deck, his right hand forming a mystical gesture. An aura of profound swordsmanship emanated from him. Dasiki instinctively held her breath, her gaze fixated on the towering and reassuring figure of Chu Baowang, her eyes filled with astonishment. She even felt a peculiar sensation that if she practiced swordsmanship at that moment, she would reap tremendous benefits. Open, Songjian Mountain Manor. Chu Baowang pointed a finger to the sky, exuding an overwhelming presence. As soon as he spoke, the air was pierced by a cacophony of sounds. One renowned sword after another, existing only in novels, films, and comics, seemed to be summoned, flying towards Chu Baowang. The dragon-slaying sword, the heavenly sword, the general's blade, the seven-star sword, the green sword, the bloodthirsty blade, Ganjiang and Moyi, the great summer dragon sparrow, the deer-slaying blade, the blood sword, the golden snake sword, and the little leaf flying dagger, all surged forth from the void. An entire wave of swords descended from the sky, blocking out the sun. In the year 1520 of the sea circle calendar, the sword god re-emerged into the world. Chu Baowang took a step forward, entering the realm of terrestrial sword immortals for the second time. That overwhelming aura of invincibility deeply etched itself into the very essence of all living beings near the Whiskey Peak. From that moment onward, everyone began to truly comprehend what it meant to be a genuine swordsman, to be an authentic sword god. Countless swords surged forward, their malevolent energy palpable, each of them matching the quality and power of the legendary thousand-blade demon sword. The dragon-slaying sword, the heavenly sword, the bloodthirsty blade, the demon-slaying sword. Hundreds upon hundreds of blades rained down like a torrential downpour. Dasiki stared blankly at Chu Baowang, only able to see his proud and solitary silhouette. P.S. In the world of pirates, swords and knives are indistinguishable. A knife is a sword, and a sword is a knife. This can be evidenced by the weapons of Zoro and Mihawk, which are both knives yet referred to as swordsmen. In Chinese history, it is generally believed that a double-edged weapon is a sword, while a single-edged weapon is a knife. One after another, the treasured swords hovered in midair, creating a magnificent and grand spectacle. Dasiki had never witnessed such an array. Her mouth had fallen open in astonishment. And even if Chu Baowang were to stuff an orange into it, she would likely not react. Do you want to check the goods, Dasiki? Chu Baowang swiftly darted back to lounge on the beach chair, enjoying the fruit offerings from the maid Xiao Qing. Although he was often unfortunate in drawing top-tier weapons, he had managed to acquire numerous blades comparable to the 12 supreme swords. The dragon-slaying sword, the heavenly sword, the demon-slaying sword, Ganjiang, and Mo Yi. The great summer dragon sparrow, the bloodthirsty blade, and the little leaf-flying dagger, all were of exceptional quality and characteristics, not inferior to the 1,000-blade demon sword. In his Tsang Jian Mountain Manor, there were still thousands of such blades yet to be drawn. With the conclusion of Chu Baowang's words, the hundreds of blades suspended in the air seemed to have gained sentience, their murderous intent surging, causing the very void to tremble. Logically, these treasured swords should possess no semblance of consciousness, nor should they exhibit an overwhelming aura like children showing off their toys. This was thanks to Chu Baowang's idle time, during which he sought to cultivate a sword maiden for amusement, casually employing his anomalous blade cultivation technique on these treasured swords. Anomalous blade cultivation technique. All things can be nurtured and cherished. It is the most arcane skill in existence, capable of enhancing the favorability of any item, unrestricted by race, substance, or void. This is an extraordinary and sinister skill. If the characteristics of this dark art are fully realized, even a dull blade might cultivate into a delicate and transforming beauty, a blade maiden. Of course, Chu Baowang could directly employ the transformation technique to turn the demon sword Qianren into a sword maiden. However, such a sword maiden would possess neither soul nor spirit. Hundreds of renowned swords, nurtured to awaken their sword spirits, erupted with a fearsome brilliance, resembling a formidable array of swords capable of slaying gods and vanquishing immortals. Gazing at the 100 flying swords before her, Dasiki could not help but swallow hard. Among these flying swords, the majority were on par with the demon sword Qianren, and many even exuded a pressure far more terrifying than that of Qianren. If Qianren were to be cast among them, it might not even secure a place in the top 10 rankings. How could there be so many? Dasiki was astounded. To ensure her victory in the wager, she had thought that the seemingly unassuming Chu Baowang would only be able to produce a couple of swords at most. Little did she anticipate that Chu Baowang would unveil hundreds of blades that were no less remarkable than the demon sword Qianren. Fixating intently on the fearsome sword array, Miss Dasiki was nearly brought to tears. Her greatest dream in life was to reclaim the world-renowned swords that had fallen into the hands of villains. The demon sword Qianren was one of her ultimate goals. Yet now, not only was she far from obtaining Qianren, but she was also confronted with the shocking revelation that Chu Baowang possessed so many more world-renowned swords. She felt deeply wronged. How long would she have to fight to achieve her goal? At this thought, Dasiki's tears nearly fell. She felt so wronged. Chu Baowang seemed to sense Dasiki's inner turmoil. He gently placed his hand on her delicate shoulder and sighed. In truth, I have no desire to deceive you. If you persist in attempting to seize all the renowned swords from me, you may never fulfill your dreams. 4 swords of this caliber. I possess thousands more in my Chaojin Shanzhong, Sangjian Shanduan. Even if you manage to take 1 sword from me each week, these reserves would sustain you for 100 or 80 years. Feigning strength, Dasiki finally broke down in tears, completely kneeling before Chu Baowang. In terms of cunning, I would gladly acknowledge him as the strongest. Nami and Xiaoqing exchanged glances, expressing deep sympathy for Dasiki's plight. This girl, making grand vows to reclaim all the world-renowned swords from the hands of villains, was essentially digging her own grave. Dasiki, it seems this bet is one you have lost. Are you prepared to fulfill your end of the wager now? Chu Baowang looked at Dasiki, a playful smile gracing his lips. Since abducting Dasiki from Loga Town, this little country girl's fashion sense had undergone a remarkable transformation in just half a month, evolving from something utterly rustic to a pure and serene demeanor. In the days spent accompanying Chu Baowang, indulging in lavish feasts, her physique seemed to have undergone a second maturation, with her curves becoming notably accentuated. Though she could not yet compare to Nami and Xiaoqing in terms of figure, she had indeed blossomed into a charming young beauty. Desiki felt somewhat flustered, unsure of how to respond to Chu Baowang's inquiry. Her deep, black eyes flickered, and her small, red lips pursed tightly, revealing her inner turmoil. "So, you Navy personnel are nothing but untrustworthy cowards," she retorted. No wonder Fishman Arlong and Admiral Krieg could commit atrocities in the East Sea while the Navy stood idly by, allowing them to prey upon the innocent. Chu Baowang's expression shifted to one of realization. Upon hearing this, Desiki clenched her fists. How dare this scoundrel insult their Navy? She could not tolerate it. Stepping forward, she cupped Chu Baowang's handsome face and aimed for a passionate kiss. 1 second passed, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, and after a full 10 seconds, Desiki's kiss finally reached its conclusion. With her chin raised defiantly towards the sky, Desiki declared, "Who says I, Desiki, am resorting to underhanded tactics? All of us in the Navy act with integrity and would never engage in deceitful behavior." Though she maintained a composed exterior, internally, Desiki was in complete turmoil. Today, she surrendered her long-held first kiss to this scoundrel, compared to the mischievous and daring Nami, who even dared to drug Chu Baowang. Desiki's character seemed rather conservative. Would he consider me a bad woman? Wait, why am I so concerned about his opinion of me? Desiki's heart was a whirlwind of emotions. She felt both embarrassed and confused. Though she had been abducted by Chu Baowang from Loga Town, she found herself enjoying her current life. Despite being taken against her will, Chu Baowang had not made any untoward advances towards her, instead letting her be for several days before recalling that he had brought back a little country girl from Loga Town. Even Xiaoqing, whom she perceived as a bad woman, had only taken her to enjoy the delights of Mickey's magical house without tormenting her. The members of the Straw Hat crew treated her with such respect, especially that lecherous chef and the four-sword-wielding green-haired fellow, who behaved toward her with utmost reverence. Even the legendary pirate Joel D. Roger would never dare to misbehave in her presence. The dismal state she had witnessed was clearly a result of fear instilled by Chu Baowang, a man of great renown. As for Kuya and Nami, their personalities were beyond reproach. Desiki understood that her relatively pleasant treatment stemmed from Chu Baowang's reputation aboard the Mary. In the days spent on the Mary, Desiki experienced a period entirely different from her time in Loga Town. She even savored Michelin star cuisine, which made her mouth water just thinking about it. Although she was nominally Kuya's secretary, her daily tasks were trivial. She mostly basked in the sun or fed fruits to Chu Baowang, living a carefree life far removed from the busy duties of Loga Town. Yet, the more she enjoyed this carefree life, the more guilt she felt within. How could she reconcile this with the concept of justice she carried? Moreover, the more she interacted with Chu Baowang, the more she questioned her definition of evil. What is righteousness? What is wickedness? If Chu Baowang were truly pure evil, why would he assist Whale Labu in searching for his companions? She had never witnessed any villain willing to linger for a mere island whale, let alone extend a helping hand. If they were truly malevolent, they would have long since roasted the whale for a feast. Now, she felt a deep affection for Chu Baowang, and to see Chi found her heart in disarray. Chu Baowang glanced at the outwardly calm, yet internally turbulent Desiki, his heart slightly astonished. With the aid of the Emperor's omnipotent five vision, he could easily discern all of Desiki's innermost thoughts. Under the dual assault of my culinary delights and handsome men, she surprisingly held on for so long. This young lady possesses a certain charm. Perhaps this is the allure of the pirate world. Despite Desiki being merely a minor character in a turbulent history, she still has her own harbor to defend. Although he did not intimidate her into submission, a warm smile lingered at the corners of Chu Baowang's mouth. There is no rush. There is plenty of time ahead. Now that he could coax Desiki into willingly offering her first kiss, he could certainly persuade her to willingly offer her blood as well. While the majority of the Navy may embody justice, they are not devoid of depraved vermin. Chu Baowang had ulterior motives regarding this innocent girl. What are you still dawdling for? Desiki, it is your turn to feed me fruit. Hurry, feed me. A commanding expression appeared on Chu Baowang's face, causing the daydreaming Desiki to shiver. She took a deep breath to calm her tumultuous emotions. The strength of a horse is known over a long journey, and a person's heart reveals itself over time. There is no need to hastily draw conclusions after merely half a month of acquaintance. Is Chu Bawang truly an irredeemable villain, or does he conceal a more noble character? The answer shall be revealed in due time. Understanding this, the Si Chi's habitual forced smile transformed into a genuine one. My lord, may I inquire what flavor of fruit you desire? I wish to have the crystal grapes to your left. Come now, I am ready. Chu Bawang reclined extravagantly on a beach chair, engrossed in a photo album of the empress, even donning sunglasses in a rather ostentatious manner. Though he did not need sunglasses, he remained the most striking figure on the ship. Yet, since he was sunbathing, one must give the sun its due respect. Father, have you forgotten something? Before the Si Chi could initiate the feeding, Nami, sitting nearby, expressed her discontent. With her knees bent, she squatted beside Chu Bawang, adopting a cute demeanor. Since she was my goddaughter, she could pursue her whims. I would eventually retaliate in kind. Very well, speak your mind quickly. Do not delay my exploration of the human origins and evolution. What have I forgotten? Chu Bawang regarded Nami with a hint of disdain. This little girl truly lacked awareness. Could she not see how engrossed he was? Why must you find excuses for your indulgence in risque manga? Nami inhaled deeply, her chest heaving, suppressing the urge to punch Chu Bawang. Despite your eloquent words, they cannot disguise the fact that you are a lecher. Is it not so? Nami pouted, a hint of dissatisfaction in her voice. Father, do not forget that I stand with the Si Chi. Since she lost and must face punishment, I too must accept a penalty. Quickly lie down. I shall give you a fervent kiss. The Si Chi endured 10 seconds of torment, and, as your daughter, I defied your will. I believe a 30-second passionate kiss is not too much to ask, is it? Chu Bawang, little thief cat, are you so eager for my body? Abandon that thought. I am your father, forever out of reach. Approximately 5 days spent at Whiskey Peak allowed Nami's log pointer to finally point toward the next island. Meanwhile, the gluttonous Luffy had nearly consumed the town's entire food supply. Observing this, the Straw Hat crew decided to depart from Whiskey Peak and continue their voyage. On that day, the bounty hunters disguised as villagers excitedly beat drums and wept joyfully to bid them farewell, creating an atmosphere more festive than New Year's. Wah! These gluttons are finally leaving. If they don't go soon, our food will be entirely devoured. Hold back the tears. We must smile. The days of suffering are over, and a bright tomorrow beckons us. Do not bow your head, or the crown will fall. Do not shed tears, or the villains will rejoice. If given another chance, I would wish that Bawang and this group of pirates were not allies. The White Devil Bawang, a newcomer with a bounty of 90 million berries, is surely a joke. Tell me which newcomer could summon such a grand display? Are the East Blue Navy all fools? How can such a notorious villain only have a bounty of 90 million? I would like to express my sentiments toward all the women in your lineage. Fortunately, we did not engage. Otherwise, the grass on their graves would be 3 feet high. To speak frankly, had it not been for Chu Bawang's terrifying presence, Ikalum and the villagers might have risked using force to capture Luffy and hand him over to the Navy for a bounty. After all, Whiskey Peak is notorious for the highest number of newcomer pirates' deaths. Whiskey Peak, also known as Cactus Peak, appears from a distance to be densely covered in small spines. However, each spine is a grave for a newcomer pirate. These bounty hunters masquerading as ordinary citizens are professionals, adept at both killing and burying, making them exceedingly considerate. This was their first time facing such a setback. Not only did they fail to capture the pirates for a bounty, but they also did not seize any of the pirates' accumulated wealth, and the town's food supply was nearly consumed entirely by the gluttonous Luffy. The frustration is beyond words. Despite this frustration, if given another chance, they would still make the same choice. For aboard the Going Merry, there exists a man they could never provoke. Darling, come look. Dolphins. They're so adorable. Wow, real dolphins, so big and so white. Kuya and Nami excitedly clung to Chu Bawang's arms, shaking them vigorously. They looked as if they had just discovered a new continent. Chu Bawang gazed up at the sky in despair, wondering what sin he had committed. As he was forcibly dragged to watch dolphins and whales early in the morning. Apart from being marginally larger than the size of the water blue star in his past life, he thought the whales were nothing remarkable at all and could not fathom how these girls' thought processes worked. It must be said that the waters of the Grand Line are indeed rich in resources, as even a single dolphin can grow to the size of an aircraft carrier. It is noteworthy that the largest dolphin in his past life, the blue whale, only reached about 20 meters in adulthood, with very few exceeding 30 meters. However, the creature they encountered now astonishingly exceeded the size of an adult blue whale by a staggering tenfold. Its colossal form resembled that of an aircraft carrier. Upon noticing Kuya and Na Mei gazing at the dolphin with wide-eyed wonder, Chu Bawang suggested, "If you truly adore it, I could capture it for a barbecue, allowing you to savor its exquisite flavor." Kuya and Na Mei exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief and a renewed understanding of Chu Bawang's cunning nature. Meanwhile, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp were huddled on the deck, engrossed in a game of mahjong, where the losers bore slips of paper inscribed with absurd phrases on their foreheads. Undoubtedly, Luffy had lost the most, adorned with the highest number of slips. As for how the mahjong came to be, it was a prize won by Chu Bawang during a previous lottery. Roger, in a fit of anxiety, paced like a restless monkey around the group, helplessly observing. Having overindulged the previous night as a seasoned drinker, he missed Chu Bawang's lesson on the game. "Rubber kid, how could you lose again? Your face has no more room for slips." "Now it's my turn," Roger scolded, while Luffy protested. "Unkempt uncle, don't push me. Let me play one more round. Mahjong is simply too enjoyable. At such a critical moment, you still wish to play? Hurry and practice. You haven't even mastered the basics of the three-color hockey, yet you dare to engage in mahjong?" Roger cast a disapproving glance at Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp. "We are nearing the central waters of the Grand Line, and you three slackers possess not a shred of awareness of the danger, still playing mahjong with the top students. Even if we're slackers, we were brought along, weren't we? After all, a renowned master produces exceptional disciples. Zoro is training under the formidable Chu Bawang, so it is only natural for his progress to surpass ours." Sanji and Usopp retorted, their expressions showing signs of being struck down. Yet, in the next moment, they simultaneously shifted the blame onto Roger. "It's your fault for not teaching us properly. How can you blame us for not learning well? Is there no justice? Is there no law? This cannot be laid at my feet. In the past, Rayleigh was responsible for training the newcomers. Forcing a roughneck like me to be a teacher is simply unfair to me." Roger scratched his head awkwardly, recalling his old comrade Rayleigh with fondness. If Rayleigh were present, he wouldn't have faced such disdain from the youngsters. In this moment, Roger felt a profound longing for his dear friend, the Dark King Rayleigh. He had attempted to guide rookie pirates before, but each time Rayleigh learned of his intentions, his expression would shift dramatically, fearing that he might lead the newcomers astray. This time, he realized that he was indeed not cut out for teaching. Mentoring students only led to misguided paths. Roger sighed, contemplating his existence. Why did fate grant me the name Roger, yet also bestow upon the world Chu Bawang? Why must there be both you and Leon? He gazed skyward, feeling a pang of solitude and weariness. Initially, he believed himself quite impressive, but after spending time with Chu Bawang, he came to the realization that apart from holding the title of Pirate King and being a pioneer of the great pirate era, he possessed little else of significance. In terms of talent, Chu Bawang could play piano pieces at a masterful level. In terms of combat prowess, Roger would find himself overwhelmed. When it came to clever maneuvers, Chu Bawang's extraordinary revival techniques and transformative abilities surpassed all expectations, leaving Roger in a state of awe. In terms of appearance, even Roger, when glancing in the mirror, felt inclined to shatter it, for comparison brought only despair. Oh, the most disheartening realization was that even in the realm of showmanship, where Roger excelled, he found himself outclassed by Chu Bawang. Each time Chu Bawang made an entrance, it was at the perfect moment, never forced, yet seizing every opportunity to impress. Roger could only sigh in resignation. In the midst of Roger's lament, Luffy found himself adorned with even more slips, proclaiming him a rice bucket, resembling a zombie with every addition. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, determined to best Zoro at least once, even if it were just a solitary victory. This time, he began with a promising hand, poised to win with great potential. After much deliberation, Luffy discarded a tile. East Wind. Sanji, with 3 slips declaring him a licking dog, responded calmly, pass. Usopp, grinning with a slip labeling him an ordinary shipwright, exclaimed, East Wind? I'll take that. As he reached for the pile to draw 2 East Wind tiles, Zoro, sitting opposite Luffy, narrowed his eyes and interjected, sorry, I'll intercept that. He drew a combination of South, West, and North winds, completing a set, with Luffy's discarded East Wind being the missing piece. A complete set meant Luffy would be receiving yet another slip on his forehead. Seriously? Another set completed, a grand slam. I won again. Apologies, everyone. But I've triumphed once more. Had I known my luck would be so favorable today, I should have gambled with you. Zoro grumbled, clearly preoccupied with the debt owed to Name. Did I lose again? Luffy's expression fell, and he gazed skyward in anguish. Why is it so difficult to win against Zoro? Luffy thought. I'm beginning to wonder who the true protagonist is. Your face is already covered in slips. There's no room left. Allow me to take control of the battlefield now. Oh, and remember the rules of Mahjong. The slips on your face cannot be removed for 3 consecutive days. Seizing the opportunity, Roger kicked Luffy aside, sending him off to sulk in a corner. How dare you play Mahjong with such terrible luck? Next time, you might lose your pants. Now let the Pirate King, GOLD, Roger, take charge of the battlefield. An hour later, the Pirate King, with slips labeling him Anti-Roger, quietly joined Luffy in the corner, forming a duo of despair. Together, they created a striking scene aboard the Golden Mary. No more, no more. There aren't enough players left. I must accompany my sword spirit Shao, one for further training, Zoro declared, emanating an aura of invincibility as he prepared to take his leave. This is all Roger's fault. He has cursed our luck. Ever since he joined, I've only played 3 games without receiving a slip. You should be grateful. Ever since Roger joined, I've been on a losing streak. For every slip he has, I have one too. Let us hope Roger suffers tomorrow, preferably to the extent that he cannot even get out of bed. Agreed. Usopp and Sanji exchanged glances, their faces adorned with slips, filled with reluctant camaraderie. Yet they could only acquiesce. The mere thought of the paper stuck to their faces for a full 3 days filled both individuals with a sense of despair, as they silently cursed Roger's misfortune. Before departing to prepare a meal, Sanji cast an envious glance at the rather unfortunate Chu Bawang, who had been forced to display his affections for 2 long hours. He murmured softly, "Ah, the carefree life of someone like Bawang, embraced on either side, is truly enviable. Indeed, a model for our generation." Underneath the vast blue sky, with clouds stretching endlessly, the sea breeze swept through, creating ripples upon the waves. As another beautiful day drew to a close, Doseki leaned against the railing, gazing into the distance, silently observing every movement of Chu Bawang and the Straw Hat crew. Their vibrant energy and youthful exuberance diluted her subtle sadness. Suddenly, Doseki found herself rather fond of this adventure brimming with surprises and joy. It was undeniably more exhilarating than languishing in an office, idly waiting for time to pass. Was it not so? At times, she truly wished to pry open Bawang's mind to uncover the peculiarities dwelling within. After all, he had even invented a game like Mahjong. What an eccentricity! In truth, aside from the chaotic antics he had displayed in Rogue Town, this man possessed a certain charm. Doseki murmured in a voice only she could hear. This thought led her to reminisce about the passionate 10-second kiss she had shared with Chu Bawang not long ago, her cheeks reddening like a ripe apple. At that moment, Usopp, responsible for keeping watch from the lookout, cried out loudly, "Everyone, I've spotted a brand new island. It should be our destination." Upon hearing this, Nami paused her gentle massage of Chu Bawang's shoulders and glanced at the compass tied to her arm. "Please wait a moment. Yes, this is indeed the right direction. We must maintain a slow speed and navigate cautiously around the hidden reefs, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances." After ensuring everything was in order, her delicate hands resumed their massage of Chu Bawang's shoulders, her demeanor calm and methodical. In stark contrast, Luffy was huddled in a corner, ensnared in a cycle of self-isolation, which prompted one to question who the true captain of the Going Merry was. This place was known as Taigu Island, also referred to as Pangu Island or the Lil Garden. The island was home to the blue Ogre Dongli and the red Ogre Broki, both warriors from the giant nation of Elbaf, engaged in a century-long duel for honor and dignity. The giant nation of Elbaf holds immense significance in the pirate world. Its comprehensive national strength ranking among the very top, even within the world government's allied nations. To illustrate the might of the giant nation, one need only consider that Dongli and Broki had bounties of 100 million berries a century ago, during which the pirate King Roger and the sea overlord Rox were merely elementary figures in the grand scheme of piracy. Some attentive netizens have even playfully suggested that the enormous straw hat preserved by the enigmatic Im Sama originally belonged to a notable figure from the giant nation of Elbaf. While such claims are made in jest, they do carry a hint of plausibility, for who could deny that a hat of such size would fit a giant rather splendidly? As the Going Merry advanced, ancient trees twisted and turned, shrouding the area in darkness, where one could occasionally hear eerie cries and roars emanating from the depths of the shadowy forest. The atmosphere was somewhat foreboding, perhaps unwelcoming to those with heart conditions. Should a timid soul venture here, they might very well find themselves paralyzed by fear. The closer they approached Taigu Island, the more Usopp's legs shook uncontrollably, as if he were a leaf trembling in the wind. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, suggesting the Merry had collided with something. Usopp, fearing they had hit a reef, rushed to investigate. It appears to be a wrecked ship. That bloodied figure looked familiar. Wait, ISNT that the Mayor Icolum, who warmly welcomed us in Cactus Town just days ago. Usopp quickly called for Sanji and Zoro to assist in rescuing the bloodied figure from the wreckage. It was indeed Icolum, gravely injured but still alive, likely unconscious from blood loss. Sanji and Usopp exchanged concerned glances, recalling their recent farewell with Icolum, who had been tearful as he waved goodbye. It had only been a few days, and now he looked as though he might not survive another night. Although Kaya had administered emergency treatment to stabilize Icolum, it was clear he would not awaken anytime soon. Fortunately, the Going Merry had its own formidable allies. Please, my lord, do save this unfortunate curly-haired uncle, Kaya and Nami implored in unison, their charm irresistible. Reluctantly, Chu Bawang retrieved a glass vial from his system space, filled with small, mud-like pills. Here, this is called the Stretch-Like-an-Eyes pill, an emergency remedy. But do remember, it must not be overconsumed, as it is toxic. Before he could finish his warning, Nami snatched the vial and rushed out, pouring the entirety of the pills into Icolum's mouth. Kaya glanced quizzically at Chu Bawang. What were you about to say? Nothing of consequence, Chu Bawang shrugged, nonchalantly, since he has already consumed it. Mentioning the toxicity would only complicate matters. He expressed disinterest in Icolum's fate, preferring to resume his reading. The Stretch-Like-an-Eyes pill, derived from the legendary healer Jigong, was known for its peculiar properties, though it carried a slight toxicity that could induce shivers if taken excessively. Is this really the pill you provided, Bawang? It looks like bath mud, but it does smell rather pleasant. Luffy, with his face plastered with small pieces of paper, sniffed eagerly, clearly interested in tasting the mysterious remedy. Quick, look, it's actually working. Icolum has opened his eyes. My goodness, this Stretch-Like-an-Eyes pill is astonishing. It's a medical miracle that revived him from such severe injuries. Nami observed, her expression one of complex emotions as she gazed at the dwindling number of pills in her hand. Had she known of their remarkable efficacy, she wouldn't have wasted so many. They would have been invaluable for emergencies. As for selling it for money, unless consent is obtained from Chu Bawang, Nami would never engage in such a foolish act. Am I still alive? This is Icolum, who groggily opened his eyes, nearly frightened to death. What on earth are these 4 zombies with their faces plastered with white paper? Could it be that I have already descended into hell? Upon closer inspection, the bald man, Luffy, in front of me seemed somewhat familiar. To my surprise, it turned out to be the Straw Hat crew. After a moment of heart-stopping terror, Ikelim finally learned the truth of his rescue from Luffy, when he discovered that it was Chu Bawang who had provided the miraculous medicine, the stretch leg and stare pill. To save him, tears of gratitude streamed down his face. Before anyone could regain their composure, Ikelim gratefully bowed 3 times towards Chu Bawang, causing blood to seep from his forehead. Although Chu Bawang offered no response, Ikelim felt that these 3 bows were a debt he must repay. He understood that he bore the fate of an entire nation. While Chu Bawang had only saved him, he had indirectly salvaged the future of Alabasta. Out of both emotion and reason, Chu Bawang deserved the 3 bows from the captain of the Alabasta Royal Guard. "Mr. Mayor, shouldn't you be at Whiskey Peak? Why do you appear as if you are being pursued?" Nami voiced the collective concern of the Straw Hat crew. This was also the reason for her urgency in saving him. The moment the Straw Hat crew departed from Whiskey Peak, Ikelim had nearly faced disaster. If there were no causal connection, Nami was not inclined to believe it. Ikelim paused briefly, but chose to reveal the conspiracy of the Baroque works. He was originally the captain of the Royal Guard of the Desert Kingdom Alabasta, and he joined Baroque works to investigate the nation's 3-year drought. By tracking the criminal organization S. Miss All Sunday, also known as the Demon Child Nico Robin, Ikelim and Princess Vivi had set their sights on the puppet master, one of the warlords of the sea, Sir Crocodile. It was precisely because he feared that secrets might be leaked and jeopardize the coup that Crocodile sent Mr. 5, Miss Valentine, Mr. 3, and Miss Golden Week to hunt down Ikelim. The first 3 possessed the Bomb fruit, the Float fruit, and the Wax fruit, while Miss Golden Week was a master of psychological suggestion who could manipulate emotions through color coordination. Had it not been for his own caution, Ikelim might never have escaped from Whiskey Peak. However, even so, he was still caught off guard by Mr. 5's explosive attack, which shattered his ship. Thus the story goes. Those hunters continue to pursue me, and it may not be long before they come for my head. Their strength is formidable, and I am no match for them, especially Mr. 5 and Mr. 3, whose powers are particularly fearsome, one being the Bomb Man and the other the Candle Man. To avoid dragging you down, I shall take my leave. As soon as he finished speaking, Ikelim attempted to depart, but after just 2 steps, he began to convulse uncontrollably, collapsing to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Sanji and Usopp stared at Ikelim, bewildered by his sudden fit. What is happening? Wasn't he fine just a moment ago? Chu Bawang, with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, explained, "Do not worry. It is a side effect of the stretch leg and stare pill. If taken in excess, it can cause a temporary accumulation of toxins, resulting in convulsions." The crowd reacted. This stretch leg and stare pill is rather peculiar. Consuming too much can lead to toxic accumulation. Nami, feeling guilty, thought to herself, I only wanted to save him, and that's why he ended up taking too many of those pills. She shook the glass vial in her hand, hoping to feign innocence. However, it produced no sound. Wait, I distinctly remember there should have been a few more pills in there. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards the bald-headed Luffy. Under their intense scrutiny, Luffy began to twitch and fell to the ground, landing awkwardly. The Bomb fruit and the Wax fruit? If I encountered these 2 minor henchmen, I might be able to capture them for use. Chu Bawang had a vivid impression of these 2 devil fruits, especially the latter, which had proven resilient even against Magellan's ordinary poison. It was a pity that such exceptional fruits had fallen into the hands of mere minions. If Whitebeard's subordinate were to acquire the Bomb fruit, it would lead to unprecedented power. Sanji lit a filtered cigarette, seemingly flaunting it before Zoro. Is this the ancient island known as Little Garden? It seems rather eerie, with dense and sinister jungles everywhere, almost like a hidden realm. Zoro completely ignored Sanji's provocation and, taking advantage of everyone's distraction, planted a kiss on the sword spirit Wenzi. It certainly does not resemble a place that lives up to its charming name. I wonder what creatures lurk in the darkness. It should harbor some fascinating monsters. Casting a sidelong glance at the ostentatious cook, Zoro smirked inwardly. What is there for you to be proud of, you single dog? It's just a gift from Master Bawang, a mere filter tip. Compared to my sword spirit Wenzi, your reward pales in comparison. One day, I shall nurture Wenzi into an unparalleled sword maiden, and then I will intentionally flaunt my affection before you, driving you mad. Zoro and Sanji had long held a mutual disdain for one another, each covertly vying for Chu Bawang's favor, attempting to latch onto his formidable presence. Currently, as a disciple of Chu Bawang, Zoro held a slight advantage. Chu Bawang reclined on a beach chair and remarked, "If you all plan to set foot on this island, you should exercise caution. Due to the challenges of navigating the Grand Line, there is little interaction between islands, leading each to develop its own civilization. Some islands boast advanced cultures, while others have remained stagnant for thousands of years, even retaining the primal nature of cannibal tribes. The island, due to the chaotic climate of the Great Sea Route, retains the visage of the age of dinosaurs. It is not only home to various ferocious dinosaurs, but also hosts some exceedingly dangerous large beasts." The ever-enthusiastic Luffy's eyes brightened at the thought. Dinosaur meat? I have never tasted dinosaur meat in my life. It must be delicious. It is settled then. Today's lunch shall consist of dinosaur meat. Sanji and Zoro exchanged dubious glances, questioning Luffy's sanity. Aside from his incessant eating, what else could he possibly do? Usopp had just dragged Ikelim to the boys' dormitory's hammock when he overheard Chu Bawang discussing the terrors of the ancient island, causing him to panic. "Everyone, I seem to have contracted a disease that prevents me from going to the island. Why don't you all go collect the magnetic forces in the small garden while I wait here with Ikelim?" The group shared an unspoken understanding and turned to Usopp, simultaneously declaring, "As expected of you, Usopp. I haven't finished my sentence yet. How did you all learn to answer so quickly?" Usopp protested. Luffy patted Usopp on the shoulder and replied, "Usopp, you should come with us. We need to replenish our food supplies. We didn't manage to buy anything in the last town." The others rolled their eyes, recalling how Luffy's gluttony had nearly depleted their rations at Whiskey Peak, leading to their current predicament. Zoro pointed ahead and exclaimed, "It seems there is a river ahead. We can navigate the Mary into it, providing us with a retreat in case of emergencies. However, even if we encounter danger, there's truly nothing to fear. After all, the Mary carries the legacy of Pirate King Joel D. Roger and the formidable Chu Bawang. If worst comes to worst, we can cling to their legs for safety." Even if Chu Bawang's legs were not particularly accommodating, they could still hold onto Roger's. After all, they possessed leverage over Roger, having witnessed the historical moment of his transformation. As the Mary advanced, the atmosphere of the ancient island grew increasingly damp and ominous, with the humidity thickening. Strange creatures and invisible pathogens filled the surroundings. A peculiar plant caught their attention, one that even the encyclopedia did not recognize. Even Nami, usually carefree, felt a twinge of unease. Kaya clung to Chu Bawang's other arm, and they flanked him on either side. "This is frightening. The atmosphere here is too bizarre." Dasky instinctively leaned towards the reassuring presence of Chu Bawang, but, upon noticing Nami and Kaya's actions, awkwardly took a step back. Hesitant, she glanced around before quietly approaching Xiao Qing, although she could not cling to Chu Bawang's imposing figure, following the which Xiao Qing would certainly ensure her safety. The disparity between the two women was indeed striking. One was human, and the other was a little apple. Chu Bawang's thoughts wandered as he observed the women on the ship, displaying signs of anxiety. Sensing an opportunity to garner favor, Sanji decided it was time to impress Chu Bawang. He promptly declared, "Rest assured, I will ensure everyone's safety. From what I can see, this is merely an ordinary forest. There is no need to panic." Before he could finish his proclamation, a massive shadow loomed over him, a pterosaur-like creature with green wings, exceeding 10 meters in size, descended from the sky, aiming for Sanji's head. In that moment, Sanji remained blissfully unaware of the impending peril. Zoro's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "Hey, perverted cook, stop pretending and get out of the way." Even with his flying sword and techniques, it was too late. The pterosaur struck with astonishing speed. What in the world is this creature? A prehistoric pterosaur? Sanji was momentarily stunned, paralyzed by fear as he gazed into the creature's gaping maw, forgetting to retaliate with his wind god technique. With a flick of his finger, Chu Bawang unleashed his enchanted blade, Qianren, which pierced through the pterosaur's chest like a shooting star. Blood gushed forth, drenching Sanji in a gruesome shower. "Once again, I have missed an opportunity to shine," he lamented, while Roger, who had intended to intervene, looked up to the heavens in despair. As a seasoned show-off, he felt utterly frustrated at being outdone by Chu Bawang yet again. What a fool. When faced with danger, he couldn't even muster the will to fight back. How embarrassing for me. Chu Bawang cast a disapproving glare at Sanji and calmly stated, "You will copy the wind god technique 1,000 times and submit it to Zoro for review before tonight." Zoro eagerly volunteered, "Leave this arduous task to me. I will ensure that this lecherous cook completes 1,000 copies, not a single word less." Sanji, dejected and silent, clearly felt humiliated. How could he be reduced to writing lines at his age? The ancient island was indeed a mysterious place. As the Mary sailed onward, the crew witnessed a tiger king, resembling an elephant in size, glaring hungrily at the bald-headed Luffy. Had the river not been so wide, the Tiger King might have pounced upon the Mary for a feast. In a shocking turn of events, the Tiger King suddenly collapsed, blood pouring from its body. Usopp, startled, watched in disbelief as the jungle monarch fell without warning. Trembling, he climbed onto Sanji's head and stuttered, "What in the world is this place? Why did the king of the jungle suddenly collapse in a bloody heap? Perhaps we should avoid landing and wait for the magnetic forces to stabilize before leaving." "Fear not. This is the adventure I have longed for," Luffy exclaimed, his maniacal laughter echoing as he urged Sanji to prepare a bento filled solely with meat, ready to cause chaos on the ancient island. Within half an hour, Lu Zoro and Wong Luffy, this couple, merrily dashed towards the ancient island, engaging in playful honeymoon antics. Chu Bawang pondered for a moment and muttered, "Have you ever noticed that Zoro and Luffy resemble a married couple?" Roger, who was drinking, was so startled that he dropped his jug, feeling a chill run down his spine, as if he was reminded of the fear he had experienced when subjected to the transformation technique. He could not help but silently scoff. "When it comes to matters related to others, you certainly don't involve yourself, do you?" He sincerely hoped that Zoro and Luffy would be safe. Roger, Sanji, and Usopp exchanged glances and silently prayed. Even Roger had to concede that the transformation technique was truly a psychological torment. Even with his strong resolve, he could hardly withstand its effects. However, the thought of others potentially facing the same fate brought him a sense of schadenfreude. He felt that if he encountered old friends, it would be necessary to involve them in this mischief, and that would bring him some satisfaction. Such an amusing transformation technique should not be solely for Roger's enjoyment. It would only be fair to let his old companions experience it too. Near a bar on the island of Sabaody, an elderly man with white hair, appearing to be an unremarkable coding artisan, languidly reclined on a beach chair, surrounded by delicious juices and fine wines. A pair of elderly spectacles rested on the table. Despite the bright and sunny day, he involuntarily shivered. At the same time, a giant with a crescent-shaped white mustache, a terrifying scar over his left eye, and a head full of red hair, along with an elderly man in the Navy headquarters who was snoring in a conference room, seemed to sense something ominous and also shivered involuntarily. As Roger, the glutton aboard, consumed food at an alarming rate, the crew of Amerigo had to venture deep into the island of the ancients to seek sustenance to avoid hunger. With nothing else to do, Chu Bawang decided to commence today's lottery. Ever since he wreaked havoc in Road Town, he noticed that the lottery resets to 100 draws every day after midnight. What does this signify? It indicates that even in the dead of night, hundreds of people call out to him. This brought great satisfaction to Chu Bawang, occasionally causing him to display a gentle, paternal smile. "System, I wish to draw. Let us go for 100 consecutive draws. Surely I shall receive something extraordinary." Ding. Obtain a Aegean flagship automatic massage chair X1. Ding. Obtain the complete set of Jurassic Park DVDs X1. Ding. Obtain a collection of photos of the Empress Volume 2 X1. Ding. Obtain a Soul Stone from the Marvel Universe X1. Ding. Obtain Ding. Obtained LV-40 armament hockey. Thus, today truly feels like a shift from rags to riches. Gazing at the approximately 45-inch long, smooth, oval-shaped soulstone radiating a brilliant orange light, Chu Bawang fell into silence. Could this artifact possibly be the soulstone that took Thanos, the mighty and immense effort to acquire? If so, Chu Bawang began to suspect that he was using his lifespan to draw from the lottery. Having drawn a soul stone refined from the 6 singularities before the cosmic explosion, he could not help but silently praise the system for its remarkable generosity. Soul Stone, orange, found on the planet Vormer. This stone allows the user to extract the soul of an enemy, possessing the ability to steal, manipulate, or modify souls. Note: legendary item has been bound to the host. Cannot be dropped or lost. This is one of the most terrifying primordial powers in the Marvel Universe. When united with the 6 Infinity Stones, under the command of the godlike Thanos, it could annihilate half of the universe's life forms, showcasing its fearsome nature. Comparatively, the Soul Stone dwarfs Big Mom's Soul Fruit. As for the LV-40 armament hockey, it appears to have reached a new breakthrough, suggesting that it is now at a level akin to top-tier armament hockey. With a mere thought, the densely coiling, black dragon-like armament hockey firmly wrapped around his left arm. To the unknowing observer, it might seem as though this arm was an ancestral Kirin arm cultivated over 18 years. It must be said that the classification of hockey in the pirate world is rather ambiguous. Nevertheless, some benchmarks exist. The foremost in Conqueror's hockey is undoubtedly red-haired Shanks, while the master of observation hockey is the battle god Katakuri, known for his combat prowess. Enel, with his expansive mastery over observation hockey that envelopes an entire sky island, stands as an unmatched figure. Both individuals, while differing in their approaches to developing observation hockey, are undoubtedly paragons in its practice. In terms of armament hockey, Karp stands alone at the pinnacle, with Mihawk following closely behind, and the controversies surrounding them are relatively minor. Excluding the monstrous figures from Roger's era, these are the benchmark characters of the 3 types of hockey, representing unattainable strength. If one must categorize them into tiers, it could be divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and top tier. Among them, Karp's prowess is such that he can single-handedly dominate, having forced the Pirate King Roger into dire straits multiple times using his top-tier armament hockey, leaving Roger's elite crew battered and bruised. With his LV-40 armament hockey, while there remains a gap compared to Karp, it is likely negligible. Chu Bawang felt quite satisfied with today's harvest. After all, as a non-lucky person, one must maintain a proper mindset when it comes to lotteries. Otherwise, he would have been driven to frustration by the mischievous system. Originally, Chu Bawang held no high hopes for his luck, content with drawing a few delectable items. Little did he expect a surge of luck, leading to the acquisition of a soul stone. Truly, when misfortune strikes, even a sip of cold water can feel like a burden. When luck arrives, it is unstoppable. Casually tossing the collection of photos of the Empress, Volume 2, and other rewards into the system space, he kept only the soul stone. With another thought, he retrieved a dragon-shaped panlong ring from the system space, which originated from a gaming world. Legendary artifact, panlong ring, uncharged, inactive when equipped and activated. Each time damage is dealt to an enemy, an additional blessing buff is granted, significantly enhancing combat power, with no stacking limit. Note: currently uncharged. Activation requires a legendary artifact for charging. The legendary artifact has been bound and cannot be dropped or lost. This is an artifact that grows stronger with battle, with no upper limit, surpassing even the bloodline of a Super Scion. Legendary artifacts touch upon the fundamental laws of the universe and are not easily obtained. Chu Bawang had drawn for over half a year, with at least several tens of thousands of attempts, and this panlong ring stands as his sole, true legendary artifact. There are indeed usage restrictions. When Chu Bawang drew the panlong ring, he felt a profound sense of frustration and isolation. The plight of a cursed lucky draw is an eternal anguish. At the mouth of the panlong ring, there exists a small indentation, which can be utilized to energize and activate its unique properties. Just as Chu Bawang pondered how to fit the soul gem, approximately 5 inches long, into the dragon's mouth, the panlong ring unexpectedly opened its mouth, swallowing the elongated gem. Chu Bawang remarked, "What a marvel! Truly, it lives up to its legendary status." The opening of the dragon's mouth appeared to be no larger than a fingernail, yet revealed an expansive space within. Legendary treasure, panlong ring, activated once equipped and activated. Every time damage is inflicted upon an enemy, a temporary additional blessing buff is granted, significantly enhancing combat power with no stacking limit. Note, the legendary treasure is bound and cannot be dropped or lost. As Chu Bawang slipped the Panlong ring onto his left thumb, a surge of invigorating power coursed through his entire being. Even with his calm and confident demeanor, he felt an overwhelming urge to unleash a powerful punch to test its might. However, considering that a full-force strike might obliterate the pirate world, he refrained from such a reckless thought. Destroying the pirate world would likely result in his own demise. Given his current vitality, at present, setting aside the impressive skills he had acquired, his attack power had already reached a stellar level. Even achieving a cosmic level of destruction merely awaited the right opportunity. With the blessing buff of the Panlong ring, shattering a portion of the universe was not mere fantasy. This was a rhythm akin to a young calf standing on its head, defying gravity. As Chu Bawang reflected on his own brilliance and unparalleled prowess. Having achieved stellar-level attack power, he felt a tinge of melancholy at having to engage in shameless bullying of weaker opponents in the pirate world. He couldn't help but wonder when he would finally escape the novice village. While being the ultimate boss in a novice village was undeniably exhilarating, he questioned whether it negatively impacted the gaming experience of others. Even while ensconced in the novice village, he still considered the gaming experiences of players. It was rare to find a benevolent and handsome overlord like himself. After gazing at his reflection, Chu Bawang nearly succumbed to his own charm. Yet upon further reflection, he realized that those readers who generously supported the wild authors were the true paragons of attractiveness. Instantly, his pride diminished. Although Chu Bawang possessed great looks, he still fell short compared to those readers who supported the wild authors. Determined to conquer the myriad realms, he felt it necessary to encourage Zoro's swordsmanship training. Only by helping him become the world's greatest swordsman could he secure system rewards. System task: cultivate a world's greatest swordsman. Task reward: acquire any portal fragment x3. Gain 10 lottery draws. He was indifferent to the other rewards, but acquiring 3 portal fragments was imperative. With his emotions settling, Chu Bawang's gaze fell upon the complete collection of Jurassic Park film discs. He was always eager to accept technological rewards from modern society, regardless of their power. Perhaps their impact was minimal, but the joy they brought was tangible. Since he was on a honeymoon with Kuya, it was essential to incorporate movie watching into their plans. However, one might wonder if watching Jurassic Park with his wife was a bit of taking advantage. After all, he and Kuya were like an old married couple now. So it surely couldn't be considered intentional exploitation. As for Nami and Dasky, if they sought refuge in his embrace due to fear, he could only reluctantly accept. The plot of Jurassic Park is quite simple. A group of genetic scientists extracts dinosaur DNA from prehistoric mosquitoes trapped in amber, resurrecting these colossal creatures that have been extinct for 65 million years, transforming the island into a dinosaur paradise, known as Jurassic Park. However, due to employee negligence, chaos ensues as all the dinosaurs escape their enclosures, leading the humans on the island to flee in terror, with countless casualties among them. Ultimately, only 4 individuals managed to escape. Until the release of the classic film Titanic in 1997, Jurassic Park held the record for the highest box office earnings. The film's plot is tightly woven, and the atmosphere is masterfully crafted. It is akin to the experience of watching a horror film, serving as one of the 3 great tools for men to woo women. After the Straw Hat crew departed, Chu Bawang found himself nestled in Shao Qing's room with the women, watching the 2-hour-long Jurassic Park. As he had anticipated, apart from Shao Qing, the other 3 women were utterly terrified by the film's final boss, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and clung to Chu Bawang for comfort like an unremovable adhesive. The overall viewing experience was delightful, albeit slightly taxing. Companionship with 3 women during a movie was no small feat for an ordinary individual. This encapsulates Chu Bawang's ultimate cinematic experience. As the Jurassic Park film began to play on the projector, the women were visibly astonished. To this, Chu Bawang remarked that this was merely basic practice, nothing to be concerned about. After all, wasn't it easy to astonish the ladies? In the interest of ensuring a pleasant viewing experience, Chu Bawang also unveiled a long-prepared gourmet feast. He could hardly wait to savor the street food delicacies, including clay pot noodles, takoyaki, grilled lamb chops, fried chicken, fragrant braised beef, among many other delectable dishes. In less than 2 minutes, an array of culinary delights adorned the table, featuring an abundance of street food. Dasky, with an eager expression, exclaimed, "Why did you bring out so much food, my lord? Want to go to waste if we can't finish it?" Chu Bawang rolled his eyes at her words, pointing playfully at the women. How could there be any possibility of waste with 4 hungry mouths to feed? If not for Nami and Kuya being utterly captivated by Jurassic Park, Chu Bawang might have expressed his displeasure more vocally. However, at that moment, the two women were completely absorbed in the chilling atmosphere of the horror film, even overlooking the tantalizing feast before them. The scene was somewhat peculiar, although they were on the verge of retreating into Chu Bawang's embrace out of fear. They could not suppress their curiosity about the film's next turn of events. Torn between fear and intrigue, Dasky chimed in, "Don't just watch me eat. Come and join me." Chu Bawang felt a bit shy under the intense gaze of Dasiki, so he took the initiative to serve her a chicken leg. Dasiki thought to herself, "How could I dare to eat with you if you remained silent?" She promptly sat down with enthusiasm. The enjoyment on her face was evident, clearly indicating she had succumbed to the allure of fine cuisine. "Come, Kia, do try the red oil pig's trotters, rich in collagen, which is excellent for your beauty. And you, Xiaoqing, indulge in some oysters. They are a man's fuel station and a woman's beauty salon. Little thief cat, have some papaya. It is beneficial for enhancing one's figure." Just as the words were about to leave his lips, Chu Bawang sensed something amiss and quickly amended, "Never mind. It seems you have no need for papaya. It would be better for Kia's mother to have more." The stature of little thief cat Nami had grown to the point that it could no longer be contained by a single hand. She had no need for such trivialities. It was Kia who truly needed nourishment. Kia sighed softly and said, "Bawang, I know your cunning nature detests mundane affairs, but I never imagined you would cease to speak like a human. Truly, one can know the face but not the heart. The Bawang I once knew was never like this and never disparaged my figure. I have misplaced my affections. It truly feels like a grievous error. Chu Bawang Ziplit, it pains me. Kia, your tone resembles that of a forsaken maiden, evoking in me a mistaken impression of being a rogue." In contrast to the mother-daughter duo engrossed in their drama, Xiaoqing's gaze was firmly fixed on the coiling dragon ring adorning Chu Bawang's left thumb, a symbol of authority and confidence. Although she had yet to fully inherit the memories of the Tianqing Niumeng bloodline, Xiaoqing had already proven herself formidable, rivaling any 4 Emperor's-level combatant. It could be said that aside from elemental natural-type devil fruit users, she could best anyone in the pirate world and all sea kings in the Calm Belt. Yet, Xiaoqing was shocked to discover that even with her resilient and robust soul, she felt an involuntary shiver when faced with the coiling dragon ring. As her consciousness settled upon the orange gem, an overwhelming force seemed to pull her essence toward it, causing her mind to swell and her awareness to blur. It was inconceivable to think of the spectacular scenes that might unfold were it to be wielded in battle. Was this the true power of the master? Merely a decorative coiling dragon ring nearly overwhelmed my spirit. Thankfully, during my transformation, I did not succumb to the hubris of believing I could conquer the world. Otherwise, my grave would be overgrown with 3 zhang of grass by now, Xiaoqing mused bitterly. Your father indeed remains your father. A casual display of power can astonish you for an entire year. What is so captivating about this movie? It's merely a spectacle of small dinosaurs leaping about. In my opinion, the food is far more delightful. While the mother and daughter were ensnared in their drama, Dasiki opened her rosy lips and devoured her food with the fervor of a whirlwind. Before she had finished swallowing one bite, another spoonful was already being offered. In and out, in and out, her petite mouth was stuffed to the brim, resembling a hamster with cheeks full of acorns, an undeniably adorable sight. However, Dasiki soon verified the truth of the delicious law. Despite having scoffed at Jurassic Park just half an hour earlier, she found herself completely immersed in the tension of the film. As the ultimate boss, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, opened its enormous jaws, it awakened a primal fear deep within her. And Kia, Nami, and Dasiki were all left pale-faced, clinging to Chu Bao-Wang as if he were a lifeline. The 2-hour experience of Jurassic Park concluded. Yet the 3 women remained ensnared in an atmosphere of tension and fear, unable to extricate themselves. The first viewing of Jurassic Park always leaves such lingering effects. A novel sense of curiosity, a surge of adrenaline, and the shock of encountering ancient dinosaurs left them in a daze. As for Xiaoqing's viewing experience, in her inherited memories, even the colossal, bloodthirsty Tyrannosaurus Rex was merely a larger-sized pastry. Thus, it was nothing more than a delightful culinary battle. As she felt sensations on her chest, back, and arms, Chu Bao-Wang smacked his lips and let out a sigh, remarking on the stark disparity between wealth and poverty. A contemplative expression crossed his face as relevant images flashed through his mind. Kia looked astonished, Dasiki appeared bewildered, Nami raised an eyebrow, and Xiaoqing was left speechless. The disparity between wealth and poverty was indeed profound. Rising from his seat, Chu Bao-Wang used a toothpick to clean his teeth, a satisfied look upon his face. The short film has concluded, and the feast has been enjoyed. It is time to venture forth. I am quite interested in dinosaurs. If I find one that pleases my eye, I may tame it as a mount. Conveniently, we are currently traversing the ancient island of the dinosaur era. Who among you wishes to join me in taming a prehistoric Tyrannosaurus Rex? Kia's expression shifted dramatically, her face revealing fear. Is this a joke, sir? Merely watching the Tyrannosaurus Rex in the film is already unnerving. You wish to capture one as a mount? Dasiki, suspecting that Chu Bao-Wang had spent too much time with Luffy, felt his mental state was somewhat askew. Indeed, as Grandma said, foolishness can be contagious. It seemed prudent to maintain distance from the simpleton Luffy in the future. The idea of capturing a Tyrannosaurus Rex as a mount was rather intriguing. Nami, however, displayed keen interest. This little thief was known for her audacity, unafraid of any challenge. Setting aside the exceptional Chu Bao-Wang, Nami possessed the highest combat power aboard the Mary. Even the imperious Luffy and Zoro combined would be no match for her 2 fists. It seemed that the 2 of you were not particularly interested in capturing a Tyrannosaurus Rex as a mount, and Chu Bao-Wang felt somewhat disappointed, opting to venture into the thicket alone with Nami to explore further. Xiaoqing remained on the ship, tasked with protecting Kia and Dasiki. Coincidentally, Ikaram, who had recently overindulged in leg-stretching pills, had also regained consciousness. Chu Bao-Wang thought it would be more enjoyable to share the experience. So he invited Ikaram to join him in the quest for the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Ikaram appeared bewildered. He had intended to refuse, but upon glancing at Chu Bao-Wang's brawny biceps, he conceded. One must admit, the pirate world is indeed a fitting realm for adventure. Perhaps this island remains rooted in the Cretaceous period of the dinosaur era, while the previous island belonged to the primitive tribal age of savages. Conversely, the next island transforms into the eternally frozen Cambrian epoch. In summary, the chaotic climate of the Great Route renders the emergence of all manner of incredible contradictions possible. Thus, it is an ideal locale for tourism, where one can witness a plethora of bizarre landscapes. Mr. Bao-Wang, are you truly determined to capture a Tyrannosaurus Rex as your steed? Is this endeavor not a tad perilous? Ikelam wore a wry smile, his heart racing with trepidation. What manner of thought process leads this esteemed individual to such fantastical aspirations? To tame a creature as wild as the Tyrannosaurus, does he not fear being devoured in one gulp? Do not inquire, for I shall not divulge. However, should you desire an ancient dinosaur, I could procure a rather unattractive one as your mount. As for the more handsome specimens, they must be reserved for myself. Very well. You are the authority here. In any case, I dare not question, nor do I comprehend why you are so insistent on capturing a dinosaur as a steed. Is it for the sake of ostentation? That seems unlikely. Hardly had they walked for a mere 10 minutes, having just entered the depths of Taiku Island, when, to their astonishment, Chu Bao-Wang encountered an ancient dinosaur. It was a Triceratops, a herbivorous dinosaur belonging to the Ceratopsidae family, distinguished by its formidable, blade-like horns atop its head, which serve as a remarkable means of defense and its most potent weapon. Triceratops frequently falls prey to the Tyrannosaurus. Yet once impaled by its sharp horns, even the robust Tyrannosaurus suffers greatly. Although this seemingly clumsy Triceratops appeared to possess stout limbs, its running speed was surprisingly swift, evoking the impression of facing heavily armored cavalry. However, the most significant detail was that before this Triceratops stood a green-haired swordsman, exuding an aura of combat readiness as he confronted it. This swordsman, Zoro, radiated pure sword intent, with 4 sharp blades strapped to his waist. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Ba-Wong was nearby, his gaze, as sharp as a blade, fixated intently on the 3 horns atop the Triceratops's head. With a grave expression, he drew his sword. "Ah, so you two are a practitioner of the 3-sword style? Dare you engage me in battle?" The adorably clumsy Triceratops, upon observing its challenger, thought, "A mere human dares to intrude upon my meal? My temper cannot abide this. I must confront him. How audacious to disturb me while I dine. Allow me to demonstrate what it means to confront one's fate." With its heavy iron hooves, the Triceratops began to stomp in place, gathering strength. Its fierce golden eyes locked onto Zoro's midsection. "Isn't that Zoro? Didn't he venture forth with Luffy? Why is he here? Has he gotten lost yet again?" Clinging to Chu Ba-Wong's arm, Nami timidly peered forward, fearing that a velociraptor might suddenly appear to nibble on her head, as in the movies. Though her voice was barely audible, it reached Zoro's ears, inflicting a significant emotional blow. Zoro's motion to draw his sword faltered slightly, his expression growing somewhat unnatural. Such a blow to the heart. Even he could not fathom how he had become separated from Luffy. They had been progressing side by side, yet somehow he had vanished. Could it be? This is the true meaning of the lyric sung by Miss Zhuang Xinyan, that some people simply drift apart as they walk. Seizing the opportunity, the adorably clumsy Triceratops noticed its opponent was distracted and refused to let this prime moment slip away, charging at Zoro's midsection. "Young man, remember in your next life, it is impolite to disturb others at their meals. Let me, the Triceratops, teach you what it means to confront your fate." With a ferocious charge akin to a battalion of heavy cavalry, the Triceratops barreled toward Zoro. Despite its bulky frame, its speed was surprisingly swift. How brazen! This is a blatant ambush, devoid of any sense of a swordsman's ethics. Zoro had intended to engage the Triceratops in close combat, but in a moment of distraction, he exposed a fatal flaw. By the time he sought to evade, it was too late. Seeing the Triceratops poised to impale Zoro, Chu Ba-Wong could no longer hold back. He had finally discovered a promising talent in swordsmanship, one he intended to present to the bald-headed Luffy's cherished daughter. How could he allow a beast to ruin this? With a resounding slap, Chu Ba-Wong struck the Triceratops. His hand, gnarled and fierce like a black dragon, landed squarely on the simple creature's head. A deafening crack echoed as the seemingly dim-witted Triceratops was sent spiraling away like a spinning top, vanishing from sight. The force of the blow had not yet been fully expended. In the wake of the inertia, the Triceratops's massive body crashed through countless towering ancient trees before finally collapsing to the ground, foam spewing from its mouth. Had it been able to voice its grievances, it would have expressed profound disdain for Chu Ba-Wong's underhanded tactics. How shameless to resort to ambush. In disbelief, Icolum gasped as he witnessed the sheer might displayed. What extraordinary strength! With just a single slap, he propelled a nearly 10-ton Triceratops over 100 meters. Surely, one does not grow such power merely from fodder. Even beasts cannot be this violent. Yet soon, Icolum's astonishment gave way to exhilaration. He had once again witnessed the terrifying prowess of Chu Ba-Wong's combat abilities. If only he could persuade Chu Ba-Wong to serve as a guardian deity for Alabasta, there would be a chance to thwart Crocodile's nefarious plans. Even if he could not defeat Crocodile, he would undoubtedly increase their odds of victory, thus honoring the trust bestowed upon him by King Cobra and his colleagues. However, the question of how to entice Chu Ba-Wong onto their ship troubled Icolum. Wealth and power clearly held little allure for him. This man, free-spirited and unrestrained, seemed only to be swayed by the charms of a confidant. Alas, how splendid it would be to consult with Princess Vivi at this moment. Yet he feared dragging her into danger. If her identity were to be revealed, there might truly be no one left to save Alabasta. Ikelam sighed heavily, aware that he was the only one whose cover had been blown, while Princess Vivi's undercover identity remained undiscovered. It was precisely this urgency to unearth the traitor that led Crocodile to dispatch 4 high-ranking agents in pursuit of him, seeking to unveil other undercover operatives. Had it not been for his own cautiousness and the foresight to prepare a small sailing vessel in a certain jungle, he would have long since met his demise. Observing the Triceratops sent flying by the mighty Chu Ba Wong, Zoro appeared outwardly composed, yet internally he was in a state of panic. He was surprisingly distracted by the sudden appearance of his companions, nearly falling victim to a clumsy Triceratops. This was truly a matter of great embarrassment. Zoro, what on earth is happening with you? Such carelessness almost led to your death at the hands of a foolish Triceratops. Had it not been for his father's timely intervention, your lungs would have been punctured. Nami, disregarding her image, promptly delivered a hard slap to Zoro, genuinely frightened by the earlier incident. He was merely half a meter away from being killed by the Triceratops. How dare you strike me? Faced with Nami's accusatory demeanor, Zoro felt a mix of anger and helplessness. If it weren't for the unexpected arrival of the 3 of them distracting him, he would not have been almost killed by a Triceratops. With a comically large bump swelling on his head, Zoro expressed his grievances, but understanding Nami's concern for her safety, he could only relent. Zoro, your performance this time has greatly disappointed me. Chu Ba Wong's words were as calm as a still pond, devoid of any emotional undertones. Yet they sent a chill down Zoro's spine. Acknowledging his lapse in concentration, Zoro admitted his mistake. He held deep respect for Chu Ba Wong, who was both a mentor and a friend. Though Chu Ba Wong often appeared cheerful and disorganized, he never faltered in critical moments, embodying the ideal Zoro aspired to emulate. Upon returning, you shall transcribe the various swordsmanship techniques I have taught you 50 times and present them to Sanji for inspection. Furthermore, double your daily training regimen. Failure to complete your training means no meals for you. Do you understand? Chu Ba Wong fixed Zoro with a stern gaze, hoping he would grasp the gravity of his intentions. Were he to obtain a mentor card, he would not hesitate to assist Zoro with an extraordinary training boost. Unfortunately, his luck was simply too poor. A mentor opens the door, but one must rely on their own effort to walk through it. He had already helped Zoro unlock the gateway to the new world. The heights he would reach depended solely on Zoro's talent and diligence. After all, not everyone is as fortunate as he is. Zoro comprehended this, heeding his master's teachings. He bowed respectfully, aware that he had been enjoying a streak of good fortune lately. Since dealing with Arlong's crew in Kokoyashi village, he had not encountered any formidable battles. The pressure he faced was almost negligible, and his sword had grown dull. Chu Ba Wong's timely warning made Zoro realize that his training had indeed become complacent. To become the world's greatest swordsman, he must exert himself even more. Roger, that fellow, has been idling about. It is high time to bring him back for some productive use. Chu Ba Wan, intentina giding jodo, continued. His current strength has yet to be restored to its peak. You, Luffy, and Sanji should use him as a sharpening stone. Wouldn't it be delightful to give the Pirate King Joe Roger a good thrashing every day? Zoro felt a sense of embarrassment. To compare the Pirate King Joe Roger to a mere tool was something only Chu Ba Wong could do. Yet, Zoro found himself unable to counter Chu Ba Wong's argument. As the wild author humbly sought rewards and various forms of support, the soul gem facilitated memory alteration. Pressing down on the dazed Triceratops's head, Chu Ba Wong employed the power of the soul gem to alter the dinosaur's memories, attempting to make it recognize him as its master. For the fainted Triceratops, using soul manipulation posed no challenge, and Chu Ba Wong successfully tamed his first dinosaur mount. When the Triceratops awoke, it gazed at Chu Ba Wong with an endearing expression, akin to a loyal puppy seeking affection. Both Zoro and Nami were left astonished. What kind of sorcery is this? Could it be that this dinosaur has a masochistic streak? Despite having been struck down, it displayed such an affectionate demeanor toward its father, master. Ba Wang initially intended to ride the creature himself, but upon considering its comically foolish appearance, he ultimately decided to gift it to the injured Icolum. The pairing of man and dinosaurs seemed fitting, as neither appeared particularly intelligent, forming a delightful duo. Grateful for the ancient Triceratops gifted by the generous Ba Wang, Icolum found himself seated atop the dinosaur's back, feeling a mix of bewilderment and resignation. What is happening? He had prepared to flee from the Baroque work's pursuit, yet now he found himself playing a game of riding dinosaurs. Realizing life was truly unpredictable. Move, you big fool. Just take a few steps. Running a couple of laps would suffice. Under Ba Wang's command, the clumsy Triceratops began to trot around the forest, its massive weight causing the earth to tremble. How does it feel? Isn't it exhilarating to ride an ancient dinosaur? Nami eagerly inquired. Not quite, Icolum replied with a gloomy expression. At first, it felt a bit uncomfortable, but now it has improved significantly. Zoro's eyes lit up with envy. So, Mr. Icolum, does that mean you have adapted? You could say that, as the intense bouncing has made me forget about my backside. After the encounter with the enormous Triceratops, Ba Wang and his companions soon faced a stegosaurus the size of a bus and a crafty velociraptor intent on stealing dinosaur eggs. To save time, Ba Wang swiftly knocked out these dinosaurs and then altered their memories with the soul gem to make them recognize him as their master. Master this dinosaur. Zoro appeared particularly enamored with a sword-laden stegosaurus, gazing at Ba Wang like a child yearning for candy. With a wave of his hand, Zoro eagerly leaped onto the creature, his face alight with joy. Father, this dinosaur looks fearsome. Is it the velociraptor from Jurassic Park that achieved a 5-kill streak? The velociraptor, also known as the Agile Thief, is one of the most well-known dinosaurs, affectionately referred to by enthusiasts as the Swift Brother, renowned for its ferocity and cunning. The velociraptor even accomplished feats in Jurassic Park that even the Tyrannosaurus Rex could not achieve, leaving a lasting impression. After all, it prefers to target the weak. Ba Wang, engrossed in finding a suitably sized saddle from the system space, did not respond to Nami's inquiries. Indeed, it was remarkable. Although Fei Ba Wang did not acquire many treasures that enhanced his combat prowess, he certainly amassed a plethora of miscellaneous prizes. To his astonishment, he discovered several saddles suitable for riding dinosaurs. When Icolum witnessed Ba Wang conjuring 2 remarkably opulent dinosaur saddles, as if performing a magic trick, his expression darkened instantly, reflecting a profound disillusionment regarding the fundamental trust between individuals. With a face full of despair, Icolum gazed skyward, questioning why such splendid items were not revealed sooner. He suspected that Ba Wang was intentionally toying with him. In truth, Ba Wang indeed relished in his mischief, finding joy in the suffering of others. Sometimes, a man's happiness is as mundane and monotonous as this. Initially, Icolum contemplated inquiring about any additional stock that Ba Wang might possess, but the discomfort of his now numb posterior dissuaded him from pursuing that thought. With a deft leap, Ba Wang mounted the back of Sungu Air and extended a hand toward Nam Mei, saying, "Come here, my dear. Settle in and do not fidget. Today, your father shall take you to experience the joy of being a dragon rider." As the seasoned driver revved up, Nam Mei obediently nodded, stepping onto the saddle and gracefully landing into Ba Wang's embrace. With one arm gently cradling the mischievous little cat, Nam Mei, and the other grasping the reins of the rapid raptor, Ba Wang turned to Zoro and Icolum, laughing heartily. "Zoro, Icolum, would you two be interested in a dragon riding contest? If you win, there shall be a small reward. Whatever makes the boss happy. I have no objections," Icolum replied with a sorrowful face, clearly lacking any enthusiasm for the competition. His nation was on the brink of survival, leaving him no inclination to engage in a frivolous riding contest with the carefree Ba Wang. Moreover, he was saddled with a rather foolish Triceratops. There is a saying, one need not fear a godlike opponent, but rather a pig-like teammate. At that moment, Icolum finally grasped the profound meaning of this adage. "How do we compete?" Zoro asked, mounting the back of a stegosaurus with eager anticipation. He had little interest in rewards beyond swords and liquor. Suddenly, Zoro recalled a particular reward that piqued his interest, something that he found quite embarrassing. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he looked at Chu Ba Wang with hopeful eyes. "Master, if I win this dragon riding competition, could you possibly exempt me from writing assignments?" He aspired to become the world's greatest swordsman, and being punished with homework felt utterly humiliating. "Master, I truly do not wish to write," Zoro implored Chu Ba Wang earnestly. He was still bothered by the punishment of transcribing various sword techniques 50 times, which he had to submit to Sanji for review. Although Zoro was not illiterate, compared to Sanji from the prestigious Vinsmoke family, he was more like a struggling student. In his quest to invent cool names for his sword techniques, he had already lost a considerable number of brain cells. Not long ago, when Sanji was punished to transcribe the Wind God Leg technique, Zoro had found some amusement in it. Little did he know that fate would not spare him from the curse of homework. Thankfully, Sanji was still unaware that he too had been called out, or else he would have surely laughed in his dreams. Determined to avoid homework, Zoro was willing to go to great lengths. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Ba Wang appeared to find Zoro's argument quite reasonable. After all, as a future contender for the title of the world's greatest swordsman, it would not bode well if word got out that he was punished with homework. "All right, since you insist so fervently, I shall reluctantly agree. If you win this contest, I will allow you to forego one round of transcribing the sword techniques," Chu Ba Wang declared. Zoro, Na-Mei, and Aika Lamu reacted in disbelief. "Is that it? We thought you were contemplating some grand cosmic matter. Yet after all this deliberation, you merely reduced Lose Zoro's homework by one assignment. What a relief. What a joke." Zoro thought. Although reducing one assignment was something, he could not guarantee when he would complete the remaining work. If it came to a fight, he would have no objections. But being forced to do homework was a blatant predicament for him. However, the thought of Sanji also facing the same punishment brought Zoro a sense of balance. The rules of the competition were simple. Na-Mei and I would form one team, while Zoro and Aika Lamu would be a separate team. We would race to see who could find the stubborn duo of Roger and Luffy first. If Zoro won, he could skip one round of transcribing sword techniques. If Aika Lamu won, he would receive a mysterious prize. "If I win, then you must." Zoro and Aika Lamu nodded in agreement with Chu Ba Wang's proposal. Even the potential penalties were within their expectations. This is the starting line. If you are ready, then the inaugural dragon riding competition officially commences, Chu Ba Wang announced. "Na-Mei, you are in charge of declaring the start of the race." Na-Mei signaled with an OK gesture, indicating she was prepared for takeoff. Chu Ba Wang produced a speaker and played the energetic music of Dai Xia, who to heighten the excitement. After all, this was the first dragon riding contest, and it required a bit of ceremonial flair. Dai Xia, who served perfectly as the opening theme. As the fervent notes of Dai Xia, who resonated through the air, Zoro felt a surge of adrenaline coursing through him. To his astonishment, he found himself unable to resist the urge to move to the rhythm. Even the Stegosaurus beneath him seemed to be filled with restless energy. What kind of music was this? It was utterly captivating and demanded to be played on repeat. Ichalum cast a glance at his rather foolish Triceratops, and he instantly felt a wave of despair wash over him. His intuition whispered that this silly creature harbored its own ambitions. It must yearn to charge toward the pinnacle of glory atop Chioming Mountain. The absurdity of such a notion sent a shiver down Ichalum's spine, leaving him utterly astounded. 321. Fire. With a command from the crafty cat Nami, the inaugural dragon riding competition was officially underway. The seasoned veteran, Daitia, revved up the engines, urging all riders to fasten their safety belts. Chua Wang and the crafty cat Nami galloped ahead, swiftly creating a gap of over 100 meters in mere moments. Accompanied by the energetic theme of Dai Xiaohu, the swift raptor, Sun Ger, surged forward as if injected with adrenaline, howling as it burst from the starting line. The speed at which Sun Ger advanced resembled that of a centipede, rapidly widening the distance. The disparity was truly staggering. Zoro and Ichalum found themselves devoid of even the chance to trail behind, enveloped in dust. No need to panic. Allowing Master to run a full 500 meters first is not a problem. The grand prize of the first dragon riding competition is surely mine. Zoro maintained his usual composure, skillfully guiding the Stegosaurus into the depths of the forest. Unlike conventional races, this dragon riding competition primarily focused on locating the duo of silly companions, Roger and Luffy. Luck played a significant role. Despite his dismal sense of direction, Zoro believed in his excellent fortune, thus felt destined to claim the victory reward. In an instant, only the foolish Triceratops and Acalum remained, exchanging bewildered glances. Esteemed Triceratops, if you're not unwell, would you mind taking a few steps? This being the inaugural dragon riding competition, although Acalum held little hope for victory, he wished not to suffer a dismal defeat. The Triceratops, adorned with question marks, meandered leisurely, munching on tender grass half a minute later. Acalum looked skyward, despair etched on his face, lamenting, "What sins did I commit in my past life to encounter such a formidable being? It is truly maddening." Deep within the jungles of Taigu Island, an air of darkness and tranquility prevailed, as if no life had ever emerged. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern pairs of sharp, bloodthirsty eyes lurking in the shadows, occasionally accompanied by the mournful howls of wild beasts. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the gloom. One frantic raptor, Son-CollectingSystem, collided with a coconut tree laden with ripe fruit, as if intoxicated by counterfeit liquor. The golden coconuts plummeted, threatening to strike Son-CollectingSystem's small head, but a pair of large hands appeared out of nowhere, deftly catching the coconuts. "Here you go, dear. Enjoy some coconut juice." Chulabawang swiftly split the golden coconut in two, offering one half to the crafty cat Nami cradled in his arms. In the meantime, he patted Son-CollectingSystem on the head, signaling the creature for a job well done. The raptor, dazed from the collision, was adorned with stars swimming before its eyes. If it could voice its thoughts, it would vehemently reproach Chulabawang for his priorities. How could he use the coconut that the raptor had personally knocked down to impress a girl, neglecting the very creature that made it possible? Even withholding a sip of refreshing coconut juice. What terrible luck it had, for Son-CollectingSystem found himself burdened with such an unreliable master. Delicious. It savored the mouth-watering juice. Undoubtedly a gift from nature, far fresher than any sold in fruit stores. A multitude of peculiar birds lurking deep within the dense forest took flight in a panic, the ground trembling as if an earthquake had struck. Towering ancient trees were uprooted and shattered, debris scattering everywhere, while Son-CollectingSystem displayed a vivid expression of fear, seemingly overwhelmed by terror. Had Chulabawang not yet issued a command, the cunning raptor would have already bolted away, saying goodbye in a frenzy. A terrifying figure approached, emitting a strange, maniacal laughter that echoed through the woods, instilling fear in Son-CollectingSystem, who was torn between fleeing and staying put, trembling like a frightened dog. With Son-CollectingSystem's limited intellect, it could never fathom why Chulabawang and Nami exhibited no trace of fear when faced with the true predator reigning atop the food chain of Taigu Island. "I am the mightiest warrior of Elbaf Village, the Red Demon Brokey. Adventurers of the sea, do you have any wine to share?" The mountainous figure erupted with eerie laughter, stirring the forest like a tempest. Clad in enormous boots and a helmet adorned with two massive horns, his nostrils large enough to accommodate a raptor, he wore a deep blue cloak and carried an axe the size of a towering tree, along with a matching round shield. This was none other than the Red Demon Brokey, the apex predator of Taigu Island. A century ago, during an era of stable prices, his bounty had already soared to a staggering 100 million berries. "Is that a giant?" Upon recognizing the approaching figure, the crafty cat Nami could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. Son-CollectingSystem, too, stood agape, its mouth wide enough to fit a dinosaur egg. "Fear not, dear, I'm here." Chulabawang reassured Nami, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder, a charming smile gracing his lips. Taking a deep breath, Nami felt her remaining tension dissipate. If Chulabawang could toss a whale the size of an island like a bowling ball into the Grand Line, then this giant seemed far less intimidating. Just a larger bowling ball. What is there to fear? How amusing. You two humans are quite interesting, showing no fear at all. "Oh, your name is Bawang? Do you have any wine to spare?" The giant Brokey, somewhat simple-minded, was eager to find some wine before the impending battle. obliviously ignoring the strange fact that he even knew Chua name. "We do have some, but I suggest you not focus on drinking right now." Chua gestured towards Brokey's rear, gazing incredulously at the slow-witted giant. Puzzled, Brokey scratched his head and turned to look behind him. A fearsome Tyrannosaurus rex, the size of a small mountain, opened its massive jaws, viciously biting down on his broad shoulder. However, Brokey's shoulder was so tough that even the sharp teeth of the T-Rex could not penetrate his skin. It was only then that Brokey grasped Chua implication, his expression turning slightly awkward. In the preceding moment, he had boasted of being the mightiest among the Jiren, only to be ambushed from behind by a Tyrannosaurus rex. The humiliation was indeed painfully stinging. Enraged, Boloki brandished his gilded axe and swung it fiercely at the creature's head. The elegance of his strike, though unadorned, was imbued with latent ferocity. Even Zoro, in his prime, might not have emerged unscathed, let alone this colossal beast. With a swift motion, Boloki's axe descended. A cold smile graced his features as he envisioned the imminent demise of the Tyrannosaurus. He thought, "How dare such a diminutive creature bring me disgrace? Does it even have the right to live?" But in the next instant, the smile on the face of the red demon Boloki froze. A hand, disproportionately powerful compared to his gilded axe, intercepted his fatal blow. That pale hand was so robust that it effortlessly grasped the axe as if it were a mere toy. Boloki instinctively summoned the strength of the Jiren, attempting to break free from that vice-like grip. However, the slender figure before him unleashed an even more unparalleled force, rendering the gilded axe suspended in midair, without so much as a millimeter of advance. Boloki was struck with astonishment, even wielding the unique strength of his kind. He found himself at a disadvantage in this contest of might against Chu Bawang. Chu Bawang, who, pray tell, are you? How can it be that even my Jiren's strength cannot triumph over you? A sheen of fine sweat broke on Boloki's forehead, his expression one of sheer horror. He was acutely aware of his own prowess, having once commanded a bounty of 100 million berries a century ago, which would today equate to no less than 1 billion due to inflation. Over the past century, Boloki had engaged in a staggering 73 for 167 life-and-death battles with his nemesis, Qingui Dong Li, Qingui Dong Li, never once tasting defeat, with each encounter ending in a stalemate. Though his stamina had waned, his mastery of techniques and force had only sharpened. Yet, he never anticipated that even with the Jiren's innate strength at his disposal, he would still fall short of Chu Bawang's might. "I am but a humble traveler," Chu Bawang replied, standing atop the fierce Tyrannosaurus, a faint smile gracing his lips. "This creature seems to have a connection with me. Might I request a favor to spare its life?" Boloki, coming to a realization, sheathed his gilded axe. "It is possible, but this Tyrannosaurus is inherently savage and may repay kindness with malice. Therefore, you must exercise caution." "Splendid. Truly, the Jiren are renowned for their forthrightness. I shall treat you to fine wine upon my return." Chu Bawang chuckled heartily, responding, "Yet do not concern yourself with my safety. I have my methods to make this Tyrannosaurus submit to me." Boloki, filled with curiosity, fixed his gaze upon Chu Bawang, eager to discover how he intended to tame the beast. After all, it is well known that a creature at the apex of the food chain, such as the Tyrannosaurus, would not easily yield to mere humans. Though he, a Jiren, could physically overpower the Tyrannosaurus, he still could not earn its loyalty, let alone a human who naturally possessed an inferior presence. Taming an ancient dinosaur is not as difficult as one might presume. The process of subduing a Tyrannosaurus consists of 3 steps. The first step, to physically incapacitate the creature. Under Boloki's astonished gaze, Chu Bawang delivered a punch to the Tyrannosaurus's head. The beast flew backward as if severed from its tether, soaring hundreds of meters until it crashed into several ancient trees. Finally coming to a halt, the Tyrannosaurus lay on the ground, frothing at the mouth, its adorable little claws twitching uncontrollably. Boloki was left utterly dumbfounded. Indeed, I was naive to think that one could tame a ferocious Tyrannosaurus with goodwill. This is not physical taming. It is more like physical subjugation The second step in taming an ancient dinosaur is to restore consciousness to the incapacitated creature. The final step is that the awakened Tyrannosaurus will naturally recognize you as its master. Chu Baowang transformed his palm into a fist, adeptly utilizing the soul gem to alter the Tyrannosaurus's memories. Upon awakening, the creature nuzzled against Chu Baowang's shoulder, acting as docile as a kitten yearning for a scratch under the chin. Baloki was left in a state of bewilderment. How did you accomplish this, Chu Baowang? Do not inquire. I shan't divulge my methods. Just cheer for me from the sidelines, understood? Baloki harbored doubts that Chu Baowang had lured him into this predicament. Nevertheless, curiosity tugged at him, and he mentally noted the 3 steps to tame a Tyrannosaurus, intending to study them during moments of respite from battle. This could be the secret to subduing a Tyrannosaurus. If he could successfully tame one, he could command it to gather food, conserving energy for future confrontations with Qing Gue Dongli. The ground trembled once more, and Nami instinctively inquired, "What is happening? Is there another giant nearby on the ancient island?" Chu Baowang closed his eyes, his advanced kin Bunchiko haki enveloping the entire ancient island. He silently perceived the impending events, envisioning plumes of volcanic ash soaring into the heavens, blotting out the sun, with torrents of molten lava erupting from the volcano, cascading down the slopes, leaving nothing but desolation in their wake. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "It is a volcanic eruption. The mud volcano on the ancient island is about to erupt. The eruption of a volcano brings both benefits and drawbacks. It may lead to the extinction of numerous species, yet can also enrich the soil, fostering vibrant vegetation. The volcanic eruptions on the ancient island exhibit 2 characteristics. Firstly, they are loud, yet cause minimal destruction, ensuring the survival of the island's inhabitants as long as one refrains from dwelling perilously close to the crater. Secondly, these eruptions occur with extreme frequency, as evidenced by the dual count between Qing Gue Dong, Li, and Baloki. They have used volcanic eruptions as a signal for their battles, having engaged in nearly 74,000 duels over the past century. Averaging out, that equates to 2 eruptions daily. For the island's fauna, the volcanic eruptions have become a commonplace occurrence, akin to large firecrackers. After hearing the resounding explosion of a massive firecracker, a serious expression crept onto Baloki's face, akin to a devotee preparing for a pilgrimage. His entire being was charged with battle fervor. "Chu Baowang, I must apologize, for I must head to the battlefield to duel with Qing Gue Dongli. Initially, I had hoped to capture a few dinosaurs to treat you all to a barbecue. However, it seems that opportunity has eluded us for the time being." Upon hearing this, Chu Baowang's expression darkened. "You wish to prepare dinosaur barbecue for us? Huh. It seems more akin to a culinary abomination. I wouldn't even indulge in the delicacies crafted by Sanji, let alone your own barbecue." As I observed Brokey preparing for a new duel with the blue demon Dory, my curiosity piqued regarding the clashes between giants, compelling me to follow suit. This was one of the reasons I chose to venture out to sea. Aside from my dark desire to be called father by all, I aspired to explore the entirety of the pirate world with my beloved Kia. Chu Baowang is indeed a responsible individual. Although Kia may have approached him without much prestige, merely drawn by his looks and physique, once she had entrusted her heart and soul to him, Chu Baowang would never be the type to abandon her. As for why I had just greeted the little thief cat Nami, one might attribute it to the inherent nature of man. Having a harem of enchanting beauties is a shared dream among all men. Whether one can endure such desires is another matter, but the thrill of being the emperor at night and selecting favorites is undeniably delightful. What? I didn't expect to find them here as well. As I rode my Tyrannosaurus to the battleground between Brokey and Dory, I noticed Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Roger, Usopp, and Ikelim standing beside the red demon Dory, engaged in lively conversation. This was indeed amusing. Everyone had gathered. Notably, both Sanji and Roger were dragging several unconscious triceratops behind them, indicating a bountiful haul, thus alleviating their need for sustenance in the near future. "Luffy, look, it's Mr. Babawang and Nami. They have come to watch the match," Usopp exclaimed, his excitement reminiscent of finding a lost wallet. It is no wonder Usopp was so thrilled. The difficulty of the game dungeon on Taikuzi Dao had proven overwhelmingly challenging, verging on perilous at every turn. Aside from Zoro and Sanji by his side, he felt utterly devoid of security. As for Pirate King Roger, the situation is rather complex. Having spent nearly half a month with him, Usopp had come to understand just how unreliable Roger could be, especially in perilous situations. He felt that clinging to Roger's coattails was akin to courting disaster. At times, he even questioned how Roger had ascended to the title of Pirate King. Perhaps it was due to a desire to avoid collateral damage that the Blue Demon Dory and the Red Demon Brokey deliberately distanced themselves from the original battlefield, allowing Chubawang and his companions a space to converse. Before long, the two giants were embroiled in a fierce battle, each strike aimed at annihilation. However, their powers were so evenly matched that the clash became a stalemate, neither yielding an inch. If this continued, it seemed likely that this battle would end without a victor. Wow, is this the dinosaur tamed by Babawang? It's so imposing. Luffy gazed at the magnificent Tyrannosaurus beneath Chubawang with envy. He dashed over, eager to touch the magnificent creature reigning at the top of the food chain, only to be met with a disdainful glance from the dinosaur before being unceremoniously kicked away. Chubawang swore he had not commanded the dinosaur to dismiss Luffy. Rather, it was purely instinctive behavior, perhaps driven by a desire to keep the foolish Luffy at bay. My mother warned me not to play with fools. This approaching fellow appears rather dim-witted. He must be the idiot my mother referred to, the Tyrannosaurus mused. Thanks to the Imperial Artifact 5 Senses omnipotent power. Rubber boy, did you hear that? This Tyrannosaurus just called you a fool. Roger burst into laughter, doubling over in mirth. Possessing the innate ability to hear the voices of all beings, even without Imperial Artifact 5 Senses omnipotent power, he could comprehend the dinosaur's inner thoughts. The dinosaur cast a wary glance at the seemingly deranged Roger and took 3 cautious steps back, clearly wishing to distance itself from him. My mother said that mental illness is contagious. I must keep my distance from this fool, Roger thought, his expression darkening as he realized he had unwittingly joined Luffy in being labeled a fool. Had he not recognized the Tyrannosaurus as Chubawang's mount, he might have unleashed his wrath upon the oblivious creature. Well now, sloppy uncle, do you finally comprehend that this is what Babawang earnestly conveyed to us? Good deeds will be rewarded, while evil will be repaid. It is not that the time for retribution has not come yet. Now, it seems, the tables have turned. The one who could not stand upright from laughter had shifted from Roger to Luffy. Among those present, it seemed only Chubawang and Luffy dared to brazenly confront Roger. These two truly are a perplexing pair. Zoro, Sanji, and the others exchanged glances, instinctively sensing the impending danger, and discreetly distanced themselves from Luffy and Roger. Roger's amusement at Luffy being kicked by the Tyrannosaurus was somewhat understandable, but it was utterly bizarre to witness Luffy laughing maniacally despite having been sent flying. Chubawang sighed, shaking his head. I truly envy the simplicity of these fools. Their quest for happiness is astonishingly uncomplicated, unlike me, who is perpetually troubled by my own handsomeness. No wonder a certain obedient and considerate little darling always seeks to slip me a sleeping potion to engage in such acts. Chubawang's seemingly suggestive words caused Nami, nestled against him, to darken slightly, her soft and fragrant form pressing down intentionally. What potion? What darling? I don't comprehend it all. Ignoring, I refuse to listen. Chubawang admonished, offering the little thief cat Nami a delectable treat. The fierce clash between the giant Brokey and the Blue Demon Dory raged on. Both were exemplary members of the giant pirate crew, well acquainted with each other's fighting styles. Despite each assault aiming for an absolute kill, the battle remained intensely balanced and unresolved. In simpler terms, as long as their endurance held, these giants could continue their duel for 100 years or more without a definitive victor. This was consistent with the original narrative. Had it not been for the Blue Demon Dory consuming the deceptive drug-laden barrel prepared by the snot-nosed fellow, resulting in a grievous injury, he would not have faced defeat. However, this time, Chubawang would not allow any scoundrels to interfere with the duel of these heroes. Perhaps, compared to Firefist Ace and Whitebeard Edward, the popularity of the Blue Demon Dory and the Red Demon Brokey truly pales in comparison. Even in terms of character, one can be exceedingly obstinate and foolish, embarking on a duel lasting over a century merely due to a trivial inquiry from a little girl. Yet, in the eyes of Chu Ba Wang, there are few individuals in the entire pirate world whom he holds in esteem, with Qing Gue Dong Li and Honggue Beluo Ji being notable exceptions. These two individuals are undeniably worthy of the honorific title of warriors. Zoro, I have a small task for you, Chu Ba Wang said. Master, please instruct me. Anything within my capabilities, I shall see to it with utmost diligence. Zoro was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time he had witnessed Chu Ba Wang's serious demeanor. I have transmitted a location coordinate to the sword spirit Xiaowen. Shortly, you shall fly with your sword and follow Xiaowen to the destination, and retrieve a few individuals for me. Chu Ba Wang emphasized, simply sit upon Xiaowen and do not stray from the path. Zoro's expression darkened. Master, just how little do you trust me? Is it really necessary to reiterate so many times for merely finding someone? Chu Ba Wang refrained from further banter. Summoning He Dao E1, which seemingly responded to his call and fell into his grasp, gently tapping the blade. He inscribed a coordinate and a variant sword nurturing technique upon it. The sword spirit Xiao immediately conveyed a sense of joy and satisfaction, as if it were a child receiving a reward. Comforting. I thank you, esteemed Ba Wang, for bestowing upon me this variant sword nurturing technique. The coordinate inscribed by Chu Ba Wang was discovered using his advanced Kin Bunshika Haki, pinpointing the hiding place of several senior agents from the Baroque works. Therein lay the Candleman Mr. 3, the explosive Single Nostril Man Mr. 5, the master of subliminal messages Miss Golden Week, and the lightweight fruit user Miss Valentine's Day. Recently, these individuals had been pursuing Ikelim. It appeared they were poised to strike when Qing Gue Dong Li and Hongge Beluo Ji would inevitably weaken each other, intending to capture both and exchange them with the Navy for a bountiful reward of 200 million berries. However, they could never fathom that Chu Ba Wang had already anticipated their every move. Among the four, the only one posing a true threat is Miss Golden Week. She is not a fruit user. Rather, she can influence people's emotions through color psychology. Remember, capture her alive. Upon successful completion of the task, I shall grant you a reprieve from copying your homework. Upon hearing the prospect of less homework, Zoro broke into a wide grin, patting his chest in assurance. Rest assured. Master, I will handle this matter competently. After Chu Ba Wang briefly elucidated the techniques of the little girl, Miss Golden Week, Zoro took to the skies upon his sword. Chu Ba Wang nodded, revealing a father's smile of pride, recognizing that his son had matured and could now share his burdens. Although Chu Ba Wang possessed a slightly cunning nature, he was nonetheless reliable in his endeavors. Anything he wished to accomplish, he would dedicate himself entirely to. After months of rigorous training, Zoro had rapidly progressed, his innate swordsmanship talent flourishing. Should he master Busashoka Haki, even facing one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile, Zoro would possess the strength to contend with him. However, the disparity between Crocodile and Mihawk, the strongest swordsman, remained significant. Zoro's aspiration to surpass Mihawk and claim the title of the world's greatest swordsman would require a long and arduous journey. Zoro has departed. He won't lose his way, will he? He should be fine. The sword spirit Xiaowen knows the route. Observing Zoro's swift departure, Luffy and the others were unconcerned about his ability to find his way back. Though Zoro was directionally challenged, Xiaowen was not. With the sword spirit Xiaowen accompanying him, it was as though he had a navigational guide. Any path previously traversed by Xiaowen was devoid of the possibility of getting lost. His previous misadventures were merely due to his unwillingness to admit his shortcomings in front of Xiaowen, akin to a man striving to present his best self before a beloved partner. Mr. Ba Wang's steed is rather unfriendly. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, aspire to be the pirate king, and yet it offers me no respect. Disheartened, Luffy lamented not being able to stroke the head of the imposing Brachiosaurus. However, considering that a Triceratops was still a dinosaur, he cheerfully reached out to affectionately pat the grazing Triceratops. Not satisfied with merely a pat, Luffy playfully ruffled the creature's large head. Engaging with it was akin to petting a cat. It was rather addictive. What are you doing? You fool. The Triceratops lifted its head to glare at Luffy, its brow furrowing as if to scold him. Yet, recalling its mother's warning against playing with fools, it returned to grazing. Chuba Wang and Roger exchanged bemused glances. "Child, the reason your mother forbids you from playing with others is likely out of concern that they may discover your foolishness, fearing it would lead to your embarrassment." Nami glanced at Hong Guebuluo Ji with concern. "Papa, do you know why those two are fighting?" Roger, equally puzzled, observed. "If you closely examine the weapons they wield, they are undoubtedly treasures. Yet, they appear to be on the brink of decay and collapse, suggesting this battle has endured for no less than 60 years. Luffy and Sanji were taken aback. No less than 60 years? What kind of deep-seated enmity could warrant such a prolonged battle? Even the giant race possesses a lifespan thrice that of ordinary humans. Surely they wouldn't indulge in such a prolonged conflict. Chuba Wang shook his head, sighing with a tone of regret. The roots of this battle trace back to the year 1420 of the Sea Circle calendar. Over a century ago, Qing Gue Dong Li and Hong Gue Buluo Ji each captured a fearsome sea creature. However, due to a trivial inquiry from a little girl, they began to debate whose catch was larger. Unable to resolve their dispute, they agreed to duel on the ancient island, with only the victor permitted to return home, vowing to engage in combat whenever the central volcano erupted. Alas, their strengths are nearly equal, and the duel has persisted far too long. The once unified giant pirate crew has since disbanded, with the remaining giants returning to Elbaf to await news. Now, both have forgotten the true cause of their duel, their memories shrouded in time, leaving only a sense of warrior pride within their hearts. In an instant, Nami and Ikelim exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of the significance of such a conflict. Usopp was awestruck by the battle between the giants, exclaiming, "Incredible! Is this what true combat between men resembles?" It was as though they bore a banner of warriorhood upon their chests, a banner far more precious than life itself. For the sake of preserving this banner, they have fought relentlessly for a century. Undoubtedly, this is a glorious duel among warriors. This is the brave maritime warrior whom I, Usopp, have always admired. One day, I too shall become a man imbued with such a noble sense of honor. Usopp gazed intently at the battle between the two giants, fearful of missing any detail. Such exhilarating clashes between giants are indeed a rarity. The corners of Chuba Wang's mouth curled into a warm smile. This time, he shared the same sentiment as Usopp. In his eyes, a sense of honor ranks just below a sense of responsibility. Although Chuba Wang occasionally acts impulsively or plays pranks on novice players, he still possesses his own moral boundaries. Chuba Wang's boundaries, perhaps, exist roughly 3 meters below ground level, and at times, they may even dip lower. Only Luffy and Roger seem to be lost in contemplation, neither praising nor criticizing. Roger's brow furrowed as tumultuous thoughts surged within him. Back when Bawang hinted at the future major events during the top war at Logtown, I was somewhat skeptical. But now, it seems he truly possesses the extraordinary ability to comprehend the past, present, and future. A silent yet profound pressure seemed to weigh upon his shoulders, leaving Roger feeling suffocated. The last time he felt such pressure was upon discovering the truth of the world during his arrival at the great treasure, One Piece, at Raftel, which similarly instilled a sense of urgency. It was that very urgency that drove him to prove something, prompting him to surrender to the Navy headquarters when he could have continued to cling to life despite his illness. If Ba Wang can truly understand the past, present, and future, then what is his purpose in resurrecting me? The location of the great treasure? That seems unlikely. For days, Roger believed that the primary reason Ba Wang revived him was to learn the exact coordinates of Raftel, the destination of One Piece. He had even devised a comprehensive countermeasure. Yet, Ba Wang never inquired about the treasure, not even indirectly probing for information. He treated Roger as if he were invisible, leaving Roger with an overwhelming sense of frustration akin to striking a fist against cotton. Here was the illustrious pirate king, Gold Roger, who had faced countless elite pirates and evaded numerous deadly encirclements by the Navy headquarters. Now, suddenly realizing that he could not fathom even a sliver of Chu Ba Wang's intentions. It was utterly maddening. Chu Bawang gestured animatedly and exclaimed with laughter. The battle is about to conclude. What a grand spectacle it has been. Roger was momentarily taken aback. He did not anticipate that Chu Bawang's mastery of Kinbunchiko hockey surpassed his own. Or perhaps it was yet another manifestation of foresight. Bawang was indeed correct. The battle was indeed nearing its end. Roger nodded in agreement. They had fought to exhaustion, and even their weapons had been sent flying. Sanji and Ikelam, were you two still dawdling for? Hurry and bring over the wine we discovered in the forest. Do not forget our agreement to treat him to a hearty drink after the battle in Dongli was concluded. Sanji and Ikelam nodded in unison, turning to retrieve 4 exquisitely crafted wooden barrels filled with delicious wine from the depths of the forest. However, the next moment, a revelation struck. This wine is toxic. It cannot be consumed. Chu Bawang interjected calmly, standing in front of Sanji. Roger appeared bewildered. Just a moment ago, he had tasted it himself and felt perfectly fine. How could it possibly be poisonous? Whoever drinks this wine will explode shortly thereafter. Roger gasped. How could this be? He had just consumed an entire barrel. If it were to explode within him, he would surely be reduced to nothing but remnants. While Busashoko Haki can enhance both internal and external defenses, its effectiveness in protecting vital organs, such as the kidneys, is considerably diminished. Even for a Zoan-type devil fruit user, sustaining injuries to essential internal organs can be exceedingly troublesome. In the devil fruit compendium, there exists a fruit known as the explosion fruit, which allows its user to explode any part of their body, including even the most trivial of substances. This is commonly referred to as the one-person explosion. For whom this one-person explosion belongs, I believe Ikelam is quite familiar. Ikelam's expression changed, and he nodded with a hint of trepidation. The one-person explosion refers to Mr. Five. He is a high-ranking agent of Baroque works. All my injuries are a result of him. Had I not encountered Bawang, I would have surely met my demise. He had successfully escaped from Whiskey Peak, only to be nearly drowned by Mr. Five's explosive snot. Had he not fortuitously met Chu Bawang, Ikelam would likely have already been fish food. The reason these barrels filled with wine would explode is that the one-person explosion had stuffed them with snot. Initially, the wine was well hidden, and neither Chingue Dongli nor Hongue Broki could have discovered it any time soon. Who would have thought that you all would intercept it along the way? Thus, anyone who greedily consumes this wine would indirectly take the fall for Chingue Dongli and Hongue Broki. Chu Bawang smacked his lips, lamenting the misfortune of these individuals. Despite the vastness of the ancient island and the wine being well concealed, it was still stumbled upon by Roger and his companions. Perhaps this was fate. Maybe it was the heavens, Chu, that compelled Joel D. Roger to endure this trial, much like the journey of Tang Sung and his disciples to acquire the scriptures. They finally reached the Thunder Sound Temple in the west to obtain the true scriptures. Yet, upon calculating the circumstances, it was discovered that the disciples must endure 81 tribulations to attain true enlightenment, and there was still one trial missing. This simply cannot be allowed. The trial must be completed. Otherwise, the buyer will undoubtedly leave a negative review. Sanji and Ikelam were lost in memories of the time when the wine-loving Roger, under the pretense of testing for poison, directly consumed an entire barrel of beer. Initially, Zoro had intended to test for poison too, and while he was somewhat reluctant, it now appeared that he had narrowly avoided disaster. With evidence and witnesses at hand, the truth could now be established beyond doubt. The barrel of wine that Roger had consumed was indeed problematic. Roger, my esteemed predecessor, please maintain your distance. A dead companion is better than a dead Taoist. If I can return to the ancient island this time next year, I will certainly bring you a barrel of fine wine to place upon your grave. Excuse me, esteemed Roger. Farewell. Usopp and Ikelam both realized that those who drank the wine would meet a tragic fate. Startled, the two of them quickly distanced themselves from Luojie by several dozen meters, displaying an expression of fear as if they dreaded being caught in the crossfire. Luojie suddenly clutched his chest, his face contorted in agony, and exclaimed, "Could you please refrain from speaking? My heart aches terribly." Sanji, in a swift motion, kicked all the barrels of wine away, and after enduring a violent impact, these barrels exploded spectacularly. The force of the explosion so immense that it flattened a small volcano to the ground. In that instant, Sanji transformed into a dramatic figure, shuddering in surprise and saying, "Goodness, the power here is astonishing. I can't help but wonder how much nasal mucus that fruit user stuffed into this delightful wine. Alas, it's a pity that the green-haired one didn't get a chance to indulge, or else we would have witnessed quite a spectacle." Upon hearing this, Luojia's expression darkened instantly, his eyes blazing with fury, as if he were about to erupt with rage. If a gaze could kill, Luojia would have been a ruthless executioner at that moment. The very thought that someone dared to conceal such filth within a delectable wine infuriated him to the core. He lamented the wastefulness, exclaiming that it was shameful in a world where so many go hungry. "I have always despised those who squander food. If I discover who deliberately wasted resources to brew this fine wine, I shall make them pay dearly." With that, Luojia left the live stream in a huff. The trust between individuals has truly eroded to a point where even a simple drink raises suspicion of foul play. Although Luojia, a seasoned drinker, may not be the most reliable, he harbors an inexplicable obsession for exquisite wines. After his outburst, he felt it was time to evoke sympathy, so he slid onto the ground, dramatically grasping the leg of the formidable Chu Bawang. "Great Chu Bawang, I beseech you to save my life. I have only just recovered from my weakness. I cannot bear to become a critically ill patient again." The action was executed seamlessly, devoid of hesitation, and even contained a hint of flamboyant charm. Even in supplication, Luojia never forgot to maintain his cool demeanor, and it must be said, this was perhaps the most stylish posture of begging that Chu Bawang had ever witnessed. One could only wonder how long Luojia had practiced in private. His knees must have endured considerable wear. The sight of Luojia's uncharacteristic display of submission left Ikelim astonished, his mouth agape, as if he could fit a dinosaur egg inside. He felt a sense of disillusionment wash over him, utterly stunned by the spectacle. "You're the legendary pirate king, Gold, Roger. How could you so easily prostrate yourself before another?" Upon realizing that Luojia was pleading with Chu Bawang, he felt relieved. "Oh, so you're begging Chu Bawang? Then carry on. I shall pretend I did not witness this." The speed with which Luojia clung to Chu Bawang's leg was astounding, indicating he had practiced this maneuver countless times, mastering it to a frightening degree. If only he had possessed such audacity back at Baratai, perhaps he wouldn't have found himself in such a predicament. Sanji, witnessing Luojia's swift slide to Chu Bawang's feet, was equally shocked at how adeptly he clung to the leg of the formidable figure. "Why do you kneel with such proficiency? Surely your knees are not worn raw?" In that moment, the members of the Straw Hat crew expressed their disdain and condemnation towards Luojia. Nevertheless, Luojia was undeterred. Securing Chu Bawang's protection was his priority. Truthfully, with his current strength and mastery of hockey, he would not have fallen victim to the rookie's explosive barrels, suffering only minor injuries at worst. However, it was his current state of weakness that terrified him. Ever since Chu Bawang had revealed the fate of Ace, Luojia had pondered tirelessly about altering this tragic conclusion as a father. He understood, however, the immense difficulty of defying fate. Upon reaching the ultimate destination of the world, Raftel, he had already grasped the harsh realities of destiny. Even as he consciously steered the era of great pirates, he merely provided a flicker of hope against the relentless tide of fate. He had contemplated reuniting with his former crew to revive the Roger Pirates. Yet over 20 years had passed since his time. Would those brothers, with whom he once shared joyful toasts, truly support him wholeheartedly after all this time? In Lowtown, the clown Buggy treated him with reverence, but that was merely due to Buggy's meager ambitions of seeking treasure for his own gain. If he encountered partners with grander aspirations, cooperation would likely be far more complex. Take, for instance, Shanks, who was just a fledgling pirate when Luojia departed this world. It had since blossomed into one of the 4 emperors, commanding his territory and followers with a resolute will. He was even on the cusp of claiming the ultimate throne of the Pirate King. Should Luojia extend an invitation to Shanks to rejoin his crew, he was certain to be met with a cold shoulder. This was not due to any perceived betrayal on Shanks' part. It was simply the natural course of time. where everyone had chosen their own paths. Thus, Luogia did not place all his hopes on his former crew. As long as he could restore his strength from this weakened state, preserving at least one person would be a manageable task. This was the very reason he chose to cling to Chu Bo-Wang's leg, seeking to maintain his power at its peak. He carried 2 gourds at his waist, one large and one small, filled mostly with potent medicinal wine. He had already missed one chance to care for his biological son. He would not allow a second opportunity to slip away. Enough. Stop looking at me with such pleading eyes. Considering you Haven Tea resorted to using my pants to wipe your nose, I shall extend a small favor. Chu Bo-Wang had no desire to let Luogia continue this embarrassing display, as it offered him no tangible benefit. He would rather spend this time basking in the sun with his wealthy companion, allowing the maid, Shao Qing, to pamper him. The small bottles contained a gastric purgative, capable of aiding in the expulsion of undigested food from the stomach, with low toxicity ensuring safe usage. This was a tongue depressor, which could stimulate the throat to induce vomiting. While remaining conscious, one should first consume 1,000 to 1,500 milliliters of the gastric purgative, using the tongue depressor simultaneously. This process should be repeated until the stomach is thoroughly cleansed of all ingested substances, preventing further explosions from the deceptive wine. Like a magician, Chu Bo-Wang tossed a small bottle of purgative solution to Luogia. Despite it not being their first encounter, the members of the Straw Hat crew remained in awe of the seemingly miraculous technique akin to retrieving objects from thin air. I'm astounded. From where did Bo-Wang produce such a slender tongue depressor? If this ability were to be fully developed, its applications would be boundless. Yet, it was evident that Eucalium was utterly captivated by Chu Bo-Wang's flamboyant display. How enviable it would be if I too possessed the imaginative prowess of a devil fruit. In that case, the first ability I would develop would be the power of telekinesis, allowing me to pilfer food without Sanji ever noticing. The bald-headed Luffy is the one most eager to acquire this skill aboard the Mary, to prevent Luffy from devouring their rations. Sanji had gone to Roga Town to purchase a large refrigerator secured with a sturdy iron lock. Every night, he would set traps around the refrigerator as if guarding against thieves. Almost every time Roger and Luffy attempted to sneak a snack, they would be met with a painful snap of the traps. If Luffy were to master telekinesis, would it not lead to utter chaos? It would be utterly unfathomable. Come now, my friend, lend me a hand. I can feel it. I am about to regurgitate. After acquiring the tongue depressor and emetic, Roger took Sanji and Eucalium to a secluded spot. He initially considered a prank, intending to vomit nearby to discuss Chu Bo-Wang, but reconsidered. One should not tempt fate. Otherwise, one might find themselves in dire straits. It is said that if one frequently walks by the river, they are bound to get their shoes wet, right? Reflecting on the horror of being subjected to the transformation technique, Roger shuddered inwardly. It was fortunate that he did not intentionally repulse Chu Bo-Wang, for otherwise, he might have found himself 6 feet under. Roger felt a sense of relief. He himself was puzzled as to why he often felt the urge to act out in front of Chu Bo-Wang. Though he had always enjoyed adventure and engaging in outrageous acts, he had never harbored such reckless impulses before. After spending these days together, he understood well enough. One can play and joke, but never should one jest with their father. Anyone foolish enough to provoke Chu Bo-Wang would genuinely be courting death. Could it be that Chu Bo-Wang's divine resurrection ability rendered him fearless of death? Shaking his head, Roger chose not to dwell on this query any longer. He was resolute in his determination to act boldly in front of anyone, except for provoking Chu Bo-Wang, for he would make anyone who dared challenge him experience a fate worse than death. After approximately 10 minutes, Roger returned to the original location. Though his complexion was notably pale, even with his constitution, the side effects of the emetic were somewhat overwhelming. This outcome was still relatively fortunate. For an ordinary person, undergoing gastric lavage would be akin to shedding a layer of skin. They would require at least a day or two to recover fully. Damn that Jadan run. If I get my hands on you, I shall ensure you pay dearly. As Roger accepted the mouthwash tea from Sanji, he vented his frustration. He was quite agitated at having made such a blunder in front of so many people. Chu Bo-Wang looked up at the sky, a faint smile gracing his lips. Earlier, I utilized Kinbunchikahaki to envelop the entirety of the ancient island and have located the hideout of the Jadan Rin gang. Rest assured, I have dispatched Zoro to apprehend him, and if the timing is right, he should be on his way back by now. Roger was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of astonishment. Before inducing vomiting, he too had employed Kinbunchikahaki, roughly covering half of the ancient island. It had failed to find any trace of Jadan Rin. Now, Chu Ba Wang claimed to have located him. What did this signify? It indicated that Chu Ba Wang's mastery of Kinbunchikahaki had reached an extraordinarily formidable realm. He was indeed a monstrous individual. Not only had his Busashoku haki proven terrifying, but he had also honed Kinbunchikahaki to such an unprecedented degree. If my estimations are correct, Ba Wang's prowess in Kinbunchikahaki likely surpasses my expectations. To cover the entire ancient island with Kinbunchikahaki may not even be his limit. It is almost inconceivable. How many years has this individual lived? Even if he had been training since birth, he should not be so prodigious. Roger was aware of his own limitations with Kinbunchikahaki. Even at the peak of his abilities, he could only cover half of the ancient island. Now, severely limited, he could barely manage to cover a tenth. Were it not for the fact that Usopp and Chu Ba Wang had grown up as childhood friends, Roger would almost suspect that Chu Ba Wang was an ageless vampire, eternally youthful. As Roger lamented his own earlier life, a sudden gust of wind brushed past his ears. In the next moment, a pure sword intent streaked by, and Zoro, like a youthful breeze, arrived soaring on his sword. Master, I, Zoro, have returned. I have not failed my mission. I have captured all the Baroque Works' high-ranking agents who were scheming to benefit from the chaos. Zoro landed gracefully after leaping from his sword, a look of delight adorning his face. This was Zoro's first time independently completing a task assigned by Chu Ba Wang, filling him with a sense of pride, akin to a child flaunting a perfect score on a math test before their parents. Simultaneously, 4 dark figures, resembling watermelons, tumbled from the sky and landed on the ground. 2 men and 2 women were bound back to back, each with a large apple stuffed in their mouths to silence them. One man, resembling a rock singer, bore a sinister expression. The other had his hair twisted into the shape of the number 3 and sported quartz glasses. These 2 captives were the formidable agents of Baroque Works, Mr. 3 and Mr. 5. Turning to the side, one could see a fashionable woman with a somewhat disdainful expression, clearly unpleased with her predicament. The final figure was a young girl with twin ponytails, who, despite being captured, wore a calm demeanor, as if she were indifferent to life and death. Without a doubt, these captives were the users of the Mekon no Mi and the Miss Valentine's Day abilities, beyond the explosive powers of Jadan Rin. What truly piqued Chu Ba Wang's interest was the girl with twin ponytails. In the world of pirates, the most formidable and controllable powers are limited to 3: Haki, devil fruits, and the way of the samurai from Wano. Yet in reality, it is likely that these 3 powers ultimately pale in comparison to the psychological abilities wielded by Miss Golden Week. Do not forget GOLD. Roger became the Pirate King due to his ability to hear the voices of all things. The greatest strength truly emanates from within. Mental prowess is the mightiest and most elusive power in One Piece. In other words, the potential and future of Miss Golden Week are boundless. Well done. Glancing at the eager expression on Salong's face, as if he were pleading for praise from his master, Chu Ba Wang could only helplessly give him a nod of approval. This gesture signified, in essence, I have acknowledged your efforts. Now be gone and cease to trouble me. It is all thanks to my master's excellent teaching. Upon hearing this, Salong chuckled and returned the compliment to Chu Ba Wang. However, in truth, he was rather elated, resembling someone who had stumbled upon a treasure trove. Perhaps influenced by Sanji, Salong had developed a tendency to flatter, often showering Chu Ba Wang with extravagant praise. This left Chu Ba Wang feeling somewhat exasperated. A man of my caliber is truly rare. Everyone on earth is aware of my excellence, and there is no need for you to extol my virtues. All right? Observing Salong and Sanji veering down the path of sycophancy, Chu Ba Wang remained unfazed. Salong was diligent in his training and possessed an inexplicable obsession with the swordsmanship, making commendable progress. Thus, Chuba Wong found no need to reprimand these immature and impassioned youths. With his 2 lifetimes of experiences, he recognized that the Straw Hat Pirates were merely naive children unaware of the perils of the world. This was also why he felt perfectly at ease when Nami repeatedly playfully called him Papa, without feeling a hint of embarrassment. Of course, the primary reason was Chuba Wong's own mischievous tendencies. Yukalium, resembling a monkey, circled around the few captured by Salong, delighting in their misfortune. TSK, TSK, TSK. Look at you all. Weren't you quite arrogant on Whiskey Peak? Now you seem like lost dogs. He boasted, do you see? This is my network. Salong was my closest friend on Whiskey Peak. If you bully me, you disrespect my brother. Now you see my prowess, don't you? As he spoke, Yukalium attempted to embrace Salong in a gesture of camaraderie, only to receive an eye roll in return. Though he feigned bravado, Yukalium was astonished. He had not anticipated that Salong would so easily subdue an elite agent for Baroque Works. Knowing that Salong was Chuba Wong's apprentice, he realized that if even Salong could overpower Baroque's elite, then Chuba Wong himself could undoubtedly crush Crocodile, should he choose to intervene in Alabasta. With this thought, Yukalium couldn't help but express his disdain for the intelligence department of the East Blue S Garrison. How could Chuba Wong's bounty be a mere 90 million berries if his apprentice could so effortlessly dominate Baroque Works' elite? Surely this was a deception. Those old geezers were quite conniving. Even if they were pretending to be weak, they shouldn't be so deceptive. A crisp sound resonated as Chuba Wong prepared to engage in conversation with Miss Golden Week. Suddenly, Jadon Bishurga crushed the enormous red apple he had been using to silence himself. Defeated by Salong, he still seemed reluctant to accept his fate. Cursing, you'll all pay for this. How dare you oppose Baroque Works? When our boss arrives, he will annihilate you. Without even glancing at him, Chuba Wong casually remarked, Ruji, weren't you looking for Jadon Bishurga? I've had Salong capture him for you. Ensure he is well taken care of within the next half hour. To prevent any potential resistance, he retrieved 3 sea-stone handcuffs from his system space and tossed them to Ruji. Wow, what a magnificent display from the great Chuba Wong. He produces 3 sea-stone handcuffs in one go. Such items are indeed rare, and even my crew has limited supplies. Ruji was momentarily taken aback, licking his lips. Sea-stone handcuffs and weapons are exceedingly rare treasures, ideally suited to restrain those with powers. Unfortunately, due to the hardness of sea stone, crafting practical weapons or handcuffs is quite challenging. While it is said that armed hockey can forcibly shatter sea stone, the greater the purity, the more challenging it becomes, let alone shaping it into weaponry or handcuffs. You think you can use Jadon Bishurga to threaten me? After fastening the sea stone handcuffs onto him, Ruji reached for the collar of Mr. 5, lifting him with surprising ease. Mr. 5 looked utterly bewildered, gazing at Ruji's signature nose hair and epaulets. He felt an unsettling premonition rise within him. Wait a moment. ISNT that GOLD. Roger, the Pirate King? He was executed by the Navy 20 years ago. How is he here? Indeed, the times have changed. The youth of today seem to revel in conspiracy. One cannot simply meddle in the duel of 2 giants without facing consequences. Today, I, Roger the Pirate King, will impart a lesson on the importance of harmony in the martial world. Brothers, let's go forth and engage in battle. Ruji wasted no time on theatrics, summoning Sanji and Yukalium, and began to rain blows upon Mr. 5's face. The scene was so bloody that it would be censored if written down. In an instant, Mr. 5 was left battered and bruised, his head swollen with lumps resembling small hills. Fortunately, this beating served a purpose. He finally grasped why Roger bore such a profound grudge against him. Originally, those explosive barrels were meant for Chingue, Dongli, or Buloji. Yet Roger's luck had led him to find them first. Roger, please spare my life. I did not intend any harm to you. The idea of those explosive barrels was entirely Mr. 3's doing. If you seek vengeance, he is equally culpable. Upon uttering this, Mr. 5 rolled his eyes and fell into unconsciousness. Roger and Sanji, exhibiting fierce expressions, approached Mr. 3, exuding an air of menace. Young man, is it true that this entire scheme was your brainchild? Mr. 3, caught off guard, felt as though he had encountered an unreliable teammate. one who had betrayed him in front of his very eyes. Big brother, can we discuss this calmly? Roger's expression darkened. Discuss what? The fact that the delicious barrel of wine was stuffed with dozens of explosive devices. Mr. 3 was drenched in sweat, still unable to comprehend how the long-deceased Roger had suddenly appeared on Taiku Island. Surely, he could not be a reincarnation. However, he soon realized how foolish that thought was, as Roger's colossal fist descended upon him, leaving him gasping for breath. Roger, please take it easy. This is my first time, Mr. 3 pleaded with tears streaming down his face. Roger's expression darkened. Excellent. So it is your first time? Then allow me to teach you why flowers bloom so beautifully. All right, Roger, that should suffice for now. I have important matters to attend to. You four should escort them back to the Melee ship first. I will find them useful later. The candle fruit and the lightweight fruit do not pique his interest, as they offer little enhancement to combat prowess. However, the ability of the bomb fruit is something he must acquire through divine resurrection techniques. It would indeed be a waste for the bomb fruit to fall into the hands of the Booger Brother. When the time comes, he will need to perform rituals and prayers, hoping for the luck of the European Emperor, so he can draw the ability of the bomb fruit in one go. Explosions are art. Chu Ba Wang appreciates art, particularly the aesthetic of handsome men who never glance back at explosions. It is the perfect embellishment for his grandiosity. If he cannot obtain the earth-shattering star, he will settle for the bomb fruit without hesitation. After swiftly knocking out Mr. 3 and Mr. 5, Chu Ba Wang resumed his expertise in taming dinosaurs, employing his three-step method: physical incapacitation, soul gem memory alteration, and awaiting the dinosaur's awakening to recognize its master. Why does it seem that Chu Ba Wang is exceedingly familiar with this process? Wait, why is his technique with the baton so adept? Roger and Luffy were filled with questions. Chu Ba Wang casually remarked, "There's no secret, just practice." Nearby, the trio of dinosaurs, Triceratops, Stegosaurus, and Tyrannosaurus, watched in astonishment, shrinking back as if recalling some unpleasant memories. Eventually, Luffy and Roger learned from Zoro that this was the secret behind Chu Ba Wang's dinosaur taming, and they gazed at him with admiration, eager to capture a few dinosaurs for experimentation. Lord Chu Ba Wang, Mr. 3 of the Baroque Works swears allegiance to you. Lord Chu Ba Wang, Mr. 5 of the Baroque Works swears allegiance to you. Under the influence of brainwashing, both Mr. 3 and Mr. 5 knelt before Chu Ba Wang, their eyes filled with fervent devotion. If Comrade Hitler were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly declare Chu Ba Wang a master of manipulation. Such loyal subordinates surpass even his own brainwashing speeches. How could it be? Why would Mr. 3 and Mr. 5 swear loyalty to another? Has this man controlled them through psychological suggestion? No, that's not right. Just now, I saw the dragon ring on his thumb emit a faint glow. Little Miss Golden Week's face was filled with terror, marking her first display of such visible emotional turmoil. Normally composed, she showed no interest even towards tasks issued by the organization, only revealing significant emotion while enjoying cookies and tea. Have these two gone mad to dare betray their boss? The fashionable Miss Valentine's Day stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Chu Ba Wang initially intended to convert Miss Valentine's Day and Miss Golden Week into fervent followers as well, but ultimately abandoned the notion, for he preferred to bully women in the bedroom. Meanwhile, the battle between the blue demon Dongli and the red demon Broggy was drawing to a close. As anticipated by Chu Ba Wang, devoid of any underhanded interference, the two giants, bearing the honor of warriors, concluded the fight in a stalemate. Exhausted, Dongli and Broggy exchanged powerful blows, collapsing to the ground, unable to continue the fight. The 468th duel ended in a draw. Perhaps this battle would continue until both giants grow old and feeble. Once Dongli and Broggy regained a modicum of strength, Chu Ba Wang and his companions held a barbecue party on the island, retrieving bottle after bottle of modern liquor from the system space. Various spirits, such as Nilang Shanbaijio, Jiangxiabai bottled liquor, Snowflake beer, Yanjing beer, and Qingdao beer were laid out. Though the food stock was limited, the variety of alcohol in Chu Ba Wang's possession was quite substantial. Additionally, since he preferred tea and various fruit juices, The accumulated liquor was ample for the two giants to indulge. Is this the marvelous ability of Chu Bawang to retrieve items from afar? Truly astonishing to behold such an array of wines I have never tasted before. This bottle of Erguo 2 suits my palate perfectly. Bragi and Dongli sat face to face. During their duel, they fought fiercely without holding back, but afterward, they were good friends. Dongli placed his longsword on the ground and let out a unique laugh. My favorite is this bottle of Jiangxi Abai. Though its quantity is small, it is rich in essence. Thank you, Mr. Chu Bawang, for your hospitality. This has been the most enjoyable drinking experience in a century. Mr. Chu Bawang, Bragi, and I raise a toast to you. Despite having lived for over a century, Dongli and Bragi displayed no airs and never showed disdain towards the physically weaker humans. Instead, they tossed freshly grilled dinosaur meat towards the meat-loving Luffy and Roger. Since the barbecue party commenced, these two pirate kings had not stopped eating, their faces greasy and full, devouring nearly 3 dinosaurs' worth of meat, raising suspicions of whether they were reincarnated gluttons. Kulme, green algae head, do you dare to compete with me to see who is faster? Let us compete then. I'm not afraid of you, Chef Sanji. Zoro and Sanji, this couple, seemed to be at odds again, their eyes containing a burgeoning fury. They then synchronously retrieved the little notebooks Chu Bawang had gifted them, unique to them, and began racing to copy the answers. As for Usopp, having indulged in a bit of drink, undoubtedly began boasting to Akaram, Mr. 3, and Mr. 5 about his adventures. However, it was evident that Akaram was disinterested in Usopp's tales, only revealing a glimmer of wolf-like intensity in his eyes when the illustrious feats of Chu Bawang were mentioned. Who would have thought? Chu Bawang had accomplished so many astonishing feats. As for Kaya and the other women, they showed little interest in barbecuing or drinking. Thus, under the invitation of the crafty little cat Nami, they all expressed a desire to ride a Tyrannosaurus to seek treasure. Upon hearing this, Chu Bawang thought, an adventure seeking treasure on the ancient island of the Jurassic era? How could I possibly miss out on such an exhilarating experience? Therefore, he led the women, riding the only Tyrannosaurus, charging boldly into the depths of the thicket. The subsequent details are omitted. P.S. Support is requested. All forms of free data are welcome. Chu Bawang initially chose to join Nami in treasure hunting to evade Bragi's dark barbecue. Who would have imagined they would discover a trove of ancient, gleaming gold, silver, and jewels, along with some decaying paper berries? Most of these ancient coins and jewels were quite old. Wow, so many valuable treasures. I never expected my luck in treasure hunting with Dad to be this good. Next time, I want Dad to accompany me on an adventure again. In the presence of the magnificent treasure, Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement as she enthusiastically embraced and kissed Chu Bawang. Meanwhile, Kuya, still in a state of bewilderment, found that Chu Bawang had already taken full advantage of the situation. Kuya exclaimed, "Can we have a proper discussion about who truly holds the position of the primary consort? I, as your legally wedded wife, have yet to express my stance. Yet you have already initiated this intimacy." The most pressing concern was that she couldn't voice her discontent about Nami's brazen behavior or reprimand her. To speak contrary would only serve to sow discord between father and daughter. I am vexed. Tonight, even if I must sleep on the sofa, the floor, or in the study, I shall ensure you do not touch me. Kuya, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, stamped her foot and turned away from Chu Bawang, who wore a bewildered expression. This Chu Bawang was truly becoming increasingly audacious, daring to act so recklessly before me. How could I, as the mistress, endure such disrespect? Nami, stop this nonsense. Can't you see that your mother Kuya is upset? Chu Bawang, feeling utterly helpless, reached out to pull down the koala-like Nami clinging to him. This little mischievous cat was becoming ever more brazen, her conscience severely compromised, and her filial piety considerably distorted. Observing the sulky expression on Kuya's face, which was clearly demanding comfort, Chu Bawang leaned closer to her ear, gently biting her earlobe as he whispered a few words. What exactly did he say to her? In mere seconds, Kuya's cheeks flushed crimson like a ripe apple. and in a fit of flustered anger, she delivered a playful punch to Chu Baowang's chest. Kuya internally scoffed, "Who wants to sit there with you?" Before her fist could land, Chu Baowang, sporting a mischievous grin, firmly embraced Kuya. Though she vocally protested, it was clear to Chu Baowang that the usually passive Kuya was yearning to seize the initiative this time. What could the mighty Chu Baowang and Kuya be discussing so quietly? Dasky mused, half-jokingly. "Are you certain you truly wish to know?" The previously languid Shao Qing cast a penetrating gaze at Dasky. "I am merely a tad curious. If the esteemed Chu Baowang wishes for me to remain uninformed, I shall refrain from inquiring further." Dasky lowered her head, too intimidated to meet Shao Qing's gaze. On the marry, her greatest fear did not stem from the principal Chu Baowang, but rather from this which Shao Qing, who had once tormented her and obeyed orders without question. If Chu Baowang were the great demon king, then Shao Qing undoubtedly embodied the title of his loyal little witch with a fidelity that would never waver. Dasky believed that even if Chu Baowang commanded Shao Qing to take her own life, she would execute such an absurd order without hesitation. Shao Qing cared solely for Chu Baowang's emotions, resembling a love-struck, obsessive queen, which filled Dasky with genuine dread. Due to the absence of nature-type devil fruit users aboard the Golden Mary, Shao Qing's strength was strikingly formidable, second only to the unfathomable Chu Baowang. Excluding Nami's magical Rui Jingu Bang, Shao Qing reigned as the second most powerful individual on the Mary. Even Zoro and the current Roger would find it impossible to last a single round against her. Not only was she powerful, but her beauty was also remarkable, and she was reliable in her tasks. Dasky couldn't fathom why such a stunning flower would willingly attach herself to the pile of dung that was Chu Baowang. Was it merely because Chu Baowang was marginally more handsome than other men that Shao Qing found herself drawn to him? In truth, there was no scandalous secret to unveil. I can share it without any harm. The master merely spoke one sentence to Kuya. One sentence? What was it? Dasky's eyes lit up, eager to pursue this lead. She was intent on gathering intelligence and would not let any opportunity slip away, while others might not have heard Chu Baowang's murmurs clearly. Dasky was certain that the strongest Shao Qing had undoubtedly caught the exchange between Chu Baowang and Kuya. What the master just said to Kuya was, Shao Qing paused briefly before letting out a sigh filled with complex emotions. "Don't be upset, my dear Kuya. Haven't you always wanted to take the lead? Very well. Tonight, I shall let you take the upper hand." Nami interjected, "Dasky, Miss Valentine's Day, isn't this vehicle speeding a bit too fast? Can't you see there's a little girl beside us? Don't lead the children astray." The little girl, resembling a lowly Miss Golden Week, appeared momentarily stunned, glancing back at everyone with a bewildered expression. "Why are you staring at me? I'm not a child." Despite her appearance, she insisted, "Don't be fooled by my lowly-like visage. I'm already of age, 18 years. Rest assured, the speed can remain high. I've already fastened my seatbelt." As soon as the words left her mouth, not only was Kuya left speechless, but Miss Valentine's Day, her fellow high-ranking Baroque agent, was equally taken aback. Though both were Baroque agents, their understanding of one another's identities was rather vague, and even Miss Valentine's Day hadn't anticipated that Miss Golden Week was already of such an age. Nami questioned, "Are you certain you are indeed 18? Chu Baowang couldn't help but twitch his lips. He had intended to play at nurturing a lowly character. Yet, this girl had already turned 18. By the laws of his previous life, she was a full-fledged adult. How could he still entertain the notion of a lowly nurturing game? His thoughts were in disarray. In truth, the idea of nurturing Miss Golden Week had merely been a whimsical fancy of Chu Baowang's. He had wished to experiment with a legendary lowly nurturing game. While he remembered most characters from the pirate world quite clearly, Miss Golden Week's exact age had eluded him. He had searched online, but alas, Oda had yet to provide any details about her lifespan, and as time passed, he had forgotten about this matter entirely. With so many other potential love interests awaiting his affection, Chu Baowang would not allow himself to be ensnared by such a minor character. Who would have thought he would encounter such an unexpected twist today? Within half an hour, his spontaneous nurturing plan had officially been abandoned. How disappointing. Though already 18, she showed no signs of bodily development. Chu Baowang cast a sympathetic yet frustrated glance at Miss Golden Week, sighing while well at 18. There should still be time for a second growth spurt. Perhaps if you consume more papaya, there may still be hope. Miss Golden Week tilted her head curiously, pondering why Chu Bawang had suggested she eat more papaya. What on earth does this handsome young man intend to do? Could it be that he harbors some inappropriate desires towards me? In the next moment, Miss Huang Jinzu, seemingly grasping the situation, exhibited a face of sheer panic. Her arms crossed defensively over her chest. Young man, while I don't mind your intentions, that particular area is truly too small for you to enter. I implore you, do not resort to force. It is a pity that she lacks any prominent features. Otherwise, she might garner a bit more sympathy. Miss Huang Jin's, whose physique resembles an empty airport, devoid of any noticeable curves, even the well-endowed Kia surpasses her in this regard. Kia, thank you, yet again, for tormenting me. Yet, regardless of her appearance, Kia, even if less appealing, could still manage to create some semblance of a curve with a little effort. In contrast, Miss Wang Jinzu is utterly flat, so much so that she could be mistaken for a tablet computer. Even the flat-chested ghost Princess Perona would concede defeat, faced with the pitiable Miss Huang Jinzu, who seemed on the verge of being accosted by a strange man. Chu Bawang rolled his eyes in exasperation and waved his hand dismissively. All right. I have no interest in girls with small chests. You should eat fewer cookies and more vegetables, fruits, and meats. A balanced diet is essential for your overall development. This was not mere idle chatter from Chu Bawang. He indeed held little attraction for girls lacking in curves, were it not for the relentless pursuit of the petite Kia. Accompanied by her feminine weapon of tears, he would have undoubtedly prioritized those with more generous figures. Nevertheless, he held a flicker of hope for the 18-year-old Miss Huang Jinzu. After all, the ghost Princess Perona managed to transform from a gothic lowly to a gothic princess after 2 years of balanced meals at the castle of Mihawk. This suggested that the young lowly, Miss Huang Jinzu, should possess similar potential. The mere thought of Miss Huang Jinzu undergoing such a transformative evolution reignited Chu Bawang's motivation to continue nurturing her. Is this the allure of nurturing games? Truly a love affair. Kia, feeling somewhat speechless, cast a glance at Dasky's figure, Nami's curves, and the modest chest of Xiaoqing. Instantly, she felt despondent. Gently patting Miss Huang Jin's little head, she, despite feeling on the brink of tears, managed to muster encouraging words. Hang in there. At least you have me by your side. Turning away in melancholy, Kia silently shed unbidden tears, for this was indeed a tale tinged with sorrow. Remarkably, it seemed today was truly a fortunate day for Chu Bawang. Luck was raining down upon him uncontrollably. Having spent the better part of the day in the depths of Taigu Island with the ladies, he felt as though he had stepped into a windfall, discovering treasures at every turn, whether it was pirate relics or exquisitely crafted antiques that remained undamaged. Each item he unearthed was a treasure worth a handsome sum in the market. Father, these gold and silver treasures are cumbersome to carry. Please keep them safe for now. With so many treasures, surely you can manage? To Chu Bawang's surprise, the little thief Nami willingly entrusted the hard-earned treasures to him for safekeeping. He knew her well. She was the meticulous accountant who had a penchant for wealth. In her everyday life, Nami was incredibly frugal, wielding complete control over the finances aboard the Mary. The last time Sanji wished to purchase a locked refrigerator in Road Town, he had to sweet-talk her for 2 months just to gain her favor. With the exception of Usopp, who occasionally managed to save a little, the rest of the crew struggled to keep their finances intact. If Nami were to soften her resolve and not be so calculative, the crew aboard the Mary would likely have starved long ago amidst the vast ocean. Surprised by Nami's trust in him to safeguard the valuables, Chu Bawang couldn't help but think that today was indeed an unusual day. All right then, it is indeed inconvenient to carry so many treasures. I shall take responsibility for their safekeeping. After all, as the saying goes, one should share the spoils of the hunt, and we can distribute these treasures later when we have the time. Kia was the first to express her agreement, and the other ladies soon followed suit. Especially Miss Huang Jinzu and Miss Kingrenji, who were effectively Chu Bawang's captives, had little say in the matter. They had prepared themselves for whatever fate awaited them at his hands. Little did they know that Chu Bawang, perhaps due to a different way of thinking, was not at all inclined to take advantage of them, but instead led them on a treasure hunt. Ultimately, they ended up receiving a substantial share of the spoils. Though no words were exchanged, both women felt a mix of astonishment and gratitude. Had they known that Chu Baowang would treat his female captives so favorably, they would have gladly endured the grueling work at Baroque Works. The pay was meager, there were no commissions, mortgages remained unpaid, and insurance was a personal responsibility. In contrast, the life of a captive was a stark improvement. Miss Huang Jinzhu and Miss Qingrenji exchanged glances, each coming to a final decision. We shall never be slaves, unless provided with food and shelter. On a side note, it suddenly struck him that he hadn't held a lottery today. On the way back, Chu Baowang's mind was abuzz with ideas. He resolved to take advantage of the fortuitous buff while it lasted and initiate 100 consecutive random draws today. Such a beneficial buff should not go to waste. What if it expired tomorrow? Every moment must be seized. Ding! Congratulations! You have received 10 boxes of homework notebooks. Ding! Congratulations! You have received 10 sets of 5-year college entrance examination and 3-year simulation materials. Ding! Congratulations! You have received one 500 milliliters bottle of happy fatty water. Ding! You have received 100 pieces of stinky tofu. Ding! You have received one new Oriental cooking secret recipe. Ding! Congratulations! You have received 100 Master Balls. The Master Ball is a fictional item from the Pokemon series, crafted by Sylph Company using the highest technology to create the best Pokemon capture ball, capable of capturing any Pokemon with a 100 success rate. It can also be used to store ordinary animals after making a contract, making it convenient to carry. Ding! Congratulations! You have received 10,000 Senza beans from the anime Dragon Ball. Senza beans, cultivated by the cat sage residing in Karen Tower, can rapidly heal injuries when consumed. They allow a person to restore their physical energy and strength almost instantaneously, returning the body to its optimal state. Note, they can only repair limbs and restore energy. They are ineffective against diseases. Ding! Congratulations! You have received a legendary treasure, the Qiangyun of the myriad heavens. Note, this item is the manifestation of the righteous energy from the heart of Pangu, not belonging to the innate nor the latter generations. Once Qiangyun is invoked, all evils are dispelled, and no laws can touch it. It ignores any attack from treasures or extraordinary weapons, rendering one immune to all magical and divine damage. Ding! 100 draws completed. Welcome back for your next visit. Today is indeed a fortuitous day for Ben Baba, as he has remarkably drawn an abundance of splendid items. A total of 10 boxes filled with notebooks. It appears that Sauron and Sanji will no longer need to spend money on expensive paper. Zhu Baowang, with great enthusiasm, twists open numerous bottles of delightful fizzy drinks and begins indulging. The new Oriental culinary secrets are also quite exceptional in the world of pirates. It is akin to a chef's holy grail. If Chef Sanji were to discover this, he would undoubtedly beseech for a chance to learn. In the event that the landlord's household runs out of provisions, perhaps the elegant Lady Kia could personally showcase her culinary skills, allowing them to savor her creations. This would certainly be preferable to consuming the insipid, dark cuisines of the pirate world. Speaking of which, since marrying the affluent Kia, he is yet to taste the delicacies prepared by her own hands. This is not due to Kia's lack of diligence or culinary expertise, but merely because the landlord's stockpile has never run dry. The Master Ball is quite suitable for containing dinosaur mounts. The system space is indeed practical. Even when food is placed within it, it remains unspoiled and intact. However, it bears a significant drawback. It cannot store sentient creatures for extended periods. The higher the level of intelligence, the shorter the duration of survival within the system's confines. How does Zhu Baowang know this? Initially, he was unaware, but on one occasion, he inadvertently tossed a charming little bunny into the system space, only for it to perish within mere hours. Upon consulting the system, Zhu Baowang learned the grave limitations of the storage space. In tribute to the valiant little bunny that met its untimely demise, Zhu Baowang and Kia solemnly sat beside a pile of richly seasoned barbecued delights, tears of sorrow trickling down their cheeks as they bid farewell to the little creature. Zhu Bawang leisurely counts the valuable rewards from his quests, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. A Senza bean for Dragon Ball? He never imagined he would draw such a coveted item. A stroke of extraordinary luck. This is a life-saving treasure. Consuming a single Senza bean allows one to revive fully, replenishing health and energy instantly. Even though he possesses boundless stamina, utilizing it for recovery is still quite beneficial. However, it seems that such a resource is unnecessary in the novice village, as no one can bring him to a state of near defeat. As for the drawback regarding its ineffectiveness against diseases, it can be entirely disregarded. One must learn to be content. Being able to revive fully on the spot is more than sufficient. With a total of 10,000 Senza beans, it equates to an astonishing number of revival coins, bringing immense comfort. Zhu Bawang is as exhilarated as a freshman who has just entered university, having realized the dream of countless individuals to earn a substantial income monthly. He walks with an air of arrogance. I am Zhu Bawang, merely 18 years of age, with 10,000 revival coins at my disposal. I am feeling quite inflated. Dare you to challenge me? After all, having access to such an expansive number of revival coins is enough to swell anyone's pride. It is worth noting that Senzu beans, even in the world of Dragon Ball, are exceedingly rare treasures with a very low yield. When they first appeared, they were measured by the barrel, but eventually, only a few beans were counted. Thus, the Dragon Ball warriors owe their success significantly to the Cat Sage. The ancient island is indeed my paradise. This marks the second time I have drawn a legendary treasure. Zhu Bawang gazes at the final item with barely contained excitement. An unmistakably grand treasure. The legendary artifact, Zhudiang Qingyun. According to ancient legends, this item is the manifestation of Pangu's righteous spirit and later became a protective treasure of Hongjun Laozu. After Hongjun Laozu's third sermon, he bestowed this treasure upon Yuanshi Tianzuan for protection. Pangu, the creator of heaven and earth, is known as the most formidable being in the primordial world. Hongjun Laozu, revered as the Tao ancestor, commands respect even from the three pure ones. The uniqueness of Zhudiang Qingyun lies in its transcendence of both the primordial and the mundane. Once summoned, it repels all evils and is impervious to all forms of attack. It can disregard any treasures or magical weapons assaults, rendering it immune to all divine abilities and spells. However, Zhu Bawang finds it somewhat perplexing that such a powerful artifact appears in the pirate world, as it seems to lean slightly towards overpowering the competition. Within Zhudiang Qingyun, the primordial world is faintly visible, with the sun, moon, and stars illuminating its expanse. Radiant colors swirl throughout, accompanied by celestial melodies resonating across the universe. Outside of Zhudiang Qingyun, countless golden lamps, golden lotuses, and jeweled ornaments cascade from the clouds, akin to a continuous stream of water from an Eve. Truly, a divine phenomenon, transcending the primordial, untouched by the mundane. Zhudiang Qingyun is indeed a legendary artifact, deserving of its status as a magical immunity relic. In the pirate world, devil fruits can be roughly categorized into three types: Paramecia, Logia, and Zoan. However, certain unique devil fruits have touched the very roots of the world, akin to law-type fruits. Upon striking an enemy, they produce effects reminiscent of the principle of words manifesting reality. Prominent examples include sugar from the Don Quixote family and Perona, one of the three oddities under Moria's command, alongside Big Mom from the New World-esque Cake Island. Fruits such as the Toy fruit, Ghost fruit, and Soul fruit possess remarkable abilities that intricately connect to the world's fundamental laws. For instance, anyone touched by sugar will be transformed into the toy of her desire, bound to serve her. Even high-ranking admirals may struggle against the onslaught of the Toy fruit. Of course, there are drawbacks to law-type fruits. They must directly affect the target to unleash their powers. By the time one reaches the level of an admiral, the likelihood of being ambushed becomes extremely low. Individuals like Sugar and Perona, who possess weak physical capabilities and lack outstanding abilities, would be swiftly defeated in a single encounter. Nonetheless, Even the three admirals do not dare to underestimate Law-type Devil Fruit users, for even with their full body armored in hockey, they cannot resist the encroachment of Law-type fruits. It is precisely because Zhudiang Qingyun can render itself immune to all forms of attack that Zhu Bawang designates it as a magical immunity artifact. With Zhudiang Qingyun in hand, Zhu Bawang is virtually assured of avoiding any misfortunes. Ding! The system has detected that the host is about to leave the ancient island and has triggered the hidden selection task conditions. The following tasks are now available for the host to choose from. Choice 1. Part ways with the blue demon Dongli and the red demon Brogi, disregarding each other's injuries. Task reward: 1 collection of 300 Tang poems and 1 9-tine rake. Choice 2. Support the blue demon Dongli and the red demon Brogi in their continued battle for warrior honor, providing appropriate assistance. Task reward: 1 collection of 300 song lyrics and an additional luck buff. During the duel between the blue demon Dongli and the red demon Brogi, only the host can acquire the lucky buff, with its duration contingent upon the length of the duel. As for the divine weapon, the 9-toothed rake, it is better suited for the second brother. After all, a person as strikingly handsome and exceptional as I am is simply unworthy of wielding the divine weapon of the second brother, am I not? The lucky buff enhancement? Now, that is indeed a splendid treasure. Upon glimpsing the second option, the mighty Chu Bawang could not help but brighten, showering affectionate kisses upon the bewildered little rich girl, Koya, held in his embrace. The misfortune of the unlucky draws forever lingers, and luck itself can often be as elusive as a wisp of smoke. For the unfortunate, it is a distant dream, an unattainable ideal. Should one be fortunate enough to acquire a lucky buff, it would be akin to administering a shot of adrenaline to the unfortunate. With my unparalleled wisdom and valor, my charming demeanor, and my youthful wealth, I stand unrivaled in the world. I am the noble gentleman, invincible and unmatched, a paragon of righteousness, courageous and resolute, steadfast as a diamond, remarkable and virtuous, with a reputation that transcends time. I am modest and eager to learn, unashamed to seek knowledge, clever and amiable to friends, yet merciless to foes, ready to do anything, and unrepentant in my misdeeds. With looks rivaling Pan and wit surpassing Kong Ming, courage akin to Zilong, and righteousness that exceeds Guan Yu's, I embody unparalleled brilliance. Resplendent and magnificent, a moral exemplar, and the greatest hero of all time. In the world of Jianghu, I am known as the Little White Dragon, soaring through the skies and roaring against injustice. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Bawang made his second choice. He vowed that his benevolence was not driven by the prospect of generous rewards, but rather to fulfill the lifelong aspirations of Dongli and Broki. Fighting for the glory of warriors, I, Chu Bawang, at the tender age of 18, am truly a benevolent soul. Heroes as dashing as I, who often stand against injustice, are indeed rare. Chu Bawang gently pinched the delicate face of Dasky, a warm smile gracing his lips, filled with satisfaction. The forcibly abducted Dasky was left bewildered, questioning the intentions of the old man. Throughout this century-long duel, Dongli and Broki had mostly been in a state of exhaustion and fatigue. It was precisely for this reason that they were so easily defeated by the group led by Mr. 3 in the original tale. Before parting, Chu Bawang left 10 magical beans for Dongli and Broki to regain their strength and mana, wishing for their duel to remain undisturbed by any unseeing souls. In his eyes, Dongli and Broki had long since transformed into experience points, mere laborers in a sense. With a slight investment in the early stages, one could reap bountiful rewards in the end. Who would forsake such an opportunity for effortless wealth? With reluctant gazes from Dongli and Broki, the Straw Hat crew embarked on a new journey. They were not meant to leave so swiftly, as the magnetic recording pointer of the thieving cat Nami had yet to fully capture the magnetism of the ancient island. Due to the island's peculiar nature, the Straw Hat crew would need to remain there for an entire year to completely store the magnetic energy. This revelation displeased not only Luffy, but also Zoro and Sanji, who expressed their impatience to remain on this small island for a whole year. Must we truly stay for an entire year? By the time we leave, Ace's grave will be overgrown, Roger looked up at the sky, his face filled with despair. It is no wonder this island is laden with treasures. It seems those who perished here left behind their belongings. Suddenly, Nami appeared to grasp something. The conditions on the ancient island were simply too harsh for ordinary individuals to survive for long. Moreover, those who fell afoul of Dongli and Brokey would meet a swifter demise. Though these two giants possessed gentle natures and would not attack unprovoked, they would not sit idly by when faced with enemies. Sanji inquired, "Roger, do you have a way for us to leave the ancient island early? Do you think I am someone who can be easily challenged?" Zoro's eyes lit up. "So you have a solution? I thought you were merely a glutton with no other skills." Roger rolled his eyes, exasperated. "Do you think I am like that bald-headed rubber lad? Merely a train of indulgence? Besides eating and sleeping, I possess other talents. Roger, can you thwart Crocodile's conspiracy? It all rests on you." Ikelam shared the same anticipation. If they had to remain on the ancient island for an entire year and then return, it would be far too late. As Usopp, Ikelam, and others looked on with hopeful expressions, the ostentatious Roger lost interest in maintaining his bravado. "You are making this difficult for me." Roger cleared his throat and scratched his head, admitting, "As the captain of my ship, must I handle everything personally? Let me inform you. Matters such as navigation and scheduling are usually handled by my first mate, Rayleigh. My role is to oversee the overall strategy." Everyone fell to the ground, realizing that the man they thought was a king was merely a bronze statue. Nami shook her head in disbelief. She had long known that the erratic Roger was somewhat unreliable and had not held any expectations for him. "Father, don't you have other recording pointers?" Chu Bawang waved his hand, signaling that there was no need for concern. Nami scratched her head in confusion, not understanding. Just as Chu Bawang finished speaking, a bizarre bird resembling a vulture, wearing sunglasses, suddenly swooped down from the sky, carrying a sloth with sharp claws on its back. The high-ranking agents of Baroque Works, Mr. 5 and Miss Friday, known as the Unlucky Duo, had arrived, humorously dubbed the gift-bearers by netizens. In the original tale, these two agents were swiftly taken down by Sanji, who also gifted Nami a long-awaited permanent pointer. Though they were called agents, they were merely a combination of a sloth and a vulture, tasked with reconnaissance and information delivery. Their arrival was likely to provide Mr. 3 and the others with a permanent pointer leading to Alabasta. According to Crocodile's plan, the coup had reached its final stage, requiring the assembly of all Baroque Works forces to launch the final assault on the palace. The brainwashed Mr. 5 stepped forward, his demeanor respectful as he addressed Lord Bawang. "Mr. 0 just communicated with us via transponder snail, instructing us to proceed to Alabasta as soon as possible. The Unlucky Duo is here to deliver the permanent pointer. Please instruct us on how to proceed." Today's fortune is indeed remarkable. It seems that just as one feels sleepy, a pillow is delivered. Mr. 0, the mastermind behind Baroque Works, is, in truth, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile. With the intelligence provided by the bounty hunter organization of the Baroque Works, Crocodile's scheme to usurp the nation proceeded unexpectedly smoothly. The formidable Chu Bawang gazed upward, wearing a benevolent smile, and remarked, "When gifts come knocking at your door, one should not refuse. You two, simply procure the eternal pointer and present it to Nami." The ominous duo held no potential for development, and their growth prospects were bleak. He lacked interest in recruiting these two stagnant individuals, and thus commanded Mr. 3 and others to engage with them. Everything progressed seamlessly, and the unfortunate duo remained utterly oblivious, unwittingly playing the role of unwitting benefactors once again. Why do I say once again? Upon parting, the blue demon Dongli and the red demon Bragi, eager to express gratitude for Chu Bawang's warm hospitality, insisted on exhausting their final energies to slay the sea monster, clearing the path for Chu Bawang and his companions. Although Chu Bawang initially intended to decline, he reconsidered. The warriors' weapons were on the verge of shattering, and after one last fierce battle, they would be rendered unusable. Without their weapons, the two giants could only rely on their fists, prolonging their duel and extending the duration of the fortuitous buff he could receive. Chu Bawang now fervently wished for this battle to endure indefinitely. Anyone daring to intrude upon a duel of these warriors would face his wrath. Behold, the sea monster has emerged. My heavens, its size is immense. Even the whale Laboon seems somewhat diminished in comparison. Usopp was suddenly reminded of his past boasts, recalling a time when he indeed mentioned a colossal goldfish akin to an island. For a moment, he felt a surge of despair, wishing to slap himself soundly. How could I, a mere fool, have become so eerily accurate? Dubbed the sea monster, it was merely a grotesquely enormous goldfish. Any island consumed by it would be digested, ultimately transforming into barren wasteland, colloquially referred to as excrement. The high mortality rate on the island of Antiquity is largely due to this sea monster, lying in wait for vessels. One ship arrives, it devours it. Two ships come, it consumes both, finding great delight in the act. However, this time this goldfish, which has devoured countless vessels, was destined for misfortune. You vile creature, prepare to experience the might of the Elbaf giant's ultimate spear technique. Bagua. The blue demon Dongli and the red demon Bragi swung their time-worn, nearly shattered blades and gilded axes toward the sea monster. Bagua and Wagwa, a mere syllable apart, yet worlds apart in significance. Under the full force of the two giants, even the sea monster, one of the top 5 colossal sea creatures in the current era, was effortlessly obliterated. The morning sun scattered across the ground, glimmering like gold, radiantly shining. Upon awakening from his slumber, Zoro was startled by the voice of the sword spirit, Xiaowen, and discovered an envelope pressing against the blade of Wado, Ikamanji. A year's plan lies in spring, a day's plan lies in morning. To aspire to be the world's greatest swordsman requires not only unparalleled swordsmanship, but also well-rounded development in virtue, wisdom, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor. To enhance your literary prowess, I have prepared for you a collection of 300 poems from the Song dynasty. Now, I must accompany your master, Koya, back home to visit her family. So you must memorize at least 10 poems. Upon my return, I shall check your work. Zoro stared in bewilderment. What the hell? My master is once again taking Koya home to visit her family. Well, that is not of paramount importance. What truly matters is that Chu Bawang has left me with an assignment. Heaving a sigh, Zoro rifled through the bilingual edition of 300 poems from the Song dynasty, and his expression gradually darkened. I vowed to become the world's greatest swordsman, yet I must also develop in virtue, wisdom, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor? Are you jesting? The memory of laboring over assignments until 2 in the morning the previous night filled him with despair. However, recalling that Sanji had copied his homework until 3 in the morning restored a sense of balance within him. Though my struggles are arduous, as long as those I despise endure greater hardships, it is somewhat tolerable. Sporting panda-like dark circles under his eyes, Zoro shuffled to the dining table, looking more disheveled than after enduring Chu Bawang's specially arranged hellish training. What's wrong, Zoro? You seem a bit off today. The carefree pirate king, Roger, effortlessly used one hand to wrestle a large bone with Luffy. Engaging in casual conversation with Zoro, he simultaneously poured liquor into his mouth with his other hand. Clearly, this was not the first time he had bullied Luffy at the dining table. Both Luffy and Roger were insatiable gluttons. No matter how much food Sanji prepared, it seemed impossible to satisfy their bottomless appetites. To ensure ample provisions for their journey to the next island, Sanji's meals were just barely sufficient. This led to fierce disputes over the last piece of meat at every meal. While Chu Bawang was present, he would curb his behavior somewhat. But now that he had returned home to visit family, taking along Shaoqing and Dasky, Roger naturally seized the opportunity to indulge in mischief, relishing in his bullying of Luffy. Witnessing Roger's brazen behavior, especially when he deliberately consumed the last bone right before Luffy's eyes, filled Luffy with rage. He longed to hurl Roger into the sea as fish bait. Alas, Luffy was no match for Roger alone, unless the newly skilled Zoro and Sanji were willing to lend him a hand. Luffy found himself reminiscing about the days when Chu Bawang was aboard the Mary. Roger would surely not have dared to act so audaciously. On the very first day, without Chu Bawang, he missed him. Let us not even mention it. Yesterday, my master left me an enormous pile of homework, and I toiled away until 2 in the morning to finish it. This was with the help of the 4-pen flow cheating sketch. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have been able to stand here and speak with you. Icolum was taken aback. What on earth is the 4-pen flow? Do you mean to say you write with 4 pens simultaneously? Could it be that the sword's spirit, Xiaowen, help you with your homework? You truly are a clever little rascal. Sanji, also sporting panda eyes, approached with a freshly cooked large bone, weakly stating, I knew it. Green algae head, you must have cheated. Your sword technique principles clearly surpass my wind god leg techniques, and yet you finished faster than I did. It can't be without cheating. Zoro wiped his face, feeling hopeless as he produced a thick stack of the bilingual 300 poems from the Song dynasty. Don't say another word, you insufferable cook. The more you speak, the worse I feel. Today, my master is accompanying Koya back home to visit family, and I thought I might steal a moment to fly out with Xiaowen on my sword. Who knows what possessed him today, insisting I memorize 10 poems and check upon my return. Sanji let out a deep sigh, retrieving a thick stack of bilingual translations of 300 poems of song from behind him. It was unclear whether he was reveling in misfortune or felt a sense of empathy. Green algae head, seeing you enjoy such esteemed treatment. The burden on my chest has finally lightened. Green algae head, with you accompanying me on this journey, I am not alone. Zoro and Sanji exchanged a firm handshake, resembling brothers forged in adversity. Who could blame them for having such an unreliable master? After all, the saying goes that one is beholden to those who provide sustenance. With the likes of the formidable Chu Ba Wong, who was deliberately promoting a well-rounded development in virtue, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor, the two had little ground to refuse. Let us have a competition. Let us see who can recite faster. Zoro and Sanji locked eyes, igniting their fighting spirit once more, and began to ravenously devour their meals. A war without gunpowder had begun anew. Achoo! Achoo! Surprisingly, Usopp, who usually rose early, was the last to appear for breakfast today. He wore a large hat to hide his appearance, clutching a damp towel in his hand. As he walked, he sneezed incessantly and wiped his running nose, seemingly afflicted by a severe illness. Usopp, you have a fever. Ouch, it's so hot. Luffy reached out to feel Usopp's temperature, only for his hands to be scorched as if they had touched a hot iron, prompting him to quickly retract them. The fever was indeed significant. Had it not been for Usopp's woeful appearance, Luffy might have been tempted to fry a delicious egg. Zoro furrowed his brow. What should we do? We only have Miss Koya on board who has studied medicine, but she is currently visiting her hometown with Master Bawang. Usopp, forcing his trembling eyelids to lift, managed a weak smile. I'm fine. Back on Taiku Island, I accidentally got bitten by some little bug. If I can just hold on until Master Bawang returns, I should be okay. Before he could finish, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Sanji, caught off guard, gasped in horror. Oh no, Usopp has been burned out. Hey, rubber kid, don't you have a doctor on this ship? This boastful little fellow had encountered a common dilemma faced by crew members sailing the Grand Line. Illness caused by extreme weather conditions. No matter how famous or strong a pirate might be, there were countless instances of sudden deaths due to such reasons. The somewhat disheveled Roger put aside his nonchalant demeanor. Having once captained a ship, he had ample experience in dealing with emergencies. Upon realizing that Usopp was suffering from a persistent high fever and drenched in cold sweat, he began administering a series of common first aid measures. Usopp's symptoms were still relatively mild, but negligence could ultimately lead to dire consequences. Sanji and Icolum exchanged glances at the unconscious Usopp, both wearing expressions of disbelief. Is this really a mild illness? He is completely out of it. It was only due to the higher average physical fitness of individuals in the pirate world that Usopp had not already departed this life, considering his current temperature. With matters of life and death at stake, the usually jovial Luffy wore an unusually serious expression. Miss Koya is somewhat of a doctor, but she isn't part of our crew. Besides her, Nami and Master Bawang might also have some medical knowledge. However, they're all currently absent. This was Luffy's intuition. Though he had never witnessed Chu Ba Wong employing any medical techniques, he had an inkling that nothing in this world could possibly confound him. As he contemplated this, Luffy felt a tinge of frustration. With all the medical experts absent from the ship, They could only watch helplessly. Roger frowned, his long nose hairs twitching like caterpillars. This is a bit troublesome. Based on Miss Koya's previous experiences, their return time is unpredictable. Sometimes it's just a couple of days, and other times it can stretch to a week. If we wait for Master Ba Wong to return, Usopp might very well be 6 feet under. The thought of such a terrifying outcome sent a shiver down Roger's spine. Though he knew that Chu Ba Wong possessed an extraordinary resurrection ability, who could say what great cost might be required to utilize such a forbidden skill? Roger and the others shared similar thoughts. After all, this was a forbidden art of resurrection, and it was only natural that it would demand a heavy price. Having resurrected the Pirate King Roger, Chu Ba Wong had at least gained the profound sword technique of Shinin. If he were to resurrect Usopp, he would likely acquire a maxed-out boastfulness skill. It was enough to drive anyone mad. Sanji patted Ikelim on the shoulder, asking, if we reach Alabasta, we should be able to find a doctor, right? Ikelim, how far are we from Alabasta? Ikelim looked bewildered. How should I know? I can only say that we definitely want to arrive within a week. With such a delay, Chu Ba Wong could have returned home twice by now. Luffy crossed his arms, observing Usopp's expression of hellish torment, questioning, when you're sick, is it really that uncomfortable? How do you take care of each other when you're ill? Zoro and Sanji exchanged knowing glances and simultaneously shook their heads. I don't know. I've never been sick. Roger rolled his eyes. What are you looking at me for? You little brats have never suffered the torment of illness, while I, the legendary pirate King Roger, can't possibly get sick. This statement was a lie. He had long been afflicted by a terminal illness and had indeed endured the trials of sickness in his final years. That was a terminal illness. Even with the world's best doctor on his ship, it could not cure him, but merely alleviated the suffering somewhat. Regrettably, during his passage through Gemini Cape, he had not encountered his former ship's doctor, Cockroach. Otherwise, he might have attempted to persuade him to join this crew. Chu Ba Wong, dream on. Your ship's Dr. Cockroach and the whale Laboon have long been tossed into the Devil-esque Triangle by me. And I even crushed the invisible man Absalom in the process. You all are monsters. Of course, being sick is painful. I can't believe you've never been sick in your lives. Ikelim was somewhat speechless. What kind of creatures were these, with such abnormal constitutions? He dared not voice this thought aloud, as he was merely a pitiful, weak, and helpless stowaway. The group fell into silence once more. Ikelim retrieved a thermometer from beneath Usopp's armpit, exclaiming in shock, "Oh no, his temperature has reached 42 degrees. If we delay any longer, this kid will be roasted to a crisp." Solong held a record pointer, which he directly handed to his expression grave. In that case, let's not waste any more time and swiftly seek out an island with a doctor, he declared. Luogia Chanboy, I entrust the navigation to you. I will ensure that Janling Shan assists you in reaching the next densely populated island as quickly as possible. This record pointer was intentionally left behind by Naamoi during her visit to accompany Chu Ba Wong home. Before Luogia boarded the ship, Naamei had imparted considerable knowledge regarding the peculiar weather patterns of the Grand Line to him, just in case. With the command and assistance of Ng and Ng from miles away, the Ngo would undoubtedly sail without peril. Initially, Luogia had no desire to learn navigation from Naamori. However, when she made her request, the menacing figure of Kuba Wong was not far off. His fierce gaze was intimidating, as if Luogia feared that any dissent would provoke Kuba Wong to unleash his wrath upon him. To refuse was to court disaster. He dreaded the thought of being chastised by Chu Ba Wong with a dismissive remark about his lack of respect. Reluctantly, Luogia acquiesced to Naamei's proposal. Ever since Chu Ba Wong had cleverly ensnared him onto this pirate vessel, he had little choice in the matter. After approximately a day and a half of sailing, the Straw Hat crew arrived at a new country, Dongda, also known as the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. Undoubtedly, this was the homeland of the adorable reindeer, Tunti Chaoba. During their journey to the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, an unexpected incident occurred. The crew encountered a user of the Dintun Guashre, the inept former ruler of the kingdom, Owo. Starving for food, Owo attempted to consume the entire Mihao with his powers, only to be soundly punished by an enraged. Subsequently, upon witnessing the resurrected Owo, he fled in terror, his speed rivaling that of a rabbit. After a somewhat haphazard discussion, the Straw Hat crew decided to have Iko remain aboard the Mihao to prevent Warbo from devouring the ship in their absence. I hope Long finds a doctor swiftly to assist Wu in recovering Yikahu's side, appearing more anxious than even the impulsive Liu Fei about Wu's safety. Although he was concerned for the people of the country and the safety of Gongju Weiwei, he understood that now was not the time for panic. The Straw Hat crew would never abandon their comrades. Only Wu recovered could the Golden Mihao continue its voyage. Furthermore, Wu was a compatriot of the formidable Tu Bawang. If he were to fall here, the plan to summon Tu Bawang would be utterly thwarted. Thus, Yikahu yearned more than anyone for Wu's swift recovery. Currently, Alabasaran was on the brink of crisis, and the safety of Gongju Weiwei was uncertain. The sole piece of good news was that before Tu Bawang dispersed the troublesome duo, the bomb-throwing Mr. 5 and the Waxman Mr. 3 had reported that Gongju Weiwei's identity as an undercover agent for the Baroque works remained undisclosed. Yet Yikahu was still deeply concerned for Gongju Weiwei, whom he had watched grow and treated as his own daughter. Rest assured, once we heal the boastful young man, we shall advance into Aba Sultan, he declared. That so-called warlord of the sea, the sand crocodile, right? I will dispatch him with a single strike. Luojia patted Yikahu's shoulder, balancing bravado with revelry. Indeed, Yikahu nodded with a wry smile. He wished to remark that, among the crew, Luojia was the most unreliable. Relying on him was akin to courting disaster. On the Golden Chuang was undoubtedly the most dependable man aboard, followed by the reticent yet formidable Xiaoqing, and then who frequently trained on deck, if only he were not directionally challenged. As for the least dependable, the rankings were as follows: the glutton Nu Furi, the boastful Wu, and the lecherous Chef Rangeur. However, it must be noted that even the legendary Ong possessed certain redeeming qualities, such as his approachability and penchant for humor. You young ones always rush into things, unable to learn from the capable Tu Bawang. Could you not extend a bit more care and respect to this aging recluse? Yet, in truth, while Tu Bawang was indeed impressive, he still fell slightly short compared to Luojia at his peak. Moreover, in terms of charisma, he lacked the commanding presence that the captain effortlessly exuded. I have never encountered someone so brazen, Yikahu remarked. To claim superiority over Tu Bawang is one thing, but to shamelessly assert one's own attractiveness in comparison is utterly ridiculous. Tu Bawang had previously stated that only those generous readers who showered him with gifts could rival his handsomeness. Honestly, if you do not believe me, wait until the Wang returns for comparison. I will undoubtedly outshine him. Just as the loquacious Ida was about to continue his banter with Yikahu, an eerie spatial disturbance resonated behind him. The final word escaped to his lips as he abruptly turned to find a tall figure accompanied by 6 breathtakingly beautiful women. The effects of his drunken stupor were quickly dissipating, and cold sweat began to trickle down his back. What luck! Just as I was trying to show off, you appear? Tu Bawang's lips curled into a cold smile. Luojia, were you just speaking ill of me? The sound of cracking knuckles echoed ominously. Unbeknownst to him, Tu Bawang had already appeared behind Ija, his fists making a sound reminiscent of popping beans. The broad smile on Tu Bawang's face revealed that his recent familial visit had yielded considerable success. In truth, the primary reason for Tu Bawang's return to Usun was to utilize his divine resurrection technique to bring back the parents of Ia and Na's foster mother, Burmir. Despite being a reward from the system, Tu Bawang had his reservations. When he first acquired this ability, he hesitated to use it on those close to him, fearing that the resurrected might return as zombies or other monstrous beings. Even if Ya and Moi remained silent, Tu Bawang's conscience would not allow it. Thus, he chose to experiment with the pirate King Mujia. Ultimately, he discovered that his concerns were unfounded. The resurrected had been lively aboard the Mihao for over a month, embodying an exuberance akin to that of a wild rabbit. It is precisely due to the resurrection of Kiyo's parents and Beirmii that he delayed his return journey slightly. Of course, the primary reason for this delay was his appointment with Nwokigo, during which he strolled through various streets and watched a small film. Little did he expect that upon his return, he would overhear Loya, who was boasting as if he were an elder, claiming that he was neither as strong, handsome, nor charismatic as himself. Such insolence is intolerable. Luojia continued to prattle on, insisting that he was merely joking with Yukalium and was not disparaging him behind his back. He acknowledged that with Babawang's appearance and strength, he could easily overpower him, a fact beyond dispute. Anyone who dares to say that Babawang is less handsome than him, Luogia would confront fiercely. Anyone who claims Babawang cannot fight, he would rally his brothers to confront them. As Babawang's gaze grew increasingly hostile, Luogia immediately dropped to his knees, clinging to his leg, a picture of nervousness and indignation. If there were an Oscar, failing to award it to Luogia would be a scandal. With his acting skills, he could undoubtedly win the title of Best Actor. Babawang even began to question whether Luogia had deceived Rayleigh into joining his crew. "Do you truly believe I am deaf? Have you not heard your own ramblings?" Babawang sneered, exuding an intimidating aura. Luogia's claims of being unattractive were outrageous. Was he blind or intoxicated? As the most striking figure in Ziliuobu village, even the affluent Kia wished to secretly support him as her toy boy. If that isn't handsome, what is the world coming to? If this could be tolerated, then he would not be the formidable Babawang of Luoga Town. There is no need for explanations. For explanations are merely veils concealing the truth. Luogia, it seems, has grown restless and seeks trouble after 3 days without a beating. Very well, if you're feeling restless, allow me to relieve that tension. As Babawang spoke, he drew his Seven Wolves belt and approached Luogia. Sensing impending doom, Luogia's eyes darted around, and he prepared to flee. Remarkably, after a month of recovery, Luogia had regained considerable strength, even employing the Navy's 6 styles during his escape. Did he think he could run? No one has ever escaped the grasp of the king. Even if you're the Pirate King, there is no chance. Today, I shall impart a lesson worthy of a lifetime's remembrance. Going against the heavens may have exceptions, but defying me guarantees your demise. In the blink of an eye, Luogia had covered nearly 100 meters, distancing himself from Babawang. Yukalium observed with amusement, curious about Babawang's method of punishing Luogia. Strangely, rather than pursuing Luogia, Babawang remained stationary, chanting incantations, his eyes glinting with an unusual pink light. "Luogia, what is filial piety? What is love? Do you understand the greatness of a mother's love?" Yukalium was utterly bewildered. "What are you waiting for, Babawang? Aren't you supposed to punish Luogia? He is nearly out of sight, and yet you are here composing poetry." This was not like the previous instances when Luogia had courted danger and was swiftly subdued by Babawang. Today, however, he seemed remarkably calm, showing no urgency. Had Babawang changed his demeanor? Dasiki and Xiaoqing were equally perplexed, unable to comprehend Babawang's intentions. Having joined Babawang's entourage later, they had never witnessed him employ the full extent of his formidable appraisal technique on others. "Luogia, you are finished. It is that move. Luogia, I can only wish you luck in experiencing the greatness of a mother's love." Only Name Kia seemed to grasp the situation, exchanging a knowing glance with Luogia. "Are you truly the strongest in this world? Come, let me assess your strength." Babawang sneered, his eyes flashing with a peculiar pink light. He had activated the extraordinary skill of the newbie gift pack, the Stronger Appraisal Technique. This technique, though named the Stronger Appraisal, could more aptly be termed the Pregnancy Gaze. Stronger Appraisal Technique. To discern if one is a true strongman, one need only gaze. Skill Effect. The Confucian saint's version of maternal love's gaze, allowing the subject to experience the agony of 10 months of pregnancy within 10 seconds, followed by continued struggle during childbirth for half an hour. In simpler terms, whomever Babawang gazes upon will experience the ultimate joys of pregnancy for 10 months in mere moments. Previously, when Babawang used this on Baijikelluo, the latter's willpower failed to endure even 10 seconds of the suffering, let alone the subsequent half hour of childbirth agony. Is Babawang questioning me? What is filial piety? What is love? This truly perplexes me. Activating Kinbunchika Haki, Luogia turned back, locking eyes with the fleeting pink light in Babawang's gaze. The Stronger Appraisal Technique had successfully activated and struck Luogia. My stomach hurts." Luogia's escape halted abruptly, a sharp intake of breath escaping his lips. His instincts warned him that Babawang had employed some form of transformation spell. Within mere seconds, Luojiao experienced the agonies of a woman's 10-month pregnancy, condensed into an excruciating span. The torment of 10 months, intensified into 10 seconds, was a trial even Luojiao, the pirate king, struggled to withstand. His body curled into a shrimp-like form, teeth clenched, and cold sweat pouring from his brow. Before he could gather himself to withstand the pains of pregnancy, the onslaught of childbirth agony hit him like a torrent. The pain was so vivid and intense, it felt as though a landslide had crashed upon him. It was unbearable, sending shockwaves through his entire being, leaving him gasping in agony. Luojiao could not help but unleash a howl of torment, his visage contorted in a mask of suffering. Babawang's lips curled into a gentle smile, speaking with an air of tranquility. Now, Joel Luojiao, do you understand what filial piety is? What love truly means? Do you comprehend the magnitude of a mother's love? Have you truly come to comprehend the magnitude of maternal love? The valiant Chu Bawang raised his hand, perfectly aligning with Roger's curious gaze. In the next moment, Roger beheld a peculiar pink luminescence flickering within Chu Bawang's eyes. Ding! Chu Bawang cast the strongman identification technique upon you. Should you endure this evaluation, it signifies that you are an unparalleled powerhouse. Conversely, if you falter, it indicates that you are still a distance away from true strength. Note, this technique bears a certain aftereffects, so please brace yourself. Something feels amiss. Roger instinctively sensed that something was awry and hastily returned to the deck of the Mary. It felt as though he were walking into a trap. Despite knowing that formidable trees stood before him, this fleeing rabbit could only charge ahead recklessly. Kaya and Nami covered their faces, unable to bear witnessing Roger's impending misfortune. Ikolum looked utterly bewildered. Why has Mr. Roger returned? Does he not fear the colossal fists of Chu Bawang? In the next instant, amidst the astonished gazes of Ikolum and the women, the belly of the pirate king Roger swelled like a balloon. What in the world is happening? Before he could fully grasp the situation, the pain of labor struck him, causing him to collapse to the ground, clutching his protruding belly, convulsing uncontrollably. Mr. Gold, Roger, I regret to inform you that you are not the rare genius you believe yourself to be, nor are you a true powerhouse. Chu Bawang observed Roger rolling on the ground with a calm demeanor. Thus, your training is still far from sufficient. It is only by remaining true to your original aspirations and diligently pressing on that you can make the correct choice. Roger's face contorted in bitterness. I was careless. I did not evade. Had I known Chu Bawang possessed such cunning tactics, I would not have fled. Instead of wasting time running away, I should have simply laid back and found a comfortable position to fully experience the agony of labor. He extended his hand toward Chu Bawang, pleading, The pain is unbearable. It is truly excruciating. He was the first to realize that such bizarre sorcery existed in this world. Roger Senpai, are you pregnant? Do you need me to assist with the delivery? Ikolum was utterly shocked, watching Roger's abdomen swell as if he were an expectant mother, rushing over in a flurry. Amidst Roger's painful groans, Chu Bawang turned calmly and left him with a cold, indifferent back. Let us go. We must find Sauron. While we may jest and play, do not mock your father. How dare you say, I am not as handsome as you behind my back? That is courting disaster. If not for your cumbersome condition, I would have certainly taught you a lesson. Is this truly the work of a human? How utterly grotesque. Observing the pregnant figure of the pirate King Roger, Dasky's lips twitched uncontrollably. Do not always view me through tinted lenses. In this world, power knows no distinction between good and evil. It is merely power. Chu Bawang chuckled heartily. If you feel that my actions are inappropriate or if you find me displeasing, feel free to challenge me. Or perhaps, I shall cast the strongman identification technique upon you. To be honest, I am quite curious about how you would look with a belly like that. It would surely be adorable. Evidently, Chu Bawang harbored intentions of enlarging his own belly? How irresponsible! Dasky, frightened, immediately shrank behind Shao Qing, daring not to utter a word. I apologize, I was wrong. I will take my leave. Chu Bawang scoffed, thinking, you are far too inexperienced to contend with me. As long as I'm not embarrassed, it will be others who feel the awkwardness. Sometimes habits can be a terrifying thing. Initially, when he used the strongman identification technique on Baiji Kailu, Chuba Wang felt a slight resistance within himself. Yet now he had completely come to terms with it. Even if he were to use the strongman identification technique to enlarge Daski's petite, adorable form, he would not hesitate in the slightest. After all, childbirth is inevitable. Familiarizing oneself with the process beforehand is not without merit. He had even suggested this idea to Kaya, but alas, it had only earned him a disdainful glare. This truly wounded the tender heart of Chuba Wang, causing him to consume an extra bowl at mealtime. Due to climatic conditions, the magnetic drum kingdom experiences perpetual snowfall, rendering the entire island as cold as a snow-clad mountain. Towering snow-capped peaks pierced the heavens, creating an exceptionally magnificent spectacle. Having left Roger and Ikelim behind, Chuba Wang ultimately decided to linger a while longer in this unique icy kingdom before reuniting with Luffy, Sauron, and the others. After all, Luffy possesses the protagonist's aura, and although he had diminished it somewhat, locating Chopper would not pose much difficulty. Seizing the remaining time, Chuba Wang and the women began to organize winter attire, snowboards, sleds, and other exclusive winter gear. There were numerous rare items, many of which were not even stocked on the Mary. Fortunately, over the past half year, while he had not drawn many valuable items, he had accumulated a plethora of miscellaneous rewards. Items that were temporarily unnecessary were all tossed into the treasure vault. The majority of the treasures discovered by Nami during their last adventure at the ancient island were also among them. Upon reaching the snowy mountains of the magnetic drum kingdom, Kai was as lively as a chirping lark, her voice melodious. Nami and Xiao Qing joined in a playful snowball fight and snowman building activity, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Initially, Daski had displayed a hint of modesty, but after Nami stuffed a snowball down her collar, she lost all semblance of shyness and teamed up with Xiao Qing to form a coalition against Nami. Husband, look, this is the first time I've seen such a vast expanse of snow. It's so beautiful, Kai exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with delight as she clung to Chuba Wang's arm, resting against his broad, warm chest. In this moment, lovers nestled closely together, surrounded by breathtaking scenery, resembling a picturesque mural that could be captured as a wallpaper. P.S. Good night, sweet dreams. The pristine white snow of the magnetic drum kingdom radiated a dazzling beauty, further elevating the spirits of the women. Chuba Wang, having lived in Shiloh village for 18 years, was likewise experiencing such a harsh winter landscape for the first time. The climate of Shiloh village leaned towards a warm wind belt, making such snowy scenes exceedingly rare. In high spirits, he grasped a flask of strong liquor and took a hearty swig, leading him to a poetic inspiration: spring in the garden of scented snow. The northern country's splendor, with 1,000 miles frozen and 10,000 miles of snow drifting. Looking at the Great Wall, only boundless expanses remain, above and below the great river. The torrents have ceased. The women turned to follow the sound of Chuba Wang's voice, their eyes lighting up, instinctively holding their breath to listen intently. Father is truly a treasure of a man. Not only is he adept at melody and an exceptional pianist, but he also demonstrates remarkable prowess in poetry, dazzling me beyond measure. Little thief cat Nami, upon witnessing this, appears as if she has stumbled upon a treasure trove, her eyes sparkling like Sanji's, nearly drooling with delight. Should the renowned warlord Xiang Yu catch sight of her infatuation, he might equate her behavior to that of a lovesick maiden. The mountains dance like silver snakes, and the plains rush like wax elephants, yearning to challenge the heavens. On a clear day, behold the resplendent figures adorned in vibrant garments, utterly enchanting. The land is so captivating that it draws countless heroes to bow in reverence. Xiang Yu raises a jug of fine liquor, exuding an indomitable spirit, as he gestures as if to toast this magnificent landscape. He recalls the days of servitude in his past life, feeling a surge of emotion. Life is fleeting, and the scenery along the journey must be savored. When in high spirits, one should venture outside to embrace the azure sea and sky. With such splendid landscapes at hand, one ought not to remain cooped up at home like a sloth. In this world, beauty abounds, and youth should be cherished by exploring freely. To leap and dance like the splendid golden hook, the women remain oblivious to his exuberant thoughts. Mistakenly believing Xiang Yu is merely expressing a sense of solitude and confidence in his lofty ambitions. He seems eager to contend with the heavens themselves, vying for supremacy. The mountains dance like silver snakes, and the plains rush like wax elephants, yearning to challenge the heavens. On a clear day, behold the resplendent figures adorned in vibrant garments. Utterly enchanting, the land is so captivating that it draws countless heroes to bow in reverence. Dasiki's complexion pales as she repeats these lines, struck by the hidden aspirations within Xiang Yu's verses. You dare to challenge the heavens? How audacious! Yet upon reflection, Xiang Yu has mastered the Navy 6-style moon step, making celestial ascension seem trivial. Xiaoqing remains silent, her beautiful eyes shining with an unusual light, fixated on Xiang Yu. She has evolved from the Tianqing Yoma, and, according to her bloodline's memory, every 100,000 years she must endure a terrifying heavenly tribulation. This is a punishment from the heavens, an invisible suppression of the beast clan. And even a mighty as soul beasts tremble at the thought of thunder from the skies. As a soul beast evolved into Xiaoqing, she feels a profound respect for nature and the heavens. Not only does she dare not provoke celestial wrath, but she refrains from uttering a single disparaging word. However, now, Xiang Yu openly declares his lofty ambitions to challenge the heavens. My esteemed master, you are truly deserving of your creator's admiration. Xiaoqing eagerly anticipates the day you seek to contest the heavens. Miss Golden Week and Miss Valentine's Day, equally entranced, dare not blink, fearful of missing this epic moment. Their gaze is locked onto Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu ponders for a moment, seemingly contemplating how to craft his next verse. The women around him grow anxious, not daring to utter a word, lest they interrupt his creative flow. If such exquisite verses are not delivered in one breath, the momentum and effect would surely diminish. After a long pause, Xiang Yu drains the jug of liquor, and suddenly a chilling breeze sweeps through, lifting his shoulder-length hair and amplifying his majestic presence. The Qin Emperor and Han Wu, though remarkable, lacked literary finesse. Tang Zong and Song Zhu, though grand, fell short in charm. A generation's pride, Genghis Khan, knew only to bend a bow and shoot the eagle. He slowly speaks, his voice as sharp as ice, reciting the final lines. All that is past. The remarkable figures of yore. Let us gaze upon the present. Silence. The atmosphere becomes suffocatingly quiet after Xiang Yu's recitation, as if time itself has halted. After 10 seconds, the women, temporarily acting as an audience, erupt into applause, the sound resonating like thunder. Yet, Yi nestles against Xiang Yu's broad and warm chest, her face radiant with a sweet and proud smile, as if to flaunt her choice of partner before the others. This is the man I have chosen. He could easily rely on his looks, yet he chooses to showcase his talent. Are you envious? Originally, Yi was merely enamored with Xiang Yu's physique, even contemplating secretly supporting him. But she did not anticipate that Xiang Yu possessed not only a handsome exterior, but also a soul that is a rare gem. No, to be more precise, he is one in a million. The women gather around Xiang Yu, observing Yi nestled against such an exceptional man, basking in his exclusive affection. Their expressions transforming with complexity and intrigue. Miss Golden Week and Miss Valentine's Day, being newcomers, merely perceive Xiang Yu as shrouded in mystery, compelling them to delve deeper into his enigmatic persona. Nami, however, is electrified, her expression reminiscent of someone who has just bitten into a sour lemon, wishing she could take Yi's place. Xiaoqing conceals her emotions well, yet a hint of envy seeps through. Dasiki, meanwhile, is filled with resentment, questioning why all the good fortune seems to favor the formidable Xiang Yu, who is not only strong and handsome but also talented, surrounded by admirers and delectable feasts. How can such a perfect villain exist in this world? At that moment, a rustling sound emerges from the snow-laden forest behind the women. Without further ado, a group of shadowy figures, dressed as ordinary villagers, emerges, encircling Xiang Yu and his companions. They wield old firearms loaded with live ammunition. The leader, a towering figure with a muscular build, appears menacing, wielding an oversized weapon resembling a tennis racket. Is this the guerrilla force of the civilian militia? Nami's heart tightens. Among them, Yi possesses the lowest combat ability, so she instinctively pairs with Xiaoqing, positioning themselves protectively around her. Stealing a glance at the calm and collected Xiangyu, she finds him unfazed, the corners of his mouth still curled in a warm smile. Her inner tension dissipates significantly, as long as the formidable Xiangyu remains composed. It seems this confrontation will be a trivial affair. Even if he were to coast through the entire ordeal, it would pose no problem. With a gentle smile, Xiangyu gazes down at the villagers brandishing their firearms, taking advantage of the terrain. I never imagined that as the captain of Walbo's guard, your courage would be so lacking. What, Mr. Dalton, after observing me for so long, are you finally willing to reveal yourself? Among seasoned fans of the sea, the name Dalton carries significant weight, often discussed with great interest. In the original tale, Luffy once performed a respectful kneeling gesture to Dalton in order to save the ailing Nami. This marked the first occasion where Luffy knelt before another. Following this, Luffy began to embody the qualities of a competent captain, no longer disregarding the feelings of his comrades due to fleeting emotions. Do not be deceived by Dalton as fierce countenance. He is, in fact, a gentle giant with a heart of gold, known for his kindness, loyalty, and honesty, and is deeply cherished by the people of the Drum Kingdom. His only flaw lies in his excessive benevolence. Originally, he served as the captain of the guard for Wapol, the former king of the Drum Kingdom, remaining loyal to Wapol's commands. However, he had long harbored dissatisfaction towards Wapol's tyrannical reign. Upon witnessing the demise of Chopper's adoptive father, Dr. Hiralik, due to Wapol's treachery, Dalton was moved to tears, and his inner resentment intensified, prompting him to intervene and prevent Chopper from attacking Wapol, as doing so would have been tantamount to a death sentence for the young reindeer. This discontent culminated when the Drum Kingdom was attacked by Blackbeard, and the inept king Wapol surrendered without a fight, abandoning his kingdom. Consequently, the Drum Kingdom ceased to exist, and its former citizens, led by Dalton, established a temporary nation named Nameless Country, which would later be officially designated as Sakura Country during the World Conference. Are you the infamous Baba Wong that the Straw Hat crew speaks of? I've heard tales of your formidable prowess and your possession of numerous peculiar abilities, even the capacity to upend an entire nation. The bald-headed lad in the straw hat informed me that among the crowd, the most flamboyant and striking figure is over 90% likely to be you. Dalton regarded Chu Ba-Wong with an expression of disdain. Yet he was genuinely astonished by how Chu Ba-Wong recognized him. He had been certain that he and Chu Ba-Wong had never crossed paths before. Yet, what astonished him most was that, despite intending to call out Chu Ba-Wong's true name, he inadvertently uttered Baba Wong. In front of so many witnesses, suddenly stuttering and calling someone father drove Dalton to the brink of madness. Why stutter at such a moment? Why on that particular word? Nevertheless, Dalton had already agreed to assist the seemingly benign Straw Hat crew. Should he encounter Chu Ba-Wong during his patrol, he promised to divulge the predicaments currently befalling Usopp. Zoro and Luffy briefly recounted Chu Ba-Wong's illustrious achievements, suggesting that if Dalton's demeanor was sufficiently sincere, he might even curry favor with Chu Ba-Wong to alleviate the urgent plight of their beleaguered nation. To Dalton's surprise, Luffy was not entirely foolish. He possessed a certain level of self-awareness. Chu Ba-Wong raised an eyebrow, his expression brightening with amusement. Upon hearing Luffy praise his handsomeness and combat skills, a slight swell of pride surged within him. As long as one acknowledges my attractiveness, they become a friend of Chu Ba-Wong. Dare to claim I am unattractive, and one shall be met with my fist. Oh, Roger, do you see this? This is the chasm that separates you from Luffy. One day, he shall indeed become the true Pirate King. My prophecy, not even Jesus can thwart. As for Luffy's remarks about being flamboyant, Chu Ba-Wong dismissed them, as they were not the crux of the discussion. I wish to know what other foolishness Luffy, that simpleton, shared with you. Dalton hesitated, taken aback by Chu Ba-Wong's casual reference to Luffy as a simpleton. Could it be that the bald-headed straw hat lad held such a lowly status aboard the ship? That seemed improbable. In Luffy, he had sensed an overwhelming vitality, albeit not as pure as that of the swordsman beside him or a certain curly-haired chef, yet still formidable in its own right. How could it appear that this self-proclaimed captain, the bald-headed lad in the straw hat, was the least esteemed among the crew? Dalton, moved by Luffy's willingness to kneel for the sake of his companion Usopp, harbored no intentions of opposing Chubawang. In response to Chubawang's inquiry, he replied, "He mentioned that I should keep a closer watch on you, lest the village's beautiful maidens catch sight of you. Otherwise, those girls may fall victim to your charm, leaving you, the rogue, to take advantage." Indeed, Luffy's words rang true. As Dalton spoke, his gaze swept over Koya, Nami, Little Ching, and Dasky. And when he looked back at Chubawang, it was as if he were observing an irresponsible cad who would abandon a woman after a dalliance. Chubawang felt exasperated, realizing he had once again been labeled as a rogue. Did he truly appear to be such a scoundrel? Or was it as if he had rogue written across his face? "I, Chubawang, am not a rogue. Believe me," as he noted the villagers' expressions of disdain. Chubawang wished to shout, "I am not a rogue. I truly am not. Believe me, I merely brought these maidens out for a casual outing. Our relationship is pure and refined, not the sordid affair you presume it to be. Wait. If you wish to reunite with the Straw Hat Boy, I can guide you." Dalton gestured for the villagers to step aside boldly, even lowering his previously haughty demeanor, inviting Chubawang to visit the village. He did not perceive the man whom the four-sword-style swordsman Roronoa Zoro regarded as a mentor as a mere pushover. The news of Wapple's demise had yet to circulate. One day, this inept king would inevitably return to reclaim his throne, plunging the kingdom back into darkness. Although Dalton possessed the abilities of a Zoan-type Nyo fruit user, he still felt inadequate in the face of Wapple's Munch fruit. Therefore, he sought to ally himself with every potential combat partner available. Had it not been for the concern that appearing overly eager from the outset would place him at a disadvantage, Dalton would not have acted so aggressively. Nami glanced at Chubawang and asked, "Father, can we trust this fellow?" Chubawang waved his hand. "Let's follow him." Captain Dalton is known for his friendliness, integrity, and honesty, and he is beloved by the people of the Drum Kingdom. It would be a delightful opportunity to sample the local delicacies. Is this truly the great leader? He perceived my true nature at a glance. Dalton thought, initially skeptical of the extravagant claims made by Luffy and his crew about Chubawang, doubting that such an extraordinary individual could exist. However, his doubts began to dissipate with each moment spent in Chubawang's presence. As Dalton led the way, he leaned toward his subordinate, whispering in a voice only they could hear, "I will take Baba Wang on a slightly roundabout route. You should proceed back to the village first and advise the young maidens to refrain from going out too much. They must not encounter this rogue, Baba Wang. Otherwise, I fear that some of them may be beguiled by the striking appearance of the formidable Ba Wang. Should they fall victim to this scoundrel, they would have nowhere to lament their fate. Remember, guard against fire, theft, and the seduction of Ba Wang." The illustrious Chu Ba Wang appeared utterly befuddled. While others might not perceive the hushed whispers of Dalton and his deputy, Chu Ba Wang heard every word with crystal clarity. "My dear friend, your facade has crumbled." He truly did not expect that such a straightforward man with prominent brows and eyes like Dalton would betray him. "The beauty of the women in your nation is something I may not fully appreciate, to be frank." Accompanied by the enchanting, sword-wielding Shaoqing, whose figure could rival even that of the Empress Hancock, Chu Ba Wang's standards of beauty have undoubtedly risen. Unless a woman possesses extraordinary beauty, he scarcely deigns to glance in her direction. With each step in the thick snow, the women's snow boots crunched audibly beneath them. Initially, Dalton did not notice, but as their procession progressed, he suddenly realized that the snow gear worn by Chu Ba Wang's entourage was far more luxurious and complete than that of the indigenous people who had lived in this icy realm for years. It was designed not only for warmth, but also for aesthetic appeal, making an essential item for anyone wishing to enjoy the snowy landscape. To put it somewhat inappropriately, those gleaming snow boots were almost blinding to Dalton's 24-karat titanium alloy eyes. Dalton was about to inquire further, hoping to foster a closer bond and prepare for future alliances. However, Chu Ba Wang seemed to have anticipated his ulterior motives and interjected, "Do not ask. The answer is simply that you cannot afford them. I do not look down upon you as a penniless, unremarkable dog, but rather, even if you were wealthy, these boots are unattainable in this world." Dalton and the villagers felt a pang of heartbreak. Although they appeared to be impoverished and the entire nation languished in a state of disrepair, could he not express his disdain for them in a more subtle manner? Chu Ba Wang paused before revealing, "Let me tell you the truth. These boots are the Swarovski Crystal Snow Boots, limited edition. Only girls with whom I share a deep bond may even dream of acquiring them. The market price for Swarovski Crystal Snow Boots is approximately 25,000, which translates to about 200,000 yuan, making it the most expensive brand of snow boots in the world as of 2015. There is no other brand that compares. Swarovski's elite artisans must meticulously sew hundreds of exquisite crystals onto lambskin components, which are then sent back to the Gold Coast. Finally, the elite craftsmen of Burli spend 5 full working days hand-stitching to create the final product. The Swarovski Crystal Snow Boots produced by the system are truly the finest of the finest, treasures that cannot be bought even with money." Dalton felt despondent. He had intended to showcase his grassroots armed forces to display his leverage before Chu Ba Wang. But it seemed that Chu Ba Wang did not regard their show of strength at all. The only reason he accompanied them to the village was to sample the local delicacies. This country currently has no name. It was once known as the Magu Kingdom, ruled by the former king, Walbo. Globally, it is recognized as a significant medical nation, yet Walbo, a selfish tyrant, often enacted laws that benefited himself at the expense of the people, even instituting absurd regulations that hunted down doctors. Consequently, only the witch Dr. Kaleha and Dr. 20 remain on this island, the latter having gone into hiding following Walbo's escape. Thus, the Straw Hat crew must venture into the mountains to seek the witch Dr. aid. If all goes well, they should return shortly and reunite with you. Dalton succinctly updated Chu Ba Wang on the whereabouts of Luffy, Zoro, and the others, to which Chu Ba Wang occasionally nodded in response. With Zoro and Sanji's assistance, Luffy should have met Chopper by now, so Chu Ba Wang was not in a hurry to reunite with them. Upon arriving at the Magu Kingdom, he had already employed his advanced observation haki, comparable to that of Enel, to cover the entire island, yet he had not detected Walbo's presence. As such, the lethargic Chu Ba Wang resolved to wait at the Magu Kingdom for Walbo to take the bait. Noticing that Dalton was becoming somewhat parched from speaking, out of courtesy, Chu Ba Wang casually remarked, "Captain Dalton need not elaborate. I am indeed quite interested in the powers of Walbo's Gomu no Mi. Should Walbo the Fool dare return to the Magu Kingdom, next year on this day shall mark his demise." Nami, clinging to Chu Ba Wang's right arm, whispered, "Father, when you say such things, you really do sound like a villain of the most wicked sort. One might think you are the tyrant of the Magu Kingdom." The forcibly abducted Dasky subtly nodded her head in agreement, recalling the vivid image of Chu Ba Wang forcefully pinning Smoker against the wall. It was a memory that would likely haunt her for a lifetime. Chu Ba Wang mused, "How did I, such a charming young man, inadvertently become the villain? All I did was take a female soldier from the Navy. Compared to those true fiends who kill and ravage innocents, I am but a mere amateur." As they continued, Kia's expression suddenly shifted, and she shrank into Chu Ba Wang's embrace, resembling a koala clinging to him. Her slender fingers pointed ahead in astonishment. "Look, there is a bear up ahead. It looks so ferocious. Should we play dead, so it won't eat us?" The women turned to look and confirmed that it was indeed a bear. Not only was it standing upright, but it also sported thick white fur, towering over them at 3 times Dalton's height. Most astonishingly, this white bear was wielding an ice pick, leading them to wonder if it intended to break the ice to catch fish for a meal. Chu Ba Wang gazed incredulously at the benevolent-looking trekking bear. In terms of ferocity, this mere white bear could not be compared to Xiaoqing's true form, the Tianqing Yopong, and it didn't even qualify to be Xiaoqing's dessert. Chu Ba Wang pressed his lips together, chuckling as he explained, "This is a local specialty of the Magu Kingdom. It is a trekking bear, They are quite friendly to humans and pose no danger. If they encounter people, they will nod in mutual goodwill. It remains uncertain whether the soup brewed from bare bones is delectable. The thoughts of Chu Ba Wang became increasingly animated. He had never tasted the rich broth made from bare bones in his lifetime. Should Duoluin discover the inner musings of Chu Ba Wang, he would likely be infuriated to the point of trembling, compelled to confront him fiercely. In the hearts of the people of Ci Guowangua, the Yanju Xiong, or the Wandering Bear, is perceived as a creature of great empathy, akin to an embodiment of the spirits of nature, and is regarded as a companion in a certain sense. Chu Ba Wang's act of slaying the bear for its bones equates to slaughtering one of their kin. Indeed, what a formidable figure he is, a true connoisseur of knowledge, able to identify the species and temperament of the Yanju Xiong with merely a glance. Duoluin's heart trembled once more. He was certain that Chu Ba Wang had never encountered a Yanju Xiong before, yet he spoke the truth with unwavering confidence, dissipating the last remnants of doubt regarding Chu Ba Wang's capabilities. All that remained in his heart was boundless admiration and reverence. If Chu Ba Wang were to choose to stay in Ci Guowangua, what fear could there be of the troublesome Valbo making a comeback? He suddenly felt that his audacious decision to welcome the rubber boy and his companions, guiding them on their medical journey, was indeed the wisest choice he had ever made. Mr. Ba Wang truly possesses an expansive breadth of knowledge. Who would have thought he recognized even the Yanju Xiong of Ci Guowangua and understood their gentle nature? Duoluin was no complete novice to human sentiments. He promptly seized the opportunity to flatter Chu Ba Wang, aiming to cultivate a closer relationship through mutual admiration. Only by ensuring the true magnate feels comfortable can one hope to earn his favor. This, without a doubt, is a subtlety of human interaction. As the old saying goes, the world is not merely about conflict. It is about the intricacies of human relationships. The notion of the Yanju Xiong, which enjoys mutually respectful exchanges with humans, is indeed intriguing. Kuya suddenly realized this and gracefully performed a mountain-climbing salute to the Yanju Xiong. Nami and Dasky followed suit, mimicking que es gesture. The Yanju Xiong, in turn, responded with a comically exaggerated bow. Should I also imitate the gesture of the esteemed Kuya? Pondered Xiaoqing, who appeared bewildered, her gaze sweeping over the Yanju Xiong. She did not quite grasp the significance of such an action. Saluting a bear? Surely, this bear is not worthy of being my dessert. Why should I pay my respects to it? Aside from Chu Ba Wang, she held no reverence for any living creature. Duoluin raised an eyebrow, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction, and was about to remind the outsider to respect local customs. However, he was taken aback to discover that the Yanju Xiong, which Xiaoqing had glanced at, exhibited no signs of anger. Instead, it displayed an expression of fear, prostrating itself before her in a grand gesture of submission. Duoluin was utterly bewildered. Was this Yanju Xiong genetically mutated? He stared dumbfounded at the creature they revered as the spirit of the wilderness, now bowing to Chu Ba Wang's maid as if in apology. The Yanju Xiong, trembling with fear, crawled on the ground, eager to please like a devoted puppy before its master. You are a bear, not a dog, Duoluin thought, feeling a profound disillusionment. Let it go. This Yanju Xiong is clearly terrified of you. It likely won't leave without your command. Chu Ba Wang nodded slightly, signaling Xiaoqing to maintain a low profile. After all, Xiaoqing's true form is that of the Tianqing Yomang, a powerful serpent from the heart of the Xing Dota Sun Lin, which exerts a significant bloodline pressure on animals. Not to mention an ordinary Yanju Xiong. Even a Titan giant ape would have to submit and address her as big sister. Xiaoqing blinked her beautiful eyes and waved dismissively at the Yanju Xiong. Did you not hear what my lord said? Depart at once and do not appear before me again. Otherwise, I will surely make soup of you. The hapless Yanju Xiong felt as if it had received a reprieve, clutching its ice pick, which served as a makeshift cane, and scurried away in a frenzy, fearing that Xiaoqing might change her mind and decide to consume it. Who would have imagined that even a maid beside the formidable Chu Ba Wang would possess such power and mystery? The Yanju Xiong, which even the snow wolves dared not provoke, now resembled a mouse in the presence of a cat when faced with Xiaoqing. This raised questions about their past encounters. How had the great Chu Ba Wang managed to enlist Shao Qing as his maid? Duoluan's previous disdain for Chu Ba Wang evaporated, replaced by a serious demeanor. This was indeed a true magnate, both formidable and comely. Should he learn that the enigmatic figure in his eyes was merely a creation born of Chu Ba Wang's fleeting curiosity, he would likely be rendered speechless. After traversing a hidden peak for about half an hour, the group arrived at a village named Hao Jiao, the hometown of the quack healer Shilu Lu Ku. The streets were occasionally graced by the passage of winter hippos and snow antelopes, and the coexistence of humans and animals here was remarkably harmonious, lending a peculiar charm to the place. Who named this village? It sounds utterly uncultured, Chu Ba Wang remarked, if it were up to me. With the surrounding snow maple trees and the cold wind climate, naming it Feng Shuizhen would be far more melodious. Why must it be called the Hao Jiao? Such an unappealing name. Duoluan sighed, that stings, my friend. I actually named it and received considerable support from the villagers at the time. Though he felt a surge of irritation, he maintained a smile, for Chu Ba Wang's point was valid. Feng Shuizhen is indeed a far more pleasant name than the Hao Jiao. However, it was clear that Chu Ba Wang did not dwell on the matter excessively. In this pirate world, the ordinary folk oppressed by the nobility struggled to survive, leaving little opportunity for formal education. Among 10 people, 9 were illiterate, and the last was unlikely to fare much better. Individuals like Zoro, who were obsessed with the sword and possess a talent for poetry, are truly rare. At times, Chu Ba Wang wondered if Zoro were to traverse to the Tang dynasty and become a Han person. Would he transform into the next poetic immortal, Li Bai? After all, aside from his moniker Green Algae Head, Zoro also bore the title King of Poetry. In states of reciting poetry or donning a headscarf while reminiscing about his companions, Zoro's combat prowess would significantly surge. Although Duoluan was illiterate, he could not deny that the connections within the Hao Jiao were quite formidable. Soon, he arranged for the finest local delicacies to be prepared, creating a feast that rivaled even the Manhan Quan Shi, hoping to further cultivate a relationship with the esteemed Chu Ba Wang. Unfortunately, most of the meat did not align with Chu Ba Wang's modern American palate. However, certain purely natural antelope milk and block cheese were quite delicious, leaving a lasting impression. Though the culinary skills in the pirate world may not be exceptionally refined, the quality of the organic fruits and dairy products is undeniably remarkable. Unlike the Earth of the past, this world is virtually free from environmental pollution, and animals are not subjected to hormones to accelerate their growth, resulting in fruits and dairy that are of unparalleled quality. Bringing these fruits and meats into a past life would indeed epitomize the essence of pure naturalness. How delightful! Chu Ba Wang, holding a steaming cup of cheese tea in one hand and cradling the clingy little cat Nami in the other, appeared utterly content. Meanwhile, Shao Qing diligently assumed the role of a massage therapist, devotedly kneading Chu Ba Wang's shoulders and legs. Such decadence! It was overwhelmingly indulgent. Dalton watched with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, observing Chu Ba Wang's blissful demeanor. He instinctively questioned whether the purpose of his visit to Dawakio village was truly to seek out Luffy and his companions to bring them to the Drum Kingdom. After all, Chu Ba Wang showed no signs of concern for Usopp's illness. He seemed more like he was on a vacation resort, not only embracing Nami, but also enjoying the services of a professional masseuse. Dalton opened his mouth as if to speak, but was immediately interrupted by Chu Ba Wang's dismissive gesture. I am aware that Luffy has already gone to the palace atop the highest peak of Drum Mountain. I also know that the so-called witch doctor, Dr. Kureha, resides there. Moreover, I am aware of Dr. Kureha's eccentric personality. She typically does not descend the mountain to treat patients unless she feels a sudden whim. To this day, she has lived for over 140 years, and her favorite food is pickled plum. Mr. Dalton, you need not say a word. I can discern all your thoughts. Dalton's expression changed dramatically, stunned. Every word spoken by Chu Ba Wang echoed exactly what he had been yearning to express. Did this mean that from the very beginning, Chu Ba Wang had been aware of his intention to use him against Wapol? Those powerful individuals often possess peculiar temperaments. It would not be an exaggeration to describe them as eccentric. Now, with Chu Ba Wang, whose strength was unfathomable. Having realized his ulterior motives, would he retaliate recklessly? At this thought, a cold sweat broke out on Dalton's forehead, a chill rising from his feet to his crown. Outside, snowflakes danced in the air, yet the atmosphere inside remained tense. Using someone as a tool was indeed a clever strategy. Unfortunately, Chubawang was not the type to abide by conventional norms, nor did he wish to become a blade in someone else's hand. Faced with Chubawang's teasing inquiry, Dalton felt as uneasy as a cat on a hot tin roof. His expression contorted as if he had just consumed something unpleasant, just as he was nervously contemplating how to respond to this life-threatening question. A knock echoed from outside the door. Dalton was so thrilled he nearly burst into tears. "Brothers, you have arrived just in time. Who could it be that has come to alleviate my urgent predicament? This is truly heartwarming. Stay back. Let me open the door myself." Ignoring Chubawang's remarks, Dalton brushed aside his assistant and hurriedly flung open the door, almost wishing to embrace the visitor and shower them with gratitude. Yet, when he finally laid eyes on the newcomer, his face darkened instantly, nearly forcing him to regurgitate his breakfast. Standing before him was a disheveled woman, towering nearly 25 meters, waving at Dalton with a hand that had just been digging for nasal treasure. Her smile was affable, but her pancake-like face and bear-like physique left much to be desired. In Chubawang's words, "For heaven's sake, someone so unattractive should not be parading about. The level of mockery is off the charts, and one could easily be beaten up on the street." The disheveled woman extended her hand, still adorned with remnants of her previous endeavor, attempting a handshake. "Oh, Captain Dalton, you seem quite joyful. What, are you hoping to give me a big bear hug?" Dalton's face darkened like a black pot, caught in a dilemma of whether to accept her hand or not. If given another chance, he would rather face Chubawang's probing questions than confront this untidy woman at the door. Xiaoqing stifled a laugh, clearly reveling in the misfortune of her superior. This left Koya somewhat helpless. It truly was a shame for the loyal Dalton to be subjected to such teasing. Regarding the so-called Kenbunchaku haki, Koya was somewhat aware of its implications. She could not believe that Dalton would coincidentally choose this moment to open the door, only to encounter such an unfortunate figure. Did he not notice that Chubawang was practically grinning from ear to ear? Seeing that Dalton seemed to be engaged in a serious discussion with an important guest, the disheveled woman wisely refrained from lingering and got straight to the point. "Captain Dalton, were you not searching for the witch doctor, Dr. Correja? I just heard that she seems to have arrived at the neighboring Cocoa Wait town." Dalton was taken aback. The villagers accompanying him were equally stunned. Even the little greedy cat Nami, who had been shamelessly reaching for cheese biscuits, was momentarily speechless. If the witch doctor had indeed met with Luffy, it was clear that she should be focused on treating Usopp at this moment. However, her sudden appearance in Cocoa Wait town suggested that Luffy and his crew had missed her by a hair's breadth. How unfortunate for Mr. Luffy! Nami, wide-eyed and incredulous, exclaimed, by the timeline, they should have already arrived at the palace on Drum Peak and united with the witch doctor. This is simply too coincidental. Luffy has perfectly missed the only doctor in this country. Chubawang also furrowed his brow, recalling that he had indeed sacrificed Luffy's luck to the deity Mei-Pu-Lu during a lottery, which had granted him a trove of exceptional goods. If that were the case, it seemed that Luffy's unfortunate timing in missing the witch doctor would ultimately fall upon his shoulders. Just as Chubawang began to ponder whether he should intervene, a long-forgotten mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his ears. "Beep. Host detected to be about to meet the first adorable creature, Tony Kun. Task issued as follows. Teach him the strongest taijutsu from Hokage, the 8 gates, to help little Tony Kun, who wishes to protect his companions, become stronger. Task rewards. The Imperial Tool, 1 strike kill, Muramasa. The Imperial Tool, transforming into Free Gaia Foundation. The Imperial Tool, Demon God Manifestation of Evil Essence. Imperial Tool, 1 strike kill, Muramasa. Originally owned by Akatsuki from the anime Akame ga Kill. A deadly blade. Anyone struck by this cursed sword will be poisoned and swiftly perish, with no antidote available. Renowned as a one-hit kill sword, a mere scratch is fatal, and it is forged solely for murder. Note, Exercise extreme caution when wielding, as any cut to the fingers results in instant death. During combat, if the blade does not directly strike the opponent, the curse cannot be activated, and it is ineffective against corpses or puppets. Imperial Tool. Transforming into Free Gaia Foundation, originally owned by Chelsea. A cosmetic-type Imperial Tool that allows the user to transform into anything they desire. Note, the weakness is that it must be operated using both hands. Without fingers, this tool cannot be utilized. Imperial Tool. Demon God Manifestation of Evil Essence. Originally owned by the antagonist is Death. An ice-type Imperial Tool that allows for the creation and control of ice. Regarded by Najenda as the strongest Imperial Tool. It is said that the main material is the blood of a super dangerous creature residing in the far north. And the mark on his death's chest is a symbol formed after consuming that blood. However, anyone other than his death who has tasted even a drop has been driven mad by a desire for slaughter. Weakness, none. The task rewards all stem from the immensely popular healing anime, Zhan Qihong Jitong, which leads Chu Bawang to ponder whether gathering the fragments of the portal might transport him to this tragic two-dimensional world. Chopper, you truly are a good-natured reindeer. I cannot express how much I adore you. Ding. Does the host choose to accept this task? Please confirm. Isn't it a non-mandatory task that won't result in annihilation if left uncompleted? Haha. I find myself growing fonder of you, system. I confirm my acceptance of this task. Is it not simply about teaching little Chopper the 8 gates of body technique? The difficulty is hardly daunting. A warm smile graces the corners of Chu Bawang's mouth as he reflects on how considerate this system has become. With such practical task rewards, only a fool would decline. Moreover, Chu Bawang has a vague sense that once little Chopper masters the 8 gates of body technique, he will become an exceptionally formidable and sophisticated individual. Chopper, the 8 gates of body technique is a powerful force. Perfect to gain 3 Imperial artifacts. One merely needs to ensure that Chopper learns the 8 gates of body technique. This deal is undeniably profitable. If little Chopper were right in front of me, I would likely be overwhelmed with excitement and give him a grand bear hug. These 3 Imperial artifacts are simply too useful. While they have their strengths and weaknesses, each possesses unique advantages. The curse of the Imperial artifact Muramesa, which symbolizes a lethal strike in Zhan Qihong Jitong, becomes less advantageous in the pirate world, where even ordinary people exhibit remarkable vitality. Unless reforged and enhanced later, it would serve merely as a potent poison buff. However, the Imperial artifacts Gaia Foundation and Devil's Essence are fundamentally different. They remain highly useful even in the later stages. The Gaia Foundation is akin to a perfect disguise technique, allowing the user to transform into anything according to their desires. Not only perfectly imitating others, but also morphing into any animal. When compared to the transformative abilities of Sun Wukong, it holds its ground admirably. The Devil's Essence, on the other hand, is an advanced version of the ice fruit with no side effects. If developed further, Chu Bawang could even halt time itself, rendering everyone immobile within the frozen moment, except for himself. The only regret lies in the fact that the Devil's Essence does not grant the user the ability to elementalize like the ice fruit users. Yet, this flaw pales in comparison to the ability to freeze time. Now, with boundless stamina, I wonder how long I can maintain this time freeze. Surely, it won't be less than an hour, right? Chu Bawang's gaze flickers back and forth, casting a sly glance at the wealthy and elegant Kaya. In the neighboring village of Da Haojiao, in a bustling bar overflowing with patrons, the piercing cries of children echo, causing discontent among numerous customers. Boss, you must think of a solution. Your son has been wailing incessantly, and I cannot enjoy my drink. If this continues, I shan't return. The boss bows apologetically and approaches his son. Hey, Xiaodama, what's the matter? Why have you been crying since morning? Have you encountered something distressing? Smile a little. Good fortune will follow. Yet, despite the bar owner's attempts to console him, the 10-year-old boy remains silent, sobbing heart-wrenchingly. This prompts the bar owner to grow increasingly impatient, his tone turning stern. If you only cry and say nothing, I cannot decipher your true feelings. Your noise is disturbing the guests. Speak up. If you keep this up, I will throw you out and ignore you. While the atmosphere within the bar is tumultuous, outside, a profound silence prevails, with all eyes drawn toward a striking figure. A cool woman with snow-white hair and sunglasses exudes an air of natural confidence. Those who catch a glimpse of her true visage find themselves momentarily stunned, as if they have encountered an ominous omen. Her upper attire is quite revealing, featuring a crop top with a metallic ring adorning her navel, while her lower half resembles stylish denim. Despite her age, Dr. Correja maintains an impressive figure, suggesting that in her youth, she was undoubtedly a captivating beauty. If one disregards her years, she is a trendy lady. Even now, she remains a unique and formidable older woman. At her feet, a blue-nosed reindeer dons a pink hat marked with an X. Oh my, who would have thought such a heartless father exists in this world? Willing to cast his own son aside for business? The child's persistent cries are clearly signals of physical distress. The cool elder, Dr. Correja, chuckles menacingly as she reaches out to stroke the thick fur of Chopper in his reindeer form, her piercing gaze sweeping over the bystanders, who instinctively lower their heads in fear. It is noteworthy that Dr. Correja's voice actress is Masako Nozawa, the same as that of Son Goku from Akira Toriyama's renowned anime Dragon Ball. The residents harbor a mix of resentment, admiration, and trepidation towards Dr. Correja. Many have experienced her medical treatment, yet the exorbitant fees for her services leave them feeling as if a piece of their flesh has been torn away. Stay away from me. Chopper, Dr. Correja, strides confidently toward the bar's entrance, her tone radiating an unyielding self-assurance. Just as onlookers assume she disapproves of the bar owner's treatment of the child and prepares to intervene, Dr. Correja unexpectedly delivers a powerful punch, crashing through the heavy wooden door of the establishment. Despite being over 140 years old, her concealed strength is formidable. If Luffy were not relying on his protagonist's aura, it would remain uncertain whether he could contend with this formidable old woman. The residents are left in bewilderment. Surely, there is a better way to express one's grievances than smashing down a door. If they were unaware of Dr. Correja's reputation as a healer, they might mistake her for an aggressor. Alas, today, they have encountered this witch of a doctor. It seems a hefty price must be paid to cure little Dama's ailment. The bar's patrons, primarily ordinary villagers, are terrified by Dr. Correja's actions, leaving even the bar owner stuttering and trembling, his heart heavy with dread. Evidently, he is well aware of Dr. Correja's medical practices. Children, do you still possess happiness? Do you wish to learn the secret to my eternal youth? Dr. Correja and the taciturn reindeer Chopper block the bar's entrance, exuding an air of audacious arrogance. The residents are enveloped in anxiety, uncertain of the true intentions of the witch doctor. Undoubtedly, no one welcomed the arrival of the witch doctor. They merely wished for Dr. Correja to depart swiftly. At that moment, however, someone unexpectedly responded to Dr. Correja's rhetorical query. Dr. Correja, the reason you have survived for 140 years while retaining your youthful vigor is quite simple. It is happiness. One must seize joy in life. For a life devoid of pleasure lacks selfhood. I believe this is the essence of what Dr. Correja wishes to convey. A smile can take off a decade. Only the smile born of joy serves as the secret to eternal youth. The voice, robust yet refined, evoked no feelings of envy. Following the source of the sound, Dr. Correja gazed in astonishment towards a tranquil corner of the bar. This was her first encounter with someone unafraid to converse with her normally. Others had shunned her out of fear of her title as the witch doctor. What surprised her even more was that this individual had accurately identified the secret to her perpetual youth: happiness. The person before her stood over 8 feet tall, with eyes like radiant stars, and his facial features were rendered exquisitely by bold strokes, creating an image of perfection. In the heart of winter, he bore his bare arms. His muscles were well-defined and robust, neither overly pronounced nor gaunt, epitomizing the essence of a handsome man. How striking! I never imagined our village could harbor such a dashing figure, dazzling my 24K titanium alloy eyes. Sisters, do not compete with me. This charming young man is reserved for this wealthy lady. Anyone who dares to contest me shall face my wrath. Come now with that barrel-like waist. Do you really believe you could compete? Look at the beautiful women surrounding that handsome fellow, all exquisite. Even if you offered 1,000,000,000 berries, they would not entertain your advances. When the infamous Chu Bawang appeared, many wine-loving ladies in the bar gasped in delight, starstruck by his presence. Yet, upon seeing the likes of Shao Qing, Ye, Nami, and Dasky, envy and resentment brewed within them. To sit beside such an exceptional man as Chu Bawang surely exemplified the allure of femininity. Fortunately, I had the foresight to send away the young women of Dawakio village, preventing them from meeting with Chu Bawang. Otherwise, the scene would likely have been one of lovesick admirers. Dalton silently admired himself. Even he, a man, could not resist Chu Bawang's undeniable charm, let alone the young women who could think only with their lower halves. If the village girls were to witness Chu Bawang surrounded by so many beautiful women, each outshining them by a mile, they would surely be heartbroken. Dr. Kaleha remained silent for a long moment before removing her sunglasses and gazing incredulously at the newcomer. "Are you the White Devil, Chu Bawang?" At this instant, the advantage of being universally recognized became apparent. There was no need for Chu Bawang to introduce himself, as she had already identified him. However, at that moment, Chu Bawang felt quite awkward, wishing he could vanish into the ground. While it was indeed exhilarating to be called father by someone, being addressed as such by a woman nearing 140 years of age was a bit much, even for him. At this juncture, he longed for the recognition that came with being universally known to transform into a skill he could deactivate at will. "Let's have a drink," Doriel, Chu Bawang said, clapping his hands with a warm smile. "It's my treat." Dasky stepped forward, placing the plum wine and pickled plums she had procured along the way in front of Dr. Kaleha, obediently like a well-trained maid. She did not wish to be so compliant. However, Chu Bawang's rigorous expectations compelled her to comply, and she dared not defy the fierce Shao Qing. Thus she dutifully performed her task. Moreover, having witnessed the formidable methods by which Chu Bawang had altered the memories of MR3 and MR5 on Taigu Island, Dasky feared that if he ever took a disliking to her, he might erase her memories entirely. If her memories were altered, she would have no hope of escaping Chu Bawang's grasp. How could this be? Chu Bawang possessed such intimate knowledge of Doriel's preferences, even having prepared plum wine and pickled plums. Did he intend to harm Doriel? The reindeer Choba, in a state of alarm, fixated its wary gaze upon Chu Bawang. The name Doriel was predominantly uttered by Choba alone. It could not fathom why this notorious man, with a bounty of 90,000,000 berries, was aware of Dr. Kaleha's private nickname. Could it be that Chu Bawang had been secretly observing, having uncovered the truth that Choba was indeed a talking creature? With this troubling thought, the reindeer Choba began to fidget anxiously. When it locked eyes with Chu Bawang, whose gaze sparkled with intensity, it timidly retreated behind Dr. Kaleha. That look was utterly piercing. It was blinding. It seemed to harbor ill intent. "Ah, it appears you have done your research. What is this? Are you a hired assassin sent by Walbo to eliminate me?" "No, that incompetent Walbo could never afford someone as imposing as you," Dr. Kaleha mused, while simultaneously seizing the plum wine and pickled plums, mixing them as she drank without concern for poison. "And let me clarify, I am only 139 years old, not the elderly figure of 140. Moreover, even if I were to reach the age of 140, as long as my heart remains young, I shall never grow old." Though she felt equally astonished, her exterior remained calm and unruffled, her tone exuding confidence. Even with the notorious pirate, the White Devil Chu Bawang, suddenly appearing in Cocoa White Town, Dr. Kaleha remained unfazed. There is a saying that wisdom comes with age. She had not lived 140 years in vain. This voice was utterly out of character. I never expected Dr. Kaleha to have the voice of Sun Wukong from Dragon Ball. Chu Bawang Chuka Silen Bi. His mind flooded with nostalgia. The childhood memories of Dragon Ball were among the most vivid of his youth, and it was undoubtedly his favorite anime, without contest. As Chu Bawang arrived in Cocoa White Town, a fierce battle had just erupted at the neighboring Dawakio village's lookout. With the fall of the last farmer sentry, Walbo and his Eagle Claw subordinates reinvaded Dawakio village. Walbo was quite rotund and unsightly, with a large mouth and deep purple hair. his chin adorned with a bucket-like tin plate, clad in armor and a white hooded cloak fashioned from tin. He wore the pelt of Robson's brother, a giant seahorse, draped over his shoulders. Beneath him sat a massive hippopotamus, presenting an imposing figure. It is worth mentioning that the hippopotamus beneath him is named Luabusen. Reflect upon that, and take your time to appreciate it. I, the esteemed lord, have finally returned. After enduring countless tribulations along the way, I have at last arrived back in my kingdom. Ah, the nostalgic Magnet Drum Island. The natural environment here remains as magnificent as ever. Valpo was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face, nearly succumbing to the sorrow of a fallen canine. Who could fathom the hardships he has faced over the past 6 months? First, he was hunted by Blackbeard Teach, one of the 4 emperors, and then encountered the Straw Hat crew at sea, intending to prey upon them, but was unexpectedly thrashed by a certain swordsman of the 4-sword style. To top it off, he even witnessed the pirate king Joel D. Roger being resurrected by the White Devil in Lowtown. Valpo's heart felt as if it were on a roller coaster, rising and falling with every twist and turn. One could only wonder where the notorious resurrectionist had gone. Such a person must surely attract great interest from many in this world. Valpo felt a sense of trepidation, as the appearance of Roger indicated that the formidable Chubawang might also be nearby. Valpo is an exceedingly cautious king. However, upon hearing that Blackbeard Teach would arrive at Magnet Drum Kingdom in a month to claim his head, he had abandoned the kingdom 3 months prior, fleeing faster than a rabbit. If there existed a profession of cautious bravery in this world, Valpo would undoubtedly be its paragon. Your Majesty Valpo, it seems Captain Dalton has betrayed you, and I never expected there would be so many sentries set up here, remarked a bowman named Jess, adorned with a quiver and a pointed hat. How dare you fire upon the great Valpo? Your consciences are utterly corrupted. Another man, named Chromalimong, sporting black gauntlets and an explosive hairstyle, harshly stomped on a fallen sentry's face, expressing his dissatisfaction by spitting at him. Jess, how fares our castle? Valpo completely ignored the defeated sentry squad, his mind occupied with thoughts of why the White Devil Chubawang would seek to resurrect the pirate king Roger, and why Roger had appeared in the vicinity of Magnet Drum Kingdom. Everything is as it should be, Your Majesty, replied Jess, raising a telescope to gaze upon the palace complex atop the highest Magnet Drum peak. In that case, let us hasten toward the castle. Once we unlock this nation's treasury, we shall no longer need to engage in piracy. Last time, he had fled in such haste that he hadn't adequately prepared, leaving behind many treasures and weapons. It was precisely due to his lack of funds that he had to establish a ragtag pirate crew to plunder the seas. At that moment, a subordinate rushed over. Panic etched upon his face. Your Majesty Valpo, dire news. The Straw Hat Crew's ship we encountered at sea has docked at the riverbank of Bighorn Village. What? How outrageous! Why has that Straw Hat Crew come to our kingdom? They pretended to be ignorant of this place. Valpo exclaimed in shock, his beady eyes darting toward the Golden Mary, just in time to see Roger leisurely performing the 5th set of national calisthenics on deck, humming a bizarre tune while twisting his neck and hips. Coincidentally, Roger's gaze fell upon Valpo. Upon confirming their eye contact, Valpo felt he had encountered the right person. To add to the absurdity, Roger even waved at them, causing Icolum beside him to twitch his mouth, perhaps wanting to utter the phrase about how pregnancy dulls the mind for 3 years. What in the world? Why have I encountered this persistent fellow again? Is it fate? Valpo thought in dismay. What are you all still doing? Are you preparing to be trampled by others? That is the pirate king Roger. Quickly flee for your lives. Valpo, utterly frightened, disregarded his dignity, lamenting that his parents hadn't given him 2 more legs. He charged forward on his hippopotamus named Luabusen, leading his motley crew in a hasty retreat. Roger, bewildered, wondered about the state of the world. Here I am, the illustrious pirate king Roger, waving to you, and you react as if you've seen a wretched omen. Meanwhile, in the XX Hotel of Coco West Town, the atmosphere was particularly intense. Chubawang had made a verbal agreement with Dr. Correja for a medical contest, where the victor would claim a trophy from the other. According to the rules of the contest, it was about who could heal a young boy suffering from a mysterious ailment first. Should Dr. Kureha triumph? The father would wager a precious body refinement technique, the 8 gates of Duanjia. If the father won, then the blue-nosed reindeer would belong to them. Nami pointed at the hotel owner's son, who was sobbing on the sofa, her eyes sparkling with curiosity about why Chu Bawang would wager such a valuable technique against Dr. Kureha's medical skills. A medical contest is one thing, but if Chu Bawang were to personally participate, victory would surely be his. Even if Dr. Kureha's medical prowess were formidable, it could not match the overwhelming might of Chu Bawang. However, the most peculiar aspect of this contest was that it was not Chu Bawang who would compete against Dr. Kureha, but rather the reticent little heiress Koya. "Oh my, are you certain you want this young girl to compete against me in medicine? She appears to be no more than 20 years old. How skilled can her medical expertise be?" Dr. Kureha's laughter was somewhat eerie, instilling a sense of unease. Truly, she was the wicked woman known as the witch. With just a few words, she had made Koya anxious, giving her an early edge in the contest. Observing Koya shrink into Chu Bawang's arms, Dr. Kureha's sinister smile grew more pronounced. With her nearly 140 years of experience, she immediately recognized the formidable nature of the 8 gates of Duanjia as it was employed by Chu Bawang. It could no longer be termed merely a body technique. It was akin to a forbidden art. Although she was curious about how Chu Bawang came to possess such a technique comparable to a taboo art, Dr. Kureha was more concerned with securing victory. She could not refuse Chu Bawang's challenge. Despite others claiming to be ageless witches, Dr. Kureha understood that her time was running short. She had to ensure that Chopper would possess sufficient strength to protect himself after her demise. Otherwise, without her mentor, Dr. Hiralik, and her dear Chopper, he would be viewed as a monster by humanity and captured, with the worst outcome being death. She could not allow such a kind-hearted little reindeer to face such a bleak future. The art of taijutsu, specifically the 8 gates of Duanjia, is particularly suited for the reindeer Chopper, who has consumed the human fruit. With this martial arts manual, Chopper's chances of self-preservation will undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. Although Dr. Kureha harbors a deep-seated apprehension towards the cunning and self-aware Chu Bawang, she feels confident in her ability to effortlessly secure victory against the novice Kaya. Meanwhile, the adorable little reindeer Chopper, with glistening eyes, nudges Dr. Kureha's pant leg with his antlers in discontent. Upon hearing that Chu Bawang intended to wager him, and that Dr. Kureha readily acquiesced, he felt both indignant and wronged. In his simple mind, he could not comprehend why Dr. Kureha, who usually treats him like her own child, would consider him a stake in a medical contest. Thus, he silently pondered, "Surely, I cannot be her biological son." If not for the necessity of concealing his ability to speak from others, he would have passionately questioned Dr. Kureha's cold indifference towards him. In contrast to the beleaguered little reindeer, Kaya's face was equally marked by conflict. "Darling, perhaps it would be better for you to face Dr. Kureha in the medical contest. If I were to lose." Despite her continuous adventures with Chu Bawang at sea, she had not neglected her studies in medicine, resulting in significant growth in her skills. Nonetheless, Kaya would never presume to surpass the seasoned Dr. Kureha, an established witch doctor. Failing the contest would not be catastrophic in itself, but if her defeat were to cause Chu Bawang to lose a crucial asset or trump card, she would feel immensely guilty. Before Kaya could finish her thought, Chu Bawang gently pressed a finger to her petite, rosy lips, speaking with an unexpectedly tender tone. "Dr. Kureha excels in the medical arts. In this matter, I cannot offer you much assistance." Though he possessed numerous miraculous potions for healing, he was utterly ignorant of the intricacies of medicine. He understood that Kaya yearned to learn from esteemed medical practitioners, yet regrettably, he had recently sent the likes of Kurokas and the whale Labu to the treacherous Bermuda Triangle. While he could certainly seek them out, he lacked the motivation, primarily due to his possessive nature. He did not wish for his beloved Kaya to engage closely with other men, even if those men were aging and decrepit. Thus, he envisioned a friendly exchange between Kaya and Dr. Kureha, while simultaneously allowing the endearing little Chopper to inherit the 8 gates of Duanjia. It was a perfect plan, achieving 2 objectives with one stroke. Embracing Kaya, Chu Bawang wore a gentle smile, dismissively stating, "It is merely a minor body refinement technique. Even if you lose, it is of little consequence. What matters most is that my beloved woman realizes her dreams and fulfills her potential." Kaya, no longer hesitant, playfully punched his chest with her small fist, her face aglow with sweet smiles, causing Nami and Xiao Qing nearby to feel a pang of jealousy. Dalton, relieved that Chu Bawang was not seeking trouble with him, even volunteered to act as the referee. "Doctors, have you finally concluded your conversation? Please save me. My hand hurts so much. I feel as if I might perish from the pain." The little boy lying on the couch had been reduced to tears from his immense suffering. He had lain there for quite some time, only to find that Dr. Kureha showed no inclination to treat him, resulting in profound discomfort that tormented both his heart and body. Kaya looked at the weeping boy with a furrowed brow, unsure of how to proceed, her face flushed with embarrassment. Although she had read extensively on medicine, this was her first genuine encounter with a patient. And it was at this moment that she truly grasped the meaning of theoretical knowledge versus practical application. Is it just a hand pain? So it's like this. Dr. Kureha, seasoned and confident after years of experience, set her medical kit on the wooden table. Suddenly, she pressed her thumb against the boy's shin bone, eliciting a scream from him that could rival the wails of a slaughtered pig. Unbearable, excruciating. Many present could even faintly hear the sound of a bone fracturing, leading them to suspect that Dr. Kureha had inadvertently broken the boy's shin. Unfazed, Dr. Kureha laughed heartily. "Did you see that? Now, the patient can forget the pain in his hand." Kaya remarked, "I'm sorry, but all I witnessed was a patient screaming like a pig." Dr. Kureha, indeed a formidable witch doctor of 139 years, quickly discerned that the patient's pain was more complex than mere hand discomfort. Though Kaya had picked up on something as well, she realized that theoretical knowledge could only take her so far. She had a long journey ahead before she could fully apply her bookish learning in practice. In this medical contest, Kaya was clearly at a disadvantage. Dr. Kureha cast a glance at Chu Bawang and was astonished to find him entirely unfazed by the unfavorable circumstances. Even in such dire straits, he remains composed. Does he not fear losing the powerful martial arts manual, the 8 Gates of Duanjia? In truth, while the 8 Gates of Duanjia from the world of Naruto was indeed a valuable treasure, it paled in comparison to his other possessions in Chu Bawang's eyes. He gently placed a hand on Kaya's fragrant shoulder, reassuring her, "Do not worry. Losing is merely losing. It is of little significance. Your husband possesses a mountain of these seemingly worthless techniques and is uncertain where to dispose of them. If need be, consider it your tuition for studying medicine." Kaya, Nami, and Dasky exchanged glances, thinking, listen, this is the tone a habitual show-off should adopt. It is merely a trivial 8 Gates of Duanjia in our eyes. It is no different from refuse. Only those of your ilk would be foolish enough to wager the adorable little chopper for such triviality. Dr. Kureha found herself somewhat speechless. She was certain that Chu Bawang understood just how challenging it would be for Kaya to triumph over her. Engaging in a medical contest was akin to handing her money. The phrase wealthy and foolish seemed tailor-made for him. Dr. Kureha rolled up the patient's pant leg, a serious expression crossing her face as she examined his shin. Taking on the role of Kaya's mentor, she explained, though this little one only perceives pain in his hand, the swelling in his leg signifies a purulent inflammation. Kaya bit her lip in agreement. The situation is quite severe. The bacteria have already infiltrated the bone. This is an infectious disease. Pathogens can invade the human body through various means, and when the immune system is compromised under certain conditions, it can erupt rapidly, leading to purulent inflammation. The necrotic tissue in the inflammatory zone is dissolved by proteases released from neutrophils, a process known as suppuration, resulting in the formation of purulent fluid, referred to as pus. The degenerated, necrotic neutrophils within this pus are termed pus cells. Suppurative inflammation is characterized by a significant outpouring of neutrophils, accompanied by varying degrees of tissue necrosis and pus formation. Chu Bawang squinted, his bare arms crossed over his chest as he gazed for a prolonged moment. Exuding an air of profound wisdom, unable to contain herself, Nami inquired, "Father, have you discerned something insightful? Chu Bawang rolled his eyes and playfully pinched Nami's cheek, retorting, I discern nothing. I am not a physician. Asking me such questions is futile. Even if tasked with saving lives or mending flesh and bone, it poses no challenge. However, if you expect me to articulate the underlying principles, are you not imposing an unreasonable burden upon me? This reasoning parallels the application of mathematical formulas. Chu Bawang lacks knowledge of the processes and principles that birth the formulas, but merely needs to memorize and adeptly apply them to solve mathematical problems. For him, as long as the objective of saving lives is achieved, whether through his own medical skills or miraculous remedies, is of little consequence. He has won numerous prizes, some of which are invaluable medical texts gifted to Kia for her study. Thanks to these medical books, although Kia may lack in practical experience, her theoretical understanding is remarkably astute. This young girl indeed possesses a unique insight with a solid foundation, and had she more practical experience, it would be a challenge for me to surpass her. It is truly peculiar. Every woman accompanying Chu Bawang is formidable in her own right. The witch doctor, Dr. Kaleha, shot a surprised glance at Kia, curious about how Chu Bawang managed to win over such a gentle, virtuous, and talented partner. A girl of such caliber is rare indeed. Surely, he must have invested considerable effort in pursuing her. Sensing Dr. Kaleha's intrigue, Chu Bawang could not help but smirk. If Dr. Kaleha were to discover that the exceptional Kia was actually enamored with Chu Bawang and even pursued him, she would likely be left utterly astounded. Chu Bawang, with his striking appearance, proves that in this world, looks do indeed matter. Being handsome affords one the opportunity to be pampered by wealthy women. Had he not awakened his latent abilities post-marriage, he might still be a pampered, pretty boy living off the generosity of a wealthy benefactor. Observing the child in distress, the hotel owner anxiously asked, Doctor, how is my son's condition? Dr. Kaleha dismissed him without a glance, stating, the initial treatment of this illness is crucial for survival. From now on, do not disturb me. Chuba, pass me the antibiotics. Equipped with surgical glass and wielding a scalpel with confidence, her fierce demeanor led one to question whether she aimed to save lives or to take them. I will make a small incision in your abscess. Young one, bear with me for a moment. Perhaps we should administer anesthesia first, for this seems rather gruesome. The hotel owner's lips twitched, but before he could negotiate, Dr. Kaleha had already struck the boy's calf with her scalpel. The young patient, gazing at the gleaming surgical knife, emitted a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Nearby, the reindeer Chuba stepped forward and knocked the boy unconscious, demonstrating a remarkable synergy with Dr. Kaleha. Kia and Nami exchanged glances, their mouths twitching in disbelief. While administering anesthesia to a child is not ideal for their brain, this method was rather crude. Chu Bawang, however, regarded it with admiration. Seemingly enlightened by this new knowledge of anesthesia, truly, a seasoned doctor of the realm. This method is far superior to conventional anesthesia and more economical. The hotel owner was left in a state of dismay. Dr. Kaleha's surgical procedure was undeniably bloody, yet Kia endured the sight with remarkable composure, undoubtedly gaining significant insights. She began to draw connections. Post-operative care is equally vital. The patient needs several days of rest, and the foot must be properly bandaged. The hotel owner hesitated before Dr. Kaleha, who nodded in agreement, stating, listen to this young girl, apply an ice pack to the forehead. Inflammation typically accompanies fever during recovery. As long as we endure the initial treatment, safety can be assured. Regarding payment, the hotel owner's expression soured, reflecting his awareness of the exorbitant fees demanded by Dr. Kaleha, the sole witch doctor in the land. Perhaps it is due to her unique status that her medical fees are remarkably high. He had heard that in the neighboring village of Dahookio, Dr. Kaleha had once taken 50% of a tavern owner's entire fortune for saving his wife. Faced with so many witnesses, the hotel owner knew he could not evade payment. Should he cause the last doctor to leave Tsigudao, he would become the island's pariah. Moreover, there was a practical consideration. He could not contend with Dr. Kaleha. Many ruffians had attempted to evade medical bills or extort her, only to be thoroughly beaten leaving them unrecognizable to their own parents. Nearly 100 local thugs had failed to even graze Dr. Kaleha's him. How could a mere hotel owner in this economically depressed Sigu Dao afford such exorbitant medical fees? As for the large payment, consider it waived. I am running low on garbage bags and toilet paper, and please provide me with plums and food from the store. The hotel owner was taken aback, not due to the high price, but because it was surprisingly low. In his experience, it was the first time encountering such a seemingly reckless old hag offering services at such a bargain. Why do you find my fees so astonishingly low? Dr. Kaleha inquired. Oh, that is simply because I have already obtained what I desire most. She brandished the recently acquired martial arts manual, Balaman Duinjia, bursting into laughter, her smile reminiscent of the warm sun in both winter and summer. If not for her age, this old hag would have surely been a beauty, wreaking havoc in her youth. In her laughter, a single crystalline tear appeared at the corner of Dr. Kaleha's eye. With this martial arts manual, even if she were to perish tomorrow, little Chuba would not easily fall victim to others. Even if treated as a monster, he need not fear the hunters hunting such beings. Since Choba has mastered her medical skills, this is the last thing she can do for him. She placed the secret manual of the 8 gates of Duinjia into the leather pouch on the back of the reindeer Choba. Doctor. Kureha reached out and patted the hotel owner, who wore a dazed expression. I should have taken 50 of this establishment's assets as medical fees. But today you are quite fortunate. Staying at home led you to encounter a benefactor. Do not thank my mercy. If you must express gratitude, direct it towards the benefactor who paid your bill. Ha ha ha. The bar owner suddenly realized after a slap to his forehead. If it weren't for Lord Chu's suggestion to hold a medical competition, his son might have already passed away. Even if Dr. Kureha were to heal him, the cost would undoubtedly be beyond his means. Having operated this hotel for decades, the bar owner felt a pang of regret at the thought of losing 50 of his assets to Dr. Kureha, even if it meant saving his son's life. Lord Chu's visit has truly brought glory to my humble establishment. Without you, I would not be able to continue running this hotel. The bar owner generously offered to let Lord Chu enjoy a month of free drinks, regardless of how long he stayed. Though I won't be able to drink today, I have a rather ungrateful apprentice who loves to drink when he has free time. I will leave my share of fine wines to him to deal with. Upon hearing about the month of complimentary drinks, Lord Chu decided on the spot to share this delightful news with the green-haired Zoro, who is not one to miss a bargain. As the saying goes, why let good fortune flow to outsiders? Even though the words sounded rather chaotic, they had a certain rhythm. No problem, just send your drinking apprentice to my hotel, and he can indulge to his heart's content. I assure you it will satisfy his appetite. The bar owner patted his chest, thinking that a crowd would surely drink more than a single apprentice, saving him quite a bit over the course of 10 days or half a month. Nami and Dasky, watching from the side, couldn't help but grimace, as they both knew exactly who Lord Chu referred to as his apprentice. Besides Zoro, did Lord Chu have another ungrateful apprentice? Allowing Zoro to drink for 10 days or half a month at this hotel might very well lead to bankruptcy. If it were me, I would prefer to let Dr. Kureha take the entire 50 of my assets rather than allow Zoro to drink freely for half a month. Regrettably, the hotel owner was unaware that his casual boast would lead to such dire consequences. Each time he recalled this promise, he felt the urge to slap himself. Why did he choose to treat the future god of alcohol, Zoro, instead of someone else? He was simply inviting trouble upon himself. Suppressing her laughter, Nami said, Dr. Kureha, please return to the residence at Drum Island Palace as soon as possible. My companion is in urgent need of your assistance, although I have not seen it myself. Usopp's injuries must be dire. Dr. Kureha's expression shifted in surprise. This was the first time she had heard someone dare to seek her out at Drum Island Palace for treatment. Lord Chu also wanted to see how well Zoro and Sanji were reciting the assigned work of 300 poems of song. Mastering these poems would not only enhance their poetic skills, but also foster a sense of cultural depth, for learning is indeed power. And only through education can one change their fate. As a mentor, he hoped Zoro and Sanji would grasp this concept, or he might have to endure the wear and tear on several of his 7 wolves' belts to make them understand his good intentions. Until this moment, Lord Chu finally felt the pressure of being a father. To ensure that Zoro and Sanji became well-rounded, exemplary youths of the new era, he had put in immense effort. Little did Lord Chu know that his whimsical actions would transform the future pirate world into one steeped in poetic culture, whether it be the Navy or the pirates. Should you venture out without the ability to recite poetry or compose verses, you would find it quite embarrassing to mingle. It is not the pirates' fighting skills that concern me, but rather their cultural sophistication. Although Koya lost to Dr. Kureha in the medical competition, Lord Chu did not renege on his promise. Instead, he willingly handed over the manual of the 8 Gates of Duanjia to Dr. Kureha. On one hand, the 8 Gates of Duanjia held little significance for him now. On the other hand, he understood that this manual would eventually fall into the hands of the little reindeer Choba, who would certainly learn it for self-preservation or other reasons. At that point, he would complete the system task and obtain 3 exceptionally powerful Imperial artifacts. It is noteworthy that in the original setting of Akame Ga Kill, an Imperial artifact user could only wield 1 artifact due to the immense burden it placed upon them. However, this ironclad rule does not apply to Lord Chu. Both in terms of vitality and overwhelming spiritual strength, Lord Chu far exceeds the requirements for using an Imperial artifact. His keen interest in the rewards of these artifacts stems from the remarkable traits attached to them, especially the transformation capabilities of the Imperial artifact Gaia Foundation and the manifestation of Demon's Essence. The former allows for perfect disguise, while the latter, if developed well, could grant him the ability to freeze time. Once the rewards from this mission are received, along with the initial artifact Haunting Evil Spirit, he will have acquired 4 Imperial artifacts. If he can obtain the artifact All-Seeing Omnipotence, that would make 5. If I managed to gather all the Imperial artifacts, I wonder if I could summon Shenlong to make a wish. With the medical competition, the distance between Lord Chu and Dr. Kureha has been subtly bridged. Dr. Kureha, with her straightforward nature, even publicly praised Lord Chu as the most handsome individual she has encountered in her 139 years. Were it not for her age, she might have been accused of being an old cow eating tender grass, and she would have yearned for a passionate first love. Though I was born before you, and you were born after me, I regret not being born at the same time, wishing to enjoy each day with you. I was born before you, and you were born after me. When you long for the horizon, I have already crossed the seas. Each has fragrant grass to dwell upon, never entwined in beauty. Meeting you feels like knowing you. The emotions of a past life remain unresolved. I do not resent your late arrival, only that I have aged first. In the mist, I gaze at the dark clouds, and the night passes without dawn. Meals are filled with thoughts of you, and my heart wanes as shadows fade. Only when we meet does the flower bloom towards the sunny side. I regret not being born together, yet I do not resent the early bloom of flowers. Your heart resides within mine. Can we not grow old together? When the skies clear, let us embrace and laugh together. Feeling a kinship with Dr. Kureha, Lord Chu praised her discerning eye for recognizing him as the most handsome man on the Grand Line. Her insight was truly remarkable. Lord Chu has always been honest and reliable, and he values straightforwardness in his dealings. As long as you compliment my looks, we shall become dear friends who lament the timing of our meeting. As the conversation progressed, the rapport between Lord Chu and Dr. Kureha deepened, manifesting a sense of age-defying friendship. The latter extended an invitation to Chu Bawang to visit her castle, and in kind, Chu Bawang graciously presented Dr. Kureha with 3 magical beans as a token of their meeting. Should the warriors from the alternate realm of Dragon Ball Super discover Chu Bawang's extravagant generosity in offering 3 magical beans at once, they would undoubtedly scorn him for his reckless spending. Alas, he has yet to obtain the miraculous elixir that promises eternal youth or rejuvenation. Otherwise, he would have surely gifted Dr. Kureha some to test its efficacy, for no other reason than the sheer curiosity of witnessing its effects. Consuming such a magical bean could restore one's vitality and health, provided the injuries were not fatal. Dr. Kureha was taken aback and marveled at the existence of such wondrous beans. Possessing these 3 beans was akin to holding 3 resurrection coins, was it not? The thought suddenly made her regret winning the medical competition. Had she lost, she could have seamlessly bestowed the little Xiaoba upon Chu Bawang. And with such a formidable ally as his protection, who would dare to bully the little Xiaoba, even if her life came to an end? Chu Bawang, endowed with the ability to read minds, gazed at Dr. Kaleha in silent disbelief, realizing that they shared similar thoughts. He contemplated intentionally conceding to Dr. Kaleha to discreetly offer the 8 gates of Duanjia, just as Chu Bawang and Dr. Kaleha's entourage prepared to return to Tsigu Peak. A commotion erupted at the hotel entrance. A villager, battered and stumbling, collapsed beside the shattered wooden door, gasping, and Mr. Duo Erdogan, so you are here. I finally found you. Duo Erdogan's heart raced, his brow furrowing with unease. I remember you were on watch today. Why have you abandoned your post? And how did you sustain such grievous injuries? Yet, before he could hear a response, the injured villager succumbed to his wounds and fell unconscious, clearly short of breath. If immediate assistance were not rendered, he might not survive half an hour. Duo Erdogan stood in bewilderment, anxiety etched across his face. What on earth was happening? The villager risked his life to find him, yet failed to convey any crucial information. Was he not merely a fool summoned by a monkey? There was no time for questions. He needed urgent medical attention. All other sentinels had already fallen to Warabwa. Chu Bawang activated his observation haki, capable of enveloping an entire island, and began to sense the surroundings. Though endowed with boundless stamina, he was still unaccustomed to maintaining the observation haki continuously. For the cacophony of sounds was overwhelming, filled predominantly with meaningless chatter. Infants crying, vendors haggling, and the quarrels of Aunt Zhang and Aunt Li all contributed to a vexing atmosphere. If only the observation haki could function like an antivirus program, filtering out the noise. Chu Bawang silently vowed that if his haki ever reached its pinnacle, he would develop a feature to block such trivial information. Should Zolong, still struggling with the rudimentary aspects of observation haki, learn that Chu Bawang possessed such advanced abilities, yet seldom utilized them due to the incessant noise, he might weep with envy. What? All the sentinels have been eliminated? How could this be? Duo Erdogan clutched the barely conscious villager and bellowed, his voice echoing. Nami, startled mid-drink, instinctively retaliated with a punch, showcasing her prowess as the strongest navigator of the Straw Hat crew. Once timid, Nami now displayed newfound confidence. Emboldened by Chu Bawang's support, Shaoqing pondered thoughtfully, concluding, it seems Warabwa has launched a surprise attack on the harbor of Dahaojiao. Exploiting the cover of his submersible vessel, the sentinels stood no chance and were swiftly annihilated. From my perception, they are now heading towards the palace atop Tsigu Peak. Though Shaoqing lacked the observation haki, her true form as the Tianqing Niumong endowed her with similar abilities. Cursed Warabwa, you dare return. The state of this nation is a result of your misdeeds. Duo Erdogan's chest heaved violently, his eyes bloodshot as he gripped his short shovel-like weapon, ready to charge out of the hotel to confront Warabwa. However, a pair of iron-like hands suddenly rested on his shoulder, rendering the towering 23-meter giant immobile. Following the direction of the hand, he beheld Chu Bawang's calm gaze, their height difference creating a dissonant scene. Duo Erdogan, a user of the Zoan-type Nyonyo fruit, possessed strength far beyond that of an ordinary human. Yet he found himself subdued by Chu Bawang with merely one hand. Such raw power was truly terrifying. Everyone stood in astonishment, utterly unprepared for the immense strength that resided within Chu Bawang, capable of restraining the furious Erdogan with ease. You young ones always seem so hasty. What is there to rush about? Even if the sky were to fall, there is always someone tall enough to hold it up. It's just Warabwa. My disciple Zolong could easily handle him, Chu Bawang remarked, maintaining a tone of elder wisdom while restraining the enraged Duo Erdogan. The amiable and benevolent Duo Erdogan's face turned a shade of green with frustration. Had it not been for the overwhelming power of Chu Bawang, he would have surely subdued him and sought vengeance against Warabwa. The surrounding crowd felt a mix of indignation and helplessness, witnessing Duo Erdogan's thwarted attempt to protect the people. Chu Bawang raised an eyebrow, his expression displeased as he addressed the onlookers. What are you staring at? If you disagree, step forward and let me give you a punch. I relish your inability to challenge me. In this world, why must there exist a tyrant like Chu Bawang, who relishes exerting dominance. It truly unsettles the psyche. Even the affluent lady Ya couldn't bear to watch any longer, cautiously tugging at the hem of Chu Bawang's garment. Uncertain when it had begun, she sensed that Chu Bawang was veering further down a path of cunning. Worry not, they cannot thwart me. Chu Bawang nonchalantly curled his lip, pondering that if his golden finger were an emotional system rather than a lottery system, they would have long been showered with insults that their mothers wouldn't recognize them. Zuan Pianist, have you heard of it? At the pinnacle of Magu Dao, a grand architectural complex loomed, a zone absolutely unreachable by ordinary folk. The biting cold wind howled as large flurries of snow swept past, chilling to the bone. It was extremely unfriendly to those with acrophobia. Thanks to the presence of the sword spirit Xiao Wan, Zolong and his companions reached Magu Peak without the arduous journey depicted in the original tale. Due to the sword's excessively short blade, Zolong begrudgingly took on the role of ferryman 3 times, transporting Sanji, the injured with Supu, and the unreliable Lu Fei in 3 separate batches to the palace gates of Magu Peak. This sequence was meticulously considered. Sanji first, followed by the ill with Supu, and lastly the carefree Lu Fei. It was unavoidable, for the captain's heart was far too expansive, and his actions often exhibited a hint of recklessness. Magu Peak was simply too elevated. Coupled with the need to care for the ailing Wu Supu, the ascent took considerably longer than anticipated. Had it not been for Zolong mastering the sword flight technique imparted by Chu Bawang and his proficient execution, they might still be stranded halfway up the mountain. Simultaneously, shortly after Zolong's party arrived at Magu Peak, Chu Bawang and his entourage rode the exclusive Kaiobaheo, utilizing a shortcut up Magu Peak. Arriving a few minutes ahead of Zolong's group, gazing at the empty expanse of the palace interior, neither Zolong nor Lu Fei could even spot a shadow. Name's mouth twitched slightly as she turned to Chu Bawang. Da Song, father, isn't Zolong equipped with the sword spirit Xiao Wen and a navigation system? Could he possibly be lost again? Just then, before Name could hear Chu Bawang's response, a knock echoed from the door. Zia, just as the door swung open, Zolong, bewildered, entered. Am I truly so unreliable in your eyes? I am equipped with a navigation system and have mastered sword flight. Can't you grant me a modicum of dignity? Mr. Bawang, your visit has been awaited. If you delay any longer, your compatriot Wasupu may meet his demise. Casting a glance at Wasupu, whose head was but a step away from death, Chu Bawang felt somewhat speechless. Had he delayed 2 more days, he might not have even seen Wasupu's complete remains. Upon Wasupu's arrival at the palace, Dr. Kaleha promptly administered first aid, but soon furrowed her brow. The subject has developed an antibody to the medication. I must transport him to the laboratory for treatment. Though she spoke thus, she had already discerned the cause of Wasupu's ailment, Cassiquia fever, commonly known as the 5-day illness. Generally, the carriers of this pathogen are toxic flat-bodied insects residing in hot jungles. When bitten by a toxic flat-bodied insect, the pathogen enters the wound and lies dormant for 5 days. Afflicted patients initially suffer from a fever exceeding 40 degrees Celsius, subsequently developing myocarditis, arteritis, encephalitis, and other symptoms, ultimately succumbing to agony after 5 days. The necessity of isolating Wasupu in a separate laboratory was merely to allow the reindeer Xiaoba to assist, thus accumulating some medical experience. Chu Bawang curled his lip, producing several small, dark, clay-like pills. To the uninitiated, these might appear as dirt scraped from a body, but in truth, they were derived from a living being, more accurately from the living Buddha Jigong, colloquially referred to as Shun Tue Dung Yen Wan. There is no need for such complications. I possess a miraculous remedy that can restore Wasupu's health instantly. He surmised the cause of Wasupu's condition stemmed from being bitten by certain poisonous insects on the ancient island. In the original narrative, it should have been the little thief cat, Nam Mei, facing this calamity. And it was precisely due to her illness that the Straw Hat crew sought a physician on the nearest Magu Dao. Unexpectedly, Name had escaped disaster on the ancient island, while the unfortunate Wasupu bore the consequences for her. Is that true? If such a miraculous drug exists, why wasn't it produced earlier in Kiki Weitan? Dr. Kaleha frowned, sensing something amiss. The 5-day illness was not a purulent inflammation and was notoriously challenging to treat. Wusupu's prolonged delay warranted the label of being beyond hope. Now, Chu Bawang claimed he merely needed to administer a few small pills to save the gravely ill Wusupu, which left Dr. Kaleha feeling as though she were hearing a fairy tale. Moreover, if this remedy were genuinely so effective, had he produced even one during the medical competition in Kikiweitan, could he not have easily secured victory? Observing Dr. Kaleha's skeptical expression, Chu Bawang chose not to engage in further debate. Mimicking a scene from a television drama, he pointed at an incredulous acupuncture point on Wusupu's body. In a dazed state, Wusupu opened his mouth, while Name seized the opportunity to administer all 3 shin to a Dongyan to him. This time, she had learned her lesson, aware that consuming too many could induce diarrhea, and naturally avoided repeating the tragedy faced by Kalimu. Moments later, Wusupu indeed awakened, as Chu Bawang had foretold. "Where am I? Mr. Bawang, have you finally returned from your visit? Or have I reached heaven? How astonishing! I never imagined even a tyrant like Bawang could ascend to heaven." Chu Bawang was left speechless. Had he not merely seized a girl from the grasp of the Navy at Road Town? Why was he now labeled a tyrant? Initially, in Keksia village, he had defeated the fishman Arlong, rescuing the entire village. Wasn't he a modern-day hero who even helped elderly women cross the street? Bah! Heaven and hell are places for those who desire them. As for a scourge like me, I shall surely linger on this earth for countless ages. Before Chu Bawang could tend to Wusupu, the little thief cat Name had already delivered a powerful punch imbued with advanced armament hockey to Wusupu. What nonsense is this? Wusupu, are you delirious, or have I lost the strength to wield my sword? How dare you curse your father to hell? Had I known this would be the outcome, I should have let you endure a few more days of illness. Wusupu, covered in bruises, felt immensely wronged, insisting he was merely speaking the truth. After all, someone as destructive as Chu Bawang, who wreaked havoc in Road Town and even revived Roger, surely deserved a place in hell. Meanwhile, he often flaunted his wicked side in crowded places, relishing the title of father, as everyone called him. Such a vile faction deserves nothing less than eternal damnation. But they should first be subjected to frying in boiling oil before being cast into the depths of the 18th layer of hell. Do you not agree? The moment Usopp regained consciousness, he sought to comprehend the unfolding events. It turns out that it was the formidable Bao Wang who had rescued me. My admiration for you flows like an unceasing river, akin to the relentless flooding of the Yellow River. As Usopp began to exhibit a transformation into an obsequious sycophant, Bao Wang gazed forlornly at the heavens, yearning for a life of modesty, yet surprised to find himself regarded as a figure of authority. Ever since he joined the Straw Hat crew, aside from Luffy, who steadfastly clings to his principles, the others seem to have mastered the art of flattery. This led him to question whether he had inadvertently led the Straw Hat crew astray. Observing Usopp, who appeared exuberant and lively, even dancing the cha-cha with Luffy, Dr. Kureha felt as though life had taken on a surreal quality. To her astonishment, Usopp had truly been cured. What sorcery was contained within that tiny pill? It could instantaneously alleviate a seemingly insurmountable ailment like the 5-day illness. This was nothing short of a medical miracle. Dr. Kureha was astounded. She had believed Bao Wang to be woefully uninformed in the realm of medicine, yet he had gifted her with such a remarkable surprise. With merely a small pill, he had rejuvenated the gravely ill Usopp. How could this be? Anyone bitten by the parasitic Caskia would find bacteria infiltrating their body through the wound, lying dormant for 5 days, during which they would endure excruciating suffering. Initially, a fever exceeding 40 degrees would ensue, followed by severe infection, myocarditis, arteritis, and encephalitis. Given the condition of the long-nosed lad, it was evident he had been infected for 3 days. Those 3 days must have been fraught with agony, yet fortunately, after 2 more days of neglect, death would provide a final release. This parasitic insect should have been eradicated over a century ago. Thankfully, I retained a portion of antibiotics that could prove useful. Otherwise, not even a deity could have intervened. However, even with the aid of antibiotics, complete recovery would require more than 10 days of serene rest and treatment, with the first 3 days necessitating strict bed rest under constant medical supervision. Who would have thought that Ba Wong could revitalize Usopp with just 3 tiny pills? Just look at Usopp and Luffy, joyfully dancing the cha-cha. Had circumstances permitted, they would surely have celebrated with a grand party in the palace. Moreover, from Ba Wong's tone, it seemed that the small pill could remedy more than one ailment. Such a mystery perplexed the mind. What exactly were the ingredients of that pill in Ba Wong's hand? Who had crafted it? Dr. Kureha, a seasoned practitioner with a century of experience, was understandably astonished by the efficacy of that small pill. This could no longer be deemed mere treatment. It was more akin to a medical miracle. Lady Koya, was that small pill truly crafted by Ba Wong himself? After a brief pause, Koya replied, "It should be. Although I have never witnessed him create it, he has always exhibited extraordinary dexterity and creativity from a young age. He frequently conjures many innovative ideas, surpassing even Usopp in his penchant for tinkering. It was precisely because Ba Wong displayed such exceptional talent from childhood, coupled with his striking appearance, that Koya found herself smitten, even daring to pursue him for 5 long years. Reflecting on their past, Koya felt a warmth flood her cheeks, akin to a sweet intoxication. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. Perseverance bore fruit, and Koya ultimately found love, while Ba Wong had indeed shown an inclination towards beauty during their honeymoon, even abducting the naive Dasky to serve as a maid and keeping the fashionable Miss Valentine and the little Miss Golden Week by his side. She understood that he genuinely cared for her feelings, regardless of the scheming, mischief-making Nami or the enchanting yet perilous beauty of the alluring Q. Koya was acutely aware that a man as exceptional as Ba Wong could never be entirely hers. She had long since prepared herself for the possibility of sharing him. Yet, to this day, Ba Wong had never betrayed her trust. Those ignorant Marines might presume Ba Wong's strength to be inferior to that of the 4 emperors of the sea, but Koya felt an inkling that even if the 4 emperors united, they would struggle to gain any advantage over Ba Wong. Despite this, Ba Wong had never lost his sense of self or succumbed to indulgence. His actions had validated Koya's judgment, proving him to be a dependable and responsible man. Perhaps he would eventually have numerous wives, but Koya knew that she would always hold a special place in his heart, and that was enough to satisfy her. She finally understood why Nami, with her dark circles, often gazed at her with such an envious gaze. Were she in Nami's position, she too would feel a mix of envy and bitterness. Just a thought of her nightly escapades with Ba Wong, clearly witnessed by a certain night owl, turned Koya's delicate face the hue of a ripe apple. So, does that imply Ba Wong possesses some knowledge of medicine? Lost in contemplation, Dr. Kureha failed to notice Koya's unusual demeanor. Her focus was solely on Ba Wong. She was keen to uncover the formula behind that small pill, which held such astonishing effects. Surely, he must possess some understanding of medicine. It was just that he appeared disinterested in medical texts, falling asleep after reading just a few pages. Koya, snapping back to reality, made a gesture resembling a cosmic sign with her thumb and forefinger. Dr. Kureha looked bewildered. Are you certain that Ba Wong only possesses a modicum of medical knowledge, rather than a vast reservoir of it? During lunchtime, Luffy suddenly slammed his palm on the table covered with empty plates, his expression grave as he addressed Dr. Kureha. Please become our companion. We truly need a doctor aboard our ship. At that moment, Luffy finally grasped the significance of having a ship's doctor. This time, fortune had favored them, as they not only found a physician capable of treating complex ailments, but also had Ba Wong return at the opportune moment, thus sparing Usopp from calamity. However, what about next time? What about the time after that? Would they be so fortunate again? If they wished to continue their adventures on the Grand Line, they could not afford to be without a doctor. Dr. Kureha's expression turned stern. Straw Hat Boy, what did you just call me? Did you just refer to me as an old woman? Without hesitation, the simple-minded Luffy responded, Indeed, my wife. However, the last character of wife was stuck in his throat, for Dr. Kureha aimed at Luffy's round face and delivered a swift kick. Poor Luffy was sent flying several meters, deeply embedded in the wall, unable to extricate himself. What a quintessential straight man. No wonder the neighboring Naruto's child has already learned how to fetch soy sauce. while you, Luffy, after over 900 episodes, remain a solitary dog. Dr. Kaleha, with both her demeanor and appearance, is undoubtedly a youthful and vibrant lady. The mighty Chuba Wong sighed in resignation. How could Luffy, such a fool, not realize that a woman's greatest taboos are her age and weight? Chuba Wong raised the afternoon tea in his hand. Dr. Kaleha, this cool, older woman, was quite to his taste. This was not to imply any inappropriate intentions. He merely appreciated Dr. Kaleha's approach to life. Living should not be so burdensome. Maintaining a positive and uplifting mindset is essential to preserve one's youthful vitality. Curiously, Luffy, still embedded in the wall, inquired, "Who is Naruto next door? Why am I being compared to him?" Chuba Wong chuckled. "It's not something I can explain to you right now. One day in the future, you might just have the chance to meet him." In his mind, Chuba Wong couldn't help but recall the phrase, "I have become a shadow waiting for you to become a king," and his smile deepened. If in the future the pieces of the portal were gathered and they traveled to the world of Naruto, he would indeed hope for a meeting between Luffy and Naruto. Curious about the sparks that would fly between these two troublemakers, Dr. Kaleha looked at the naive Luffy with a mix of pity and anger. "Listen, you all listen. No wonder Chuba Wong is always surrounded by beautiful women and never lacks for confidence. Yet you lot only deserve to stand by and obediently eat dog food. With a mouth like his, even if Chuba Wong were a scoundrel, he could enchant the young ladies, drawing them to him." The wealthy lady nodded in agreement, believing that even if Chuba Wong were to cast aside his charming exterior and engaging spirit, his silver tongue could still win over a lovely maiden. An optimistic and self-assured young man will shine in any field. Calling me old lady is one thing, but expecting me to become a pirate? That would be a sheer waste of my youthful years, tantamount to seeking wealth through peril. I have no interest in the sea whatsoever. Dr. Kaleha outright rejected Luffy's proposal. Oblivious, Luffy picked his nose and nonchalantly replied, "If you, old lady, do not wish to sail the seas, can we have that blue-nosed reindeer as our doctor?" He patted the reindeer form Chopper, grinning widely. "I heard from Chuba Wong that this reindeer has eaten the Hito Hito no Mi and is almost as skilled in medicine as you are. Its name is Chopper, right? And it's 2 years younger than me. If you agree to let me take Chopper, I promise to take good care of him. I swear on my reputation as the future pirate king." Upon hearing that a reindeer could master medicine, Luffy was initially bewildered, but after some thought, he realized that having a medically knowledgeable reindeer aboard the Thousand Sunny could be quite advantageous, especially when food supplies ran low. Luffy became excited at the prospect of bringing Chopper aboard as his crew member. "What? How does Chuba Wong know that Chopper ate the Hito Hito no Mi?" "Doctor!" Kaleha exclaimed in astonishment, her hand trembling slightly around her teacup, her gaze fixed intently on Chuba Wong. Initially, she perceived him merely as a rookie pirate with a bounty of 90 million berries, yet time and again, he continued to shatter her worldview. He gifted her a terrifying martial arts manual without a hint of hesitation, and he gave Usopp 3 soba beans like it was nothing. This went beyond mere wealth. It could be described as foolishness with too much money. She even suspected that Chuba Wong might be the son of a mine owner, or perhaps the foolish offspring of a deity. What astonished her the most was that Chuba Wong not only knew that Chopper had consumed the Hito Hito no Mi, but also knew his exact age. She was certain that she had never met Chuba Wong before and had never interacted with him. No matter how hard she tried, Dr. Kaleha could not fathom how Chuba Wong acquired such information. Yet, before she could process this, Chopper could no longer pretend, transforming from his reindeer form into his human beast form, which was his most commonly used shape. The seemingly adorable Chopper in that moment appeared with eyes wide and almost shouted at Luffy, "Baka! Baka! Stop saying such things. I'm a reindeer. How could a reindeer live among humans?" Chopper was overwhelmed with emotion, feeling as if he were in a dream, one that was more wonderful than any dream could ever be. When he heard that a creature like him could also have companions, and that Luffy wanted to invite him to be the doctor of the Going Merry, he could no longer contain himself. A mix of feelings, hurt, surprise, and fear of this being a dream, exploded within him. Aside from Chuba Wong and Dr. Kaleha, the rest of the group stared in shock at the adorable Chopper in his human beast form. Aren't you all afraid of me in this form? I am a reindeer, yet I can stand and walk on 2 legs. Plus, I can speak human language." The adorable Chopper shouted excitedly. In the eyes of Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, he might resemble a raccoon. Chopper seemed to recall some not-so-pleasant memories from the past, sitting on the ground in silence for a long time before adding, "And I'm still an odd blue-nosed reindeer." After saying this, Chopper stood up, making a special sound as he walked away, lost in thought. Usopp stared blankly at Chopper's fading figure, unable to utter a word in shock. Among everyone present, only Chubawang and Dr. Kaleha remained composed. Even Luffy, typically carefree, seemed affected by the profound sadness in Chopper's words, falling silent and forgetting to call him back. Dr. Kaleha slumped in her chair, the vitality that once filled her now replaced with fatigue and sorrow. "If you wish to take him, then go ahead and take him from Magnetic Drum Island. However, the usual methods will not suffice. Little Chopper has suffered deep emotional wounds, scars so immense that even I cannot heal them. From the moment he was born into this world, he was abandoned by his parents and his kind, for his nose is blue. The nature of reindeer is to reject those who are different, much like humans do. In his childhood, Chopper, born on the island of Tsugu, was abandoned by his parents who deemed him repulsive due to his blue nose. He faced discrimination from all the reindeer, and despite being merely a newborn fawn, he often found himself trailing behind the herd, alone. By chance, he consumed the Hito Hito no Mi fruit, granting him the ability to converse with both animals and humans. However, this newfound ability did not alter Chopper's plight. Instead, it plunged him deeper into despair, because he could stand and walk like no ordinary reindeer. He was cast out by all the reindeer, driven away in a blood moon frenzy, exiled from his kin. Lonely Chopper yearned for companionship, and attempted to approach a village where humans gathered in a human guise. Yet, due to his blue nose, no matter how he disguised himself, he could never quite appear as a normal human. Out of fear or other sentiments, humans regarded Chopper as a monster, akin to the Yeti or snowman of the great snowy mountains, and hunted him mercilessly. The countless attempts on his life deepened Chopper's despair, forcing him to wander outside the realms of both reindeer and humans, living in profound solitude. He did not understand what he had done wrong, nor whom he should despise. He realized that his blue nose condemned him to rejection from his kind, leaving him unworthy of companionship. Had he not fortuitously encountered the quack Dr. Hiluluk in a grievous state, receiving the tender care that made him feel valued, he might have perished in the snow, reduced to mere dust. Yet, Chopper understood that not everyone in the world could regard him as Hiluluk did. He was neither an ordinary reindeer nor a human. He was a blue-nosed monster. For this reason, whenever he appeared in human villages, it was always in the form of a reindeer pulling a sled, rather than in his human animal form. His loud cries towards Luffy and others were not born from anger or embarrassment, but rather from a profound sense of inferiority, believing he was unworthy of being a companion to humans. Because of Hiluluk, Chopper secretly longed to venture into the vast world beyond the sea. Yet, in the face of Luffy's earnest invitation, he found himself once again torn, convinced that as a reindeer, a blue-nosed anomaly, he had no right to join the Straw Hat crew. Could you mend his wounded spirit? If so, then feel free to take him along. For Chopper, companionship was far more coveted than mere safety. Luffy, pouting in silence, felt a pang of regret for his rashness. Had he known it would come to this, he should have thoroughly investigated Chopper's tragic background before inviting him aboard. It was not that the imposing figure of Chu Ba Wong had deliberately withheld Chopper's sorrowful story from Luffy. Rather, Luffy had dozed off during Chu Ba Wong's lengthy recounting, collapsing like a dead pig with drool escaping his lips as he dreamed of delectable food. In Chu Ba Wong's own words, "A fool cannot be raised. Mud cannot be molded. Rotten wood cannot be carved. If one disregards the wise counsel, one will inevitably face the consequences. One day, you will find yourself begging me for mercy. The you who once ignored me will find it impossible to reach me in the future. Alas, it seems I have strayed into a labyrinth of unrelated thoughts." However, the crux of the matter is that Luffy had fallen asleep before he could hear Chopper's dismal tale. Nami, after listening to Dr. Kureha for quite some time, finally stood up and delivered a powerful punch, imbued with the full force of her haki, to Luffy's head, grumbling that it was all his fault for being so reckless. If this continued, their crew would be doomed. She did not believe that Chu Ba Wang would remain silent on such a crucial matter. Although he was often cunning, he still had his principles. Perhaps his bottom line lay at a depth of -3 meters. Usopp nodded in agreement, convinced that Nami's words were wise. Under Luffy's leadership, the crew was indeed in peril, due to a severe fever that rendered him unconscious and a tacit agreement among Zoro, Sanji, and Luffy to remain silent. Usopp was unaware that Luffy had even knelt before Dalton and others to plead for medical assistance. Did it mean that I am truly unfit to be captain? Luffy found himself engulfed in a deep despondency, squatting in a corner and drawing circles. The last time he had felt this way was during a game of mahjong when he had been covered in small paper notes. But at least then he had the messy uncle to share his solitude with. Now, Luffy, lost in his thoughts, longed for his old companion Roger, with whom he had once shared such moments of despair. As he sat alone in the corner, drawing circles, he began to employ his not-so-bright mind to devise a plan to bring Chopper aboard the ship. Suddenly, a drunken remark from GOLD. Roger echoed in his mind. In life, one must possess a thick skin. As the saying goes, clear waters yield no fish. A despicable person is invincible. Shtal-Hakit. If you ever encounter a crew member you desire, seize the opportunity and do not let them slip away easily. If you wish to conquer these seas and attain supremacy, one person's strength is insufficient. Even I, GOLD, Roger, had to exert considerable effort to bring the Dark King Rayleigh aboard. He imparted to Luffy the 8 maxims for recruiting crew members, which could be summarized in 8 words: deceive, coax, abduct, and carry away. For those stronger or equally matched, one should flatter and deceive to gain favor. For those weaker, simply knock them out and carry them aboard. There will be time later to win them over. These were the words of wisdom Roger bestowed upon Luffy for recruiting crew members. Deceive, coax, abduct? I seem to lack the skills for deception, leaving me with but one path. All right then, I shall make this decision with gusto. Luffy appeared inspired, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he clenched his fists with determination. He was as animated as if he had been injected with adrenaline. Roger truly had a way of brainwashing you, didn't he? Chu Ba Wang, feeling the weight of his thoughts, began to suspect that both Buggy and Shanks had been similarly coerced into joining the crew. It appeared that even Kazuki Oden, who had done splendidly as the second commander of the White Beard Pirates, had been roped into Roger's crew. Since then, Kazuki Oden had remained aboard the Oro Jackson, never returning to the White Beard Pirates. Historically, Liu Bei borrowed Jingzhou, never to return. Now Roger borrowed Oden, also never to return. Was it possible that one of the common traits among these great figures was their penchant for borrowing without repayment? Chu Ba Wang, do you think the advice from the messy uncle is feasible? He once told me that the key to recruiting crew members lies in being steady, precise, and ruthless. If all else fails, simply give them a beating, knock them out, and bind them to the ship. However, I find it difficult to do so, as that raccoon was simply too adorable. Nami, Zoro, and Dr. Kureha were left speechless. You ought to behave like a proper person. Clearly, Xiao Ba has already encountered significant misfortune, yet you still contemplate giving him a beating and binding him to a ship for a sea voyage. Dr. Kureha is oblivious to the identity of the scruffy uncle that Luffy refers to. But Zoro and the others comprehend that this is Luffy's nickname for Roger. The only thing that gives them pause is whether Chu Ba Wang has resurrected the wrong individual. Such shameless words could genuinely have emanated from the legendary pirate Joel D. Roger? This is exceedingly unreliable. With such a disreputable crew, are they not doomed? Ah, it seems the Roger pirates have indeed been disbanded for over 20 years. And with such an untrustworthy captain, Zoro and the others suddenly feel a profound resonance with Rayleigh. They both endure the trials of having a burdensome captain. Chu Ba Wang shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, "You make your own decisions. It is you who wishes to invite Xiao Ba onto the ship, not I." His reluctance to join your ranks stems solely from his belief that he is a monster, unworthy of friendship with humans. This is his emotional knot. If he can untie it, Won't Xiao Ba willingly unlock his potential for you? He had conveyed all that needed to be said, and it would not be an exaggeration to call it a display of utmost benevolence. Whether Luffy can truly sway Xiao Ba rests solely on his own capabilities. Although his impulsive sacrifice of Luffy's hairline and romantic prospects was due to an addiction to lotteries, he had indeed saved Usopp's life on several occasions, while simultaneously enhancing Sanji and Zoro's combat prowess. Thus, no one owed anyone anything. Consequently, in the ensuing 2 to 3 days, Xiao Ba found himself beleaguered. For Luffy persistently hovered around him, incessantly expressing his desire for Xiao Ba to become his companion. Xiao Ba felt both elated and inferior, yet he remained unable to surmount the barriers within his heart. He perpetually regarded himself as a monster that ought not to exist in this world, neither reindeer nor human, and thus deemed himself unworthy of becoming Luffy's comrade. Therefore, he consistently refrained from discussing Luffy's invitation to join the merry. Seizing a rare moment of peace, Xiao Ba, who had been hiding from Luffy, retrieved the physical arts manual Ba Min Dun Jia, entrusted to him by Dr. Ku Lei Ha from his small backpack. Finally, he had managed to rid himself of the bothersome fellow. This manual was the very one that Dorial Yang had won from Ba Ba Wang during the Great Medicine competition, was it not? The book appeared to be quite old. One could only wonder how Ba Ba Wang had acquired this tome. As Xiao Ba opened the manual to the training methods of Ba Min Dun Jia, he was immediately captivated by its contents. The so-called Ba Min Dun Jia involves controlling the flow of chakra within the body's meridian system, with the 8 gates being Kai Min, Hiu Min, Sheng Min, Shang Min, Du Min, Jing Min, Jing Min, and Si Min. Each gate imposes a limit on the chakra within, allowing one to unleash techniques exponentially more powerful than their original might, albeit at the cost of inflicting harm upon the practitioner. The state where all 8 gates are opened is known as the Ba Min Dun Jia formation, granting one tenfold strength, surpassing even the 5 Kage, and enabling aerial movement through rapid footfalls upon the air, yet poses a grave risk to the practitioner's life. From the 6th gate, Jing Min onwards, the practitioner gains unparalleled destructive power but risks burning out their life force entirely. The more Xiao Ba delved into Ba Min Dun Jia, the more he was astounded by the terrifying aspects of this manual. My heavens! Such formidable physical techniques exist in this world. If I succeed in my training, I can protect Dorial Yang and never again fear Valbo, reclaiming the palace. Moreover, it seems this could serve as a substitute for the blue wave ball that alters the forms of devil fruits. Little did Luffy realize that when he finally resolved to knock Xiao Ba unconscious and carry him onto the ship, the emotionally charged Xiao Ba would suddenly erupt and utilize Ba Min Dun Jia, subsequently pinning Luffy to the ground and delivering a resounding thrashing. Ding! Detected that Xiao Ba is training in one of the strongest physical techniques from the world of Naruto, Ba Min Dun Jia, successfully assisting Xiao Ba in becoming stronger. Task rewards are as follows. Imperial Tool 1 Cut Kill Muramasa. Imperial Tool Transformative Gaia Foundation. Imperial Tool Demon God Manifestation of Demon Essence. It appears that Xiao Ba has already discovered the advantages of Ba Min Dun Jia, and to my surprise, the task rewards arrived even more swiftly than anticipated. Engaging in the study of Ba Min Dun Jia is not as daunting as one might imagine. As long as Xiao Ba can sense the chakra within, he can commence his training. Chakra is a form of energy generated by the perfect fusion of the body's constituent energies, serving as the source for ninjutsu, jinjutsu, taijutsu, or for creating binding materials to ensnare or sever opponents. It is generally categorized into 7 natures: fire, water, wind, lightning, earth, yin, and yang. Naitali Jubawan, proficient in Ba Min Dun Jia, has also awakened his chakra, mastering and merging all energies within his being. The sole distinction lies in the fact that the chakra within Chu Ba Wang is termed Universal Chakra or Chaos Chakra. As the name suggests, this chakra is versatile, capable of simultaneously utilizing the 7 natures of ninjutsu, jinjutsu, taijutsu, and other abilities from the world of Naruto, and can even be shared with others in the form of chakra seeds. Xiao Ba's ease in sensing chakra after just one attempt is attributed to the fact that Chu Ba Wang had stored a chakra seed within that manual. Although this chakra seed is exceedingly rare, even he possesses only 3. Exchanging one for 3 useful and diverse Imperial tools is undoubtedly a profitable endeavor. Particularly, Imperial Tool Demon God Manifestation of Demon Essence, if developed properly, may even allow for the freezing of time. The freezing of time, a desire coveted by every old lecher. Chu Ba Wang instinctively found his mind flooded with numerous scenes of time-stopping adult animations. Shaking his head, he forcibly expelled certain nefarious thoughts. Such notions are far too perilous. They must not be entertained further. Otherwise, Kuya and the little thief cat Nami will likely gaze at him with panda eyes and expressions of deep resentment come tomorrow. Ding! Detected Valbo's appearance at Magnetic Drum Peak, triggering a side quest. Please choose. Choice 1. Stand idly by. Allow Valbo to wreak havoc at Magnetic Drum Peak, ultimately receiving a lesson from Luffy and the others and granting him a reprieve. After making this choice, you will receive the task rewards: a small stool for watching the show X1, a large watermelon for the audience X1. Do I, Chu Ba Wang, appear to be the type to simply sit by as a bored onlooker? Even if you offer me a large watermelon for the audience X100, I would never allow such a remarkable ability as the gum fruit to slip away. Thus, this choice is entirely disregarded. Choice 2. Eliminate the wicked. Forcefully eradicate Valbo and eliminate future threats, liberating the Magnetic Drum Kingdom from its dire straits. Upon making this choice, you will receive the task rewards: exclusive magic skill of Ain's Gown, the Lord of Nazarick, super-level magic Skyfall. The concept of super-level magic originates from the underappreciated anime Overlord. The magic transcends the 1st to the 10th tier, possessing an unparalleled and formidable power, an extended casting time, and a rather ostentatious release method. The downside is that it becomes a prime target for concentrated attacks, as the flashy nature of its release makes it impossible for the caster to remain unnoticed. Without a robust defense to bear the brunt, one could easily be overwhelmed by a flurry of assaults. The initiation of this super-level spell is a gesture of respect, indeed a remarkable reward. It is truly commendable for showcasing prowess, and its destructive capability is not to be underestimated. Once successfully cast, immense thermal energy descends from the heavens, annihilating all living organisms within the targeted vicinity, subjecting them to incessant burning damage with the potential to easily obliterate a village. However, in comparison to the sheer devastation of a single punch from Whitebeard that can destroy an island, it does seem somewhat lacking. Nonetheless, the impressive visual effects of the spell exude a commanding pressure, making it one of the finest choices for ostentation. The magnitude of the skill's damage is not the crux of the matter. What truly matters is its capacity to dazzle and impress. However, the protagonist, Chu Ba Wang, remains unhurried in making a decision, continuing to scrutinize the 3rd task description. Choice 3. Forcefully subdue Valbo and take him as a slave. Upon making this choice, one can receive a task reward: the perfect level power of the Inen Fruit, an enhanced version of the Word Spirit King's authority. Perfect level power of the Inen Fruit. The body can transform into darkness, possessing a gravitational force akin to a black hole, drawing everything that comes into contact with darkness into the realm of shadows, compressing and shattering them. When one touches the user, it can nullify the user's fruit ability. Note 1. Cannot elementalize like a normal natural type user. Note 2. Upon the user's death, the fruit ability can be taken and redistributed to others. Note 3. Can absorb inflicted damage and transfer double the pain to the enemy, while the user only endures a minuscule amount of suffering. Chu Ba Wang finds himself at a loss for words. If Blackbeard Teach were to learn that he could effortlessly obtain such a bug-like perfect level power of the Inen Fruit simply by recruiting a subordinate, he would likely be driven to tears. In the face of the perfect level Inen Fruit's capabilities, Blackbeard Teach's decades of patience to acquire the Inen Fruit would seem utterly trivial. The system's perfect level Inen power not only absorbs inflicted damage, but can also rebound double the pain onto the enemy, while the user only suffers an insignificant amount. Though the specific mechanics remain unclear, This setup is akin to having a counteractive armor. Even when faced with an unbeatable opponent, Chu Ba-Wang, equipped with this counteractive ability, could inflict unbearable pain upon his adversary. Enhanced version of the word Spirit King S-Flame, originating from a certain old thief's epic fantasy novel. Dragon Clan. The Tide of the Three Black Moons. The last holder was the righteous turtle, Yuan Jisheng. The word spirit serial number is 91. Classified as a high-level word spirit, its specific function is similar to that of the gravity fruit, enabling any target within its domain to experience gravitational forces thousands of times greater, capable of crushing bones and embedding bodies into the ground, with a development limit determined by the host strength. Due to the supergravity, even if the enemy's body can withstand it, their blood will involuntarily accumulate towards the lower body, resulting in the brain suffering from blood loss and oxygen deprivation, compelling the affected to kneel and bow to prevent cerebral hemorrhage. Hence the name King's authority. Chu Ba-Wang is utterly exasperated. Is this truly what one would call a choice task? It seems I have no choice at all. I choose 3. Forcefully subdue Valbo and take him as a slave. The system's intentions are quite clear. I have no option but to recruit Valbo as my subordinate. Chu Ba-Wang rolls his eyes at the system, murmuring softly. However, to be fair, eliminating Valbo does not hold as much merit as sparing his life. The memory alloy he creates possesses significant potential for both the present and the future, and even using him as a savings bank would not be a poor choice. It is important to note that while Valbo's current strength may be weak, his future potential is vast. In the original story, after being expelled from the Drum Kingdom by Luffy and his crew, he inadvertently created the Weibo alloy, garnering the attention of the world, marrying the Miss Universe, Cinderella, and becoming a super-rich individual, even gaining recognition from the world's aristocracy, eventually re-establishing the evil Dark Drum Kingdom as its king. The so-called Weibo alloy, also known as memory metal or memory alloy, is a treasure that can be applied in aerospace fields, even in the present world of Water Blue Star. The robotic General Frankie, the combat suits of the Vinsmoke family, and the Navy's War Machine, Bartholomew Kuma, all require substantial amounts of Weibo alloy to ensure optimal performance. It can be said that even disregarding the bug-like nature of the Gura Gura fruit, whoever possesses the Weibo alloy holds the key to infinite business opportunities and an inexhaustible wealth of resources. Even in the original work, Valbo's narrative is far from over. Moreover, it seems that Valbo's future wife, the Miss Universe Cinderella, is also quite beautiful. Unconsciously, Chu Ba-Wang mutters softly what a find. This remark, however, is overheard by the nearby little thief cat, Nami, who gasps in shock, exclaiming, "Huh? Dad, you are eyeing Valbo's future wife? This is coveting another spouse. How are you any different from that thief Chow?" With Nami's exclamation, the gazes of Koya, Dasky, and even the entire Straw Hat crew are drawn to Chu Ba-Wang. They have heard Roger casually mention that Chu Ba-Wang seems to possess the ability to predict the future. It is likely yet another peculiar ability developed from the imaginary fruit. And in their eyes, Chu Ba-Wang, who wields the imaginary fruit, is the only bug in this world. What nonsense! I am merely a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. Cinderella marrying Valbo is akin to flowers blooming amid dung. Chu Ba-Wang can no longer hold back, delivering a powerful punch infused with advanced hockey to the little thief cat. Nami. Ha! Well done. Finally, someone has managed to discipline that little thief cat. Zoro and Luffy are not concerned with the identity of the thief Chow mentioned by Nami. Instead, they burst into applause. Having been repeatedly beaten by Nami, today they finally witness her receiving her comeuppance, feeling a sense of secret satisfaction. You dare to bully us, two honest fools. Today, you finally faced retribution. This is what one calls evil begets evil. Yet, before they could revel in their schadenfreude for even 2 seconds, Nami, sporting a pink lump on her head, approached Zoro and Luffy with a sullen expression, ready to unleash a flurry of blows upon the two steel-headed men. Before long, Luffy and Zoro, both sporting numerous lumps, wore expressions of discontent, lamenting how they had once again been beaten by the navigator, their faces reflecting their embarrassment. Chu Ba-Wang sighed, placing a hand on his forehead. "Zoro, it seems I've ultimately failed to salvage your dignity. You were once a lone wolf before joining the Straw Hat crew. Yet now you have devolved into a bumbling fool. Such is the terrifying nature of stupidity. Zoro gazed up at the sky, suddenly realizing the truth in an old adage. Stupidity is indeed contagious. Originally, this is the reason why Mother does not allow me to play with the fool. The room is filled with a cacophony of noise, creating an atmosphere of lively chaos. Observing the unpretentious interactions between Chu Ba Wong and the Straw Hat crew, Dr. Kaleha felt an immense sense of joy, thinking that if Chopper could join the Straw Hat crew, perhaps he would no longer have to endure such loneliness. However, at that moment, a thunderous banging on the door suddenly erupted. Dr. Kaleha, it's bad. It's terrible. That gluttonous bastard king is back. Chopper, in his reindeer mode, forcefully rammed his hard antlers against the door, bursting it open with a look of sheer panic. Chopper's sense of smell is exceptionally acute, especially since years ago, Walpole had used treachery to kill his surrogate father figure, the mediocre Dr. Hiralook. Thus, Chopper is particularly sensitive to the scent of his father's murderer, Walpole, and his minions. However, when he saw Luffy and Zoro inside the room, both sporting swollen heads resembling those of the Buddha, Chopper was plunged into deep self-doubt. Who am I? Where am I? Did I enter the wrong room? I don't recognize any of these battered individuals. Are these not the normally carefree Luffy and the aloof Zoro? How did they end up so beaten? Chopper gazed up at the sky in confusion, wondering who could be so formidable as to subdue these terrifying figures. Usopp leaned closer to Chopper, wary of being overheard by Nami, and whispered, "Those two fools were beaten by Nami. If you decide to join us, the one you must never offend among the Straw Hat crew is our navigator. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable." Chopper was filled with trepidation. He had never anticipated that the seemingly quirky and adorable Nami harbored such a violent and dark side. As he mustered the courage to observe Nami and categorize her as a level 1 threat, he suddenly froze in place. For atop her head, Nami also bore 2 adorably swollen lumps. What in the world? Who could have done this? Why is even such a fierce and violent woman sporting a bruised head? Little Chopper was left with a head full of big question marks. In his animal instincts, Zoro's swordsmanship exuded the greatest sense of threat, indicating an unfathomable level of strength. Even if he were to consume 3 Rumble Ball pills and transform into his monstrous form, he would still be no match for Zoro. Next was Sanji, who had mastered the wind godleg, moving with an air of mystery and grace. As for the enigmatic Chu Ba Wong, as long as he did not wish to reveal his true prowess, even Chopper, relying on his animal instincts, could not perceive Chu Ba Wong's genuine strength. Little did Chopper know that even such a formidable figure as Zoro could be beaten one day. He was even more astonished to realize that the one who had pummeled Zoro and Luffy into such a state was none other than the fierce Nami, who had received the same treatment, albeit with slightly cuter and fewer lumps on her head. Upon hearing Chopper call her a violent woman, Nami clenched her small fists, making a cracking sound, which frightened Chopper into sitting down abruptly. "All right, you two, stop messing around. Let's finish the important matters first," Chu Ba Wong said, playfully tapping Nami's head, but this time without much force, so no lump formed. "Ouch, it hurts. Mommy, look. Daddy is bullying me again." Nami rubbed her little head, looking up at Kaya with tearful eyes filled with grievance. Embracing the quirky Nami, Kaya sighed helplessly. "Silly girl, if you want me to stand up for you, you've picked the wrong person. Chu Ba Wong not only bullies you, but he has also taken advantage of me many times without you knowing. If I were to truly advocate for you today, I might not be able to get out of bed tomorrow, and you would have to deal with panda eyes and look like a wilted eggplant. They say that for a man to pursue a woman, there are mountains in between. For a woman to pursue a man, there is but a thin veil. This saying seems to hold little truth for me." Reflecting on the 7 years of unrequited love for Chu Ba Wong, the wealthy Kaya felt a mix of bitterness and sweetness. "Walpole has returned. This is troubling. I still have many precious medical supplies in this palace that I haven't had the chance to tidy up." Dr. Kaleha lowered her head, her tone serious. Luffy, leaning against the window, looked down from height and exclaimed, "So it's that bastard who wanted to swallow the Going Merry. This troublemaker dares to return. This time, I must knock him away, making sure he disappears from my sight forever. During the time when Chu Ba Wong and Kaya went home for a family visit, the Straw Hat crew had a chance encounter with Walpole, who attempted to consume the Going Merry. Although Walpole's scheme ultimately failed, he still managed to take a significant bite out of the Going Merry's ram head, which was Luffy's special seat. Zoro and Sanji had certainly given this ungrateful troublemaker a thorough beating for daring to touch the ship gifted to them by Chu Ba Wong. Yet, before Luffy could show off, the disheveled Roger had scared Walpole away during a stroll. Luffy had been unable to vent his frustration on Walpole last time, leaving him brooding for quite a while, and now he was astonished that Walpole had the audacity to appear before him again. Since that is the case, let us settle the score for the special seat. Afterward, he was ridiculed multiple times by the scruffy old man in his eyes. Luffy had been simmering with anger, his fists clenched, itching to jump from dozens of meters high to knock Walpole away. Zoro and Sanji both grasped Luffy's arms, fearing that this fool might leap in anger. Usopp wrapped his arms around Luffy's waist and shouted, "Hey, hey, hey! Luffy, you're being too mischievous. It's wrong to throw trash from a height. What if it hits a child? Even if it doesn't hit a child, hitting the flowers and plants is also bad." Luffy paused, pinched his nose, and flicked a booger at Usopp, saying, "Usopp, don't treat me like a fool. Did you think I didn't hear you calling me trash? Are you reminiscing about our mixed doubles with that scruffy old man?" Usopp inadvertently dug himself into a hole. "I was just using a metaphor. I never said you were trash. Even if I did, that's your own admission. It has nothing to do with me." Seeing that Luffy was about to retaliate against Usopp again, both Zoro and Sanji displayed expressions of exhaustion, wishing to leave the ship. "I'll go check the situation first. Let these guys mess around. If I end up taking the head, don't blame me." Chu Ba Wong waved his hand dismissively, ignoring the infighting among the Straw Hat crew as he leapt out of the window. As Chopper and Dalton gazed down from the lofty heights of the palace, they were utterly taken aback. Is this truly the method of movement employed by those hidden elites? It is remarkably swift and convenient. However, defeating Valbo is not a task that can be accomplished by the tyrant alone. Muttering to himself, Chopper burst through the door once more and sprinted down the spiraling staircase with great haste. His heart brimmed with a profound hatred for Valbo, the very scoundrel who had mercilessly taken the life of the only healer, Dr. Hiralik, who had rescued him from despair and treated him as if he were his own child. Chopper's inner world was exceedingly small, containing only Dr. Hiralik. How could he possibly allow Valbo to escape unscathed after having destroyed the sole beacon of his existence? Meanwhile, the rather unfortunate-looking King Valbo, atop his sluggish seahorse Robson, laboriously ascended the towering magnetic drum peak, which soared to an altitude of 5,000 meters. What an exhausting ordeal. "At last, I have arrived," Valbo grumbled, eliciting an eye roll from Robson, who would have surely berated Valbo for his shamelessness had he been capable of speech. "Isn't it I who carried you up this lofty peak? The gall of you to complain when I, the true benefactor, have not uttered a word of grievance. Behold, my castle appears unchanged, just as it was in the past. No one shall defy my reign any longer. The kingdom of Magnetic Drum shall soon be resurrected." However, at that very moment, a swift figure descended from the heavens, wielding a singular blade that effortlessly shattered Valbo's body, stitched together from aluminum and iron. How is this possible? Why does my triumphant return to the throne welcome the arrival of a cursed blade? Valbo stood in shock, staring blankly at his once proud form, now marred by a deep gash from a violet magical blade that cut through him as easily as a hot knife slices through butter. He had endured countless trials, barely escaping the clutches of Blackbeard Teach, and had fought to survive on the treacherous seas for an extended period. Yet, he returned to his long-dreamed magnetic drum kingdom only to be met with a blade that could slice through iron. "Your dialogue is excessive," the formidable Chu Ba Wong declared, as he unleashed a profound and mysterious strike. Valbo, though capable of perceiving the trajectory of the blow, felt no inclination to resist. It was akin to the devastating attack Zoro unleashed upon the Snow Woman Monet. Valbo was left astonished by the sheer force embedded in this strike. Even as Chu Ba Wong swung his blade at a leisurely pace, Valbo could perceive its path, but remained utterly paralyzed. for Chu Baowang had exerted an aura that subdued all around him. Even those with the powers of nature could not command their own bodies. With a resounding crack, Valbo's chest erupted like a fountain, showering blood in all directions. Meanwhile, Zoro, who had been embroiled in a commotion with Luffy, sensed something amiss and felt cold sweat bead upon his brow. "Master, it seems you have taken action," he murmured, awestruck by the terrifying sword intent. "No, this is more akin to a pure, indomitable aura." Zoro's mind flickered with enlightenment, as if a vital truth had been grasped. The stagnation he had experienced in his swordsmanship training began to surge forth like a flood breaking through a dam, propelling him to unprecedented heights. Radiating an exceptionally pure sword intent, Zoro's feet moved as if driven by an invisible wind, sending rippling waves of energy throughout the area, leaving Luffy and Usopp momentarily stupefied. What is happening to Zoro? Has he achieved another breakthrough in his swordsmanship? Luffy wondered, utterly astonished by Zoro's prodigious talent. This pure sword intent was truly formidable. Even he, with his rubbery physique, felt as though he could not withstand Zoro's strike. Luffy's body, capable of ignoring most physical attacks, could not completely evade the piercing assault of a sufficiently sharp weapon, especially against claws, blades, or teeth, if the weapon was sharp enough and wielded by a stronger adversary. Luffy remained at risk of injury. This explained why characters like the cat-clawed Kuro and the shark-toothed Arlong could pierce Luffy's body in the original story. Sanji, filled with jealousy and resentment, glared at the enlightened Zoro. Damn it, that green-haired bastard has grown even stronger. Being constantly overshadowed by Zoro left Sanji feeling a sense of imbalance, especially as he had been fawning over Chu Baowang while struggling to master the first 5 techniques of the Wind God Leg, with the complete mastery of it still far from his grasp. Looking at Zoro, who had been taught an array of techniques by Chu Baowang, Sanji felt a pang of despair. Zoro had to deliberate for an eternity to determine which swordsmanship manual was best suited for his current needs. Given the plethora of knowledge imparted to him by the esteemed Chu Baowang, the disparity between them felt monumental. If only he had known, he would have risked everything to apprentice under Chu Baowang. Zoro's moment of enlightenment was swift, and its departure equally so. Enlightenment is not bound by the duration of time, but rather by the depth of understanding attained. Mimicking Chu Baowang, Zoro leapt from the castle window, landing gracefully upon the blade of Wado Ikamanji as he soared through the air, bowing toward Chu Baowang in gratitude. "Thank you, master. Your sword techniques are truly extraordinary, and my admiration for you flows like an unceasing river, as relentless as the Yellow River in flood." Chu Baowang's casual strike had propelled Zoro into a state of enlightenment. Though brief, the gains were substantial. To claim otherwise would be disingenuous. Thus, Zoro, having cultivated a habit of interpreting Chu Baowang's every action, felt another wave of understanding wash over him. He believed that Chu Baowang must have perceived his stagnation in swordsmanship and, in Valbo's presence, had ostensibly aimed to teach Valbo a lesson while secretly guiding Zoro in his sword techniques. "Indeed, it must be so, master. How astute you are to discern my plateau in training. You must have orchestrated this encounter with Valbo to instruct me. How moving. Master, your kindness knows no bounds." Reflecting on Chu Baowang's profound intentions, Zoro felt a surge of shame. If only I had put in more effort and possessed even a fraction of your talent. Master would not have needed to go to such lengths. I must strive harder. Only then can I live up to Master Baowang's expectations. With this thought, Zoro's spirit ignited with fervor, his excitement akin to a stimulant coursing through his veins. Chu Baowang, his head filled with dark thoughts, truly wished to convey that he had not devised such intricate schemes. The only reason he had swung his sword at Warbwa was to resolve matters swiftly, not to spare Sauron's feelings. Moreover, he had not discerned that Sauron's swordsmanship had reached a bottleneck. The reason Sauron regarded Chu Baowang as an unattainable genius was solely because Chu Baowang had foreknowledge of the exam answers. That was all. It astounded me that such an answer could be conjured in his mind. "Sauron, oh Sauron, I must reluctantly acknowledge that you are indeed a talent. I, Chu Baowang, shall henceforth refer to you as the King of Understanding. Alternatively, One might say you embody the essence of ideological dimensionality, Sauron. The term ideological dimensionality is derived from the character Dimmerugos in the anime Overlord. He greatly admires another character, Ains, believing Ains to possess boundless knowledge and capability. Thus, whenever Ains undertakes any action or utters a word, Dimmerugos invariably imagines grand plans or profound significance behind them. In truth, Ains does not contemplate such depths, leading to commentary that Dimmerugos is gradually succumbing to ideological dimensionality. Indeed, the true mastermind, Chuba Wong, remains the most deeply concealed figure, with Sauron's effusive praise. The gazes of Dr. Kaleha and Chopper towards Chuba Wong grew increasingly peculiar. Although both believed that Chuba Wong was concealing his strength, evidenced by his nonchalance in wagering even the legendary 8 gates of Duanjia against Dr. Kaleha, they lacked concrete evidence. Now, merely by striking Warbwa, Chuba Wong had prompted Sauron to achieve sudden enlightenment and even transcend to a minor realm. If this did not qualify him as a master, who else could possibly bear that title? The exclamation of Warbwa, akin to a wailing ghost, interrupted the chaotic thoughts of the onlookers. Sauron, appearing as if he had seen a ghost, fixated on the immense wound on Warbwa's chest, exclaiming in shock, "By the heavens, I was struck by the esteemed Chuba Wong, and this fellow still lives, having endured the same treatment as the world's foremost swordsman, Mihawk. This is a tale to boast of for a lifetime." Sanji and Usopp nodded in agreement, recalling their first-hand experience of Chuba Wong's ferocity when wielding a sword during the incidents in Syrup Village and Cocoa Village. Setting aside the ambiguous circumstances of the battle at Roger Town, it can be asserted that, thus far, the only individual to survive Chuba Wong's blade appears to be the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk. All others have, without exception, perished beneath his sword. The bumbling King Warbwa, experiencing the same fate as the world's greatest swordsman, left Sauron and the others utterly astonished. In their eyes, Chuba Wong was never a soft-hearted, benevolent figure. Chuba Wong silently listened to the Straw Hat Crew's discourse, momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed that his reputation among the crew was far worse than he had realized, deeply affecting his fragile heart. Who claimed I lacked mercy? During the tumult in Roger Town, I spared many Navy personnel who did not deserve death, allowing them to retain their lives. Though their injuries were severe, they would merely be bettered in for a year or so, with no lasting repercussions. Not only could they recuperate and avoid the ravages of war, but they could also pocket military subsidies, receive their salaries, and enjoy additional leave. These injured would be grateful to me, not harboring any resentment. As a benevolent figure who creates opportunities for weary soldiers to rest and recuperate, I am indeed rare. Chuba Wong silently commended himself. Although those soldiers may not yet comprehend his good intentions, he believed that one day the world would understand the sacrifices he made for their happiness. Curse it, is this the notorious bounty of 90 million berries for the White Devil, Chuba Wong? His blade is far too sharp, effortlessly cutting through my iron armor. Fortunately, so long as I'm not killed instantly, I can treat my own wounds. Warbwa, having been felled by a single strike from Chuba Wong, gasped for breath. Though lengthy to recount, all of this transpired in an instant. He had barely begun to relish the joy of returning to his former self when Chuba Wong caught him off guard. Unbeknownst to Warbwa, Chuba Wong had been lenient. Otherwise, he would have been cleaved in two, destined to share experiences with the Saint of Dragon Palace. Dr. 20, come forth and treat my wounds. As Warbwa expelled all other doctors from his domain, he retained 20 talented physicians as his personal healers, leaving the other villagers to seek his assistance when ill. Warbwa relished in the exercise of his manipulative power. Dr. 20 could not only mend injuries, but also repair his steel exterior. With Warbwa's command, he suddenly opened his mouth, expelling 20 doctors clad in pink medical coats, white masks, and black sunglasses. Such is the marvelous nature of the superhuman type swallow fruit. The wielder of the swallow fruit can consume anything, transforming it into a part of their body or synthesizing something new, even swallowing their own body and regurgitating it afterward. For instance, by consuming a cannon and cannonballs, One could morph their arm into a cannon to snipe targets. The most remarkable aspect of this fruit is that any fruit user consumed by the Swallow Fruit's wielder can merge with them and utilize their fruit abilities. At least this is how it is portrayed in the films. In other words, should Warbwa consume another fruit user, he could possess and wield their abilities. The combined fruit of the devil's descendant, Barrett, pales in comparison to the Swallow Fruit, resembling a failed experiment. Moreover, this fruit bears no apparent weaknesses, rendering it one of the most overpowered devil fruits in the world of One Piece. This is precisely why Blackbeard seeks to eliminate Warbwa, having acquired the Dark fruit. If he were to also obtain the Swallow fruit, even the four emperors would stand no chance against him. Alas, he encountered the cautious and brave Warbwa. Upon hearing that Blackbeard might come to plunder, the prudent Warbwa hesitated not a moment, abandoning his entire kingdom and fleeing with his loyal followers. It is likely that when Blackbeard arrived at the Magnet Drum Kingdom, he was utterly bewildered, compelled to acknowledge that Warbwa is indeed a formidable figure. A nation ranked among the top in medical prowess cast aside without hesitation, a royal throne relinquished without a second thought. What are you waiting for? Hurry and save my life. After expelling the doctors, Warbwa commanded Dr. 20 to promptly mend his injuries. Within a brief span of 10 seconds, the remarkably skilled Dr. 20 arrived with hammers, sutures, iron plates, and other medical instruments to attend to the ghastly wound on Warbwa's chest. The abilities of the Swallow Fruit are indeed astonishing. Alas, such a magnificent devil fruit power, in the next moment, shall become mine. Chubawang stood with his arms crossed, exhibiting no urgency to directly suppress Warbwa. Instead, he observed with great interest the extent of capabilities that Warbwa, having consumed the Tunton fruit, could exhibit. Furthermore, unlike the loquacious and inept Blackbeard, Warbwa's caution was ultimately futile. He could not escape from the clutches of his impending doom. The formidable strike from the White Devil Baba Wong was indeed perplexing. Although Dr. 20 had meticulously stitched up his wounds, the pain remained unbearable. Warbwa was drenched in cold sweat, writhing on the ground in agony. Despite possessing the resilience akin to that of a cockroach, as long as he was not mortally wounded, he could rely on Dr. 20's advanced medical technology to mend his injuries. In the original narrative, Warbwa had once endured a grievous wound from Dalton's massive shovel, where blood had erupted like a fountain. Yet under Dr. 20's care, he had recovered to full vitality in the blink of an eye. However, this time, the infallible Dr. 20 had faltered. To be precise, Dr. 20 had merely mended the surface wounds. The internal organs and blood vessels were still besieged by a bizarre blade aura, inflicting excruciating pain. This was the demonic energy accompanying the strike of the Thousand Blades Devil, which was beyond the capabilities of both Warbwa and Dr. 20 to contend with. My Lord Warbwa, we are truly powerless against the demonic energy within your organs. Dr. 20 exclaimed, perspiration beading on his forehead. They were the specially appointed physicians for Warbwa, seasoned in their craft. Yet this was their first encounter with such an enigmatic sword energy. The aura surged within Warbwa's body like a frenzied bull, overwhelming all resistance. Enraged, Warbwa kicked several of the royal physicians aside, bellowing, "Get away! Useless fools! You can't even heal your king. What purpose do you serve?" Warbwa possessed no concept of respecting doctors. He was a true tyrant. Observing this scene, Chuba Wong raised an eyebrow in displeasure. He held little blame against the royal physicians who enabled Warbwa's tyranny. They were, after all, victims of circumstance. Frankly speaking, while the villagers were forced to humbly plead for Warbwa's assistance in healing, if not for the presence of Dr. 20 in the kingdom of Tsigu, many ordinary citizens would likely have suffered far worse fates. People often bow their heads when under a roof, which is understandable. A mild reprimand for these individuals would suffice. It was not a matter of life and death. As for Warbwa, he would ultimately atone for his transgressions against the villagers of the kingdom of Tsigu. Chuba Wong had meticulously arranged Warbwa's fate, planning for him to labor for a time to benefit the kingdom, using Weibo alloy to guide the nation towards prosperity. Unfortunately, the kingdom of Tsigu was far removed from Ziliuobu village and Kexia village, separated by an impassable and perilous Red Earth continent. If I were to shatter the red Earth continent with a single punch, connecting the seas, I wonder what amusing events might transpire. The reckless thought of smashing through the red Earth continent flickered briefly in Chuba Wang's mind before dissipating entirely. For him, demolishing the red Earth continent was certainly within his capabilities, yet he feared inadvertently harming the flora and fauna. Where has the national flag of the kingdom of Tsigu gone? Why is there a pirate flag flying above the castle? The cautious and valiant Warbwa, while grasping at straws, approached his hippopotamus steed, Labuzin, clearly preparing to flee. Recently, he had seen Chuba Wang's wanted poster. With a staggering bounty of 90 million berries, a sum far beyond his capacity to confront. If he could not even contend with the 30 million berries bounty on the bald-headed Lu Fei, how could he possibly face the 90 million berries bounty on the white devil Chuba Wang? Simultaneously, he offered an affectionate mental greeting to the entire family of the East Sea Navy's intelligence department. Based on his recent experiences as a pirate at sea, it was evident that Chuba Wang's strength far surpassed the mere bounty of 90 million berries. Were the East Sea Navy truly inept? They were a bunch of fools. How could such a dangerous figure as the White Devil Baba Wang only have a bounty of 90 million berries? Was this not a gross misrepresentation? Warbwa was exceedingly cautious, proving to be a commendable candidate for a prudent hero. It was precisely this caution that had allowed him to escape from the clutches of Blackbeard Tiki. However, were it not for Warbwa's vigilance, Blackbeard Tiki, having acquired the Tuntan fruit, would have become even more formidable. By then, even Lu Fei's protagonist aura would not suffice to shield him. Are you referring to that hideous flag? I have long since burned it and replaced it with a brand new pirate flag. Dr. Kaleha and Choba arrived at the palace gates, the former pointing to the flag adorned with a skull, 2 bones, and 4 reindeer hoofprints fluttering above, declaring, "This castle no longer belongs to you, who abandoned an entire nation. It is not a place for scoundrels like you." The kingdom of Tsigu had fallen, and it was time for Warbwa to vacate the country. Dr. Kaleha possessed formidable hidden strength. Her previous lack of rebellion was solely due to Warbwa's status as king. However, now, faced with the ruthless pirates, Warbwa offered no resistance. Abandoning all, such a king was destined to be overthrown by his people. Before Dr. Kaleha could act, Lu Fei, with a shining bald head, charged forward with great fervor, shouting, "Wait a moment, old lady. I have a score to settle with this stirring stick. Warbwa devoured one of my specialty horns. Let me take him down." Only when engaged in battle would he don his straw hat. Though his head was bare and gleaming, resembling a blinding mirror, Lu Fei paid no mind to his comical appearance. Perhaps this was the benefit of being carefree. Unlike Usopp, who was overly concerned with appearances, even with only a few stubborn strands of hair left, he would never venture outside without a hat. The last time, he had bought dozens of hats in Road Town, changing them daily without repetition. What left Chuba Wang utterly speechless was that one of them was a green hard hat. As a relentless critic, Chuba Wang could not help but quip, directing his words at the relatively innocent Usopp. "That hat suits you quite well. Be sure to wear it." At this stage, Usopp, still somewhat naive, believed Chuba Wang was praising his choice of hat, and he proudly wore the green hard hat for an entire week. From that moment on, Chuba Wang grasped a profound truth of life. Fools may have foolish fortunes, but squanderers do not. "Wait a moment, old lady. I have a score to settle with this stirring stick. He devoured one of my specialty horns. Let me take him down." Before Dr. Kaleha could comprehend why Lu Fei likened himself to excrement and Warbwa to a stirring stick, the latter swung his fists, resembling 2 heavy sandbags, and with a swift slide, he sent the plump Warbwa, who had just managed to rise, flying. Rubber, rubber, 7 wounds fist. The force behind Luffy's punch is undeniably immense. It seems all the resentment he harbored from Roger stealing his rations has been concentrated into this single blow. Valpo, who weighs as much as a 300-pound behemoth, was caught off guard and had no time to defend himself. He never anticipated that Luffy, without any regard for martial ethics, would unleash a right hook while he was preoccupied with contemplating his escape route. This punch, a remarkable combination of power and speed, left Valpo with a bruised face, sending him flying over 100 meters without any sign of stopping. As Valpo neared the edge of a cliff, it became evident that if left unattended, he would plummet from the towering height of 5,000 meters atop Magnetic Drum Mountain, resulting in a disastrous outcome. Fortunately, Valpo's two subordinates, Archer Jess and Explosive Head Cromalman, reacted swiftly and grasped Valpo's calves at the last moment, preventing a catastrophic fall. What incredible strength! How could a single punch send Valpo flying so far? Nearby, Chopper and Dr. Correja were left astounded, with Chopper in his reindeer form wide-eyed in sheer disbelief. Luffy, rubbing his fist, beamed with laughter, exclaiming, "I never imagined that the 7 wounds fist technique bestowed upon me by the Overlord would be so effective. Its power far surpasses that of a mere rubber pistol." The Son-CollectingSystem 7 wounds fist can be considered one of the gifts from the Overlord to compensate for the sacrifice of Luffy's hairline and romantic prospects. In the world of pirates, offensive techniques can be roughly categorized into Fist Kings, Sword Masters, Devil Fruit users, physical techniques, and Haki, among others. Given Luffy's rubber fruit abilities, there are evident limitations in utilizing Devil Fruit powers. To enhance his strength, pursuing physical techniques, Fist Kings, or Haki would be commendable paths. However, mastering physical techniques and Haki is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. If not for the dedicated training from the legendary Rayleigh over 2 years, Luffy would not have successfully learned the 3 types of Haki. The Overlord, a half-baked scholar who only knows how to write answers but not explain the processes, is not fit to be a teacher. This situation is akin to solving problems. While the Overlord, through dishonest means, knows all the answers and can write the formulas correctly, explaining them to others in a comprehensible manner would be a daunting task for him. Otherwise, Zoro would have already soared, and he would not have failed to learn even the most basic form of armament Haki. The Overlord's only contribution is to relay the detailed answers to Zoro, leaving the success of his training entirely to Zoro's comprehension. It is precisely because physical techniques and Haki do not yield immediate results and cannot rapidly enhance strength that he directed Luffy towards the path of the Fist King. The Son-CollectingSystem 7 wounds fist is undoubtedly the most suitable martial art for Luffy's training. The so-called 7 wounds fist is an extraordinary martial art of the Son-CollectingSystem, characterized by its overwhelming force. Within a single punch, there are 7 distinct types of power, some fierce, some gentle, some combining strength with softness, and others exhibiting the opposite. The strikes can be horizontal or vertical, inward or outward, and the enemies unable to withstand this relentless force will suffer severe internal injuries. With the balance of yin and yang within, the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, are represented by the lungs, liver, kidneys, heart, and spleen. The term 7 wounds refers to these 7 types of harm. A practitioner can simultaneously unleash differing forces, either fierce or gentle, injuring the enemy's internal organs with a complex and astonishing display of power. However, this 7 wounds fist has a singular drawback. If wielded by someone whose inner strength has yet to reach a transcendent state, it can inflict significant harm upon oneself, causing both injury to others and oneself. The deeper the punch, the greater the self-inflicted damage. This principle is reminiscent of action and reaction forces, where the exertion of force is reciprocal. Nevertheless, Luffy is a rubber man. For him, the concepts of action and reaction are merely trivial physical damage, which he can entirely disregard. In essence, the 7 wounds fist's sole flaw does not pose a disadvantage to Luffy, with this flaw rendered irrelevant. The 7 wounds fist presents only advantages for Luffy, allowing him to simultaneously enhance his physical techniques while practicing this martial art. What a delightful prospect! The Overlord even mused that had Roger not healed swiftly enough, he might have been subdued by Luffy. After all, with the 7 wounds fist that aligns perfectly with his abilities, Luffy's lethality has reached unprecedented heights. Trained diligently, this 7 wounds fist is exceptionally compatible with you. If wielded skillfully, it could rival 8 gates in power. The Overlord responded with a calm acknowledgement, his expression remaining inscrutable. Nearby, little Chopper could not help but gasp in astonishment, clearly frightened but adorably so, prompting an irresistible urge to pat his little head. Wow, the Overlord is incredibly generous. Just now, he wagered the forbidden technique, 8 gates, and lost at Dr. Doriel. And now he possesses even Luffy's 7 wounds fist technique. How many forbidden techniques does he actually have? Is his family mining for riches? With the assistance of the Overlord's omnipotent chakra seed, Valpo has successfully sensed the chakra within him and has made initial progress in training for the 8 gates. He understands just how formidable this secret technique is. It can be said that even after consuming 3 blue wave balls to evolve into monster form, he may not surpass the state achieved by opening the first gate of the 8 gates. Initially, one would think that the Overlord's presentation of the 8 gates was impressive. However, it is astonishing to discover there exists another technique, the 7 wounds fist, that rivals it, and he generously bestowed it upon the simple-minded Luffy. Even if one S family is engaged in mining, such extravagance seems excessive. It should be noted that the physical prowess of characters in both the Naruto and One Piece universes cannot be generalized. The enhancement provided by the 8 gates to its users must also be calculated separately. Furthermore, the 7 wounds fist harmonizes well with Luffy. Although the 8 gates is powerful, it may not be particularly suited for Luffy's path as a Fist King. Regardless of the circumstances, the protagonist is invincible. Haha, Overlord. Look, I managed to send Valpo flying with just 1 punch. The 7 wounds fist you taught me is truly amazing. Luffy exclaimed with the exuberance of a child who had just received candy, incessantly bragging in front of the Overlord. I know, the Overlord initially responded somewhat dismissively, but as he pondered further, he began to feel that something was amiss. The 7 wounds fist, as the name suggests, encompasses 7 distinct striking methods. The complete set of incantations includes heart damage technique, lung damage technique, liver and intestine destruction technique, hidden departure technique, essence loss technique, mind daze technique, and 7 wounds total technique. Logically, Luffy should have executed 7 different styles of strikes. However, in reality, while Luffy did throw numerous punches at Valpo, he employed only 1 striking method. Moreover, the 7 wounds fist is characterized by its lethal intent. Each strike aims for a vital point, either to incapacitate the opponent or to deliver a fatal blow. Yet, in Luffy's hands, the force seems considerably diminished. Could it be that Luffy's intention to defeat his opponent without taking their life led him to slightly modify the 7 wounds fist? This possibility indeed exists. Upon reflecting on this matter, Chu Ba Wong felt a twinge of frustration. How infuriating it is that I have imparted to you 7 lethal martial arts techniques, yet you have chosen to employ only 1. Moreover, you have transformed the 7 injuries fist into a feeble and ineffective strike, utterly incapable of causing harm. Should the esteemed founder of the Kongtong sect, Mu Lingzi, learn of this, he would undoubtedly arise from his grave to engage in a profound discussion with Lu Fei about the intricacies of life. However, after a brief contemplation, Chu Ba Wong decided it was not worth his time to dwell on such matters. One should never engage in rational discourse with a simple-minded Lu Fei. The more one attempts to reason with him, the more one risks being dragged into ignorance, ultimately reducing one's intellect to a mere 25. At times, Chu Ba Wong found himself perplexed by how the seemingly dim-witted carp, with an IQ of 25, could have fathered the brilliant Drago, whose IQ is a staggering 250. And how did this prodigious Drago give rise to the headstrong Lu Fei, whose intellect appears to be merely 25? It simply defies logic. Casting a glance at the defeated Walbo, who had been sent flying by a single punch, Dr. Kuraha turned to Lu Fei, inquiring, "Wait a moment, Straw Hat. How do you know Walbo? We met at sea. Those troublemakers were causing chaos as pirates, constantly seeking to vex me. And they even had the audacity to sneakily devour a horn from the Goemeri while I wasn't paying attention." Lu Fei, resembling a disgruntled gorilla, stomped on the snow in frustration. Fortunately, Zoro discovered this in time and gave him a sound thrashing. Otherwise, my premium seat would have been devoured entirely. This ruffian was scared off by the appearance of the disheveled uncle. Otherwise, I would have certainly taught him a lesson. Chopper fell silent for a moment, still unable to comprehend why Lu Fei was so fixated on likening Walbo to a troublemaker. Wouldn't that imply that everyone aboard the ship at the time was equally culpable? Dr. Kureha directed her gaze at Chu Ba-Wong. Madam Kureha, do not look at me. I did not teach him such terminology. Furthermore, I am not affiliated with this simpleton. Chu Ba-Wong discreetly distanced himself from the naive Lu Fei to avoid being infected by his folly. The audacity of this imbecile to utter such self-destructive words is indeed remarkable. Such absurdities could only be articulated by someone with a severe lack of intellect. Even the most foolish Triceratops would not stoop to such ridiculousness. In the ongoing debate regarding who truly reigns as the strongest fool, Lu Fei or the Triceratops, it appears that Lu Fei holds the upper hand. I'm quite furious right now. That cursed straw hat. That wretched Ba-Wong dares to disregard me, the king. I shall grind you into a fine paste. Walbo, having been sent flying by Lu Fei's punch, nearly toppled from Magnetic Drum Peak, displaying his irritation with a futile attempt to rise. However, due to his considerable girth, his attempt resembled a floundering fish rather than a graceful rise, eliciting a grimace from Chu Ba-Wong, whose teeth ached at the sight. Is there truly no more reasonable human in the world of One Piece? Why does everyone associated with Lu Fei seem to become a fool? Chopper, filled with questions, looked to Zoro and queried, Mr. Zoro, did that fellow's arm seem to stretch? Yes, why? Our captain is a rubber man. Rubber man? What does that mean? Zoro casually replied. In simple terms, it means he is a monster. Of course, in the eyes of Ba-Wong, our captain is merely a troublesome fool. Chopper was taken aback, comparing his captain to a fool. Is it truly acceptable to speak of one's captain in such a manner? To say this in front of Lu Fei is rather disrespectful, isn't it? But what truly plunged Chopper into prolonged silence was Zoro's casual mention of the word monster. Chopper had repeatedly declined Lu Fei's invitations, believing himself to be an unworthy creature, neither human nor reindeer. Feeling unfit to join the Straw Hat crew or form friendships with humans. This, perhaps, is rooted in a sense of inferiority, akin to Usopp's estrangement from Lu Fei in the Water 7 arc, both stemming from feelings of inadequacy. Observing the contemplative and conflicted expression on Little Chopper's face, Zoro, appearing calm on the surface yet inwardly pleased, mused that indeed, as Ba-Wong predicted, Chopper's emotional turmoil stemmed from his identity as a monster and his feelings of inferiority, which hindered him from accompanying them. Zoro admired his master's keen insight, for who would have thought that a young master could possess such wisdom and talent? My admiration for you is boundless, akin to the endless flow of a mighty river, unyielding like the Yellow River in flood, unwavering through time and tumult. Casting a glance at Zoro, who seemed to be inflating his own ego to celestial heights, Chu Ba-Wong fell into a prolonged silence. He sensed that the atmosphere within the Straw Hat crew had been swayed awry by his presence. Each member appeared to have strayed from their path. The skills I imparted in kicking, boxing, and swordsmanship have yielded little progress. Instead, they excel in the art of flattery. For heaven's sake, you are the Straw Hat crew, not a sycophantic entourage. With his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of mastery, Chu Ba-Wong sighed to the heavens. Perhaps it is the fate of someone as exceptional as myself to remain unassuming. Zoro and the others were not merely flattering. They were stating the truth. Indeed, I am extraordinarily gifted. That incompetent king has come to your grave, Dr. Hiralik. Today, I finally have the opportunity to avenge you. Upon encountering Walbo, Chopper's emotions surged with fervor. His sturdy reindeer hooves stomped the ground in anticipation, his blue nose exhaling thick vapor. Walbo, in a strict sense, was his father's murderer. It was Walbo's deceitful claim that all doctors were ill, which led Hiralik into a trap, resulting in his tragic demise before the palace gates. To honor Hiralik, who treated him as his own father, Chopper had hoisted the pirate flag crafted by Hiralik atop the palace. It is said that when enemies meet, the tension is palpable. Chopper resolved that even if it meant employing the forbidden technique of the 8 gates, which would impose a great toll on his body, he would deliver a just punishment to Walbo, this troublemaker. Leave this troublemaker to me, Lu Fei declared, thumping his chest in assurance. Although Walbo was notorious, in Lu Fei's eyes, he served as the perfect training dummy, ideal for practicing the newly learned weakened version of the Rubber 7 Injuries Fist. Chopper and Liu Fei exchanged a glance, both ignited by the flames of determination and fierce combat spirit. Clearly, they were brimming with confidence, eager to claim Walbo's head. When a king reaches the point where he is universally reviled, Walbo, you have become truly unique. Chu Ba Wang sheathed his magical blade, Qianren, not even sparing a glance at the infuriating Walbo. It seemed he could afford to overlook this opportunity, instead of torturing Walbo. It would be far more enjoyable to take the ladies to admire the snowy scenery. Once Chopper had vented his anger, he could return to recruit Walbo as a subordinate. However, it appeared that the system was not inclined to let Chu Ba Wang miss any opportunity for grandstanding. Ding! Detecting that the Kingdom of Magnetic Drum is about to enter the final battle, triggering a selection task. Choice 1. Interfere and prevent Chopper from joining the Straw Hat crew. Selecting this option will grant a task reward. Postnatal Spirit Treasure, Tiger Blade, X1. Choose option 2. Follow the normal plot without interfering with the storyline. Upon selection, you shall receive the task reward. Ho Tianling Bao Koen Xian Soa X1. Task 3. Accelerate the plot, swiftly defeat Warbois, and take him as a slave. Upon selection, you shall receive the task reward. Ho Tianling Bao Jin Zhuan X1. Upon hearing the mechanical voice of the system once more, Chu Ba Wang found himself momentarily stunned. Why is even the gold brick considered a Ho Tianling Bao? Surely, the system must have made an error. In the world of Hong Huang, although Ho Tianling Bao cannot be classified as particularly rare, it is certainly regarded as a treasure of considerable scarcity in comparison to ordinary practitioners. Notable items such as the Qinquan Circle and the hunting heavenly silk of the renowned Santai Zi, Neja, are also categorized as Ho Tianling Bao. To present me with a gold brick and deem it a Ho Tianling Bao is an affront to the dignity of the Qinquan Circle and the hunting heavenly silk. System, are you malfunctioning? Do not frighten me. I rely on you to elevate my status and carry me to greater heights. The system indicated its disinterest in conversing with the host and responded with a barrage of ellipses. Ho Tianling Bao Jin Zhuan. This was one of the weapons used by Neja, the third prince, when he activated his 3 heads and 6 arms. In the original work, Neja used this brick to injure Mu Jia, causing harm to Yu Hua, breaking open the prison cart to rescue Huang Fei Hu's family, and shattering Han Rong's heart-protecting mirror. This item, crafted from celestial gold and shaped like a brick, can be thrown to attack enemies. It serves as a concealed weapon and is also suitable for showing off. It is indeed an essential item for both home and travel. P.S. If the gold brick does not incapacitate the target, it may be picked up by someone else. This hint seems rather out of place, yet it does possess a degree of reason. After all, being crafted from pure gold, it is plausible that if mishandled, it could indeed be taken by another. It appears that I have no choice but to become a mere pawn in this endeavor. For Chu Ba Wang, this was essentially a task devoid of alternatives. While the effects of the Hu Padao and Kuan Xian Soa were indeed commendable, they lacked the allure of the Ho Tianling Bao Jin Zhuan. Thus, Chu Ba Wang opted for the third task without hesitation. He had initially contemplated allowing Xiao Ba and Liu Fei to bond through their confrontation with Warbois, as long as it did not impede his own opportunities. However, given the current circumstances, hastening the plot seemed the wiser choice. How outrageous! This notorious white devil, Warbois, with a bounty of 90 million Bailey, has been eyeing me with intent. It appears there is no chance of escape. In light of this, let us engage in a battle where both fish and net shall perish. With Chu Ba Wang observing, even Warbois' caution proved futile. There was no possibility of escape. The subsequent events unfolded with remarkable simplicity. Enraged, Warbois had no choice but to charge at Chu Ba Wang, clearly prepared to risk everything in a desperate confrontation. As for the outcome, the fish indeed perished, yet the net remained intact. The farce could now conclude. Chu Ba Wang extended his palm towards the rapidly approaching Warbois, forming a claw-like gesture. His voice, chilling and resonant, intoned in ancient language seemingly from the primordial era, issuing a decree to the world as its sovereign, Yinling Wang Chuan. a field akin to a gravitational domain unfurled. This was an extraordinarily unique domain, granting hybrid beings and dragons control over elements and rules. In the Yinling periodic table, the number 89,100 denotes a dangerous Yinling, 101,112 a highly perilous one, and those above 113 are classified as top secret, with those above 112 referred to as divine-level Yinling. Higher-level Yinling are not necessarily more effective than their lower counterparts, yet they transcend traditional forms, allowing direct control over earth, water, fire, wind, and spirit, the 5 fundamental elements. The serial number of Yinling Wang Xuan is 91, more perilous than the Yinling of the infamous Chu Zi Hong in the original tale. Within the domain of Yinling Wang Xuan, even a physically formidable opponent, when subjected to extreme gravity, would find their blood pooling toward the lower part of their body, leading to cerebral hypoxia, and in severe cases, resulting in blood spewing forth from their body, a phenomenon referred to by cultivators as self-detonation. Consequently, those affected typically require a prostrate position to prevent cerebral hemorrhage. It is precisely for this reason that this Yinling garnered the name Yinling Wang Xuan. At the moment the domain was unleashed, it expanded territorially, instantly affecting the rushing Wa or Bois. With a resounding crack, the sound of breaking bones echoed, and the previously imposing Wa or Bois fell to the ground in utter defeat, his body cracking like exploding beans, blood pouring from his arms and limbs. Under nearly 50 times the gravity, even the notoriously resilient physique of the pirates could not withstand it. Wa or Bois succumbed to cerebral hypoxia, losing consciousness, with blood splattered everywhere. What in the world? Lord Bawang, you have no sense of martial ethics. You seized our heads while we were unaware. Qiao Ba and Lu Fei stood in stunned silence, gazing at the bloodied Wa or Bois before unleashing cries of anguish. Great One, this is not how one plays. To snatch the head of even a minor character like Wa or Bois. Can we not maintain some dignity? The previously spirited Lu Fei now appeared as a defeated soul, resembling a homeless beggar lamenting the loss of his dreams. In truth, Lu Fei is somewhat stubborn, often referred to as a headstrong child. Regardless of the dangers ahead, he pursues whatever he desires with relentless fervor. This differs from the reckless bravery of knowingly marching into peril. Lu Fei is easily swept away by his passions and fixated on his goals. He insisted on defeating Wa or Bois, and without delivering a thorough thrashing, he would feel unease. Thus, Lu Fei's gaze towards Chu Ba Wang grew increasingly resentful, as if he believed Chu Ba Wang had stolen his prize bone. What transpired just now? Why did Wa or Bois suddenly lose consciousness, and even his blood vessels burst? It seemed that Wa or Bois had drawn his last breath. His 2 subordinates and all the doctors stood in shock, paralyzed with fear, faced with death. Even Wa or Bois' most loyal followers dared not launch an attack on Chu Ba Wang, fearing they would be the next to fall. This was all too peculiar. Chu Ba Wang had not even moved, yet Wa or Bois had collapsed unexpectedly. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that a human could possess such extraordinary power. They even doubted whether Wa or Bois, with his formidable physique, understood how he had been defeated. Terrifying. Is this the true power of Mr. Bawang? Stunned, Qiao Ba murmured gravely. No wonder he could so casually place a forbidden technique like the 8 gates of Dunjia on the gambling table. If my predictions are correct, the strength displayed by Bao Wang Mr. Currently is merely the tip of the iceberg. With his keen reindeer hearing, he undoubtedly perceived the incantations of the word spirit sung by Chu Ba Wang as the threat of Walbo approached. Although Chopper could not comprehend it, he was certain that Chu Ba Wang had just employed a most peculiar ability, communicating with the laws of nature akin to the gravity fruit. Moreover, this ability seemed inextricably linked to language. What baffled Chopper was that the language Chu Ba Wang had recited appeared to belong neither to humanity nor to any known animal. This left Chopper in a quandary. After all, he had consumed the human fruit and, in theory, should be capable of conversing with all creatures in the pirate world, excluding the Sea Kings. Yet, despite their formidable presence, the Sea Kings lacked linguistic sophistication and could not possibly wield such devastating power. For some inexplicable reason, Chopper suddenly entertained a bold hypothesis. Perhaps the supreme language that Chu Ba Wang had invoked during the use of word spirit sovereignty stemmed from an ancient era long past, or was a language not native to this world. Startled by his own thoughts, Chopper ceased to delve into the details and redirected his focus onto Walbo, who had been effortlessly dispatched by Chu Ba Wang. Pondering over it was futile. The pressing issue remained how to deal with his father's murderer, Walbo. He had fully intended to unleash his 8 gates of Duanjia technique to teach Walbo a lesson, only to find Walbo so pitiful that Chu Ba Wang had not even lifted a finger before he collapsed. The thought of this made Chopper feel slightly vexed. A twitch at the corner of his mouth revealing the pent-up rage he had harbored for years, unsure where to direct it. It was amusing to realize that this little reindeer was quite imaginative, almost brushing against the truth of the world. The true secret of word spirit sovereignty lies in harnessing the power of the dragon script to command the world's rules. Casting a deep glance at little Chopper, Chu Ba Wang's lips curled into a faint smile. He was surprised that despite Chopper's youthful psyche, his imagination was expansive enough to theorize that the language he recited during word spirit sovereignty was not of this world. No wonder he got along so well with Usopp and Monkey D. Luffy after boarding the ship. Ultimately, the mentalities of these 3 individuals were akin to those of adolescents at around 13 or 15 years old, steeped in youthful exuberance. Even if Chopper had deduced that his mastery of word spirit sovereignty was not a power of the pirate world, it posed no threat to him. Reflecting on this, Chu Ba Wang felt fortunate for having spent 18 years in Xylob Village, developing in obscurity. However, had he known that such a transformation could occur after his first intimate encounter, he would have pursued a relationship with the affluent Koya much earlier. After all, he had been biding his time in Xylob Village for 18 long years, cultivating relationships and seeking the favor of wealthy women. There are not many diligent and visionary young men like me. Glancing at the barely breathing Walbo, Chu Ba Wang maintained an outwardly calm demeanor. Initially, he had felt a twinge of psychological burden when taking lives, reluctant to gaze upon the fallen. However, for the cruel and incompetent Walbo, there was no need to squander his dwindling sympathy on such a wretch. Utilizing the Soul Gem's memory alteration, Chu Ba Wang executed a rapid brainwashing sequence on Walbo, akin to how he had tamed dinosaurs on the ancient island. The task was straightforward: accelerate the plot, swiftly defeat Walbo, and take him as a slave, with the reward being a celestial treasure brick. A notification chimed, confirming the task had been accomplished, granting him permanent access to the treasure. One must commend the system for its thoughtful design. Such choice-based tasks are indeed generous gifts. Even if one fails to complete the task, a temporary usage right is still granted. Of course, failure would ultimately result in the retraction of rewards, the timing of which likely depends on the system's whims. Yet, this little system, which couldn't even detect his playful puns to deceive for a beginner-esque gift pack, left much to be desired in terms of intelligence. Chu Ba Wang seriously doubted that even if he failed this acceleration task, the system would promptly rescind the rewards. After modifying Walbo's memories to render him a slave, Chu Ba Wang had effectively secured the right to utilize Neza's celestial treasure brick. Once Walbo regained consciousness, he could dutifully begin crafting Walbo alloy. For Chu Ba Wang, this would translate into a windfall, although, at present, he hardly needed money, as he was a man under the protection of an affluent woman. Even if Koya's funds ran low, he could surely rely on the economic prowess of Straw Hat Crew's adopted daughter, Nami, who would not mind his presence aboard the Mary. Luffy and Chopper, weren't you too seeking vengeance against Walbo? I've already knocked him down, and he is still alive. If you wish to exact revenge, feel free. After all, I possess a divine resurrection technique, so I need not fear if Chopper and Luffy, in their rage, truly shatter this piggy bank of a foe. With Walbo as an external enemy removed, Chopper and Luffy would lose an opportunity for united action against a common adversary, which would, to some extent, affect the plot's acceleration. It was for this reason that he suggested Luffy and Chopper teach Walbo a harsh lesson. Chopper and Luffy, upon hearing this, simultaneously rolled their eyes at Chu Ba Wang. How could they possibly be angry when they had already rendered Walbo a cripple? Although both were genuinely indignant over Walbo's actions, witnessing him lying in a pool of blood, barely clinging to life. Neither had the heart to strike a blow against a defeated foe. Ultimately, they were not the type to kick someone when they were down, and after a moment of contemplation, they opted to spare Walbo. Moreover, Luffy had just witnessed Chu Ba Wong employing a brainwashing technique on Walbo, ensuring that he would no longer pose a threat in the future. Although Luffy did not fully endorse Chu Ba Wong's domineering actions, he refrained from voicing his disapproval, primarily out of fear of retribution from Chu Ba Wong's formidable fists, which were certainly no trifling matter. Even the long-absent Garp could not match the pain inflicted by Chu Ba Wong's blows. He gestured to Walbo's two terrified subordinates and the doctor, instructing them to take Walbo back to the village, assuring that he would naturally apologize to all the villagers once he recovered. However, I implore you not to take his life, as I am too indolent to return and rectify the chaos left by Weibo. Once he regains consciousness, Weibo will adeptly harness the other capabilities of the Gulp Gulp fruit and lead the kingdom towards prosperity. Possessing Weibo alloy, Weibo's future value is immeasurable. It would not be an exaggeration to liken it to a golden spoon worth a fortune, although the kingdom of magnetic drums is presently shrouded in turmoil. A brief period of recuperation will allow the reputation of Weibo alloy to flourish, and the national strength will undoubtedly expand exponentially. Whether in economic development or future aspirations, it will surely rank among the world's leaders. At that time, it would be splendid to lift up his hometown, Zilabuken, where he grew up on the bounty of others, and Nami's hometown, Kokuyashi Village, wouldn't it? In the words of the esteemed Deng Xiaoping, this is what is referred to as the affluent leading the less fortunate, ultimately achieving shared prosperity. While attaining shared prosperity is exceedingly challenging, the quality of life of the populace should undoubtedly elevate several notches, and the eventual level of development will depend on their own capabilities. However, the ever-mighty Mr. Chu, along with his two loyal henchmen, could only agree with submissive nods. With Weibo currently beaten to the brink of death, they dared not provoke the wrath of Chu. They were left pondering why Chu had not simply killed Weibo, but instead allowed him to recuperate fully, even claiming that Weibo would apologize to the villagers. Their curiosity was on the verge of spilling forth, yet they dared not voice their inquiries. Who knows if Chu is one of those capricious overlords? If they spoke out of turn, it could spell disaster for them. Surviving this ordeal was already a stroke of luck. The battle, though it felt lengthy, was over in an instant. Those within the castle scarcely had time to react. Weibo was struck by Chu, sent flying by Luffy, knelt before Chu, and succumbed to grievous injuries, falling into unconsciousness. Weibo was then carried off the stage on a stretcher, and then nothing followed. Captain Dalton, who had just donned his armor and prepared to engage in a life-or-death struggle with Weibo, was left utterly perplexed. Was that it? What kind of skirmish was that? Weibo appeared far too feeble. He was cut once, punched once, and just like that, he was done for. Surely, this was not the Weibo I had previously encountered as a minor boss. The Weibo I faced before was a resilient dandy, with hundreds of health points, and boasted healing buffs, defense buffs, and summoning minion buffs. I must report this. The mighty Chu must be using cheats. He must be held accountable. Luffy voiced the very thought that Dalton had been suppressing. In response, Chu delivered Luffy a resounding slap, his expression grave as he looked skyward and took a deep breath, stating earnestly, "I, Chu, do not utilize cheats." News of Weibo's defeat and near-fatal injuries swiftly spread throughout the kingdom of magnetic drums, igniting the villagers' excitement as they celebrated with drums and banners, as if it were the new year. The renowned victory of Chu over Weibo became widely known in a remarkably short time. Many villagers beseeched Dalton to introduce them to the esteemed Chu, yearning to prostrate themselves in gratitude. At the very least, they hoped to host a banquet to express their appreciation. However, Dalton's repeated suggestions bore no fruit. He received not a single response from Chu. Oh, but he did receive a response once. It was just a tad awkward. "I have no inclination to socialize with you insignificant beings, nor is there any task reward to be gained. And there is nothing particularly delectable to partake in at your banquet. Do you expect me, Chu, to squander my time in such frivolity? Surely you jest." Spare me the pleasantries. If you genuinely wish to express your gratitude, all I require is several tons of that specialty snack, the snowflake cake, which I had during my visit to Deikiakin as provisions. As for anything else, do not even think about it. This esteemed figure have numerous maidens to attend to and no time to deal with you. This is a direct quote from the haughty Chu, who at that moment was engaged in a snowball fight and building a snowman with Nami and Koya. Upon hearing this, Dalton was utterly mortified. The snowflake cake, made from the rare Tianshan snow lotus, is exceptionally difficult to produce, and even within the entire kingdom, it is a rarity. To gather several tons would be quite the challenge, and it is typically reserved for the most esteemed guests. Since Weibo had plunged the entire nation into chaos, the difficulty of production had only escalated. Given that the mighty Chu had issued such a decree, Dalton resolved to fulfill the desire of the Great One, even if it cost him dearly. Gritting his teeth, he made a silent vow. While procuring several tons of the snowflake cake may indeed be a tall order, gathering 3 to 5 pounds should be quite feasible with the combined efforts of the Kingdom of Magnetic Drones. With Weibo no longer serving as a punching bag, the previously unremarkable chopper, who had recently joined a Straw Hat crew, was now embroiled in minor disputes. Consequently, Luffy and his companions, eager to find a doctor, lingered a little longer in the Kingdom of Magnetic Drones. Meanwhile, Chu seized the opportunity to wander and explore, traversing nearly the entirety of the kingdom. As a traveler in the pirate world, Chu's reputation was well-deserved. Interestingly enough, perhaps due to the fortuitous blessings from the ancient island of the Blue Demon Dongli and the Red Demon Bragi, Chu and his companions encountered numerous unopened treasure chests encased in ice during their explorations, allowing the crafty Nami to amass a small fortune. When combined with her previous savings and the economic lifeblood of the Straw Hat crew, it is estimated that Nami alone possessed nearly 500 million berries. This was no trifling sum. With 500 million berries, Nami could undoubtedly be regarded as a wealthy heiress. Even if Koya, who had been sharing her fortune along the way, were to tally her assets, she would likely find herself in the billion-berry range. Miss Golden Week and Miss Valentine's Day were grinning ear to ear. Had they known that being captives under Chu would yield such riches, they would have eagerly sought out to be treated with such indulgence. The only source of frustration for Chu was that, despite the lucky buff leading him to numerous treasure chests, the rewards during the drawings remained dismal. The trash rewards continued unabated. The eternal pain of being a non-lucky player. This left Chu lamenting for a considerable time, and had it not been for his recent good fortune in finding treasure chests, he might have suspected that the Senza beans he gifted to the 2 giants had been exploited. Otherwise, why could he never draw legendary items? Meanwhile, the gravely injured and near-death Weibo, during Chopper's indecision on whether to join the Straw Hat crew, regained consciousness under the care of Dr. 20. At the moment of awakening, he immediately knelt down before all the villagers in repentance, even composing a rather poorly crafted edict of self-criticism, expressing his willingness to repay all the responsibilities for his past mistakes through hard work. He vowed to diligently develop the Weibo alloy so that all the inhabitants of the Tsiduan kingdom could lead a blissful life. This left the entire Tsiduan kingdom astounded. They had never anticipated Weibo's sincere and touching admission of guilt. It defied logic. How could the foolish King Weibo possibly be someone who acknowledges his mistakes and seeks to amend them? Truly miraculous. Weibo had merely been beaten up by the tyrant Boss Wong, yet it seemed that even his worldview had been straightened out. Was this not the legendary method of educating unruly children? Just a good beating would suffice? However, the villagers quickly came to their senses. Since they did not understand why Weibo had suddenly bowed in apology, they attributed his transformation to the influence of Chu Bawang. After all, clinging to the thigh of a powerful figure was all that mattered. Why overthink it? Consequently, unbeknownst to Chu Bawang, all the villagers of the Tsiduan kingdom became his sycophants, idly singing praises of Chu Bawang day and night. This led to an overwhelming surge in Chu Bawang's lottery draws as soon as the clock struck midnight. Currently, my true combat power has reached a stellar level, and with the addition of the Panlong Ring and the Soul Gem, my actual combat capabilities in battle are truly immeasurable. I wonder when this system will finally upgrade, allowing me, a non-lucky individual, to draw a few more prizes. In this manner, I could leverage the laws of probability to transform my fortunes. Chu Baowang was acutely aware that the number of lottery draws from the system would increase alongside his strength. Yet now, with his strength already at a stellar level, the system stubbornly refused to upgrade and provide him with new entertainment. This made Chu Baowang suspect that perhaps the system had lost its wits. Although the sensation of effortlessly defeating weaklings was indeed pleasurable, it was not feasible to continue battling mere NPCs day in and day out. What kind of absurdity was it for a formidable, stellar-level demon lord to be stuck as the final boss in a mere novice village? Perhaps due to the absence of Weibo, a buffer in battle, Chopper appeared unusually stubborn and self-deprecating when confronted with Luffy's invitation. However, this matter had little bearing on Chu Baowang, as he had already acquired a piece of postnatal spiritual treasure, a golden brick X1. Ultimately, it was the unfortunate Luffy who bore the brunt, as he was not the one who personally invited Chopper onto the ship. As long as the misfortune did not befall him, Chu Baowang felt quite content, especially when he could elevate his own joy at the expense of another's suffering. Chu Baowang beamed with happiness. At times, he even felt he was straying further along the path of villain. "Chopper, we need a doctor. Join me as we sail the seas." "No, I refuse." In his normal form, Chopper crossed his small hooves over his chest, his face a portrait of unwillingness. "Chopper, your medical skills are so exceptional that even the old lady praised you for inheriting all her medical knowledge. We truly need you." Luffy pouted, his greedy thoughts swirling, almost unable to resist the temptation to use Roger's tactics, intending to knock Chopper out and carry him away. "What? Even if you praise my medical skills, I won't be proud of it. This is just so annoying." Chopper's face flushed with embarrassment, unsure of where to place his little hooves. After a moment of silence, he swatted Luffy on the head, grumbling, "You idiot! I will not become a pirate with you. I am a reindeer. How could a reindeer possibly be friends with humans? I am a monster. Even reindeer do not acknowledge me as a companion, let alone humans." With unwavering determination, Luffy raised his arm and shouted to the heavens, "Come on, Chopper, join us. I really need you." Meanwhile, Luffy, already bewitched by Roger, stealthily grabbed a large wooden mallet from behind. It seemed that if Chopper did not agree with him, he would resort to the 8-character mantra Roger had taught him to forcibly bring Chopper aboard the ship. In life, one must have a thick skin. There's an old saying, "Clear waters yield no fish. A despicable person is invincible." Straw Hat Kid. If you ever encounter a crew member you truly desire, seize the opportunity and never let them go easily. If you wish to conquer this ocean and become supreme, relying solely on your own strength is insufficient. Even someone as exceptional as my brother GOLD. Roger had to expend considerable effort to recruit the Dark King Rayleigh onto his ship. Now, I impart to you the 8 cardinal rules for recruiting crew members. In summary, it all boils down to trickery, deception, and knocking them out to carry them away. For those stronger or of equal strength, charm them with deceit. For the weaker ones, simply knock them out and carry them aboard. You can slowly build rapport later. This is the 8-character mantra Roger passed down to Luffy for recruiting crew members. Trickery, deception. Knock them out and carry them away. The scruffy old man was absolutely right. Luffy found Roger's advice quite sensible, especially since his brother Ace had taught him to live without regrets. If Chopper did not join his crew, Luffy would surely regret it for a lifetime. This thought only fueled Luffy's reckless determination. Lacking knowledge of the arts of trickery and deception, Luffy could only resort to the brute force method of knocking Chopper out and carrying him away. "No, I refuse." Before Chopper could finish his protest, the foolish Luffy swung the large wooden mallet and struck Chopper on the head. A resounding thud echoed like thunder. The force was so immense that even the mallet broke into 2 pieces. If not for Chopper having successfully trained in the 8 gates of Duanjia and having opened the first gate, his physical prowess would have significantly enhanced. He might have truly been knocked out cold by Luffy's swing. Fortunately, following the transformation brought on by the Chaos Chakra seed, Chopper's physique far exceeded his previous capabilities, and a mere wooden mallet posed no threat to him. All those who witnessed the scene stared in astonishment at Luffy, Even little Chopper was filled with confusion. Why are you all staring at me? I didn't do anything. You must believe me. Luffy scratched his head awkwardly, pretending nothing had happened, slowly hiding the broken mallet behind his back and whistling nonchalantly. Chopper, Dalton, Dr. Kureha, I believe you, but you are indeed brainwashed by that old man Roger. Clearly, you invited Chopper aboard, yet now you're resorting to coercion, attempting to knock him out and forcibly bind him to the ship. Damn, Roger. What nonsense have you been telling Luffy all this time? Even summarizing the 8-character mantra for recruiting crew members. You intentionally passed it on to ruin our captain. The next time I see him, I must take him down. You just wait. GOLD. Roger. Today, let you experience my newly learned flame blade. Zoro gazed up to the heavens in despair, mentally cursing Roger's entire lineage. Last time, it was due to this fellow incessantly challenging me to drink that I ended up owing Nami a substantial debt, amounting to several 100,000 berries. The interest alone is exorbitant. I have now come to perceive the true nature of Roger's so-called Pirate King. The most idle individual aboard this ship is this fool, persistently seeking to drink with me while attempting to deceive Luffy. His actions are utterly unbecoming. This is hardly the conduct befitting a Pirate King. He is nothing less than a malignant tumor. Given that our captain's intellect is already somewhat lacking, now he has been further misled. If he does not properly reprimand Roger, wouldn't this ragtag crew be doomed? Moreover, it is imperative to take advantage of Roger's current weakened state and bully him a bit more, otherwise, the opportunity may be lost. To quote the great Chuba Wong, one must strike early against Roger, lest you find yourselves unable to overcome him once he is healed. As Chopper regained his composure, his gaze darkened, fixating intently on Luffy. Oh, you foolish one! How dare you attempt to ambush me? Fortunately, I have mastered the forbidden technique of the 8 gates, or else your scheme might have succeeded. You think to knock me out and carry me off? Huh! Not even a door exists for you to escape through. Today, I shall demonstrate my true power. The first gate of the 8 gates, open. Ah, Luffy, you thought to knock me out and haul me onto the ship? I shall not let you off lightly. As Chopper regained focus, his eyes narrowed with determination, glaring at Luffy. Though Chopper's psychological age may be youthful, it does not imply his ignorance. At this point, if he could not discern Luffy's hidden intentions, it would be an utter disgrace for him after living for so long. Even if he were to be knocked out and carried away, he would not mind going along with it and joining the Straw Hat crew as Luffy's companion. However, the pressing issue is that if he were truly knocked out and taken away, how would Chopper ever show his face again? As the doctor aboard the Mary, to be bound by the captain? Would Chopper not care for his dignity? Reflecting on this, Chopper, already fuming from Chuba Wong's recent victory over Walpole, found his emotions ignited by Luffy's antics. The first gate of the 8 gates, open, because Walpole had knelt before the villagers to atone for his sins. Chopper could not truly harm his father's murderer in front of everyone. He was at a loss for where to vent his frustration, and unexpectedly, the foolish Luffy delivered himself right into his path. The 8 gates? What is that? Regardless, you are no match for me. Luffy burst into laughter, inadvertently dropping the large wooden hammer behind him. If acting skillfully could earn an Oscar, Luffy would be forever distant from such accolades. How dare you grin at me? I shall strike. Upon opening the first gate of the 8 gates, Chopper's mental limitations were entirely lifted, allowing him to unleash a staggering 100% of his physical capabilities, albeit at the cost of significantly draining his energy reserves, thus dramatically enhancing his attack power and speed, despite Chopper's usual form exhibiting only moderate strength. Do not forget that he harbors within him the formidable giant monster form, capable of overpowering the war machine, Tyrant Kuma. Although Chopper has not yet engaged in many battles, and his giant monster form is not particularly potent, it is more than sufficient to dominate the current Luffy. How swift! Just a moment ago, Luffy was laughing heartily, attempting to dissuade Chopper from overestimating himself. In the next instant, he was met with a great hoof to the face. Luffy, startled, tried to defend himself, but it was already too late. The 8 gates, first Lotus. Chopper moved with astonishing speed, leaving behind a mere afterimage, and before Luffy could react, He found himself facing Chopper, who struck him under the chin with his tiny hooves. Luffy was sent flying like a kite caught in a gale. Chopper swiftly appeared behind him, wrapping his arms around Luffy, forcing his head downwards and slamming him into the ground. Before Luffy could mount a meaningful defense, Chopper utilized sheer strength to pin him down, presenting him headfirst to the onlookers. Yet, this was not the end. Having unleashed the Lotus, Chopper reached for Luffy, uprooting him from the ground as if pulling a weed, and proceeded to deliver a series of punishing blows. After this encounter, Luffy's head bore a lump resembling a small hill. While the bewildered Luffy remained dazed, he raised a thumb towards Chopper, genuinely praising him. "Wow, Chopper, you're amazing. I didn't even see that coming. With such incredible medical skills and your striking prowess, could this be what the tyrant refers to as brutality? I have made my decision, Chopper. You are my partner, and if I miss this chance, I shall regret it for all eternity." Aside from Chubawang, who maintained his composure, the rest were utterly befuddled, struggling to comprehend the situation. What is happening here? Why has Chopper's speed and strength increased so dramatically? It seems that his strikes are indeed painfully effective. And aren't you a doctor? How is it that your combat prowess surpasses even our Straw Hat Crew's top 3 powerhouses? Indeed, it is a manifestation of brutality, capable of both inflicting pain and healing. How irritating. Even if you praise me, I shan't become arrogant. Upon hearing Luffy's compliment once again, Chopper's cheeks flushed, excitement overwhelming him as he fumbled for a place to put his little hooves, only to suddenly remember that he was still angry. I shall not let this villain who wishes to knock me out go unpunished. Thus, his little hooves aimed directly at Luffy's round face. You scoundrel, do not change the subject. You still have not explained why you tried to hit me with that large hammer. The thick-skinned Luffy scratched his head, grinning foolishly as he replied, "The answer is quite simple. I want you to become my partner." However, it seems that the untidy uncle's catchphrase is not particularly effective. I cannot seem to grasp how to deceive you, and it appears I may not be able to overpower you either. This is quite the predicament. Luffy was not entirely without options, but unlike Roger, whose audacity was akin to a fortress wall, he could not bring himself to harm Chopper merely to knock him out and carry him away. Unable to overpower Chopper, and unwilling to resort to deceitful tactics like Roger's against Kazuki Oden, Luffy found his plans to invite Chopper once again stalled. It was unexpected that the 8 gates could be so effective in this pirate world. Although Chopper had only opened the first gate and had not yet transformed into his giant monster form, he was still able to pin Luffy to the ground. Chubawang cast a casual glance at the battered Luffy, murmuring softly, "After all, by unleashing the first gate of the 8 gates, Chopper could temporarily unleash a hidden fighting capacity of 100%, making it entirely reasonable for him to best the current Luffy. To speak candidly, were it not for the fact that Wang Luffy is a rubber man, inherently possessing the attributes of a formidable warrior and a high-growth potential reminiscent of a dandy. Perhaps bolstered by the protective aura of a protagonist, he would have long been dispatched by Chopper's devastating technique, Lianhua, sending him spiraling to his demise. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Chubawang, illuminating his countenance. He patted Luffy's shoulder and, with a benevolent smile, inquired, "Luffy, I possess a surefire method to ensure Chopper boards our ship. Would you care to hear it?" It dawned on Chubawang that he had not offered any sacrifices to the Straw Hat crew in quite some time. Initially, he had sacrificed Luffy and Usopp's hairlines, followed by Luffy's romantic fortune, each yielding substantial rewards. He felt he could not allow such a commendable tradition to fade into obscurity. Now that the Straw Hat crew's resources had been sufficiently replenished, it was time for another harvest. Though Luffy's hairline and romantic luck had been sacrificed, surely the protagonist's aura remained intact. This aura, although ethereal, possesses the extraordinary power to alter fate with each manifestation. The protagonist's aura surrounding Luffy is indeed immeasurable. Even a renowned warlord of the sea like Crocodile could not escape its grasp, as Luffy managed to defeat him early on through the unique ability to solidify blood, rendering Crocodile's sand-based powers ineffective. Subsequently, he was imprisoned and impelled down for over 400 episodes, truly a lamentable fate. The later encounter with Enlil, the so-called god, was equally absurd. Despite possessing the mightiest Logia type, Goro no Mi, he showcased an air of supremacy, only to be effortlessly countered by Lu Fei's rubber abilities, leading to a swift defeat. To prevent Enlil from flaunting his power on the Sky Island, Oda devised an absurd scenario where he lost his wits and piloted his flying Arc Maxim to the moon, which he referred to as Infinite Land. If this does not exemplify the protagonist's aura, then Chu Bawang mused that his own world-spanning Son-CollectingSystem must also be devoid of cheats. As Lu Fei and Chopper's potential alliance reached an impasse, Chu Bawang felt compelled to seize this opportunity to play a trick on his classmate. He patted Lu Fei's shoulder once more, smiling kindly as he asked, "Lu Fei, I have a foolproof plan to get Chopper onto the Mary. Would you like to hear about it?" Lu Fei, initially taken aback, soon erupted with joy, eager to embrace Chu Bawang in a bear hug. The others looked on in confusion, unable to discern the true nature of Chu Bawang's intentions. In truth, they recognized that Chopper was not unwilling to join the Straw Hat crew. Rather, he was ensnared by his own inner demons. Lu Fei was on the cusp of successfully inviting Chopper aboard, with only a final barrier yet to be breached. However, breaking through this barrier was neither straightforward nor trivial. If the approach was misguided, Chopper might never join the Straw Hat crew. Chopper was profoundly self-deprecating, feeling more inadequate than even Usopp, who toiled on the Mary as a shipwright. If you don't believe in yourself, who else can you trust in this world? And keep your distance. Let's converse respectfully, without encroaching on my personal space. Chu Bawang disdainfully pushed Lu Fei's face away, wishing to avoid any drool staining his beloved attire. He had no desire to grow too close to the foolish Lu Fei, lest he become afflicted with similar idiocy. In truth, I wanted to assert that you, Chu Bawang, are certainly not a frivolous character, yet when you do act carelessly, it is distinctly unbecoming. Yet I refrained from voicing my thoughts, suppressing my urge to critique Chu Bawang. However, I still pondered why you would altruistically wish to assist me, for my impression of you is that of someone rather averse to lending a hand. Lu Fei nodded, pretentiously contemplating the matter. Chu Bawang, exasperated, thought to himself, "How am I not a benevolent young man? I even helped an elderly lady cross the street in my youth and received a commendation for it. Enough of this trivial banter. Simply tell me if you wish for Chopper to join the Straw Hat crew. If not, consider my words forgotten. If you are willing to make a small sacrifice, I can assist in bringing Chopper aboard the Mary, making him your companion." Lu Fei nodded vigorously, eager to have Chopper as his ally, albeit aware of Chopper's hesitations. Lu Fei's stubbornness was akin to a bull. He was determined to forge this alliance, for failing to invite Chopper aboard would haunt him eternally. Yet, he harbored a fear of what price he might have to pay. After days of interaction, Lu Fei had gleaned a survival guide aboard the Mary. Whenever Chu Bawang donned that congenial smile, it signaled that someone was about to encounter misfortune. Chu Bawang gestured for silence, indicating to Lu Fei that he need not elaborate. "In that case, do not hesitate. I shall persuade Chopper to join the Mary. Once successful, I shall require a small token of your protagonist's aura." Lu Fei was taken aback, his mind swirling with questions. "Aura? What aura? I am unaware of any aura within me." Yet, given that the esteemed Chu Bawang had spoken, surely there must be some aura he was oblivious to. Was it possible that only upon becoming a true overlord could he recognize the auras of others? Observing the merchant-like expression on Chu Bawang's face, Zoro felt an involuntary shiver. He had encountered a similar expression on Nami's face during a previous loan sharking episode. Truly, they are father and daughter. Their merchant-like demeanor appears to be molded from the same template. Kaya, standing behind, nudged Chu Bawang, her concern evident as she softly remarked, "Darling, you haven't developed presbyopia, have you? I don't see any aura around Lu Fei. If your vision is compromised, it is imperative to seek treatment promptly." Chu Bawang rolled his eyes in exasperation. "How dare you doubt my judgment? Tonight, I shall teach you a great life lesson." "What lesson?" Kaya queried, puzzled. Taking a deep breath, Chu Bawang solemnly stated, "When the youth are strong, the maidens support. When the maidens are strong, the youth recline." The affluent Kaya responded, "You speak with such wisdom. I find myself at a loss for words." During this flirtatious exchange between Chu Baowang and Kaya, Lu Fei made his ultimate decision. All right, if I truly possess any semblance of a halo, then Mr. Baowang, feel free to take it. However, thereafter, you must ensure that Xiaoba becomes my companion. I acquiesced to Chu Baowang's request partly because I have never perceived any halo-like quality within myself, nor have I ever deemed such a thing to be of any consequence. In light of this, what is the point of clinging to such a trivial notion? After all, Wang Lufei has no qualms about it. Moreover, the self-assured Wang Lufei does not believe that his potential to become the Pirate King is contingent upon the existence of a halo. If one cannot become the Pirate King without a halo, then perhaps I shall forego the title altogether. Thus, the terms of our exchange are officially established. I shall assist you in bringing Xiaoba aboard, and your halo shall henceforth be mine. To be frank, Chu Baowang was uncertain whether Wang Lufei truly harbored a protagonist halo, but regardless of its existence, offering it as a sacrifice to the European emperor would suffice. Even if it does not elevate me to a higher status, there is no significant loss. Should I indeed receive a legendary reward as a result, Chu Baowang would not hesitate to bestow upon Wang Lufei a fortuitous fate in the future. The title of Pirate King is but a trivial matter, is it not? Even if it were to elevate Lufei to the status of World King, it would be of little concern to me, as long as I can accumulate wealth quietly. Nami, with a somewhat peculiar expression, tugged at Chu Baowang's sleeve and inquired, "Father, you are not contemplating knocking Xiaoba out and carrying him away, are you?" Chu Baowang rolled his eyes and playfully smacked Nami on the head. Strangely enough, the sound of Nami's head being tapped was quite satisfying, even addictive. What a ridiculous notion. Would I, Chu Baowang, engage in such lowly tactics as deception or abduction? In this world, only by empathizing with one another can we truly connect. If you wish for Xiaoba to join the Straw Hat crew, you must discuss ideals and the essence of life with him. Leave this matter to me. I shall ensure Xiaoba boards the ship, and you need not worry about it. After stating this, Chu Baowang embraced Koya and returned to their snowball fight. He had a plan in mind. Persuading little Xiaoba to join the Straw Hat crew would be as effortless as Zhang Fei eating bean sprouts. In less than half an hour, he could have Xiaoba willingly aboard. As evening fell, a jubilant Chu Baowang arrived at the apothecary where Xiaoba usually ground herbs. Within 10 minutes, he emerged from the room, giving a thumbs-up gesture to the anxious Zoro and the others. All set. Wang Lufei, you simply need to follow the procedure to welcome your own doctor. Xiaoba, carrying a large bundle, closely trailed behind Chu Baowang, his cautious demeanor reminiscent of an apprentice being led by a master. I have made my decision. I want to set sail with you and become a pirate. One day, I shall create a universal medicine to cure all ailments in the world. As soon as Xiaoba finished speaking, everyone gasped in astonishment. Had the impenetrable barrier around Xiaoba truly been shattered by Mr. Baowang? This was remarkable. This demonstrated the chasm between a master and a novice. Wang Lufei's relentless efforts had yielded no results. Yet with a mere few minutes of Chu Baowang's influence, Xiaoba had eagerly attached himself like a sycophant. This was a stark slap in the face for Wang Lufei. However, the big-hearted Lufei soon cast aside his embarrassment and enthusiastically embraced Xiaoba, this newfound resource, as his companion. What did pride matter? Securing a competent ship's doctor was far more crucial. Perhaps this was the advantage of Lufei's generous spirit. Even a fleeting setback could never dampen his optimistic outlook. The only time he had ever struggled to overcome a psychological barrier was when Ace passed away. "Welcome aboard, Xiaoba," Lu Fei exclaimed, extending his hand toward Xiaoba with no regard for the many rebuffs he had previously encountered. However, I must clarify that I only agreed to join the crew to learn how to craft the universal medicine for Mr. Baowang. I aspire to become a doctor capable of curing any illness. Xiaoba hesitated momentarily, trembling as he extended his hoof to shake Lu Fei's hand. Though outwardly composed, he was internally elated. This marked his first companionship apart from the mediocre hero look. From this day forth, he was no longer alone. Lu Fei cared not for the reasons behind Xiaoba's agreement. In his heart, Xiaoba was already one of his destined companions. He promptly enveloped Xiaoba in a hearty embrace, laughing broadly. This is perfect. We have gained a highly skilled doctor and resolved the issue of provisions. In case of an emergency where food is scarce, we now have something to sustain us temporarily. Xiaoba's expression darkened instantly. Did I just hear something rather significant? You actually consider me a mere provision? Do you even have any shame? Xiaoba stifled a curse he was unsure whether to voice. He suddenly found himself regretting his hasty agreement with Chu Bawang, wishing he had taken a moment longer to reflect before committing. You are the companion I personally recruited. How could I let you suffer? Chu Bawang reassured him, gently ruffling Xiaoba's little head. However, he soon found himself troubled by how to produce the promised universal medicine. Surely, he could not simply fabricate it out of thin air. When faced with uncertainty, one must resort to drawing lots. Once is not enough. Let us do it 10 times. To be honest, the product known as stretching leg and eye-opening pill is, in a sense, the very universal medicine that little reindeer Xiaoba yearns for. If not for the evident side effects and the abundance of stock, Chu Bawang would not hesitate to utilize it. Regrettably, the stretching leg and eye-opening pill could not be mass-produced in the world of pirates, as it was derived from the millennia-old black mud of a living Buddha. He could not simply conjure a living Buddha out of nowhere. Nevertheless, Chu Bawang was not without solutions. After a day of reckless fun, he had yet to utilize his 100 chances to draw lots, perfectly coinciding with his new sacrificial offerings. After a cleansing ritual, Chu Bawang, clad in simple attire, sat before the incense altar, where dozens of clay-crafted Q-version figurines were arranged. He has crafted a collection of whimsical figurines, including the Jade Emperor Buddha, Guanyin Bodhisattva, the Taoist deity Laozi, the eminent Maipu, the valiant King Arthur, the coin-flipping girl, and the skeletal monarch Ains Ulgaon. At the center lies a clay doll fashioned in his own likeness, showcasing the pinnacle of craftsmanship and aesthetic appeal. Do not inquire why the formidable Chu Bawang harbors such an eccentric passion for molding clay figures. For man, joy can sometimes be as simply raw as this. He collected all the little clay figures into the system space, leaving only the Jade Emperor and his own figurine displayed on the table. Cradling a bucket of joyous soda, the non-lucky Chu Bawang recited fervently, "O esteemed supreme ruler, the one who opens the heavens and holds the imperial seal, the transcendent Jade Emperor who grants absolution. I beseech you, in light of my dashing good looks, bestow upon me the fortune of the heavens." With a fervent desire to transform his luck, he commanded the system for 100 consecutive draws, hoping for a bountiful reward. The rewards swiftly populated his inventory, prompting him to peruse the new items as if engaging in a video game. Ding! You have obtained a gargoyle mask from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure 1. Note, JoJo, I have forsaken my humanity. Upon seeing the first reward, his heart sank. Donning the mask would transform him into a vampire, granting him immortality, yet condemning him to a life devoid of sunlight. Only by acquiring a specific red crystal in the future could the mask evolve into an almost invincible being. While considering this transformation in the face of impending demise might be viable for now, it seemed rather trifling. Ding! You have acquired the universal remedy recipe from Water Blue Star Technology. Good heavens! The system is indeed a thoughtful companion, providing comfort when I am weary. The universal remedy relies on the body's second natural defense mechanism, inducing apoptosis in viral cells. Throughout this process, infected cells self-destruct, while the remedy meticulously targets harmful double-stranded RNA, preventing further infections and ultimately curing the patient. Although the intricacies elude him, Chu Bawang deemed the universal remedy recipe reliable. Despite his penchant for mischief, he maintained a moral compass. Having promised Chopper a universal remedy, he would strive to fulfill that promise, even if the perfect remedy remained elusive. At the very least, he would assist Chopper in becoming the most skilled doctor in the pirate world. Yet, he pondered whether such a remedy could indeed be created in this realm. If all else fails, he could always enlist the scientific prodigies Caesar and Vegapunk to assist him. The only dilemma that weighed upon Chu Bawang was the technological level of the pirate world. Fortunately, he had the genius Vegapunk as a safety net. It was unlikely that they could not at least create a prototype of the universal remedy. Ding! You have obtained martial arts manuals. Real Divine Palm, 18 Dragon Subduing Palms, Cloud Pushing Palm, Falling Petal Divine Sword Palm, Mighty Vajra Palm, White Rainbow Divine Palm, Iron Sand Palm, and Tian Shan 6 Yang Palm. Chu Baowang grimaced. What difference was there between level 9,999 and max level? Surely, there couldn't be a nightmare version at level 99,999. However, maintaining a balanced mindset, he would not allow the system to rattle him easily. As a non-lucky individual, he had already reached a transcendent state of indifference to material gains and personal woes. Having watched One Piece, he always felt that Nico Robin's Hana no Mi was underdeveloped. After joining the Straw Hat crew, she had become more of an auxiliary figure. Should he encounter her, he would surely equip her for battle. First, he would teach her the Real Divine Palm, followed by the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms, and then the White Rainbow Divine Palm. Imagining Nico Robin employing the Real Divine Palm excited him. Moreover, if she were to specialize in massages with her powers, the results might be quite splendid. It seemed that the narrative of the pirate world was taking an unexpected turn. But on the other hand, he felt that his supreme Noah's Ark aircraft carrier lacked a professional female masseuse. Nico Robin certainly had the potential to fulfill that role. After all, she possessed an abundance of hands, capable of massaging any area desired. Having just resolved the farcical events in the Drum Kingdom, he was about to enter the desert kingdom of Alabasta, where the secrets of the ancient weapon Pluton were rumored to be hidden. After a wild escapade with the wealthy girl Kaya, he felt the toll on his body. Indeed, age was catching up with him. Yet soon, he would have a highly skilled masseuse to alleviate his fatigue. He must devise a plan to entice Nico Robin onto his ship. Chu Baowang deemed it necessary to strategize in advance regarding the ethereal and enchanting Robin. Such a promising female masseuse would be a rare find. Ding! You have received Pea Shooter X10, Sunflower X10, Cherry Bomb X10, Potato Mine X10, Snow Pea X10, Twin Sunflower X10, Hypno Shroom X10, Squash X10, Watermelon Catapult X10, and Corn Cannon X10. The system's antics nearly strained his back. These were all mutated plants from the classic game Plants vs. Zombies, their functions evident from their names. Ding! You have acquired the legendary treasure, the Power Stone of Infinite Originality, Purple. This stone allows the user to master and manipulate all powers and energies they wish to control. Additionally, the stone itself harbors boundless energy, capable of supporting and enhancing other stones. Note: using the Power Stone may result in backlash against the user. Chu Baowang instinctively glanced at the dragon ring adorning his thumb, embedded with the Soul Stone, orange. He had completed 13 of the quest to collect the 6 Infinity Stones. Surely, the system did not intend for him to emulate the infamous Thanos with a snap of his fingers to obliterate half the universe, did it? In the past, the Almighty Father and Thanos engaged in fierce battles with the Avengers over the coveted 6 Infinity Stones, leaving both parties battered and bruised. Yet, remarkably, I have now gathered 2 of these infinite gems without lifting a finger. If the purple tyrant Thanos were to learn of this, he would surely be consumed by rage. Once again, the legendary treasure of the soul, Luffy, has proven to be my fortunate harbinger. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. Ding! You have received a packet of white sugar. Ding! You have received a Xiaobawang gaming console X1. Ding! You have received a jar of Guan Sheng Yuan honey. Ding! You have received. Ding! You have received. The subsequent notifications are trivial rewards, which Chu Baowang merely glanced at before losing interest. The Power Stone alone has filled Chu Baowang's coffers, making the previous treasures seem even more extravagant. It was certainly worth the precious minutes spent persuading Chopper onto the Merry to sacrifice Luffy's protagonist aura, which is truly effective. Should such a foolproof opportunity arise again, please do not hesitate to inform me. I mean no harm. Chu Baowang, simply take pleasure in aiding others and doing good deeds anonymously. Meanwhile, as Chu Baowang reveled in the joy of his lottery, the Straw Hat crew experienced new developments. Due to Chopper's impending departure, Dr. Kureha prepared to unveil the invention of the quack Dr. Hiraluk, the Sakura Cannon, to commemorate Chopper's farewell. Although Hiraluk was a mere human, he could be regarded as Tony Chopper's godfather and was also Dr. Kureha's dearest friend. His character was somewhat scatterbrained, his medical skills mediocre, and his hairstyle decidedly unconventional. Yet none of this diminished his noble ambition to save the world and his nation, making him one of the rare non-racist individuals in the Drum Kingdom. Years prior, Hiraluk's death had awakened Dalton, then the captain of the kingdom, to a profound realization. When does one truly die? Is it when a bullet pierces the heart? No. Is it from an incurable illness? No. Is it after consuming toxic mushroom soup? Certainly not. It is when one is forgotten by the world. Even if I vanish, my dreams will still come to fruition. That dream will undoubtedly heal the hearts of this nation's people. I have lived a wonderful life. Thank you, Chopper. These were his final words to the inheritors of his will, Chopper and Dalton. Throughout his life, Hiraluk harbored no significant regrets, even in his final moments. His aspiration to see cherry blossoms bloom across the Drum Kingdom was nearly realized. Chopper, we are quite alike, so before my demise, I must convey this. Nothing is impossible in this world. If you wish to achieve something, you can accomplish it. As the farewell approached, memories of their life together flooded Chopper's mind, causing tears to flow uncontrollably. They had laughed, played, fled, quarreled, and explored together, transitioning from strangers to a heart-wrenching goodbye. Reflecting on the past, Chopper felt as though it had transpired just yesterday. Dr. Kureha, has Dr. Hiraluk's research truly been completed? Or was that merely a deception to comfort me? If he were to perish due to an unsuccessful experiment, I would be deeply saddened and immensely guilty. Chopper anxiously inquired, haunted by the colossal mistake he had made. Due to his lack of medical knowledge, he had mistakenly harvested toxic mushrooms, drastically reducing Hiraluk's remaining days from 10 to 3. He feared that Hiraluk's claim of completing his experiment was merely a falsehood to soothe his overwhelming guilt. Dr. Kureha removed her sunglasses and affectionately ruffled Chopper's small head, comforting him. Rest assured, Hiraluk did not deceive you. He dedicated 3 decades to this endeavor, and in his final moments, he completed the most significant experiment of his life. This formidable woman commanded Dalton's subordinates to retrieve numerous mortar-like cannons from the palace's armory. The shells were filled with a red powdery compound that, when released into the snowy air, would transform the falling snowflakes in a vibrant pink. At night, it would resemble cherry blossoms gracefully descending. This was the answer that Hiraluk had discovered over 30 years, allowing cherry blossoms to bloom in the Drum Kingdom, where they could not otherwise thrive. Thanks to the experimental formula left by Hiraluk, Dr. Kureha had finally replicated enough of the powdery compound after years of toil and packed it into the shells. Tonight will be the perfect moment for the cherry blossoms to bloom. Are you ready, lads? Aim for the sky and fire. Upon Dr. Kureha's command, the militia simultaneously pressed the cannon switches, and the barrels aimed at the heavens erupted with a heavy scent of gunpowder. Boom, boom. The endless snowflakes, drifting like wool, cascaded with the wind. The resounding blasts shattered the tranquility of the Drum Kingdom. Villagers from both the nearby Bighorn Village and Cocoa Village were astonished by the cannon fire emanating from the drum peaks. What was happening? Was Mr. Chu Bawang hosting a banquet with the witch doctor? Do banquets require cannons? Are you from a family of arms dealers? Take cover from the shells. With such a loud explosion, I genuinely worry about an avalanche burying us in snow, saving us the trouble of digging our graves, exclaimed a villager. How can we see anything in the dark? Where is Captain Dalton? Why has he not come out to explain? Dalton was equally bewildered, as he too was unaware of what Dr. Kureha was up to. However, in the presence of Dr. Kureha, a close friend of the savior Chu Bawang, he felt no inclination to defy her orders and allowed her to command his subordinates. What Dalton did not realize was that Chu Bawang's rapport with Dr. Kureha stemmed solely from the fact that they shared the same voice actor as Kakarot. Among all the anime in the island nation, Chu Bawang's favorite was the explosively passionate Dragon Ball, a series he had been devoted to since childhood. Speaking with Dr. Kureha gave Chu Bawang an oddly familiar sensation, as though he were conversing with Goku. All right, we can turn on the lights. With Dr. Kureha's command, all the militia members activated the bright lamps. As nearly 100 lights converged, the entire drum kingdom illuminated as if it were midday, dazzling all who beheld it. Chopper and the Straw Hat crew, poised it apart, halted in awe as if they had stumbled upon treasure. The bewildered Daltons stood frozen, gazing in disbelief at the pink snowflakes cascading from the sky. The flowing white snow, tainted by the powdery compound, transformed into a delightful rain of cherry blossoms. If one were to use a metaphor, the scene resembled an ocean composed of a cascade of cherry blossoms, enveloping everything in a soft embrace, leaving an imprint of the Jiao Ba's reindeer hooves upon the pirate flag. In this rain of cherry blossoms, the flag fluttered in the wind, exuding an exuberant flamboyance. From a distance, the towering Tsiduan Peak, rising to an altitude of 5,000 meters, appeared to be cloaked in immense pink snowflakes, resembling a cherry blossom tree that could only exist in the realm of comics. Kuya could not help but exclaim, "How beautiful!" It reminds me of the drifting cherry blossom rain described in literature. Nearby, the members of the Straw Hat crew nodded in unison, equally moved by the breathtaking spectacle. Unfortunately, lacking in literary refinement, they could only express their astonishment with a simple exclamation, which, although somewhat crude, certainly contributed to the dramatic effect. What a splendid display! Hairu Lu Ku. I never expected that although you have departed from this world for so long, you have still bestowed upon me such a magnificent gift, remarked Chu Ba Wang, unabashedly praising the scene. Beauty is beauty, and ugliness is ugliness. Chu Ba Wang had never stooped to belittling others to showcase his own excellence. Suddenly, an idea struck him as he turned to Zoro and Sanji, whispering, "By the way, I just remembered that when Kuya and I returned home to visit relatives, I left you two with an assignment to recite some Song Dynasty poetry, right? I recall there were poems about cherry blossoms in that collection of 300 song poems. Recite a couple for me, as a means of checking your homework." Kuya, Nami, Xiaoqing. The remaining members of the Straw Hat crew wore expressions of bewilderment. Zoro and Sanji exchanged glances, their faces contorted in confusion. Chu Ba Wang, are you truly a devil? Faced with such a heart-wrenching ocean of cherry blossoms, not only are you unmoved, but you also wish to check the homework left before our visit. Zoro appeared utterly despondent, yet he complied with Chu Ba Wang's request, reciting with clarity, Huan Shisha by Su Shi from the Song Dynasty. Peonies and cherry blossoms bloom anew. A renowned garden sends forth fragrant moments. In Luoyang, early summer brings the spring of Guangling. Half-opened crimson petals resemble a bodhisattva's face, while the deep vermilion stains the lips of willow branches. There remains a person before the cup. Juba wa notet in sati faikon. Truly deserving of the title Poetry King, Lu Zoro, your memory is indeed remarkable, and your recitation is equally impressive. It seems that the future Zoro will undoubtedly become an unparalleled swordsman, excelling in every aspect. As his first disciple, Zoro had indeed proven himself to be passably competent. Now it is your turn, Sanji. In a moment of whimsy, Chu Ba Wang continued his role as the diligent teacher. Sanji thought to himself, this business is hardly worth mentioning. To have encountered such an unconventional and unpredictable leader, he felt somewhat exasperated. However, since he had yet to complete his wind god leg training, he could not overtly display his reluctance. Otherwise, all the effort he had invested in winning Chu Ba Wang's favor would be rendered futile. All right, I have never lost in a contest against the green algae head. Even when it comes to reciting poetry, I, Sanji, shall not be outdone. Chu Ba Wang spread his hands with a smile. Sanji, please commence your performance. Sanji cleared his throat, casting a nearly provocative glance at Zoro. Kai Sang Zi by Zhao Shixia from the Song Dynasty. After the plum blossoms fade, the cherry blossoms bloom, a delicate hue of pink. I test the skill of nature's artisans. Amongst myriad flowers, a single message resonates. The lingering cold has yet to permit a gentle opening, lamenting the rain and sorrowful winds. 1,000 seeds in a bamboo cage, all perfectly round. What do you think? My memory is quite impressive, isn't it? Compared to the green algae head, I have recited 5 more characters. Zoro retorted. You recited 1 extra character? It clearly is only 3 more words, isn't it? Wait a moment. Are you counting punctuation too? No way. I cannot allow myself to lose to you. You lecherous Kappa. Zoro, always reluctant to concede, promptly retrieved the 300-song poems, flipping through the pages in search of a longer poem to surpass Sanji. Sanji looked on disdainfully. Don't bother searching. The longest poem in that book I memorized on the first day, and you cannot possibly surpass me. Zoro exclaimed. What the hell? Is that how it is? We agreed to be academic underachievers together, yet you alone act like a genius. Let us sever ties, you lecherous Kappa. Green algae head. Are you unsatisfied? Lecherous chef, I respect your sister. Just moments ago, Zoro and Sanji had been amicable, yet now they were face to face, neither willing to back down. Their furious expressions resembled those of individuals seeking revenge for a deep grievance, ready to draw their swords against one another. Newly joined to the Straw Hat crew, Chopper stood in stunned silence. Is this really the initiation ceremony for the Straw Hats? Is this violent and ruthless pirate crew what I am signing up for? This is a disaster. The companions I wished for should not be like this. Faced with the chaos of his newly joined crew, he gazed skyward in despair. He could not shake the feeling that he had boarded a pirate ship with no way back. If it were not for his lingering thoughts of Chu-Ba Wong's miraculous medicine formula, he would have been seriously reconsidering whether or not to join this group of troublesome misfits. Nami gently patted Chopper's little head, holding his tiny paw in reassurance. Give up the struggle. You are now a partner among these lunatics. This is how we pirates operate, free and audacious. You'll get used to it. However, despite the fact that these individuals lacked intelligence, possessed little common sense, and frequently squabbled amongst themselves, now that you have joined us, we are all companions. Zoro and Sanji had always regarded each other with disdain, never willing to yield. Their bickering and fighting had become a daily occurrence. There was rarely anything that could permanently cease their quarrels, not even the legendary pirate king Gold, Roger himself. On the Golden Mary, perhaps only Chu-Ba Wong and Nami's formidable haki could temporarily quell the hostilities between these two rivals. Chopper, bewildered, thought to himself, what kind of crew have I joined? Why is there not even one companion, like the esteemed Chu-Ba Wong, who is somewhat normal? This is so uncomfortable. I want to cry, but I simply cannot. Gazing skyward, he lamented, the sorrowful emotions I had so carefully cultivated have been disrupted by these two fools. Originally prepared to leave his homeland, Chopper's heart was now filled with nostalgia. Yet he found himself increasingly unsettled by the antics of Zoro and Sanji, who seemed to be transforming into bumbling idiots. He could only wonder how Chu-Ba Wong managed to endure such a group of clumsy individuals bouncing around in front of him every day. He currently feels a sense of dissonance with the Straw Hat crew, believing himself inadequately eccentric. Fortunately, aboard the Going Merry, there are several individuals of commendable normality. Mr. Babanuki, Miss Kaya, Miss Nami, and Sister Ching appear to be quite amicable. At this very moment, the formidable Chu-Ba Wong is pondering a grave dilemma. As the most adorable creature in the pirate world, Tony Chopper is, in fact, a domesticated reindeer, and it is inevitable that he will eventually be embraced by his partner. Having consumed the Hito no Mi, Chopper can no longer be treated merely as a reindeer. Although Chopper's intellect remains childlike, the day will inevitably come when he matures. It seems prudent to seek out a female reindeer and employ transformation techniques to address Chopper's matrimonial prospects before he becomes too enamored. Naturally, the simplest solution would be to directly transform Chopper into a female version. However, it occurs to me that I have previously encountered a transformed Chopper on pirate forums, and he did seem quite endearing, even as a bee-steered girl. The scheming Chu-Ba Wong bounces back and forth between the decision to transform Chopper into a female version or to make him subservient to his partner. Upon returning to the Going Merry, the first order of business for the Straw Hat crew is to throw a party. At the banquet, Zoro and Sanji remain in their usual ruckus, even competing over who can memorize the entire collection of 300 songs of the Song Dynasty. Their dedication to study is truly commendable. Chu-Ba Wong is moved to tears. Had he possessed such a positive and diligent attitude towards learning in his youth, he might not have grown up to become a mere worker, a cog in the machine. To celebrate our new companion, Tony Chopper. Luffy enthusiastically thrusts 2 wooden chopsticks up his nose while gesturing with his hands in a basket shape, excitedly performing a dance. As he dances, he offers Chopper 2 chopsticks, inviting him to join the revelry. Chopper, bewildered, can only express his confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The little reindeer, utterly perplexed, emits a series of soul-searching questions. Nevertheless, despite their clumsy antics, Luffy and the others are fervent in their enthusiasm for Chopper. Gradually, Chopper lets go of his inhibitions, verbally declining while his body betrays him, accepting the rice wine from Usopp while simultaneously stuffing 2 wooden chopsticks into his nose as Luffy joyfully continues his dance. Indeed, every individual who joins the Straw Hat crew, once a solitary wolf, transforms into a playful pup. Thankfully, I remain resolute in my determination to maintain my distance from the goofy Luffy. Otherwise, I too would surely succumb to the absurdity. Witnessing this scene, Chu Bawang feels a twinge of discomfort and temporarily abandons his nefarious intentions to transform Chopper. He simply cannot endure the sight of female Chopper, with chopsticks dangling from her nostrils, swaying before him. It is simply too much to bear. Out of sight, out of mind. While the Straw Hat crew jubilantly celebrates Chopper's induction, Chu Bawang boldly strides into Kaya's chamber, simultaneously reinforcing a soundproof barrier. What are you planning? Kaya begins. But before she can finish, Chu Bawang steps forward, bowing his head. After a full 30 seconds, the petite heiress Kaya finally has a moment to catch her breath. I want to hear you call me daddy again. Chu Bawang surveys the enchanting figure before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. No need to maintain that stern expression, my dear. Do grant me a smile. Kaya, 1,000 words are omitted. It is rather absurd, having once again attracted the attention of the censorship deities. In simpler terms, the soundproof barrier previously established by Chu Bawang merely muffled the noises within Kaya's room, with a limited radius that could only shield her chamber sounds. Realizing his oversight, Chu Bawang is momentarily at a loss, embracing the notion that as long as I remain unembarrassed, it is others who should feel awkward. Chu Bawang brazenly adjusts the soundproof barrier's range before Sister Ching. Yet, suddenly, a grave concern strikes him. If Sister Ching, who sleeps in the adjacent room, is unable to rest due to the noise, does this not imply that the naturally oblivious Dasky, the little lowly Miss Golden Week, and the fashionable Miss Valentine's Day, all sharing the same space, have also been awakened by the disturbance? Chu Bawang feels a twinge of guilt. Any individual would feel uneasy knowing that so many are eavesdropping. However, what is this thrill and excitement that accompanies such a predicament? He tentatively inquires, is Dasky and Miss Golden Week asleep? Why don't you take a guess? Sister Ching responds with a smile that resembles a grimace, her expression clearly conveying that if they could still be asleep amid such ruckus, it would be nothing short of miraculous. Goodness, even a mere sword attendant dares to challenge me. Chu Bawang Mu said. Yet, upon reflection, he finds solace in the fact that Miss Golden Week, despite her lowly appearance, has reached adulthood. Even the stealthy Miss Nami, lurking in the shadows, is but a step away from her 18th birthday. Although the distinctions between them may not be significant, Sister Ching steps forward with utmost propriety. She slightly lowers her head before Chu Bawang and softly declares, Master, you need not say more. I understand that I was summoned by Mistress Kaya in the dead of night to serve as her stand-in. To serve at your side is a blessing I have cultivated through many lifetimes. If tonight I can share in the bliss of intimacy with you, it would be a fortunate fate beyond my wildest dreams. Chu Bawang nods, finding no fault in Sister Ching's words. He is not a man of pretense, living openly and freely, believing that as long as his conscience is clear, he can act without restraint. Moreover, as a modern individual, his mindset is quite progressive, eschewing deliberate celibacy while not behaving like a chaste sage, nor engaging in frivolous pursuits. He follows the whims of the heart and the whims of fate. As is commonly said, he is but a carefree soul. He does not believe that Sister Ching, transformed from the azure cow python, is unworthy of him. In fact, she rivals even the illustrious Hancock in beauty, and possesses an ethereal quality that surpasses even her. Otherwise, Sister Qing would have long since claimed Chu Ba Wang as her own. The next day, with the sun high in the sky, Kaya, Nami, Dasky, Miss Golden Week, and Miss Valentine's Day, all sporting panda-like dark circles under their eyes, gather around the dining table, exchanging knowing glances filled with unspoken understanding. Shortly thereafter, Chu Ba Wang, impeccably attired in a white tailcoat, gracefully takes his seat. Good morning, night owls. It is indeed incorrect to address you all as simply you. Rather, I should affectionately refer to you as adorable Xiongmao Bao Bao. Look at each of you, staying up late until your eyes resemble those of pandas. Behind the esteemed Chu Ba Wang stands the charming Xiao Qing, her delicate visage adorned with a sweet and satisfied smile, though her gait appears slightly unnatural. Upon closer inspection, one might even notice that Xiao Qing's skin has grown increasingly smooth and refined, and her figure has become quite slender. Her aura has undergone a remarkable transformation. She radiates vitality and allure, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. The fair complexion of her skin is tinged with a rosy hue, reminiscent of freshly gathered morning dew and the budding of exquisite flowers, an ineffable beauty that is truly extraordinary. Perhaps this is merely one of the serendipitous benefits bestowed by the affections of a man. Once Chu Ba Wang took his seat, Xiao Qing promptly followed suit, dutifully standing behind him to massage his shoulders and relieve his fatigue. It seems that Xiao Qing was summoned to the room of the noble lady, Kuya, last night, and there must be some hidden circumstances behind this. The gazes of the women present all converged on Xiao Qing, their expressions a tapestry of complex and varied emotions. What intricate situation! How am I to navigate the dynamics with my new sister? It is truly maddening. I am left pondering whether my mind was clouded or if I'd been struck by a mule at that moment. To think that I willingly allowed another woman to don a metaphorical green hat upon me. Miss Kuya, the petite wealthy lady, took a sip of red tea, maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor while her heart raced in turmoil. Last night, she had surrendered too early to the fervent advances of Chu Ba Wang, and in desperation, she had summoned Xiao Qing to take her place. Consequently, she slumbered soundly until the sun was high in the sky, now seated among her companions, her heart heavy with discontent. When she called upon Xiao Qing to take on her mantle, Kuya did not delve into the convoluted implications. Her frail constitution rendered her unable to withstand the myriad antics of the modern-day Chu Ba Wang. Seeing her position on the brink of collapse, she had no choice but to seek a reliable ally to share the burden of pressure. However, now Kuya abruptly realized that she might not be mentally prepared to accept a new sister. What left her utterly bewildered was that she had been the one to invite Xiao Qing from the neighboring room. Otherwise, given Chu Ba Wang's nature, he might not have decisively resolved to involve Xiao Qing anytime soon. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch. The formidable Chu Ba Wang has finally extended his reach toward those close to him. How outrageous! Miss Huang Jinzhou and Miss Qing Run Jie exchanged glances filled with disdain towards Chu Ba Wang, both subconsciously believing that Kuya's sudden decision to bring Xiao Qing into her room at the witching hour was under coercion from the white devil Chu Ba Wang. Otherwise, how could someone of Kuya's impeccable character possibly invite a wolf into her den? Yet, the truth was that this was merely a whimsical misstep made by the petite wealthy lady in a moment of impulsiveness, with no direct connection to Chu Ba Wang whatsoever. Little thief cat Name wore a tense expression, primarily characterized by an air of melancholy, as she appeared lost in excessive thought. Initially, she had been blissfully engrossed in an audiovisual film during the earlier part of the night. However, in the latter half, for reasons unknown, Chu Ba Wang had inexplicably diminished the soundproofing of the walls, rendering the delightful sounds from Kuya's chamber inaudible. The audiovisual film she had eagerly anticipated had turned into a silent affair. Little thief cat Na Mei found herself reminiscing about the days before liberation, often deciphering the unspoken exchanges between Chu Ba Wang and Xiao Qing based solely on their lip movements. The stark contrast left her on the verge of overturning the table in frustration, her heart brimming with vexation. The most emotionally tumultuous of them all was undoubtedly the innocent Das Chi, who had been abducted from the naval base by Chu Ba-Wang. She truly did not foresee such brazen shamelessness from him. It is said that even rabbits do not consume the grass near their burrows. Yet Chu Ba-Wang has not spared even a maid, Xiao Qing. She harbored a vague sense that perhaps this unique undercover experience in her life might cost her the ideals she held dear. Consequently, Das Qi now appeared utterly disoriented, her petite form shrinking into the most inconspicuous corner of the dining table, fearful that Chu Ba-Wang might casually declare that tonight Miss Das Qi would be responsible for attending to his evening pleasures. The mere thought of such a scenario was nothing short of a nightmare. If that were to occur, Das Qi would have no chance to resist. Even if she were to resort to self-harm, it would bear no fruit, for Chu Ba-Wang could simply revive her while her body still bore warmth. In truth, I am neither a scoundrel nor the reckless driver you envision me to be. I merely aspire to be a tranquil and handsome gentleman. Alas, it seems you are all unwilling to believe me. The theatrical Chu Ba-Wang, cradling a glass of pure milk, took a leisurely sip, attempting to defend himself. The women, in perfect unison, rolled their eyes at him. You are not a scoundrel? Huh. If you were not, how could you be entangled with so many women? They surveyed the chaotic scene aboard the Mei Li Hao and noted how few women remained without any ties to Chu Ba-Wang. If you're not a scoundrel, then let us broadcast a live egg-smashing event. Nevertheless, I, Chu Ba-Wang, do not deign to engage in disputes regarding my character. He drained the glass of milk and dismissed the matter with a wave of his hand. Continuing to dwell on it would serve no purpose, and he could discern from Na Mei's expression that she was evidently envious of Xiao Qing, a sentiment that would not be easily soothed. Yet what could he do? He too felt a sense of despair. Both Na Mei and Xiao Qing had long coveted his affections, yet he must proceed methodically, one step at a time, lest chaos ensue. Cough, cough. It seems I have inadvertently revealed my true nature. I shall take my leave. You wicked women have truly wounded my fragile spirit. I am currently in a most disheartened state. Fortunately, Captain Daer Dun has agreed to prepare a generous supply of snowflake cakes for me. Thus I shall venture to the Magnetic Drum Kingdom to procure some small gifts to mend my wounded heart. Farewell, my dear ones. Let us not miss each other this evening. With a playful wink, Chu Ba-Wang vanished from sight, fully cognizant of the delectable snowflake cakes from the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, renowned as a delicacy and the only food he could presently consume within the pirate world. Thankfully, he had won a new Oriental Culinary Arts cookbook in a recent lottery, which Kyu was currently studying. It won't be long before I can indulge in the home-cooked dishes from my beloved Shui Lanxing. The kingdom of Tsigu, or more accurately, the kingdom of Sakura, has only witnessed a fleeting bloom of cherry blossoms, an artificial spectacle made possible through chemical compounds. Upon returning to the kingdom of Tsigu using his teleportation abilities, Chu Ba-Wang quickly seized a considerable amount of delectable snowflake cakes and local fruits from Dalton. One must admit that although the culinary standards in the world of pirates may not be exceptionally high, the unique fruits are undeniably exquisite and sweet. While Shui Lanxing boasts several addictive fruits, they pale in comparison to those found in the pirate world, largely due to the severe environmental pollution plaguing Shui Lanxing. In contrast, the pirate world is virtually free from such pollution, yielding the most natural and nutritionally rich fruits. Officially, my return to the kingdom of Sakura is for the purpose of rent collection. However, my true intention is to resurrect a certain individual, the quack doctor, Ziliulik. Considering that Chopper had yet to join the Straw Hat crew according to the storyline, I deliberately delayed my arrival until Chopper had fully integrated into the crew, ensuring that my actions did not disrupt the narrative. Had I resurrected Ziliulik prematurely, it might have altered Chopper's path to joining the Straw Hats, thereby deviating from the mission's requirements. Such a deviation could lead to the confiscation of my acquired treasures by the not-so-intelligent system. Although losing a single treasure is not of great concern, I loathe the idea of having my possessions snatched away by others. Moreover, with the addition of the tool, Walpo, and the quack doctor, Ziliulik, the cohesiveness of the kingdom of Sakura's populace will undoubtedly strengthen, positioning it to become a world-class power in the near future. This would allow me to offer assistance to Zilibu Village and Kikasia Village, justifying my prolonged indulgence in the hospitality of Zilabu village. As I was about to depart from the kingdom of Tsigu back to the Mary, Dalton suddenly spoke up. "By the way, Mr. Bawang, I recalled something. Recently, my subordinate reported that a man clad in a black trench coat and donning a red necklace, presumably named Ace, appeared in the nearby rogue village. It is said that he was in pursuit of Blackbeard Teach and inquired about your whereabouts and that of the Straw Hat Boy." Intrigued, I asked, "What else did your subordinate say?" Dalton scratched his head and, after some contemplation, replied, "He also mentioned that Ace had dined and dashed in Rogue Village without paying." I exclaimed, "The second in command of the White Beard Pirates, the man known as Fire Fist Ace, with a bounty of 200 million berries, actually evaded payment in a small village? How extraordinary!" I recall that your trio of Waterpipe brothers have been indulging in free meals at restaurants in the Goa Kingdom since childhood, and this illustrious tradition continues to this day. You and Luba truly are cut from the same cloth, both relishing in unpaid feasts. Frowning slightly, I began to ponder the underlying implications. Ace's pursuit of Blackbeard Teach remains unchanged, and it is understandable that he would inquire about my dear Adudu's whereabouts. After all, Ace is quite the devoted brother, and it would be remiss of him not to seek a meeting with his longed-for sibling. However, why would Ace be asking others about my whereabouts? As I absent-mindedly popped a snowflake cake into my mouth, the world seemed to glow with delight, and I encouraged Dalton to continue. The restaurant owner, while chasing after the fleeing Ace, unexpectedly discovered something on the ground. Dalton wiped the sweat from his brow and, trembling with apprehension, produced a sheet of paper from behind him, handing it to me. This was no ordinary piece of paper. It was a newly issued bounty notice from the Navy headquarters and the world government bearing my name, the White Devil, Chu Bawang. The photo remained unchanged, depicting me in a white suit, elegantly seated beside a pristine white piano, my profile exuding an irresistible charm. Even from the photograph, one couldn't help but call out my name, Bawang. However, the bounty amount had skyrocketed from 90 million berries to an astonishing 1 billion berries, a tenfold increase. In the Grand Line, where bounty increments slow considerably after surpassing 300 million, such a leap is nothing short of miraculous. Even the former Pirate King, GOLD, Roger, never attained such an honor. The Navy's intelligence department must be rather negligent, for they failed to update my photograph. Dalton was left dumbfounded, pondering the peculiar perspective of those in power. Shouldn't one focus on the bounty amount first? Well, look at the photo. Yet, he conceded that the Navy's intelligence department is indeed sometimes sluggish. Unless a significant change occurs, a wanted poster can remain unchanged for decades. Of course, it could also be due to insufficient funding or corruption among certain officials. Gazing at the bounty notice of 1 billion berries, I fell into contemplation. Finally, I understood why my lottery draws were consistently maxed out at dawn, under the buff of being universally recognized. Anyone who laid eyes on this wanted poster would inevitably shout my name from distant seas. The system, oblivious to the nuances of wordplay, inadvertently caused my lottery draws to be exhausted before dawn. Very well, I shall keep a close watch on this individual, I remarked to Dalton before departing with a hearty laugh. Unbeknownst to me, we had already progressed to the Alabasta arc, and the story was indeed unfolding at a rapid pace. To be candid, compared to saving Ace from being slain by a Kainu, I find myself more intrigued by the familial dynamics between Joel D., Roger, and his son, Ace. I wonder how luck will treat Roger in this Alabasta arc. Will he encounter Fire Fist Ace, and what kind of sparks will fly between them? It is worth noting that Ace harbors no fondness for his biological father, and even the steadfast Garp could not sway Ace's unwavering loyalty to Whitebeard as his true father. Will GOLD, Roger, succeed in reclaiming his only son from the grasp of Whitebeard? Moreover, it is likely that by Whoozy Edward Newgate has already learned of Roger's resurrection. Should the two encounter one another during the war on the top, one can only wonder what expression would grace his face. The anticipation is truly exhilarating. With this thought in mind, Chu Bawang grows increasingly eager for the meeting between Roger and the remnants of the old era, which is bound to leave many in awe. At this juncture, he has also come to understand the true reason behind Fire Fist Ace's search for him, which is merely a plea to resurrect the unfortunate 4th Division Captain Sachi, who fell victim to Blackbeard Teach. However, Chu Ba Wang is not inclined to be led by the nose by Fire Fist Ace, nor does he wish to clean up after the Water Pipe Trio. Chu Ba Wang has his own plans and schemes, and as long as he can inject a bit more intrigue into this world, he doesn't mind stirring the pot a little. Near the borders of the desert kingdom Alabasta, aboard the Going Merry, the sky is adorned with fluffy clouds and brilliant sunshine radiates in all directions. Having returned from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, Chu Ba Wang immediately changes into beach shorts. Making his way to the second deck with great familiarity, he reclines on a sunbed, sipping juice and lounging comfortably. Beside him are Xiao Qing and Dasky, who are dutifully attending to him, and life is exceedingly pleasant. What? You inquire about how he manages the sisterly relationship between Xiao Qing and Kuya? Well, that is for you to ponder. Nevertheless, Chu Ba Wang has chosen not to inform the theatrical Roger of the likelihood of Ace appearing in Alabasta. He is curious to witness Roger's reaction upon an unexpected encounter with Ace, unprepared as he is. On the deck railing of the Going Merry, the newly embarked chopper gazes in wonder at the boundless sea, allowing the warm, gentle breeze to tousle his fur. This is his first venture beyond the perpetually snow-covered Cherry Blossom Kingdom, and he is filled with an insatiable curiosity for everything around him. How magnificent! The ocean is truly vast. Chopper feels an overwhelming sense of happiness over the past few days. All his previous troubles have vanished, leaving him with endless joy and hope. Ahead lies the ideal land of miraculous medicine, and behind him are steadfast companions. What is there to fear about the future? Of course, pirates are meant to roam freely across this expansive sea. Luffy, seated in his exclusive premium spot, exclaims with excitement. To him, being a pirate symbolizes freedom. The title of Pirate King represents the most liberated man in the world. Chopper's eyes sparkle with wonder as he recalls the once pirate Dr. Hiralik, and he cannot help but exclaim, "Is this what pirates are meant to do? Truly remarkable." Hearing this from the second deck, Chu Ba Wang lets out a dismissive snort. While everyone in the world takes pride in becoming the Pirate King, they overlook that pirates are inherently symbols of wrongdoing. They glorify evil while discarding goodness. In a certain sense, this is the tragedy of this world. If everyone takes pride in becoming wicked pirates, what future remains for this world? As for Luffy's Straw Hat crew, it would be more fitting to refer to them as a travel group or an adventure team. Of course, nothing in this world is absolute. Not all pirates embody evil, nor do all Navy personnel represent justice. In certain aspects, the Navy can be even more extreme than pirates, and it would not be an exaggeration to call them the pawns of a corrupt world government. Just then, a massive shadow suddenly sweeps across the Going Merry, its enormous form rivaling that of the ship itself. Chopper, clearly seeing such a strange creature for the first time, is unable to contain his astonishment. My goodness, what kind of monster is that? It is a seagull, Luffy responds with a feigned air of knowledge. Chopper looks utterly baffled. Are you kidding me? Is your seagull raised on pig feed? It's larger than the Going Merry. Chopper stares at the dark shadow in the sky for a long time. Realizing it is not a seagull, but rather a fierce hawk, its keen eyesight zeroing in on Luffy in the premium seat, filled with the predatory glint of a hunter. Seeing Chopper's disbelief, Luffy feels it is time to assert his authority as captain of the Going Merry. He stubbornly declares, "That is definitely a seagull. If you don't believe me, I'll greet it and you'll see whether I am right or wrong. Seagull, seagull, if you have the guts, come over here." While speaking, Luffy waves at the enormous shadow, attempting to catch its attention. The hawk, poised to hunt, perceives that a mere human dares to greet it, and it finds this utterly intolerable. It must act decisively. Today, if I do not subdue you thoroughly, where will I hold my head? The hunting hawk charges forward, entering a gliding state as it approaches the ocean's surface, its sharp gaze fixed on Luffy's neck. Before Chopper can react, Luffy is snatched away by the giant eagle and flies off into the distance. Alas, one Luffy has met his demise. Chopper is left in shock, utterly dumbfounded by Luffy's foolish antics. He has seen foolishness before, but never anything quite like this. Luffy's intelligence clearly seems off. Could it be that he suffered brain damage at birth? Oh no, this is bad. This is terrible. Luffy is going to be eaten. Chopper rushes to the other side of the deck, shouting to Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp, who are engrossed in a game of landlord. Everyone, this is not the time for games. Our Captain Luffy is in trouble. Zoro casually discards a sequence of cards and asks, unhurried, did Luffy call for help? No. Then the rest no issue. Don't disrupt my game. I'm going to show that perverted chef a spring surprise. Sanji and Usopp remain calm, as if accustomed to such events, and say in unison, don't worry, Chopper, it's not a big deal. Luffy has been taken away before and returned safe and sound. Chopper is stunned by their nonchalance, his expression bewildered. Am I being deceived? Are you not supposed to be good comrades who share both joy and hardship? Why do you leave the captain to fend for himself? What kind of crew is this? If he remains so calm while the captain is devoured by a hawk, will this crew not be doomed? Chopper wishes to say more when suddenly a large hand rests on his little head, accompanied by the strong scent of alcohol enveloping him. GOLD. Roger affectionately pats Chopper's head, reminiscing. How nostalgic. Back on my ship, the Golden Jackson, I had two very adorable mascots as well. I wonder how they are faring now. I still vividly remember the details of the time I poached Whitebeard's 2nd Division captain, Kazuki Oden. Without a doubt, the two mascots mentioned by Luo Jie are the leaders of the fur tribe residing on the elephant, Duke Inu and the formidable Cat Viper. Duke Inu is a canine member of the fur tribe, while Cat Viper belongs to the feline faction. Decades ago, both served as loyal retainers to the Kazuki family of Wano, accompanying the great daimyo Kazuki Oden aboard the pirate ship of the Pirate King, Roger. Their prowess is formidable, and they can hold their own even against one of the three calamities, Jack the Drought. In their full moon forms, their strength only amplifies. Rest assured, the Straw Hat Kid will be fine. Luo Jie, observing Chopper, burst into laughter, his figure darting like a bubble, and in the next moment, he teleported before the fierce hawk, drawing a wooden sword from his waist to deliver a strike. A dazzling flash of sword light erupted, instantly obliterating the massive hawk. Luffy cheered as he fell to the ground from the hawk's mouth, joyfully resembling a hefty figure weighing 300 pounds. Hey, sloppy uncle, your strength seems to be growing ever more formidable. It looks like your injuries have healed significantly. Luo Jie smirked, patting his wine gourd and laughing heartily, clearly filled with vigor. In recent days, he had sacrificed much to regain his strength, even replacing the wine in his gourd with medicinal liquor. Of course, my medicinal liquor is not consumed in vain. If it weren't for the peculiar weakness buff from the resurrection brought by the tyrannical overlord, I would have long since returned to my peak condition, relying solely on my physique. As it stands, I could take on all three of you single-handedly. I warn you, from now on, you little brats better treat me with respect. Otherwise, I shall deliver a pounding with fists the size of sandbags. Zoro, Sanji, and Luffy reacted. Goodness, has Roger been drinking counterfeit liquor? With your skills, you dare to think of overpowering the three mainstays of our Straw Hat crew? Huh, you think it's that simple to regain your power? You must be dreaming. GOLD, Roger, you underestimate the weakness buff from the divine resurrection far too much. With a casual glance at GOLD, Roger, who was attempting to flaunt himself, the ever-unhurried Chu Bawang remarked, do not be fooled by Roger's flashy display with a mere wooden sword slicing through the giant hawk. In truth, the power is rather limited, mostly intimidating and only capable of preying on those lacking combat instincts. Although Roger's strength was indeed on the mend, the weakness buff from the divine resurrection was no trifling matter. Imagine if the resurrected individual was once a powerful and rebellious figure. The benefits of the weakness buff would become apparent, ensuring that the resurrected would not turn the tables and lead to disaster. After all, the divine resurrection is fundamentally a technique that harms others while benefiting oneself. To be frank, had it not been for Roger's own formidable strength and resilient vitality akin to that of a cockroach, the adverse effect from the weakness buff would have lingered far longer. Before his grandstanding could elevate him, his deception was swiftly unraveled by Chu Bawang, who remarked with a hint of annoyance, Overlord, we do not need such dismantling of the stage. These little brats constantly wish to beat down this 69-year-old elder. Roger lamented with tears, claiming that the three mainstays of the Straw Hat crew had been ganging up on him, treating him as a mere punching bag, leaving him with no dignity. As a legendary pirate, he lamented that his existence was worse than that of a beast. Chu Bawang was left speechless, questioning whether he had resurrected a false pirate king. It was a pity that Roger had not pursued an Oscar for his performance. Why did the three mainstays of the Straw Hat crew beat you? Do you not have any self-awareness? Let us not even mention how you always snatch the big bones from Luffy's meals, or how Zoro drags you along to drink while training. You frequently sneak out with Luffy in the evenings to pilfer Sanji's food reserves from the refrigerator. You have offended all three of them. This is hardly the conduct of a pirate king. You are a clear troublemaker. Had it been anyone else, they would have dealt with Roger harshly. If the roles were reversed, Chu Bawang would have long since thrown him into the sea to feed the sharks. Haha, I knew that Master S weakness buff would not be so easily cured. Roger, this blustering fellow, is indeed just pretending. Zoro scoffed, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword. Initially, Zoro felt a twinge of apprehension upon hearing Roger claim to have regained his strength. After all, he, Sanji, and Luffy had beaten Roger before, and if Roger truly had returned to his peak, it would spell trouble. Zoro, Sanji, we must strike the sloppy uncle sooner rather than later. Otherwise, we might not have the upper hand in the future. It's time for the three mainstays of the Straw Hat crew to unite. Luffy's fists were pumped, eagerly anticipating the thrill of joining forces with Zoro and Sanji to pummel Roger into a pig's head. After all, Roger's relentless snatching of his big bones was a grievance far deeper than that of a vendetta against a father's murderer. At this moment, he could not afford to act alone. Despite the lingering weakness buff, Roger's might was undeniable. When they first met, Roger had utilized a formidable level of haki to nearly defeat Luffy, who aspired to be the Pirate King. If the three mainstays of the Straw Hat crew were to face Roger individually, none would be assured victory. They might instead fall one by one. When given the choice between pummeling Roger or being pummeled by him, anyone would know which option to choose. Exchanging knowing glances, the mainstays of the Straw Hat crew shared a smile, for it was once again time for the audience's favorite after-meal entertainment, the daily ritual of beating Roger. If you are brothers, let's jointly take down Roger. As Zoro and the others' expressions began to darken, the habitual show-off Roger felt a surge of panic. He merely wished to flaunt a little, yet it seemed an insurmountable task. Ahem, the world is so beautiful, yet you are all so irritable. This is not good. Not good at all. Heed my advice and lay down your weapons. Young people should not resort to violence. It truly harms harmony. If there are grievances, why not discuss them over drinks? Roger took a couple of cautious steps back, though not out of fear of Luffy. The mere thought of Luffy did not concern him. It was the pure sword intent emanating from Zoro that made him uneasy. It has been proven that Sualong truly possesses remarkable talent in the art of swordsmanship. Even without relying on haki, he can inflict injury upon the current Roger. In this moment, Wang Luffy's boisterous proclamations transform into mere bravado in Roger's eyes, akin to a dog relying on its master's might. This analogy is indeed vivid, although Luffy may appear somewhat dim-witted. He understands that only when Sualong and Sanji are present can he stand up to Roger. In Roger's perspective, this renders Luffy no different from Sycophant. Just as the three main forces of the Straw Hat crew prepare to join forces against the former Pirate King, Jold, Roger, a graceful figure suddenly steps in front of them. The woman courageous enough to obstruct Luffy and Sualong is none other than the strongest second combatant aboard the Going Merry, the crafty cat Nami. Having just emerged from the drawing room, Nami witnesses the impending chaos involving Roger and the others, while the onlooker, Chu Bawang, lounges on a beach chair, enjoying the spectacle. Nami's expression darkens instantly. She brandishes her tiny fists and delivers a powerful punch imbued with haki to each of the boys, swiftly putting an end to the farce. You lot are utterly exasperating. It's either fighting or on the way to fight. Even the bystanders are gathering. Chu Bawang Vito, I haven't taken any rice from your family. I'm merely enjoying a chilled watermelon over here. What have I done to warrant your ire? Truly, she is the world's most formidable navigator. Even the resilient Suolong and Luffy find themselves nursing bruises after a single punch from Nami. The Straw Hat crew, naturally, cannot contend with Nami. Even if they could, they would not dare retaliate. To engage in a tussle with the ship's female navigator, that would be sheer folly. As for Roger, who lies on the ground, frothing at the mouth from a single blow, it is evident that even with 100 lives, he would not dare oppose Nami's strike. If the daughter of Chu Bawang wishes to strike you, consider it an honor. Should you dare to evade, one might speculate you have a death wish. Furthermore, being lightly struck by Nami is far less perilous than enduring a joint assault from the three main forces of the Straw Hat crew. Roger, the cunning old fox, clearly understands the implications of the situation. Upon receiving Nami's punch, he lies on the ground feigning death, adopting a calculated demeanor. The most bewildered of all is Chu Bawang. He neither instigated a brawl nor sowed discord. He simply sat nearby enjoying a chilled watermelon. Yet he finds himself the target of Nami's pointed remarks. Chu Bawang feels disillusioned. Were it not for Nami's familiarity, he would have certainly educated her on manners. In my lifetime, I have never required the judgment of others. He sighs, choosing not to lower himself to her level. It is clear she is envious of Xiao Qing. She must feel I have not been fair, which has left her in a sulk. After a brief contemplation, he discerns the root of Nami's ire. Her anger stems from the days past, when he enjoyed a meal with Xiao Qing without involving her, leaving her with lingering resentment. It is understandable that she harbors some grievances. Nami had long plotted to entice Chu Bawang, even contemplating using underhanded means to force a romantic encounter. But fate intervened, inadvertently aiding Wang Luffy in becoming the Pirate King's man. She has long regarded Chu Bawang as forbidden fruit. Aside from Kuya, she does not wish for Chu Bawang to associate with other women. Little did she expect to witness Chu Bawang being snatched away by Xiao Qing. This ignited the flames of jealousy within her. She locked herself in the drawing room for several days, speaking only to eat, sleep, and engage in trivial pursuits, avoiding any communication with Chu Bawang. Just as she prepared to step outside for a breath of fresh air, she fortuitously stumbled upon Luffy and his crew preparing for a brawl. Luffy and Roger's antics had led them to this fateful encounter with Nami, resulting in their immediate downfall. Disinterested in the battered figures of Luffy and the others, Nami turns her attention to the key spectator, Chu Bawang. With a serious tone and fierce eyes, she inquires, "O Tosin, this ship is soon to reach Alabasta. Is there anything we should be cautious about? Should we capture some beautiful female Navy soldiers from the naval base? Moreover, I have heard that the ladies of Alabasta are exceptionally alluring." Chu Bawang muses, "Little thief cat, are you perhaps a worm in my belly, able to discern my sordid thoughts? Or is it that I have become so thirsty that I've written LSP on my forehead? This should not be the case. Just last night, I was with Kuya and Xiao Qing to quell my desires." Noting Chu Bawang's silence, which suggests he feels exposed and is questioning his life choices, Nami's expression shifts to one of sorrow as she playfully pummels his chest with her small fists. Her gaze, filled with longing, might lead one to believe that Chu Bawang owes her an eternal debt of love. What on earth? Is this truly the Nami we know? The Straw Hat crew is astonished. This is their first encounter with Nami exhibiting such gentle punches. Although she unleashed numerous blows in a fleeting moment, they possessed no real force. It seemed less a display of anger and more akin to a playful pout. "Be good, don't cause a scene. There are so many watching. If this continues, the grand image your father has painstakingly built will shatter completely." The stalwart Chu Bawang does not grant Nami the opportunity to disrupt the atmosphere. Instead, he firmly gathers her into his embrace, guiding her to sit sideways upon his lap. This gesture is undeniably ambiguous, straddling the line between intimacy and decorum. The potent aura of masculinity envelopes Nami. Initially vexed, the crafty cat, Nami, swiftly transforms, as though under the influence of catnip, settling demurely on Chu Bawang's lap. The little thief cat Nami, blushing and unable to meet Chu Bawang's fervent gaze, stutters a response. In the next moment, her cheeks redden further, yet inside, she feels a comforting warmth that almost prompts a purr. "Ah, woman, You are merely enamored with my physique. Your honesty is commendable. Chu Ba Wang smirks, internally dismissive yet outwardly tender, revealing a warm smile characteristic of the Sea Emperor. He gently pats Nami and continues the motion as if petting a cat, ruffling her hair. Indeed, one might say that Chu Ba Wang's actions are akin to petting a cat, for the little thief cat is, after all, a cat. Nami, your face is quite flushed. Do you have a fever? The oblivious Luffy, whose thoughts are solely consumed by the Pirate King and oblivious to the nuances of gender, gazes on in sheer astonishment, mistakenly believing that Nami, like Usopp, is afflicted with a fever. Even with all his mental exertion, Liu Bao's limited intellect could not fathom why Nami blushed so fervently after merely being embraced by the formidable Chu Ba Wang. Idiot Captain, do shut your mouth. If you wish to court disaster, do not involve us. In perfect synchrony, Zoro and Sanji clamped their hands over Luffy's mouth, forcibly compelling him to lie down and feign death. These two exemplified chivalry, acutely aware of what should be said, what should remain unspoken, what should be observed, and what should be ignored. To put it simply, any negative information regarding Chu Ba Wang ought to be minimized in hearing, seeing, speaking, and spreading. Otherwise, should Chu Ba Wang discover you possess leverage against him and endeavor to undermine him, he would undoubtedly obliterate you without a trace. Chopper, you are still a child. You must refrain from witnessing such intense and fervent spectacles. Moreover, you must never disclose this matter to Miss Kaya. Otherwise, you may find yourself silenced by either Chu Ba Wang or Nami. The best course of action is to convince yourself that you saw nothing and remembered nothing. Usopp glanced around, feeling compelled to cover something, and thus obscured Chopper's eyes with his hand. Chopper, utterly bewildered, barely had time to process when he was suddenly pinned to the ground alongside Usopp, who feared knowing too much might lead to his demise at the hands of Chu Ba Wang. Casting a furtive glance at the uncharacteristically careless and now slumbering Joel D. Roger, Chopper felt utterly disheartened. When he first boarded the Going Merry, Chopper was astounded, for he had witnessed, with his own eyes, the legendary pirate Joel D. Roger, who only existed in textbooks, lying unceremoniously on the deck of the Going Merry, basking in the sun. Chopper felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Frozen in disbelief, wasn't the Pirate King Joel D. Roger executed over 20 years ago? How could he possibly appear on the humble Going Merry? Could it be that the Pirate King Roger had faked his death? After spending several days in the company of Roger, Luffy, and others, Chopper gradually came to accept the astonishing truth that Roger was indeed still alive. Subsequently, he learned from Luffy and others that Chu Ba Wang had consumed the power of the imagination devil fruit and had developed the ability to resurrect the dead. Chopper lamented that his worldview had been irrevocably shattered. Is this the essence of greatness? Truly, they are born with an advantage from the start. This imagination fruit is simply extraordinary, capable of even resurrecting the dead. Could this be the meaning behind the notion that one's ambition is only limited by the scope of one's imagination? Reflecting on the seemingly worthless and ineffective human fruit he had consumed, Chopper felt a profound sense of sorrow. I now understand that the one person aboard this ship who must not be provoked is neither the captain, Luffy, nor the former Pirate King, Joel D. Roger, but rather the seemingly unassuming and low-profile Chu Ba Wang. He is the ultimate mastermind concealed within the Going Merry. At this juncture, Chopper is still quite young and perceives Chu Ba Wang as a reclusive sage, indifferent to fame and fortune. Yet, many years later, he would suddenly comprehend the stratagem of feigning ignorance and realize how naive and absurd his past thoughts had been, allowing the cunning Nami to sit gracefully upon his lap. Chu Ba Wang turned to the hesitant Ikelim and casually remarked, "While everyone is present, please enlighten them about the dire predicament currently facing Alabasta. If you're willing to offer sufficient compensation, I am certain they would not mind earning a little pocket money during their journey to improve their livelihoods. Of course, even if they are unable to assist, I will honor my previous agreement made on the ancient island and deal with the nefarious crocodile, who seeks to usurp the lifeblood of a nation." At the ancient island, Chu Ba Wang had whimsically organized a dragon riding competition. Besides Chu Ba Wong and the judge, Nami, the inaugural competitors included Zoro, riding a Stegosaurus, and Icolum, mounted on a clumsy Triceratops, with the winner being the first to locate the hapless duo, Luffy and Roger. The victor would receive a small reward from the host, Chu Ba Wong. In the interest of fairness and entertainment, Chu Ba Wong refrained from employing his observation haki, and Zoro did not enlist the help of his companion to cheat, thus commencing the inaugural dragon riding competition. To everyone's astonishment, the ultimate victor was neither the host Chu Ba Wong nor the seemingly assured Zoro, but rather Icolum, who had reluctantly participated merely to fill the ranks. As Icolum himself expressed, he had struggled to make the clumsy Triceratops walk even 2 steps, and his victory was purely the result of sheer luck. He had not found Roger or Luffy first. Rather, it was the hapless duo who had discovered him. As the champion of the inaugural dragon riding competition, Icolum sincerely hoped that if Chu Ba Wong was willing, he could lend a hand to Alabasta, in exchange for their utmost sincerity. Icolum was evidently a wise individual. He dared not explicitly demand that Chu Ba Wong assist Alabasta. For those with true power, verbal agreements hold little weight. Real masters act according to their own desires. In other words, while a powerful individual might grant you a favor, you must never overstep your bounds. Very well, Mr. Chu Ba Wong. I shall now share with everyone the current plight facing Alabasta, as well as pertinent information regarding the Baroque works and Crocodile. A faint sheen of cold sweat appeared on Icolum's brow, for Chu Ba Wong's tone was alarmingly casual. It seemed to him that resolving a warlord of the sea was as trivial as squashing a mere insect. However, Icolum did not believe that Chu Ba Wong was merely boasting. From the intelligence he had gathered, he could still only glimpse the tip of the iceberg of Chu Ba Wong's terrifying prowess. Yet, even this glimpse led him to believe that Chu Ba Wong was more than capable of grappling with the warlords of the sea, the epitome of the world's strongest. After all, he had the legendary Pirate King at his side as backup. Dealing with a mere warlord of the sea was hardly a daunting task. Alabasta is my homeland, once a nation rich in resources where the people lived in peace and prosperity, situated in the first half of the Grand Line. However, 3 years ago, apart from the capital, Alyabarna, the rest of the nation has not received a single drop of rain, under the deliberate machinations of Baroque works. The citizenry has come to believe that the drought is the result of the king's clandestine use of dance powder. It is precisely for this reason that His Majesty Cobra, once cherished as a benevolent ruler, is now branded a tyrant by the very people who once adored him. The relentless drought lasting 3 years has plunged the nation into a devastating civil war, resulting in the tragic loss of countless innocent lives. Presently, the rebel leader Kusha has amassed nearly 400,000 insurgents in the capital, and with the addition of the 60,000 troops from the National Defense Army, a large-scale conflict would inevitably lead to widespread suffering and devastation. Yet, due to the notoriety of the Shichibukai crocodile, recognized as a legitimate pirate by the corrupt world government, and his frequent interventions to eliminate nefarious pirate crews, the vast majority of the populace perceives him as a hero, rather than a mastermind behind this conspiracy. Icolum observed Roger and Luffy, who were intently listening, sprawled across the deck. Unable to contain his exasperation, he remarked, "I say, Roger, esteemed benefactors, perhaps you might rise and pay attention to my words? Your current posture makes it exceedingly difficult for me to engage with the scene." Icolum felt as though he might be rendered foolish by the antics of Roger and the Straw Hat crew. If it were the Straw Hat crew acting thus, he might understand, but Roger, the legendary pirate noted for his ruthlessness in history books, was inexplicably participating in this farce. It would be quite disgraceful if word of him cowering in fear of some supposed threat were to spread. What if he were to witness something he should not, leading to his immediate demise at the hands of the formidable Roger? Upon hearing this, Roger became indignant, retorting with righteous fervor, as a man who has tasted death once. "I have no desire to experience it anew." Presently, Nami is quite comfortably seated upon the lap of the formidable Chu Ba Wong, with the two feeding each other crystal grapes, their actions teetering on the edge of impropriety. "I fear that should I gaze upon them longer, I might utter words that spell my own doom. For the sake of his own survival, he resolved to remain prone on the ground, feigning death. After all, even with his eyes closed, he could still discern Ikelem's words. Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp shared similar sentiments, terrified that Chulabawang might act on a whim and eliminate them, lying still like limp fish on the ground. A glance at Chulabawang and Nami, joyfully feeding each other fruit, filled Ikelem with trepidation for his own fate. He feared that after delivering what he perceived as his final words, there was a significant chance Chulabawang would silence him permanently. Ikelem carefully composed his thoughts, delivering his message with clarity, based on the intelligence gathered while I and Princess Vivi infiltrated Baroque works. The clandestine use of dance powder was not orchestrated by His Majesty Cobra, but rather by certain unscrupulous elements colluding with Baroque works. We were remiss in our vigilance, failing to regard the Shichibukai, recognized as legitimate pirates by the world government, with the caution they warranted. By the time we comprehended the situation, Crocodile had already framed His Majesty Cobra, inciting public outrage, which has now plunged the entire country into chaos. At this juncture, it seems Crocodile's treacherous scheme is but a step away from fruition. Chulabawang listened intently, his heart stirred. Truth be told, Crocodile's plot was indeed a masterclass in intricacy. He first utilized dance powder to induce 3 years of drought in Alabasta, with the capital uniquely receiving rain, thereby provoking public dissent against King Cobra. He then publicly exposed the dance powder incident, leveraging the people's pressure to lay blame squarely on the royal family, solidifying Cobra's guilt. By the time Cobra and Princess Vivi grasped the gravity of the situation, it was too late. The villagers had long since dismissed their explanations, instead yearning to overthrow the regime and descend into chaos. Were Crocodile to traverse the annals of 3 kingdoms' history, he would surely be a figure rivaling Chow Chow. A legendary hero. Of course, Crocodile's plan succeeded so seamlessly due to his guise as a Shichibukai. Had he not enjoyed the endorsement of the world government and the Marine headquarters as a legitimate pirate, Cobra would not have been so easily deceived. Even the ministers of Alabasta could not be so foolish as to allow themselves to be ensnared so easily. Sighing, Ikelem pondered whether Princess Vivi, also an undercover agent, had revealed her identity. The potential consequences of such a revelation were too dire to contemplate. This thought weighed heavily on him, exacerbating his discontent with the machinations of the world government and Marine headquarters. Chulabawang found the situation rather amusing and quipped. This tale teaches us not to underestimate the significance of the Shichibukai, nor should we regard pirates lightly. Aside from a select few, the vast majority of pirates embody the epitome of villainy and chaos. Frankly, the initial intent behind the establishment of the Shichibukai by the Marine headquarters and the world government was commendable, aimed at inciting infighting among pirates, hoping for mutual destruction. Yet, here we are, with each Shichibukai shirking responsibility while continuing to draw their salaries, even legitimizing acts of piracy. If only they were all as honorable as Mihawk, the swordsman. Yet, in reality, each Shichibukai is a master of manipulation. Recently, the notorious Don Quixote Doflamingo successfully usurped an entire nation while profiting from the arms trade, amassing ill-gotten gains from war. And now, Crocodile is plotting a coup, with his sights set on the formidable Pluton, aiming to seize the seat of power in the world. Even the weakest among the Shichibukai, Gecko Moria, harbors dreams of overthrowing the Emperor Kaido. After drifting upon the sea for nearly 10 days, Chulabawang and his companions finally entered the borders of the desert kingdom of Alabasta. Kaya and Shaoqing, disliking the sweltering heat of Alabasta, opted to remain aboard the Mary, while Nami, Roger, and Straw Hat crew were positively giddy, trailing Chulabawang as they eagerly explored their surroundings. The most excited among them was undoubtedly Luffy, who, upon arriving in New Island, seemed to catch the scent of adventure, bouncing around like an overenthusiastic monkey. Nami and the undercover specialist, Dashiki, dashed into the marketplace, commencing a shopping spree that would surely leave the men lamenting their emptied wallets. Fortunately, Chulabawang, now a wealthy magnate, had no qualms about Nami purchasing the latest styles of intimate apparel for Kaya and Xiaoqing. After all, he would be the one to remove these garments come evening, making the expenditure a worthwhile investment. Despite the turmoil engulfing the nation, Chuba Wang was in no hurry to enter the royal palace of Alabasta and meet King Nefertari Cobra. Rather than donning the mantle of a savior, he preferred to indulge in the rich and exotic pleasures of the land. Thus, he resolved to spend a few more days exploring the towns surrounding Alabasta. Chuba Wang, upon spotting a fruit stall by the roadside, succumbed to a whimsical impulse and turned to Roger and the members of the Straw Hat crew, exclaiming, "You all stay here. Don't move. I shall procure some oranges for you." Luffy and Usopp were taken aback, and even Zoro and Sanji wore expressions akin to encountering a ghost. This was their first experience of such gentleness from Chuba Wang, who was voluntarily offering to buy them oranges. The Straw Hat crew harbored serious doubts about whether Chuba Wang had been possessed by another spirit. It was rather distressing. When would the formidable Chuba Wang make his way to the royal palace? This was hardly the moment for leisurely shopping for oranges. Ikolum, observing the situation, felt an urgent desire to bind Chuba Wang and escort him to the palace, where he could unleash a torrent of fury upon Crocodile. Noticing Ikolum's evident anxiety, the seasoned rogue Joel D. Roger couldn't suppress his urge to admonish him, saying, "You foolish lad, you are truly beyond redemption. As the captain of the royal guard, how can you be so oblivious to the art of persuasion? You are not to flit around like a fly buzzing about Chuba Wang. Such behavior will only provoke his disdain. After all, those of his stature are particularly concerned with their image. If you wish for him to assist you, you must first ensure he feels appreciated. Do not stand idly by. Your paramount task is to promptly inform your king, His Majesty, to prepare the grandest royal feast and to summon the most exquisite maidens to warmly welcome Chuba Wang into the palace." Seeing Ikolum still perplexed, Roger could scarcely contain his exasperation. These youngsters truly lacked understanding of the intricacies of social dynamics. As a member of the Alabasta royal family, it was only fitting to extend the most magnificent banquet and welcoming ceremony to their esteemed guest, followed by the attentive service of charming maidens. Was that too much to ask? Did one truly believe that assistance could be obtained without any form of sacrifice, relying solely on hollow verbal promises? How naive! Ikolum, awakened to the truth by Roger's words, excitedly embraced him, showering him with gratitude, and gave a thumbs up. "Roger Senpai, you truly are a master of streets. Your words resonate more than a decade of study. I shall notify King Cobra at once, ensuring we prepare the finest delicacies to welcome Chuba Wang." Roger regarded Ikolum with an expression of approval, reminiscent of a mentor guiding a promising disciple. "Ikolum, you are no longer a child. Henceforth, you must avoid such rashness in your endeavors. Remember, this world is not solely about conflict. It is woven from the threads of human relationships. If you wish for the horse to run, it must first be well fed, especially when the horse before you is no ordinary steed, but a true titan." Ikolum's face flushed with embarrassment upon receiving such a reprimand. Despite his age, being singled out for counsel made him feel somewhat humiliated. "Chuba Wang, esteemed benefactors, please enjoy your time here. Whenever you feel inclined, you are warmly invited to the palace. King Cobra will extend the highest courtesy to you. Anticipate your arrival." After a respectful bow, he hastily departed. Ikolum felt compelled to extol Chuba Wang's virtues before King Cobra and to ensure that the highest honors were accorded to him. Although Roger's words may have stung, they were undeniably wise. It was no surprise that a former pirate king spoke with such clarity, penetrating the complexities of this world. Had he not been without a notebook, he might have wished to jot down Roger's insights. The essence of the world is not mere violence. It is the interplay of human sentiments. Such profound observations. Chuba Wang silently observed Ikolum's retreating figure, his mind swirling with questions. Today marked yet another shift in his perception of Roger. This audacious fellow had shamelessly appropriated his own words, flaunting them before others. This phrase had once left a profound impression on Chuba Wang during his viewing of Xiao Shui. Unbeknownst to him, Roger had taken his musing and used it to instruct Icolum. Indeed, the nature of humanity often reveals itself as a mere echo. Even a legendary GOLD, Roger could not escape this immutable truth. Casting a glance at Icolum's departing figure, Chu Ba Wang resumed his leisurely exploration of the marketplace. He harbored no obligation to be a savior. His occasional displays of prowess before others were merely to satiate his own vanity. Moreover, compared to the burden of being a weary savior, he preferred the life of a languorous idler. Finally, having arrived in Alabasta, Ace and Roger were on the brink of their long-awaited reunion. The author humbly acknowledges their limited skill in crafting this narrative and fervently hopes it unfolds well. Great Warlord, world-honored one, please bless me with a narrative that does not falter. Nonetheless, Roger's assertions were not without merit. The reason Chu Ba Wang had not directly graced the Alabasta Palace was to afford Cobra and Icolum some respite, granting them ample time to prepare a feast. Though Chu Ba Wang may not overly concern himself with his image, he did value the significance of ceremonial grandeur. If one wished for him to assume the mantle of savior, they must at least provide a grand litter for his ascendants. Moreover, it seemed only reasonable to have charming maidens accompany him throughout. While the grand litter could be forfeit, the lovely maidens were non-negotiable. Such was Chu Ba Wang's profound appreciation for ceremonial significance. As he sought to purchase some fruit, a seemingly unscrupulous old man obstructed his path, beginning to peddle golden apples, promising to deceive unsuspecting travelers. Do not miss this opportunity. Sir Chu Ba Wang, would you care to visit my humble shop? Within lies a treasure of unmatched worth. A mysterious artifact discovered amidst ancient ruins. It is said that one bite of this golden apple can grant you a millennium of life. Upon arriving in Alabasta, Chu Ba Wang had also noted certain details in the local intelligence. It appeared that Alabasta had yet to issue a bounty of a staggering 10 billion berries. This explained why the ordinary villagers roamed the streets without fear of being preyed upon by marauding pirates. However, considering Ace had recently appeared near the Drum Kingdom with his latest bounty, it could not be ruled out that Crocodile and other elite pirates were aware of his audacious resurrection of Roger in Logtown. After all, in terms of intelligence, the Shichibukai held an advantage over the Yonko, such as Whitebeard, as they were backed by the formidable marine headquarters. Perceiving no signs of trepidation among the villagers, Chu Ba Wang felt inclined to maintain a low profile. Thus, with a wave of his hand and a steely gaze, he firmly rejected the shopkeeper's proposal to exploit unwary outsiders. I beg your pardon. I harbor no interest in living for a millennium. Merely thriving in the present day suffices. The shopkeeper wished to utter more, yet upon meeting the gaze of Chu Ba Wang, he was suddenly struck with trepidation. Those eyes shimmered with a feral glint reminiscent of a savage beast, causing the shopkeeper to shrink away like a timid quail, too frightened to continue his entreaties. In no time, Chu Ba Wang selected a few fresh oranges from the fruit stall, packaged them, and distributed them to Sulong and others. It was only then that he noticed Ruji fervently scribbling with a pen, astonishingly recording his own golden words and phrases. For instance, his previous assertion that this world is not merely a place of violence, but rather a tapestry of human relationships, or his recent paraphrase of ACS sentiment that he has no desire to live 1,000 years, but rather to live well today. In addition to these, there were various nonsensical phrases such as study diligently and improve daily, whether demon or immortal, it is for me to say, and with my sword raised to the heavens. A laugh as I leave behind my courage and loyalty, among other juvenile expressions. The careful and earnest handwriting in the little notebook indicated Ruji's considerable effort and meticulous care. Chu Ba Wang was taken aback by Ruji's peculiar behavior. What was happening? Had Rookie transformed into his little admirer? To take notes on even his offhand remarks? It demanded a fervent fan to engage in such obsessive behavior. However, it soon dawned on Chu Ba Wang the purpose behind Rookie's actions. This fellow was likely recording his golden words and phrases for future embellishment. After all, both Chu Ba Wang and Rookie could be considered kindred spirits, both habitual show-offs in their own right. Yet, while Rookie was adept at ostentation, he still paled in comparison to Chu Ba Wang. This lad was evidently unwilling to remain in the shadows, much like Lu Fei, an instigator in his own right, embracing the philosophy of using others' strengths against them. He began to adopt Chu Baowang's unique and flamboyant style. Little did Rookie realize that his unintentional recording of Chu Baowang's daily gems would unveil a tremendous business opportunity. Years later, Rookie would rise to wealth by selling Chu Baowang's golden phrases, becoming a commercial prodigy overnight. It was indeed thanks to his exclusive notebook filled with Chu Baowang's golden words that Gu'er Di Ruji would create yet another epic miracle in the world of pirates. But that is a tale for another time. For now, let us set it aside. How delectable! These oranges are truly juicy and succulent. My gratitude extends to the illustrious Baowang for the fresh oranges. Lu Fei and his companions received the oranges tossed to them by Chu Baowang, their joy palpable as if they were 300 pounds of glee. Among those present, none were more elated than the ever-adoring Sanji. Although Chu Baowang's gift was modest, its significance was far from trivial. To say the least, this was the first time he had received a complimentary gift from Chu Baowang. In a sense, it marked a step closer to his dream of clinging to Chu Baowang's metaphorical golden leg. Was it not so? Just as Lu Fei and Usopp reveled in the delightful oranges, an imposing figure caught Chu Baowang's attention from the corner of the fruit stand. Soon, Ruji and Sulong also sensed something amiss, redirecting their gazes towards a spirited young man inquiring about intelligence from the fruit stall owner. This young man, bare-chested with a profusion of freckles, wore an orange cowboy hat adorned with badges of mischief and sorrow. His lower half was clad in signature denim shorts, with a leather dagger tucked at his waist and a red bead necklace around his neck. His left arm bore a tattoo, reading ASC, the S crossed out, while a depiction of the Whitebeard Pirates insignia was etched on his back. Perhaps this tattoo represented the most cherished honor of his life, making it all the more conspicuous. Without a doubt, this individual was none other than the esteemed 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, known as Fire Fist Ace. Chu Baowang's gaze flitted between Fire Fist Ace and the now-disguised Ruji, his expression one of disbelief. This is absurd. I merely sought to purchase an orange. Yet I unwittingly facilitated a fortuitous encounter for this father and son duo. Ace, with a small travel bag slung over his shoulder, politely inquired of an elderly female shopkeeper, "Excuse me, ma'am, have you seen these two men?" He retrieved 2 bounty posters from his travel bag. One depicted Chu Baowang, the White Devil, with an astounding bounty of 1 billion berries, while the other featured Lu Fei, with a meager bounty of only 30 million berries. Though his primary mission was to hunt down Blackbeard Teach and seek the fabled resurrection abilities of the White Devil Chu Baowang to revive the 4th Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Sachi, Ace was also a devoted brother. Even with the task mandated by Whitebeard, he took the liberty to inquire whether any villagers had spotted his dear brother. As for the resurrected Ruji, he was naturally overlooked by Ace. After all, in Ace's eyes, he held an immense loathing for Gu'er Di Ruji, devoid of any admiration or affection. In other words, whether Gu'er Di Ruji was alive or dead was of no concern to him, for he would never forgive the scoundrel who abandoned his mother. If Ace were to encounter the resurrected Ruji, the most likely outcome would not be a tender call of father, but rather the unleashing of his most potent attack, the Flame Emperor. A massive fireball hurled towards Ruji's face. The elderly shopkeeper scrutinized the bounty posters Ace presented, mumbling in disbelief. "Is this Monkey D. Lu Fei? And this person is the White Devil Baowang." Ace replied, "Madam, could we perhaps engage in a more coherent dialogue? While I understand that this name is indeed rather captivating, even difficult to pronounce in full, the sheer number of times you've invoked Baowang feels rather excessive." Ace had clearly encountered this predicament before. He harbored serious doubts that Chu Baowang had consumed the stuttering fruit, causing all who beheld his name and image to become stutterers themselves. Indeed, these two individuals are Monkey D, Lu Fei, and Baowang, and they may have arrived in the city. I wonder if you have come across them. I have been searching for quite some time. Ace maintained a smile, suppressing his displeasure as he repeated Chu Baowang's name. What should have been articulated as Chu Baowang instead emerged as Baowang. This left the fire-wielding Ace, who vowed to only call Whitebeard Old Dad, in a state of frustration for quite some time. For reasons unknown to him, he felt that every time he uttered the name of Chu Bawang, it equated to calling him father. This drove Ace to the brink of madness, yet he had no choice but to accept it. After all, if Marco's intelligence was to be believed, the entire Whitebeard Pirates crew would need to treat Chu Bawang with utmost hospitality. Only Chu Bawang, possessing the godly ability of resurrection, could bring back their deceased comrade, Saki. It is worth noting that while ordinary people outside were aware of Chu Bawang's notorious rampage in Rogatown, they had no means of learning from the newspapers that GOLD, Roger, had been resurrected. The news of GOLD, Roger's revival, would deliver a terrifying blow to the authority and credibility of the Navy headquarters and the world government, resulting in a catastrophic defeat for justice. Consequently, the Navy headquarters and the world government conspired to suppress the news of Roger's resurrection. Only those major powers who had established connections in Rogatown, some residents who had witnessed Roger's return, and Smoker's trusted subordinates were aware of just how perilous Chu Bawang truly was. The ability to resurrect the dead made Chu Bawang a ticking time bomb for any faction. Perhaps outsiders could not fathom why Chu Bawang's rampage in Rogatown led to his bounty skyrocketing from 90 million to 1 billion berries, creating a dream for countless pirates. However, Ace understood well that Chu Bawang had glimpsed the forbidden power of this world. Whoever first found him and formed an alliance with him could potentially cast aside the fear of death. The power to control life and death was no longer mere empty talk. In fact, apart from Ace, all those within the world government, the Navy headquarters, countless ambitious individuals, and desperate rogues across the seas who were aware of the truth were frantically searching for Chu Bawang. Thus, any intelligence regarding Chu Bawang and the Straw Hat crew became exorbitantly priced in the dark underworld and black markets. The seemingly unintelligent shopkeeper took a long moment to ponder and did not provide any substantial answers. Instead, he suggested to Ace that although he had never seen the two individuals, he could inquire at the nearby restaurant, as its owner was well-connected and might possess the information he sought. You make a valid point. Thank you for your suggestion. I happen to be hungry as well, so I shall visit that restaurant and perhaps find some delicious fare. Upon hearing this, Ace's face lit up with a joyful smile, as he was known for his habit of enjoying free meals without paying. As he departed, he bowed to the shopkeeper who had provided him with advice, instantly elevating the shopkeeper's impression of him and skyrocketing his goodwill. Chu Bawang cast a deep glance in the direction of the fruit stall owner, suspecting a deep-seated animosity between her and the restaurant owner. Otherwise, why would she direct the free meal-seeking Ace to inquire at the restaurant? Was it not akin to sending a dog to fetch a meat bun? One could hardly expect someone accustomed to free meals to suddenly develop a conscience and pay up. Since Ace was focused on gathering intelligence, and the members of the Straw Hat crew were hiding behind a wall, enjoying juicy oranges, while Roger wished to remain discreet and low profile, he had requested Chu Bawang to cast a veil of illusion over him. Therefore, Ace did not immediately notice the clustered members of the Straw Hat crew, nor realize that he had caught the attention of the keen-eyed Chu Bawang and Roger. It was truly unexpected to encounter Ace here. A warm smile graced Chu Bawang's lips. The name Fire Fist Ace was undoubtedly a symbol of faith among sea enthusiasts, ranking among the few who could rival the likes of Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, and Roronoa Zoro in popularity among male characters. During their last encounter in the Sakura Kingdom, the toolman Dalton mentioned that Ace was inquiring about himself and Luffy, and now they had a chance encounter on the street. Aside from Chu Bawang, Zoro and Roger also noticed Ace's unusual inquiry with the fruit stall owner, yet they refrained from acting hastily. Both could sense Ace's formidable strength, which had already surpassed the comprehensive power expected of a pirate in the first half of the Grand Line. As for the foolish Luffy, he had been hiding behind the wall from the beginning, immersed in the joy of eating oranges, completely oblivious to Ace's presence. Since peeling oranges is necessary to ensure the best taste, Luffy had yet to finish the large bag of oranges Chu Bawang had purchased. This young man is quite powerful. Even among my original crew, he would rank at a moderate level. GOLD. Roger expressed his surprise at Ace's appearance, even with his discerning gaze. He could not help but acknowledge that if Ace continued to grow smoothly, he would undoubtedly become a formidable force. Most importantly, Ace appeared exceedingly youthful. Youth signifies the capital for victory and an unfathomably bright future. Zoro smirked, coolly remarking, "Indeed, he is a formidable opponent. It is a pity, however, that in comparison to the less than 19-year-old Chuba Wong, his strength still falls slightly short." Upon hearing this, Roger rolled his eyes at Zoro. To compare the prodigious Chuba Wong to a peer of similar age? You must be jesting. After spending time together, Roger had learned from Usopp that Chuba Wong was merely a handsome young man under the age of 19, who had led an unremarkable life in Shiluabu village. Yet, Roger deeply understood the terrifying nature of Chuba Wong. In his eyes, Chuba Wong's hidden strength was unfathomable. To put it succinctly, every time Chuba Wong took action, he would inadvertently reshape Roger's worldview. Have you ever seen a youth under 19 who has cultivated an advanced form of haki, resembling a fierce dragon? Have you witnessed someone so young, having developed a godly resurrection technique from a devil fruit? Have you encountered a young man who possesses a ship far more luxurious than the Demon Slayer Navy? Have you observed a youth so powerful that merely glaring at others could make them experience the pain of a 10-month pregnancy and childbirth? Roger could indeed recount such experiences. Not only had he witnessed them, but he had also personally endured the excruciating agony of childbirth gifted by Chuba Wong. Since that moment, Roger came to understand the greatness of maternal love. The ordeal of pregnancy and childbirth was truly torturous. Even with his indomitable will as the Pirate King, he nearly succumbed to the pain imparted by Chuba Wong's formidable prowess. To speak candidly, if it were not for the direct acknowledgement from Usopp and Koya, one might genuinely question whether Chuba Wong is merely a youthful lad, not yet 19, having spent 18 tranquil years in Ziliuobu village. One could almost wonder if Chuba Wong is a reclusive elder who has returned to life after a fervent devotion to martial arts. Nonetheless, compared to the vast majority of his peers, this bare-chested, spirited youth possesses formidable strength. It is uncertain from whom he has inherited such prowess. Whether he joins the pirates or the Navy, he would undoubtedly be a pillar of talent. Yet for some reason, I find an odd familiarity in the tattoo adorning his back. The habitual offender, Roger, casually snatched a freshly peeled orange from the hands of the carefree Luffy, who was thoroughly enjoying his meal, and continued his conversation with Zoro as if nothing had occurred. This action provoked a fierce glare from Luffy, who could hardly suppress his desire to retaliate against Roger for pilfering his food. Such audacity could only be born out of sheer recklessness. Regrettably, even with Luffy having mastered a diluted version of the Seven Wounds Fist, he still appeared somewhat inadequate in the presence of Roger. Had Luffy not foolishly modified the technique imparted by Chuba Wong, he might have held his own against Roger. As it stands, Roger effortlessly restrained Luffy's head with a single hand, as if toying with a child, leaving Luffy in a state of frustration reminiscent of a wild monkey. Observing Roger and Zoro engaged in their antics, even going so far as to share the orange that Luffy had peeled, it was apparent that there was no inclination toward the heartfelt reunion with Ace, nor any intention of staging a familial drama. Chuba Wong's gaze flickered between Ace and Roger, and upon releasing his grip on the keyboard, he slowly typed out several question marks. What on earth is happening? Is the narrative unfolding in an unexpected manner? According to conventional storytelling tropes, one would expect a profound blood bond between these biological father and son. If Roger and Ace indeed share such a relationship, they should be able to recognize each other's disguises and true identities, even from a distance. Due to their blood connection, could it be that both Roger and Luffy are merely simpletons? Their combined naive energy creating a barrier that dulls the call of their blood ties? Chuba Wong found this hypothesis quite reasonable. After all, these legendary figures known for their peculiarities are indeed formidable beings. Or perhaps, Ace and Roger share no blood relation at all. It could simply be a grand plot devised by the crafty Oda. Regardless, Chuba Wong has always felt that the naive Luffy resembles Joel D., Roger's true son, at least in their reckless endeavors. These two exhibit an extraordinary synergy, often embarking on late-night escapades to pilfer provisions from the refrigerator. Now, even evading traps designed to catch them. Having not witnessed the familial drama he yearned for, Chu Ba-Wong felt a tinge of disappointment. He had anticipated that the encounter between Roger and Ace would spark some extraordinary connection, only to find the expected melodrama absent. Roger continued to engage in his foolish game of stealing oranges from Luffy, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he was about to pass by his own son. It seems that Roger's initial interest in Ace stemmed solely from the latter's youth and strength, devoid of any ulterior motives. Master Ba-Wong, you seem particularly invested in this pirate from the Whitebeard crew. Does he possess any unique qualities? Zoro inquired, gazing after the departing Ace, who was heading towards a restaurant to indulge in a free meal. As a bounty hunter, Zoro was acutely aware of the significance of the emblem upon Ace's back. It marked him as a formidable figure from the Whitebeard pirates. Though Zoro typically paid little heed to intelligence, he held a keen interest in legendary pirates of renown. Presently, the Whitebeard pirates rank as the most powerful crew in the world. Edward Newgate, the founder of the Whitebeard pirates, is hailed as the strongest man in the world. Seeing Chu Ba-Wong's apparent interest in Ace, Zoro couldn't help but feel a twinge of insecurity. After all, he had only recently become Chu Ba-Wong's disciple, and now he found himself overshadowed by a promising newcomer. Zoro felt a pang of anxiety, fearing he might soon be relegated to obscurity. Strictly speaking, Ace's lineage is indeed noteworthy. His full name is Portgas Ace, making him Luffy's sworn brother and the sole remnant of this lineage in the world. Disregarding Zoro's tangled thoughts, Chu Ba-Wong responded with a calm smile. Zoro exhaled a sigh of relief, having feared that Chu Ba-Wong sought to take Ace as a disciple due to his talents. But soon after, Zoro's eyes widened in revelation as he reached out to poke Roger on the shoulder. Yet, Roger remained engrossed in his childish game with Luffy, ignoring Zoro entirely. "Hey, Roger, did you hear what Master Ba-Wong just said?" Zoro could no longer contain his frustration and delivered a sharp slap to Roger's face, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? At this moment, you're still bullying the foolish captain? Master Ba-Wong just stated that the young man you were just tussling with, who appears quite formidable, is your biological son, Portgas Ace." Caught off guard, Roger spun around in confusion, his mind reeling as he processed the revelation that he had unwittingly overlooked his longed-for son. Before anyone could react, Roger let out a piercing howl and dashed off in the direction Ace had taken, much like a baboon, waving his hand in gratitude towards Chu Ba-Wong. "Thank you, Master Ba-Wong. Without your reminder, I would have missed my own son." I thought to myself, why was that spirited youth so powerful and striking? He truly is the brightest star in the village. Everything now makes sense. This lad is indeed my flesh and blood. Perhaps overwhelmed by his excitement, Roger's observation hockey became uncontrollably erratic. As Roger sprinted towards the distant restaurant, he inadvertently tumbled multiple times, crashing into several fruit stands and leaving himself in quite a disheveled state. If Gene Sheetsy and Barrett were to witness their lifelong adversary Roger exhibiting such a comical demeanor for another man, they would likely shed tears of envy and indignation. Why the haste? I have yet to revoke the illusion spell masking your true form. Even if you wish to stage an emotional reunion akin to that of Ace and his father, you should at least present yourself in your authentic visage, should you not? Zhang, the overlord of Chu, attempted to halt Roger, but upon hearing Ace's name, Roger dashed away with unparalleled speed, vanishing faster than a rabbit. In the blink of an eye, he had escaped the range of the spell, leaving Zoro in a state of astonishment, clearly taken aback by Roger's sudden burst of speed. Could this be the power of paternal affection? When enduring a beating, Roger had never displayed such formidable strength. Thankfully, neither I nor the lecherous cook nor the foolish captain had ever pushed Roger to the brink. Otherwise, we might have found ourselves in a role reversal. Pinned to the ground, Zoro, bewildered, gazed at the afterimage left by Roger, patting his chest in a moment of panic. He had grown accustomed to bullying Roger alongside Luffy and Sanji, gradually overlooking the fact that Roger possessed a latent weakness. It was only now that Zoro realized the terrifying potential of Roger's full strength. They say a thin camel is still larger than a horse. And indeed, the ancients do not deceive. Master Baba Wang was correct. One must strike Roger early, for there may come a time when we cannot contend with him. It seems my training has been rather lax of late. I must strive diligently to ensure that I do not fall behind that rascal Roger. Otherwise, should Roger's full power be unleashed, it may very well be I, the foolish captain, and the lecherous cook who find ourselves at his mercy. Zoro pondered, feeling a profound sense of urgency. He yearned to return to the deck of the Mary and engage in rigorous training to soothe his currently rattled spirit. The disheveled uncle departed too hastily, failing to make adequate preparations. If he truly is Ace's biological father, he might well face a cold reception from Ace. No one understands better than I how deeply Ace despises his biological father. With Roger's interference diminished, Luffy finally found peace to enjoy his oranges. Perhaps due to the correlation between appetite and intelligence, Luffy appeared unusually composed and refrained from vying for an opportunity to meet Ace. Most of the time, Luffy's intellect is somewhat lacking, but in this rare moment, he maintained a calm demeanor, exuding a sense of reliability and providing great reassurance. Although Luffy longed to reunite with Ace after 3 years apart, he sensed that the disheveled uncle was even more eager for that first encounter. Zhang, the overlord of Chu, remarked with a gentle smile, "Roger wishes to mend Ace's scarred childhood in a single encounter, but I can assure you that the odds of success are nearly zero." Before his public execution, Roger entrusted the unborn Ace to the hero Garp in the depths of Impel Down. Yet even the so-called hero of the Navy, Garp, could not wield absolute power within the confines of the Navy headquarters. Ace's mother, Port-Gas de Rouge, went to great lengths to conceal Ace's lineage as the son of the Pirate King, delaying his birth by a full 10 months to prevent the world government from discovering the truth. However, by the time Ace was born, Rouge was utterly spent and succumbed to exhaustion. It is safe to say that if there is anyone Ace harbors a deep-seated hatred for, it is his biological father. Gold, Roger. Zhang maintained his mild smile, seemingly indifferent to whether Roger would be humiliated in front of Ace or face punishment. Ultimately, what mattered was that the misfortune did not befall him, the overlord of Chu. Nonetheless, he held great respect for Port-Gas de Rouge, who bore the agony of 10 months of pregnancy. Indeed, the saying goes that women are frail, yet mothers are formidable. This sentiment rings true. Even the 10 months of pregnancy nearly overwhelmed a man as resolute as Roger, let alone the torment of 20 months, not to mention the excruciating pain of childbirth. As per the account of Icolum, a witness to Roger's ordeal during childbirth, it was said that in that moment, Roger's soul seemed to transcend, as if donning a mask of suffering that words could scarcely encapsulate. Chopper, clearly bewildered by the convoluted narrative, expressed concern for Luffy's safety. Does this mean Ace is in a perilous situation? If the outside world discovers Ace is the offspring of Uncle Roger, it could incite a global uproar and a manhunt. Zhang, maintaining his composure, gently patted Chopper's little head and replied, "For now, he is quite safe, as the only individuals aware of Ace's true identity are Garp and Whitebeard, perhaps with the addition of the insidious Blackbeard Teach. However, it is important to note that the Special Forces CP-0, not under the command of the Navy, also possess fragments of information regarding Ace's birth. It may not be long before the higher-ups of the Navy and the world government become aware of Ace's true lineage. In the original narrative, only Garp was privy to Ace's identity, while Whitebeard learned of it directly from Ace himself. The intelligence that Fleet Admiral Sengoku received came from CP-0. And what of the nefarious Blackbeard Teach, who orchestrated the war of the best and profited the most? Though he is indeed treacherous, one cannot deny his cunning intelligence. Blackbeard evidently pieced together the clues surrounding Ace's lineage as the son of the former Pirate King, Roger, and meticulously devised the grandest and most tumultuous war of the great pirate era. The network of information wielded by Master Baba Wang is truly formidable. Even the world government and Navy headquarters cannot ascertain the truths he knows. Were it not for his disinterest in fame and fortune, I would be inclined to suspect he harbors ambitions to attack the Navy headquarters. Zoro stood in stunned silence, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of information conveyed by Zhang's seemingly casual tone, while Zhang spoke with an air of nonchalance. Anyone could discern the perilous nature surrounding Ace's birth. It would not be an exaggeration to say it was akin to navigating through countless tribulations to obtain the ultimate truth. However, what astonished Zoro most was not merely the difficulties of Ace's birth, but rather the astonishingly comprehensive intelligence network of Zhang, or Garp and Whitebeard. One is the indomitable hero of the Navy who vanquished the sea overlord rocks, while the other is the legendary pirate known as the strongest man in the world. These two illustrious figures represent the pinnacle of combat prowess known to this world. Only they possess the complete understanding of Ace's true identity, which underscores the extraordinary difficulty in obtaining such intelligence. Although Sauron remains oblivious to the nature of the CP0 intelligence agency, it is evident that being directly governed by the world government implies it is far from a mere ineffectual organization. One could reasonably assert that it far surpasses the Baroque works by several streets. Yet, it is astonishing that even the CP0, under the aegis of the world government, remains unaware of Ace's origins, while the formidable Chu Bawang seems to have a comprehensive grasp of the situation, including all its intricate details. The sheer magnitude of the intelligence network required to arrive at such precise conclusions is staggering. I'm left wondering whether Master Bawang, with access to such an extensive intelligence network, harbors ambitions to unify the Grand Line and the New World. Sauron displayed a pained expression, but soon dismissed his own speculation. If not for the fact that Chu Bawang often reclines leisurely in a rocking chair under the sun, seemingly indifferent to exertion, he might genuinely suspect that Chu Bawang harbors grand aspirations for dominion over the Grand Line. Unfortunately, Chu Bawang typically resembles a languid fish, content to simply exist. Nevertheless, every action of a languid Chu Bawang, through Sauron's eyes, is transformed into the image of a serene sage, detached from worldly concerns. Usopp, stroking his chin in contemplation, finally interjected, "Mr. Bawang, I just realized you might not have lifted the illusion surrounding Roger. For some reason, I can't shake the feeling that if Roger were to suddenly appear before Ace in the guise of a stranger, even attempting to have Ace call him father, he would likely be met with a fierce reprimand instead." In Usopp's view, the only person capable of evoking the title bauble without incurring a beating would be Chu Bawang. For no matter how formidable the opponent, they could never surpass him. Some even claim that not even Chu Bawang's discerning gaze could be withstood, with a mere act of his scrutiny enough to compel submission. After all, even the legendary pirate King Joel D. Roger, having personally experienced Chu Bawang's prowess, declared it terrifying and vowed never to endure it again. Usopp continued, "Given the strength Roger has displayed, it seems he would struggle against even the three mainstays of our Straw Hat crew. If he were to confront the second in command of the world's strongest pirate crew, I suspect a furious Ace would unleash a torrent of retribution upon him. After all, Roger is the very reason Ace was born without a mother. It could be said that Ace's childhood was even more tragic than my own. Usopp was abandoned by his father, Yasopp, and later lost his mother, Banchina, to illness, plunging him into a life of solitude. Unlike Ace, he felt a sense of pride regarding his father, with jealousy playing a lesser role. Initially, Usopp believed his own upbringing to be rather bleak, but in comparison to Ace's plight, he now perceived his childhood as a veritable paradise. Regardless of his circumstances, he at least experienced the warmth of maternal affection, unlike Ace, who entered the world bereft of parental love, living like a mere blade of grass, devoid of care or affection. Sanji remained silent for a while, then turned to Usopp and said, "Fine, I concede that Ace's childhood was a tad worse than yours. However, Roger is a seasoned veteran. Surely he wouldn't be so easily bested by his own son." Sanji had never witnessed Roger suffer any significant defeat at the hands of himself or Sauron. The only individual capable of reducing Roger to a kneeling state, calling him Baba, seemed to be Chu Bawang. Yet, upon recalling Roger's hurried rush to the restaurant, eager to see Ace with a flustered and disheveled demeanor, Sanji felt a twinge of uncertainty. This was the first time he had observed Roger manifest such urgency and concern, devoid of the composure typically associated with the Pirate King. Instead, he resembled a father hurrying to pick up his child from kindergarten. During the brief time Chu Bawang lingered near the town, Ikelam, having conferred with King Cobra, hurried back to Chu Bawang's side. "Mr. Bawang, His Majesty has prepared the finest royal banquet for you, along with the most beautiful maidens, eagerly awaiting your arrival." Chu Bawang looked at Ikelam incredulously. What did he mean by having prepared the finest banquet and the most beautiful maidens? Could he not have whispered this to avoid making it common knowledge? Such revelations could have far-reaching implications. Am I, Chu Bawang, so reckless as to be labeled a shameless man? However, Chu Bawang, ever magnanimous, chose not to dispute Ikelam's words. While he could quarrel with anyone, he simply could not bring himself to quarrel with beautiful maidens. Life without beautiful maidens would be unbearable. Rest assured, we will keep the secret about your dinner with the beautiful maidens from Madame Koya. Sauron and Sanji both gestured with their fingers to zip their lips, indicating their commitment to keeping Chu Bawang's secret. They had no desire to provoke his ire. Should he, in a fit of whimsy, assign them to memorize 300 Tang poems, they might very well be reduced to tears on the spot. "Who among you wishes to accompany me to the royal banquet in Alabasta?" Chu Bawang inquired of the Straw Hat crew, which included Nami and Daz Bounty, who had spent considerable time shopping in the marketplace. With the omniscient power of the divine artifact, their shopping spree had been a delightful experience. "I want to attend the royal banquet in Alabasta with Papa." Nami was the first to raise her hand, eager for Chu Bawang's consent, and promptly launched herself into his embrace, adopting a charmingly adorable demeanor. While aboard the ship, she had likened Sanji's cooking to a royal feast. Yet she had never actually experienced the grandeur of a royal banquet. This time, she intended to seize the opportunity to compare the banquet's offerings to Sanji's culinary creations. Despite her unassuming appearance, Nami was, in essence, a true foodie. In recent days, she had enjoyed numerous culinary delights alongside Chu Bawang, to the point where her palate had become somewhat spoiled, leading her to regard even Sanji's cooking with diminished enthusiasm. Sanji had lost sleep over this predicament. Had it not been for Sauron and Usopp's continued praise of his dishes, he might have doubted his culinary skills. However, the truth was that Sanji's cooking had not declined. It was merely that Nami's taste had been spoiled by the lavish feasts provided by Chu Bawang. Indeed, Nami's adorable antics were difficult to resist. With a playful gesture, Chu Bawang gently brushed Nami's petite nose and chuckled. "All right, enough of the cuteness. If you continue, Sanji might just faint from the excitement. The banquet's delicacies would certainly miss your presence." Sanji exclaimed, "What the heck? Am I being targeted even while lying down?" Although Sanji still harbored a significant infatuation for Nami, he was well aware of his limitations in competing with Chu Bawang. Renowned for his chivalrous spirit, he despised resorting to underhanded tactics to hinder Chu Bawang's advances. If he couldn't compete, so be it. It was no great matter. For Sanji, the devoted admirer, it was unbearable to witness a beautiful woman in tears before him. As long as Nami could live happily each day, it mattered little whether he was the one to bring her joy. Moreover, Sanji genuinely admired Chu Bawang, believing that the charismatic figure could provide Nami with unparalleled security. Luffy raised a hand, popping the last orange into his mouth, grinning widely. "I want to join you for the royal feast. Rather than exquisite food, I'm eager to see how Ace is faring now. It would be even better to witness that messy uncle getting thoroughly beaten by Ace." Zoro, Sanji, and Chopper all expressed their desire to accompany Luffy, curious to see how Roger managed his father-son relationship with Ace. "In that case, I shall dine at the royal banquet with Mr. Bawang. If possible, I'll bring you some delicacies from the feast." Luffy, Usopp chimed in, eager to experience the grandiosity of the Alabasta banquet. Luffy, delighted by this, patted Usopp's shoulder, exclaiming that they were kindred spirits. Claiming he had devised a plan to pilfer food from Sanji's fridge and would take Usopp along for midnight snacks. Usopp, alarmed, hastily waved his hands in refusal, wary of being caught in Sanji's rat trap, knowing that while Luffy and Roger could withstand any mischief, his own frail frame would not survive such a contraption. "What are your intentions, Dasky?" Chu Ba Wang inquired, directing his gaze towards the timid Dasky, who was hiding behind Nami. Dasky expressed her desire to return to her hometown, Lowtown, for a peaceful night's sleep. Unfortunately, her request was nothing more than a fanciful dream. Chu Ba Wang had no intention of granting it. After all, he had gone to great lengths to abduct Dasky. He certainly wouldn't return her to the Navy. Moreover, after spending time with her, he had grown increasingly accustomed to the luxurious treatment of being fed fruits by Dasky and would not allow her to escape his grasp. Of course, I shall accompany Lord Ba Wang to the banquet, Dasky said with a faint smile, her voice soft. While it appeared as though Chu Ba Wang respected her choice, in reality, she had no choice at all if she did not comply with his wishes. She feared he might unleash his primal instincts and demand her service for the night, leading to an experience beyond her imagination. Then we shall split into 2 groups. You 4 go find Roger and Ace, while Usopp and I will join the feast, Chu Ba Wang decided. He had initially hoped to witness how Roger navigated his relationship with Ace, but upon reflection, he realized that even if he did see Ace, it would yield no tangible benefit, thus diminishing his interest. While Ace indeed spoiled his little brother, he certainly could not shamelessly approach Ace as a brother himself. Better to spend that time establishing a good rapport with his future father-in-law, Cobra, which might result in a reduced dowry. At the Alabasta Palace, following Ikarim's guidance, Chu Ba Wang and Nami arrived at the royal residence. King Cobra, upon learning of Chu Ba Wang's imminent arrival, promptly prepared a banquet of the highest standards befitting royalty. As for why King Cobra was so eager to please, it was likely due to Chu Ba Wang's staggering bounty of 1 billion Baileys. Despite his notorious reputation and past transgressions, such as the massacre of a Navy captain, this did not hinder the formidable Chu Ba Wang from solidifying his reputation. In truth, sometimes the world operates in such a manner that a fearsome name earns one respect along the path of life. Usopp and Dasky, both first-time visitors to the palace, felt somewhat restrained due to their introverted nature. In contrast, Chu Ba Wang and Nami held themselves as casually as if they had arrived in their own backyard, displaying no semblance of politeness. When Chu Ba Wang brought his 3 companions into the palace for a feast, he showed no hesitation in commenting on their royal surroundings. King Cobra and his companions were utterly astonished. However, during the royal banquet, Nami appeared slightly discontent. She had envisioned a sumptuous feast, but upon tasting the food, she realized it did not live up to her expectations. The dishes paled in comparison to the delicacies Chu Ba Wang had offered her. To put it gently, they were tasteless. To be blunt, the banquet's offerings resembled mere pig slop. How disheartening. She never anticipated that even her palate, spoiled by her father, would find the legendary banquet unsatisfactory. Nami cast a wistful glance at Chu Ba Wang, feeling a tinge of resentment. Once in Kokoyashi village, she had led a frugal life, raised on simple fare, rarely indulging in any picky eating. Yet now, her taste had been refined by Chu Ba Wang, rendering even Sanji's cooking unappealing. The transition from frugality to extravagance is indeed a difficult one. The ancients did not deceive me. Was this truly the pinnacle of Alabastus royal banquet? Beyond the fruits, which were quite palatable, the rest of the dishes lacked distinctiveness. What a disappointment. These culinary offerings were not even as delectable as those prepared by Lord Ba Wang. Could it be that no one in this world could surpass Lord Ba Wang's culinary prowess? Beside her, Dasky's face tightened, her fantasies of the banquet shattered in an instant. She was intensely curious about the methods Chu Ba Wang employed to create such delightful dishes, as these royal meals barely reached a fraction of their quality. The thought that should Chu Ba Wang ever be captured by the Navy and face execution, she would lose the opportunity to savor such exquisite cuisine filled her with a profound sadness. For reasons unknown, Dasky briefly wished that the Navy would never capture Chu Ba Wang, allowing her to remain by his side as a carefree little maid, indulging in his culinary wonders. Judging by the current situation, my plan to capture the heart of a woman through her stomach was but a step away from success. To win a woman's affection, one must first capture her appetite. Before long, you shall find yourselves unable to resist my culinary temptations, willingly becoming my culinary captives. Did you truly believe that all these delicacies would be freely bestowed upon you? There are no free lunches in this world, unlike the visibly distressed Nami and Dasky. The unseasoned Usopp opened his mouth wide in awe. In each hand, he held a large chicken leg, and his mouth was stuffed with a sizable piece of meat, his visage quite unbecoming as he exclaimed, "Wow, is this truly the legendary national banquet? It is absolutely delicious. I have never tasted such exquisite chicken legs before. I must truly thank Mr. Ba Wong for this opportunity. Otherwise, I would never have had the chance to savor such delightful cuisine in my lifetime." Usopp's childhood had been fraught with hardship, far more difficult than that of the illustrious Chu Ba Wong. He once had a mother, but ever since the passing of his mother, Bangina, he had been relegated to a life of intermittent feasting and starvation. Were it not for the substantial savings left by Bangina and the kindness of the villagers of Xylob, Usopp might have succumbed to starvation in his early years. If there were individuals in the pirate world whom Chu Ba Wong held in contempt and disdain, Usopp's father, Yisub, would undoubtedly be among them. He looked down upon such a man who cared only for procreation without a shred of responsibility, no matter how skilled he became. Even as the sharpshooter of the red-haired pirates, it could not alter his fundamental nature as a scoundrel. If Yisub truly cared for Usopp and his mother, how could he allow Bangina to perish due to illness? At that moment, as Usopp continued to devour his meal with greasy abandon, he noticed that Chu Ba Wong and the others were merely sitting idly, having barely touched the lavish feast before them. Curiously, he inquired, "Mr. Ba Wong, Nami, why aren't you eating? This is a culinary delight of national banquet standards. Missing this opportunity would be a great loss. This meat is truly delectable. It is no wonder it is prepared by royal chefs, whose culinary prowess is unparalleled." Chu Ba Wong Isapota thought to himself that this child had indeed never encountered grand occasions. He chuckled and shook his head, not wishing to explain. After all, no amount of explanation would suffice, and it might result in him having to pay for the meal himself. He certainly could not reveal to Usopp that the royal delicacies he feasted upon were, when compared to his own culinary creations, little more than swill. "Captain Icolum, can we truly rely on these individuals? I sense that Mr. Ba Wong appears somewhat dissatisfied with our service." King Cobra of Alabasta summoned Icolum, whispering anxiously in his ear. The infamous pirate with a bounty of 1 billion berries possessed the power to obliterate a nation, even at the height of Alabasta's prosperity. Defeating him would have been a daunting task, let alone the present turmoil besetting the kingdom. Icolum assured him, "Your Majesty Cobra, there is no need for concern. Mr. Ba Wong does not harbor any displeasure. His reluctance to partake in the feast is merely due to personal taste. As long as we demonstrate sufficient sincerity, a benevolent individual like Mr. Ba Wong would not intentionally toy with us." If Dasky were to hear this, she would likely be enraged. Chu Ba Wong, a benevolent and kind-hearted man, had one ever seen a good person brazenly infiltrating a naval base to rescue individuals from the clutches of the Navy? Cobra sighed, weariness etched on his face as he remarked, "I hope this calamity can come to a swift conclusion. The conflict between the rebel forces and the royal army has become irreconcilable, and if this stalemate continues, war is inevitable. The combined forces of both armies exceed 1 million. Should a battle erupt, the casualties would be catastrophic, and Alabasta would surely sink into the quagmire of war, with consequences too dire to contemplate. If war is indeed unavoidable, I am prepared to abdicate at any moment to apologize to those citizens who doubt my integrity regarding the rain dance powder. To speak of it, there are not many enlightened rulers in the pirate world, yet Nefertali Cobra undoubtedly ranks among the finest. His governing philosophy is that the nation is the people, and he understands the importance of nurturing his subjects, consistently prioritizing their welfare during his reign, thus earning their deep affection. In the original tale, it was precisely due to Cobra's sagacious rule that Crocodile's nefarious schemes were thwarted for 3 long years, until the Straw Hat Crew's timely rescue arrived. In a society reminiscent of feudalism, this was nothing short of miraculous. After several rounds of wine, Nami's smile had broadened considerably. Although the royal delicacies did not suit her palate, The specially provided natural fruits and various dairy products were indeed exceptional. As the saying goes, one cannot bite the hand that feeds. Given that she and Usopp were indulging with greasy delight, even Nami, with her thick skin, felt compelled to utter some courteous remarks. With a cheerful demeanor, Nami asked, "Your Majesty Cobra, is the situation in Alabasta stable at present? Is there anything we can assist you with?" King Cobra, observing Nami's professionally insincere smile, could hardly suppress a groan. Who suggested he should solicit help from this young girl? Moreover, asking the unrecognized Straw Hat crew to eliminate the licensed warlord, Crocodile, seemed rather peculiar to him. After much contemplation, Cobra realized that enlisting the pirate crew to confront Crocodile would only serve to bolster Crocodile's standing. Was this truly the most appropriate way to catch a thief? Nevertheless, Cobra remained cautious about placing too much trust in Chu Ba Wong, even hesitating to share the hard-won intelligence he had acquired. After all, Crocodile's position as one of the warlords of the sea was exceedingly precarious. The pirate not only possessed formidable strength, but was also allied with the Navy. Should he divulge all pertinent information only for Chu Ba Wong to fail in his attempt to vanquish Crocodile, it could result in alarming repercussions. Such rash provocation might incite Crocodile's vengeful wrath. Moreover, despite Ikelim's repeated assurances, Cobra remained skeptical that Chu Ba Wong was genuinely a good person. If he were indeed benevolent, how could he be branded as the ruthless white devil by the Navy and the corrupt world government? Frankly, this was the first time Cobra had encountered someone with a bounty of 1 billion berries who was also labeled a good person. Furthermore, while the domestic situation was tense, it had yet to reach the brink of war, providing Cobra with some much-needed time to ascertain whether Chu Ba Wong truly possessed the altruistic qualities his subordinates claimed. With this thought, Cobra forced a polite smile, which contrasted sharply with Nami's somewhat perfunctory grin, and stated, "Thank you for your concern, Miss Nami, but for the time being, we do not require assistance from you or Mr. Ba Wong. Well, I hope that Alabastan truly enjoys peace and prosperity, as you have described." Nami paused for a moment, realizing that Ikelim was so anxious to return to Alabastan, suggesting that the nation must be facing a significant crisis. Why then did Kibura appear so calm? Could it merely be a farcical play where the emperor is anxious while the eunuchs are not? However, as astute as she was, she quickly grasped the intricacies of the situation and chose not to inquire further. After all, the strength of Alabastan was well understood by its own people, and if they were indeed faced with an insurmountable crisis and sought the assistance of them, she could seize the opportunity to extort a hefty sum, thus fulfilling her dream of overnight wealth, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Such a plump target was indeed rare to find. At that moment, the long-silent Boang suddenly spoke, feigning ignorance. "Your Majesty Kibura, I have heard from Ikelim that you have a precious daughter, seemingly named Wei Wei. Is that correct? I was under the impression that today's banquet was of the highest caliber. Why then have I not seen Princess Wei Wei present to greet us?" Nami, Kibura, Ikelim, as well as Dashi and Usopp were all momentarily taken aback, nearly choking on their surprise. "Oh, Balong, could we not exercise a modicum of restraint? Even if you intend to take advantage of a situation, must you be so blatant? Such a brazen attempt to attract the attention of a princess was rather unseemly, was it not?" The slightly frivolous tone of the Bung's inquiry immediately drew discontent from the assembled ministers and King Kibura, although no one verbally reprimanded him. The disapproval in their gazes was unmistakable, especially directed towards Ikelim, who had introduced him. Was this the savior Ikelim had so painstakingly procured? Even if he could defeat Crocodile, it was likely he would face a tragic fate of being devoured by wolves while struggling to protect himself. "Oh, Bung, might we retain a sliver of dignity? I know you have an affinity for beautiful maidens, and thus I informed Kibura's subordinates to prepare the most exquisite palace maidens for your delight. Yet, to audaciously request Princess Wei Wei to come forth is quite beyond comprehension. She is the apple of Kibura's eye and the cherished jewel of all of Alabastan." Ikelim bore a look of despair. Kibura had already been dismissive of his words, and it was only after he presented the billion-berry bounty that he finally persuaded Kibura to agree to host a grand banquet. Yet what transpired? After remaining silent throughout the feast, he finally spoke up about such a shocking topic. This was the highest-ranking banquet, in front of so many nobles and ministers. He displayed such a roguish demeanor, leaving me, as the introducer, utterly humiliated. In truth, it was not only Ikolum who felt this way. Even Dashi, who had followed the Bawang for a free meal, felt indignant. What a scoundrel! All this time you have treated me well, and it was merely an act. I knew you were not one to conduct yourself properly. Along this journey, how many maidens have you abducted or deceived? And now you set your sights on a princess? Even Nami, who was typically audacious, was stunned, never expecting the Bawang to reveal his predatory intentions so openly. I always sensed that my father had ulterior motives. It was inconceivable that he would work for others without gain. Yet, I never imagined he would target the unseen Princess Wei Wei. This was truly outrageous. Can your body endure such excess? If the Bawang were to perceive Nami's inner thoughts, he would certainly retort that his constitution was indeed ironclad. Should you doubt it, you may inquire with Koya and Shaoqing, for they endure torment every night. As for Princess Wei Wei, Kabura's expression darkened, clearly taken aback by the Bawang's audacity. According to royal etiquette, a princess of her standing should be present to greet guests at such a prestigious banquet. However, it was customary not to mention the absence of a princess unless absolutely necessary. Who would have thought that the Bawang would disregard protocol? If this were a serious diplomatic engagement, Kabura would naturally arrange for Princess Wei Wei to participate. Alas, upon seeing the Bawang's flippant demeanor, he felt that inviting Wei Wei would be akin to pushing his daughter into a fire pit. Realizing this, Kabura suddenly adopted a tragic expression. Actually, Wei Wei has gone missing recently. What? Your daughter has gone missing, and yet you claim there is nothing wrong in this country? Are you truly her father? Dashi, unaware of the gravity of the situation, gazed at Kabura in disbelief. Missing? Your Majesty Kabura, is it not a bit too cavalier for a father to be so nonchalant? The naive Dashi quickly grasped the seriousness of the matter, and with a strong sense of justice, she patted her chest and assured, Your Majesty Kabura, it seems you are facing a great dilemma. Should you require assistance from our Navy, please do not hesitate to ask. I will do my utmost to help you resolve this issue. Yet, as the words left her lips, she regretted them, for she was now a captive of the Bawang, lacking the authority or resources to assist Kabura. Wait, Miss Dashi, you are a member of the Navy. How then do you find yourself allied with this scoundrel Bawang? Kabura was equally taken aback, staring in bewilderment at the peculiar assembly before him. A pirate, Nami, and Usopp alongside Navy officer Dashi, who was not a pirate. What manner of absurdity was this? Ikolum awkwardly scratched his head, momentarily taking on the role of a professional commentator. Miss Dashi is indeed a Navy officer, having served in the unit of Colonel Smoker in Logtown. However, she is currently a captive under Bawang's command, tasked with attending to his daily needs. Kabura was stunned. Such crucial information was only revealed now. The nobles and ministers invited by Kabura were equally dumbfounded, staring blankly at the unfazed Bawang. The significance of Logtown to the Navy headquarters and the world government need not be elaborated. The generals dispatched, there were certainly not weaklings. At the very least, they were of the rank of rear admiral. Yet, what had transpired? The Bawang had managed to capture a female soldier from their ranks. This was indeed a disgrace of monumental proportions. Only at this moment did the pampered nobles finally comprehend the terrifying prowess of the Bawang, each one paling in fear. Even their gazes towards Ikolum were tinged with resentment. Ikolum, with a helpless shrug, expressed that he was simply overwhelmed by time constraints and heavy responsibilities. He was deeply concerned that the capricious Chu Ba Wang might lose interest in them while in Alabasta. Thus, when reporting to Cobra, he chose to overlook numerous details, merely highlighting the illustrious achievements of Chu Ba Wang, neglecting significant particulars. Do not regard me with such gazes. For someone as insignificant as Miss Dashi, I hardly have the time to elaborate. Upon first learning of the grand exploits of the great Ba Wang, I too was filled with despair. The turn of events was utterly unexpected. He had not anticipated that Dashi would become the center of attention amidst the crowd. After all, in the eyes of Ikolum, Dasky had always been rather inconspicuous, with her combat abilities being rather limited, leading him to almost instinctively disregard her. Who could have foreseen such a grand blunder? Regardless, it was essential to express gratitude to Mr. Ba Wong and Miss Dasky for their concern. Cobra arose, his countenance resembling that of someone suffering from constipation, and offered Dasky an apologetic gesture. In principle, Alabasta is a member state of the world government, with a relationship with the Navy somewhat akin to that of a bodyguard and employer. Ordinarily, upon encountering a naval colonel's troops, Cobra would treat them with respect, but today, the timing and identity of Dasky's appearance were exceedingly awkward. Should the world government learn of his invitation to Chu Ba Wong, it would surely spell trouble for him in the future. Dasky, filled with regret, nodded quietly, lamenting her inability to suppress her overflowing sense of justice. Cobra raised his cup, gesturing in thanks towards Chu Ba Wong, and smiled. Mr. Ba Wong need not worry about the safety of my daughter. We have dispatched the royal guards to search for Vivi, so there is no need to trouble you. Though his words were pleasant on the surface, he was genuinely fearful that Chu Ba Wong might take an interest in his precious daughter. Truly, he was deserving of the Navy headquarters designation as the White Devil of the evil faction. How audacious to even dare to snatch a Navy female soldier. If Chu Ba Wong were to locate his beloved daughter, it would be akin to pushing his own flesh and blood into the fire. In a place where Icolum could not hear, Cobra had already unleashed a torrent of invective against him. Ding! Congratulations, you have triggered a new choice task. Please make your choice and complete the task to receive generous rewards. Choice 1. Publicly expose Cobra's lies in shielding his beloved daughter, leaving him in a difficult position. Reward: 3 Tomo Sharingan can be concealed. Choice 2. Act as if nothing has happened and no longer dwell on the matter. Reward: Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan can be concealed. Choice 3. Insist on causing disruption until Princess Vivi is rescued. Reward: Rinnegan. This Rinnegan is golden in color and can be concealed. 1,000 bottles of 1982 Law Fight. A total of 10,000 servings of local delicacies from various provinces. Are you certain this is a multiple choice question and not a fill-in-the-blank? I have no real choice. While the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is formidable, it pales in comparison to the Rinnegan, often referred to as the Eye of Life and Death, which possesses the highest ocular prowess. Furthermore, the Rinnegan is the only means to defend against and unravel the infinite Tsukuyomi, leaving no room for hesitation. The Rinnegan, I shall claim it. The benevolent Chu Ba Wong rose, akin to a chivalrous leader bearing the weight of righteousness, and proclaimed with fervor, Your Majesty Cobra, I understand your concerns regarding my arduous journey. However, the disappearance of Princess Vivi is a grave loss to all humanity. This is a matter of utmost seriousness. As a member of the human army, how can I stand idly by and turn a blind eye? Mr. Ba Wong, I merely wish to convey Cobra was bewildered by his intensity. Why was he so agitated? It was merely my daughter who had gone missing. How had it escalated to a monumental loss for all humanity? Before he could finish his thought, Chu Ba Wong interjected once more with grandiloquence. Your Majesty Cobra, there is no need for haste in your refusal, for I have been raised under the spirit of the Red, and my greatest joy lies in helping others. Anyone who hinders my benevolence shall face my wrath. Nami, Dasky, Cobra, can we not speak these words with our conscience in mind? What? Has Chu Ba Wong's conscience long been fed to the dogs? Oh, then it is of no consequence. Chu Ba Wong seemed to feel that his own voice lacked sufficient authority, so he pointed at Usopp, who was too engrossed in the feast to care about the world around him. Behold my compatriot. He is indulging in the banquet you arranged, looking like a plump little piglet, having devoured such a feast. If he were to wipe his mouth and slip away, it would surely spread the rumor that Usopp is a money-grabbing sloth. How can my compatriot continue to survive on these streets? Though thick-skinned, he is also loyal and righteous. You may ask him directly if he wishes to abandon ship. Usopp, with a piece of succulent meat poised before him, was utterly bewildered. I merely followed you to the palace for a meal. If you wish to assist, then do so. Why involve me? Chu Ba Wong maintained his facade of a concerned citizen, his expression grave and sincere as if genuinely concerned for Usopp's reputation. Usopp, do not stand there in silence. Step forward and clarify, lest others believe you to be a shameless rogue who accepts money without delivering any service. Under the scrutiny of numerous gazes, Usopp swallowed hard. He wished to convey that he was truly there merely to enjoy a meal and had no intention of lending assistance. However, if he were to express this, he feared he might drown in the disdainful looks and spittle of the crowd. Though Usopp was an ordinary man, he also valued his dignity. He could not ignore Chu Ba Wong's provocation today. Damn it, Ba Wong, if you wish to play the fool, then go ahead, but do not drag me into it. Usopp glared at his compatriot, the fiery anger swelling within him. If not for the fact that he could not defeat you, I would certainly smash your head in. But upon recalling Chu Ba Wong's robust biceps and his peculiar array of skills, Usopp gritted his teeth and resolved to endure. What was that saying again? Endure for a moment, and peace will follow. Take a step back, and the sea will broaden. How well was put. Believing he had grasped the true essence of patience, Usopp, with a pale countenance, turned to Cobra and spoke. Indeed, Mr. Ba Wong is correct. Rescuing Princess Vivi is imperative. Should any misfortune befall her, it would be a monumental loss for all humanity. Though I, Usopp, am but a nameless pirate, I am willing to contribute my share of light and warmth to the rescue of Princess Vivi. Due to Princess Vivi's infiltration into Baroque works as an undercover agent, only Cobra's most trusted aides were privy to the truth. Thus, the multitude of unaware nobles and ministers were on the verge of tears. Moved by the speeches of Chu Ba Wong and Usopp, Mr. Ba Wong, Mr. Usopp, you are truly warm-hearted individuals. As pirates, you yet harbor a sense of justice, one embodiment of love and national righteousness. In this year's selection of the top 10 most touching figures in Alabasta, I wish to cast my precious vote on behalf of my entire family. Your Majesty Cobra, there is no need for further words. Anyone who dares to abduct the princess shall find themselves at odds with justice. This matter, we, the Straw Hat Pirates, shall take charge. Without granting Cobra any chance for rebuttal, Usopp declared with booming confidence. Beside him, Nami sensed this as an opportune moment for financial gain and enthusiastically echoed. Usopp is absolutely right. We, the Straw Hat Pirates, will undoubtedly rescue Princess Vivi from the clutches of evil. The legendary figure, known as the Overlord of Chu, smiled faintly, saying, Your Majesty Cobra, do you hear the voice of the people? The eyes of the masses are keenly observant, whether pirate or navy. They all cherish you and Princess Vivi. Anyone who dares to harm Princess Vivi would be at odds with all of humanity. Cobra, overwhelmed with despair, found this combination of naval and pirate forces to be utterly bizarre, leaving him utterly speechless. It seemed as if refusing the goodwill of the Overlord would render him a villain in the eyes of all humanity, forever marked in the annals of disgrace. In that case, I can only express my heartfelt gratitude to all of you. Recognizing the unwavering stance of the Overlord, Cobra understood that the situation was beyond concealment. A significant figure was determined to intervene, and how could he possibly obstruct that? As a ruler, Cobra was still self-aware. He knew that even with the might of 700,000 royal troops, he could hardly contend with the Overlord, whose bounty reached a staggering 1 billion berries, not to mention the additional threat of 300,000 rebel forces and Crocodile lurking nearby. It is essential to note that even in the New World, those with bounties exceeding 300 million are rare, typically comprising the upper echelons of various pirate crews. As for those notorious pirates with bounties soaring to 1 billion berries, it is safe to say that such figures should not even appear in the first half of the Grand Line. Even in the New World, encountering them would be a rarity, with odds slimmer than winning a lottery. Surprisingly, fate had delivered an encounter with a wild villain boasting a bounty of 1 billion berries. What kind of misfortune had befallen me, a mere ruler of Alabasta, to gather two such formidable beings at once? One, a renowned member of the Shichibukai, and the other, a notorious criminal with a bounty surpassing 1 billion. With this thought, Cobra could not discern whether to lament his fortune or misfortune, feeling utterly exhausted and wishing for retirement. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. You have received the following rewards. Rinnegan. This Rinnegan is golden in color and can conceal its hue. 1,000 bottles of 1982 La Fight. A total of 10,000 servings of local delicacies. As Cobra conceded, a melodious mechanical voice resonated in the ears of the Overlord, accompanied by a chilling sensation in his eyes. It felt akin to an ice pack. Simultaneously, a wealth of memories regarding the Rinnegan flooded his mind. Undoubtedly, the Rinnegan is hailed as the most potent of the Sharingan, far surpassing the ordinary Sharingan in its capabilities. Originating from the Otsutsuki clan and the chakra fruit of the divine tree, the Rinnegan grants its wielder mastery over the balance of creation and destruction, possessing extraordinary abilities. It can bestow the powers of a deity of creation or a deity of destruction, and it is the sole means to defend against and unravel the infinite Tsukuyomi. The Rinnegan passed down by the Sage of Six Paths is purple, while that of the Otsutsuki clan predominantly features red, yellow, and blue hues, with the yellow variant being particularly potent. The Rinnegan awarded by the system bears a golden hue. Beyond the abilities to observe, replicate, hypnotize, dispel illusions, and wield bloodline limit jutsu, it also enhances agility, speed, and the capability to break seals. Should Madara discover that the Overlord casually acquired the highest grade Rinnegan merely by enjoying a meal capable of countering his ultimate technique, the infinite Tsukuyomi, he would likely be so enraged that he would spit blood on the spot. After the rather mundane royal banquet concluded, the Overlord and his companions retraced their steps back to the palace. Usopp took the opportunity to pack a variety of delectable royal dishes for Luffy, though one could only speculate how much of it would actually reach Luffy's stomach. After all, given Roger's nature, he would undoubtedly seize what rightfully belonged to Luffy. If Roger were to successfully sway Ace, forming a father-son synergy, it seemed Luffy might never eat again. Overlord, are you truly going to assist Alabasta in finding the missing Princess Vivi? The ever-justice-driven Dasky regarded the Overlord with skepticism. She could hardly believe he harbored any good intentions. What? Can't I perform a good deed for the sake of helping others? The Overlord, displeased with Dasky's demeanor, playfully patted her on a sensitive spot. In this day and age, good people truly seem to be dwindling. Not only are there fewer good individuals, but even those who believe in their existence are becoming scarce. Dasky, having been playfully smacked, instantly transformed into a flustered steam maiden, her cheeks flushed. Having never been touched in such a manner, she felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Is life finally turning its gaze upon me, this adorable little kitty? Regardless, she wholeheartedly supported her father's decision to search for Princess Vivi. In contrast to the startled Dasky, Nami excitedly clenched her small fists, her eyes sparkling with the shape of berries. If we truly manage to find Princess Vivi, perhaps Cobra will be so pleased that he'll reward us handsomely. The Overlord rolled his eyes at Nami's enthusiasm. This little thief truly had a knack for associating every endeavor with wealth. No wonder pirate fans referred to her as the Fortune Cat, a master of money-making, her abilities reaching a maximum level. Furthermore, the Overlord did not believe that if he successfully found Princess Vivi, it would bring joy to Cobra. After all, the first impression he left on Cobra was far from favorable. In Cobra's eyes, the appearance of Princess Vivi would likely result in her being thrust into peril, subjected to various injustices. Yet, one must ponder, how can absolute fairness exist in this world? To impose the same constraints of rules upon true power is inherently unjust. Weakness, indeed, is the original sin. Father, how can we possibly locate Princess Vivi? Logically, given her prolonged disconnection with Icolum, could she have been captured by Baroque works as leverage? Nami, resembling a money-obsessed fortune cat, circled around the Overlord, inquiring incessantly, clearly intent on extorting a generous sum from Cobra to enhance her dowry. According to logic, if Icolum has already revealed his identity, then Princess Vivi would likely be unable to continue her work at the Baroque works and might have already been captured and subjected to harsh interrogation. However, in reality, Princess Vivi fortuitously received a special mission, rendering her temporarily unable to return to Alabasta and allowing her to evade calamity for the time being. This intelligence was discreetly relayed to him by MR3, a subordinate of the formidable Chu Ba Wang on Taigu Island. Yet, even if Princess Vivi has narrowly escaped this crisis, once her task is complete, she may still find herself ensnared, unwittingly walking into a trap. Chu Ba Wang pinched Nami's charming little face, enjoying the smoothness. And with a satisfied smile, he thought, though both Ykalem and Princess Vivi are undercover agents within Baroque Works, their entrance into the organization is not as partners. Currently, Princess Vivi is likely executing a task assigned by Sand Crocodile in some obscure corner, oblivious to her circumstances. Therefore, her safety is not a concern, and there is no need to hastily search for her whereabouts. Although Ykalem provided several potential locations for Princess Vivi, searching for an individual in such a vast nation as Alabasta is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. If they ultimately fail to locate her, it would be a thankless endeavor. And what thankless tasks would Chu Ba Wang undertake? Certainly none. However, there is an old adage, to catch a thief, one must first capture the kingpin. If they can find either Sand Crocodile or Nico Robin, this dilemma would be easily resolved. Both possess enough authority within Baroque Works to command Princess Vivi to return to the headquarters. Once they locate Nico Robin or Crocodile, they can simply wait for Princess Vivi to come to them. The turmoil in Alabasta can be traced back to Baroque Works covertly instigating chaos. As Princess Vivi is a member of Baroque Works, if they tackle the issue from this angle, they can swiftly discover her whereabouts. Initially anxious, Daski's eyes sparkled with newfound vigor upon hearing this. She had thought Chu Ba Wang was merely seeking amusement for himself, and any attempts to assist would be perfunctory. To her surprise, he had indeed formulated a viable strategy. This tactic is masterfully akin to undermining the foundation. Chu Ba Wang, you are truly remarkable. To devise a solution so swiftly is indeed incisive. In this moment, Dasky expressed genuine admiration and awe. Compared to opposing Chu Ba Wang, Dasky's inherent nature aligns with the camp of kindness and order. Even as a prisoner of Chu Ba Wang, she, as a naval officer, upholds the principle of aiding the weak and prioritizing the people, undeterred by his mistreatment. With Alabasta on the brink of a massive conflict involving millions, Dasky truly cannot bear to witness the rivers of blood shed by the soldiers. Thus, at this moment, Dasky was exceptionally obedient, hoping that Chu Ba Wang could indeed crush the source of war in its infancy. To speak bluntly, if Chu Ba Wang could spare Alabasta from turmoil, she would even comply with orders to prepare herself and await his favor. Chu Ba Wang, since Baroque Works has covertly meddled for 3 years before being caught. It must be a deeply entrenched organization, with its internal informants likely maintaining the highest level of single-line communication. Given this, from where should we commence? To penetrate the surface and uncover their headquarters? Chu Ba Wang rolled his eyes at Dasky's inquiry, thinking she must have lost her wits from hunger. To ascertain Baroque Works' headquarters is rather simple. Does she truly believe my subordinates are merely idling? Nonetheless, Chu Ba Wang hoped Dasky's character would not undergo significant alteration. Each person possesses their unique brilliance. Nami, Dasky, and even Koya and Xiaoqing are no exceptions. If the ladies around him were all faceless and identical, life would become exceedingly mundane. Only by preserving their individuality can life become vibrant and colorful. Is that not so? Dasky, your question strikes at the heart of the matter. Chu Ba Wang laughed heartily, instantly embodying a detective's persona, seamlessly weaving an explanation without a script. Ykalem and Princess Vivi hold low ranks within Baroque Works, lacking access to the headquarters authority, and can only passively await summons. However, while they cannot access the core secrets of Baroque Works, prisoners residing in the lawless zone possess numerous useful pieces of information. Prior to searching for Princess Vivi, I employed some clever tactics to infiltrate Alabasta's maximum security prison, obtaining valuable intelligence from those desperate outlaws. In a city called Yuqing within Alabasta, there exists a renowned establishment known as the Yuyue Casino, a hotspot for underground power activities and a notorious hub for the circulation of information. Yet, you may find it hard to believe that the proprietor of the Yuyue Casino is in truth, a woman. Moreover, she is known by another moniker in the circles of world politics and the naval headquarters, the Demoness Child, Nico Robin. Listening to Chu-Ba Wang's articulate analysis, Dasky could not help but nod in agreement. This method is indeed ingenious. Those hardened criminals are deeply embedded in the underworld and possess a wealth of hidden information. It is truly brilliant of you, Chu-Ba Wang, to think of extracting news from these inmates. The influence of the UUE casino on the black market cannot be underestimated. Baroque Works surely aims to expand its power. Typically, two tigers cannot occupy the same mountain unless one is male and the other female. Given the current intelligence, it appears that the female owner of the UUE casino, Nico Robin, has a significantly close relationship with Baroque Works, although their positions differ. Dasky is somewhat displeased with Chu-Ba Wang's manipulative tactics, yet she cannot help but admire how well he has developed his devil fruit powers. The imagination of the devil fruit and Chu-Ba Wang's boundless creativity are a perfect match. Regarding the devil fruit, while there exists a hierarchy of restraints, the true combat prowess of the user ultimately hinges on their mastery of the fruit. Chu-Ba Wang's development of his devil fruit abilities is unparalleled, unmatched by anyone in history. If only Chu-Ba Wang were a talent within the Navy, I would not have to stand against him. Dasky's heart swayed, her gaze towards Chu-Ba Wang flickering with a peculiar emotion. Most individuals within the Navy are brash and lacking in strategy. Those like Chu-Ba Wang, who are not only handsome but also intelligent and possess immeasurable strength, are rare gems. Just look at the positions of the strategic geniuses in the Navy, and one can grasp the significance of such talents. Chu-Ba Wang initially intended to broaden Usopp's horizons, but to his dismay, this compatriot proved to be rather lackluster. Upon hearing that Chu-Ba Wang and Nami were to confront the underground forces in a show of strength, he suddenly succumbed to an affliction known as unable to log in to the Rain City, and hurried off to seek out Luffy and Zoro. Nami muttered softly, "Usopp truly lacks resolve. He always runs the fastest." Meanwhile, Dasky was brimming with enthusiasm, eager to apprehend those nefarious individuals. Forget about him. With the formidable Chu-Ba Wang at our side, victory is assured. Following Zoro, Sanji, and Roger, the naturally naive Dasky also joined the ranks of those who would inevitably yield to temptation. Before long, Chu-Ba Wang escorted Nami and Dasky to the illustrious Rain City. The rampant underground forces and lawbreakers here were deeply intertwined with Crocodile, as it was indeed his stronghold. In pursuit of amassing considerable wealth to prepare for future conquests across the seas, Crocodile secretly constructed numerous exclusive gambling establishments, manipulating events from the shadows as their clandestine owner. Ostensibly, he was a warlord of the sea, punishing pirates and upholding justice, while in reality, he was plotting a grand coup. Wow, is this the largest gambling house in the area? It is indeed quite opulent. There must be many nefarious characters here, their riches undoubtedly ill-gotten. It seems the time has come for me, the little thief cat, to redistribute wealth and act on behalf of justice. The glimmer of excitement in Nami's eyes was unmistakable, revealing her eagerness to engage in thievery. She earned the nickname Little Thief Cat due to her origins as a thief. The distinction, however, is that Nami only pilfers from the unscrupulous, never from the innocent or the weak. She is a quintessential expert in the art of black-on-black crime. Nevertheless, despite her claims of acting on behalf of justice, the wealth she steals is often kept for herself, suggesting that in her eyes, she is the most impoverished of all. It is no wonder she is so exhilarated. It seems her professional instincts have kicked in. Chu-Ba Wang was equally taken aback by Nami's audacious behavior, wondering how a thief could have developed such muscle memory. Witnessing her excitement at the sight of a casino was quite the revelation. How can my adopted daughter, Chu-Ba Wang's child, be reduced to a petty criminal? He stepped forward, grasping Nami's exquisite face and admonishing her while gesturing towards the scum surrounding them. The gold we discover on Taiku Island is worth at least several hundred million. Combined with the pocket money I provide you, is that not sufficient for your expenses? From now on, if I catch you sneaking around in front of me, I shall not spare you. Nami's face contorted in exaggerated shapes under Chu-Ba Wang's playful grip. as she whimpered, "Ouch, that hurts." "Please stop." Dasky interjected, "Really, sir? Can we even drive on this terrible road?" Chu Bawang, brimming with confidence, reprimanded, "Do you think your father, am so impressive that you need to be sneaky? Nami, remember this. If you covet any ill-gotten gains, there is no need for stealth. Simply take it. I wish to see who would dare disrespect my authority." Dasky remarked, "Goodness, I can't believe this is how you mentor the younger generation. If Nami truly heeds your advice, she will surely evolve from a thief to a robber one day. Such unique educational methods and philosophies are likely unparalleled in the entire pirate world. But then again, who could expect anything less from Chu Bawang? His approach is straightforward. Why steal when one can simply take by force? Be gentle, father. You are hurting me." Due to the considerable height difference between Chu Bawang and Nami, she had to stretch on her toes to alleviate the burning sensation on her face. If Luffy and Zoro were to witness this scene, they would likely be left agape in astonishment. Even their most formidable navigator was subjected to such treatment. How astonishing! As the trio continued their jovial banter, they advanced into the grandest gambling house in Rain City. Upon entering this lavish establishment, Chu Bawang was immediately assaulted by the acrid scent of smoke and the cacophony of voices, shattering his rare good mood. Even more irksome was the sight of a brash, yellow-haired youth swaggering towards Nami and Dasky. Good grief, what a nuisance. No matter where I go, there are always some imbeciles trying to ruin my day. A robust, yellow-haired man approached, clearly fixated on Nami and Dasky. Adorned with a grotesque skull-like visage etched on his chest, he exuded a menacing aura. A mere glance was sufficient for Chu Bawang to identify him as Bellamy, the spring fruit user, with a bounty of 55 million. This character had long irritated Chu Bawang during his anime watching days, ranking among his top 10 most disliked individuals, as he often dragged out the plot to unbearable lengths. Logically, Bellamy should have been in his hometown of Mocktown, yet fate had brought him here. A sign that the heavens wished to fulfill Chu Bawang's unachieved dreams from his previous life. Mocktown was where Luffy first clashed with his fated rival, Blackbeard Teach, and had birthed many iconic moments. Dreams, after all, never truly die. Unfortunately, Blackbeard was far too unsightly. Had he possessed a more charismatic visage, this very phrase could have immortalized him. It appears a spectacle is about to unfold, for Bellamy seems to be on the prowl for his next object of desire. This fellow is truly incorrigible. Another unfortunate girl is likely to fall victim to his advances. If only I could discover those two delightful damsels first. Their figures are simply too enticing. To engage in a double encounter would be the ultimate thrill. Bellamy has evidently frequented the Rain City gambling house before, earning a notorious reputation. Oda had subtly hinted that women in Bellamy's crew were mere playthings, often shared among the officers. However, this is not surprising. The prevailing theme among pirates remains one of violence and plunder, unlike the Straw Hat crew, which harbors little ambition. Characters such as Nami and Chopper contribute positively to the world. Had Nami and Chopper successfully created a world map and a universal remedy, their widespread distribution would be a boon for all humanity. This seemingly delicate fellow is in for a rough time. The visage of Chu Bawang appears somewhat youthful, which, in the context of the generally precocious world of pirates, suggests he might not even be 18. Coupled with Chu Bawang's graceful entrance, he gives off the impression of a wealthy young scion eager to broaden his horizons. However, to the ruthless bandits present, such affluent young gentlemen are of little consequence. At best, they are mere targets to enhance their bounty. Beautiful lady, the night is long. Would you care to share a drink with me? The brash Bellamy, with no sense of discretion, boldly strides forward, a glass of red wine in his left hand and his chest proudly exposed. As for Chu Bawang beside him, he is nearly disregarded by Bellamy. This world has never been devoid of reckless fools like Luffy. The likes of Drought Jack and Bellamy are indeed champions of foolishness. However, when Bellamy is a mere 5 steps away from Chu Bawang and Nami, his expression suddenly shifts to one of horror. With a casual wave of his hand, Chu Bawang deploys the advanced Marine 6-style shave, sending a bubble of air piercing through Bellamy's thigh. One bubble seems to tremble slightly, gliding through Bellamy's groin with precision. Bang! Bellamy, struck where it hurts, is drenched in sweat. Even with his springy physique, he can no longer sustain his combat strength. His knees crash to the ground, leaving him kneeling before Chu Ba Wong. How is this possible? How could you master the Marine 6 styles? The intense pain jolts Bellamy back to reality, yet he can scarcely believe what has transpired before him. He cannot fathom being bested by an insignificant nobody, nor dares to lower his gaze to assess his wounds, fearing he might never see his beloved Bellamy again. Dog, what was it you wished to say? The onlookers are momentarily blinded as Chu Ba Wong's figure flickers, his long, sharp fingertips poised at Bellamy's forehead, exuding an air of nonchalance. Bellamy, without needing to think, comprehends the vast disparity between them. With a mere thought from his opponent, his life could be extinguished. Indeed, this is Bellamy the hyena, a pirate with a bounty of 500 berries, who has, astonishingly, achieved victory with just a glance. While the battle itself may be elaborated upon, it all transpires within a fleeting instant. The gamblers are paralyzed with fear, their eyes betraying their disbelief. They had assumed this individual was merely a teenager, emboldening Bellamy to provoke him. Yet he has inadvertently struck a formidable opponent. At last, Bellamy has met his match, daring to covet my woman and deserving of this fate. Alas, I wonder how the lady I admire is faring. I hope she remains well. Take care, my brother. I too have been through this. Yet, I am fortunate to possess a field of grass I wish to donate to you. If you wish to lead a life of ease, adorn your head with greenery. Faced with the indifferent gaze of Chu Ba Wong, Bellamy nearly soils himself in fear, his instinct for survival compelling him to plead, and Master Ba Wong. Regrettably, Chu Ba Wong is disinterested in engaging with Bellamy, swiftly snatching the unopened bottle of wine from his grasp. A swift motion shatters it into a multitude of glass shards. Pleading is futile. Merely open your mouth, and I shall spare your life. Complying with Chu Ba Wong's command, Bellamy dares not resist and desperately mixes the broken glass with the spilled wine on the ground, grinding his teeth as he swallows it down. Chu Ba Wong remains calm, perceiving no wrongdoing in his actions. For him, if one is confirmed as an enemy, there is no need for mercy. If an ally is inadvertently harmed, they might as well don the enemy's attire and dig their own grave. Excellent. Now, swallow all the glass shards you just ingested. Chu Ba Wong's smile remains warm, yet to the hard-headed Bellamy, it feels akin to facing a demon, sending shivers down his spine. He has already held the shards in his mouth, and now he is commanded to swallow them? Do you wish for me to excrete glass shards? With no alternatives left, Bellamy grits his teeth, chewing the shards into smaller pieces and swallowing them. Remarkably, the average physique of the denizens in the pirate world is extraordinary. Despite having his lower regions obliterated by Chu Ba Wong and consuming an entire bottle's worth of glass shards, Bellamy surprisingly clings to life. Indeed, he is a hyena, demonstrating remarkable resilience. The cunning thief Nami, having stealthily approached Bellamy from behind, extends her hand to snatch the pouch tied to his waist, beaming as she gestures towards Chu Ba Wong. Daddy, look, I've earned a fortune. From this day forth, I, Nami, shall no longer resort to thievery. Anything I desire, I can simply reclaim. Should you wish to gamble a few rounds, this will suffice. After uttering these words, Nami playfully kicks Bellamy, inadvertently sending him tumbling into a trash bin. Thus, Miss Nami, have you evolved from a level 1 thief to a level 2 robber? Dasky wipes non-existent sweat from her brow, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Bellamy is indeed foolish for provoking the calamity that is Chu Ba Wong. He is truly reckless, rivaling the likes of the dim-witted Luffy. Nonetheless, one must acknowledge that escaping from Chu Ba Wong with merely the loss of his dignity and manhood is a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Ruffling Nami's adorable hair, Chu Ba Wong does not relent, pointing at the crowd. You, and you lot. Chu Ba Wong's finger targets those who had spoken ill upon entering the casino. With a commanding presence akin to a monarch, he declares, if you wish to live, each of you shall slap yourselves 1,000 times. One less, and you shall face death. The individuals singled out erupt in fury, confronting him with hostility. How dare you? Yet before they can finish, a barrage of air bubbles shoots forth, shattering their kneecaps. A familiar scene unfolds once more. Chubawan Thimain Gompot, addressing the precious lives of the unruly ruffians. Today, I am in a good mood and do not wish to shed blood. However, do not make me repeat myself. The defiant ones collapse to the ground, their knees in tatters, likely never to rise again. Yet before they can voice their grievances, they instinctively begin to strike their own faces with fervor. The remaining individuals whose names were called exhibited pallid expressions, while among the crowd, some frantically slapped themselves in a fit of madness. In the blink of an eye, their already unappealing faces swelled to resemble that of a pig's head. In the exuberant atmosphere of the Yuyan Duchong, they formed a peculiar yet vibrant spectacle. Nami deftly pilfered the coin purses from the waists of these ruffians, instantly realizing the dreams of countless individuals who aspired to sudden wealth overnight. With a look of feigned regret, she remarked, "Some people are simply foolish, perpetually courting disaster. It seems Yuan Longping has indulged you all too well, leaving you with excess energy from your daily feasting, lacking any real strength, yet daring to flaunt yourselves before my father. Who gave you the audacity? Is it the Red Dog? However, it is fortunate that your lives still hold some value. At the very least, you have helped me amass considerable wealth, enriching my treasury." Delighted by her windfall, Nami gleefully climbed onto the back of Chu Bawang, affectionately exclaiming, "Oh, my dear, I truly adore you. If there are ever more opportunities for such daring exploits or the need for a final tally of assets, please ensure I am included." Chu Bawang wore a look of exasperation. Is it really necessary to be this elated over a mere few hundred million? Are you truly so easily satisfied? You lack any ambition. He had originally intended to bestow upon Nami a Jinjing fruit for her amusement. Now, possessing the perfect level in fruit, which granted him the authority to transfer the powers of a devil fruit to others, he felt confident in his abilities. If Blackbeard could transfer the power of the transparent fruit to Shiryu of Arain, surely he could do the same. However, witnessing Nami's peculiar antics for a paltry few hundred million berries, he mused that if she were granted a Jinjing fruit, she would likely be overjoyed beyond measure. Nami, in a state of exuberance, skipped about the casino, humming a nursery rhyme from Coco Xia Village, clearly in high spirits. Surrounding underground bosses hastily protected their coin purses, fearful of unwittingly provoking a lady of such caliber. "When has your family ever been without money?" "I was unaware," remarked Dasky. Chu Bawang paused at one of the gambling tables. Although he was not particularly fond of the Yuyan Ducha's dark ambience, with its hidden filth, an old adage came to mind. Now that I am here, I might as well indulge in something different and exciting. With that thought, he boldly approached the central gambling tables, where only the most formidable underground figures dared to play, individuals who were as ruthless as they were reckless. Yet, as they caught sight of Chu Bawang striding towards them, these once intimidating figures transformed into timid sheep, scattering like stars in the sky. In an instant, the once bustling central gambling table was left with only Chu Bawang. With his hands clasped behind him, he surveyed the scene like an invincible sovereign, reflecting, "Life can indeed be as lonely as snow. Even in my search for a worthy opponent, I find none." He boldly took his seat at the central table, causing the previously lively underground bosses to scatter in fear, as if fleeing from a plague. In a heartbeat, the once lively table was left with only a nervous dealer, who anxiously glanced at Chu Bawang and stammered, "Mr. Bawang, it seems no one dares to gamble with you. Would you like to try a different casino?" Maintaining a stoic demeanor, Chu Bawang settled beside the dealer, with Nami and Dasky flanking him, their faces filled with curiosity. His voice was cold as he stated, "Since no one dares to gamble with me, summon your casino's owner to play a few rounds with me." The Yuying Duchang was the stronghold of Crocodile, its apparent operator. Understanding the principle of capturing the king before the pawns, he found it more prudent to apprehend the leader of the Baroque works rather than embark on a fruitless search for Princess Vivi. "I apologize, Mr. White Devil. Our boss is currently absent. Perhaps I could play a few rounds with you? I wonder if I qualify for this table." A voice imbued with the essence of a sophisticated lady resonated from the second floor. Instantly, All eyes were drawn to the source. Who would dare confront such a fearsome figure as Chu Baowang? There must be something intriguing afoot. Descending gracefully was a tall woman, exuding an air of cold elegance. Her striking features were accentuated by bright, star-like eyes, topped with a purple round hat. Her long black hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall. She wore a purple low-cut top paired with provocative shorts and stylishly perforated ankle boots. The intense lighting cast an alluring glow upon her, creating an enchanting aura. As a smile graced her captivating face, it harmonized beautifully with the ethereal charm surrounding her, rendering her the undeniable center of attention. While Nami had developed quite impressively, she appeared youthful and naive in comparison to this woman. Undoubtedly, this enchanting figure was Nico Robin, the remnant of the O'Hara incident, who, at the tender age of 8, had a bounty of 79 million berries, possibly one of the last individuals able to decipher the poneglyphs, known as the Son of the Devil. After a brief moment of appraisal, Chu Baowang's lips curled into a slight smile. He had initially intended to recruit Crocodile as an ally, simplifying future endeavors. However, it seemed Crocodile was not present, likely preoccupied with maintaining his fearsome reputation among pirates. As Nico Robin took charge, the dealer visibly relaxed, bowing respectfully, "Boss, you have arrived." Within the opulent Yan Duchong, most gamblers and underground bosses were aware that Nico Robin was second only to Crocodile in authority. Yet, none knew her true identity or origins. Who could have imagined that a mere 8-year-old girl could survive for so long and thrive so remarkably? After all, she was the girl with a bounty of 79 million berries, more than double Monkey D. Luffy's initial bounty of 30 million berries, highlighting the significant concern the world government and the Navy had for Nico Robin. Rest assured, I trust Mr. White Devil's character. He will not recklessly damage the casino's property. Nico Robin reassured the dealer with a gentle smile, effortlessly calming her frayed nerves. Perhaps others are unaware that the bounty for Chu Baowang has escalated from 90 million berries to a staggering 1 billion berries. However, as the second-in-command of the Baroque works, she is certainly not oblivious to this development. From the moment Chu Baowang set foot in this casino and incapacitated the hyena Bellamy, her network of informants had already reported back to her. What took her by surprise was that Bellamy, with a bounty of 55 million berries, was utterly powerless, failing to even graze the hem of Chu Baowang's attire before being defeated. If she did not make her appearance soon, no one in the casino would be able to subdue this enigmatic dragon crossing the river. "Mr. White Devil, I wonder if I am qualified to wager against you?" Robin gazed at Chu Baowang, her exterior calm, but her heart racing like a frantic dog. This was a notorious criminal with a bounty of 1 billion berries. And even she lacked confidence in delaying long enough for Crocodile to arrive and protect the crystal. She needed Crocodile's assistance to decipher the historical texts hidden in Alabasta. Upon first laying eyes on Robin, Chu Baowang was struck with a singular thought. 2 years ago, Robin's skin was indeed much darker. It is officially noted that initially, Robin's skin in the manga was intended to be white, but due to a coloring error in the anime, she appeared with a darker complexion. Fans humorously claimed that Robin's skin was frozen white, but in reality, it has always been depicted as white in the manga. Despite Robin's current appearance resembling that of a dark-faced figure of justice, it would not be long before she could rival the whiteness of milk. Chu Baowang looked into Robin's eyes and remarked, "Since you're the casino owner I specifically named, you naturally possess the qualification to wager against me." Chu Baowang found himself particularly intrigued by Robin, who exuded a mature and nurturing aura. In the realm of pirates, she might be the only archaeologist capable of interpreting the historical texts. At least, on the surface, O'Hara remains the last bastion of such knowledge. While he held no interest in Roger's One Piece, he was rather curious about the historical truths lost for 8 centuries. He was eager to discover how Oda would fill in the gaps. Should Oda fail to do so adequately, he would not hesitate to send a box of blades across dimensions. This reflects the grievances of a devoted fan. It is truly unimaginable that the White Devil Chu Baowang is even more photogenic in person than in photographs. His looks are indeed a square of youthful charm. Upon encountering the real Chu Baowang, The somewhat cunning Nico Robin felt a wave of admiration. Had she not been aware of the Navy headquarters' brutal and cold-blooded nature as a puppet of the celestial dragons, she might have suspected that Chu Bawang intentionally used his most handsome selfie as a bounty poster. The angle of the photograph was so impeccable that it could rival that of the infamous Shanks using selfies as bounty posters. His modeling style was strikingly evident. If he were to be an ambassador for selling pianos, he would undoubtedly achieve great success. Yet, what astonished Nico Robin was not only Chu Bawang's astonishing beauty and charm, but also his strength and youth. The prowess of Chu Bawang was indeed as unfathomable as the legend suggested. Recently, he displayed swordsmanship rivaling that of the great swordsmen in Logtown. And now he had even executed the Marine 6 styles to breach the limits of human potential. What was most incredible was his youth, which seemed entirely disproportionate to his revealed strength. Could it be that the never-before-seen Paramecia-type devil fruit, the imagination fruit, was truly that overpowered? To be honest, when Chu Bawang swiftly dispatched Bellamy using the Marines' 6 styles, Nico Robin was genuinely startled. She initially feared that CP9 had come for her. However, upon reflection, which member of CP9 would act with such flamboyance? Which of them would audaciously resurrect the former pirate king Joel D. Roger? If Chu Bawang were indeed a member of CP9, Nico Robin would rather perform a headstand while washing her hair on the spot. As Robin assessed Chu Bawang, he too was scrutinizing her. Just so happens my supreme aircraft carrier, the Noah's Ark, is in need of a professional masseuse. With your Hannah know-me abilities, I can only imagine the comfort you would provide. This way, Robin would undoubtedly become a crew member I must have. While following the plot might keep one alive to 99, Chu Bawang had never intended to muddle through with Luffy and the others to reach a grand conclusion. Presently, he had already begun contemplating how to establish his own pirate crew. As for the unfortunate Luffy, who lost his crew member, Chu Bawang felt no concern, as he would not be the one to suffer losses. His enjoyment was paramount. The only regret was that he had yet to trigger any hidden quests, and thus could not reap further rewards from the system. Robin realized she was no match for Chu Bawang and could not decipher his intentions for visiting. She could only choose to temporarily placate him until Crocodile returned to devise a plan. With a smile, she extended her arm, pointing to the second floor. Mr. White Devil, the first floor is rather noisy. How about we move to the elegant rooms on the second floor for some leisure? There, we will be undisturbed. Lead the way. Chu Bawang rose, unconcerned that the second floor might be a trap laid with intricate designs. Given his strength, there was no need for him to act with caution. Nami and Dasky followed closely as Chu Bawang ascended the stairs. Before Chu Bawang had even left for 3 seconds, the ruffians downstairs, who had been humiliated by Chu Bawang and whose faces resembled swollen pig heads, exchanged glances, halting their vigorous slapping of their own faces. One man with shifty eyes muttered under his breath, "Damn it, it's all that bastard Bellamy's fault. When have I ever suffered such a great loss? Order to slap myself 1,000 times? Heh, now that he's gone, it's time to make my escape." However, before he could finish his sentence, a familiar sound pierced through the ceiling, accompanied by a whistling noise as fearsome air bubbles surged forth once again. The remaining few were instantly thrown into a panic, their faces paling as they realized they must intensify their self-inflicted slaps. Within mere minutes, their already swollen faces became so unrecognizable that even their mothers would struggle to identify them. Did they truly believe I could not hear their disparaging words? I have eyes in the back of my head. Whether it is the unparalleled observation of the Kin Bunchikahaki, or the omnipotent power of the Emporio, or even the recently acquired Golden Rinnegan, all equipped Chu Bawang with the ability to perceive every movement around him at any moment. Should one dare to speak ill of me behind my back, do you believe I would not crush your skull on the spot? The private room on the second floor is resplendent, adorned with opulent decor. The marble flooring boasts the most exquisite patterns available in the market, leaving no room for criticism in any detail, epitomizing luxury at its zenith. Chu Bawang sits across from Nico Robin, flanked by maids dressed in elegant attire. It appears that Old Shah is enjoying a rather comfortable life. However, it remains uncertain whether Old Shah has ever engaged with women, as Chu Bawang, a connoisseur of details, knows that the true gender of crocodile is still shrouded in mystery. According to the hints from the infamous Oda, crocodile's masculinity may have been a result of the gender transformation induced by the Okama king, Ivankov, who possesses the hormone fruit, capable of altering the genders of individuals at will. Trained maids present tea and pastries, and Nico Robin clearly excels in the art of tea preparation. After showcasing her skills, she graciously hands a cup of meticulously brewed tea to Chu Bawang, embodying the essence of the phrase, to delay time perfectly. Enjoy this premium oolong tea. Chu Bawang's gaze lingers on Robin's lips for an extended moment, seemingly entranced. Faced with the tea she is offered, he instinctively exclaims, "Thank you." Robin pauses, looking at him with an expression of disbelief. This is oolong tea. What makes you think it is white? A sinking feeling grips Chu Bawang. He cannot believe he has been ridiculed by Robin. His illustrious reputation is at stake. He quickly corrects himself, a slip of the tongue. Robin, Nami, and Dasky exchange puzzled glances. Observing Chu Bawang's erratic comments, the astute Nico Robin falls into contemplation. This cannot be true, can it? Is it possible for someone to possess the ability of clairvoyance? Known for her composure and reliability, she recognizes that she may not be able to defeat Chu Bawang in this scenario, so she decides to keep this matter in mind for when Crocodile returns. Nico Robin arranges the betting chips presented by the maid and smiles slyly. I wonder what sort of wager you wish to engage in, Bawang. Just as Chu Bawang is about to respond, the familiar mechanical voice of the system interrupts. Ding! The gambler's quest has been triggered. The host must engage in a high-stakes game with Robin to determine the outcome, winning her over in the process. Task rewards: a modified version of the R'lyeh Divine Palm and 100 handcuffs made of sea prism stone with a concentration of 9,999. Note: small bets are for enjoyment. Large bets are detrimental, and reckless gambling leads to annihilation. For the happiness and well-being of your family, please abstain from gambling and drugs. Is the system malfunctioning? As a well-rounded youth of the new era, I do not indulge in gambling or drugs. In fact, Chu Bawang had previously acquired a volume of the R'lyeh Divine Palm, albeit from the world of Kung Fu. This time, the martial arts manual originates from Legend of the Emperor 5, R'lyeh Divine Palm. While both volumes share a name, their powers differ vastly. The modified version of the R'lyeh Divine Palm is capable of rivaling natural disasters, vanquishing demons and spirits, far surpassing the version from Kung Fu. As for the Sea Prism Stone handcuffs with a concentration of 9,999, it is well known that such handcuffs are graded by concentration, with higher concentrations being increasingly difficult to refine, thereby imposing greater restrictions on those with abilities. Even in Wano, where Sea Prism Stone handcuffs are produced, creating those with a concentration of 9,999 is an arduous task. Although the rewards may seem modest, the opportunity to acquire them for free is not to be overlooked. A mosquito's leg, no matter how small, is still meat. Chu Bawang refocuses on Robin, this time more at ease, avoiding any further awkward incidents. Small bets bring joy, large bets bring harm, and reckless gambling leads to oblivion. Gambling? It is certainly more intriguing when one goes all in. Therefore, I propose a wager on ourselves. Robin is taken aback, her voice soft as she queries. A wager on ourselves? What do you mean, Mr. Bawang? With a confident smile, Chu Bawang replies, is this concept really so difficult to grasp? We shall place ourselves on the line. One round to determine the victor. The loser becomes the personal property of the winner, bound to obey all commands unconditionally, sacrificing everything, even life and dignity. Robin retorts, is there truly such a deceitful method of betting? I have never heard of such a thing. To demand the sacrifice of life and dignity? This wager is utterly insane. Sipping her oolong tea, Robin straightens her posture, scrutinizing Chu Bawang. Despite her astuteness, she cannot discern the true intentions behind Chu Bawang's proposal. Yet, deep within, she feels a stirring. Her relationship with Crocodile is one of mutual exploitation. She understands the principle of eliminating the birds after utilizing them. Should she assist Crocodile in locating the ancient weapon, Pluton, it could very well be her demise. Crocodile, a formidable figure, would not make the mistake of sparing her once she had served her purpose. Winning against Chu Bawang would undoubtedly provide her with a significant bargaining chip in negotiations. Perhaps she could turn the tables and alter her unfavorable circumstances. In truth, Robin is not afraid of death. Rather, she fears dying without purpose, without uncovering the historical truths that vanished 800 years ago. What captivates her most is the rumored ability of Chu Bawang to resurrect the deceased. If the rumors hold any truth, there lies the chance to bring back her mother and all her companions from O'Hara. Robin's heart races. Yet, this desire does not compel her to place herself as a wager. With a glimmer in her eyes, she gently inquires, "May I ask why you would propose such an audacious request?" The reason is quite simple. I am endeavoring to assemble the most magnificent, invincible fleet in history. As the captain, I require a skilled masseuse. I have heard that your Hana no Mi allows you to produce countless small hands, which surely qualify you for the position of my personal masseuse, ensuring my utmost comfort. Robin's expression is one of astonishment. You wish to use my Hana no Mi for massage? You truly are a unique individual. Your imagination knows no bounds. Are you suggesting I could open a massage parlor and earn a fortune? Do not be surprised. Besides knowing about your Hana no Mi, I'm also aware of your deep-seated hatred for a certain individual, one you dream of slaying. He is the one who murdered your mother, named Spandam. However, you are utterly powerless to seek revenge against him, for he is the high-ranking officer of the world's corrupt secret intelligence agency, CP9. Chu Bawang lightly sipped his oolong tea and remarked casually, "Am I not correct? The devil's child, Nico Robin?" In the following moments, he reiterated, "Am I not right? The devil's child, Miss Nico Robin, who is currently wanted by the world government with a bounty of 79 million berries." He deliberately emphasized the name Robin to ensure his words resonated clearly with her. Upon hearing this, Robin's heart raced, and her body trembled slightly. Her gaze instinctively darted around, searching for any signs of surveillance. Robin was adept at camouflage, her movements subtle and calculated, a result of nearly 2 decades spent outsmarting CP9 and the world government. "White Devil, how did you recognize me?" Robin took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling rapidly, a chilling aura enveloping her countenance. Yet to Chu Bawang, this display was mesmerizing, a captivating sight that made him linger. Indeed, Robin was undeniably alluring. The bounty poster depicted Robin as she appeared at the tender age of 8. However, she had since blossomed into a statuesque beauty, making it improbable for anyone to recognize her true identity. Even in this rain-soaked casino, where she frequented, only Crocodile was privy to her codename, Miss All Sunday, let alone her real name. What astounded Robin was that Chu Bawang had effortlessly unveiled her nickname and true name, which were currently under the world government's pursuit. If she could not silence him today, her tranquil days in Alabasta might come to an abrupt end. "Answer me." With this thought in mind, a surge of murderous intent welled up within Robin, and she demanded fiercely, "Who else knows about my whereabouts in Alabasta apart from you? And are you not a lackey of the world government?" Chu Bawang chuckled warmly, his laughter ringing out. "A lackey of the world government? Huh, you underestimate me far too much. That rabble doesn't even merit the right to shine my shoes. Besides, which member of CP9 pursuing you possesses my level of charm? Goodness, are you praising your own looks in such a roundabout way?" Robin retorted, "While I can see that you are indeed handsome, your audacity is rather excessive." Chu Bawang's playful banter slightly eased Robin's wariness, leading her to believe that he was not a member of CP9. Given CP9's notorious ruthlessness, they would likely have apprehended her at first sight. "Since you're not from CP9, what grievances could I possibly have against you? Are you after my bounty?" Cautious, Robin remained resolute, seeking more definitive information from Chu Bawang. Nearby, Nami and Daz Bones were amused. For a mere bounty of 79 million berries, it hardly seems worth it for Chu Bawang to personally intervene. "Ah, Robin, I never imagined you to be so naive. You bear no resemblance to your future cunning self. If you ask me, I must respond. Otherwise, I would lose face. If you desire answers, let's wager," he declared boldly. "I challenge you to a game of chance. Regardless of the outcome, you shall obtain the answers you seek. I ask you again, do you dare to go all in with me?" Were it not for the desire to acquire 100 pairs of sea prism stone handcuffs from the system, Chu Baowang would have long since subdued Robin and taken her away. The system's requirement was for her to win the gamble, indicating that Robin must agree to the stakes. Otherwise, he could not gain the rewards. In truth, the reward was trivial. Chu Baowang simply relished the thrill of acquiring something for nothing. Nico Robin's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly throughout their exchange. Her gaze never strayed from Chu Baowang's. Yet, despite her conjectures, she could not decipher the enigmatic intentions behind his actions. Did he truly merely seek a professional masseuse? Indeed, you're the one in need of a massage. It seemed that the White Devil was rather confident in his gambling prowess. Yet coincidentally, Robin had also dabbled in gambling, remaining undefeated since her debut. One could hardly mislabel her as anything less than a champion. There are 3 dice here. You may roll them yourself. We shall wager based on the total sum. Whoever guesses closest wins. I shall match your wager, and we will settle it in one decisive round. Enraged, Nico Robin turned and seized an ancient wooden dice cup from a maid, slamming it down before Chu Baowang. When it came to gambling, she had never tasted defeat, especially in games involving dice. As a user of the Hana no Mi, she could not only discern the internal state of the dice, but also manipulate the outcome through her powers, secretly altering the total sum of the dice. She could dictate the outcome at will. If she were to lose, it would truly be a matter of the supernatural. Did Chu Baowang believe he could outplay her in gambling? Such arrogance was almost laughable. Excellent. You display great spirit. Anyone who backs down is but a coward. Chu Baowang felt elated at the prospect of gaining rewards from the system and, in an instant, transformed into a blur, appearing behind Nico Robin. How swift! What are you planning to do to me? Robin gasped in astonishment, completely unprepared for the rapidity of his advance, which left her no time to react. Before she could finish her words, she felt her entire body weaken, collapsing into an ambiguous position atop the table and chairs. Her delicate wrist was firmly secured by the sea prism stone handcuffs that Chu Baowang had snatched from the Navy. You ambushed me. You deceitful rogue. You are indeed a lackey of the world government. I'll let my guard down. What do you intend to do with me? For the sake of my womanhood, if you seek to kill or maim, grant me a swift end. Chu Baowang rolled his eyes, reaching out to flick her smooth forehead playfully, grinning as he said, What do you think I want to do? Surely, it is to prevent you from cheating. Do you truly believe I am unaware of your reputation as a casino cheat? However, in the realm of cheating, you are merely a novice, while I am a master. Since this is a gamble, it must adhere to principles of fairness and integrity, relying solely on pure luck. If anyone attempts to cheat, it is no longer a gamble, but rather a scam. Feigning seriousness, Chu Baowang cuffed the other end of the sea prism stone to his own wrist, smiling. Now that you know, I am an ability user of the imagination fruit. You should understand that sea prism stone affects me just the same. However, my physical prowess far surpasses yours. Even the most potent sea prism stone may not restrain my movements. Yet, the derived abilities of the devil fruit have become entirely ineffective. The reason I'm doing this is to engage in a fair and just gamble with you. Thus, this is a wager entirely reliant on fortune. Upon hearing this, Nico Robin's face flushed a deep crimson. She never anticipated that the formidable Chu Baowang would act with such integrity, and in her mind, she had underestimated his character. Indeed, if one were to cheat using the Hua fruit, it could hardly be considered gambling. However, without resorting to the Hua fruit, Robin, who had never studied gambling, felt utterly devoid of confidence in her chances of winning. Should she lose, she would become the private property of her opponent from that moment forth. Wait a moment. Could it be that Chu Baowang's seemingly genuine sea floor stone handcuffs were in fact counterfeit? Pondering this, the cautious Robin immediately raised her hand in protest. How can I ascertain whether the sea floor stone handcuffs you wear are authentic? If mine are genuine and yours are fake, wouldn't that mean you could cheat while I could not? That would be most unfair. You crafty little fox. You certainly are overly cautious. No wonder you have survived alone at sea for 20 years since the tender age of 8. It would indeed be a pity if such prudence were not harnessed for a noble cause. Chu Baowang chuckled calmly and exchanged the handcuffs binding Robin's wrists for his own. Now, You have no grounds for complaint. You must concede defeat gracefully. Robin's expression turned to one of utter dismay as she could feel the authenticity of the sea floor stone on her wrist. Feeling a wave of shame wash over her. I sincerely apologize. I did not realize you were so honorable. It seems I misjudged your character. Chubawan sut non jialen. Extending the dice to Robin's small palm, winking playfully as he said, "You are the one to shake the dice. Let us engage in this duel, and let fate determine the victor. A single roll to decide it all." Nico Robin, grasping the dice that symbolized the initiative, could not help but feel a surge of emotion welling up within her. In a scenario where neither could cheat, the one who held the dice possessed the upper hand. Chu Ba Wang's gentlemanly gesture bestowed upon Robin one of the rarest feelings of warmth in this world, causing the ice that had long encased her heart to crack just slightly. Robin shook the dice energetically before slamming them onto the table. Truthfully, she had no understanding of gambling techniques and could not discern the sounds like seasoned gamblers could. Hence, she could only rely on her instincts to guess a number. My luck has always been quite favorable, and the sum of the 3 dice is most likely to be 10 or 10. Given this, I shall wager on the larger number, 11. It is worth noting that when throwing 3 dice simultaneously, the most probable sums are actually 10 or 11, each with a probability of 16. This employs the method of filling gaps in mathematical problems, and 10 and 11 are referred to as the median of this combination. How intriguing that the median is 10. In that case, I shall wager on another median. The academically challenged Chu Ba Wang, blissfully ignorant of the concept of median, was undeterred in his flamboyant facade. While he spoke lightly, he had secretly activated the Imperial Artifact 5 Vision Universal Power, allowing him to see the numbers inside the dice, which lent him unwavering confidence in his response. This time, Chu Ba Wang was still on the 5th tier. Although he professed not to cheat, his body remained honest. Let's unveil the dice. If the result is a high number, you win. If low, I win. Small. Small. It must be small. The dramatic Chu Ba Wang clasped his hands tightly, his expression gravely serious, as if he had staked his entire fortune on this gamble. If he were not to receive an Oscar for his performance, it would be quite unjust. As Robin slowly raised her hand, Nami and Dasky nearby were equally tense, rallying for Chu Ba Wang. Small. It has to be small. Robin observed the two, their foreheads taut with excitement, and she finally set her guard down. If one were to emerge as a dramatic actor, she might believe it, but if all 3 were actors, then Robin felt she would not have knelt in vain. As the dice were completely revealed, the answer became apparent. Yes, yes. I knew that Ba Wang's luck was unparalleled. It truly was a false alarm. Upon seeing the dice's outcome, Nami excitedly embraced Chu Ba Wang, showering him with kisses. The total was 9, closer to 10, meaning that Ba Wang emerged victorious. Dasky's face radiated with joy, genuinely pleased. Yet, she soon realized that she might have displayed too much enthusiasm, her expression reverting to one of tension. Though her inner delight could not be concealed, Nico Robin, delicate and frail, slumped completely into her seat, her beautiful eyes reflecting a sense of desolation. As if she had found liberation. Only 9? It seems I have lost. I never imagined I would engage in such a reckless act, wagering my very being on the table. What astonishes me even more is that even the heavens have not sided with me this time. My good fortune has been thoroughly extinguished by Ba Wang. Having lost this gamble, I have become the private property of the White Devil. What fate awaits me now? As Robin languished in despair, the familiar mechanical voice of the system echoed in Chu Ba Wang's ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, on engaging in a decisive gamble with Robin, bringing her under your sway. Task reward being dispatched. Modified version of the Rulai Palm, 100 authentic sea floor stone handcuffs with a concentration of 9,999. P.S. Small bets for pleasure, large bets for harm. Excessive gambling leads to utter ruin. For the happiness and well-being of the family, please refrain from gambling and substance abuse. There are countless paths, but safety is paramount. Gambling and drugs are illegal, leading to tears for loved ones. Chu Ba Wang, enough already. I understand the need to abstain from vices. However, dear system, I beseech you to refrain from adding unnecessary drama in the future. As the familiar mechanical sound of the system resonated, a torrent of memories distinct from the world of Kung Fu regarding the Rulai Palm surged into Chu Ba-Wang's mind. Simultaneously, his original muscular memory and cellular strength were once again enhanced. The power of the modified Rulai Palm is formidable enough to withstand natural disasters. It is indeed not to be underestimated. I concede defeat to you, and now I am powerless, bound by the sea-floor stone, unable to resist you. Can you now reveal your true intentions? Nico Robin slowly lifted her gaze, as if awaiting the judgment of fate. This was undoubtedly a Waterloo of her life. Having lost both body and soul to Chu Ba-Wang, what would her future hold? She dared not imagine. A warm smile graced Chu Ba-Wang's lips, as comforting as the winter sun. I have made my intentions clear from the very beginning. I intend to form an unprecedented legendary pirate crew on the Grand Line. Coincidentally, we are in need of a masseuse on board, and I believe your fruit abilities would be quite suitable for this role. Upon hearing this, Robin's lips twitched involuntarily. What do you mean you need a professional masseuse? Why not just admit that you desire my body? This is the first time I have encountered the notion of a pirate ship seeking to recruit a masseuse, which has truly broadened my horizons. The sarcasm in Robin's words unmistakably conveyed her dissatisfaction with Chu Ba-Wang's response. With a nonchalant shrug, Chu Ba-Wang remarked, "What is so impossible about that? Is my word so untrustworthy? Pirates are the very embodiment of freedom upon the seas. Is it truly strange for me to seek a masseuse? After all, there is someone who wishes to find a musician as a companion, and he even adopted a reindeer as a source of provisions." Nami and Dasky reflected that it was fortunate that Luffy and Chopper were not present, for it would surely lead to a violent confrontation. Should Chopper discover that he was merely seen as a source of provisions by Luffy, in a fit of rage he might very well pummel Luffy into submission. When Chopper unlocks the 8 gates, he can transform into a formidable force. Under nonchalant circumstances, Luffy might indeed struggle against this reindeer. White Devil, whatever you intend to do to me, please make it swift. I no longer wish to resist this cursed fate. Nico Robin made an effort to sit upright, her eyes brimming with sorrow as she spoke. Since the O'Hara incident 20 years ago, I have been in a state of perpetual flight since I was merely 8 years old. The morally ambiguous Navy, now a mere lackey, seeks to apprehend me, while those nefarious pirates wish to claim the bounty upon my head. Though the world is vast, I find no place to call my own. Truly, this world is utterly wretched. Vice Admiral Saul, I am deeply sorry. You once said that no one born into this world would ever be alone. Yet after so many years of searching, I have yet to find a companion willing to protect me wholeheartedly. She was aware that, sooner or later, she would be captured. Yet she did not anticipate that day would arrive so swiftly. The despair of her kin teetering on the brink of death felt as if it had occurred only yesterday. And the parting words of the giant Vice Admiral Saul remained etched in her memory. Dasky, who had initially intended to apprehend Robin, was momentarily taken aback. For reasons unknown, she felt an inkling that the reports regarding the O'Hara incident might possess deeper implications. Leaning closer to Chu Ba-Wang, Dasky whispered, "Lord Ba-Wang, might I inquire if you know the truth behind the O'Hara incident? I wish to understand what the Navy did to those historians." What a troublesome inquiry, Chu Ba-Wang mused. You, Dasky, truly have the audacity to utilize me as a mere encyclopedia? If I were to share my knowledge, would that not diminish my dignity? You wish to uncover the truth of the O'Hara incident? Very well, unless you agree to fetch me a foot bath this evening and assist me in bathing. With his arms crossed, Chu Ba-Wang regarded Dasky with a provocative gaze. While he was not averse to being perceived as a tool, even an encyclopedia of sorts, he was not one to suffer losses without gaining something in return. In all honesty, Chu Ba-Wang felt he had been excessively kind since Dasky's arrival. He had not compelled her to engage in any particularly embarrassing tasks. Even as a maid, her duties were limited to offering fruit and tidying the bedroom. If he did not commit a few more mischievous acts, he would feel somewhat remiss in living up to the fearsome reputation bestowed upon him by the world's corrupt powers. I, Chu Ba-Wang, desire to embody a villain. Very well, as long as you reveal the truth behind the O'Hara incident. I shall not only fetch you a foot bath tonight, but will personally assist you in your bath. To his surprise, Dasky readily accepted Chu Bawang's proposition, prompting him to regard her with newfound respect. Initially, he had assumed she was merely a naive girl, utterly convinced of the Navy's righteousness. But he was pleasantly surprised to discover her spirit of skepticism towards authority. Indeed, in the original narrative, during the Punk Hazard incident, it was Dasky who urged then-Lieutenant Smoker to suspect that there were infiltrators within the G5 Navy division. This was undoubtedly a significant provocation to the Navy's facade of justice. Given your earnestness, I shall reluctantly play the role of an informant. However, I advise you to brace yourself. The revelations I share may shatter your unwavering belief in justice. The truths hidden beneath the O'Hara incident are murkier than you might imagine. O'Hara was once the most renowned archaeological sanctuary in the West Sea and the birthplace of Nico Robin. It boasted the world's most esteemed scholars and the largest library, the Tree of Knowledge. However, the world government, fearing the risks associated with the continued existence of historical texts, was loath to allow the truths of 800 years ago to come to light. When Robin was 8, O'Hara was mercilessly bombarded and annihilated by the Navy's Buster Call, resulting in the subsequent erasure of O'Hara from the maps the following year. The great O'Hara and its scholars were obliterated in this man-made catastrophe. During the execution of that Buster Call, the then Vice Admiral Akainu, Red Dog, Sakazuki ordered the bombardment of civilian evacuation ships, fearing that scholars might be concealed among the civilians. This is why, despite numerous non-scholars boarding the evacuation vessels, only Nico Robin remained alive on O'Hara, struggling to survive. Among the 3 admirals of the Navy, Akainu Sakazuki is known for his iron-fisted approach. He harbors no compassion for pirates. To flawlessly execute the orders given by his superiors and ensure that no scholar escapes O'Hara, he even ordered the bombardment of vessels filled with innocent civilians. It was precisely due to the awareness of the catastrophic consequences that such unwavering justice would impose upon the world that Akiji Kuzan found himself at odds with Akainu Sakazuki in their bid for the position of Fleet Admiral. Their struggle for power lasted 10 days and nights, culminating in the peculiar climate of Punk Hazard, where one half was an icy landscape and the other an endless expanse of volcanic lava. The outcome is well known. Akiji lost a leg, while the Red Dog was left with a fatal ailment, leaving only the king of undercover, Kizu, to continue his carefree existence. To be frank, the archaeologists bore no guilt in this matter. The concealed histories should not always be obscured by those in power. The fault of the O'Hara incident lies squarely with the world government and the Navy that has mistaken enemies for allies. Although Chu Bawang is not particularly interested in One Piece, he is quite curious about the century of lost history. The system remarks, "What? You call that curiosity about the century of lost history? You are clearly yearning for Robin S. form." Those scholars sought the truth of the vanished history, driven by their professional ethics. Why should the world government resort to slaughtering them? Moreover, that unyielding Red Dog, who is unable to distinguish right from wrong, is utterly despicable. He could have minimized civilian casualties, yet chose to order the bombardment of evacuation ships, demonstrating a complete lack of humanity. The little thief cat Nami, upon hearing these words, was filled with rage, her delicate fists clenched tightly, trembling with fury. She longed to unleash the might of her Rui Jingu Bang upon that Red Dog, who had mercilessly slaughtered innocent civilians. The reason the corrupt world government had laid such a sinister hand upon the scholars of O'Hara must surely be rooted in some unspeakable secret. This secret, concealed within the vanished truths of history, could very well pose a threat to their dominion. Nami had once thought the plight of her hometown, ravaged by the fisherman Arlong for a decade, was a stroke of bad luck. Yet, in contrast to Nico Robin's fate, she realized she was extraordinarily fortunate. Now, the island of O'Hara, once renowned as the pinnacle of academic exchange, was left with only Nico Robin, standing solitary. She could hardly fathom the trials and tribulations endured by an 8-year-old girl who had managed to survive until today. Meanwhile, Dasky's eyes were red with suppressed emotions. She could hardly believe that within the very Navy she held in such high regard, there existed individuals capable of indiscriminately gunning down innocent civilians seeking refuge. Such people were even awarded the highest military ranks. Shouldn't true justice prioritize the protection of the people? When did justice become merely a guise for the world government's oppression of civilians? For the first time, Dasky found herself questioning the unwavering beliefs she had held about justice. Enveloped in confusion, gently rubbing Nami's nearly explosive state, Chu Bawang removed the sea prism stone from Robin's wrist, declaring, "Nico Robin, from this day forth, your body and soul belong entirely to me. In this world, the only one who can bully you is me." Although Robin, shackled in handcuffs, was a sight to behold, Chu Bawang felt no need to threaten his own people with the sea prism stone, especially not one as stunning and statuesque as Robin. Rubbing her wrist, marked by the red imprint of the handcuffs, Robin looked at Chu Bawang in bewilderment. "Why, you're actually going to let me go?" Sitting cross-legged at the gambling table, Chu Bawang shrugged with a grin. "Have you committed any crimes? Why should I capture you? Besides, you can't possibly expect me to turn you over to the Navy for a bounty, can you? If I truly wanted to earn a bounty, I could easily have Dasky throw me in a prison and perform a real-life version of a rescue, teaching the young Navy a lesson." Robin blinked in disbelief. "According to the world government's orders, I am marked for death. Anyone associated with me is bound to meet the same fate. To hell with the world government. No one in this world can judge me." Chu Bawang spat, scoffing at the notion. Ultimately, in these vast seas, it is the victors who reign supreme, while the vanquished are left as outlaws. Strength is paramount. Those lacking power are the ones subjected to military tribunals. Old Man Carp had released the sea during the Marineford War and took in the bloodline of the former pirate king, Joel D. Rogers Ace, even contemplating betraying his comrade, the Red Dog, upon seeing Ace in person. Later, in public, he openly insulted the celestial dragons, yet he still thrived. When one's power surpasses a certain threshold, even the law cannot confine one's freedom. This man was exceedingly arrogant, disregarding the world government entirely. Observing the striking figure of the man before her, boldly proclaiming his supremacy, Robin was filled with mixed emotions. Indeed, how could one avoid such hubris if they were to earn the notorious title of the White Devil? Furthermore, if the rumors of a divine resurrection were true, the ones most anxious and fearful would be the world government. The former rulers of the seas were not solely the pirate king, Joel D. Roger, the sea overlord Rox, despite his downfall at God Valley, harbored ambitions to overthrow the world government. If he were to be resurrected, chaos would truly ensue. Chu Bawang possessed the divine ability to revive the deceased, akin to a superpower wielding nuclear arms, holding unprecedented deterrent strength. This was colloquially termed as nuclear threat. With such a threat in hand, Chu Bawang would undoubtedly cause the world government sleepless nights, eager to eliminate him. The world government would never permit the resurrection of enemies that threatened their rule, especially dangerous figures like Rox, who would be snuffed out in their cradle. No wonder the bounty on Chu Bawang and the Straw Hat crew soared tenfold after their ruckus in Rogertown. "Sister Robin, I am truly sorry. I am actually a soldier of the Navy, yet I failed to uncover the truth behind the O'Hara incident, allowing so many scholars and your mother to bear the brunt of public scorn for over 20 years. Had I been there, I would have defied orders and refused to execute the absurd command to bombard the refugee ships. But it is too late to say such things now. Even I cannot remedy the situation for you." Dasky stepped in front of Nico Robin, her face streaked with tears, her voice choked with emotion. "Sister Robin, I am truly sorry." Dasky's rank was merely that of a petty sergeant. There was a considerable distance to climb to reach the rank of major. To genuinely advocate for Robin, she would need to be at least a rear admiral to have any influence. "Wait, Miss Dasky, let me gather my thoughts. Why is it that, as a Navy officer, you find yourself beside the one at Chu Bawang?" The information I received indicated that Sergeant Dasky was killed by Chu Bawang. Nico Robin paused, realizing she had overlooked some crucial information, gazing at Dasky with a blank expression. Perhaps due to the severe repercussions of the incident involving the Navy's female soldier Dasky being taken by Chu Bawang. The high-ranking officials of the Navy had ultimately issued a statement declaring Sergeant Dasky as having died in the line of duty. The primary reason was that they did not believe the fragile Dasky could possibly survive the clutches of the brutal Chu Bawang. They could hardly imagine that after being abducted, Dasky not only survived but had been well cared for by Chu Bawang, thriving in the modern culinary delights, even gaining a bit of weight. What? You say I have already been killed by Chu Bawang? Dasky exclaimed, equally bewildered. However, perhaps due to her time spent with the cunning Chu Bawang, her intelligence had notably improved. In no time, she pieced together the situation. Those high-ranking officials had truly harbored malice, fabricating reports to maintain the facade of justice. They were capable of spinning any tale. Ashamed and angered, Dasky raised her tiny fist, wishing to strike down those who spread such rumors. Watching the adorable sight of Dasky in her fury brought a smile to Robin's face. I never expected there to be good people within the Navy. Her beautiful eyes sparkled, and a warm smile graced her lips. The giant Rear Admiral, Saul, had once spared her life, and the Admiral Akiji had treated her with kindness. As Robin teetered on the brink of sorrowful reminiscence, the formidable Chu Bawang deemed it the opportune moment to seize the occasion for his own advantage. After all, what manner of man would he be if he failed to capitalize on such a splendid opportunity? Nicole Robin, now that you are unequivocally mine, it is only fitting that I present you with a most extraordinary gift, one that you could scarcely imagine. What? Bawang, you intend to give a gift again? When Sister Dasky joined, there was no welcome present, exclaimed the others in disbelief. How biased you are, Bawang. Is it only when you see a fair maiden that you bestow gifts? Upon hearing the mention of a gift, Nami instantly transformed into a dramatist, clearly intent on inciting a little chaos and vying for a precious welcome present for Dasky as well. Ah, you little thief. I thought you were my sweet little cotton-padded jacket, yet you have turned into a traitorous little fiend. Can I receive a welcome gift from the esteemed Bawang as well? Dasky gazed at Chu Bawang with longing, her gentle eyes nearly melting hearts. It would be disingenuous to claim she was not hopeful, especially since she had arrived before Robin. Yet she had never received such a gift from him. Prior to her, Kaya, Xiaoqing, and Nami had all been bestowed with the most treasured gifts of their lives. Come now, Bawang, you can't. Nami playfully stuck out her tongue, her expression irresistibly cute, clearly inheriting Chu Bawang's cunning nature. You chatter too much. You gluttonous little cat have devoured so many delicacies from me, and yet you have never uttered a kind word. Now, you wish to champion Dasky, an outsider. Chu Bawang playfully pinched Nami's cheek, an expression of mock ferocity on his face. Bawang, be gentle. That truly hurts, protested Nami. Sister Dasky has been with us for so long. How can she be considered an outsider? If even Sister Robin has received a welcome gift, why not Dasky? Nami strained to rise on her toes, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a sense of grievance, rubbing her cheek in an attempt to alleviate the pain. Nami, please don't speak for me. It is my failure to serve the esteemed Bawang, well, that has led to my lack of recognition. Dasky's countenance dimmed. She had once contemplated escaping from Chu Bawang's side, even attempting to convey collected intelligence to the Navy via a message in a bottle. Yet after much hesitation and profound inner turmoil, she could not bring herself to betray the gentle Chu Bawang. For the time being, it seemed prudent to administer a slight reprimand to Dasky, for she had been consistently plotting to slip away. What could possibly lure her to the Navy headquarters? Would it not be more delightful to remain by my side, feasting and enjoying the company of an exquisite gentleman awaiting her attention? Chu Bawang was not a man who tolerated betrayal. Had Dasky truly cast away the message in a bottle filled with vital information, the outcome would have been far more severe than a mere reprimand. Against adversaries, he was merciless, yet with his own, he was never stingy in sharing, merely withholding a bit for himself. Nicole Robin smiled sweetly, evidently taken aback by the prospect of receiving a welcome gift so soon after joining the crew. May I inquire what this gift is? Of course. However, before unveiling the gift, you must first complete a small task. Chu Bawang winked, a mischievous grin dancing on his lips. If you bestow upon me a kiss, I shall reveal the nature of your unexpected present. Is this how the esteemed ones behave? Or is it merely Chu Bawang? Upon hearing his playful suggestion, Robin's gaze flitted over Chu Bawang's stunning visage, stirring within her a hint of intrigue. Logically, Robin should have firmly rebuffed Chu Bawang. Yet his undeniable charm was such that even amidst a sea of faces, he stood out as the most captivating. His innate masculine allure seemed to target the softest vulnerabilities within a woman's heart, nearly ensnaring even the composed Nicole Robin. Beep. Side quest triggered. Obtain Nicole Robin's first kiss. Brute force is not an option. Obtain Nicole Robin's first kiss within 1 hour to receive quest reward. Squirrel Navigation Class Core World X1. Obtain Nicole Robin's first kiss within 6 hours to receive quest reward. Modern Culinary Alchemy Manual X1. Obtain Nicole Robin's first kiss within 12 hours to receive quest reward. A large hand-pulled tractor worth 50,000 top-grade spirit stones, equipped with various flying arrays, waterproof arrays, and charging arrays. Obtain Nicole Robin's first kiss within 24 hours to receive quest reward. The Emperor's New Clothes X1. Once worn, cannot be changed. Illusion and disguise spells will also be ineffective. Obtain Nicole Robin's first kiss within 72 hours to receive quest reward. The negative buff of blessings for all. Troubles I bear, permanently unremovable. System, you are stirring up trouble. Chubawang et Golim. I was merely jesting, not genuinely intending to have Robin kiss me. Trust me, system. What a blunder this turned out to be. He had only meant to share a light-hearted joke with Nicole Robin, but the system had turned against him. Had he known, he would have refrained from teasing. If 72 hours passed without acquiring Robin's first kiss, he would become the scapegoat. The most vexing part was that he could not simply force the kiss from Robin. Now, the once playful Chu Bawang felt a pang of panic. Unlike other systems that aided in combating foes and enhancing their host with various buffs, his own system seemed intent on undermining him. What was this? Did they believe he was too powerful and sought to diminish his gaming experience? It was no simple feat to claim Robin's first kiss. A woman of such maturity and intellect. Chu Bawang suddenly grasped the true meaning of playing with fire. Had it been Nami or Dasky, he would have easily bewildered the naive little rabbits into compliance, leaving them none the wiser. However, with Nicole Robin, the challenge of obtaining that first kiss escalated dramatically. If he failed to secure Robin's first kiss within 24 hours, he would be left to choose between the Emperor's new clothes or the role of scapegoat. System, you have forced my hand. Chu Bawang clenched his teeth, a rare surge of emotion coursing through him. Moreover, the Squirrel Navigation Class Core World holds immense significance. Whether for longevity or the sheer enhancement of power, I must obtain it. The core world of Songshu Hong not only possesses the ability to project the Lotus Phantom into reality for decorative purposes, but also serves as a means to clandestinely traverse between worlds. Should Chu Bawang choose to escape from the shattered realm of pirates in the future, he could conceal all his beloved companions within the core world, embarking together toward the uncharted territories that lie ahead. Most notably, the core world of Songshu Hong can extract the malevolent energy of Jiuyo and abundant spiritual essence to produce a life-giving spring, which, upon consumption, could extend one's lifespan by 50 years. Do not underestimate this additional half-century of life. Although Chu Bawang's combat prowess is unparalleled, his existence remains tethered to a lowly state of life. In other words, despite his formidable strength, he is still fated to face the destiny of becoming mere bones after a century. This realization compelled Chu Bawang to prioritize the surgical fruit among the treasures he must acquire before departing from the pirate world. Even should Trafalgar Law perish while performing the immortality surgery, it would not be a grave concern, for he could utilize his divine resurrection technique to bring Law back to life. Even in the absence of the system, Chu Bawang could rely on his own hands to fulfill humanity's eternal quest for immortality. At that moment, he would allow Trafalgar Law to endure a few more deaths. And once he possesses the perfected surgical fruit, he would bestow the immortality surgery upon his beloved companions, achieving absolute perfection. Meanwhile, in a certain sea of the New World, Trafalgar Law, captain of the Heart Pirates, was startled awake from his slumber, a chill creeping over him. Unbeknownst to him, his future had been meticulously orchestrated. Even across the vast expanse of the ocean, he sensed a palpable malevolence emanating from this world. He reached back to stroke his mascot, the small bear Beepo, who was blissfully asleep a member of the Arctic bear tribe. The weather in the New World was indeed peculiar, growing increasingly cold. In this cold-hearted world, only the warm presence of Beepo could offer him a sliver of comfort. Resolutely, he embraced the furry little bear, wrapping it around himself like a cozy blanket. As for the concept of life levels, consider the example of Kakarot from Qi Longzhu, who could transform into a Super Saiyan. While his combat power may reach astronomical heights, the Saiyan life level remains rather low. Goku even faced death due to a heart condition in the future, and had it not been for Trunks bringing back the miraculous medicine, he would have perished. This serves merely as a reference, not a point of contention. Observing Robin's indecisive demeanor, torn between wanting to revel in Chu Bawang's allure and hesitating to part with her blood, he was determined not to relent. In order to obtain the smuggling artifact of the core world, he decisively struck again at Robin's heart, declaring that aside from knowing her tragic past in O'Hara, he was aware of her relentless quest for the remaining historical text in Alabasta, including its burial location. Upon hearing the mention of the historical text, even the composed Robin could no longer maintain her calm, springing to her feet in astonishment as she gazed at Chu Bawang. How could you possibly know the whereabouts of the historical text? Have you developed the ability to create a human navigation map using the imagination fruit? It must be true. They say the heart's ambition determines the stage one can reach. Apart from the ability to resurrect the dead, Chu Bawang must have developed a new talent for locating treasures, correct? How astute of you, Robin. You have deduced my new capability quite accurately. Indeed, aside from my resurrection technique, I have cultivated a means of navigation for locating items. You should celebrate, for with this ability, I have uncovered the historical text you so fervently seek. It was evident that Robin was stirred by Chu Bawang's enticing words. Her prolonged escape across the seas and her eventual decision to join Crocodile's Baroque works were driven by her desire to find and interpret the historical text hidden in Alabasta. Now, with Chu Bawang suddenly claiming to have discovered its location, how could Robin not feel exhilarated? Her hometown had been erased from the map by the corrupt world government, and to say her heart was desolate would be an understatement, if not for the powerful conviction to unveil the lost truths of history. She would have long since lost the will to live. Chu Bawang reveled in teasing Robin, for there was still ample time remaining. He shamelessly inquired, "Is your desire so intense? Such a request will come at a steep price, one that may leave you feeling quite pained." Robin nodded eagerly, urging yes. "I want it now. Please, Chu Bawang, grant me this. I cannot bear it any longer. You said I was one of your own, so please hurry." As she spoke, Robin, filled with excitement, was almost frantic, desperate to uncover the hidden information concealed by Chu Bawang. "Enough, Robin. Show some respect to your lord, or you shall face the consequences." Chu Bawang dismissed her frantic gestures, returning to the matter at hand. "Do you recall what I mentioned? To acquire the precise coordinates of a historical text, you need only part with your first kiss. A first kiss is a small price to pay, with no chance of regret." Before Chu Bawang could finish, Robin's fiery red lips met his in a swift peck, akin to a woodpecker's tap. He was taken aback, unable to comprehend the abruptness of it all. "Is that it? That was far too brief," he exclaimed. "If that was insufficient, I could offer a 3-minute French kiss instead." After losing her first kiss, Robin appeared to have fully embraced the situation. In her eyes, both her soul and body had been wagered in this gamble with Chu Bawang. Her attraction to his striking appearance was undeniable. Having crossed the threshold of her first kiss, she found herself open to the idea of a longer kiss as well. Robin's peculiar mindset can be likened to the modern concept of throwing caution to the wind. This principle similarly applies to men wearing women's clothing, whether by force or willingly. Chu Bawang shrugged indifferently, a smile playing on his lips as he watched Robin. "Whether a deep kiss or not matters little to me. The choice is entirely yours." The ensuing events unfolded with great intrigue. Congratulations on winning the first kiss of Nico Robin within an hour. Task reward: Squirrel Hangs Core World X1. It appears I have finally shed the titles of exhibitionist and scapegoat. I sincerely hope the system will no longer compel me to engage in actions I find distasteful. Even the Emperor's new clothes have been revealed. My fragile frame truly cannot withstand such trials. System. Nonsense. Just moments ago, you seemed to revel in it. Indeed, all men are but gluttonous swine, and you, Chubawang, are especially one to forget gain in the face of beauty. Ah, my knowledge has inexplicably expanded. So, a French kiss lasting 3 minutes is executed in such a manner? Yet, I observe that Sister Robin's skills are rather inexperienced, appearing quite passive before the formidable Bawang. Although Chu Bawang brazenly indulged in his deceit, Nami and Dasky shared a tacit understanding, closing their eyes and whistling, pretending they saw and heard nothing at all. These two clearly harbored their own ulterior motives, deliberately enabling and concealing Chu Bawang's infidelity. As for their intentions, even a fool could deduce them. Surely this will suffice? Robin, now entirely resigned, gazes eagerly at Chu Bawang. You can finally tell me, where exactly is the historical text of Alabasta? Take me there. I can hardly wait. Chu Bawang, with a beaming smile, replies, do not rush. It is nearing evening, and I imagine everyone is quite famished. The greatest priority in this vast world is to dine. Once we finish our meal, we shall seek the whereabouts of the historical text. Calming down, Robin appears bewildered. I suspect I have been deceived, and worse, I have unwittingly aided the deceiver. As a naive girl who has traversed the world for nearly 2 decades, having been cheated and even offered a dowry, is there any hope for me? The greatest priority in this vast world is to dine. After all, a person is iron and food is steel. Missing a meal leaves one feeling quite uneasy. Sister Robin shall join us for dinner before we embark on our quest for the historical text. The gluttonous Nami and Dasky, disregarding modesty, swiftly joined the fray, resembling wind-up dolls, immediately finding seats and clutching the knives they had snatched from a maid, saliva flowing freely. Were one unaware, they might think they were possessed by a spirit. Robin thought to herself, how can I waste time here with you gluttons? Is not my purpose in life to decipher the historical text? Anyone who hinders me from this, I shall confront. No, my mind is solely occupied with thoughts of the historical text. I have no desire to dine with you. I shall instruct the chef to prepare delicious dishes for you. Once you have feasted, we will set forth to uncover the hidden historical texts of Alabasta. Robin's beautiful eyes glowed with fierce determination as she cast a piercing glance at Chu Bawang, wishing she could consume him whole for suggesting a meal. Just as she was about to summon the maid to prepare delectable dishes, Chu Bawang interrupted. There is no need to trouble those mediocre chefs. I can handle our sustenance myself. Skipping dinner is out of the question. Would you care to join us for a meal? Robin felt utterly bewildered, staring at the unfazed Chu Bawang. What does this mean? Do you truly regard the Rain Banquet Casino as a tourist attraction? After all the frivolity, must we also engage in a DIY self-service dinner? Are you all genuinely foolish or merely pretending? Should we not hasten our departure from the casino, lest we wait for the crocodile to return and join us for dinner? Bawang, please do not jest. Your culinary skills cannot possibly compare to those of the casino's professional chefs. Robin, on the verge of tears, regretted not having taken action sooner, her face betraying her urgency. Please do not prepare my portion of rice. I will not touch your yellow braised chicken. Regardless of the circumstances, the devil child Nico Robin, would rather perish than consume your rice. Upon hearing Robin's indignant proclamation, Nami and Dasky exchanged peculiar glances. For some reason, I cannot shake the feeling that I have heard this sentiment before. Refusing Chu Bawang's rice and yellow braised chicken? Surely you jest. You must not have endured the culinary humiliation from your father. Otherwise, you would retract such ignorant statements. 5 minutes later. Oh my goodness, this is delicious. This rice dish is extraordinarily delectable. Is this truly a flavor that should exist in this world? It is simply too appetizing. Hey, Nami, do not devour that yellow braised chicken so swiftly. Save me a taste. Dasky, that fried rice looks delightful. Do not finish it all. Leave me a bit for the end. Robin, wielding chopsticks in one hand and a steaming plate of rice in the other, devoured the fragrant yellow braised chicken, completely discarding her dignified demeanor. During the meal, she even exaggeratedly summoned many white hands using her devil fruit abilities to reach the food just out of her grasp. So delightful, so juicy. How does Bawang raise his chickens? It is simply divine. One lick leaves a lingering flavor. Robin was thoroughly captivated by the deliciousness, her mouth gleaming with grease, indulging heartily, blissfully unaware that she was accelerating down the highway. Should outsiders overhear, they might mistakenly believe she was assisting Balwang in more intimate affairs. Indeed, no one can escape the consequences of the deliciousness law. Come, Sister Robin, do not leave. Come and taste this delectable pork trotter. Nami and Dasky exchanged knowing glances and stifled chuckles. This simply will not do. The pork trotter is far too unsightly. And I do not even like pork. Nico Robin declared her disdain, yet her body was quite honest, reaching for the aromatic pork trotter Nami offered. Strangely enough, Robin's resilience in the face of culinary temptation exceeded even Chu Balwang's expectations. Despite her belly having slightly expanded from her earlier indulgence, she continued to devour meat. And with the help of the gluttonous Nami and Dasky, a significant portion of the delectable spread on the gambling table had vanished. Chu Balwang, with a toothpick in his mouth, pondered deeply. The ordinary folk of the pirate world possess incredible constitutions. A mere person can devour food as if they were a balloon. If only those from my previous life, Earth, were present, they would have burst long ago. Dasky held her own, while Nico Robin, as a capable individual, required no further mention. However, the hints provided by the little thief cat Nami are not markedly different from those of an ordinary person. She is a true glass cannon mage. Yet, even so, she displays an astonishing appetite. After Nico Robin has satisfied her hunger, Lord Chu, the Overlord, wandered around the Rain Banquet Casino for a couple of laps, but still did not encounter the famed Good Samaritan Crocodile. Growing weary of dilly-dallying with Crocodile, he directly transported the three women using instant teleportation to the royal garden of the Alabasta Palace. Cobra, Icolum, and others have been waiting here for quite some time. Upon seeing Lord Chu return safely, they were visibly elated. Mr. Overlord, you have finally returned. During your absence, a grave misfortune has befallen Alabasta. Waving his hand to silence Cobra, who, as a king, should not be so boisterous, Lord Chu remarked, what is there to panic about? With me here, even Crocodile would have to kneel and call me father. Patiently listening to King Cobra recount the latest tribulations faced by Alabasta, Lord Chu learned the current state of the war against the rebel forces led by Kosha. After 3 years of effort and time wasted by Crocodile, the scale of this war had escalated to a staggering 1,000,000 troops. The royal army numbered 600,000, while the rebels counted 400,000. Logically speaking, even if the royal forces were incompetent, the rebel army led by Kosha could not easily breach the royal city. Yet, the nature of war is often unpredictable. Icolum had anticipated a protracted stalemate, but in the next moment, news arrived from the front via a snail phone. 300,000 royal troops had defected to the rebels. The initial absolute advantage of 600,000 royal soldiers against the rebels had instantly transformed into a dire disadvantage, sending the high-ranking officials of Alabasta into a state of panic. Is this it? Is this all? I thought something extraordinary had occurred. It turns out it's merely a small matter of 300,000 royal troops rebelling. Lord Chu looked at the flustered King Cobra and the court officials with bemusement. In the original narrative, a similar event transpired. Half of the 600,000 royal troops suddenly declared allegiance to the rebels, drastically altering the battlefield dynamics for Alabasta. Had it not been for Luffy and his crew defeating Crocodile and thwarting his schemes, the casualties in this 1,000,000-strong conflict would have certainly soared into the tens of thousands. Some of those 300,000 royal troops were persuaded by Crocodile's subordinates hidden within the ranks, while others believed that Cobra had lost the people's support and that his end was nigh. Nonetheless, these events did not stray beyond the confines of the original plot. Lord Chu had expected a dramatic shift in the storyline, but just as he began to take interest, Cobra dashed his hopes with a bucket of cold water, leaving him quite displeased. However, the triviality that seemed mundane to Lord Chu did not evoke the same sentiment among others. Mr. Overlord, is this not sufficient cause for alarm? Cobra and Icolum were utterly stunned, standing frozen like statues, while numerous nobles trembled in their voices. As if facing the apocalypse, Half of the royal army has suddenly sided with the rebels before the great battle. How shall we fight now? They were genuinely panicked. Initially, when hosting Lord Chu, these nobles had shown little concern. After all, even without Lord Chu's assistance, the royal army's strength should suffice to withstand the rebel onslaught. The sole headache for these nobles was their ignorance of the shadowy figure behind the slander against King Cobra. Cobra had yet to expose Crocodile's scheme, for revealing the truth would only undermine the morale of the troops. Although Alabastus' overall national strength is among the top in the first half of the Grand Line, it cannot contend with Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The disparity in high-tier combat power was simply too great. Moreover, Alabasta had transformed into a desert kingdom, except for the royal city. To triumph over Crocodile, a natural-type user of the Sansan fruit, in their home terrain, was nearly impossible. At this juncture, even if Cobra and his group could win this war, it would be futile. The mastermind Crocodile would not suffer any significant losses from their feeble resistance. Once Crocodile's coup succeeded, most of the nobles present would face elimination. Their only hope for survival lay in clinging to Lord Chu's favor. Enough, you bunch of old men. Stop whining before me. I had anticipated the royal army's rebellion. I simply forgot to inform you in advance. Cobra was on the verge of tears, feeling both astonished and despondent. You can forget such a matter of life and death. How can you be so careless? However, at this point, Cobra dared not express any reproach towards Lord Chu. His respect for him during the banquet had been merely superficial, without any intention of ingratiating himself. While Usopp shamelessly indulged in food and drink, many nobles privately mocked him with disdain, yet Cobra merely frowned without voicing any objections. If blame were to be assigned, it would fall solely on his own failure to recognize greatness, missing the opportunity to align himself with a powerful ally. Had he known Lord Chu's extraordinary capabilities, he would have certainly humbled himself to introduce several noble daughters to him, hoping to cultivate relationships. To Cobra's astonishment, as soon as he contemplated employing the beauty strategy with Lord Chu, his fellow nobles, akin to worms in his belly, anticipated his thoughts. "Mr. Overlord," protested Nami, "if you would only alleviate Alabasta's pressing crisis, I have a daughter as beautiful as a flower whom I can introduce to you. Respected Mr. Overlord, I implore you, extend your mercy and save the suffering populace of Alabasta. Regardless of the outcome, I am willing to present my precious granddaughter to you." A multitude of nobles rushed forward, eager to avoid their family's complete ruin, each offering to introduce their cherished daughters to Lord Chu. In mere minutes, Lord Chu became the object of everyone's desire, the scene resembling a chaotic matchmaking event near a bustling market. "If there's nothing else, kindly step aside. I have no time to entertain you now." Lord Chu waved his hand dismissively, admonishing them. "Do you not see I am accompanying a lady for a stroll? Show some awareness." He perceived the true nature of these nobles with clarity. Why were they not so eager during their first encounter? Only now, with calamity at hand, did they realize the importance of politeness. Regretful, were they? They had once treated him with indifference. Now, they found themselves unable to reach his heights. Lord Chu had no intention of giving these nobles any favors. Kabura is indeed a commendable king, yet this does not imply that all the noblemen are equally virtuous. Nevertheless, despite these aristocrats being akin to parasites, as long as their foolishness does not disturb the mood of the great warrior, Chu Bawang, he remains indifferent to their presence. Kabura turned to his ministers behind him, having clearly sensed the displeasure of Chu Bawang. His expression shifted, and he solemnly commanded, "You may all leave for now. Do not disturb Mr. Bawang." Thus, the ministers, filled with trepidation, understanding that their timing was ill-fated, took their leave. After dismissing these bothersome flies, under the guidance of King Kabura, Chu Bawang and his companions arrived at the basement of the Royal Gardens Memorial Hall. Here lay the historical text that Robin had longed for. However, only Kabura, as the sovereign, knew the precise location of their burial, a sacred tradition upheld by generations of kings. Kabura sighed with a wry smile, saying, "This is the palace where our ancestors rest. Ordinarily, outsiders should not enter, if it were not to prevent the needless loss of 1,000,000 soldiers in war." I would never allow so many outsiders to tread upon the resting place of our forebears. This statement indirectly highlighted Kabura's deep care for his people. Indeed, Alabastan has numerous admirable qualities that have allowed it to become a formidable power along the Grand Line, particularly in terms of its choice of king, which has been commendable. Chu Ba Wang nodded slightly, expressing, "The deceased deserve respect. Your Majesty need not worry that we would intentionally damage the artifacts within the tomb. Once Robin has translated all the historical texts, we shall depart." Upon hearing this, Kabura finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as they were speaking, Robin had already taken out her notebook, filled with excitement and eagerness, meticulously transcribing the cryptic symbols from the historical texts. With her formidable memory, she committed every symbol to her mind, ensuring that even if she lost her notebook, she could replicate them in full. Is this truly the legendary historical text? It is utterly magnificent. Gazing at the towering stone tablet, which stood several meters tall, Nami could not resist the urge to scratch it with her dagger, only to find that no mark was left behind. Kabura, watching with trepidation, wished to intervene and stop Nami from damaging the artifact. But upon catching a glimpse of Chu Ba Wang's subtly threatening gaze, he reluctantly lowered his raised hand. Nami, the restless cat, was not one to remain idle within moments. She concocted a new scheme. She dashed over and clasped Robin's arm, her orange eyes gleaming with strange symbols. "Robin, what exactly is inscribed here? If I made a rubbing of it, do you think I could sell it for a hefty sum?" Robin thought to herself, "This young girl appears quite intelligent and attractive. Yet how could she be so fixated on monetary gain at such a young age? Such a precious item as the historical text is priceless in the New World. To even contemplate profiting from selling rubbings of it is a foolish idea. Whoever marries her will likely never face financial difficulties in their lifetime." Robin soon realized that anyone connected to Chu Ba Wang seemed to possess a peculiar mindset. They were either obsessed with wealth or had a penchant for collecting fine swords. Who could possibly endure such eccentricities? "Nami, please refrain from unnecessary antics. Do not disrupt Robin's pursuit of knowledge." Chu Ba Wang's expression darkened, fearing that if this continued, the admirable image he had painstakingly built before Robin would soon be tarnished by Nami. Swift as lightning, Chu Ba Wang pinched Nami's chubby cheek, as if grasping her destiny. 3 days without discipline and little money grubber. Have you been blinded by greed? Nami winced from the pinch, retorting, "Oh, please don't be hasty. Hear me out. You think I would use the historical rubbings to make money? Even prodigality has its limits." Chu Ba Wang maintained a stern demeanor. "In the future, avoid such frivolous schemes. Focus instead on mastering your navigation skills. Perhaps one day, when I tire of the Mary, I shall depart on my supreme aircraft, the Noah Ark, leaving the Straw Hat crew behind. If you wish to sail with me, your navigation skills must be impeccable." Initially, he had planned to part ways with the Straw Hat crew at the Sabeti Archipelago, perhaps forming his own pirate crew to roam the seas. Of course, Kaya and the others would undoubtedly follow him. As for Nami and his apprentice, Roronoa Zoro, long ago at the ancient island, Chu Ba Wang had informed them of his intention to part ways at Sabeti, allowing them to choose their paths. The outcome was precisely as he had anticipated. Nami exhibited no hesitation, swiftly selling out Luffy. Her initial desire to become Chu Ba Wang's goddaughter was driven by her attraction to him, seeking a reason to keep him close. Later, when she agreed to be the Straw Hat crew's navigator, she had already laid the groundwork, declaring that as long as Chu Ba Wang remained aboard the Mary, she would serve as the navigator. Should she choose to leave, the others must not intervene. Of course, before her departure, she would endeavor to train a new navigator for the crew. Zoro, after some contemplation, ultimately decided to remain on the Mary, assisting Luffy in becoming the Pirate King before pursuing Chu Ba Wang's footsteps. Although he yearned to stay by Chu Ba Wang's side to absorb his teachings, he worried that losing 2 companions at once might leave Luffy, who valued his friends greatly, despondent. The bond he shared with Luffy was undoubtedly much stronger than that with Nami. Best friends understand each other well. Nami rubbed her reddened cheek, pouting in dissatisfaction. "Then please do not be in such haste to leave. I have yet to teach Roger navigation skills. Senior Roger is quite the academic underachiever," remarkably dim-witted. And he has not even grasped 1/10 of my navigational prowess. It truly vexes me. If I were to leave with you, it wouldn't be long before the papers reported that the Straw Hat crew had encountered a maritime disaster and perished. This was not a mere exaggeration on Nami's part. The forces of nature are far beyond the capabilities of ordinary humans to withstand. Without a professional navigator to guide them, sailing the seas would be akin to courting death. Should they face a fierce storm, horrific maritime disasters could ensue. Without Nami, the Straw Hat crew survival would be left to chance. This burden would fall upon Chu Ba-Wong, for he had inadvertently sacrificed Luffy's luck and fortune in exchange for divine favor. Then, let us hasten our pace. Let Roger, this academically challenged individual, sacrifice 2 hours of sleep each night, diligently memorizing the rigid knowledge of navigation until he reaches the Xiongbu di Kundao. That would suffice. If the academically challenged Roger were to learn of this, he would likely break down in tears. In his effort to retain the rigorous knowledge points assigned by Nami, he has never gone to bed before midnight. If he were to reduce his sleep by another 2 hours, he might very well suffer from a fatal all-nighter. No matter. Once I encounter Senior Roger, I shall assign him this task. After observing him over the past few days, I have discerned that Senior Roger still possesses untapped potential. Moreover, as one ages, excessive sleep serves little purpose. After all, once Senior Roger finds eternal rest, he can sleep as long as he wishes. Nami, by nature, possesses a somewhat darkly humorous disposition. In the original story, during the Cake arc, she wielded Big Mom's life card to her advantage, and thus would not lighten the burden for Roger. If she were to become a boss, her employees would likely have to count their wages before being sold off. You and your father are both devils, each heart darker than the last. Dasky, observing from the side, was quaking in fear, his gaze upon Nami and the formidable Chu Ba-Wong akin to witnessing a humanoid demon. Even in the endeavor of taking advantage, none could rival your ruthlessness. You have practically slaughtered the sheep. What? Chu Ba-Wong possesses a divine résurrection technique? Then it's of no concern. Slaughter the sheep resurrected, and continue the exploitation without regard for its feelings. After organizing the cryptic symbols within the historical text, Robin reconfirmed if she had overlooked any crucial information. Upon completing this, she turned to Chu Ba-Wong. Lord Ba-Wong, would you like me to elaborate on the specifics of the historical text? That is unnecessary. I have no interest in the whereabouts of the ancient weapon, Pluton, although the name Pluton sounds impressive and has yet to resurface. Calculations indicate its destructive power would merely suffice to obliterate an island. Its ordinary punch exceeds that level of devastation. If Pluton were an armored, Gundam-like ancient weapon, Chu Ba-Wong might exhibit a modicum of interest. However, that would be the extent of it, no matter how striking its appearance. Could it compare to his full set of Mark armor? Perhaps the latest Iron Man's nanosuit 50 Malawian kwaches would provide a lesson to Pluton. Since you, Lord Ba-Wong, are uninterested. Hold on. Robin instinctively nodded, but then, as if discovering a new continent, her eyes widened in shock as she gazed at Chu Ba-Wong. Lord Ba-Wong, how do you know the true content of this historical text? Could it be that you have utilized the power of the imagination fruit to comprehend all ancient scripts and decode historical texts? Goodness, if the imagination fruit has truly developed a function for deciphering writing, then this devil fruit is astonishingly powerful compared to the Hanafuda fruit's abilities. I am hardly worthy to serve at your feet. Others may perceive her devil fruit as extraordinary, yet in reality, she has not fully harnessed its potential. The development of a devil fruit is no simple task. Individuals like Chu Ba-Wong, who have continuously utilized the imagination fruit to cultivate various abilities, astonish even the experienced Robin, as this is an unprecedented phenomenon in her life. Chu Ba-Wong, when spinning a tale, never drafts a script. Speaking with calm confidence, I am well aware of the historical text content in broad strokes. During moments of utter boredom, I have developed several linguistic systems using the imagination fruit. However, the destructive power of Pluton is rather limited. Annihilating the entire world is not such a simple endeavor. Robin was left astounded. A sense of disbelief welled within her. After decades of effort, combined with her extraordinary memory and relentless study. She has barely grasped the complexities of ancient scripts, yet here he was, claiming to have developed several linguistic systems. Meeting Chu Bawang's slightly disdainful gaze, Robin couldn't help but bitterly smile. Initially, I harbored some wariness towards you, fearing you were merely another ambitious soul like Crocodile, seeking to dominate the world. Little did I expect that you have no designs on Pluton whatsoever. Crocodile had promised her protection to evade the pursuit of the world's corrupt powers, all to coerce Robin into helping him uncover the whereabouts of Pluton, one of the 3 ancient weapons. Their relationship was one of mutual exploitation. However, Robin was genuinely uninterested in aiding Crocodile in discovering Pluton. Her sole fascination lay with the historical texts. At the outset, Chu Bawang had generously brought her to interpret them, and her cautious nature led her to suspect that he too sought the location and creation method of Pluton. Such a cautious deduction was logically sound, without any flaws. Yet, upon hearing that Chu Bawang had already known the information within the historical text, Nico Robin could not suppress a wave of guilt. Lord Bawang trusted me so profoundly, yet I repeatedly doubted him. This was utterly unwarranted. From the initial gambling at the casino to the recent fine dining, he had even assisted her in uncovering a piece of historical text. Chu Bawang had shown her nothing but kindness and generosity. Yet, she had still harbored doubts about him. With this realization, even the cunning Robin felt a twinge of regret. Embarrassed, she lowered her head and sincerely initiated her apology. Lord Bawang, I am truly sorry. I must apologize. I had the audacity to suspect you of harboring grand ambitions. Chu Bawang raised a robust, long, and firm finger to silence Robin's crimson lips, rendering her unable to utter a single word. A faint smile curved his lips as he said softly, "There is no need for excessive words. If you genuinely feel remorse, then pledge your loyalty to me through your future actions." Robin was taken aback, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. Only one thought remained in her mind. Lord Bawang's fingers are indeed thick, long, warm. Chu Bawang, with his fingers still pressed against Robin's lips, gazed directly into her eyes. After all, we have only known each other for half a day. It is only natural that you harbor doubts about my intentions regarding the historical text. Do not feel the need to apologize for that. In time, as we spend more moments together and deepen our understanding, you'll come to know the true nature of my character. Furthermore, he added, should you find yourself without a place to stay tonight, you may share a room with Nami. I will speak to the Straw Hat crew. They will surely welcome the addition of a caring older sister to their adventurous journey. Robin's delicate form trembled slightly, a surge of indescribable emotions swelling within her. How to articulate this feeling? It was akin to being caught passing notes to a classmate by the teacher, feeling as wronged as a child who had committed a transgression. What is wrong with me? Why am I feeling this overwhelming warmth? Although she constantly referred to Chu Bawang as Lord, it was merely out of curiosity. The man before her was likely not yet 20, a full 8 or 9 years younger than her 28. He was practically of an age to be her younger brother. Yet she found herself overwhelmed by an impulse to lean into Chu Bawang's embrace, yearning for his comforting presence. If it is said that a woman 3 years older than a man embraces gold bricks, then should we not embrace agate and diamonds? Robin, dear sister, what ails you? You appear to be unwell. Perhaps a fever has taken hold? Nami gazed at Robin with a curious expression. Is it truly so? Merely a gentle touch of a finger on the lips from Oda-san, and you are rendered so bashful? If tonight we were to share a room, and by chance, you were to catch a glimpse of the delicate movements of the neighboring Chu Bawang and Kuya, would you not wish to find a crevice to hide in from sheer embarrassment? Starting tomorrow, the Merry-Go will have yet another insomniac, a participant in late-night films. All for the sake of watching alongside you, Nami. I am fine, do not worry about me, Robin stammered, her gaze evasive, unable to meet Nami's inquisitive eyes. If Nami and Dasky were to discover her inner thoughts, she would surely be mocked for her infatuation with someone so much younger. The thought alone would make her blush intensely. Fortunately, Robin's 2 decades of experience in the tumultuous world had not been in vain, and she swiftly adjusted her inexplicable emotions. Regaining her composure, With a slight furrow of her brow, she attempted to shift the topic. By the way, Ba Wong, there is something else I must tell you. The drought crisis currently plaguing Alabasta is a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy by the warlord of the sea, Crocodile. It may not be long before he completes his scheme to usurp the nation and becomes the shadow monarch of Alabasta. If you continue to linger in Alabasta, it is likely that Crocodile will not easily relent. Moreover, his strength poses a significant threat to us. Furthermore, based on the intelligence I have gathered from within Baroque works, it seems that a contingent of elite Navy personnel, led by a colonel, will soon pass through Alabasta, the leader being a certain Tina. This Tina is an elite graduate from the Naval Academy, exceptionally skilled in naval formations, her power vastly superior to those of the ragtag sailors selected from local regions. Robin understood that she was an indispensable pawn in Crocodile's ambitions, yet at present, she had already wagered both body and soul on the table of fate with Chu Ba Wong, coupled with her long-desired historical texts. Nico Robin was disinclined to openly confront the formidable Crocodile. Why concern oneself with such matters? It is prudent to proceed with caution. A significant threat? Chu Ba Wong shrugged nonchalantly, his tone relaxed and carefree. I care not whether the threat is great or small. As long as we capture Crocodile, we shall snuff out the danger in its infancy. If Crocodile proves defiant and refuses to surrender alive, then I shall begrudgingly send him to the afterlife. Robin was taken aback. She had intended to counsel Chu Ba Wong against rashly engaging Crocodile in battle, which could result in mutual destruction, leaving the hypocritical Navy to reap the spoils. Yet, to her astonishment, Chu Ba Wong completely disregarded her insinuation. He even seemed eager to take the initiative and eliminate the threat at its source. Robin's eyes widened in shock, hesitantly stating, Ba Wong, you cannot possibly be considering confronting him personally? That would be utterly unwise. Chu Ba Wong turned to Robin, a gentle smile gracing his lips. What is unwise about it? Do you doubt my ability to contend with Crocodile? This Robin hesitated, fearing to undermine Chu Ba Wong's pride, yet considering the gravity of the situation. She steeled herself and continued, Ba Wong, I believe you may be misjudging the overall strength of the warlords of the sea. Although Crocodile seeks the pinnacle of fruit abilities, his San fruit is among the most tenacious of all Logia-type devil fruits. With but a mere touch, he can turn his foes into desiccated corpses, and the fates of those who have faced him are nothing short of ghastly. Recalling the horrifying fates of pirates who had opposed Crocodile, a chill coursed through Robin's heart. She once again employed a tactful tone with Chu Ba Wong. While you possess swordsmanship that rivals that of the greatest swordsman, boasting the remarkable feat of defeating the White Hunter Smoker Station at Lowtown, I believe it would be prudent to avoid enmity with a pirate of Crocodile's caliber. At the very least, it would be wise to wait until the Navy Colonel Tina's fleet has departed before taking action against Crocodile. Robin harbored no fondness for the Navy headquarters, and having never witnessed Chu Ba Wong's brutal combat style, she held several misconceptions about his strength. Subconsciously, she equated the might of the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, with that of Crocodile, considering both to be of similar caliber, as they were both warlords of the sea. Although Robin's words carried a hint of undermining his confidence, her intentions were ultimately well-meaning. Having finally found a strikingly handsome young man who treated her with care, Robin certainly did not wish for Chu Ba Wong to be summoned for tea by the shameless Navy. She hoped fervently that overconfidence would not lead to disaster. Allowing the passing Tina to seize the opportunity and send him to impel down. Dasky, dear sister, Nami, you must persuade Ba Wong. This is far too impulsive. Crocodile's power is truly formidable. He surpasses the likes of Fishman Arlong and the White Hunter Smoker by many magnitudes. Robin wanted to prevent any calamity that might arise from Chu Ba Wong's overconfidence, fearing that the passing Tina would take advantage and send him to impel down. Most importantly, she had heard that the moniker of that Tina within the military was the Queen of Taming. If Chu Ba Wong were to be captured by Tina, would he not be overjoyed, losing all sense of reason? This was not the scenario Robin wished to witness. Crocodile is a villain of the worst sort. Yet, Ba Wong does not seem to be entirely virtuous either. Should they engage in a battle that results in mutual destruction, it may ultimately serve my interests. Upon hearing Robin's plea, Dasky's expression faltered, her heart torn. Logically, as a captive, she should encourage Chu Ba Wang to confront Crocodile in a fierce battle, ideally capturing both him and Crocodile, and then escaping the clutches of the Navy under Tina's rescue. However, after learning the truth behind the O'Hara incident from Chu Ba Wang, and realizing that all of Robin's tragic experiences stemmed from the extermination order of the Navy headquarters, Dasky began to question the righteousness she had steadfastly upheld. True justice, is it not meant to serve the common people? When did the Navy headquarters become a mere tool for the world's corrupt rulers? I truly wish to incite that wretched villain Ba Wang to a decisive battle with the sand crocodile. Yet after these days of interaction, I feel that Ba Wang is not as malevolent as I had imagined. If he were purely evil, would he have taken the initiative to eradicate the dragon pirates? Would he willingly oppose the Navy headquarters, slaying the scoundrel colonel like vermin? If one or two acts of hypocrisy could be explained, what are the situations in Sakura Kingdom and Alabasta? Although I am a captive taken from the Navy, he has never once overstepped his bounds with me. On the contrary, he has lavished upon me an abundance of delectable delicacies that I could scarcely have dreamed of, and he has placed immense trust in me regarding numerous matters, revealing to me the absurdity of the notion of justice that lies behind the Navy. Moreover, he often graces me with a smile as radiant as the sun. Although the formidable Lord Ba Wang has taken many lives, the vast majority were of wicked individuals deserving of their fates or scoundrels beyond the reach of legal retribution. If such actions are to be labeled as villainous, what then can be deemed virtuous? The connivance of Colonel Jia Zi, a naval scoundrel, with pirates to threaten Kiki Shiya village, the concealed truths of the O'Hara incident, and the schemes of the Shichibukai sanctioned by the corrupt world government all coalesce in Dasky's mind, leading her to profoundly question whether the concept of justice associated with the Navy is indeed genuine. In a fleeting moment, Dasky found herself engulfed in a tumult of thoughts. Coincidentally, at that moment, Lord Chu Ba Wang cast a fleeting glance in her direction, and as she beheld the starry brilliance of his eyes and the subtle smile gracing his lips, Dasky succumbed to her feelings. What need is there to ponder so deeply? I shall simply follow the inclinations of my heart, with the profound trust bestowed upon me by Lord Ba Wang. How could I ever betray him? This smile I shall safeguard. Whoever dares to tarnish or corrupt this smile shall face my wrath. With this thought, Dasky felt her fatigue and pain dissipate, her mind clearing, and she declared, I support Sister Robin's suggestion. Although the bounty on Sir Crocodile, the sand crocodile, is yet to reach 100 million berries, a mere fraction compared to the staggering 1 billion berries on Lord Ba Wang's head, he is still a pirate of the Shichibukai, renowned alongside the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk. Thus, despite some disparity in strength, he cannot be too inferior to Mihawk, given Lord Ba Wang's prowess comparable to that of a great swordsman. A duel with Crocodile would likely evolve into a protracted struggle with an uncertain outcome. As Dasky spoke, she subtly gestured towards Nami, hinting for her to persuade Lord Chu Ba Wang not to be so reckless and overconfident. The young great swordsman, still under 20, undoubtedly possesses limitless potential. There is no need to confront Crocodile, a mere obstacle at this stage. Lord Chu Ba Wang rolled his eyes in exasperation. So you all believe I cannot swiftly defeat the sand crocodile? Can he truly contend with Mihawk? He would likely perish without even comprehending how. Even the boastful northern Xiao Feng was ultimately subdued by the foreign monk Jamozi. Robin, in her anxiety, implored, Nami, you are supposed to be Lord Ba Wang's trusted confidant. Speak up. Nami displayed a bemused expression. Me? A trusted confidant? Don't jest. I just risked provoking father. If anything, I should be called the heart-piercing confidant. Furthermore, you expect me to persuade Lord Chu Ba Wang to back down from Crocodile? While others may be unaware of Lord Chu Ba Wang's true strength, Nami is fully cognizant. Are the pirates of the Shichibukai truly formidable? How do they compare to the former pirate king, Joel D. Roger, who ushered in the era of great pirates? The world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, is also one of the Shichibukai, and likely the most powerful among them. Yet what of it? At the Bartai restaurant, did they not come to terms with their differences, fleeing in disgrace without the courage to draw their swords against Lord Chuba Wang? Were it not for Udo-san advising me to remain humble and grant the world's greatest swordsman some dignity for future encounters, I would have boasted about my prowess to the world. Everyone in Alabasta greets me warmly as Udo-san. King Cobra is also a remarkable individual, possessing a charming manner of speech, and the ladies here are all graceful and lovely. This place is delightful. Ultimately, the conversation circled back to the decisive moment for Lord Chuba Wang, who appeared invigorated and spirited, as if he were a renowned general delivering an impassioned speech before battle. This crocodile is truly a nefarious character. On the surface, he masquerades as a benevolent figure aiding pirates, while secretly leveraging his status as a shichibukai to plot schemes that jeopardize the livelihoods of millions. As Udo-san for all the people of Alabasta, I cannot turn a blind eye to this matter. Very well, Lord Chuba Wang made his intentions clear. His fervent desire to eliminate Crocodile stemmed from the activation of a system task. Ding. Side quest activated. Gender ambiguity. Task description. The male rabbit's foot is elusive. The female rabbit's eyes are mesmerizing. Two rabbits run alongside one another. How can one discern their gender? Please investigate the true gender of Crocodile. If male, subdue him. If female, bring her to warm your bed. Completion of the task grants the following rewards. Complete Copper Sparrow Pavilion Luxury Villa X1. Universal Transport Portal Fragment X1. Random Transport Portal Fragments X10. Note, there are a total of 100 transport portal fragments. Collecting all fragments allows for the fusion into a complete portal. The system will randomly select 6 worlds from among the myriad realms for the host to choose one to infiltrate. Universal Transport Portal fragments can be converted into any fragment of the random transport portal to forge a complete transport portal across the realms. Whether Crocodile is male or female, along with how Mihawk stealthily navigates with his black blade and resolves his restroom needs, are among the top 10 unsolved mysteries in the pirate world. The fervent belief among pirate enthusiasts that Crocodile was originally a woman stems from the claims of Ivankov, who possesses the hormone fruit and asserts control over Crocodile's intimate history. Moreover, Ivankov indeed possesses the ability to transform women into men. And should his hormone fruit find its way to Water Blue Star, the individuals of that nation may find themselves out of work. However, Oda has provided no definitive explanation. If Crocodile is male, that could be manageable. I could merely subdue him. But if she were originally a woman, I cannot possibly use a transformation technique to revert her back, nor truly expect her to warm my bed. The mere thought of Crocodile's current defiant male persona juxtaposed with the image of her becoming a woman to warm my bed sends chills down my spine. Can I be assured she would comply and not conceal a sharp blade beneath the pillow, ready to strike while I sleep? The antics of the system nearly threw me off balance. In terms of mischief, I, Lord Chuba Wang, would gladly declare this system to be the most formidable. Yet, regardless of my inner grievances, I am unwilling to squander this opportunity for the task rewards. A Copper Sparrow Pavilion Luxury Villa holds considerable collectible value. It could ultimately be placed within my core world, sparing me the effort of constructing a new luxurious villa. The Universal Transport Portal Fragment and the Random Transport Portal Fragments are indispensable and must be secured, unless the renowned Chuba Wang can acquire precise coordinates from other worlds. Along with the formidable strength and robust physique necessary to traverse the void, he should focus on diligently gathering fragments of the teleportation portal. Upon receiving the system notification, Chuba Wang appeared invigorated and spirited, akin to a celebrated general delivering an impassioned speech before battle. This crocodile is truly a nefarious character, ostensibly masquerading as a benevolent figure supporting pirates. He clandestinely exploits his unique status as one of the Shichibukai to orchestrate schemes that jeopardize the livelihoods of millions and threaten the nation. As the guardian of all in Alabasta, I cannot stand idly by regarding this matter. He nudged Dasky with his elbow, casting her a dazzling wink. Dasky, tell me, if you encountered a heartless monster like Crocodile, would you continue to enable his wickedness? Dasky shuddered slightly, instantaneously transforming into a steam-powered beauty. Ding! Chu Ba Wong has used the love elbow strike skill on you. Chu Ba Wong has utilized the flirtatious wink skill on you. Ding! You have been breached. Ding! Chu Ba Wong has inflicted a total of 10,000 points of critical damage upon you. Your health has been depleted. Your mind has crashed. Attempting to reboot failed. It is recommended that you immediately replace your brain. Dasky was well aware of Chu Ba Wong's intentions. At this juncture, it was a matter of choosing sides. Given that Dasky had never betrayed herself, Chu Ba Wong could offer her an opportunity to realign her allegiance. Should she join him in confronting Crocodile, or adhere to the Navy's foolish and stubborn sense of justice, allowing Crocodile to continue his malevolent deeds? I concur with my lord. Although Crocodile is one of the Shichibukai, his actions endanger the millions of citizens in this nation. It is utterly heinous, regardless of his motives. Our conflict with him has become irreconcilable, and he must be eliminated. Without hesitation, Dasky promptly betrayed Robin. Compared to the cowardly submission to tyranny, she evidently preferred to strike hard. With a most adorable expression, she proclaimed her determination to bring Crocodile to justice. 3-1, I triumph once again. It seems your luck in gambling is rather poor today. Chu Ba Wong linked arms with Dasky, a smile adorning his face as he gazed at Robin. Since you do not wish to settle matters with Crocodile, it appears that only the three of us shall proceed. I, too, shall not be forgotten. Udo-san, I wish to join you in confronting Crocodile. Nami chimed in, unwilling to be outdone, as she rushed to grasp Chu Ba Wong's other arm. What are you still dawdling for? With one arm around each of them, Chu Ba Wong took a few paces before glancing back at the dazed Robin, a slight smirk on his lips. Hurry and awaken your senses. It is time for Crocodile to witness the might of Justice's iron fist. The usually rational Robin inhaled deeply, her heart racing, and sighed. Master Ba Wong, you trust me so implicitly, yet I repeatedly provoke your authority and speak contrary to your words. This is indeed unacceptable. I implore you to allow me to join the expedition against Crocodile. It is high time we settle this matter. Regardless of whether this decision is right or wrong, or whether the outcome is favorable or adverse, I shall face it with you. On the other side of the Rain Banquet Casino, Crocodile, the self-proclaimed benefactor, carried immense wealth looted from raucous pirates. Today, his demeanor was light and buoyant, clearly in high spirits. He was secretly reveling in the imminent success of his treasonous plans, nearly overwhelmed with excitement as he contemplated indulging in a hot pot or a night of revelry. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly provoked a calamity. On the second floor of the Rain Banquet Casino, the atmosphere was tense and foreboding. Crocodile, styled with a slick-back hairstyle, fond of cigars and draped in a black fur coat, exuded an air reminiscent of a mafia don as he perused the intelligence relayed by his subordinates. The smile on his face gradually morphed into a scowl. Are you telling me that during my absence, the White Devil injured one of our guests using the Navy's 6 powers, and then, by mere chance, defeated Miss All Sunday in a game of dice and took her away? As his coup d'etat approached its final phase, Crocodile was acutely aware that he could not afford any lapses in vigilance. Thus, he had been tirelessly sowing discord between the Royal Army and the rebel forces. Despite the rebels' numbers, their weaponry was woefully inadequate, and Crocodile found himself begrudgingly providing arms to them with the bounties earned by his subordinates, which was infuriating. Coincidentally, several groups of oblivious pirate factions had recently arrived, eager to partake in the spoils of the impending chaos in Alabasta. Typically, they would keep a low profile, but when the scent of blood wafted through the air, they sought to seize a piece of the pie. How could Crocodile tolerate such audacity? To dare touch the tiger's tail would surely warrant their demise. Little did he expect that within half an hour of his departure, his deputy, Nico Robin, would be abducted by Chu Ba Wong. If Robin were not located, his hopes of acquiring the ancient weapon Pluton would be utterly dashed. Crocodile seethed with frustration, feeling more wronged than a character in a tragic tale. Just as he was on the brink of toppling a regime and establishing a new order, he was informed that the only person capable of translating historical texts, Nico Robin, had vanished. Is the heavens toying with me? At that moment, a figure entered from outside. It was Daz Bonez, a senior operative of Baroque Works and the wielder of the chop fruit. He was Crocodile's most trusted and loyal subordinate, and a formidable opponent for the green-haired swordsman Zorro, ultimately defeated by Zorro's lion song. In the original narrative, Daz Bonez had even crossed swords with the renowned Mihawk during the Marineford War. Although he was swiftly eliminated by Mihawk, his survival attested to his considerable prowess. Boss, please remain calm. Although Miss All Sunday has been taken by the White Devil, for reasons unknown, she has sent us a message indicating that she has important matters to report to you. The meeting place is our headquarters. It seems she is well aware of your strength and does not dare defy your will. A smug grin crept across Crocodile's face. He would not be so naive as to take Robin's words at face value. If Nico Robin were truly loyal to them, she would have fought to resist when taken by Chu Ba Wong, even if she was not a match for him. Crocodile was no fool. He sensed the undercurrents of a conspiracy. Before long, Daz Bonez conveyed further news. Boss, Miss All Sunday has returned. She wishes to see you immediately. Is she alone? Has the White Devil appeared? Daz Bonez replied, It is not just Miss All Sunday. She is accompanied by 2 other strikingly beautiful women besides the White Devil. The White Devil dares to bring 2 women into the lion's den? How audacious! Who does this impudent brat think I am, daring to encroach upon my territory? You truly seem to be living on borrowed time. Do you really believe that possessing swordsmanship of the Grand Master level grants you the liberty to act with impunity in the Grand Line? Kuroka reclined languidly on the leather sofa, his fingers stroking his chin as if contemplating some intriguing tidbit of gossip. After a moment of reflection, he remarked, Accompany me to meet this fellow. I am quite curious to see whether this rising bounty hunter, whose notoriety is skyrocketing, can offer me any delightful surprises. Recently, whispers have circulated among the elite powers of the Grand Line regarding the resurrection of the former pirate king, Joel D. Roger, in the Navy, which has maintained a cordial facade with Kuroka, seems to be stirring with unrest. This has left the ever-calculating Kuroka uncertain about the true strength of Chu Ba Wong. The initial bounty was issued due to the slaying of a Navy colonel, resulting in an exorbitant reward of 90 million berries. Subsequently, the raucous exploits in the hometown of the pirate king, Lowtown, saw his bounty multiply tenfold, soaring to an astonishing 1 billion berries. Such a formidable newcomer is a rarity for Kuroka. Even Edward Newgate, with whom he shares an unresolved animosity, did not display such ferocity upon his initial foray into piracy. Outside the Yuyan Casino, Chu Ba Wong, with one arm draped around Nami and the other around Dasky, was accompanied by the poised Robin, who followed closely behind. They approached the entrance of the casino. The main event has arrived. Just as Chu Ba Wong was engaged in playful banter with Nami, he abruptly uttered an enigmatic remark. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than a miniature dust storm erupted before the four, revealing a blurred, menacing visage. As the storm swirled, it coalesced into a towering figure nearly 25 meters tall. One of the Shichibukai, Kuroka, made his entrance. Almost immediately, a tall and muscular man clad in a monk-like attire, adorned with serpentine designs and a tattoo of the character E on his chest, strolled out from the casino's main entrance. This was Mr. 1, Daz Bonez, a high-ranking officer of the Baroque Works, second only to Robin and Kuroka. At the moment Kuroka materialized before the crowd, even the composed Robin, with her usual air of calm, betrayed a flicker of apprehension on her exquisite features, and her gaze turned gravely serious. Kuroka lit a cigar, perhaps made of sand, his eyes sweeping over Nami and Dasky, revealing a contemptuous smirk that suggested he had the situation firmly in hand. Miss Quirky Sunday, you've brought quite the entourage today. Shouldn't you provide me with an explanation? His gaze settled on the somewhat reserved Robin, his eyes glinting with mockery. What is this? Is your ally so intimidated that she cannot utter a word? Has she been taken hostage? If that were the case, a mere blink would suffice to signal me. Robin, well aware of Kuroka ruthless nature, felt her throat tighten as she fought to maintain composure. Instinctively glancing at Chu Ba Wong, she noticed he retained his usual nonchalant demeanor. What is this? Is your ally so intimidated that she cannot utter a word? Has she been taken hostage? If that were the case, a mere blink would suffice to signal me. Kuroka taunted, his expression laden with disdain. Robin, with eyes blazing with indignation, retorted, Kuroka, I am here to resign from Baroque Works, and this is my formal farewell to you. Should you attempt to impede my departure, I shall have no choice but to defeat you and bring this nefarious tyrant to justice. Mr. 1, Des Bonus, chuckled derisively. Huh, do you truly believe you possess the right to resign from the organization? Have you forgotten how wretchedly you were hunted by the world government back then? Frankly, you lived like a dog, and had it not been for the boss's kindness, you would have long since become a corpse. Kuroka expression morphed into one of exaggerated amusement, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke, his mouth stretching into a wide grin. Are you attempting to tell me a cold joke? Do you think you can bring me to justice? Robin, I believe you're mistaken regarding my capabilities. Robin could not suppress a bitter chuckle. I harbor no misunderstandings about your strength. The issue lies with my master's misconceptions about you. What can I do? My master is so stubborn that I cannot rest easy without accompanying him. With a resolute determination, Robin silently vowed that should Chu Bawang falter against Kuroka, she would ensure his escape, even if it meant sacrificing the little thief cat and Sister Dasky. Robin, cease this chatter. Let us finish this swiftly, in a heartbeat. As Robin descended into contemplation, Chu Bawang's figure flickered, and he surged forward, closing the distance to Kuroka in an instant, leaving behind a mere afterimage. Kuroka, overconfident as he was, dismissed even the billion-berry bounty on Chu Bawang, and in a state of underestimation, he found himself ill-prepared. With a single punch, Chu Bawang struck Kuroka doughy face, sending him hurtling backward, crashing against the stone wall of his own casino. The fissures that spiderwebbed across the wall were a stark reminder of the impact. How is this possible? Such strength. One punch has sent Kuroka flying? Robin's expression shifted dramatically, her astonishment palpable. Not only her, but Des Bonus, witnessing Kuroka sprawled amidst the dust like a defeated beast, was equally astounded. With eyes sharp as daggers, he turned to glare at Chu Bawang, who had taken Kuroka place before him, and roared, Bastard, you shall die. With arms glinting like metal from the effects of his devil fruit, Des Bonus unleashed a flurry of attacks capable of demolishing a building. Destructive slash, micro dust slash, spiral slice. In an instant, he executed 3 strikes, each aimed at critical points. Even the current Zoro would need to tread carefully against such a barrage, for a moment's lapse could prove fatal. Unfortunately for Des Bonus, today he encountered the formidable Chu Bawang. Standing firm, Chu Bawang did not even flinch as he raised a pinky finger toward the rapidly approaching Des Bonus. 6-pole sword, Xiao's sword. The sword energy emanating from his fingertip shot forth with astonishing speed, eluding Des Bonus's gaze entirely. It was elusive, darting about with an unpredictable grace. Even the skin as tough as steel could not withstand the sharpness of Chu Bawang's sword energy. The sound of flesh being pierced by sword energy echoed in the air. In the blink of an eye, the once ferocious Des Bonus trembled like a sieve, displaying a rather pitiful demeanor. With a resounding crash, the mightiest assassin among the senior cadre of the Baroque Works collapsed to the ground, his life extinguished. Robin gazed at her fallen comrade in shock, exclaiming, Hiss, Mr. 1 was actually killed in an instant. Is this the prowess of a grand swordsman? Their strikes are utterly terrifying. Nami, with pride, lifted her delicate nose and declared, Of course, Daddy's fingers are incredibly powerful. This is merely one of his simplest techniques. He has an abundance of tricks up his sleeve. For some reason, she felt as if someone were driving recklessly, yet she had no evidence to support her suspicion. How is this possible? How can sword energy be unleashed even from a finger? Those fingers must be enchanted. Dasky was evidently astonished, her lips agape in excitement. Wide enough to fit a goose egg. The battle progressed at such a rapid pace that she had yet to grasp the combat details. However, as a swordsman, she was familiar with the characteristics of sword energy. Dasky felt a sense of despair. She yearned to unleash a sharp sword energy, but found it elusive. Yet, Chu Ba-Wong displayed his various flamboyant maneuvers, not only cleaving the ground and splitting the sea with a single sword strike, but also generating formidable sword energy from his fingers. This left Dasky envious beyond measure. Damn that white devil. I never expected your speed to be so astonishing, ambushing me while I was off guard. How shameless. Crocodile, having been sent flying by a punch, abruptly rose from the rubble, his brow furrowed in anger. His sharp gaze was filled with a menacing glare. He spat out a mixture of blood and saliva, along with two shattered teeth that had nearly been swallowed. Crocodile drew a sharp breath, nearly choking in disbelief. His eyes fixed on Chu Ba-Wong with palpable fury. What are you staring at? I extracted 2 of your rotten teeth for free. Is there a more fitting transaction in this world? He hoped that Crocodile was not a woman. Otherwise, his mindset would surely crumble. Shaking his head, he realized that contemplating such matters was futile. First, he needed to incapacitate Crocodile and let the system assess whether he was male or female. The mysteries of the top 10 enigmas in the pirate world would soon be revealed by his own hands. Chu Ba-Wong moved with remarkable agility, employing an intricate footwork based on the I Ching's 64 hexagrams, progressing in a specific sequence. Crocodile's gaze flickered as he locked onto Chu Ba-Wong, only to be astonished to discover that Chu Ba-Wong had executed a mysterious and profound step, leaving behind mere residual shadows. What an uncanny footwork. Even the Navy's 6 styles cannot compare in intricacy. Crocodile sneered, immediately transforming his body into an elemental state, laughing arrogantly. This time, I will not be careless. Let me show you the power of the natural type. However, before he could finish his sentence, Crocodile, already in his elemental form, was propelled like a cannonball, embedding himself once again into the wall. His expression was one of utter despair. How'd I end up back in the original pit? Robin's eyes widened in disbelief as she observed Crocodile returning to his previous position, her mind swirling with questions. How is this possible? Is this the nemesis of natural-type users, the armament hockey? How could Lord Ba-Wong master armament hockey at such a young age? Wait, this armament hockey seems rather advanced, yet the cultivation level appears somewhat crude. How old is Lord Ba-Wong? He can't be over 19. Yet he has already reached such a terrifying level of mastery with armament hockey. At 28, she had yet to touch the threshold of the 3-color hockey. The disparity between them was staggering, even more pronounced than the comparison of humans to pigs. Chu Ba-Wong flicked his arm, displaying the hardened armament hockey coiled like a black dragon, nonchalantly offering Crocodile a middle finger. His gesture was both audacious and mocking, provoking a desire in onlookers to pin him down and deliver a thrashing. To Crocodile, this was an insult, but to the little thief Nami, it appeared as a lover's gaze. Captivated by Chu Ba-Wong's charming smile, Nami instantly transformed into a lovesick admirer, pounding her chest and exclaiming, "Otosan is amazing. This smile is mine to protect." Meanwhile, Dasky maintained a calm and composed demeanor, seemingly unfazed by Chu Ba-Wong's ability to send Crocodile flying once more. However, mere half an hour earlier, she had been anxious about whether Chu Ba-Wong's grand swordsman level of combat could truly contend with Crocodile. Dasky, you seem unperturbed by Lord Ba-Wong's use of armament hockey. Did you perhaps already know he possesses a trump card against natural-type users? Robin inquired, astonished. Dasky appeared to reminisce about how Smoker, relying on his natural-type devil fruit abilities, had once faced Chu Ba-Wong only to be humiliated against the wall. "I didn't intend to deceive you," she said, her lips pursed slightly, revealing an innocent expression, her smile sweet and enchanting. "Unfortunately, Lord Ba-Wong's age is deceptively formidable, making it difficult to be on guard. Furthermore, his somewhat cunning nature and tendency to play the fool mean that Crocodile is not the first victim among natural-type users." Robin was left speechless. She had thought that Chu Ba-Wong was unaware of the so-called natural-type devil fruit users and had a gross misunderstanding of Crocodile's strength. Little did she know, it was not Chu Ba-Wong who misjudged Crocodile, but rather the other way around. Had she known the caliber of Chu Ba-Wong's armament hockey was so substantial, she would have wholeheartedly supported the crusade against Crocodile. If she felt her sincerity was insufficient, she could use the Hanabi fruit to sprout several more hands in agreement. Chu Ba Wang clenched his fist, his gaze fixed on the re-solidified crocodile not far away. Speaking in a calm tone, "Do not resist any longer, crocodile. If I intervene, your only fate is to surrender. It would be far better for you to be knocked unconscious and allow me to examine your body. If I achieve the results I desire, I might reluctantly allow you to retain your consciousness." Crocodile paused momentarily. "What? You want to knock me out and examine my body? I don't believe you. You charming rogue. You're full of ulterior motives." Crocodile frowned, his mind in turmoil. Chu Ba Wang's words indicated he had received some intelligence. Could it be that Ivankov had leaked information? Nonetheless, true to Crocodile's nature, he would never acquiesce without a fight. "You say you want to examine my body. But if this gets out on the streets, what will become of my reputation?" Lost in thought for a while, Crocodile finally returned to reality, squinting at Chu Ba Wang. Attempting to divert the conversation, "I must admit, your talent is indeed formidable. To cultivate the hockey of armament to such an intense degree at such a young age is indeed a rarity I have encountered in my life." He vaguely recalls that when he first encountered that man, the latter's hockey of armament paled in comparison to that of Chu Ba Wang. Yet, it is unfortunate that a user of a Logia-type devil fruit is not merely a lamb awaiting slaughter when faced with hockey. To assume that mere hockey could compel me to kneel in submission is rather presumptuous, is it not? What of arrogance? Is being audacious not a hallmark of youth? I am aware that you disapprove of me, yet you are powerless against me. I revel in the expressions of those who find me insufferable yet cannot vanquish me. I am Chu Ba Wang, merely 18 years of age. Should you doubt my prowess, then come and test me. Nami, Robin, Dasky, Crocodile, with a furrowed brow, had never before encountered such an arrogant individual, and today he gained a new perspective. Do you truly believe that you, a mere youth, possess the qualifications to command my allegiance? You must have never faced the harsh lessons of the world. Crocodile straightened his posture once more, wiping the blood that dripped from the corner of his mouth, and with a ferocious glare directed at Chu Ba Wang, he growled softly. "What gives you the confidence to challenge me?" Surprisingly, Chu Ba Wang appeared contemplative for a moment before responding with a light chuckle. "Perhaps it is because I am more handsome than you." Alas, being good-looking allows one to act with impunity. Crocodile scoffed internally, contemplating whether it was appropriate to voice his disdain. Could this fool be mentally deficient? He felt insulted, not merely in body, but also suffering a rare humiliation to his intellect. Enraged, he invoked his power of sand, pressing his right hand against the ground, drawing the moisture from all living beings in contact, causing it to spread outward, transforming even rock into dry sand. Buildings crumbled into sand, the ground resembling a wasteland. Lifeless and cracked, his figure began to dissolve into the vast sea of sand, gradually ascending into the air. In a display of dominance, he manipulated the sand to swirl violently, conjuring a tempest. This is dire. Crocodile is conjuring a sandstorm capable of obliterating everything. Robin's expression shifted. She had witnessed Crocodile's prowess firsthand when he unleashed a sandstorm upon a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. This pirate, formidable in strength and mastery of martial arts, was utterly helpless against the might of the sandstorm, ultimately reduced to a mere skeleton, stripped of all semblance of humanity. Amidst the chaos, the sandstorm had gathered full power, unimpeded by any interruption from Chu Ba Wang. Whirling sandstorms encircled Robin, Chu Ba Wang, and the others, accelerating relentlessly. While hockey can indeed inflict damage upon Logia users and reveal their true forms, this does not imply that they are utterly defenseless. If you cannot even discern where my true form lies, then your efforts would be akin to striking at cotton, rendering them futile. Within the blinding storm, Crocodile's mocking laughter echoed from all directions. Suddenly, the colossal sandstorm condensed into several smaller sand whirlwinds, akin to wild stallions unleashed, transforming into countless sharp blades hurtling towards Chu Ba Wang. As expected, as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, you must possess hidden trump cards. I did not witness you employing this technique against Luffy in the original narrative. Chu Ba Wang Muset. As a warlord, Crocodile indeed possesses some degree of strength. Even the Luffy who has mastered the Seven Wounds fist may not necessarily triumph over him. In the original tale, he had never seen Crocodile deploy this move, indicating a new height in the development of his abilities. Were it not for the unlocking of bloodlines and the protagonist's halo, Luffy would have long since been reduced to dried meat by Crocodile. Crocodile sneered, "First time seeing this? Then savor it well, for these may be your final seconds." As he spoke, the sand blade surged toward Chu Ba Wong. With a swift motion, Chu Ba Wong's arm trembled, the rich and robust haki of armament swirling upon his limb, forming a dense layer of black material that resembled heavy armor. He swung his fist. Boom! He aimed at the oncoming sand blades, shattering them into dust, having destroyed my desert blades with a single punch. You must be secretly pleased, are you not? However, your joy will not last long. Crocodile smirked, the surrounding temperature plummeting. Whoosh! Whoosh! Crocodile had barely finished his sentence when, from all directions, left, right, above, behind, and below, multiple desert blades struck simultaneously. This is intriguing, thought Chu Ba Wong, a subtle smile gracing his lips as a radiant golden hue flickered in his eyes. Instantly grasping the true essence behind Crocodile's ultimate technique. Boom! Boom! Accompanied by fists the size of sandbags, several desert blades were once again reduced to powder. What? He managed to defend against it again. Crocodile felt a twinge of surprise. He had created an impressive display with his sandstorm. It was merely a facade to conceal the blades hidden behind him and beneath his feet. Who would have thought that such cleverly positioned blades would still be thwarted? This white devil must possess eyes on his soles, and behind him. Damn it, I have never endured such humiliation. Even that white-beard scoundrel would never dare to strike me so. A sharp pain shot through his front teeth, and Crocodile's resentment intensified as he coldly mused. I shall see what method you employ to counter my ultimate attack. Chu Ba Wong sought to incapacitate him and examine his condition, but Crocodile would not concede so easily. How could I agree to such a request without losing face? Although executing my ultimate technique will drain a significant amount of my energy, it is worth it if I can crush you before you grow into your true potential. Sadly, you cannot be utilized by me. Otherwise, my plans for world domination would have advanced significantly. The rotational speed of the sand whirlwinds surged once more, shattering solid rock into fragments, causing even multi-story buildings to collapse. Various bricks and tiles flew through the air, and even outdoor amenities like beach chairs and fruit stalls were not spared. One blade after another materialized, the quantity soaring exponentially, resembling a rain of arrows aimed directly at Chu Ba Wong, who found himself at the center of the sandstorm. In his youth, Crocodile had used this technique against Whitebeard, and even then, it had posed a significant challenge. Now, wielded against Chu Ba Wong, Crocodile was confident of victory in this battle. This is not good. Robin's expression changed dramatically. It was the first time she had witnessed Crocodile unleash his full power, and she did not anticipate that its might would rival a natural disaster. At this very moment, Robin and her companions, who found themselves outside the sandstorm, could no longer discern the unfolding battle with their naked eyes. A flicker of concern crept into Robin's beautiful gaze as she grasped Dasky's delicate arm, urgently inquiring, "Dasky, dear sister, do you think Lord Chu Ba Wong will be all right? Surely, nothing serious will happen, right?" Initially brimming with confidence in Chu Ba Wong's prowess, Dasky's small hand tightened in anxiety upon witnessing the catastrophic sandstorm, her heart wavering with uncertainty. Could Chu Ba Wong truly return unscathed from such a natural disaster? In that moment, Dasky couldn't help but regret her support for Chu Ba Wong's confrontation with Crocodile. Lord Udo must undoubtedly triumph over Crocodile. I firmly believe in his victory. Nami clenched her petite fist, her orange eyes riveted on the heart of the sandstorm, not daring to blink. Unlike Robin and Dasky, whose combat abilities leaned more toward support rather than direct confrontation, Nami could only be likened to a fragile mage, lacking a nuanced understanding of the power dynamics at play. Her unwavering faith in Chu Ba Wong's imminent victory over Crocodile stemmed not from any analytical assessment of strength, but from pure, youthful sentiment. The image of Chu Ba Wong, adorned in a pristine white evening gown, symbolized an unyielding belief in triumph. In her heart, Chu Bawang epitomized an invincible, all-powerful, white-clad warrior. An excellent maneuver, just the thing to help me stretch my muscles. In the eye of the storm, Chu Bawang surveyed the dozens of desert blades, akin to a plague of locusts, with a heart filled not with dread, but with delight. It was time to unleash the legendary dragon, subduing 18 palms of the great hero Shao, in homage to the esteemed Jinyo. The strikes of the dragon subduing 18 palms, though seemingly simple in execution, wielded immense power, each movement imbued with profound strength and a force capable of toppling mountains. Moreover, this technique was particularly effective against flamboyant attacks, rendering any enemy's flashy maneuvers futile. The raw ferocity of the dragon subduing 18 palms, when combined with the might of hockey, would spell disaster for any opponent. In the blink of an eye, the multitude of desert blades, unable to encroach upon Chu Bawang's vicinity, were reduced to mere dust. As moments passed, the once steadfast crocodile began to panic, realizing that his formidable desert blades had inflicted no tangible harm upon Chu Bawang despite being his ultimate technique, requiring immense exertion with each deployment. If this continued, it remained uncertain whether Chu Bawang could endure, but Crocodile knew he was nearing exhaustion. "What's this?" Chu Bawang furrowed his brow, casting an irritable glance at Crocodile. "Why have you ceased your attacks?" His relentless barrage of powerful palm strikes stemmed from the realization that executing the dragon, subduing 18 palms, felt akin to engaging in light calisthenics, leaving him invigorated rather than fatigued. He relished the sheer masculinity exuded by the technique. Each strike resonated with a potent virility, a true embodiment of manly romance. Having finally discovered a thrilling form of entertainment, Chu Bawang was displeased by Crocodile's sudden reluctance to continue. Observing Chu Bawang's apparent eagerness, Crocodile rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Damn it, I'm about to collapse, and you still expect me to entertain you?" Frustrated, he thought, "This old man must be toying with me." "Don't stop, Crocodile. I've had a new epiphany regarding the dragon subduing 18 palms. Please continue your assault. Once I refine the technique to its essence, I might spare your life." Crocodile, incensed, nearly spat blood in fury. "Chu Bawang, I concede that I underestimated your strength, but do not presume that your power grants you the liberty to act as you please. While I may not be able to end you, if I choose to depart, you will find it challenging to detain me. I have no interest in playing your childish games." Chu Bawang raised an eyebrow, his tone icily calm. "Are you suggesting that you have no intention of offering assistance, Crocodile? I had thought we shared a common purpose, but it appears you are rather ungrateful. You may find that I am inclined to settle the score." He turned to Robin, his smile returning. "Robin, I imagine your time in the Baroque works has been fraught with challenges? Speak freely. I shall advocate on your behalf." Robin couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, recognizing that her experience in Baroque works was akin to that of a pampered guest, enjoying the utmost freedom without ever truly suffering. Attempting to defend her former employer, she opened her mouth, but Chu Bawang promptly placed a hand over her ruby lips, gently interjecting, "No need to elaborate. I understand you wish to conceal any past mistreatment from me, to prevent me from worrying or becoming irate. You are a gentle soul, are you not? If you choose to remain silent, I shall take that as an acknowledgement. You seal my lips. How can I speak? You've blocked my mouth for the second time today. It's becoming unbearable," Robin exclaimed, her irritation palpable. Crocodile, trembling with rage, glared at Chu Bawang, feeling wronged. "I have treated Robin with utmost care, ensuring her well-being and nourishment, transforming her from the frail girl she once was into a vibrant individual. The world may not recognize her as the infamous demon child from 20 years ago, but my contributions are undeniable. Now, as I await her assistance in deciphering the historical texts, you have the audacity to intervene and claim I mistreated her? This is intolerable." With a sardonic smile, Crocodile retorted, "Do you truly believe you can threaten me? Huh. As long as I conceal myself within these billions of grains of sand, you won't even be able to locate my true form. I shall relish witnessing how you intend to intimidate me." Chu Bawang regarded Crocodile with a look of incredulity. Are you familiar with the omnipotent capabilities of the 5 views technique? Or the supreme power of the Golden Rinnegan? You truly are a fool, unaware that villains often meet their demise through excessive chatter. Daring to lay bare his plans before me, I would feel remiss if I did not subdue you. Kelluo has transformed himself into an elemental being, becoming an inconspicuous part among billions of sand grains. However, this does not imply that Chu Bawang cannot trace his whereabouts. Although the brilliant golden eyes of reincarnation cannot discern the difference between the elemental sand and ordinary grains, they are exceedingly sensitive to the flow of energy within the human body's meridians. Even Kelluo, now elemental, still harbors a faint energy coursing through his meridians. Under the scrutiny of the reincarnation eyes and Kinbunchikahaki, Kelluo finds it impossible to escape, even with his elemental form. In an instant, Chu Bawang vanished from sight. His fist, as large as a sandbag and cloaked in hockey rivaling that of iron fist carp, struck out at a single grain of sand suspended in the air. The speed of his punch generated an astonishing sonic boom. What? Suddenly, the grain of sand manifested a face, reflecting sheer terror. Kelluo, attempting to flee, realized it was too late. With a thunderous crash, a sandstorm of catastrophic proportions spiraled out of control, transforming into a torrential rain of sand. The tall, defiant figure descended like a meteor, crashing into the ground. The earth trembled and cracked like a spider's web, torn asunder. Kelluo, have you ever heard of this descending palm technique? Amidst the swirling dust, a figure clad in white garments descended, delivering a palm strike to the ground. No, I concede. Kelluo, much like the fire cloud evil god from Kung Fu, stiffly raised his head to gaze at the fiery figure descending, emitting a wretched scream. You will truly die. If this palm strikes me, I am assuredly doomed. Regrettably, Chu Bawang's technique was aged, and it was too late to halt the powerful descending palm. Boom! The earth cracked, reverberating with a mighty roar. A colossal palm print, spanning several hundred square meters, was imprinted upon the ground. Kelluo lay in the pit, utterly unconscious. Robin's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. What is this palm technique? If I were to master such a technique, paired with the power of the Hana no Mi, wouldn't I soar into the skies? Chu Bawang leaped into the pit, dragging Kelluo out like a lifeless dog. He turned to the stunned Robin, squinting with a smile, and asked, "What? Do you wish to learn? I can teach you hand in hand." "Bawang, you are the greatest," Robin exclaimed joyfully, giving a thumbs up to the generous Chu Bawang. "Dasiki, stop dawdling. Hurry and cuff Kelluo. I must devise a way to extract his true gender. Otherwise, my mission rewards will evaporate." Chu Bawang called out, noticing Dasiki still in a daze, and playfully smacked her. To ascertain whether Kelluo is male or female, the simplest method is to consult the gender-bending King Ivankov or Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard. However, since Chu Bawang could not instantaneously transport himself into Impel Down or the territories ruled by Whitebeard, he decided to regroup with Roger before making further plans. Roger and Whitebeard are close friends. Perhaps he possesses information regarding Kelluo true identity, thus saving him the trouble of running back and forth. My goodness, you truly defeated Kelluo. You are incredibly powerful. The somewhat naive Dasiki finally snapped out of her shock and hurriedly received the sea-stone handcuffs thrown by Chu Bawang, securing Kelluo. "Otosan, you have finally returned." Meanwhile, unable to contain herself, Nami rushed into Chu Bawang's embrace, her eyes brimming with tears. Chu Bawang was taken aback. He was very much alive. Why did her tone suggest he had perished in the sandstorm? "Otosan, just now I watched helplessly as the sandstorm and countless desert blades surrounded you, and I could do nothing. It truly terrified me." As Nami spoke, tears cascaded down her youthful cheeks, soaking Chu Bawang's chest. Just a moment ago, she had feigned strength, convinced that Chu Bawang would emerge victorious. Yet, upon witnessing his safe return, the stone of anxiety within her heart finally eased, and the intense worry surged forth. Even Chu Bawang, who rarely revealed his true emotions, felt a stirring in his heart. Is this what they call a caring little cotton-padded jacket? How endearing! He reached out to ruffle Nami's hair, akin to petting a cat, feeling warmth within. There, don't cry, little thief cat. If you cry too much, you'll end up looking like a big, blotchy cat. Rest assured, your father is invincible. Even if Carp comes, I can make him call me father. Nami could not help but chuckle. The legendary marine hero, who chased the sea, Overlord Rocks, and the pirate king Joel D. Roger across the seas, could be subdued by you? Furthermore, if you truly made Carp call you father, what would that do for Drag and Luffy's faces? Having finally cheered Nami up, Chuba Wong turned to find Robin gazing intently at his face, her eyes soft, as if she were appraising a lover. Chuba Wong jested, "What? Have you too succumbed to my handsome charm, bewitched by my looks?" Robin smiled, a stark contrast to the youthful innocence of Nami and Desiki. With an air of maturity and intelligence, she radiated an alluring elegance. "My lord," she shrugged, her face lighting up with the excitement of Columbus discovering new lands. Her gaze assessing the striking Chuba Wong. "I thought I knew you quite well, but as time passes, I realize I know so very little about you. You are like a treasure, drawing me in deeper, making me ever more curious." The surprises Chuba Wong offered Robin were innumerable. Her heartfelt smile, today, surpassed all the previous 20 years combined. She once believed that the most fascinating and worthwhile endeavor was to translate historical texts and uncover the missing century of history. However, compared to delving into the truths of historical texts, she found it far more enjoyable to explore the intricacies of Chuba Wong's life over the past 18 years. Just a moment ago, she referred to him as my lord, and now she was calling him a treasure. Chuba Wong stroked his chin, grinning at Robin. "Honestly, are you merely trying to take advantage of my youth?" Robin replied playfully, "You saw right through me. Truly, my lord, your insight is remarkable. To speak candidly, I am nearly a decade your senior. Referring to you as young master is acceptable, yet calling you lord feels rather peculiar to me." With a raised brow, Chuba Wong, in good spirits, clearly delighted to engage in playful banter with Labine, inquired, "What would you prefer to call me?" Labine, after a moment of contemplation, earnestly replied, "Since I am 10 years your elder, would it be so bad for you if I called you younger brother?" This was not a reflection of any malice on Labine's part, but rather a genuine desire to express her thoughts openly. When she looked at Chuba Wong, she felt as if she were caring for a mischievous younger sibling, despite not having a biological brother. At present, Labine is more than capable of standing on her own. She would not dash into Chuba Wong's embrace like the innocent Name, nor would she wait passively for his commands like the naive Desiki. If possible, Labine wished to tend to Chuba Wong with the same care one would afford a younger brother. "Not a loss. I am quite a loss indeed. Initially, I intended to ask you to call me Baba this evening, and yet it has inexplicably transformed into younger brother. It seems that in the dead of night, calling Labine's sister could indeed be amusing. Is this the essence of role-playing? How delightful." Observing Chuba Wong's hesitation and hint of intrigue, Labine seized the moment. "Now that I am yours entirely, can you not grant me this small wish?" She stepped closer to Chuba Wong, standing upright, her delicate hands resting on his shoulders, gently kneading them. With a teasing whisper, she said, "It is merely calling you younger brother. You lose nothing in this." Goodness, is it true that women are inherently skilled in the art of seduction? Although Chuba Wong understood that Labine's declaration of being yours referred to her loss at the gambling table, under the influence of the Diju Wusher Wanding Tushy, he was able to see through Labine entirely. Her expressions, movements, and form, combined with the heat of her breath, were undeniably captivating. What man could withstand such allure? Certainly, I could not, as long as you are happy. If you truly desire a younger brother, I would not mind temporarily playing the role of your adopted brother in private. Chuba Wong turned his gaze elsewhere, initially believing that the impish Xiao Qing would be enough of a handful. Little did he know that there are indeed greater challenges in the world. Chuba Wong, gradually acclimating to the benefits of the Diju Wusher Wanding Tushy, still found Labine's charms overwhelming. If this were to escalate, would it not be heavenly? Labine, highly attuned to detail, noted Chuba Wong's fleeting expression of embarrassment, which he desperately tried to conceal, yet it was perceptibly captured by her keen intellect. With this insight, combined with Chu Bawang's momentary awkwardness, Luo Bin's mind concocted a bold hypothesis. She glanced down and realized she could not see her own toes. In that instant, Luo Bin began to comprehend why Chu Bawang had previously remarked on her tea being large and white during their visit to the Yuyin casino. With toes invisible, how could it not be large? Although the possibility was quite substantial, considering Chu Bawang's cunning nature. She resolved to find an opportunity to probe further when he was off guard. Before long, a plan began to form in Luo Bin's mind, aiming to confirm her conjectures when Chu Bawang was relaxed. If her suspicions proved true, it would mean she had grasped a crucial insight about him. Where shall we go next, Lord? And how shall we deal with Keluo Kita? Casting a glance at Luo Bin, who had effortlessly earned the privilege of calling Chu Bawang's younger brother with just a few words, Dasiki felt akin to a lemon that had been squeezed dry, nearly brought to tears with envy. I too wished to have the privilege of calling Chu Bawang's younger brother. Despite Dasiki's seemingly innocent demeanor, she was nearly 5 years older than Chu Bawang, 2 years older than Lu Suolong, 1 year older than Name, and 6 years older than Kia, the eldest among them, yet the least esteemed. Initially, it was presumed that Luo Bin would be a steadfast companion in adversity. Yet she had swiftly earned the right to call Chu Bawang's younger brother with mere words, leaving Dasiki feeling like a child ready to burst into tears. Keluo Kita no longer poses a threat. For now, remain here while I dispose of him on the deck of the melee, with Xiaoqing keeping watch, no matter his prowess. He cannot escape my grasp. Once I return using Xunjini Dong, we shall rendezvous with Sulong and Lu Fei. That old scoundrel Roger is truly unreliable. I've already apprehended the Baroque works and its second-in-command, yet he has yet to resolve the family drama involving Ace. Perhaps, as an observer, I may yet witness the conclusion of their familial saga. Meanwhile, several naval warships arrived at the harbor entrance of Alabassadon, with thousands of well-trained naval soldiers entering the royal palace. The two leading figures were Colonel Tina, known for her black veil, and Smog, demoted to the rank of Navy Lieutenant due to the Roadtown incident. Inside the Alabassadon royal palace, Kubula was compelled to once again host a grand banquet to entertain the visiting Tina and Smog. After a few rounds of drinks, Smog, who had previously worn a troubled expression, found a rare moment of relaxation. However, at that moment, Yukalium rushed in through the palace gates in a frenzy. Just as he was about to recount Chu Bawang's impressive feats, he caught sight of Smog and Tina enjoying their meal at the main table. The joyful smile vanished, replaced by an expression of utter despair that would put any professional actor to shame. Kubula. A grave situation has arisen. The White Devil, Chu Bawang, has caused another calamity. What? The White Devil has appeared in Alabassadon? Upon hearing Yukalium mention Chu Bawang, Smog felt an ominous sensation wash over him. Chu Bawang had never ceased his tumultuous path, having killed a naval colonel, resurrected the notorious pirate King Roger, even physically assaulted him, and abducted his personal secretary. Why was this White Devil in Alabassadon? Was he plotting something nefarious once more? What has happened? What trouble has the White Devil caused now? Colonel Tina lit a cigarette, her brow furrowed in concern. Colonel Tina, the White Devil, unexpectedly visited the Yuyin casino and incapacitated Crocodile, a member of the Shichibukai. Icolum said nervously, "What? Crocodile has been rendered incapacitated?" Smoker appeared utterly bewildered. Is the White Devil truly that formidable? Even a pirate of the Shichibukai caliber can be brought to such a state? Indeed, this is what our soldiers witnessed. Crocodile's front teeth were knocked out, and his face was swollen like a pig's head. What a pitiful sight. Icolum feigned concern while secretly reveling in delight, glancing at Smoker as he continued. Most importantly, the soldiers reported that a young female Navy officer personally placed handcuffs on Crocodile. A young Navy officer? That must be my personal secretary, Dasky. Smoker's lips twitched slightly. What the hell? What kind of sorcery has this White Devil cast upon my diligent secretary, compelling the obedient Dasky to willingly arrest Crocodile? It must be the Dasky who has been taken away. Hecatina tugged at her deep purple gloves, frowning. She instinctively believed that Dasky had endured too much torment and had succumbed to the tyrannical influence of Chu Bawang. However, in reality, no one had coerced Dasky. This is all my fault. I failed to protect her. Smoker said with a bitter smile, now that Dasky has captured Crocodile as a Navy soldier and obtained crucial intelligence. This is certainly not good news for the Navy. The Shichibukai is a legitimate pirate organization recognized by the Navy headquarters and the world government, providing significant support in restraining the increasingly rampant pirates of the New World. If the other Shichibukai learn that Dasky, in her Navy capacity, has captured Crocodile, will they not suspect that the Navy is scheming to eliminate its allies? The age-old truth remains. When the cunning rabbit dies, the hounds are cooked. Where is he now? Where is Crocodile being detained? Heckin' Tina inquired. Colonel Tina, according to our soldiers' reports, Crocodile seems to be imprisoned aboard the Straw Hat pirate ship. What? Upon hearing this, Smoker became furious, his emotions flaring. This white devil truly has audacity. This is a declaration of war against the entire Navy. At this moment, Smoker was unaware of Crocodile's insidious scheme to usurp the nation. He was blinded by hate, only knowing that Crocodile, as a member of the Shichibukai, was a potential ally of the Navy. He did not inquire further into why Chu Ba-Wong sought to capture Crocodile. Heckin' Tina, however, managed to maintain her composure. Analyzing, the urgent matter is to retrieve Crocodile. The timing of Dasky's actions is exceedingly sensitive. If the other Shichibukai become aware, they may suspect that we in the Navy are orchestrating a grand conspiracy. The New World is currently in turmoil. If the Shichibukai and the Navy come into conflict, our pressure in facing the four emperors and increasingly rampant pirates will multiply. Both Tina and Smoker discreetly wiped the cold sweat from their brows. They thought to themselves that this white devil, Chu Ba-Wong, truly knows how to stir up trouble, secretly beating a member of the Shichibukai without even a word of warning. The most critical part is that he actually managed to defeat a member of the Shichibukai. What do you do with him? Observing the troubled expressions on both Tina and Smoker's faces, Kabira felt a surge of joy within. He had long suspected that the current state of Alabasta was due to Crocodile's clandestine machinations. To this end, he even sent his daughter, Princess Vivi, and the captain of the Royal Guard to infiltrate the Baroque works. Now that they had finally found evidence of Crocodile's crimes, he felt an immense frustration that the 70,000 rebel troops were indifferent to Crocodile. Who could have imagined that in just half a day's time, Chu Ba-Wong would have turned Crocodile into a pig-headed fool? Kabira was exhilarated. The great Chu Ba-Wong is indeed a good person. Kabira was nearly moved to tears, realizing that he had initially failed to treat him properly and had committed the grave error of underestimating him. Fortunately, the great Chu Ba-Wong is magnanimous. Otherwise, he would have truly become a slave of a fallen nation. Despite having been overpowered in the past, Smoker could still not tolerate Chu Ba-Wong's antics. He slammed his wine glass down forcefully, rising abruptly to exclaim, "Where is that white devil now? Colonel Tina and I will lead our troops to apprehend him. Once reinforcements arrive, we will ensure he meets a grim fate. Smoker, please hold your horses. There are deeper circumstances at play here." Icolum interjected, unable to allow these inept Navy officers to capture their savior. Launching into a detailed account of the events, the reason the White Devil acted against Crocodile is much more profound. Over the past 3 years, Alabasta has fallen from a prosperous superpower with healthy citizens to a despised desert nation due to Crocodile's clandestine use of the world government's banned dance powder. This Crocodile is truly despicable. He framed King Kabira, intending to wait for the rebel forces to invade the royal city, then emerge as Alabasta's savior, leveraging public sentiment to become the new king. Initially, Smoker and Tina managed to maintain their composure. However, as they listened, their alarm grew, and beads of cold sweat began to form on their foreheads. Hearing Icolum's explanation caused Smoker and Tina to become increasingly horrified, their expressions filled with shame as they felt utterly humiliated. They had thought Crocodile was a law-abiding member of the Shichibukai, a potential ally of the Navy. Who could have imagined that he was secretly plotting a plan of usurpation that could shock the entire world? It was laughable how naive they had been, thinking they could employ force to rescue the heinous Crocodile from Chu Ba-Wong's grasp. If possible, both Tina and Smoker would have wished to dig a hole in the ground and hide, utterly ashamed. Colonel Smoker, Colonel Tina. This white devil is truly a benefactor and savior of all the citizens of the Alabasta Kingdom, Kabura exclaimed excitedly, unable to contain his gratitude as he grasped Smoker's arm. Currently, aside from the capital, all cities in Alabasta have suffered 3 years of drought, with countless victims perishing from thirst. I have suspected this to be Crocodile's scheme, and just recently, my captain of the Royal Guard found crucial evidence. Unfortunately, given the current plight of the Royal Army, we are utterly incapable of confronting Crocodile. Now, the great Chu Bawang has not only uncovered the truth, but has also brought justice by delivering a severe punishment to the villain Crocodile. Before long, the drought will cease, and torrential rains will pour upon Alabasta. Smoker and Tina lowered their heads even further, wishing they could simply vanish into the ground. Colonel Smoke, Colonel Tina. You may not comprehend the extent of the suffering caused by a single day of drought, but as a king, I am acutely aware. If it were not for Mr. Ba Wang's timely intervention, perhaps Crocodile's insidious plot to usurp the nation would have indeed succeeded. At such a juncture, the rebel forces and the kingdom's army would have engaged in a cataclysmic war, resulting in countless civilian and military casualties. Mr. Ba Wang is truly a paragon of virtue, a saint embodying kindness and justice. Kabura's impassioned oration not only elucidated the dire circumstances surrounding Alabasta's drought, but also extolled the merits of the so-called White Devil, even drawing comparisons to a savior of humanity. While his words were laden with flattery, they were nonetheless grounded in undeniable truths. Had it not been for the decisive actions of the White Devil in apprehending the criminal mastermind Crocodile, all of Kabura's assertions would have morphed into grim realities. Alabasta would have descended into a veritable hell on earth. Was it possible that the so-called White Devil had been performing noble deeds all along? Smoker found himself questioning his very existence, feeling as though his worldview was on the brink of collapse. He could never have fathomed that the calamity wrought by the White Devil might actually have saved countless suffering souls in Alabasta. If he were to lead his forces to imprison the White Devil, would he not be seen by Kabura as a fratricidal enemy? His reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Tina whispered, Smoker, my investigations into the White Devil reveal that despite his reckless demeanor, he has indeed accomplished numerous beneficial deeds for the people. During his time in Cocoa West Village, though he engaged in combat against both the Navy and pirates, you must understand that the behavior of those irregular naval forces is hardly comparable to that of us who graduated from the Naval Academy. Now, by dealing a decisive blow to the nefarious Crocodile, he has indirectly saved millions of laborers in Alabasta. Perhaps it is time for us to remove our tinted glasses and assess the White Devil's actions with a clearer perspective. While the White Devil may act impulsively at times, it is evident that he is not the villainous anarchist he is often portrayed as. In Tina's eyes, the White Devil operates with an earnestness that aligns with his true self, adhering to a personal code of conduct. He neither suppresses his inner desires nor embodies the depraved libertine. Tina, your perspective is perilous. I advise you to refrain from extolling the virtues of the White Devil in front of outsiders. Smoker exclaimed in astonishment, speaking in a tone meant only for her ears. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the bounty on the White Devil's head? A staggering 1 billion berries. You, who regularly confront pirate crews in the New World, must understand the gravity of such a sum. To speak frankly, even some of the current warlords of the sea do not command such a bounty. The higher echelons of the Navy and the world government regard the White Devil's ability to resurrect the dead with trepidation. Capturing him would likely lead to a grim fate for all involved. Smoker, a steadfast individual, wished to shield his dear friend Tina from any repercussions stemming from her association with the White Devil. Tina pursed her lips, harboring dissatisfaction with the actions of the Navy and world government in recent years, yet chose not to voice her grievances further. A villain with a bounty of 1 billion berries was indeed beyond her capacity for critique. Now that the principal culprit, Crocodile, had been vanquished, the next course of action was to communicate with the rebel leader, Kusha, to avert the looming war. Smoker offered an apologetic gesture to Kabura, feeling a deep sense of remorse. I shall report my observations from Alabasta to the Navy headquarters and request military support. Should war be inevitable, Colonel Tina and I will do our utmost to ensure the safety of all royal family members in Alabasta. As for the White Devil, we can only let events unfold for the time being. However, upon encountering him again, I will pursue him as a Navy officer. Smoker now hoped that the White Devil would adopt a more discreet demeanor, as the barrage of sensational news was becoming overwhelming for him. Kabura, understanding the nuances of human relationships, recognized that Smoker and Tina would likely turn a blind eye to the White Devil's actions. Smoker reminded, Princess Vivi is your only daughter and our priority for protection. You may allow her to stay within the palace with our soldiers for her safety. Kabura reflected that Smoker had become a de facto ally and replied, To be candid, my daughter has been missing for 6 months, and it may be some time before I can make contact. Smoker was taken aback. Is Princess Vivi truly your biological daughter? Is it not a bit reckless for a father to remain silent for so long after his daughter has been missing for half a year?